Bah! You scumbag! In vain did I help you form your pill, yet you actually treated me like a one-night stand. Even if we break up, we can still be friends. You raised your trembling, withered hand, wanting to touch that slender waist, but the next second you were slapped away by Chingy's jade hand. When you come to your senses, you find that the graceful figure has already left with the sword. Seeing this, you can't help but shake your head and smile bitterly. From now on, from this parting, it seems that we will be separated by life and death. Old scoundrel, how dare you betray the sect leader? If you have the ability, come out and fight me one-on-one. I've tolerated you for a long time. Watching the disciples of the sect coming to denounce you outside the courtyard, you couldn't help but think back to the time when you and Chingy were once a good story within the sect. Since the encounter with Chingy from the same village, you have firmly implemented the development plan of love. The two of you have had a good relationship since childhood and have long tasted the forbidden fruit. One day, the sect master of Xiantian sect passed through the mountain village and unexpectedly discovered Chingy's unparalleled talent. In this way, under Chingy's strong insistence, you were fortunate enough to become her fellow disciple. Chingy even spared no effort to help you form your core. From then on, your cultivation did not advance but regress. Blinking for 1,000 years, Chingy has become the unparalleled master of the Xiantian sect, while you have now become an old man approaching the end of your life. We all know about your affair with Lu Ningxuang. Villain, come out and face me alone. The voices of the sect disciples attacking you grew louder and louder. Enough, all of you. Step back. A cold voice echoed throughout the entire peak, and the person who came was Ji-Yu, who had already stepped down as the elder, and also your master. Ji-Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. Is leaving, quickly in 3 to 5 decades, slowly in hundreds or thousands of years. Is it worth carrying such a reputation? Upon hearing this, he gave a bitter smile and said, Master, nothing is not worth it. After I leave, I hope you can take care of Yi for me. Ji-Yu looked at you in front of her, who was exhausted, and remembered a few days ago when you deliberately approached Lu Ningxuang, an outer disciple with a bad reputation, to persuade Chingy to enter the sect's secret realm for inheritance. After the communication, the three of them quickly reached an agreement, which led to the scene of you having an affair with an outer female disciple. Thinking of this, Ji-Yu looked at Lu Ningxuang, who was sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard, and asked, How do you plan to deal with her? Since she is still a virgin, it means this girl still has her bottom line. I plan to leave her at the hanging peak to collect my corpse. Ji-Yu nodded in agreement and left. However, before leaving, she left her own sword to ensure your safety. In the courtyard, you gaze into the direction of the secret realm, unable to calm your heart. Please don't blame me. However, at this moment, a voice rang in your mind, ding, detecting the host's dedication to love for 1,000 years. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow is activated, rewarding the Supreme Infinite Chaos Tao Body and the technique 9 Revolutions of Yin and Yang of the Universe. You stayed stunned for a moment. 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. You finally came. This system of yours. Do you know how I spent these 1,000 years? Feeling that all the functions of your body are undergoing earth-shattering changes, you quickly check the functions of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. In summary, you can modify the attributes of targets other than yourself, and behaviors consumed or gifted by the opposite sex can be returned 1,000-fold. But charm value must be above 90. The last one is a mall with countless heavenly and earthly treasures. As you immerse yourself in joy, Elder, it's windy in the courtyard. Be careful not to catch a cold. You look over at the sound and see her information appearing one by one, the undercover agent of the Soul-Eating Demon Palace. Thinking about the recent private struggles between the Xiantian sect and the Soul-Eating Demon Palace, a major battle could break out at any time. Thinking of this, you slowly turned around. Don't worry, this little wind can't stop me. System, quickly, change the intimacy level to 100. To modify the intimacy value of Lu Ningxuang, it costs 1 billion spirit stones, and your balance is insufficient. You scoundrel, trying to deceive people. Just one intimacy level requires 1 billion, but the system didn't even respond to your complaints. What about modifying the power or cultivation level? However, the required spirit stones are increasing one by one. What use do I have for this system? I can't change anything. Why do you call yourself Wind Spirit Moon Shadow? As Lu Ningxuang approached closer and closer, you suddenly panicked. She just smiled gently. Elder, disciple has prepared some food. Once this was said, you breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her with a forced calmness. You are thoughtful. Being able to stay and serve the elder at the hanging peak is a blessing from Ningxuang, the frosty girl. Now that the play is over, if you want to leave, old man. Before the words fell, Lu Ningxuang's expression instantly stiffened, but in the blink of an eye, she changed to a pitiful and weak appearance. Senior, are you trying to drive Ningxuang away? She said, blinking her big watery eyes, and in a few breaths, Crystal clear tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Ningxuang gently wiped her tears with her onion-white fingers while she cried pear-shaped tears. Ningxuang originally thought that Elder Yang would have to make such a great sacrifice for the patriarch even if he took the blame. Must be the best man in the whole world. But, Ningxuang didn't think that the elder would even be such a person. Oh, Lu Ningxuang hung her head and cried her heart out, her voice getting louder and louder. But out of the corner of his eye, he stole a glance at Yang's expression every now and then. She firmly believed that just with this overwhelming beauty of hers, coupled with this stovepipe acting skill, Yang must not be able to deny himself from staying at Daoxian Peak. As long as he could stay here, there would be plenty of chances to trick this bad old man in front of him out of his vast cultivation resources in the future. Moreover, it would also be far away from those stinky men in the outer sect who were full of thoughts of taking advantage of themselves but were stingy as hell. In her heart, this thing called fame was like a passing cloud, not important at all. The top priority right now was to raise his cultivation level and position in the Xiantian sect as soon as possible. Only by making a mark for the soul-devouring demon palace would there be so much as a glimmer of hope of rescuing his mother, who was imprisoned in the depths of purgatory. Right at this moment, a brocade handkerchief embroidered with delicate floral patterns suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ningxuang's eyes, interrupting her thoughts. She subconsciously raised her eyes and stared blankly at Yang in front of her, as if a drowning person had seen a life-saving straw in her eyes. Rub it in. The old man can't stand to see a woman cry. Yang shoved the brocade handkerchief into Lu Ningxuang's hands and turned around, feigning hard steps in the direction of the house. Old me is approaching the end of my days. At most I'll live for another 3 or 5 years. If you're willing, you can stay at Daoxian Peak. Hearing the tiny footsteps behind him, feeling the light touch coming from his arm, the corner of Yang's mouth slightly hooked, as if he had stolen a fishy cat. Good show. Opening. Chapter 3, Making the Right Relationships and Admitting Disciples. Elder Yang, are these meals made by Ningxuang still to your taste? Lu Ningxuang asked in a delicate voice. That voice was like a gentle yellow warbler crying in spring. As she spoke, she took the opportunity to clip food for Yang, and her soft and delicate body lightly pressed against his arm intentionally or unintentionally. Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a spiritual light, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky. After the activation of the supreme limitless mixed sacred body, it was as if the aura of heaven and earth was attracted to it. With every breath Yang took, a steady stream of water surged into his meridians and was gradually improving his bodily functions. With the full recovery of his bodily functions, Yang sniffed the aroma of the meal, and a long-lost feeling of hunger arose. Well, yummy. You eat too. Yang answered vaguely, and within a few bites, the bowl of braised spirit pork was swallowed by him like a windfall. Steeply, his eyes suddenly changed, flashing a trace of shock that was hard to hide. Ding! Detected Lu Ningxuang gifting ordinary spirit pork to the host, triggering 10,000 times cashback, rewarding 1 caddy of heaven-swallowing fury meat. Ancient beasts, the sky-swallowing fury swine. This was a divine item that even Emperor Realm powerhouses coveted. It is rumored that the heaven-swallowing swine has the cultivation of the harmonization stage when it is born, and when it reaches adulthood, it is able to compete with the strongest emperors of the quasi-emperors. But the road to growth is always full of thorns. Their meat not only enhances cultivation without limitations, but also prolongs lifespan, which makes them a target for hunting. Nowadays, the heaven-swallowing fury swine had long been extinct, not to mention a caddy of meat. Even a single hair was hard to find. If this caddy of heaven-swallowing rage flesh appeared in the world, I'm afraid that it would instantly set off a tragic scourge of war on this continent. Yang stared intently at the pound of meat lying quietly in the system space, his heart rejoicing as if it was about to explode. Master Unity is so damn powerful. A piece of spirit pork can return a caddy of heaven-swallowing rage meat. Well developed. Excited, Jan continued to feast. As he chewed and swallowed the braised spirit pork, it transformed into the purest spiritual chi, rushing towards the various meridians in his body. Since he could obtain the aura needed for cultivation by eating, and he didn't have to worry about indigestion, Yang was even more excited. The chopsticks in his hand rained down towards the delicious food on the table. Lu Ningxuang saw that Yang loved his own handmade meal so much, eating it with gusto and relish. Those beautiful eyes instantly smiled into a curved crescent moon. As the saying goes, capturing a man's heart starts with capturing his stomach. Elder Yang, eat slowly, be careful not to choke. As she said this, she pinched another half-tail of fresh and tender spirit mandarin fish into Yang's bowl, her voice so soft that it could drip out of water. If you like it, Ningxuang will make it for you every day from now on. Ding! Detected Lu Ningxuang gifting the host with ordinary spirit fish meat, triggering a 10,000 fold cashback, rewarding 1 caddy of Dragon Abyss spirit jiao meat. Ding! Detected Lu Ningxuang gifting the host with ordinary spirit chicken meat, triggering a 10,000 000-fold cashback, rewarding 1 caddy of sycamore fire phoenix meat. As a dish of delicacies entered his mouth, and under the nourishment of the rich spiritual qi, Yang obviously felt that his physical state was getting better and better. He inadvertently glanced at Lu Ningxuang, who was still continuously pouring food into her bowl, and looked at the look of anticipation on her face. The mind can't help but wonder. The soul-devouring demon palace is indeed unique in cultivating infernal paths. On the outside, Lu Ningxuang possesses the beauty of the country, and there are few men in the world who can resist the temptation of her delicate beauty. On the subject of being a human being, she has a delicate mind and knows how to skillfully utilize her innate strengths to easily impress people. As long as she was given enough cultivation resources and time, she would definitely become an important pawn that the soul-devouring demon palace had planted in the Xian sect, if you can successfully turn her. Thinking of this, the corner of Yang's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible arc. He chucked a chopstick of vegetables into Lu Ningxuang's bowl and said with a smile, "I'm not a glutton for punishment, and it's enough that you have this intention. Come on, you eat more too." Ding! Lu Ningxuang's intimacy +5. The system beat that suddenly sounded in his head made Yang freeze for a split second. Is it possible that the people of the soul-devouring demon palace are all lacking in love since they were young? One was simply trying to show closeness, to find a topic of conversation, to try to get inside her head. Surprisingly, it boosts intimacy. Will some unexpected surprises happen if the intimacy is raised to 100? Master Unity, come and explain it for me. However, apart from the beat just now, the system didn't pay any attention to his inquiry. Ro, you're noble, you're high and mighty. I will play you to understand sooner or later. System? Just as Yang was full of ideas on how to further increase intimacy, on the side of Lu Ningxuang, her heart was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. During those 10 years or so in the soul-devouring demon palace, she had experienced nothing but cruel and harsh training, as well as the indifference of human feelings. Never before had I felt such genuine love and care. Even when she came to the Xian sect to work as an undercover agent, the men who surrounded her were all false. Behind it was nothing but salivation and coveting of her beauty. However, the bad old man in front of him seemed to be very different from everyone else. He is willing to bear the name of old scum in order to make his beloved go farther and better on the path of immortality. Now, Yue had successfully entered the Xian sect's secret realm. He clearly had numerous ways to clear his name, but he still kept himself on Daoyuan Peak. This shows that Yang is a good man to the core and genuinely treats people well. Thinking of this, Lu Ningxuang's beautiful eyes glistened with crystals. She slightly hung her head, sipped the vegetables in the bowl in small bites, and softly said, "Elder Yang, in the future, if you want to eat anything, just tell Ningxuang." Yang sniffed and slowly said as he chucked another piece of braised spirit pork into her bowl, "You're still young. It's a great time to cultivate. If you spend all your time taking care of the old man, won't you waste your youth and delay your cultivation for nothing?" These seemingly reproachful words are filled with deep concern. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang's already lowered head was buried even lower, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ding! Lu Ningxuang's intimacy +5. In the time it took for a meal, the intimacy went up by 10 points, which made Yang even more certain that Lu Ningxuang must be extremely short of love. Since there is a lack of love, give her plenty of love. Yang called up Lu Ningxuang's attribute panel in his mind once again. Upon careful examination, it was not found that she had been controlled by the soul-devouring demon palace's soul regeneration technique, nor had she been poisoned with compulsion. An infernal way like her, with a clean background, hiding in the Xian sect, is extremely difficult to be detected. Since the soul-devouring demon palace's control over her was minimal, it meant that one had a great certainty that they could successfully turn her. If we can successfully turn her back and activate the Xianin body in her body, in the future, she might be able to play a key role in the confrontation with the soul-devouring demon palace. Yang decided to ride the wave of victory and brush Lu Ningxuang's affinity density to 100 as soon as possible. Not to mention, she's an excellent return tool person today. Maybe she could even bring herself countless returns as her intimacy continued to increase. However, in order to successfully turn an infernal, you have to make her stay by your side. It certainly wouldn't work with the slightly awkward relationship the two had now. Yang ate his meal while racking his brain for a countermeasure. Suddenly, a bold idea crashed out of his head. With that, Yang put down his chopsticks and asked with a smile towards Lu Ningxuang, "Girl Ningxuang, you and I already have a bad reputation in the Xian sect. In the long run, the road to immortality will be even more difficult. Have you thought about what to do?" When Lu Ningxuang was asked by him, her beautiful eyes instantly glowed with a strange luster. Then she hung her head again and responded in a small voice, "You have sacrificed your own reputation for the sake of the patriarch." Just this deep love has already moved Ningxuang. Ningxuang only wants to stay by Elder's side all the time and serve Elder well. Yang rubbed his chin and pretended to be deep. The old man also wants to keep you in Daoxian Peak. It's just that you and I always have to give a reasonable account of our relationship to the clan. Otherwise, upon hearing this, Lu Ningxuan was secretly delighted in her heart, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an extremely shallow smile. He really is a good old boy. With that, she put down her chopsticks and rose with a lithe posture, making a flourish towards Yang, her voice soft and sticky. Ningxuang is entirely at Elder Yang's disposal. Yang looked at her with burning eyes, took a deep breath, and continued with a solemn expression. If you truly wish to stay at Daoxian Peak, the old man will accept you as his disciple. When I am 100 years old, you will inherit Daoxian Peak and continue to serve the sect. Lu Ningxuang had thought that Yang would make a bit of an excessive request of himself, but she didn't realize that he just wanted to take her as his disciple. This would not only put his relationship with him on a first-name basis. In the future, when it comes to cultivation resources, it will even be able to receive a steady stream of support. It must be God's favor that it was worth it to agree to do this play in the first place. Apprentice, Lu Ningxuang, kowtow to master. After saying that, Lu Ningxuang knelt on both knees and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Chapter 4, A Midsummer's Night and Enchanting. Master, Yang intends to take Lu Ningxuang as his disciple. Accepting an apprentice? Guli, the Xian Gu fairy, lay lazily across the couch. A light veil covered her body, aptly outlining her evocative curves. A hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes and she murmured softly, "What's the old boy trying to pull again?" Her jade hand lightly rested against her head, and with a casual wave, a crystalline light screen instantly surfaced in front of her. Guli's gaze faintly swept over Yang, who was stroking his white beard and smiling, before focusing his full attention on Lu Ningxuang. Gazing at Lu Ningxuang, who was even more beautiful than herself and Yue, Guli couldn't help but feel a hint of worry in her heart. This little girl does have outstanding posture. Is it possible that Huan has been bewitched by her? Guli's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her beautiful eyes staring intently at the two men's every move in the light screen. At this time, Lu Ningxuang had already stood behind Yang, and was gently pinching his shoulders for him, looking exceptionally intimate. Between this little girl's knitted brows and smile, her bones are permeated with a sense of charm, but it's not an innate charm body. Strange, strange. At that moment, the sword spirit's voice once again rang in her ears. Master, do you need the sword spirit to probe her? Guli did not immediately respond to the sword spirit's offer, but instead deeply sized up Lu Ningxuang for a few moments through the light screen before saying in a flat tone, since Huan intends to take her as his disciple, he must have his considerations. Speaking here, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a nice arc, and after a slight pause, she continued, as for this little girl, these days you explore her bottom. Yes, master. Guli stared intently at the light screen for a long time without removing his gaze, until half past the 11th hour. He saw Yang and Lu Ningxuang return to their rooms to cultivate separately. Only then did she pivot from the couch, yawning with one hand covering her vermilion lips and stretching upwards with the other, her amazing D-land figure on display. Little girl, if you presume to use Huan to achieve some ulterior motive, then don't blame this seat for being merciless. Late nights in midsummer are hazy and enchanting. The small courtyard on the Daoxian Peak was filled with a foggy heaven and earth aura, as if it was a fairyland on earth. After cultivating for a few weeks, Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that his realm had broken through to the 4th level of qi refining, and was steadily moving towards the 5th level of qi refining, even though the Taishang Wuji mixed sacred body had not restored his outer appearance to that of his youth. However, compared to the past 1,000 years, his cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster nowadays. In this way, re-establishing the foundation and forming the Dan was just around the corner, and even breaking through to the Yuaning stage no longer seemed to be a far-fetched dream. Just activating 1% of the sacred body can be so cowhide. If it's fully activated, wouldn't it be comparable to the legendary Emperor realm? Yang clenched both fists and swung hard, his heart growing more and more confident in his future. The joy of regaining a new life did not make Yan lose his way. He knows the truth that if you want to go fast, you can't go fast. The road of cultivation, you must seek progress in a steady manner. Yan longingly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and didn't continue to cultivate. Instead he began to comprehend the Qiankuan 9 revolutions yin-yang technique. When his mind was completely immersed in the spiritual secrets, a mysterious voice that seemed to come from the 33 outer heavens introduced his consciousness to a hazy land. The way is 3 in 1. 1 transforms into 3. 3 in 1. The use is divided into 3. The essence is always 1. Yang snapped his eyes open and tried to explore the source of this majestic and ethereal voice, but he was shocked to realize that he had been surrounded by countless purple qi at some point. However, his inquiry did not receive any response. and the mysterious voice still echoed in his ears. The sun and the moon shine on the dry heavens and the earth, and the yin and the yang are transformed into the Tai Chi. The stars lead the way of the spirit, and the two hearts return to the path. That voice, which was like the heavenly sound of the great Tao, made young Huan seem to be enlightened in his heart. He sat cross-legged on top of the violet energy. His ears perked up and he paid full attention, unwilling to miss a single word. The sound faded as time went on. Although Yang's cultivation has not been refined, there seems to be an additional Taoist seed in his soul. I have witnessed the supreme infinite mixed realm, viewed the 10,000 realms of Hongmeng in chaos, and have taken in the rotation of the sun, moon, and Qiankuan, and transformed the harmony of yin and yang. Hearing this, Yang's eyes widened, his face filled with incredulity, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock under his breath. The heavens and the worlds, with the emperor realm as the pole. What realm is the supreme limitless mixed realm? This time, the surprised inquiry was answered. How dare you call the emperor realm extreme? It's just a mole cricket. Yang's eyes scanned the 8 directions eagerly, bent on finding the source of the sound. However, what met his eyes was nothing but endless purple gas, not even a ghostly shadow. The Qiankuan 9 revolutions in Yang's skill is destined to be with you. Cultivate it well. The majestic voice paused abruptly as it spoke. Immediately afterward, the purple qi around Yang's body surged and tumbled like waves. In the next breath, he felt as if he was being gazed at tightly by a pair of giant eyes, and even breathing became difficult under the onslaught of the purple qi. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Taishang Wuji mixed Yuan sacred body. It's actually Taishang Wuji mixed Yuan sacred body. As the unrestrained laughter grew louder and louder, a grayish bead suddenly hung above Yang's head. Hair-thin gray threads hung down from the bead, wrapping Yang's divine soul and helping him withstand wave after wave of purple qi. Chaos Supreme Treasure Protector? Interesting, very interesting. Upon hearing this, Yang, who had slowed down, looked up and gazed at the small beads hanging above his head. An inexplicable feeling of closeness came over me. This is not the system that has been with him for 1,000 years. A Chaos Supreme Treasure? Master Unity is actually a Chaos Supreme Treasure? Yang was about to figure out what kind of treasure the small bead above his head was, when Lu Ningxuan's voice pulled his consciousness back to reality. Master, Master, what is it? Yang answered, then slowly opened his eyes, but was surprised to see that the morning sun had already spilled through the cracks in the window pane. What's going on? I've only been in enlightenment for a little while. How come it's dawn? Master, it's dawn. Ningxuan has already prepared the morning meal, and is now coming to serve you to wash and change. Yang raised his white eyebrows, the corners of his wrinkled mouth rising slightly, then said slowly, I'm not so old that I have to rely on others to wash and change, so go ahead and. However, Lu Ningxuan did not leave, but instead reached out her jade hand and gently pushed open the doorway. A round, straight, smooth, jade-like leg stepped through the door. Ai chow! Yang cried out inwardly, and then quickly covered the hem of her sash between her legs. His eyelids widened slightly, and after a hasty glance, he hurriedly reclosed his eyes. It wasn't that Yang didn't want to see it, but he needed to set up the persona of an infatuated master teacher who loved his Taoist partner alone in front of Lu Ningxuan's eyes. After all, from today onwards, Yang was her master. Although the matter of masters craving the body of their disciples happened from time to time on the continent, however, he was not as strong as Lu Ningxuan, so it would not be good if something happened. Frost, for the master himself. Yang had wanted to snatch the facepalm from Lu Ningxuan's hands, but she had flopped. Due to the fact that he spent the whole night on the bed in cross-legged cultivation, his legs had long been numb, he was unsteady and crashed headlong into the arms of the 1G stunning Lu Ningxuan. The sudden change has left Yang both exclaiming and filled with worry. Ai chow! She won't misunderstand that I'm eating her tofu, right? However, Lu Ningxuan was only flabbergasted for a few breaths, but she did not immediately push him away. Instead, he gently held Yang upright, picked up his facepalm, and gently wiped it on his face. When Master Ancestor left yesterday, he specifically instructed Ningxuan to serve Master Ancestor well. Speaking here, she threw the facepalm into the water basin, and carefully put on Yang's shoes and socks, and then stretched out a pair of jade hands and gently massaged on his legs. I heard from Master Ancestor that Master's cultivation has regressed so much that he's nearly mortal, and his body is getting worse by the day. Ningxuan will definitely take care of Master. As the aura slowly penetrated into the various meridians in his legs, Yang's numbness instantly dissipated. He gently patted Lu Ningxuan's shoulder and said, It's okay, the old man is used to it. Saying that, Yang took a storage pouch from his arms and stuffed it into Lu Ningxuan's hands as he continued. There are several thousand spirit stones in the bag. Ning Shenhua, Lu Yingji, don't waste your cultivation just to serve the old man. Ding! Lu Ningxuan's intimacy +5. Yang did not expect that this small favor would make Luningshuang's closeness increase by another 5 points. At this moment, he couldn't wait to just use his money power to hit her and make the intimacy skyrocket. However, on second thought, slamming resources might cause Luningshuang's suspicion. Instead of being counterproductive, just go with the flow. Cultivate after breakfast. You don't need to follow Lao Fu around all day to serve. Since you have already worshipped me as your teacher, then I will definitely be a good and competent teacher. Luningshuang put away the storage bag. Her beautiful eyes flickered with light. Gently picked up Yang, and walked towards the main hall. Chapter 5, I knew you were the best. Compared to yesterday's sumptuous evening meal, today's morning meal was much lighter. When the spirit rice porridge entered his mouth, Yang felt a ripple of aura in his body leisurely, and there was a slight increase. As a 1,000-year-old scrapper, Yang understood too well what strength meant. Looking at Luningshuang sitting beside her, this girl's strength can be a few points stronger than his own. Aura infernal it. In order to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible, he also had to hide his secret tightly. In Yang Huan's mind, the importance of eating is now on a par with cultivation. Ding! Detected Luningshuang gifting ordinary spirit rice to the host, triggering a 10,000-fold cashback, rewarding 100 pounds of dragon's blood rice. Put! Yang violently spewed out a small mouthful of spirit rice porridge, choking and coughing. Those ingredients returned by the system last night were extinct treasures. If people who know what they're doing see it, it's going to be a bloodbath. But dragon blood rice was different, although it was also rare. The good thing was that it could be bought with spirit stones from the Pilking Valley in Chenglan Prefecture. Long-term eating dragon blood rice not only can prolong life, but also in the meridians to condense the dragon power, so that the cultivator's power to rise. Every fall, when the Pilking Valley harvested the dragon blood rice, cultivators from the entire continent stared with bated breath. A caddy of dragon blood rice would cost at least 100,000 spirit stones, and 100 caddy would be 10 million spirit stones. If it was on the black market or auction house, the price would be too high to estimate. Yang was grubbing his head down on the spirit rice porridge, pondering how to exchange the dragon blood rice for spirit stones. Coldly, Luningshuang's jade hand gently landed on his back, patting gently, her voice full of concern. Master, slow down, be careful of scalding. Saying that, she took out a brocade handkerchief from her bosom, and with gentle movements and focused eyes, she carefully wiped away the water stains at the corners of Yang's mouth. This time, she didn't take the opportunity to press the fullness of her breasts against him as she usually did. Instead, she looked calm and every move was regimented, and even the winks that were customary in her eyes were replaced by clarity and purity. Yang glanced at Luningshuang out of the corner of her eye without a trace and didn't stop her. Just from this one small gesture, Yang keenly caught a change from yesterday. A little less deliberately seductive, but a little more genuine. Yang Huan's heart inexplicably welled up a burst of joy. It cannot be that this girl has been successfully turned by himself? But taking a look at Luningshuang's attributes in the system poured cold water on this expectation. Name, Luningshuang. Power, soul-devouring demon palace. Age, 19. Cultivation level, 6 levels of Qi cultivation. Charm value, 95. Intimacy, 15. Mystery number, 0. Others, Xianin Holy Body, not activated. It seems that this girl's cultivation talent is indeed good, and it will take a lot of effort to turn her. Yan Huan felt a secret emotion in his heart and took the brocade handkerchief handed to him by Luningshuang, delivered to the door of beauty. Who does not want to little cute? Yang naturally had a mind to, but the moment is not the time. Have to first steadily establish a persona. Let Luningshuang lick himself, is the right way. Okay. You also eat quickly. Eat in hurry to cultivate to go. Halfway through speaking, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Yang's mind. He straightened up, his eyes glancing at Luningshuang for a few rounds, then he pulled out a storage bag from his bosom. There are 100 pounds of dragon blood rice here. You go to the marketplace in the next few days and look for Old Man Mo from the multi-treasure pavilion. Just say that Old Man entrusted him to sell it. Luningshuang didn't reach out to pick up the storage bag. Instead, she stared at those beautiful eyes, covering her small mouth as exclamations of shock spilled out from between her fingers. Dragon blood rice. Yang had expected this reaction from her, and wiped his mouth nonchalantly, his tone flat as if he was talking about a rare thing. The old man's life is not long gone. Keep these things outside the body is not much use. Why not change into spirit stones? To our small courtyard set up a gathering spirit array. Before the words were finished, another system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Luningshuang's intimacy +5. After a few breaths of pause, the corners of Yang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a benevolent smile as he looked toward Luningshuang. Perhaps in terms of cultivation, I can't teach you much. but I must not let your cultivation conditions be worse than others. When you come back with the dragon blood rice in exchange for the spirit stones, I'll go and ask my master, your senior ancestor, to lay down a spirit gathering array for Daoxian Peak. What Yang said next, Lu Ningxuan looked like she didn't listen to. This intention of his poked at the softest part of her heart. Lu Ningxuan only felt like a lonely boat adrift in the vast ocean, and at this moment she finally found a warm haven. In an instant, her beautiful eyes flushed red, tears rolling straight in her eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, and she said with a sobbing voice, Master's grace, Ningxuan has no teeth to forget, but this dragon blood rice is more useful to master. Or, Yang's face straightened and she waved her hand, interrupting her with a serious remark. Old me's longevity is not something that can be saved by this 100 pounds of dragon's blood rice. A mere 100 pounds, just take it and sell it. Speaking of which, Yang's tone turned a few degrees colder. Yesterday I saw that you were still at the 5th level of qi refining. How did you get to the 6th level overnight? Did you take a cultivation enhancing potion last night? One moment he was talking about the matter of dragon blood rice, and in the blink of an eye he was questioning about cultivation. Lu Ningxuan was immersed in the touching, all of a sudden was asked to panic. Pretty face reddened, stammered. Ningxuan saw that when outer disciples cultivate, they all use pills as a supplement. Pa! With a sound, Yang slammed his palm on the table, frightening Lu Ningxuan's 1G Jedi to tremble 3 times. Yang's throat knots rolled up and down twice, forcibly suppressing his heart's dissimilarity, withdrawing his gaze, and pretending to be majestic. Asshole! Elixir! Elixir! Contains the word medicine, and if it's medicine, it's 3 times poisonous. My generation of cultivators fights for heavenly destiny and acts against heaven, cultivating the Tao, refining the body and forging the bones. Taking too many pills is only bad and not good. This woman's cultivation speed was too amazing. If she wasn't stopped from taking the elixir, she might be clicked off before she could complete her rebellion. Yang let out a long, hateful sigh. The qi refining stage is the foundation of a cultivator. 10,000 feet high buildings are built from the ground. If your foundation is not stable, how can you talk about proving the Tao in the future? Even though Yang was a notorious scum in the Xian Tian sect, his words made Lu Ningxuan so ashamed that she couldn't stand it. Lu Ningxuan had originally thought of raising her cultivation as soon as possible, using Yang as a springboard so that she could make a name for herself in the Xian Tian sect and fulfill her purpose. But she never expected that the old man she used as a springboard would be so kind to her. So master wants to sell the dragon's blood rice for me to stop taking pills when I cultivate. Lu Ningxuan's heart was filled with emotion, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. Rustling down, she stood up, took the storage bag handed by Yang, and gave him a slight blessing. Master teacher's teachings, Ningxuan keeps them in mind. Well, don't cry and wail. If outsiders look at you, they'll think that the old man is bullying you. Yang Huan smiled and joked, then greeted Lu Ningxuan as she sat down to have some more breakfast. At the same time, a voice filled with doubt came from the distant sovereign peak. When did this old boy save up hundreds of pounds of dragon blood rice? Enlightened master, the sword spirit does not know. Guli casually threw a few jade slips onto the short table in front of her, her jade hand rubbing between her aching brows as she lightly opened her sandalwood mouth. 100 pounds of dragon blood rice is not a small amount. Huan just handed it over to an outer disciple. I really don't know what he was thinking. As she spoke, her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and her green and white jade-like fingers kept tapping back and forth on the short table, her face full of puzzlement. At that moment, the voice of the sword spirit came from the light screen in front of Guli. Master, Lu Ningxuan is getting ready to go down the mountain. Should we undo the restraints? Guli stared intently at Lu Ningxuan's figure in the light screen and didn't say anything for a long time until the image showed Lu Ningxuan stopped at the foot of Daoxian Peak by the prohibition. Sword spirit, follow this girl, she can die, but the dragon blood rice must not fail. Yes, master. The curtain of light dissipated, and the 5 elements returning sword transformed into a stream of light, dashing down from the summit of Daoxian Peak at great speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was hanging around Lu Ningxuan's waist. This seed is the 5 elements returning sword spirit. This trip to the workshop, the mountains are high and the road is far. The master sent this seed to protect you around. The appearance of the 5 elements returning sword caused Lu Ningxuan to be shocked. She had always assumed that the fine longsword hanging from the beams of the room was just something Yang used for decoration. Unexpectedly, it was the famous immortal sword 5 elements returning sword. Lu Ningxuan had dreamed of becoming a sword cultivator since she was a child, and at this moment, she gently stroked the scabbard, her pretty face filled with a look of satisfaction. Lord Sword Spirit, is your master immortal Xian Gue, my master ancestor Gu Li? In the face of her inquiry, the sword spirit's tone was filled with disdain. Little girl, you and Yang are nothing more than empty masters and disciples. not counted as master's disciples. Cultivators accepting a disciple is a major event in life. Without a few loved ones and friends to witness, the disciple will not be officially accepted. So, what Sword Spirit said was true. Lu Ningxuang didn't show a displeased expression, but instead asked after the Sword Spirit. It must be that Master Teacher was worried that I wasn't safe and went to beg Master Ancestor to have Lord Sword Spirit come to protect me, right? Without waiting for the Sword Spirit to reply, her pretty face was colored with a blush and a happy look. I knew Master is the best. Chapter 6, Who in the world can be more beautiful than Master? Ding! Lu Ningxuan's intimacy +5. Hearing the system's beep, Yang immediately called up Lu Ningxuan's attribute panel in his mind. At this moment, Lu Ningxuan's intimacy had come to 25. Master Unity, I didn't do anything nah. How did this raise 5 points of intimacy again? Are you out of bug system? Seeing no response from the system, Yang put his hands together in front of his chest and mouthed the words of a continuous prayer. Heaven forbid, earth forbid, more bugs like this. System, Master Unity, tell me, will these hundreds of pounds of dragon blood rice be meatbags with no return or not? The system still didn't respond, and Yang paused, relentlessly pursuing the question again. If that girl really brings back 10 million spirit stones, will she be able to return them 10,000 times over by then? If that girl only wants immediate benefits and takes the dragon's blood rice and goes off on her own, do you think we'll be able to recover it? As soon as the words fell, Gu Li's soft laughter sounded outside the room. Giggle, you're worrying about this and that, is it working? Yang was startled and flabbergasted, and hurriedly got up to open the doorway and worshipped respectfully. Greetings, Master. Why is Master free to come to Daoxian Peak this day? Gu Li gave him a blank look and sat herself down on the stool next to the table without a good mood. What? This Daoyuan Peak of yours, Master can't come? Over the past 1,000 years, Yang knew Gu Li's temperament like the back of his hand. If she is serious, or her tone has a serious undertone, odds are she has something serious to talk about. If the tone was as light-hearted as it was today, with some flirtation, it meant she was up to something. Before Gu Li could get angry, Yang hurriedly made a cup of spirit tea for her and said with a smiling face, Apprentice, this Daoxian Peak, Master naturally comes whenever he wants. With that, Yang also made himself a cup of tea, and without waiting for Gu Li to speak, he sighed deeply and continued, Even if Master Teacher doesn't come, my disciple intends to run to Sovereign Peak more often. After all, in this world, apart from Wei Wei, the one I can't let go of is Master. Every time I think that after 3 years or 5 years, I will never see my Master again, my disciple's heart it aches terribly. Originally, Gu Li was planning to teach Yang a good lesson. Hundreds of pounds of dragon's blood rice were handed over to a female disciple with an extremely poor wind rating without even thinking about it. It would be fine if they really exchanged back the spirit stones, but if Lu Ningxuang had bad intentions, then, the world was so big, where to catch her? When Gu Li descended onto Daoxian Peak just now, he heard Yang's concern as he talked to himself. Since the old boy knew the risks but still did it, what was the purpose? Could it be that he was really planning to take Lu Ningxuang as a disciple and did so to test her character? However, at this moment, even if Gu Li had more questions in his mind, they were blocked by Yang's words. Looking at the disciple in front of her, whose half-foot had already stepped into the coffin, her heart was quite unbearable. Despite Yang's mediocre talent in immortal cultivation, he did give a lot for Yue and the clan. For 1,000 years, in order to stimulate Yue's progress, Yang sacrificed his life and risked his life, and was kidnapped by the soul-devouring demon palace many times, nearly losing his life. Moreover, he also had a unique insight into immortal cultivation, often igniting the fighting spirit of his brothers and sisters through some light stories. Thinking of this, Gu Li shook his head slightly and thought in his heart, forget it, let him be. The sword spirit has followed anyway, the dragon blood rice can't be lost. Gu Li picked up the tea and took a shallow sip, keeping his eyes on Yang, not picking up on his words, but starting another topic. Are you really planning to take that girl Lu Ningxuang as your disciple? The smile instantly stiffened on the pale face, and a hint of displeasure flashed in Yang's eyes. It turned out that the 5 Elements returning sword was left behind yesterday, nominally to protect himself, but in reality to spy on him. MMP. Yang raised his eyes and glanced at Gu Li, who was still charming at over 3,000 years old. When I cultivate for another 100 or 80 years, and when the activation of the Tai Sham Wuji mixed Yuan sacred body is high enough, let's see if I'm done punching you. Gu Li's seemingly unintentional eyes had long since seen through Yang, and she knew her disciple's character very well. She asked with a grin as she took another small sip of her tea. What? I can't even care about you anymore? Since he was not as strong as the others, Yang chose to be honest, and he responded slyly. How could it be? The apprentice is more than grateful. The apprentice thought. First take the dragon blood rice to test that girl. If that girl is reliable, the apprentice will come back to say, with the master. Then, Yang elaborated on his thoughts and plans. The only thing he hid was Lu Ningxuan's identity as an infernal. After all, her presence meant countless return rewards, and Yang didn't want to lose someone who was that good of a tool. According to you, you wanted to thank that girl before accepting her as your disciple? Yang nodded with a smile on his face. Are you sure you're not mesmerized by her beauty? Are you sure you won't be used by her? Are you sure she'll be able to provide for your old age? Guli's series of 3 questions instantly caused Yang's face to darken. After 1,000 years of being a lickspill, can't you have a little autonomy yourself? Moreover, what he was preparing to cultivate and turn against was the infernal path sent by the soul-devouring demon palace. And if he succeeded, he would surely be wonderfully useful in the future. However, Yang turned to think that since Master Teacher asked this, her starting point was all for his benefit. The displeasure in his heart dissipated for the most part. Looking at the world, besides Wei Wei, who else can be more beautiful than Master? After explicitly patting a horse's ass, Yang saw the corners of Guli's mouth start to hook upwards and added in a hurry. Even though my disciple is not good at cultivation, but there is still you. Master, turn around if that girl passes the test. You teach her to cultivate and my disciple teaches her to be a human being. With a clang, Guli heavily placed the tea light on the table, her pretty face rising with a bit of anger, her tone unkind. You mean to say that Master is a bad person? Yang really hated to slap himself a few times. The words came out fast and kind of drifted. Which is not the case. Ningxuan, that girl was born beautiful, and well behaved, despite the bad publicity, if properly trained. With that said, Yang once again brought off the subject and drew a bigger pie. This time, Guli didn't interrupt him, but instead listened carefully. It wasn't until Yang closed her mouth that she raised the doubt in her mind. That girl's talent is sparse and ordinary. What exactly is worth cultivating? Yang knew that if he didn't put out some hard information, his plan would be very difficult to realize. He took a deep breath, his eyes glazed over, and said slowly, more than 2,000 years ago, the Lu family of Qing Lanzhou was tragically poisoned by the soul-devouring demon palace, and it was said that the demon palace was trying to obtain the Lu family's Xianin body. What? Guli's beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed in shock, a bold conjecture instantly taking shape in her mind. You mean that girl is the legendary? In terms of cultivation, Yang was not as good as anyone, but in terms of intelligence analysis he was better than anyone. The Xian Heavenly Sect was able to later rise to the top and become one of the 6 major forces in the Xian demon continent without Yang's analysis of intelligence and the current situation. Yang saw that his thrown jabs had taken effect, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. Master, if my disciple's guess is correct, your 5 elements returning sword should be on that girl at this moment, right? Why don't we wait a few more days and see? Look, just look. When Guli said that, she waved her jade hand lightly, and a curtain of light immediately surfaced in front of the two of them. Chapter 7, Something's wrong with the master, something's weird. The workshop market mentioned by Yan was located in Sanyu City, and as the closest city to Xian Tian sect, business opportunities flourished here. It was even the most crucial branch of the multi-treasure pavilion in Kanglan Prefecture. After all, one of the 6 major forces, Xian Tian sect, was close at hand, and with the resources of all parties converging, it could be said that there were unlimited business opportunities. After entering Sanyu City, Lu Ningxuan didn't go to the multi-treasure pavilion first, but instead strolled leisurely through the busy streets. Yang and Guli originally guessed that she might take advantage of this leisure time to purchase some rouge, water powder, damask and silk, and dress up properly. But who would have thought that Lu Ningxuan would turn around and walk into a ready-to-wear store? Shopkeeper, I want to pick a piece of clothing, height roughly like this. Well, the figure is thin. For me to recommend it? The sweet voice was like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, instantly attracting the attention of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper raised his head, and with just one glance, he was hooked by Lu Ningxuan's overwhelming beauty. When he saw the Xian Tian sect's jade plate hanging from her waist, the shopkeeper immediately piled on an extremely professional smile and respectfully asked, Fairy, do you want to buy ready-made clothes or pick out fabric? Guessing correctly, this is to be acquired for men, right? The corners of Lu Ningxuan's mouth rose, revealing a charming smile as she lightly nodded her head and softly responded, That's right, my master prefers green and ink colors. Can you help me see what's suitable? As she spoke, her gaze was attracted by a white garment behind the shopkeeper, and her beautiful eyes instantly blossomed with radiant light. Gold silk white cloud satin? Fairy has a good eye. Seeing that Lu Ningxuan had revealed the material of his family's treasure in a single word, the shopkeeper immediately gave up his position so that she could take her time to appreciate it. Looking at the entire Sanyu city, this store is the only one that has gold silk white cloud satin. If a fairy is prepared to honor her master, this garment is the perfect choice. Lu Ningxuang scrutinized it for a long time, and a hint of regret gradually showed in her eyes as she sighed lightly. The old gentleman really looks down on his daughter. I can't afford this gold silk white cloud satin. When the shopkeeper saw her say that, a trace of regret flashed across his face without hiding it. Then a few green and ink-colored ready-to-wear garments were taken and placed on the counter. The gold silk white cloud satin is certainly good, but for everyday wear, it's still these brocades that are comfortable. Lu Ningxuang nodded non-committally, picking up the clothes, comparing a few times in front of the body in the air, and seeing that the size is about the same. He quickly paid the money and put the clothes into the bag. At the same time, within the hut on Daoxian Peak, Guli's laughter with a few hints of derision resounded. It seems that this girl doesn't need you to teach her, but she's much better at being a human being than you are. Ha! The teacher has been a master for 1,000 years, and I have not seen any disciple buy me a piece of clothing. Alas! Guli sighed as she wrapped her arms around her chest, an inadvertent gesture that accentuated her stunningly delicate D figure. Young to hide his embarrassment, hastily picking up the tea light, he lightly sipped a small mouthful of spirit tea, and turned his gaze back to the light screen. At this moment, Lu Ningxuang had already browsed through several stores. In addition to purchasing a number of clothes and daily necessities for Yang, she also carefully selected some firewood and rice. At that moment, the 5 elements returning sword hanging at Lu Ningxuang's waist flashed with an obscure light. The slightly disgruntled voice of the sword spirit then reached her ears. Little girl, Yang sent you here so that you could sell dragon's blood rice. Why are you buying these things for mortals instead of doing your proper job? Lu Ningxuang didn't answer it, but only revealed a sweet smile and asked in return. Lord Sword Spirit, do you know what it's like to be cared for? After waiting for a moment, he saw that the sword spirit didn't say anything else. She then didn't pay any attention to it, and after acquiring some more items, she turned around and headed towards the west of the city. The workshop market in the west of the city was divided into the outer market and the inner market, and the deepest part of the inner market was where the multi-treasure pavilion was located. At the porch of the inner and outer markets, Lu Ningxuang presented the Xian Tian sect's disciple belt tag and smoothly entered the inner market. Compared with the outer city, the inner city is as high-end as possible, and the style is instantly upgraded by several grades. The stalls on both sides of the street were filled with spirit herbs, pills, and spirit weapons that were up for sale. There were even extremely rare spirit treasures on individual stalls. Lu Ningxuang came to such a place for the first time, and her heart was inevitably a little nervous. After all, the vast majority of the people here, she was unable to see through the depth of their cultivation. Unconsciously, she tightly gripped the hilt of the 5 elements returning sword, while her other hand was firmly covering the storage bag within her lapel. It was as if that would give them an ounce of security. Little girl, relax. This is the land of Duo Bao Gu. No one dares to make trouble here. Unless, at that moment, the sword spirit's tone with a hint of flirtation came again. Unless what? Lu Ningxuang asked softly. The sword spirit snorted. Unless they're tired of living too long. Even after hearing these words from the sword spirit, Lu Ningxuang still maintained a high level of vigilance as she took one step at a time towards the direction of the multi-treasure pavilion. It wasn't until he delivered the invitation to pay his respects and was introduced to the Duobao pavilion by the maid that he breathed a little sigh of relief. Not long after, a man dressed in a brocade robe, whose appearance looked to be in his 40s, walked into the lounge where Lu Ningxuang was with a bright laugh. When the man first saw Lu Ningxuang, his eyes violently erupted with a brilliant light. What a beautiful woman! Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water waves, skin frost snow, a plain white long skirt, waist girded with gold silk pink belt, more set off her clear and elegant, like a fairy descending to the earth. After the man looked Lu Ningxuang up and down, he collected the stunning color in his eyes and replaced it with a polite tone of voice and asked, Fairy is the disciple of Elder Yang of the Xian Tian sect? With a smile on her face, Lu Ningxuang rose from her chair and responded softly, My youngest daughter, Lu Ningxuang, has come to pay her respects to your pavilion. Senior M.O., by order of her master. The man smiled and waved his hand when he saw her respond, saying, Fairy doesn't need to be polite. Have a seat. I'm Imobu-san. I'm the multi-treasure pavilion Kanglin Branch Pavilion's head cabinet. After the maid served the fragrant tea and the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Lu Ningxuang carefully handed over the storage bag that Young had given her. Elder M.O., here is 100 pounds of dragon blood rice. My master ordered me to bring it to your pavilion and exchange it for some spirit stones. Imobu-san received the storage bag, and after his spiritual sense swept through it, he didn't take it, but instead expressed his doubts. As far as I know, Elder Yang doesn't lack spirit stones. How could he? Speaking of this, Imobu-san looked deeply at Lu Ningxuang, and when he realized that she was only at the 6th level of qi refining, He understood everything in his heart. Alright, if there's business that isn't done, then the Duo Treasure Pavilion won't be called the Duo Treasure Pavilion anymore. As he spoke, he moved the storage bag to his side and continued. In a little more than a month it will be the day when Pilking Valley opens the sale of Dragon Blood Rice. And everyone is waiting for the new rice to open. This is the time to sell Dragon Blood Rice. This price well. Before he set off, Yang had explained that Mobu-san of Duo Baogu was a very calculating person. When the Dragon Blood Rice caught his eye, there was no shortage of bargaining. So, no matter what he says, bite the bullet on one price and never let go. However, Lu Ningxuang seemed to have her own plans, and she did not intend to completely follow Yang's instructions, only to see her instantly assume an overbearing stance and speak in a rapid-fire manner. Elder Mo. Dragon Blood Rice has always been a spiritual rice that is hard to find at a price. Those shares of the Pilking Valley every year are basically divided up between the 6 major powers and a few other subpar powers. How can you not sell it for a good price when so little of it makes it to the market? These sharp words from Lu Ningxuang made Mo Bushan unable to help but be impressed. He really didn't expect that a seemingly soft little girl would be so articulate. However, since Yang chose to exchange Dragon Blood Rice for Spirit Stones, he must have intended to set up a high-grade spirit gathering formation. Only a high-level spirit gathering formation would require such a large amount of Spirit Stones. In that case, it seems that he is begging for the multi-treasure pavilion. That bargaining space, then, must be quite large. Thinking of this, Imobu-san revealed a sly old smile and said, Come, very first have a sip of spirit tea. Let's talk slowly. Next, Imobu-san spoke from the origins of Pilking Valley's initial planting of Dragon Blood Rice, talking all the way to the current situation of the world in an endless stream. He didn't mention a word about the Spirit Stones, but each sentence also made Lu Ningxuang feel as if the Dragon Blood Rice was really not worth much. When Lu Ningxuang furrowed her brows and a complicated look passed through her eyes, Guli in front of the light screen opened her mouth again. Ooh, looks like this girl has been fooled by that guy Mo Lao-san. With that, she turned her head to look at Yang with a few gloating looks on her face and flirted. Yang was still leisurely sipping the spirit tea in his tea light, his expression calm and self-possessed. Anyway, this Dragon Blood Rice is white whoring. Cannot sell the price on the price. Anyway, can also rely on Lu Ningxuang return. Panic Akumba. However, there's something wrong with Master Teacher today. Why is she talking in a gloomy manner? Was it because he had gotten something good but hadn't honored her and made her angry? Thinking about this, Yang sneaked a glance at Guli, but unexpectedly bumped right into her eyes. Holy, it's over. Chapter 8, if she resists, kill her. What are you looking at me for? Guli's willow eyebrows slightly raised, her almond eyes rounded. That scolding tone was just like a breeze with warmth and spring, gentle but with a hint of unquestionable flavor. Could it be that the master is wrong? Yang busily gulped down the spirit tea that was still in his mouth, and instantly piled up a pleasing smile on his face as he snorted. Right. What master said is alright. Ningxuang, this girl, the first time in the Jianghu, experience is still shallow, which can be Mo Old 3 that old fox's opponent. Seeing him soften in this manner, Guli nodded slightly in satisfaction, and her green onion white jade finger gently tapped Yang in the air as she asked, Say, where did you get all this Dragon Blood Rice? And, what do you need so many spirit stones for? Yang pondered slightly, and in an instant, he made up his mind and decided to bury the secret of his possession of the system deep in his heart. Instead of leading to a bunch of troublesome questions, it was better to put it all on Yue. Anyway, most of the wealth he has accumulated over the years has been gleaned from Yue. With this thought, Yang gently put down his tea. His eyes leisurely looked in the direction of the sect's secret realm, and with a long sigh, he said, Some years ago, Wei Wei was heartbroken for her apprentice, and thinking that she could let me live for a few more years, she tried her best to get some Dragon's Blood Rice. Unfortunately, at this point in time, these Dragon Blood Rice have long since ceased to be useful. As he spoke, he raised a trembling hand, pretending to wipe the non-existent tear tracks from the corner of his eye, and continued. The apprentice thinks that if I can cultivate Ningxuang into a talented person, she will definitely become a great help to you and Wei Wei in the future. When Yang opened his mouth, it was like a babbling brook, and he rambled on for a full incense stick of time. This time, Guli didn't put on a high and cold demeanor like usual, but instead looked focused and listened extremely carefully. Recently, the friction between the Xiantian sect and the soul-devouring demon palace had become more and more frequent, and the casualties of the sect's disciples had been increasing. If a few outstanding characters could emerge from the younger generation of disciples, they might be able to ruthlessly suppress the arrogant flames of the demon palace. After all, the clan war has not yet been officially fought. At the moment these small frictions all rely on the young disciples who rush to the forefront of the hard shoulder. If Lu Ningxuan was really the legendary Xianin body as Yang had said, and was related to the Lu family of Qinglan Prefecture, then a number of years later, the Xian Tian sect would be able to avenge the Lu family under the banner of avenging the Lu family. Standing on the moral high ground, he declared war on the soul-devouring demon palace openly and honestly. Thinking about this, Gu Li's willow brows stretched, and the corner of her mouth hung a pleased smile as she said, all right, I see that you, are just determined to take this pretty girl as your disciple. With that, she raised her chin towards the tea at the bottom of the tea, and flirted while Yang got up to pour the water. Let's make a deal. It's okay for you to take on a disciple, but don't have any crooked thoughts. As the words fell, Gu Li's face steeped in solemnity, and he said with a straight face, otherwise, Master will have to take care of you for that Yue girl. Master nah, the apprentice is half in the ground. How can he have any other thoughts? Yang spoke while carrying a teapot and also filled his own tea light with water. His tone bland yet sincere. My disciple only wants to do something more for my master. For the clan. Before I die. This time, Gu Li didn't have the patience he had earlier and waved his hand, interrupting Yang's long speech. Alright, cut out the wishy-washy talk. Let's just see what this girl is going to do next. Yan nodded, a bemused smile on his face, before turning his gaze to the light screen in front of the two men. At this time, in the multi-treasure pavilion in Sanyu City, Imobu-san was still continuing to ramble on, but on the contrary, Lu Ningxuan was still locked in a frown. After a few moments, Imobu-san realized that the time was ripe. He stretched out his fingers and tapped the storage bag on the table that held 100 pounds of dragon blood rice, a shrewd smile on his face as he said, ever since the multi-treasure pavilion entered Kanglan Prefecture, it has been indebted to the Xian Tian sect for its many care. We are not only allies who work hand in hand and advance and retreat together, but we are also friends in need and family. The old man makes the call. Imobu-san deliberately paused for a moment, and his penetrating shrewd eyes landed on Lu Ningxuan's pretty face. He tried to judge from her expression how to make an appropriate offer. However, just in the gap between his pauses, Lu Ningxuan was the first to open her mouth. Multi-treasure pavilion is worthy of being the continent's #1 chamber of commerce. The pattern is breathtaking. I don't. Lu Ningxuan picked up her tea and interrupted Mo Bison, who had only just wanted to speak. Ningxuan will use tea as a substitute for wine to toast Senior Mo. Thank you Senior for making it happen. With this maneuver, she had not only straightened out Imobu-san, even Yang and Gu Li, who were in front of the light screen, revealed shock. What a great girl. Imobu-san hated to ruthlessly smack himself a few big mouths at this moment. Blame yourself. Just now pulled half a day. Padding is quite a lot. But just shut up about the matter of spirit stones. Now it's good. This girl grabs a point and starts snapping her hat. If he didn't take her up on this, Duo Baogu would appear to have no pattern. But if she took it, then she would have to set the price of this dragon's blood rice. Thinking of this, Imobu-san took a deep breath and prepared to open his mouth to explain. Unexpectedly, Lu Ningxuan grabbed before him and spoke extremely fast, like a flying sword to get the words out. Senior Mo, just now on the way to the multi-treasure pavilion, my youngest daughter saw a stall selling dragon blood rice in the marketplace with a sign of 16,000 spirit stones or two. This is 160,000 spirit stones for one catty na. It's really a bit expensive. We are all allies and family friends. How about 150,000 pounds a catty? What do you think? While Lu Ningxuan said that, she also skillfully returned all the words that Imobu-san had said before. Exasperated, Mo Laosan's heart furiously shouted MMP. The price of 150,000 spirit stones almost locked out the profits of the dragon's blood rice. If he received this batch of spiritual rice and was unable to get rid of all of it in a short period of time, then this single business would be a heavy loss. But the words have been said to this point. Friends and relatives entrusted themselves to collect some dragon's blood rice. If you do not accept, you can become an unkind and unrighteous generation. In and out. Mo Laosan's brows twisted into a ball as he racked his brain thinking about how to keep the price down. Right at this moment, Lu Ningxuan slowly got up, and that orchid-like fragrance then drifted out. She moved lightly with lotus steps, walked to Imobu-san, slightly blessed herself, and said with a hint of just the right amount of adoration in her tone. When Master mentioned the multi-treasure pavilion, the first thing that came to mind was Senior Mo. He said that Elder Mo is a benevolent, generous man with an even more unique vision, and ordered my daughter to be sure to show her sincerity in terms of price. How much others sell, then we must be lower than others. So it's called win-win cooperation. In response, Mo Laosan could only sigh quietly in his heart, and barely managed to squeeze out an extremely awkward smile on his face. You've said your piece. What can I say? Fine. I'll take whatever you say to sell. Ugh. As the first chamber of commerce on the continent, Duo Bo Gu, Since it is a business of buying and selling, reputation and credibility is the most important thing. If we don't collect this batch of dragon's blood rice at a price of 150,000 spirit stones a caddy today, this girl out of the door of the multi-treasure pavilion. In the marketplace so I yell. Then their own this branch of the pavilion even finished. Thinking about this, Imobu-san glanced deeply at Lu Ningxuang in front of him, and a murderous intent surged steeply in his heart. However, killing someone here would be too much of a commotion, so Imobu-san thought about it before finally taking the storage bag on the table into his arms. Fairy is right. Cooperation is the only way to win. With that, he handed Lu Ningxuang a heavy storage bag and continued. Here are 15 million spirit stones. Please keep them. Fairy. With a smile on her lips, Lu Ningxuang took the storage bag and after carefully counting it, she steadily put it into her arms. And then, she bowed to Imobu-san and said, "Thank you Senior Mo. The amount of spirit stones is huge. Please forgive me Senior Mo. The young woman needs to return to the sect immediately." At this moment, Mo Laosun's heart is not to mention how suffocated, more difficult than eating a fly. Londago did not want to say one more word to Lu Ningxuang. He rose and returned the salute. Coldly. Fairy be my guest. After Lu Ningxuang left, Mo Laosan had a cold face and sat back down again. After some contemplation, a voice as cold as a chilly wind came out of his mouth. Shadow guards. Go and take back the woman's spirit stone just now. If she dares to resist, kill it. Yes, boss. Chapter 9, Murder or Lust? With 10 million spirit stones in her pocket, Lu Ningxuang, who should have returned to the Xiantian sect at a rapid pace, looked as if she had completely forgotten about it. She actually strolled around the marketplace, her beautiful eyes looking around as if she was worried about something. At this moment, the 5 elements returning sword hanging at her waist quietly lit up with a hidden light. Immediately afterward, the voice of the sword spirit came out from the light screen on Daoxian Peak. Master, a few thieves have set their sights on Lu Ningxuang. How many people are on the other side and what is their cultivation level? Guli lightly sipped his tea, his expression careless, and leisurely asked back. 3 people, the leader is at the Yuanying stage, and the remaining 2 are all Jiadan. Sword Spirit's report caused Yang Huan's heart to thump, and a wave of worry welled up. He looked over at Lu Ningxuang, who was fiddling with the spirit herbs as if nothing had happened. In the light screen, before moving his gaze back to Guli, Guli sensed his eyes and blankly glanced at him, then faced the light screen and faintly spoke. The Xiantian sect spirit stones aren't for anyone to grab. Sword Spirit understands. As soon as the Sword Spirit's voice fell, Yang felt Guli's torch-like gaze, staring straight at him. Are you worried about this girl, or are you worried about this 15 million spirit stones? To Yang, the value of Lu Ningxuang could be too much more important than spirit stones. In just 2 days, what was gleaned from her was not only dragon blood rice, but also the even more precious heaven-swallowing rage, dragon abyss spirit jiao, and sycamore fire phoenix meat. Despite her current status as an infernal, it's definitely a huge loss to have less of a tool person like her. Thinking back to that year, when my disciple was captured by the soul-devouring demon palace, Master Weiwei led Weiwei to kill to the demon abyss purgatory. My disciple still remembers that Master said back then that a living person is far more valuable than a spirit stone. Yang Li's words caused Guli to be speechless. She furrowed her willow brows and spat darkly. Are you comparable to Lu Ningxuang? Yu Wei's obsession is you. As long as you are alive, she is the clan's heavenly pride, the clan's hope for the future. For your sake, Yu Wei will continue to create miracles on the path of immortal cultivation. But what value does Lu Ningxuang have? Whether or not she was the legendary Xianin body remained to be confirmed. Taking a step back, even if she was a Xianin body that had yet to grow up would do far more harm than good to the sect. Although the Xiantian sect didn't fear any of the other forces, but once the news of the Xianin body leaked out, it was bound to cause endless trouble. Thinking of this, Guli's eyes glazed over, and in order to appease Yang, she feigned a sigh and said in a softer tone, she's only at the qi refining stage. Against Yuanying and Jiadan, there's no chance of survival, unless she is exceptionally gifted and can drive the 5 elements returning sword. Then, the implication in Guli's words basically sentenced Lu Ningxuang to death. Yang slowly closed his eyes, and a few hints of regret surfaced on that weathered and wrinkled face. Since Master Teacher could say such words, it meant that she had already given up on Lu Ningxuang. The 5 elements returning sword was the Xiantian sect's Jinzong immortal weapon, and could not be manipulated by cultivators who were not at the Mahayana stage or above. Even a transitional stage powerhouse like Guli couldn't fully utilize the full power of the immortal sword. Lu Ningxuang only had the cultivation of the qi refining stage, and it was estimated that she couldn't even sheath her immortal sword, so it seemed that her trip was going to be very unfortunate. However, Sanya City belonged to the Xiantian sect's territory, So who would be so bold as to plot against the Shintian sex cultivators? Thinking of this, Yang opened his cloudy eyes, and a stern color flashed in his eyes. Sword Spirit, these three are from the soul-devouring demon palace? This seed has not detected a nasty demonic aura on them. Yang rested one hand on his elbow, the other hand kept rubbing his chin. If it wasn't someone from the soul-devouring demon palace, then which side of the force would it be? Duo Baogu has always had a good reputation. Never seen them kill people to get rid of goods. Could these three be seeing color? Alas, a miscalculation. Should have known better than to let her go. Looking at Lu Ningxuang, who was still strolling through the marketplace in the light screen, an anxious look appeared on Yang's wrinkled face. For the first time in 1,000 years, Guli had seen Yang being so attached to a woman, and a trace of doubt could not help but flood his heart. She stared intently at Yang's face for several breaths, and other than seeing that he was a bit dejected, she did not detect any other unusual emotions. It seemed that this disciple of his did not have any male or female feelings for Lu Ningxuang, and he really wanted to cultivate talents for the sect. With this in mind, Guli pinched out a seal and punched it into the light screen, then gently patted Yang's shoulder and softly said in relief, "Master has unlocked a sword she sealed in the 5 elements returning sword, which can save that girl's life at a critical moment." When Yang heard this, his eyes steepened and he immediately got up and respectfully bowed towards Guli. "Thank you, Master." In the 5 elements returning sword, 3 sword chi of varying power were warmed. The one that Guli had unsealed was a sword chi that could be replenished by human power. Hundreds of years ago, when Yang was kidnapped by the soul-devouring demon palace, he had seen Guli execute this sword chi, the power of a sword, like God's punishment in the world, unrivaled. The Mahayana cultivator touches dead, and even the ferrying stage cultivator should also avoid the front. With this sword chi in place, Lu Ningxuang was steady. When the two's gazes fell back onto the light screen, they found Lu Ningxuang negotiating with a stall owner. "Big brother, this is the chi-gathering pill refined by our Shintian sex Dan Peak, one of which can be worth 3 unusual ones. If you use it at a critical moment, it can save your life. Compared to a life, 1,000 spirit stones apiece. Do you think it's expensive?" The stall owner, who was already charmed by Lu Ningxuang's overwhelming beauty, only wanted to talk to her more at the moment. Where did one care how many spirit stones the chi-gathering pill was worth? "It's not expensive. It's not expensive. It's a fair price. How many you have?" "Big brother, I'll take them all." Seeing the stall owner's bravado and his complete disregard for spirit stones, Lu Ningxuang gave him a bright smile. "Big brother, not only is your cultivation profound, but you are also a person who knows what he is talking about." Saying that, she took out 2 small porcelain vials and placed them in the stall owner's hands, saying sweetly, "Here are 20 chi-gathering pills and 20,000 spirit stones. Thank you, big brother. Big brother is really nice." The owner of the stall was completely lost under the attack of a big brother. The old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum as he received the chi-gathering pill in a confused manner. "Maisie, since your big brother has also called, why don't we exchange transmission jade jewels?" "Big brother, I'm sorry, I don't have a summoning jade disc yet." Lu Ningxuang politely refused the stall owner's request to add a friend, and then a regretful expression appeared on her pretty face as she continued, "Master will often let me come to the marketplace to pick up goods. If there is fate, we will definitely meet again. Next time definitely." In this way, Lu Ningxuang sold all of the pills she had gotten from Yang, as well as the pits she had gotten from the outer gate before. In the marketplace, there were more than 100,000 spirit stones in his pocket all of a sudden. Meanwhile, in the hut at Daoxian Peak, Yang and Guli saw this series of operations of hers, and both of them glanced at each other with doubts in their eyes. "Senior, what do you think she needs so many spirit stones for?" Guli shook his head in response. "It's not like Master is a worm in her stomach, but Master is more curious. Where did she get so many pills from?" Yang skimmed his mouth, and in his heart he said, "She has been hanging out in the outer door for so long, and her reputation is so bad. It is not a normal operation to pit some elixir." After the small interlude, Lu Ningxuang had already left the marketplace and was traveling towards the ready-made clothing store she had come from. When the shopkeeper saw that Lu Ningxuang had returned in less than an hour, he immediately put on a smiling face and greeted him. Fairy went and returned. "The small store is really flourishing now." With a huge amount of spirit stones in her pocket, Lu Ningxuang spoke with much more confidence. She pointed to the gold silk white cloud satin behind the shopkeeper and laughed. "Boss, what is the price of this dress?" The shopkeeper held out a finger and responded with a smile. "This garment is priced at 100,000 spirit stones." Seeing that Lu Ningxuang wasn't scared off by the price, his eyes rolled back and he began to gabble about it. This garment was crafted by the masters of Phantom Dream City, after 981 procedures and 3 years of light. Clunk! Lu Ningxuang directly threw a storage bag on the counter. "Boss, wrap it up. I bought it to honor my master. You must help me wrap it delicately. Chapter 10, Brushing Master's Density. This girl is quite filial. Guli's gaze was fixed on the light screen, watching Luningxuan walk out of the ready-to-wear store beautifully, and coldly ventured this sentence. Yang subconsciously glanced towards Guli, but was shocked to find that her bright eyes flickered with a different color. For a moment, his expression froze. Nima, how to turn around and curse. Why don't you just say that the old man has no filial piety? If you want me to give it all to you, just take whatever you like, and if you frown at me, I'll be counted as a loser. Put. Guli couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out softly when she saw Yang's deflated appearance. With that, he said with a forced laugh, alright, all of you are a handful of years old. The master said you a couple of words and you still have a temper? When Yang heard this, his white eyebrows instantly raised, and his heart screamed in displeasure. One curse isn't enough. Why are you coming on strong? What do you mean you're old? I'm only 1,000 years old, okay? In terms of age, you're a lot older than me. Mention age. Master and disciple for a while. Yang surprisingly still didn't know how old his master was. He hurriedly looked away from his head and put on a sullen look, then contacted the system in his mind. Master Unity, open the attribute panel. I'd like to see how old she is. Name Guli. Power, Xian Tian Sect. Age, 3721. Cultivation level, 3rd level of the transition. Charm value, 93. Intimacy, 95. Mystery number, 0. Others, 5 elements spiritual body. At nearly 4,000 years old, Guli is still more in line with Yang's expectations. However, an intimacy as high as 95 caused countless question marks to arise in Yang Huan's heart. Hasn't Master Teacher always treated me with indifference? How can he have such a high intimacy? Doesn't it stand to reason that the higher the intimacy, the more intimate you should act? Master Unity, did you have another bug? System? Even though Yang was filled with questions that desperately needed to be answered, the system clearly had no intention of responding to him. Looking further down, in Guli's attribute panel, the column that said birthday happened to be today. Yang instantly came to a realization. No wonder the master teacher is gloomy today, talking sourly, and he can't see Luningxuan treating him well. Turns out she was jealous. To be precise, she was jealous. How could Yang not expect that a woman who was almost 4,000 years old would still have a temper as capricious as a little girl? There's really nothing you can do about her. Thinking of this, a faint light slowly flickered on Yang's pale palm. Immediately afterward, the palm of his hand snapped downward, gently brushing past the tabletop. In the blink of an eye, 5 exquisite jade boxes were moved from the system space to the table. With a hint of suspicion in her eyes, Guli surveyed the jade box on the table and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, Huan, are you planning to show off your wealth in front of Master? As she spoke, her jade finger formed a hook and tapped the nearest jade box as she continued. Not as the fall of the state of the sky crystal jade well. These pieces of jade look as just a head bigger. Workmanship well, look also ordinary. With Guli's spat on Yang's forehead, it was as if 3 black lines were instantly pulled down, and his face darkened considerably. He was too lazy to bother explaining, and directly put his fingers together, condensed a stream of pure aura, and gently opened one of the jade boxes. At that moment, a clear and pleasant phoenix sound suddenly came out from the box. Immediately afterward, the entire hut seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious and powerful force, and the air was filled with an ancient, sacred and awe-inspiring aura. The moment the jade box was opened, a dazzling golden light shot up from the box, illuminating the entire room. Amidst the golden light, the shadow of a phoenix slowly emerged. Its posture was elegant, as if it were a fairy dancing in the 9 heavens, and its feathers were like clusters of burning flames, emitting a fiery and radiant light. Around the phoenix silhouette, the silhouette of a sycamore tree also appeared. The trunk of the tree is thick and solid, and the bark shows traces of age, as if it has witnessed countless changes of spring and fall. Sycamore fire phoenix? Guli's beautiful eyes instantly widened, incredulity written all over her pretty face. She subconsciously covered her red lips tightly and let out a cry filled with awe. The vision lasted for a few breaths before dissipating into the air, and then revealed the sycamore fire phoenix meat in the jade box. Yang picked up the jade box and placed it in Guli's hands with a respectful tone. Happy birthday to the most beautiful teacher in the whole world. Year after year after year. The sudden blessing made Guli a bit overwhelmed for a moment. After freezing for several breaths, a warm current of happiness, like a trickle, slowly grew from the bottom of her heart. If you did the math, it had been at least 2,000 years since the last time someone had celebrated her birthday. Every year for over 2,000 long years, she had spent this day almost alone. No blessings, no greetings, much less such a precious gift. Guli had almost forgotten that today was his birthday. It was no wonder that an inexplicable sourness welled up in her heart when she saw Lu Ningxuan caring for Yang. At this moment, her beautiful eyes glittered with crystal tears. In order to prevent Yang Li from seeing this fragile, humiliating side of herself, Gu Li clutched the jade box tightly and quickly turned her head away, secretly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. However, the moment she glanced back, the slightly reddened eyes still didn't escape Yang's eyes. As a veteran dog licker, at this time, Yang naturally knew what to say and what not to say. He gave Gu Li a bright smile, and then one by one, he opened the jade boxes on the table. When all the visions had disappeared, he softly introduced Gu Li. The master treats the old man. Treats the disciple with kindness like the sea. The disciple has no way to repay. These 5 spirit items are a small token of appreciation from my disciple. I hope that master will smile. The apprentice has always wanted to pick an auspicious day to honor his master, and after thinking about it, the apprentice feels that today is still the most appropriate. Surprise, emotion, and happiness almost flooded Gu Li's heart, and she reached out her hand, interrupting Yang, choking. For the teacher, alas, really do not know what to say. Looking at these rare treasures on the table that are almost extinct in the world, Gu Li only felt her heartbeat steeply accelerating, and her pretty face instantly climbed up with a blush, like a delicate peach blossom blooming in spring. Thanks. It is proper for an apprentice to honor his master. A smile spread across Yang's old face. His mouth said humble and coy words, but his heart was full of anticipation for the system's beep. After all, he had given such an expensive gift, and the master was so moved by himself that he was incoherent. It's time to get some proximity up anyways. However, the system like a bug, waiting for half a day, not it squeak, unable to do anything about it. Yang Huan sighed in his heart and had to make another effort. My disciple's talent is dull, so I can't be like Vivi and stand shoulder to shoulder with my master on the immortal path. However, my disciple knows that master is a 5-element spiritual body, so if he enjoys these 5 spiritual items, his cultivation is bound to make a breakthrough. The sycamore fire phoenix is of fire, the swallowing heavenly fury swine is of earth, and the dragon abyss spirit Jiao is of water. Gazing at Yang's face, which had years written all over it, Gu Li's thoughts drifted to a long time ago. At that time, Yang was still young, with a handsome face and exquisitely defined features, like a finely carved work of art. The figure was straight and slender, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, and the lines were smooth and full of power, as if it was a masterpiece carefully carved by the heavens. Even though his qualifications were mediocre and he was the most inconspicuous pseudo-spirit root, his appearance grew right into her heart. Countless soulful nights. As her thoughts reached this point, Gu Li took a deep breath and gently shook her head, shaking the distracting thoughts from her mind. Gu Li, what are you thinking? He's your disciple, and even more so, Yu Wei's Dao partner. How can he have such dirty thoughts? Besides, he's not going to live long. While Gu Li secretly blamed himself in his heart, his eyes inadvertently flicked back to Yang, and then he once again revealed a shocked expression. I saw you yesterday when you were still at the 3rd level of qi refining. How come you're at the 4th level today? Yang sniffed, and was just about to make up a reason in an attempt to muddle through, but unexpectedly, Lu Ningxuan's exclamation of surprise came from the light screen. Who are you? Chapter 11. What are you frothing for? Out with the sword. Who are you? GGG, forgetting about us so soon? The thieves that the sword spirit had spoken of finally appeared. 2 of them, while the other one was hiding in the distance, staring intently at this side. Killing is forbidden in Sonyu City, and everyone who violates the ban is executed. But if you get out of the city, there are no such constraints. Lu Ningxuan had originally planned to return to the clan immediately after leaving Sonyu City, but unexpectedly, he was stopped just a few steps after stepping out of the city gates. The moment, seeing 2 Jiedan stage cultivators blocking Lu Ningxuan, who was only at the qi refining stage, the faces of the people passing by all showed a look of regret. That little girl is so pathetic to have met the Huo brothers. Who says it isn't? This Huo brothers are notorious for their lustful behavior, and the blame is only on the girl being born too beautiful. Alas, it looks like there's going to be another body in the mass grave north of the city tonight. Suddenly, a voice overpowered the chatter of the eating crowd. You guys, look at that girl's waist tag. She's a disciple of the Xintian sect. Wow! With this voice, the crowd at the city gates all let out a gasp of surprise. In the Kanglan realm, the Xintian sect was a well-deserved hegemon. Even if the disciples under the door were to commit unprovoked evil, kill and set fire to people, no one would dare to touch them in the slightest. The Huo brothers had the audacity to molest the Xintian sect disciples in broad daylight. The oldest, Huo Jingliang, and the second, Huo Jingchen, exchanged glances, and both of them detected a hint of retreat in the other's eyes. However, They had already collected the Shadow Guard's spirit stones. If they couldn't snatch back the storage bag on the beautiful woman, then the two brothers would be dead. However, who would have expected that the woman in front of them, who was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, would be a disciple of the Xiantian sect? Offending the Xiantian sect was equivalent to a death sentence. At this moment, the brothers' hearts were burning with rage, wishing to chop up the shadow guards of the Duobao Pavilion and feed them to the dogs. Though the brothers have developed a sense of withdrawal, the knife-edge days of the past have stirred up their bloodlust. As the old saying goes, wealth and riches are in the eye of the beholder, and since going in and out is a death sentence, you might as well take a chance. In terms of strength, the other party was only at a mere chi refining stage, and the brothers' cultivation was 2 large realms higher than Lu Ningfeng's. If they fought, they could completely crush her. In terms of intelligence, the two brothers had countless means of flattening her with their years of experience in bullying the good and fearing the bad. The beauty in front of her was too young and obviously had no experience in the jungle, so what waves could she turn? A look of determination gradually appeared in the brothers' eyes. They nodded to each other, and hideous smiles ensued on their ugly faces. Even the eyes that gazed at Lu Ningxuan showed strong greed and lust. Seeing them laughing and pressing towards her, a look of fear surfaced on Lu Ningxuan's pretty face. However, having received that inhumane training from the soul-devouring demon palace since she was a child, she wouldn't be an ordinary woman. Even though Lu Ningxuan's cultivation wasn't as good as the Hua brothers, how could she really be afraid of them? The district is only at the Jiedan stage. Lu Ningxuan's jade hand climbed onto the hilt of the 5 elements returning sword, her beautiful eyes staring intently at the Hua brothers in front of her, just in case they rose up to injure someone. Killing is forbidden in Sonyu City. As long as they enter the city, the two of them wouldn't dare to make a move even if they had great skill. Besides, I still have the 5 elements returning sword in my hand. With this thought in her mind, she then moved her feet, while keeping a safe distance from them, and slowly circled around, leaning towards the gates. Bold fanatic. My master's ancestor is Xin Gui Fairy of the Xiantian sect. Guli, you're killing yourselves. Lu Ningxuan droned, but it didn't have the desired effect. Seeing that Lu Ningxuan wanted to return to Sonyu City, Huolawei'er took an arrow step to stop behind her, then laughed strangely. It's you who are bold enough to impersonate a Xiantian sect disciple. As Lu Ningxuan turned back, Boss Hua yelled again. Bah! You shameless! Quickly return the spirit stones you cheated me of. With the Hua brothers' tacit cooperation, they managed to block Lu Ningxuan in front of the city gates. She was in a dilemma as she could neither enter nor retreat. Even after bringing out Gu Li, the Xiangu fairy, he failed to deter the Hua brothers. Lu Ningxuan's heart tightened, and the jade hand that was holding the hilt of the sword lifted upwards, revealing a section of the bright and clear blade. However, more blades remained hidden in their scabbards, failing to be drawn by her. In the heat of the moment, Lu Ningxuan knitted her eyebrows tightly and read silently in her heart. Lord Sword Spirit, disciple can only rely on you. Please save disciple. The other side. The Hua brothers' public opinion campaign was quite successful, and at this moment, there was a change in the way people looked at Lu Ningxuan. Such a pretty girl's family, but she's a liar. TSK, TSK. That's what you don't understand. My mom always said that the prettier the woman, the better she is at cheating. She's really bold too, lying to no one but Boss Hua. Seeing that the situation was great, Hua Jingliang smiled maliciously and took a few more steps closer to Lu Ningxuan's direction. Leave the storage bag behind, and Laozi will let you off the hook today. Hua Jingchen, who was far away, turned his bull's eyes and immediately understood his big brother's meaning and shouted after him. Jia, if you really lack spirit stones, properly accompany our brother and sister for a few days. Relying on the body to earn spirit stones is not shameful. Bah, you're being too deceitful. Lu Ningxuan, who had been silent for a long time, was so ashamed that she shouted out with all her might. Immediately after that, the jade hand holding on the hilt of the sword lifted upward with force. Clang! The 5 elements returning sword was sheathed. In a flash, the sword aura was like a rainbow, and the powerful sword chi cut through the surrounding space, forming a sharp sword net. The scene of Lu Ningxuan drawing her sword not only shocked the Hua brothers as well as the surrounding crowds of melon eaters, but it also caused immortal Shen Gui's original self in front of the light screen to stand up. How could this girl have such a talent for sword Dao? Looking at Lu Ningxuan, who was dressed in a plain dress and standing proudly with a sword, a brilliant light likewise erupted from Yang's cloudy eyes. With a cultivation level of the chi refining stage, he was actually able to make the 5 elements returning sword unsheath. Gifted. Master, do you think that with her cultivation level, she can smooth out the predicament at hand? Guli raised her willow eyebrows, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up in a nice curvature as she lightly laughed. Since this girl was able to make the immortal sword come out of its sheath, then the next thing is not a matter of cultivation. After saying that, Ghoulie pinched up his sword finger and struck a sword chi towards the light screen. Sword spirit, try her depths. There's no rush to use your sword energy. Yes, master. After receiving a response from the sword spirit, Ghoulie turned his head towards Young. You continue to watch here, while master makes a trip to Sonyu City. With this girl's current cultivation, she can't withstand the power of an immortal weapon. And if she's not careful, she might die. Yan nodded. He had absolute confidence in his master's strength. Thank you, master. I don't know what to say about you. Ghoulie shook her head with a faint smile. Her jade hand waved lightly, and the 5 jade boxes on the table disappeared along with her figure. When Yang's gaze fell back to the light screen, the storm of sword chi in front of the gates of Sonyu City had already converged as much as it could. Lu Ningxuan also didn't expect to be able to drive an immortal sword. However, after a brief moment of stupefaction, she realized that the aura in her body was being continuously drawn by the immortal sword. 10 breaths, maybe just 5 would drain the aura from it. Just when she didn't know what to do, the sword spirit's voice reached her ears. What are you waiting for? Come out with your sword. Chapter 12. Ningxuan was robbed, and the mysterious power was activated. The sword spirit's voice just dissipated. Lu Ningxuan's bright eyes, which were like the waters of a clear lake, were instantly drenched in the color crimson. It was just like a burning sea of blood, permeated with endless killing intent. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her stance standing proudly. It was like a snowy cold plum blooming on the ice field. Absolutely beautiful but with deadly danger. The eyes seemed like 2 cold ons, deadlocking on Huo Lao Air in front of the city gate. A white plain skirt without wind automatic. 3000 green silk is upside down waterfall. Flying wild dance. The biting murderous aura emanating from Lu Ningxuan's body was like the cold wind from the 9 ghosts of hell. Icy cold to the bone. Everywhere it went, the air seemed to freeze. In the face of this intense killing aura, Elder Huo was instantly scared to the point that his sweaty hair stood on end. Like a frightened hare, his body trembled uncontrollably. He truly felt the scent of death, a fear that went deep into his bones. It was as if a large, invisible hand was tightening around his throat. Out of the sword, the corners of Lu Ningxuan's mouth rose slightly, evoking a cruel yet charming smile. It was like a blood-colored rose blooming in the night sky, absolutely beautiful but deadly. In the 10 years she lived in the soul-devouring demon palace, everything she learned was not a vicious move to kill. If the sword comes out, it will be a killing sword. Take your life. She let out a cold cry, like the fury of the 9 heavenly maidens, her voice crisp yet full of intimidation. The delicate body was like an arrow off the string, swiftly sprinting towards Huo Lao Air at the city gate. On the run, her jade hand was like a fluttering butterfly as she swung 3 swords in a row. In an instant, the sword flashed, just like a meteor that cut through the night sky. The invisible sword chi whistled out, swirling up the dust on the ground as if it was a giant yellow dragon, instantly obscuring the 2 of them. When the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, Lu Ningxuan's white plain skirt was still spotless, as pure as the first snow. Huo Lao Air's body, on the other hand, had already been chopped into 4 pieces, and blood spurted out like a spring, soaking the ground under the city gate into a sea of blood. The distant boss Huo witnessed his younger brother's tragic death under Lu Ningxuan's sword, and his face instantly became as pale and bloodless as white paper. How could he not believe that this seemingly weak woman in front of him was able to cross 2 steps in a row and so easily cut down a Jedan stage cultivator under her sword? However, his brother's death did not make Boss Huo fearful, but instead, it was like igniting the fire of anger in his heart and stirring up his bloodlust. In an instant, his Jedan stage cultivation fully erupted, and a powerful aura surged out from within him. A battle sword emitting a cold light appeared in his hand. The lines on the blade seemed to be the whispers of a demon, transmitting an endless killing intent. Clang! The wielded battle sword emitted a deafening wind-breaking sound, and the blade that flashed with a cold aura struck straight towards Lu Ningxuan. *******, give my brother back his life. Boss Huo roared, his voice filled with anger and grief as if he were a wounded beast roaring. The Jedan stage cultivation fully exploded, like a river breaking its banks. It was overwhelming. Not only does Boss Huo himself firmly believe that he can avenge his brother's death, even the crowd of onlookers are certain that Lu Ningxuan will surely become a dead soul under his blade. When the battle sword held a thunderous momentum, ready to chop her into pieces, a hint of disdain flashed in Lu Ningxuan's eyes, as if she was looking at an insignificant ant. Her delicate figure seemed like a dancing fairy as she lightly dodged the battle sword in an extremely elegant position. Immediately, her jade foot lightly tapped the ground, and she took 2 steps forward like a dragonfly pointing at the water. Just you? Her contemptuous voice seemed like a deathly murmur from hell, cold and merciless, as if she had already pronounced Boss Huo's death sentence, only to see the tip of her sword gently point, like a butterfly lightly touching the stamen of a flower. The five elements returning sword quietly stabbed upwards from Boss Wa's back waist, instantly straight to the heart. Boss Wa couldn't react fast enough, only to feel a sharp pain coming from his waist, and his battle sword almost came off. His eyes widened in horror as he stared dead at Lu Ningxuang. How could he not believe that his hallowed Jiadan stage cultivation could not even resist one of her swords? How could you? How could you? Before the words were finished, blood gushed out of Boss Wa's mouth. Boss Wa. Hiss. When the crowd at the city gate saw this, none of them sucked in a breath of cool air. With a cultivation level of the Qi refining stage, he had killed 2 Jiadan stage cultivators with only 2 swords. This kind of thing, although I do not dare to assert that it has not been seen for ages, but at least it is also a strange thing that is rare in 10,000 years. She really only has a refining stage? My chow. I didn't blink, did I? This is real? If this girl grows up, she might be able to rival Sword Exalt. The crowd had expected this thrilling farce to end with the death of the Huo brothers. However, at some point, a mysterious man clad in black robes quietly appeared in front of the city gates. His figure was hidden under the black robe, and his true appearance could not be seen. Like a ghost in the darkness, his eyes were as cold as vipers, staring at the long sword in Lu Ningxuang's hand that emitted a mysterious aura. After a few breaths, he slowly stuck out the tip of his tongue and gently rolled it around his dry lips. The movement was as creepy as a venomous snake spitting out a letter. Then, in a hoarse voice, he said, I thought it was some kind of unrivaled heavenly pride, but it turns out that your reliance is on it. The man said, stretching out his withered hand and pointing at the immortal sword in Lu Ningxuang's hand as he continued. You forcefully drove the 5 elements returning sword, so I'm sure you're feeling bad at the moment. Ha ha ha. As the black-robed man had said, the condition inside Lu Ningxuan's body was terrible. Not only were the meridians of his entire body broken by more than 70 to 80%, as if they were shattered spider webs, even the internal organs were badly broken, as if they had suffered a catastrophe. It was a miracle that she was still standing at this moment. This person is in league with those 2 just now. His cultivation is far higher than yours. Don't be impulsive. The master is already on his way here. If you can delay for a moment. The sword spirit's uncharacteristic concern failed to achieve the result it wanted, only to see Lu Ningxuang raise her jade arm, her sword pointing at the black-robed man not far away, and said in a firm tone, no matter who you are, it's not that easy to kill me. The black-robed man sniffed, clasping his arms in front of him with both hands, and snorted. No, it would be a pity to kill you. If you are willing to be my cauldron, I will spare your life today. Ha ha ha. Feeling that the power in her body was rapidly draining away, Lu Ningxuang's brows knitted tightly, but her eyes showed no weakness. Even if there was no chance of winning, she wasn't going to give in. Parth? Lu Ningxuang sneered, her tone filled with contempt. Just by you. You want me to be your stove tripod? Dream on. A flash of surprise flashed through the black-robed man's eyes, which was then replaced by a cocky laugh. Ha ha ha, then I'd like to see how long you little girl can be tough. Before the words fell, the black-robed man's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Before the words fell, the black-robed man's figure suddenly disappeared in place like a ghost. In the next breath, he appeared in front of Lu Ningxuan with such speed that it was dizzying. The withered palm carried a cold palm wind, as if it was a ghostly hand in the cold night, and struck her straight in the chest. In the nick of time, the sword spirit's voice once again entered Lu Ningxuan's ears. If you are struck by this palm of his, there is absolutely no chance of you surviving. Let go of your mind and let this seed take over your body. There might be a chance of survival. Hearing the sword spirit say that, the stubborn Lu Ningxuan didn't do as she was told. Instead, a touch of madness surfaced in her eyes. At this moment, a scene of the past like a tidal wave came to mind. She thought of her best friend who had died under her sword during the grueling years in the soul-devouring demon palace, and thought of my mother, who was being held in purgatory by that abomination. September. I'm sorry, I promised that I would avenge you. Mother, my daughter wants to see you again so much. The mind murmured guilt for her girlfriends and thoughts of her mother. The madness in Lu Ningxuan's beautiful eyes was then replaced by a touch of determination. On the brink of despair, an unprecedented strength welled up inside her. Lu Ningxuan's body began to emit a faint ethereal light, and the ensuing power resonated with the 5 elements returning sword. Some kind of dormant power instantly sparked from within her body, and the terrifying aura caused the black-robed man to feel an unprecedented fear. It was as if he felt a stare from the abyss, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze. He took the risk of his chi and blood flowing backwards and retracted his palm that was about to land on Lu Ningxuan's chest. The sudden change caused the black-robed man to be cautious. What a weird ethereal light. What a terrifying aura. Who exactly is she? What in the world does Mo Lao-san have in mind? At this moment, the black-robed man's heart was raging like a tidal wave of resentment towards Mo Bu-san. He secretly vowed that once he solved Lu Ningxuan, he would definitely make Imobu-san pay. There was no such pitfall. Even if one was a shadow guard of the Duo Treasure Pavilion, one needed to listen to the orders of the branch pavilion master, but not so much as to be so utilized as a pawn to death. The black-robed man took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and gathered his entire body's aura in his palm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. With this palm, I will definitely take your life. He laughed fiercely, his eyes flashing with a crazy ferocious light, as if he had already seen Lu Ningxuang's collapsed figure. However, at this time of danger, the space in front of Lu Ningxuang was flooded with a strange ripple. At the center of the ripples, a delicate figure slowly revealed itself, as if it had traveled from another world. A dainty cry rang out as if it were thunder, resounding throughout the city gates. Unbridled. Chapter 13, It's not safe here. Stay at my place. Who gave you the courage to bully a disciple of my Xiantian sect? As Gu Li's words fell, the earth trembled and a palpitating power instantly enveloped the entire Songyu city. All of a sudden, shocking thunder raged above the firmament, and the atmosphere at the city gates was oppressive to the extreme. Jade feet have not yet landed. There are 6 lotus pads under the feet. Emerald-colored skirt set off Gu Li's exquisite posture, slowly condensed in front of the crowd. The emerald sleeves lightly shake the step of lotus, eyebrows like distant mountains containing frost and snow. Her skirt is swinging lightly in the wind, and her eyes are like cold stars shining in the end of the night. Her beauty was different from Lu Ningxuang's enchanting, but was as beautiful as an exiled fairy, not to be blasphemed, and one could not help but feel a sense of pilgrimage. Gu Li glanced sideways, then lightly waved her jade hand. An illusory lotus platform lifted up Lu Ningxuang, who was in a bizarre state, and protected her within it. Girl, gaze at your heart and protect your heart chakra. With this honored one here, no one can move you. After saying that, Gu Li's beautiful eyes looked straight at the black-robed man 3 feet away, and her powerful spiritual sense instantly recognized his identity. Oh, so it's the doppelganger that gave you the courage. With that, Gu Li formed his 5 fingers into claws and pinched them in the air towards the black-robed man. A large, invisible hand bound him tightly, squeezing and twisting his body. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking continuously resounded at the city gates, and the intense pain caused the black-robed man's eyes to glaze over, his pupils filled with fear and despair. Your honor, spare your life. Ah, no. The weak pleas for mercy didn't ease his pain, but instead caused Gu Li's willow brows to knit lightly, revealing a look of disgust. Bang! The black-robed man's body was crushed and exploded by an invisible hand, turning into a rain of blood that showered the entire city gate. Fear and shock filled everyone's hearts, and Gu Li's shock made the room a pin drop. Fei Qing, come see my father quickly. Gu Li's voice was not loud, but it seemed to ring like a flood bell over the city lord's mansion. At the same time, a gasp erupted from the crowd at the city gates. Heavens, it's Fairy Gu Li of Xiangui. I didn't expect that girl to really be immortal Xiangui's disciple. Qi Kong Mountain. Sun Jianghe pays his respects to immortal Xiangui. Morong family. Morong Bowen pays his respects to Fairy Xiangui. Gu Li ignored the crowd's pilgrimage and instead covered Lu Ningxuang with his spiritual sense. At this time, Lu Ningxuang had been wrapped in layers of ethereal light, and the icy, bone-piercing coldness had covered the lotus platform underneath her with a layer of frost and snow. After carefully probing the area, Gu Li raised her willow eyebrows and a look of delight appeared in her eyes. Lu Ningxuang's current state was exactly the characteristics of successive generations of Xianin bodies when they were activated. Once the Yin cold force in her body was completely awakened, the Xiantian sect would have one more heavenly pride that could rival Yue. Gu Li was secretly glad. This time, thanks to Yong. Otherwise the loss of Lu Ningxuang would definitely be the biggest loss for Xiantian sect in recent years. Fei Qing didn't know that your holiness had descended. Please forgive me. Mo Busan. Greetings to Fairy Xiangui. Along with Songyu City Lord Fei Qing, there was also Mo Busan of the Multi-Treasure Pavilion. The two of them were kneeling and standing, both of them doing the right amount of courtesy. Gu Li glanced coldly at Mo Busan and snorted coldly. You duo Bao Ge have a lot of guts. Mo Busan looked around. Then his eyes flinched and his expression became stiff as he thought in his heart. Big trouble. It's just a matter of grabbing spirit stones. How did this guy lure this great god here? What can be done about it? Just as Mo Busan was locking his brows and thinking of a way out, Gu Li's voice sounded again. Mo Lao San. This is the attitude you have when this honored one speaks to you? After he said that, the pressure of the ferrying stage erupted, enveloping Mo Busan's entire body in it. Mo Busan's body involuntarily trembled. His face turned pale, and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. With all his strength, he clasped his hands and bowed down towards Gu Li, his teeth chattering under the immense pressure. This father is too lazy to talk nonsense with you, Gu Li said, turning his head to look at Fei Qing on the side, his tone cold. Fei Qing, This honors you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Within 3 days, give this honors an explanation. Humph. After saying that, Guli stepped onto the six-spin lotus platform and took Lu Ningxuang far away. Even though Lu Ningxuang in the six-spin lotus platform was no longer visible at this time, Imobu-san still glanced inward. Just one glance shocked him. Xianin body. What Xianin body? Fei Qing saw a look of incredulity written all over Imobu-san's face and hurriedly asked in a small voice. Nothing. Imobu-san responded lightly. But inside, he was like a shocking wave that was difficult to calm down. The news of Xianin embodying the world and being accepted as a disciple and grandson by the Xiangu immortal Guli would definitely create a frenzy on the continent. More than 3,000 years ago, Lu Ruyan, the head of the Lu family, came out of nowhere with invincibility and fought all over the world without a single defeat. At less than 100 years old, Lu Ruyan's cultivation level had already reached the peak of the transitional succession stage. Her strength, her achievements, broke all records on the Xian demon continent. Her name became a legend in the hearts of countless cultivators. The world honors, as the Smoke Emperor. It was precisely because Ruyan Lu was a Xianin body that she was so accomplished. After she ascended, the Qinglan Lu family never produced another Xianin body, and the family fell out of favor. More than 2,000 years ago, the soul-devouring demon palace suddenly struck out at the Lu family, supposedly to explore the secrets of the Xianin body. However, the events of that year were too secretive, and with the fall of those and the no one after another, the events of that year were little known. Now that the Xianin body had reappeared, whether or not it signaled something, Imobu-san didn't know. All he knew was that the world, it was going to change. Read about it. Imobu-san cupped his fists towards Fei Qing and saluted solemnly. City Lord Fei, this puddle of flesh and blood on the ground is my Duobao Pavilion Shadow Guard. I don't know why he offended immortal Xiangui, but I, the multi-treasure pavilion, will never shirk this matter. The account that His Holiness wants, within 3 days, I will definitely send it to the City Lord's mansion. At that time, I would also like to ask City Lord Fei to put in a good word for me in front of His Holiness. Imobu-san took the opportunity to speak and imperceptibly handed Fei Qing a storage pouch. The two of them smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. On the other hand, Guli had already returned to Daoxian Peak with Lu Ningxuang. Even though Lu Ningxuang wasn't in a good state at the moment, she still handed over the storage bag full of spirit stones to Yang. Master, my disciple is fortunate to be able to do this. After she smiled sweetly towards Yang, her hanging heart and mind suddenly loosened, and her body followed suit. Falling into unconsciousness, Yang wanted to go forward and right her, but she was picked up by the back of Guli's neck and exited the room at speed. In the next breath, the house where Lu Ningxuang was located was covered by ice crystals glittering with an ethereal light and a chilling aura. Yang looked ahead and let out a long breath. If Guli wasn't at his side, he might have been frozen into an ice sculpture. This girl's Xianin body has begun to activate, Guli said as he tugged Yang's shoulder back a few more steps. By now, the ice crystals had expanded rapidly from the confines of the hut, covering the area where the two had just stood. Guli furrowed her willow brows and said in a serious tone, Daoxian Peak is afraid that it's not too safe for you anymore. During this period of time, why don't you go up to Master's Sovereign Peak and stay there first? Chapter 14, I'm going to practice protect me. Senior, this girl Ningxuang will be fine, right? Instead of immediately agreeing to live at the Sovereign Peak, Yang first cared about Lu Ningxuang, which caused Guli's heart to become displeased. I worked so hard to go to Tsanyu City to fetch someone back for you, but you're so good. You didn't even say a word of concern. I'm concerned about your safety and invited you to stay at the Patriarch's Peak, and you're still not happy about it? MMP. The more Guli thought about it, the more angry she became, and a layer of frost immediately enveloped her pretty face as she snorted coldly and waved her hand to summon a flying sword. Going or not? I'm leaving if you're not. Looking at the spreading ice crystals, Yang took his old legs and followed Guli onto the flying sword. Ding! Detected Lu Ningxuan gifting host with gold silk white cloud satin. Triggering 10,000 times cashback. Rewarding the very best immortal treasure, Void Phantom. Ding! Detected Lu Ningxuan gifting the host with 4 pieces of ordinary ready-made clothes. Triggering a 10,000 fold cashback. Rewarding 4 pieces of neon brocade. The system's beep was late but arrived. This return was surprisingly an immortal treasure that could only be found in the upper realm, and it was still of the very best grade. It's a fortune. Yan Huan was so excited in his heart that if it wasn't for Guli's presence, he really wanted to let out a long whistle to vent his heart's pleasure. In his perception, the world is made up of the high-latitude world and the low-latitude world. Legend has it that the world a cultivator reaches after ascending is known as the upper realm, and a world like the Xian demon continent was called the lower realm. Since the world was divided into upper and lower levels, the treasures were naturally divided into many levels as well. starting from the lowest spirit weapon. It was divided by grade into 4 subgrades: lower grade, middle grade, upper grade and extreme grade. Upwards were spiritual treasures, then immortal weapons, then immortal treasures, Hongmeng spiritual treasures, up to the legendary Chaos Supreme treasures. The Xian Tian Sect's explicit immortal weapon, the 5 elements returning sword, was a mid-grade immortal weapon. A mid-grade immortal weapon could be regarded as the clan's treasure, so the preciousness of an extremely high-grade immortal treasure was naturally self-evident. An excited smile appeared on Yang's old face, so happy that he almost fell off his flying sword. In the heat of the moment, his hands directly wrapped around Guli's slender waist. Guli was fully concentrating on his flying sword when he suddenly felt a tightness around his waist and a familiar man's scent came over him. Her heartbeat couldn't help but miss a beat, and her face couldn't help but blush. Yang, what are you doing? Guli pretended to be calm, but his tone carried a hint of panic. I almost fell. Yang also realized that he had lost his temper and quickly explained, with a hint of embarrassment in his voice. After he stabilized his stance, he immediately loosened his arms around Guli's body. Humph, next time be more careful. Guli gave him a blank look, but an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. Why didn't I resent being straddled by him at all? And why did I feel a little lost after he let go? Jesus, what's wrong with me? Between his wild thoughts, Guli rode the flying sword further and further away. When she was about to fly out of the Xian Tian sect, Yang's voice came from her ears. Senior, watch the road. This doesn't seem to be the way to the sect master peak. Embarrassment, capitalized embarrassment. Guli's forehead seemed to hang down with 3 black lines as she let out a cold snort, then maneuvered her flying sword to meander at extreme speeds towards the sect leader's peak. However, her maneuver could have made Yang so whole that she almost dropped her flying sword again. He had no choice but to put his arms around Guli's waist again and shouted against the wind. Master, you slow down. The disciple's cultivation cannot top it. Even though it was a bit ambiguous to be hugged by Yang like this, Guli's heart was still quite happy. She silently transported more aura and increased the speed of the flying sword by several more points. Feeling the hand on her waist get tighter and tighter, Guli's cheeks got redder and redder, and her heart followed suit. Yang was a bit confused, but was afraid of being thrown down, and had to stay close to Guli to keep her balance. It had been a long time since he had been a meat lover, plus the activation of the Tai Shang Wuji mixed sacred body had rejuvenated him. Guli in front of him was naturally sensitive to his change. It was the first time in 1,000 years that the two had been so close. Guli's heart felt like millions of ants were crawling back and forth, making her feel both shy and a throbbing sensation she had never felt before. Yang, on the other hand, only cared to hug tightly, fearing that if he was not careful, he would fall from the flying sword. Fortunately, the sovereign peak was right in front of them, and the ambiguous posture of the two of them was only maintained for half an incense burner's time. It was only until the flying sword landed on the sovereign peak that the two of them separated, and they also took a long breath at the same time. After a moment of silence, Jan was the first to open her mouth. Master Na, the apprentice's old arms and legs really can't handle it. Yang covered his chest and panted heavily. The speed of the transition stage was too scary, far beyond what a chi refining stage like him could handle. Still, spit and all, the soft scent feels good in your arms. Guli glared at him and pointed to a cave not far away, saying in a cold voice, during this period of time, you'll live there, cultivate well, and try to live for a few more years. After saying that, she threw Yang a storage bag and then walked towards her residence without looking back. Ding! Detected. Guli gifted the host with 100 superb spirit gathering pills, triggering a 10,000 fold cashback. You can choose to reward 1,000,000 pills of spirit gathering pills or 100 pills of superior divine elemental pills. Ding! Detected. Guli gifted the host with 20,000 spirit stones, triggering a 10,000 fold cashback, rewarding 200 million spirit stones. The system's beep directly shocked Yang. Although the previous rewards gleaned from Lu Ningxuang were more valuable, this one was more in line with the actual needs. With a huge amount of spirit stones, the first and strongest feature of the system was finally available. For the other choice item, Yang chose 1,000 spirit gathering pills. Instead of choosing the divine elemental pill that could only serve as a decoration, it would be better to choose the spirit gathering pill that would allow one's cultivation to grow rapidly. After all, the introduction of the divine elemental pill clearly informed of the precautions that it should not be taken by cultivators who were not at the transitional stage or above. With the pills and the spirit stones, the smile on Yang's old face was a few points brighter than just a moment ago. With his hands behind his back, Yang hummed a little song as he stepped into the cave that belonged to him. After the cave's prohibitions were opened by him, The immortal treasure void phantom was taken out of his system space. Instantly, a dazzling golden light filled the entire cave, making Yang, who was in it, feel as if he was in a golden dream world. In the golden light, the immortal treasure void illusion slowly unfolded. It looks very similar to the gold silk white cloud satin. Even the material is very close to touch. The golden light intertwined with the aura, forming a brilliant band of light that danced in the air like a living thing. Following the usual practice, Yang tucked in his excitement and bit his finger, dropping a drop of blood on top of the void phantom. In the next breath, the extreme immortal treasure finished recognizing its owner. At the same time, the voice of the artifact spirit sounded in Yang's mind. Master, please give the artifact spirit a name. Yang rubbed his chin, thought hard for a few breaths, and asked with a smile, Unity, how about that name? The void phantom floating in front of Yang made a very human gesture of bowing. Yes, master. From now on, Unity is my name. After saying that, the void phantom collected the scattered golden light, and then wore it on Yang's body. The reason why an immortal treasure was called an immortal treasure was not just because it had a gorgeous exterior, but its mysterious and powerful interior. Immortal treasure void phantom reduces the wearer's damage slightly, creates a phantom in the void around the wearer, concealing the wearer's true cultivation. After familiarizing himself with the functions of the immortal treasure, Yang's smile grew wider and wider, the corners of his mouth grinning from ear to ear. In this way, with the ability to conceal one's true cultivation, one could raise one's cultivation with impunity. Think of it and do it. Yang grabbed a large handful of chi-gathering pills and stuffed them into his mouth, saying vaguely, Unity, old me is going to cultivate. Protect me. Chapter 15, just one more look in the vault of heaven. The depths of the sovereign peak were filled with ancient trees. The aura was hazy and dense, and the clouds surrounded it like a dream. On the rocks by the cold pool, a set of emerald-colored robes, a pair of white cloud shoes, and a small lavender coat were neatly arranged. The water in the pool rippled in a circle under the woman's gentle movements, as if it were a gentle movement composed by nature. Droplets of water slid silently down her ink-like hair and jade-like shoulders, issued a crisp ticking sound, just like a pearl falling into a jade plate, crisp and pleasant, echoing in the quiet mountains and forests. However, the cold water of the pool seemed to fail to quell the heat in the woman's heart. At this moment, her pretty face was still rolling, like the gorgeous evening sun in the sky. How dare he, punching a teacher and a rebel. Ah, if Yang could have heard this, he would have cried out that he was wronged. Before his strength had reached a level sufficient to support his recklessness, he would not dare to rush the division even if he borrowed 10 guts. Guli stayed in the pool of water for a while longer, until she felt the heat on her pretty face gradually subside. Then she slowly moved towards the shore. As her jade-like hand cupped the thin rope of her small garment, she slowly passed it through her round and straight jade legs and was about to lift it upwards. The beautiful eyes suddenly stared, then sighed softly and silently removed the small clothes again. Then, a handful of flames coalesced out of thin air in her palm, and the ghostly blue flames instantly incinerated the exquisite top and bottom of the little set of clothes. Only a wisp of smoke was left, curling up. Phew, it's clearing up. Just in the next breath, Guli, however, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Oops, forgot my underwear. On weekdays, she was the only one who lived on the Sovereign Peak permanently, and even if she didn't wear an inch of clothing, she wouldn't have the slightest concern. However, at this moment, she was no longer the only one at Sovereign Peak. Even though she was dressed in a robe, she was empty inside, and that strange feeling made Guli feel uncomfortable. As if she were a frightened deer, she sneaked back into the main hall. It wasn't until she was back in a set of pale pink lingerie that the long-lost sense of security came back like a tidal wave. She gazed at the drawer of colorful and varied styles of lingerie and couldn't help but spit in her face. This old boy, his mind is focused on this. No wonder he has never been able to cultivate to the yuaning stage. If this is heard by Yang, he is afraid that he will cry foul again. Unable to break through to the yuaning stage, it was not that he was not diligent and hard-working. It was really that his talent was too poor in the past. Since the path to immortality had been cut off, one had to find something for oneself to do to pass the time during these long, endless years. For the last 1,000 years, with his pre-crossing knowledge, Yang brought many good things to Yue and Guli. More so, it benefited almost all the women of the Xian Tian sect. These good things such as spring rain, quietly moisturizing the Xian demon continent, and gradually changed the habits of women. Take the supplies that are indispensable to them every month. After Yang Huan's improvement, it became light and breathable, but also with delicate small wings. Over the years, the Xian Tian sect has earned a large amount of spiritual stones with the 7 degrees of space. Sophie, there was also the drawer full of colorful objects that made Guli angry, which Yang called underwear. The lingerie is so well designed that it not only greatly improves women's physical health problems, but it is also comfortable to wear. it can also skillfully shape and outline the curves of a woman's delicate figure. Since its emergence, it has not only saved one discordant family after another, but has also made the hookah's business explode into the sky. So, even though Yang was an unquestionable waste in terms of his cultivation talent, this would not affect his special place in the hearts of the women in the slightest. Moreover, when Yang was young, he looked suave and elegant, like a fluttering gentleman coming out of a painting scroll. Even now he is dying of old age, but with a little bit of dressing up, with his current appearance, he could still attract the attention of many little fans. Like right now, Yang, who wore the void illusion, seemed to be surrounded by a layer of mysterious light, faintly emanating a Taoist rhythm, just like an exiled immortal approaching the world, though his aged face was engraved with the deep marks of years, but the cloudy eyes hid a deep wisdom, as if they could see through the changes and vicissitudes of the world. The faint light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth again made people feel friendly and warm. Under the enhancement of the void illusion, his entire body glowed with a transcendent aura. It was as if it had merged with the aura of heaven and earth, naturally radiating an aura of immortality. Guli lay on her side on the soft couch, her eyes like silk, quietly gazing at Yang, who was concentrating on his cultivation in the light screen. The beautiful eyes shone with a different light, both appreciative and with a hint of unspeakable affection. That girl is quite good at picking, and the gold silk white cloud satin does have a bit of flavor when worn on this old boy. With a gentle wave of his jade hand, the image in the light screen shifted back to Daoxian Peak. At this moment, the 5 elements returning sword hanging on the top of the mountain was flashing with eye-catching sword awnings, as if it was the brightest star in the night sky. Countless channels of sword chi seemed like silver pizzas, pouring down from the tips of the swords, guarding the summit of Daoxian Peak. At the same time, the airtight sword chi skillfully concealed the ice crystals and Luningshuan that were glowing with an ethereal light without leaving a trace. The Xianing body was the clan's top priority, and before Luningshuan fully activated it, Guli would never allow half the news to leak out. The evening breeze is light, with a slight coolness, quietly blowing away the heat and noise of the day, while the peaks of the Xian heavenly sect returned to tranquility. There was a different kind of commotion in a place surrounded by demonic chi in the northern desolate state, passing through the thick ink-like demonic aura. At the end of the mountain steps made of white bones, there was a cluster of palaces permeated with eerie horror. These palaces seemed to be the portals of hell, each of them emitting a chilly and cold aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Within one of the halls, the sound of woozy music was incessant, as if it was a seductive melody from hell. Several shapely, scantily clad women were dancing to the music. Their dance was light and graceful, like flowers swaying in the wind, but with a hint of eeriness. The eerie masks they wore on their faces obscured their true faces, making it impossible to peek into their inner joys and sorrows. On the main seat, which was made of ethereal blood jade, leaned a man with a feminine face. His skin was as pale as paper, and his eyes were as deep as bottomless black holes, transmitting an eerie cold light. A wicked smile hung at the corners of his mouth, sending shivers down one's spine. The red wine was like thick blood, spinning in the glazed glass in his hand, creating a circle of demonic ripples. The man took an elegant sip, then dropped his eyes to the lower part of the hall. At that moment, a naked and bruised woman was kneeling on the ground, shivering. Her body was trembling violently, as if she were a candle in the wind that could go out at any moment. Her disheveled hair fell over her shoulders like a mess, hiding her desperate and empty eyes from view. GGG, your Lu family's women taste really good. There was a hint of playfulness in the man's voice as he pinched his glazed cup and stood up, slowly walking off the main seat. He slowly walked over to the woman and leaned down, gently stroking her cheek with his fingertips. What seemed like a gentle gesture was like a viper licking its prey. My father has gotten a message today, about your daughter. The man's words caused the woman's heart to race involuntarily, her empty eyes focusing momentarily. An evil smile surfaced on the man's face, and he seemed satisfied with the woman's performance. This honored one has raised your Lu family for 2,000 years, and finally I'm looking forward to the Xianing body, he said, shoving the glazed cup in his hand into the woman's and laughing strangely. Jia jia jia, today is a day to celebrate. Come on, you have a drink too. No, this can't be. A horrified scream escaped the woman's throat, her voice harsh and desperate. Immediately after that, she used all her strength to violently throw the glazed cup in her hand at the man. The glass of blood like red wine splashed out and spilled into his hair. It made his already pale face even more hideous and terrifying under the wine, as if he was an evil spirit crawling out of the 9 hells. A long, scarlet tongue poked out of the man's mouth, and he licked the liquor that ran down his forehead as his laughter grew more and more maniacal. Men, take her down and take good care of her. If she dies, you won't live either. Yes. Several black-clad guards appeared like ghosts and dragged the woman down. The woman's cries faded away into the depths of the great hall. After the woman was dragged away, The man seemed to have lost his interest in admiring the dancer. He took a simple step forward and his figure instantly disappeared from within the great hall. In the next breath, he appeared above the dome of the sky, his clothes fluttering as if a demon god had descended. The man looked in the direction of the Xintian sect, and an evil red light glowed within his snake-like eyes. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up, and an ugly expression appeared on his pale face. Ling evil, if you take one more look, my father's 5 elements returning sword will definitely visit the soul-devouring demon palace again. Chapter 16, the ability to straddle the waist. Cutie pie. I'm not going. In the face of the threat, Ling Xia only let out a ch, and then disappeared from the sky. His behavior caused Gu Li, who was far away in Kanglan State, to feel suspicious in his heart. The two had fought for more than 3,000 years, and there was no time like today. Ling Xia just responded with disdain, not even putting down any harsh words. Has he changed his mind? Gu Li furrowed her willow brows and gently shook her head, dismissing this thought within herself. He has more ambition and less heart than anyone else, and will never ignore my threats. Can it be that he has had a strange encounter? In terms of strength, he has the confidence to surely defeat me? Thinking of this, Gu Li closed her beautiful eyes and a disdainful smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Humph. Little trash. The bigwigs were in the wind for only a split second, and except for a few individuals, no one had any idea what had just happened. For example, Yang, who was meditating and cultivating inside the cave, had completely failed to perceive what was happening outside. At this moment, he was already completely immersed in the cultivation of the Qinkuan 9 Revolutions Yin Yang technique. Yang thought that even though the system named Wind Spirit Moon Shadow was rather dull, it was still done in a more humane way in some aspects. In the case of the spiritual knowledge, the system seemed to be afraid that he would be greedy and chew on more than he could chew. Only a small portion of it is currently available to him, and it gives him a lot of pictures and notes to go along with it. Therefore, with the addition of millions of chi-gathering pills, Yang forgot about time as he refined. It wasn't until more than half a month had passed that he slowly awoke from his cultivation. Gulp! The first thing Yang did when he opened his eyes was rub his stomach. Not eating for 10 days had starved him. However, he didn't rush to seek food. Instead, he used up his spiritual sense to constantly check his body. Don't check it out. It's a shock. I chow! Yang exclaimed, slapping his hands unconsciously on the floor by the futon and jumping 3 feet. This is the peak of the chi refining stage? Having only just finished shocking his cultivation speed, Yang howled with excitement again. The old man's dantian, and the meridians, ni chow, I chow. Under 10 days of cultivation without counting consumption, Yang's dantian was filled with endless aura, and the meridians throughout his body had expanded more than tenfold. If you go for a comparison with ordinary cultivators, no, there was no comparison between ordinary cultivators and the current Yang. Even if the talent was as heavenly as Yue and Gu Li, they were far inferior to Yang at the peak of the chi refining stage. At this moment, Yang's heart was filled with excitement and ecstasy. He had never imagined that he would be able to return to the peak of the chi refining stage in such a short period of time. He had even less thought that one day, his talent would become so amazing. Unprecedented confidence filled his heart tip. Yang narrowed his eyes, clenched his right hand into a fist, and curved his arm to swing a strike. Originally just want to vent the heart of the pleasure, but I did not expect the sound of broken wind whistling past. Not far from the short several should sound into a puddle of powder. The flesh was as strong as it was, once again boosting Yang's confidence. At this moment, it was as if he felt that the entire world could be trampled under his feet. The Qinkuan 9 Revolutions Yin Yang skill, Tai Shang Wuji mixed Yuan sacred body is truly extraordinary. However, the hunger in his body caused Yang's white eyebrows to furrow. Theoretically, when a cultivator cultivated, the aura would be partially converted into the various energies needed by the body with the operation of the gong method. There shouldn't be a hunger pang. Yang rubbed his chin and thought about it, not figuring out what was going on, until a flash of light came to his mind. Over the millennia, one has become accustomed to all sorts of metaphysics, but has tossed science aside. If you analyze it from a scientific point of view, it seems to make sense. Although the human body contains an infinite number of wonders, at its root, the human body is composed of cells, tissues and organs. It is often said that when a monk cultivates, he cultivates the Tao, refines the body, and forges the bones. Among them, body refining is the process of continuously strengthening cells and organs. In order to sustain a strong physical body, cultivators naturally need energy from more dimensions. So, the fact that one feels hungry is the result of the strength of the physical body accelerating the metabolism, which in turn stimulates the cells and organs to crave energy. Yang took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, then slowly walked towards the exit of the cave. He needed to find some food to replenish his strength, as well as to ask his master how Lu Ningxuan was doing. After all, it's important to cure infernalism before it's too late. Otherwise, as time went on, the higher her cultivation level became, the harder it would be to be turned. Yang walked out of the cave, and the sunlight poured onto his face, warm and bright. He took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the power surging through his body, his heart filled with unprecedented vigor. Hey! Ha! Ya! In front of the main hall, Guli held an ordinary spirit sword in his hand and was practicing the Xin Tian Sec's introductory swordsmanship move by move. The light blue power suit wrapped around her astonishing D figure, and Yang's eyes were instantly drawn to her sword dance. Even though the sword technique was only at the introductory level, the fact that it was made by Guli gave the impression of returning to the basics and the path to simplicity. In Yang's eyes, chopping, picking, stabbing, these seemingly simple moves, he thought he couldn't catch a single move. This was not only a gap in cultivation realm, but also a gap in the perception of the great Tao. With a warm smile on his old face, Yang straightened his robes and took a few steps closer towards Guli, then saluted. Master is a good swordsman. When Guli heard the voice, his sword stuttered and he turned to look at Yang, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Even though he still looked like he was at the 4th level of qi refining, his aura seemed to have changed drastically. His hair was still silver white, but it seemed to shimmer more brightly in the sunlight. The wrinkles on his face also seemed to have become more subtle and less aged. His face was rosy and glowing, and his cloudy eyes seemed to be a little brighter than before as well. Paired with the gold silk white cloud satin that Lu Ningxuan had given him, describing him in terms of immortal style was particularly apt. Have you had any epiphanies in the past few days? Guli forced the surprise in his heart away and asked in a tone that carried a few hints of the majesty that a master should have. The disciple is foolish. Before Yang could finish her sentence, she saw Guli let out a long sigh, an expression of disappointment surfacing on her pretty face. It's just a matter of not having a sense of what's going on. As long as one cultivates a little more diligently and lives a few more years, one should still be able to do it. Hearing her say that, Yang's heart felt a warmth. Although his master's temper was not considered good, his master's concern for him was genuine. Master's teachings, the disciple keeps them in mind. Guli sniffed and waved his hand, then summoned a flying sword. Master intends to take a look at your Daoxian peak. Are you going? Go, I'll go. You can put your arms around me. Sweetie, no way. Chapter 17, Climbing Density. The first 100. Getting on the flying sword. The first thing Yang did was to put his arms around his master's slender waist. In his 2 lives, he had come to a conclusion. Harnessing a flying sword is theoretically the same as driving a car. Once it is the woman who controls the speed and direction. In the vast majority of cases, then, men must protect themselves. Moreover, Master's little waist felt too good, and the feeling of wrapping her arms around it was simply endearing. Doggy doggy, hayaku hayaku. The temperature coming from her waist caused Guli's body to involuntarily tremble. She twisted her head and glared at Yang, as if to say, don't go too far, old boy. However, in the next breath, Guli was stunned. Compared to before, Yang had not only changed in temperament, but even his color and mental outlook were different. Although his old face was still wrinkled, he looked rosy and glowing. Yang's brow had an excitement that she couldn't hide, even as she shouted something under her breath that she couldn't understand. Apparently he's unusually mentally active at the moment. This made Guli feel rather puzzled. It's only logical that Yang is approaching his end of life. His physical functions are deteriorating, and he's acting like he's on the verge of dying. Why does he, on the other hand, feel so much younger? Thinking of this, Guli's heart thumped. Not good. Could it be that he was soon to fall, and now it was a return to the light? Before Yue entered the sect inheritance mystic realm, he had promised her that he would take good care of Yang. But how long has it been? No way. Never let Yang fall like that. He must do everything he can to keep him alive, and keep him happy for a few more years. Guli looked deeply at Yang again, forcibly throwing away the distractions in his mind, and said in a calm tone, Huan, catch for the master. When Yang sniffed, she thought that her master was about to soar his flying sword, and her feet subconsciously moved a bit in Guli's direction. In doing so, the hands on her waist not only wrapped tighter around her, but even their bodies were pressed together. However, the flying sword did not fly as Yang expected after lifting off. Instead it flew abnormally smooth and not very fast. The two just stuck together, neither one speaking, each immersed in their own world. With Guli's cultivation at the transitional stage, it would only take a few breaths at most to arrive at Daoxian Peak. However, today it took a full half an incense burner. After the two landed, Yang stole a glance at Guli and thought, why is Senior flying so slowly today? Could it be that it's physically inconvenient during those days of the month? On the contrary, after Guli dismounted the flying sword, Her pretty face was already crawling with redness, and even her palms were sweating constantly. She hastily mobilized the aura in her body to calm her restless heart and trembling hands. Even more so, he secretly cast a purification spell to cleanse himself from the inside out. Damn Yang, punching the teacher against his will. Master, have some hot water? Apprentice just made brown sugar water. Seeing that Yang had served a cup of brown sugar water at some point, Gu Li's beautiful eyes revealed an incredulous look. What brown sugar water to drink now? Nope. Gu Li's pretty face was solemn and her eyes became unkind. MMP. Well, old boy, that's the way to play it, isn't it? Suddenly, Gu Li flashed behind Yang and picked up his lapel and threw it towards the distant ice crystals. Brat, what kind of assholes are in your head? The extremely high decibel angry voice almost shattered Yang's eardrums. At this very moment, Gu Li's beautiful eyes lit up a blazing fire, itching to burn him to the ground, shatter his body into pieces, rape him first and then kill him. Damn it, it's an abomination. This old boy is simply blind to his teachers. Simply lawless. Simply, what's going on? Why does my belly hurt so vaguely? Under the inner vision of the spiritual sense, it was indeed an old friend who had come. Immediately afterward, the anger in Gu Li's eyes was replaced by surprise. She looked at Yang, who was about to land on his butt on the ice crystals, and with a move of her jade hand, a soft force pulled him back again. Gu Li cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. Cough. For master feels some tickling in the throat. You make another cup. When they shared the flying sword just now, Yang felt that there was something strange about his master. Then he confirmed the guess in his mind through the information on the system panel. In order to act out his persona and to boost those last 5 points of intimacy, Yang decisively made a cup of brown sugar water. Unfortunately, it was a mispayment after all. Yang couldn't wait to give himself a few slaps in the face. Having been a licking dog for 1,000 years, it's all a matter of habit. Lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick the dog until you end up with nothing. From now on, whoever likes to be a lickspittle, Anyway, the old man will never be a lickspittle again. Lao Fu was the Tai Shang Woji mixed sacred body, destined to become an expert among experts. A big shot among big shots. The one who should be licking is the master. Thinking of this, how could Yang make any more brown sugar water? He glanced at Gu Li in a different way, then walked towards the ice crystals that were glowing with an ethereal light. This made Gu Li embarrassed, and she looked at Yang's faraway figure and wondered in her heart. The disciple originally had good intentions, but it made me whole into a misunderstanding. Alas, that's just it. We'll talk to him about it later when his anger subsides. Gu Li sighed lightly and quickly chased after him, alongside Yang. After walking more than 10 steps, no one looked at anyone between the two, and there was no communication, and the atmosphere was permeated with a strong sense of embarrassment. Yang didn't think anything of it. Anyway, he had his own system, and it was better to rely on anyone than on the system. Gu Li's mind, on the other hand, generated many thoughts. The previous breath was still thinking that he was his master. Anymore, the disciple should always coax the master. The next breath becomes 1,000 years of master and disciple. This old boy is back to the light. He has to coax him some. Eventually, after a strong internal struggle, Gu Li took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. Only she tugged at Yang's sleeve and whispered, Huan, just now it was my master's mistake, so don't worry about it. In Yang's perception, Master Gu Li was the world-famous Xian Gui immortal, and in the hearts of the cultivators, an exalted fairy. Not only was her cultivation high, she was also decisive in killing. Martial arts can settle the world in Onzone, and literature can write spring and autumn with a pen. With his own strength, he carried up the weak Xian Tian sect at the beginning, but also let the sect flourish. Throughout the 3+ year long period, she was a well-deserved pinnacle. However, a peak powerhouse, and with the status of being the woman of one's master, had lowered her voice and apologized to herself. This shocked Yang's heart. Ding! Gu Li's intimacy +5. Congratulations to the host for reaching the first person of the opposite sex with an intimacy of 100, and now sends a reward to the host. Reward 1, 5% activation of the Supreme Infinite Mixed Sacred Body. Reward 2, 1000 system points. Points can be used to exchange for items in the mall. Reward 3, Gu Li's next act of spending or gifting for the host will be returned 100,000 times. Yang hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Gu Li apologizing to him, and the continuous system beeps directly confused him. I love you. Having suffered from being uneducated, Yang couldn't think of another word to vent his heart's pleasure. Overflowing with excitement and thrill, he cupped Gu Li's pretty face and stamped several times consecutively on her forehead. Cheeks. With this I love you and Yang's unauthorized actions, Gu Li's beautiful eyes stared round and her pretty face instantly turned red. Master Chong is a rebellious disciple. Master treats you as a disciple. And you actually crave Master's body? Chapter 18, Life is like a play. It's all in the acting. At this instant, Guli seemed to have forgotten that she was a transitional cultivator, and her delicate body became limp and weak. After a brief moment of disorientation, she fought to push Yang away and asked in a shaky tone, "You, what do you do?" Ouch. My head hurts. My heart hurts. Master, am I going to die? Yang puts on a pained face and sits paralyzed. Coming up for air, he secretly mobilized his spiritual chi, forcing himself to reverse the flow of chi and blood, and with a pft sound, he spewed out another large mouthful of blood, practically rushing back to the master. If he couldn't explain it, according to the master's temperament, he might slap him to death. As the saying goes, life is all about acting, and the only way to meet a better future is to push yourself harder. Even though Yang was spiking her acting skills, it made Guli's heart well up with a strong sense of self-blame. It must have been that poem just now that injured him. He's only at the chi refining stage. How can he stand the power of the transition stage? Guli didn't reject Yang's unauthorized actions. It was just that being kissed by a man for the first time made her feel rushed. However, Yang looks in pretty bad shape right now. The face is as miserable as gold paper. The eyes are lax. The breath is incomparably disorganized. And it looks like it is not going to live. Huan, pull yourself together. If you die, what will Yue do? What will I do? Guli had thought that these words could arouse the obsession in Yang Huan's heart. But unexpectedly the situation seemed to be even worse than he had expected. Yang's eyes glazed over and he foamed at the mouth. Then his limbs began to convulse violently. This scene immediately filled Guli's eyes with tears of horror. Master, I'm afraid I can't hold on. Can't hold on. No, I'll never allow you to die. You're the first man to kiss me. You're responsible for me. Guli's voice was permeated with unshakable determination, and firm conviction was written in his eyes. When Yang saw her like this, her heart tightened, and the acting skills she was soaring with almost revealed themselves. Oh, my God, it's a sin. Things have come to such a pass that it's impossible to think of any good solutions for a while. Yang could only sigh darkly in his heart. It's just a matter of pretending to be dead, out of sight, out of mind. However, he had only closed his eyes when he heard Guli's hysterical cries. No, I said I would never allow you to die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang felt an elixir being shoved into his mouth. As the elixir melted away, the incomparably pure energy instantly smoothed out the rebellious chi and blood, and repaired the damaged meridians as before. One thought of hell, one thought of heaven. The huge impact washed Yang's consciousness away, and before falling into unconsciousness, he heard the system's beep. Ding! Detected Guli gifting host with Divine Healing Dan. Triggering 100,000 times cashback. Rewarding 1 chaotic Chin Kuan Dan. Guli flattened the unconscious Yang and let out a long breath after seeing his breathing gradually stabilize and his face regain its redness. Gazing at Yang's droopy look, many thoughts arose in her mind. Guli had immense confidence in her looks. Over the past 3,000 years, there have been thousands of men who have craved her body. It was no secret that there was no man alive and breathing who didn't crave her body. Even though Yang had always acted like the only person in her eyes was Yue. From this moment on, she understood. This old boy is just like any other man, a glutton for punishment when he sees one. Guli's heart was in turmoil, but there wasn't much resistance to Yang's gluttony for her body, because the mouth lies, but her body doesn't. In the middle of his thoughts, Guli's thoughts were interrupted by another Ai Chao. Glancing at the unconscious Yang, the corners of her mouth twitched back and forth several times. All this and you're still thinking about that. Immediately after, Guli turned her back and stopped looking at him. Yue has only entered the sect inheritance mystic realm a few days ago. Can you restrain yourself? Or develop a relationship with me first? If not, you can go to the fifth girl. It's not as if you're so lustful that you're reduced to this. The Xian demon continent's folk customs are tough, and the matter of master and disciple forming a couple has existed for ages. Therefore, Guli, who had long been somewhat swirling inwardly, hung her head, her tone a bit petulant. Oops, if Vivi finds out. Speaking of this, she glanced in the direction of the sect's secret realm and continued to murmur. Huan has taken the divine healing pill. His longevity should be able to increase by quite a bit, but he won't be able to live long enough for Weiwei to come out of the secret realm. Why don't I take care of him for Vivi in the years to come? If Yang was awake right now and had heard Guli say that, she would definitely choose to be the Punch Master Rebel without hesitation. Unfortunately, he couldn't wake up now if he wanted to. The divine healing pill that Guli fed him belonged to the upper realm. The divine healing pill not only had the effect of quickly restoring a cultivator's vitality, it also had a certain level breaking effect. After Yang's Taishang Wuji mixed sacred body reached 5% activation, Even he didn't know how powerful his body was. A mere artificial reverse flow of qi and blood was not considered a serious injury at all. He had only consumed a very small portion of the divine healing pill's energy, and more energy traveled along the meridians and into Yang's dantian. At this moment, within Yang's dantian, the aura that was originally as dazzling as a morning mist began to undergo a radical change. As the divine healing pill's energy continued to be injected, the aura within the dantian began to gradually condense. The aura that was originally as light as mist gradually became viscous, as if the dewdrops in the early morning gradually coalesced. These auras rotated and compressed within the dantian, forming a tiny vortex. At the center of the vortex, the density of the aura was increasing, and signs of liquefaction began to appear. Although Yang's consciousness was blurred, his body instinctively began to break through because it was the supreme infernal mixed sacred body. As time passed, the swirls of aura within the dantian became faster and faster, and the liquefaction process of aura accelerated. A drop of crystal-clear liquid aura formed at the center of the vortex. It was like a brilliant pearl, emitting a faint glow. As soon as the liquid aura was formed, it began to rotate automatically, driving the surrounding aura to continue liquefying. Drop after drop of liquid aura formed within the dantian, and they gradually converged into a small pool of liquid. This liquid pool is the symbol of the dantian of a foundation stage cultivator, the spirit pool. However, the aura within Yang's dantian was simply too vast for the tiny spirit pool to contain, and it had no choice but to expand. Eventually, the spirit pond evolved from the size of that pool of water in the beginning to a vast ocean. As one looked around, the spirit sea was so large and boundless that the total amount of spiritual qi contained within it was simply incalculable. Yang's cultivation had taken a qualitative leap at this moment. Although he himself was not awake, an amazing metamorphosis was completed within him. At the same time, a large amount of thick dark clouds suddenly appeared in the Xian sect's sky, and thunder lights that looked like swimming dragons flickered in between. Guli furrowed her willow brows and looked towards the sky. Then a look of shock appeared in her eyes. Not good. It's a vision of heaven and earth. Could it be that Lu Ningxuang has fully activated the Xianin body? Chapter 19, the 9 stars Tian Xian formation to behead the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The low and long voice of thunder, as if it came from an ancient god, whispered in the ears of the crowd, wrapped in a mysterious aura. It is awe-inspiring. The dark clouds that were as thick as ink were like a huge black curtain that tightly covered the entire Daoxian peak. It even enveloped the small half of Xian sect, plunging the heaven and earth into an oppressive dimness. All of a sudden, the visions in the heavens and earth attracted the attention of the entire sect. Countless disciples and elders were either riding flying swords that flashed with cold light, slicing through the sky like meteors, or in spirit boats, as if they were huge ships riding the wind and waves. They were all speeding towards Daoxian Peak from all directions. For a while, the sounds of wind and sword clangs were intertwined in a spectacular scene. What exactly happened at Daoxian Peak? Is it possible that a rare treasure is about to appear? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. What kind of treasure can there be in a mountain peak where a punk old scumbag lives? Don't really believe me. The Jinzong immortal weapon has been hanging at the top of the mountain for the past few days, so maybe there really is some kind of treasure. The crowd spoke one word to another, and all sorts of comments rose and fell, like a tidal wave pushing Daoxian Peak into the limelight. As the murmurs became louder and louder, the entire Daoxian Peak was soon surrounded by a dense crowd. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be stimulated by the crowd's emotions, tumbling more and more violently. And the thunder was deafening, seeming to shatter the entire sky. Look at the center of that thunder cloud. There seems to be something brewing. Could it be the legendary heavenly calamity? Heavenly tribulation? Isn't that something that only the Mahayana stage breaks through to the ferrying stage? At that moment, an elder with a long flowing beard stepped forward and loudly stopped the clamor of the crowd. He stroked his beard and looked serious. No matter what, this heaven and earth vision is crucial for the sect. The long-bearded elder and the beautiful woman beside him exchanged glances, and a look of gravity flashed across both of their eyes. It was as if he had a premonition of a great crisis about to befall him. At the command of all peaks, quickly formed the 9-star Tianxian formation. As soon as her words fell, the disciples of each peak quickly assembled outside of Daoxian Peak like well-trained soldiers. They arranged themselves methodically according to the diagram of the 9-star Tianxian formation, moving swiftly and skillfully. The 9-star Tianxian formation was one of the Xian sect's township formations. The main defense. A minimum of 999 people need to work together to realize its true power. At this moment, the elders and disciples participating in the formation far exceeded the minimum requirements, and there were even 9 peak masters involved. In just less than 30 breaths of time, a huge bell-shaped energy shield rose up from the ground, steadily protecting Daoxian Peak within it. On top of the mountain, Guli's graceful figure stood against the wind, like a delicate flower blooming in the gale. The five elements returning sword in his hand suddenly lit up with an eye-catching sword aura, as if it was the brightest star in the night sky. Her jade feet gently took a step forward, her stance light, as if she was a fairy on earth. In the next breath, her delicate figure appeared above the formation eye, drawing a gasp from the crowd. Under Gu Li's control, the 9-star Tianxian formation instantly gained an additional layer of the power of the five elements. The power of the five elements intermingled with each other and the light blazed out, causing the defense of the formation to instantly skyrocket. Concentrate your mind. Your heart follows the formation. Gu Li's voice was clear and pleasing to the ear, yet it carried a powerful penetrating force that spread throughout the entire formation. When the crowd saw Immortal Xian Gui personally sitting and holding the formation, a look of excitement and reverence appeared in their eyes. As the previous patriarch as well as the current patriarch senior, Gu Li had an extremely high reputation within the Xin Tian sect. Even though her cultivation had been surpassed by Yu Wei, she was still the C-pin of the sect and the spiritual pillar in the hearts of the people. As Gu Li commanded, the 9-star Tianxian formation began to slowly rotate. Each star seemed to be given life, radiating a dazzling light. These rays of light were guided by the formation and intertwined into a complex and mysterious rune. The runes flickered and jumped in the air as if they were telling ancient secrets. In the end, these runes converged on top of the array eye, causing its light to grow stronger. At my command, Miku, Gu Li once again shouted loudly, and the five elements returning sword in his hand swung violently, the sword's momentum blazing, the tip of the sword pointing at a thunderbolt that was falling towards the top of Daoxian Peak. Boom, boom, boom. Gathering the strength of the crowd, the sword alone chopped this thunder into nothingness. Worthy of being Immortal Xian Gui, she's even able to cut down thunder. Sit down. It's just a basic operation. Don't make a fuss. Don't stagger. Focus on forming the formation. However, just as the crowd marveled at Gu Li's formidable strength, her face did not relax in the slightest. More than 3,000 years ago, she accompanied her master teacher to visit the Lu family in the Qinglan prefecture. Nominally, it was an exchange of cultivation tips, but in reality, these invited cultivators were all invited by the Lu family to protect Lu Ruyan. At that time, the Xianin body had not yet appeared on the Xian demon continent. The crowd thought that the Lu clan's heavenly pride was about to break through and needed outside help to fend off possible dangers. Until the ice crystals shattered and Ruyan Lu managed to survive the heaven and earth vision. It was only then that everyone realized that her cultivation was only at the 6th level of the void refining stage, far from the transition stage that the crowd thought she was at. In order to compete for the secret on Ruyan Lu, the people formed 3 factions. The one led by the Lu family was one faction. The one led by Gu Li's master was a neutral faction. And the top power at the time, the Acacia sect, was another faction. The neutral sect stood firm and stayed out of this strife, while the Lu clan and the Acacia sect fought, with both sides killing each other. Despite the disparity in strength between the two factions, under the bloodshed of the Lu family's children, Lu Ruyan was eventually left in the Lu family. This thrilling experience and the legendary deeds of the Ruyan Emperor had made Gu Li deeply realize what kind of shocking waves the Xianin embodiment world would trigger. At this very moment, she desperately hoped that she would be able to get through this calamity and that she would be able to successfully cover up the fact that the Xian Tian sect had a Xianin body. What she doesn't know, however, is this heaven and earth vision was not directed at Lu Ningxuang, but someone else. Ai Chao, how did I re-establish my foundation? Not long after the aura in the Dantian finished transforming the sea, Yang woke up leisurely. He looked around and saw the dark clouds that covered the sky, the deafening thunder, the huge 9-star Tianxian formation, and the disappeared master. His expression instantly became shocked, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. Is this a strong enemy hitting the clan? Why did you even use the 9-star Tianxian formation? Could it be that the remaining few forces have joined forces? Yang looks around, trying to make sense of the current situation. His memories were still stuck in his Dantian before his aura transformed into a sea, and at this moment, everything had become unfamiliar and confusing. However, the crowd was busy forming formations to resist the thunder, and no one seemed to be able to answer the doubts in his mind. Rumble! Another thunderbolt fell from the sky. Upon awakening, Yang inexplicably felt a palpitation, and he raised his eyes to the sky. My Chao, this battle, is someone trying to cross the threshold? No, Master said before, that girl Ningxuan will trigger a heaven and earth anomaly when she activates the Xianin body. Thinking of this, Yang turned his sight back to the ice crystals that were glowing with an ethereal light. Under the influence of the power of heaven and earth, the ice crystals at this moment seemed to have been stimulated by some kind of strong stimulus and were rapidly expanding outwards. Yang's eyes flinched, and not caring about his image, he spread his legs and prepared to flee. In his eyes, these ice crystals weren't any good, or else the master wouldn't have let him live in the sovereign peak a while ago. Unfortunately, The speed of the ice crystals expanding was like lightning, far exceeding Yang's running speed. In just a few breaths, he was caught up by the ice crystals. The sharp ice crystals didn't stab him into a hedgehog as Yang expected. Instead, the moment it touched him, it seemed to sense something and suddenly covered him like Lu Ningxuang. This scene all fell into Gu Li's eyes. No! Gu Li's heart and mind trembled, and a cry of despair escaped his heart. Even the energy shield of the 9-star Tianxian formation rippled for a moment, as if it had also felt the pain within her heart. At this moment, her heart was burning with anxiety, and her gaze was locked onto Yang, who was covered in ice crystals. She clutched the 5 elements returning sword with both hands, her knuckles turning pale from the force, as if she wanted to crush the sword. Gentlemen, at my command, condense! Gu Li gathered the strength of her entire body at the tip of her sword and gave a delicate cry, her voice dripping with determination and madness. Chopper! She violently swung out the sword in her hand, and the sword was like a rainbow striking the sun, carrying a heaven-destroying aura as it chopped towards the thunder in the sky. Chapter 20, Wind Spirit and Moon Shadow. With the 9-star Tianxian formation, Gu Li's cultivation at the ferrying stage was in full swing. She was seen standing at the eye of the formation in a lithe posture, with eye-catching light emanating from her body. The whole person seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious light. The 5 elements returning sword in his hand erupted with a bright light, like a brilliant firework or a nimble dragon, charging straight into the 9th heaven with an unrelenting momentum. Break! With Gu Li's clear cry, she swung her sword and pointed it straight at the sky, the tip of the sword cutting through the sky and bringing up a dazzling arc of light. The sword light cut through the sky like a meteor, charging straight into the tumbling dark clouds. Instantly, the dark clouds that were brewing thunder were chopped through an opening. The might of this sword could shake heaven and earth. This is the power of a transitional cultivator? Worthy of being Fairy Xian Gui, my Xian Tian sect is strong with the heavens. Your Holiness, I love you. I want to wash your feet every day. Other people shouted and were either surprised or proud, but this disciple was the only one who stood out. However, before he could finish shouting, he was yanked by a few people out of the large formation and landed in a hidden corner on Daoxian Peak. After the small interlude, the crowd turned their attention back to the mutiny in the sky. Although the heaven-slashing sword was incomparably strong, the power of heaven and earth seemed to be endless. It didn't take long for the dark clouds to coalesce again and return to their original form. Just as Gu Li pondered how to deal with this infinite force of heaven and earth, those ice crystals glowing with ghostly light underwent a bizarre change. Yang, who was covered by the ice crystals, was not frozen into an ice sculpture. Instead, he seemed to have some kind of mysterious connection with the ice crystals. He felt as if he were in a whole new world. The ice crystals around him didn't give him an aura of danger other than being somewhat cold. Yang tried to move his limbs. He was then surprised to find that these ice crystals, which were incredibly hard on the outside, were as soft as water on the inside. He began to try to walk, the ice crystals under his feet bearing his weight. It then rippled in a circle like water and quickly returned to its hard form. The world is so big. The inside of these ice crystals could be like this. Since there was no danger, driven by curiosity, Yang planned to go and see how Lu Ningxuan was doing first. After all, lightning was striking outside, so even if he had rebuilt his foundation, he wouldn't be able to help. The 9-star Tianxian formation, as the Xian Tian Sect's township formation, required a high level of cultivation from the cultivators, and it was not something that he could participate in at his mere foundation establishment stage. So making sure the toolman was safe was his main concern. He took his first step, and the ice crystals cracked and closed quickly under his feet, as if paving the way for him. Yang felt as if he had become the master of this world of ice crystals, his will guiding the flow of ice crystals. As he kept moving forward, he arrived at the hut where Lu Ningxuan was in less than half an incense burner's time. At this moment, Lu Ningxuan, who was lying on the bed, was covered by more delicate and complex ice crystals, looking like an ice crystal cocoon. Her face was calm and serene, as if she was experiencing a beautiful dream, but judging by her complexion at this point, it was eerie. Her frosty skin was covered by a ghostly ink color, and her bare limbs were vaguely glowing with a demonic red aura. Despite Yang's low cultivation level in the past, he was exceptionally knowledgeable. Not good. This is the soul-devouring demon palace's blood sacrifice contract. He was shocked, and then a flash of realization flashed through his mind. Lu family, Xianin body, soul-devouring demon palace. No wonder it's a blood sacrifice contract. The soul-devouring demon palace's blood sacrifice pact was an extremely vicious technique that combined the characteristics of compulsion and curses. A blood sacrifice contract binds the caster to the victim's soul so tightly that the victim's soul is under the caster's control. The caster can also draw on the victim's talents, life, and soul, even as the power of the spell is passed down through the bloodline, affecting the victim's offspring. Yang's eyes shone with a cloudy light. and his tightly locked white eyebrows revealed the complex emotions within him. He called up Lu Ningxuang's attribute panel in his mind, but unfortunately none of the attributes indicated that she had been hit by the blood sacrifice contract. When it comes to a highly concealed technique like the blood sacrifice contract, it's only normal that the unified master can't detect it. Yang muttered, then searched the system mall for something that could solve this spell. However, the large system mall surprisingly did not have any corresponding goods. That made him depressed. Blood sacrifice packs are outwardly visible, indicating that the caster is drawing everything from the victim through the pact. If the Xianin body was completely drained by the caster, Lu Ningxuang might fall. This was unacceptable to Yang. After all, Lu Ningxuang was his cashback toolman, and the intimacy was well brushed. In order to gain more cashback as well as system points, a bold idea came to his mind. Master Unity, modify Lu Ningxuang's power attribute. Modifying Lu Ningxuang's power will cost 400 million spirit stones. OK/cancel. OK, modify it to Xian Tian sect. Ding. Changes have been made. Thank you. Welcome to the next visit. Name, Lu Ningxuang. Power, Xian Tian sect. Age, 19. Cultivation level, 9th level of Qi refining. Charm value, 95. Intimacy, 25. Mystery number, 0. Others, Xianin holy body. After confirming that her attributes had been successfully modified, Yang touched the empty storage bag of spirit stones, and a hopeful light appeared in her eyes. Come on. After spending so many spirit stones, it must work. As time passed, the first thing that faded from Lu Ningxuan's body was the ghostly ink color. It didn't take long for the red aura to dissipate, and the frosted skin reappeared in front of Yang's eyes. He let out a long breath, a relieved smile on his pale face. Master Unity is mighty. Master Unity is powerful. Master Unity is awesome. System. In the meantime, deep within the soul-devouring demon palace in the northern desolate prefecture, a monstrous rage surged out like a volcano erupting, and the entire palace was shaken to the core. Who broke my father's blood sacrifice contract? Ling Xie stood in front of the throne, his eyes crimson, as if two burning flames were blazing with his inner rage. His anger swept through the palace like a raging storm, and everywhere he went, there was a solemnity. Those usually high and mighty magic palace attendants and dancers, at this moment, they were all prostrate on the ground in fear, trembling, not daring to make a single sound for fear of offending Ling Xie, who was in a state of rage. However, Ling Xie's anger needed to be vented, and he needed blood to calm the rage in his heart. The anger in Ling Xie's heart needed to be vented, and he desperately needed blood to calm his inner rage. His gaze swept over the crowd of prostrate dancers, finally settling on one who was flat-y close to the ground. You, come here. Ling Xie stretched out his finger and pointed it at the dancing girl, his voice cold and full of intimidation. My father is on fire right now. Chapter 21, The Seventh Thunderbolt. All of you listen to the order. The bucket turns to the stars. The 9 stars Tianxian change. As Gu Li's order was given, the star points in the formation changed. The 9-star Tianxian formation gradually became solidified from its original loose state. On Daoxian Peak, the energy cover that had originally enveloped the entire peak like a giant bubble contracted as the formation changed. Faint golden light filled the energy shield, like a sturdy and indestructible guard, blocking out the 3 thunderbolts that fell one after another. But, even though the large formation carried the damage of the thunder, its recoil struck everyone's chest like a heavy hammer. Many of the Jidan stage disciples spat out blood from their mouths, their chi instantly wilting, and withdrew from the big formation one after another. Taishan Elder, how many more thunders are there? The long-bearded elder glanced at the dark clouds in the sky, then asked towards Gu Li. 6 thunderbolts have already fallen, and if it's not unexpected by this honorable man, there are still the last 3. Gu Li said as she pinched her sword, and the 5 elements returning sword seemed to become one with her as the sword lit up with a brilliant sword aura. She glanced towards the top of Daoxian Peak, which was shrouded in sword chi, and wondered in her heart, back when Ruyan's sister activated the Xianin body, it seems that the heaven and earth anomaly that was triggered was not a thunderbolt. Today's events seem to be odd everywhere. However, with the 9-star Tianxian Grand Formation in place, what was there to fear from the thunderbolt? Gu Li swallowed a few extreme god-gathering pills, and the majestic power was instantly poured into the 5 elements returning sword. Open the sky. However, the incomparably strong sword failed to cause an effective snipe against the 7th thunderbolt. The thunder went straight through the energy shield formed by the large formation and pointed directly at the sword chi protection at the top of Daoxian Peak. No! Gu Li's blemish wanted to crack, and an unbelievable look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Not good. This thunder is targeting the divine soul. She detached herself from the eye of the formation at the first opportunity and flew towards the 7th thunderbolt at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, the thunder was so fast that it was not humanly possible. In an instant, it drilled through the Swordchi's shield and wordlessly landed towards the small courtyard covered in ice crystals. At the same time, Yang inexplicably felt a palpitation, as if he was locked by an unknown terror. The moment the thunder was about to strike Yang, the entire small courtyard was enveloped in an eerie silence. The ice crystal-covered ground began to tremble slightly under the pressure of the thunder, as if even time was frozen at this moment. Boom! The seventh thunderbolt didn't enter from the top of Yang's head. There was no expected loud bang, no earth-shattering explosion, only a ghostly blue light that instantly engulfed him. Yang's body trembled slightly under the impact of the thunder. His eyes were tightly closed, but the expression on his face began to become distorted, as if he was experiencing unspeakable pain. The world around him began to twist and distort in Yang's eyes. The power of the thunder didn't just destroy his physical body's defense, it also directly impacted his divine soul. He felt as if he were in a vision of light, surrounded by endless darkness. Only the light of thunder flickered continuously, outlining a bizarre scene. Mr. Yang, do you think I look good in this OL outfit today or yesterday's pure desire outfit? The gorgeous secretary leaned on Yang's arm and winked. The nice scent of perfume drilled into Yang's nostrils, and the softness coming from his arms fished him into a bucking mouth. Snap! Slapping his big hand on the secretary's arse a couple of times, Jan smiled broadly. Little burned goods. With that free time, why don't we align the granularity of the project again? The secretary bit her red lip and slowly squatted down, slowly tying the hair draped over her shoulders into a ponytail. Mr. Yang, are you talking about the project from last night? With that, the scene shifted, with his high-fashion suit replaced by a tattered t-shirt, and his neat haircut becoming like a bird's nest. Yang looked at the floor-to-ceiling window on the street corner with two blank eyes. Mordor's top 10 youth. Yang sexually harasses female subordinate due to long-term workplace bullying. The reporter handed the microphone to a spirited man who said, Yang has been kicked off the board of directors of our company. Next he will face the law. The scene comes to an abrupt halt as the floor-to-ceiling window on the street corner is smashed through by Yang's head. Vivi, eat the groundhog. Yu Wei, who wore two goat horns, took the groundnuts handed by Yang and responded sweetly. Huan, so what are you eating? Yang secretly rubbed her hungry stomach and gave her a big smile. You eat first, I'll dig up a few more later. Everyone knows that I, Yang, am a waste of space. It's useless for you to arrest me. Let me go. The only response to Yang was a slap in the face. Who is Fairy Cold Moon? She's the youngest transitional stage cultivator in the last 500 years. Pop, as the saying goes, if you want to become an immortal, you must first cut off the threads of love. Pop. Yang chose to remain silent. Pop, talking is a beating. Not talking is a beating. Come on, you guys beat me to death. Dang, put, Yue's sword slashed through a dozen people in a row and finally stood to Yang's side. This pig brother. Have you seen my family's brother Huan? Yang, MMP. The desert is lonely and the sun sets over the long river. The man with a broken arm, covered in blood, clutched a tattered battle flag and loomed large. With curiosity, Jan climbed the mound and came around to his side. You are here. Yang's pupils abruptly shrunk, revealing an unbelievable expression as he muttered. Who are you? I am you. Yang pointed to his nose and asked rhetorically. And who am I? You are me. In the visions, Yang saw the things she least wanted to remember deep down in the most touching moments. He saw the joys and sorrows that belonged to him, and more than that, he saw himself standing alone in the midst of a ruin, and the whole world had become desolate and despairing. These visions were so real that he could hardly distinguish between the real and the fake, and his heart was filled with powerlessness and despair. No, it's not true. Yang cried out in his heart as he struggled to break free of these illusions, but they were like maggots on his bones, tightly wrapped around his divine soul. Just then, a small gray bead rose from the depths of the spirit sea in his dantian. The grayish filaments pulled the aura in the spirit sea and surged towards Yang's odd meridians. The aura was like a clear spring, gradually washing away his soul and dispelling those horrible illusions. When Yang woke up, the small gray beads had disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Pooh! Cold sweat spread all over Yang's body, and at this moment, it was as if he had been drained of all his strength as he collapsed onto the ice crystal cocoon in front of him. However, the ice crystal cocoon seemed to come to life as it ripped Yang's body inside and placed it on the same bed as Luningshuan. Chapter 22, The Nine Thunderbolts. Who are they targeting? Your Holiness, quickly return to the formation I. The eighth thunderbolt is coming. The voice of the beautiful elder woman shouted Guli to a halt. Guli frowned her willow brows and glanced towards the sky. Deep in the dark clouds, thunder roared, like 1,000 horses galloping, or like a giant dragon rolling through the clouds. She gave up on the idea of entering the ice crystal to find out what was going on, and her stance transformed into a stream of light, instantly returning to the eye of the formation. All of you, Concentrate and calm your breath. The 9 stars Tianqian will change again. Imperial. This time, Gu Li's voice was unusually serious, putting all the hearts in the large formation on alert. Heaven blesses my Xian Tian sect. I don't know who it was, but his infectious voice galvanized the crowd's indomitable will. Heaven blesses my Xian Tian sect. Heaven blesses my Xian Tian sect. A cry was shouted out from the Xian Tian sect's disciples, causing Gu Li to feel emotion in his heart. Heaven blesses my Xian Tian sect. Gu Li couldn't help but follow the chant, her voice filled with firm conviction. Under her leadership, the power of the entire 9-star heavenly Xian formation was energized to the extreme. Each star point was like a burning star, radiating a dazzling light. With Gu Li's command, the disciples in the large formation adjusted their positions. Their auras fused perfectly with the formation, forming an impenetrable hole. Deep within the dark clouds, the thunder grew more intense, as if the heavens were trembling. Finally, the 8th thunder was like a purple angry dragon, carrying the power to destroy everything as it descended from the sky and directly attacked the 9-star Tianqian formation. Come on! Gu Li shouted, raising the 5 elements returning sword in his hand high in the air, the tip of the sword pointing directly at thunder. The air around the sword made a sharp whistling sound due to the agitation of the sword chi. However, when the 8th thunderbolt only landed on top of the great formation, the 9th thunderbolt fell together with the power of annihilation. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Gu Li's mouth, her breath instantly wilting to the extreme, her face as miserable as gold paper. Your Holiness! Not good! Supreme Elder! Acting Patriarch! Shouting in shock, a ripple appeared in the 9-star Tianqian Grand Formation. Peak Masters, continue forming formations. Yes! Long-bearded Elder and the beautiful woman Elder were the first to ride their flying swords and support Gu Li, who was quite heavily injured. Li, how are you doing? Are you badly hurt? As he spoke, the long-bearded Elder took an elixir from his bosom and ferried it into Gu Li's mouth. Xingfeng, this honored one is fine. It's just that the divine soul is a bit shaken. It will be fine in a few days. Chen Xingfeng nodded and said towards the beautiful woman. Ah Kai, you protect her. Old man will go preside over the formation. Once the 9 thunderbolts have passed, the remaining 5 forces are bound to make a move, so we have to be on guard. Bai Kai-dai thought deeply, only to see her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she said in a domineering manner. How dare they? I'll kill them! Even though the dark clouds in the sky showed signs of dispersing after the 9 thunderbolts, the Xian Tian sect's great formation was not removed. Instead, more and more disciples and elders spontaneously entered the grand formation and became a star point in the formation. The reason why the 9-star Tianqian Grand Formation would be the Xian Tian sect's town formation was because it was too suitable for group battles. Not only was the defense heaven-defying, even the killing was in the first tier in the Xian Demon continent. With this formation in place, the Xian Tian sect would be invincible. Moreover, Chen Xingfeng and Bai Kai-dai were the clan's Grand Elder and Second Elder, both managing the clan for over 3,000 years and experienced. They also had the same cultivation level of the ferrying stage, and Gu Li believed that they would be able to properly handle the situation at hand. Nowadays, the only thing she worries about is whether Yang is still alive. As for Lu Ningxuang's Xianin body is too heavenly. Well, it should be fine. Under the damage to his divine soul, Gu Li didn't risk entering the ice crystal. Instead, he sat cross-legged outside the sword chi protection and waited patiently. The other side, the Lu Ningxuang in the ice crystal cocoon seemed to be showing signs of awakening. Lu Ningxuang's eyelashes fluttered gently, and her consciousness, like a lake shrouded in thick fog, was gradually brushed by a warm breeze. The mists began to dissipate, revealing clear water, and with it, her heartbeat accelerated and the aura in her body began to flow. As she gradually awoke, the first thing to change was the ice crystal cocoon. The ice crystal cocoon, which seemed to be incredibly sturdy, slowly transformed into pure cold power from the inside, drilling into her meridians from her limbs and bones. However, Yang beside her also seemed to be able to draw on this part of the cold power, but the speed at which he absorbed it was not as fast as Lu Ningxuang. Not long after the energy of the ice crystal cocoon was absorbed by the two, the ice crystal spreading across the entire mountain peaks also converged with it into a chilly aura towards where the two were. It was as if Lu Ningxuang's body had become a bottomless black hole, greedily absorbing the and cold power around her. Inside her body, her aura was rushing like a river, each flow making her power more solid. A faint layer of frost rose on her skin, an outward manifestation of the overabundance of cold power in her body. And beside her, although Yang was not absorbing as fast as Lu Ningxuang, his body was also changing. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious mechanism operating within his body, transforming the absorbed and cold power into his own. As the ice crystals melted, the temperature on Daoxian Peak plummeted, and the entire peak was covered by a thin layer of frosty mist. In the sky, dark clouds began to gather once again. Feeling the visions coming again, Guli opened her beautiful eyes, doubt written in them. What the hell is going on here? Once wasn't enough. You want a second time? What exactly happened to that girl Lu Ningxuang? Despite his unhealed injuries, Guli resolutely prepared to return to the formation and preside over it. However, Chen Xinfeng stopped her outside the eye of the formation as he said in a serious tone, Ali, you and recover well. The old man, no matter how to say, is also the transition stage cultivator. As he said that, a long ruler appeared in his hand, and he rubbed his palm twice over the body of the ruler, which was glowing with a faint blue light, and laughed. Old buddy, it's up to you. Immediately afterward, he threw the long ruler into the sky and strangled the seal in his hand. Measure the sky. Although the power of the measuring ruler was not as good as the 5 elements returning sword, as a Herculean extreme spiritual treasure, its defense was exceptionally amazing. However, this time, the heaven and earth visions didn't seem to be as violent as the ones earlier. Even though there was thunder in the dark clouds, there was no thunder falling, but instead drops of rain fell from the sky. At first glance, these raindrops were no different from ordinary rainwater, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that these raindrops contained an abnormal yin and cold power, because, as they were falling, they actually caused the air around them to produce a hint of frost. These raindrops fell on the energy shield of the 9-star Tianqian formation and did not scatter and splash in all directions like ordinary rainwater. Instead, as if attracted by some kind of power, it slowly merged into the energy shield. In an instant, a faint layer of ethereal light enveloped the entire grand formation. Don't panic. Hold your position. Guli gave a petulant cry, and then her thoughts drifted to that evening more than 3,000 years ago. The same dark clouds, the same heavy rain, the same ghostly light. That was the heaven and earth vision when the Xianin body was activated. Thinking about this, Guli's beautiful eyes revealed a deep color of suspicion. Just now, those 9 thunderbolts could not be targeting the Xianin body, but someone else? Chapter 23. Tell me, what is your obsession? Other than Lu Ningxuang, there's only Yang on Daoxian Peak, is it? Although Guli had some guesses in his mind, he then shook his head and sighed softly, putting those thoughts behind him. Being covered by the spectral cold ice crystal, I'm afraid he's already in dire straits. Ugh, it's all fate. Thinking of this, Guli no longer paid attention to the situation on Daoxian Peak and turned to fully recovering from the injuries on his divine soul. The other side. The spectral cold ice crystals at the top of Daoxian Peak had been absorbed by Lu Ningxuang and Yang. Under the shroud of frost and fog, the small courtyard at the top of the hill seems to be covered by a mysterious veil, adding a bit of hazy beauty. Inside the hut, Yang was sitting with his knees crossed and his 5 hearts facing each other, entering a deep meditative state. Due to the fact that the supreme infernal mixed sacred body had absorbed a portion of the yin and cold power of the phantom cold ice crystals, it had inspired the Qiankuan 9 revolutions yin-yang technique to operate on its own. At this moment, the aura in his body began to spontaneously flow through the various tendons and veins, forming a unique circulation. As his own aura fused with the power of yin and cold, the energy in Yang's body began to change subtly. The yang attribute aura that was originally blazing like fire became more mellow and deeper under the tempering of the yin and cold forces. These two extreme attributes of aura, like yin and yang fish, entwined with each other, checking and balancing each other, forming a brand new state of equilibrium. With the spirit skill running at full strength, the intertwined auras in Yang's body were as if the sun and moon were alternating between heaven and earth, and the yin and yang were complementing each other in an endless stream of life. It was as if a miniature universe had formed within him, with the great sun shining in the sky and the crescent moon hidden. At this moment, Lu Ningxuang, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes as she felt an unprecedented power flowing through her body. However, the activation of the Xianin body didn't seem to be a cause for celebration for her. Her cultivation level of the qi refining stage and the lack of a corresponding technique caused her to be unable to harness this powerful force. The uncontrollable power of yin and cold, as she got up, unexpectedly instantly froze the bed into an ice sculpture. The sudden change shocked Lu Ningxuang. Her beautiful eyes rounded and her red lips slightly opened. What's wrong with me? Me? What the hell is happening to me? Countless questions plagued her, and even her voice carried a hint of confusion and uneasiness, as if she were trapped in a maze and couldn't find an exit. Cough, cough, Frosty, who? Lu Ningxuang turned around violently, her jade hand slapping a palm in the direction of the voice. When she realized that the one who spoke was actually Yang, she could no longer control the yin-cold power on her palm. Click, click, click. The spectral cold ice crystals instantly froze Yang into an ice sculpture. Fortunately, Lu Ningxuang's cultivation was not high, and the immortal treasure Void Phantom lit up with a golden light, blocking the attack. However, the scattered yin cold power still gilded Yang's white eyebrows and silver hair with a layer of frost. Master, are you alright? Lu Ningxuang's heart thumped, and her pretty face immediately revealed a look of panic. This cheap master himself was the Xian Tian sect's notorious cultivation waste, and his cultivation had long since dissipated due to his impending death. He wouldn't kill him with a slap, would he? In the heat of the moment, she moved her body in a hurry, trying to get closer to Yang to see if he was hurt. Her movements seemed a bit awkward as her body was still adjusting to this new power. She carefully reached out her hand, wanting to touch Yang, but she was afraid that her Yin and cold power would hurt him again. I didn't expect this, Master. I'm sorry. There was a sobbing tone in Lu Ningxuan's voice, her eyes glistening with tears as she blamed herself for her loss of control. The Void Phantom had removed almost all of the power of the slap just now, and naturally, Yang was not eroded by the power of Yin and cold. He smiled slightly, his voice still seeming gentle despite the fact that his pale face was still a little stiff from the cold. Master is fine. You don't need to blame yourself. Immediately afterward, Yang turned the tables and asked, do you realize what has happened to you? Me? Being asked by him, Lu Ningxuan then activated her aura and carefully looked inward. As the aura flowed, she felt her tendons and veins filled with an incomparably terrifying Yin cold power. However, these Yin and cold forces didn't seem to be much under their control yet, and only formed a cycle within their bodies out of instinct. You, perhaps, are the only Xian Yin body in the Xian demon continent. Yang's words pulled Lu Ningxuan's thoughts back to reality. Seeing the shocked look in her eyes, Yang laughed. More than 3,000 years ago, the Lu family of Qinglan Prefecture produced a Xian Yin body, known as the Ruyan Emperor. From the glorious achievements of the Ruyan Emperor to the rise and fall of the Lu family, Yang slowly told Lu Ningxuan everything he knew. My master guesses that you might be the descendant of the Lu family that was destroyed by the soul-devouring demon palace. As Yang's words fell, Lu Ningxuan's face became cloudy. No way. Growing up. Lu Ningxuan's voice came to an abrupt halt. The mention of the soul-devouring demon palace seemed to have touched certain memories deep within her heart. In her memories, the place she grew up in was called Purgatory, a dark and desperate place filled with pain and struggle. Her mother was the only family she had. That is, until the age of 6, when a shady-faced man came to her and changed her fate. That night, Lu Ningxuan huddled outside the dilapidated hut, her ears filled with the sounds of him ravaging her mother. Her mind was filled with fear and helplessness, unable to comprehend why this was happening. Then, she was taken out of purgatory by this man called Ling Xie. In that moment, it was as if her world had been torn apart and she had lost the only thing she had to rely on. You'll be called Lu Ningxuan from now on, my Ling Xie's daughter. If you can complete the next 3 quests, I'll give you mother and daughter back your freedom. Even though Lu Ningxuan didn't understand what freedom was at that time, everything in the soul-devouring demon palace was like heaven compared to purgatory. She was hell-bent on saving her mother from purgatory and giving her a better life. Lu Ningxuan had spent 10 years completing the first 2 tasks given to her by Ling Xie, becoming a tool for killing. She then spent another 3 years living in the mortal realm near the Xian Tian sect to wash away the hostility in her body. Eventually, he passed the examination and entered the Xian Tian sect, opening the 3rd mission and becoming the nail buried here by the soul-devouring demon palace. Frost Child. In fact, Master knew that you were from the soul-devouring demon palace from the very beginning. Yang's voice was flat, but it carried a deep sense of understanding and forgiveness. Lu Ningxuan's heart was startled. A flash of panic flashed through her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by calmness. She knew that there was no accusation or anger in Yang's words, only concern and guidance for her. Master, why are you willing to take me as your disciple if you know? Lu Ningxuan's voice carried a hint of trembling, and a puzzled look appeared in her eyes. Yang smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a loving light. The master knows that you must have an unavoidable hardship. Speaking of this, he tenderly jerked Lu Ningxuan's hair and said slowly, the soul-devouring demon palace is the devil's path. Everyone should be executed. However, you are different from them. Master can see that you have your obsession and persistence. Since old husband has accepted you as his disciple, you are old husband's person for the rest of your life. Tell me, what is your obsession? Chapter 24, The Teacher's Teachings I'll Remember. What is my obsession? What exactly is my obsession? Lu Ningxuan's gaze hovered over Yang, a complicated expression written all over her pretty face. Then she lowered her head, as if inwardly asking herself over and over again. Just now, my master saw traces of a blood sacrifice contract on your body. As Yang spoke, he purposely hesitated for a moment, and only when her gaze lifted back up did he continue. That contract has been broken by me with a magic treasure, and the soul-devouring demon palace can no longer exert any control over you. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt exploded in Lu Ningxuan's mind, and her inner world experienced a violent shock at this moment. Hearing Yang say that, A look of shock immediately appeared on her pretty face. Master, are you telling the truth? Seeing that Yang nodded with a smile, Lu Ningxuang's beautiful eyes glowed with a crystalline luster. Initially, when she was trained in the soul-devouring demon palace, she was surrounded by many boys and girls, all of whom were Ling Xie's children. However, the training in the demon palace was brutal to the extreme. Not only are these children of a few years old and teenagers forced to kill, but they are even made to kill each other in order to screen out the so-called good ones. The beauty of it is that it's a big wave. Lu Ningxuang had thought about running away countless times, but one day, Ling Xie threw the mutilated bodies of several children in front of them. He stood on the high platform, his figure looking eerie in the dim light. You are all my Ling Xie's good children. Jia, he said, holding out a finger, after which a bright ethereal light flickered at the tip. In the children's horrified gazes, the remnants of the corpse on the ground instantly transformed into a wisp of demonic qi, which he greedily inhaled into his mouth. Who dares to violate the ban? Ling Xie's voice suddenly became icy cold as he pointed at a boy who was incontinent due to fear, an evil smile appearing on his face. This honored one has no need for cowards here. Lu Ningfang's gaze couldn't help but go to the boy, only to see his body gradually enveloped in a bizarre ink color, and his limbs began to glow red. In an instant, the boy's body dissolved into nothingness. It was as if his life force had been siphoned off by some unnameable force, and it all merged into Ling Xie's mouth. Lu Ningxuang didn't dare to look directly into Ling Xie's eyes. Fear gripped her heart tightly. She was afraid that she would be the next victim. All of you have this father's blood sacrifice contract on your bodies. Jia. Obey, or die. Since then, the blood sacrifice contract had become a lingering nightmare for Lu Ningxuang. She worked harder than anyone else in her training to stay alive and save her mother. She even killed her best friend, who had been with her for years, with her own hands in order to take it a step further. Until this moment, Lu Ningxuang learned from Yang's mouth that the blood sacrifice contract on her had actually been lifted. This news was like the warm spring sun, melting the frost in her heart and making her gratitude to Yang reach an unprecedented level. Ding! Lu Ningxuang's intimacy plus 25. Yang had expected to add intimacy, but he hadn't expected to add that much. The excitement within him almost made him cry out in joy. In order to establish a perfect image of his master in Lu Ningxuang's heart, he nodded slightly with a gentle smile. Since you have already worshipped me as your teacher, then I will naturally be responsible for your life. A woman's senses are like a wavy line, and when she reaches her climax, a little extra effort is sure to make her experience extraordinary sensations. Therefore, Yang took out 2 jade slips from his bosom and handed them over to Lu Ningxuang. Master, this is the Xianyin technique and the Tai-Yin sword technique. Yang tried to maintain a calm tone as he was a bit vain. After all, these 2 feats were the cheapest feats in the system mall. It wasn't that the 1,000 points worth of Xianyin Gong couldn't be afforded, but the 50 points of Xianyin Gong remnants was more cost-effective. Of course, the same goes for the Tai-Yin sword technique. The peak realm of the transitional stage is the ceiling of the Xian demon continent, and Yang felt that it would be good for Lu Ningxuang to be able to cultivate to the transitional stage first, and there was absolutely no need to press the need to buy the full version for her. The system points that had been gleaned with great difficulty had to be kept. Not only could they buy themselves babies, but perhaps they could also be used to brush up on the intimacy of other cashback recipients. Alas, it's all my teacher's fault for being useless. The Xianyin Gong can only be cultivated up to the transition stage at most. My master guessed that you should want to become a sword cultivator, so I prepared this Tai-Yin sword technique for you. However, it's a pity that this sword skill also seems to only be able to be cultivated up to the transition stage. Before Yang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Ningxuang's hug. Lu Ningxuang hugged Yang tightly, and the glittering tears in her eyes finally couldn't be stopped from falling. In this cold world, Yang's appearance was like a warm light, bringing her hope and warmth. Lu Ningxuang choked. Master, you have already done too much for me. These feats are already priceless to me. I will definitely cherish it, and cultivate hard to live up to your expectations. Ding! Lu Ningxuang's intimacy plus 10. The system's beat nearly hung Yang into a warble. With 1,000 years of dog-licking experience, he naturally knew what women needed right now. Yang gently patted Lu Ningxuang's back, then gently smoothed her green silk one by one. There is little that Master can do for you. After Master's death, you... No, don't allow Master to say that. Lu Ningxuang pressed her finger against his lips, blocking out the latter part of Yang's sentence. However, when Lu Ningxuang raised her eyes, she happened to meet Yang's burning gaze. In this instant, her heartbeat couldn't help but beat 3 times faster, and a mesmerized look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Under the immortal treasure void phantom, and with his cultivation returning to the foundation establishment stage, Yang's appearance seemed a bit younger. This gave him a more immortal aura, vaguely resembling the dashing suavity of his youth. Warm hugs, affectionate smiles, and positions where the two could now almost feel each other's heartbeats. Everything that was going on made Lu Ningxuan couldn't help but be moved by it. In her heart, Yang was not only her master, but also her savior. His gentleness, his mystery, all of them made her feel an unspeakable fascination. She even began to fantasize about what it would be like to one day read about it. Lu Ningxuan closed her beautiful eyes and boldly printed her red lips gently on Yang's lips. Then, before Yang could slow down, she immediately broke away from his embrace and stood to the side, watching him surreptitiously. Yang did not expect that she would take the initiative to send a kiss, and 4 big words immediately flashed in his mind. Rushing master and rebel. Even though it felt good to be rushed, one must never lose the majesty of the master. Yang glared at Lu Ningxuan and said seriously, Frost child, the next time will not be an exception. In my master's heart, there is only one person, your master's wife. If you are looked at. Lu Ningxuan didn't care who he had in his heart. Anyway, she kissed and kissed, she would definitely be responsible to the end. Only to see her hands wrapped around Yang's arm, rubbing vigorously with that 1g of absolute dust, saying daintily, alright, the master's teachings, the disciple keeps them in mind. Chapter 25, Stronger Together? As a master teacher, Yang had to establish his authority. As a man, such a stunning woman took the initiative to offer a kiss, and the signals it released were self-evident. After licking others for 1,000 years and being licked by others for the first time, Yang Huan's heart seemed to be as bright and colorful as a blooming firework. She wants to punch the division, let her punch it. Anyway, I do not take the initiative. Do not refuse. Well, not responsible for the line. Say it later. This was what Yang thought. So naturally, she didn't push Lu Ningxuan away, and instead, with her other free hand, she jerked her head and laughed. You girl, don't say one thing but actually do another. Don't worry, master, my disciple will definitely redouble his efforts. Lu Ningxuan responded with a smile, then wrapped her arm around Yang a little tighter. There's never been anyone like Yang besides mother, who not only trusts me completely, but doesn't care about my past. Master. No, he seems to be more like the man in my dreams, mature, charming and mysterious. At the moment, she just wanted to hug Yang like this. She was afraid that this was just a dream, and that she would wake up and go back to the place that had caused her so much torment and pain. Yang didn't know exactly what was going on in her mind, and didn't try to guess, but just quietly stayed with her and gave her enough warmth. The atmosphere in the hut became cozy and serene. After a long time, Lu Ningxuan let go of her hand and sighed quietly. Master, my mother is imprisoned in purgatory. I want to save her. Can you? Even though Yang was about as mortal as a human being in her eyes, he had a hard backstage. His master is the renowned Xian Gui immortal Guli, and his Taoist partner is the cold moon immortal Yue, who has unparalleled battle prowess. If the two fairies could be deployed, plus a few elders from the Xian Tian sect, I think that nasty man should release them. Purgatory? Yang's white eyebrows raised, his voice carrying a hint of surprise. Purgatory was a secret realm of the soul-devouring demon palace, and its internal scene was like an underworld hell. Not only was the environment harsh, but it was also filled with all sorts of dangers. At first, this secret realm was open to everyone in the demon palace as a place of trial. However, as things changed, at some point it was given the name of Purgatory. According to reliable sources, there was a mysterious domain door in the depths of Purgatory, through which one could enter a forbidden place in the Xian demon continent. Every 1,000 years, the soul-devouring demon palace would sacrifice the countless lives detained within Purgatory, through the domain gate, to the unknown within the forbidden land. However, why the soul-devouring demon palace did so remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Hundreds of years ago, he had been captured by the experts of the demon palace, and was imprisoned within the purgatory. Yang had been having second thoughts about it, but it was still doable if he just wanted to get someone out of purgatory. Only thing is, he can't do it with the power that Yang has now. Moreover, he believed that Master Guli would not choose to clash head-on with the soul-devouring demon palace for the sake of Lu Ningxuan's mother at this current sensitive moment. After all, the situation on the Xian demon continent was intricate and complicated, and neither party dared to act rashly. Perhaps a single fuse would be enough to trigger a melee between the 6 powers. Yang pondered for a moment, stroked his white beard, and said with caution in his tone, "In this matter, the master will speak with your master ancestor." Then his words changed. "The difficulty of going to purgatory to rescue people is clearer to you than anyone else, so you have to let the clan see your value, or else, apprentice understands. Apprentice will definitely work hard to cultivate." Lu Ningxuan got up and gave a blessing to Yang, her beautiful eyes revealing a determined look. Since she had already activated the Xianin body and had the Xianin technique and the Taiyin sword technique, she believed that the day she saved her mother would not be long in coming. As for that so-called father, she swore that sooner or later she would break him into pieces with her own hands. Yang saw that she had been successfully pooed by herself. Girls nowadays, the bigger the boobs, the less the brains, too good to cheat. No wonder Master is not very gullible. Just as Yang was chanting about Guli in his mind, the heaven and earth visions over Daoxian Peak were nearing their end. At this time, Guli's injuries had recovered more than 90%, and suddenly, she opened her beautiful eyes, and two palpitating auras shot out from her eyes. Fellow Taoists, I wonder what is the purpose of my visit to my Xian heavenly sect today. Guli's silhouette stood on top of the flying sword, and the five elements returning sword in her hand was emitting an eye-catching sword aura that seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. 3,000 green threads fluttered with the night wind, and the sleeves of his clothes hunted, like an exiled fairy who descended from the sky, not staining the dust. The emerald sleeves gently shake the lotus flower in her steps. Her eyebrows are like the frost and snow on the distant mountains. Her skirt dances lightly in the wind, and her eyes are like cold stars shining in the night. As he spoke, a scholarly-looking man, shaking a folding fan, stepped into the air. The man's face was handsome and his temperament was outstanding, giving people a feeling of a male like jade, warm and moist. Despite his handsome appearance, his eyes staring at Guli were thick with greed. When he was about tens of feet away from Guli, he stopped in his tracks. Junior, meet Fairy Xian Gue. The man slightly arched his hand, and although he performed a meet and greet salute, there was no hint of respect in his tone of voice. Instead, it carried a hint of contempt and provocation. Guli glanced at him and hummed lightly, speaking in a flat tone. So it's you, hypocrite, you. The unflinching words immediately caused the man's face to redden and warm, and the folding fan in his hand trembled slightly, revealing the fluctuations in his heart. In the next breath, a powerful aura emanated from his body, and the greed in his eyes was then replaced by a touch of gloom. Just then, another silver bell-like voice came from the distance. Ho ho ho, what a hoot! Ha, white boy, why are you here to join in the fun? As a silver bell-like voice rang out, a woman with a fiery figure and bewitching appearance slowly stepped into the crowd's line of sight. Despite the fact that she was dressed in proper palace attire, she somehow made it seem as if she was naked between her steps. That unintentional flow of flavor almost broke the Xian Tian sect's 9-star Tian Xian formation. All of you, listen to the order, concentrate and be quiet. Don't be mesmerized by this demoness. As by Katie's voice rang out, the rippling large formation energy cover gradually returned to calm. The woman in midair's beautiful eyes stared, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ali's sister, is not welcome sister to come as a guest. Well, then I go? Seeing her say that, Guli sighed lightly, and then a bitter smile appeared on her pretty face. Since Fairy Spirit Moon has come, my Xian heavenly sect is naturally welcome. When she said that, she transmitted her voice. Slutty, quickly put away your charm. Do not see me, this big formation is almost broken for you. After finishing her speech, Fairy Spirit Moon collected her power and slowly stepped to stand with Guli. At that moment, a look of gravity appeared in the eyes of the man whom Ling Yu had called Little White Man. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and the corner of his mouth hooked as he said, TSK, TSK, the Xian heavenly sect is joining forces with the Acacia sect? Saying this, he arched his hand towards the four directions and continued with a tone of mischief. What do you think, guys? Chapter 26, Battle Fright. You old bastard. So what if we join forces? Why would my battle sect be afraid of that? A cold laugh, tinged with disdain and arrogance, caused Guli and Lingyu to furrow their brows. As he was speaking, a powerful figure revealed himself from between the clouds, wearing the unique purple and gold battle armor of the battle sect, just like a god of war descending. The man's figure was like a purple lightning bolt that sped down from the clouds at such a speed that it was hard to catch. In an instant, the man came close to the crowd, and a powerful sense of oppression came over them. Yo, 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 if it isn't Battle Surprise, what are you doing here? As soon as Spirit Moon's words fell, a few soft laughs rang out among the clouds. The space in front of the crowd then rippled, as if a stone had been cast into the water, and the ripples rippled out, with everyone watching. A long, round, straight leg was slowly revealed from the center of the ripples, followed by an arm as shiny as a jade lotus root. As the ripples spread, a delicate figure gradually became clear. A long, moonlight white dress with a train that danced gently with the wind, as light as a cloud. Her long hair was like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders, with an untamed wildness between her eyebrows, and a provocative smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Big Brother Battle comes and goes as he pleases. Whose turn is it for you? A tie hoof. To talk too much? The woman said and threw a wink towards War Surprise while moving closer to him, but she seemed to be closer to the man with the folding fan. You're a tie who was ed by 1,000 riders and still dreaming of marrying Battle Surprise? Ling Yu glanced at the woman disdainfully, her tone filled with contempt for her. Immediately afterward, under Gu Li's surprised gaze, Ling Yu wrapped her arms around her small waist and nudged in the direction of Battle Surprise. It's been how many years? The other big brother Battle only has our Ali in his heart. Okay. Gu Li gently twisted her body to get rid of Ling Yu's embrace and first looked at War Surprise before saying seriously, Ling Yu, if you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me, Gu Li, for not showing any mercy. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? You treat people like sisters, but they don't miss you. When the woman who appeared last finished speaking, she let out a sneer, her eyes revealing an undisguised smugness. However, she hadn't been complacent for long before Spirit Moon suddenly appeared in front of her. Ding! Ding! The ringed blade that glowed with an ethereal light met a chilling dagger in a short battle. Ling Yu, Lung Dai, the relationship between this seat and Ali is not something you can provoke? Lang Dai, humph. If you want to fight, then fight. Do you think that I, Devil Abyss Valley, am afraid of you, Acacia Sect? The two women seemed to have a grudge in the past, and it was only when they first met that violent sparks erupted between their words, and now they were even fighting together. When Gu Li saw them fighting, she glanced towards War Surprise again, meaning for him to persuade them. However, since War Shocker had appeared, all of his attention had been on Gu Li. If it were not for the other three forces at hand, he would have hated to drag Gu Li into the grove. Whisper for a while. Even though the six powers of the Xian demon continent were not related to each other on the surface, after thousands of years of fighting, these people at the moment were more or less friends. It was as if Gu Li and the second elder of the Acacia sect, Ling Yu, were bosom friends. Battle sect vice sect leader War Shocker was Gu Li's lickspill. Lung Dai, the great elder of the Devil Abyss Valley, was Battle Surprise's little fangirl. The intricacies of relationships and emotions are intertwined into the chaos at hand. However, as the third elder of the Gongsun family in Central State, the folding fan little white man had pestled and mortared for half a day. But surprisingly, no one put him in their eyes. This left him harboring a fire in his heart, like a volcano with black smoke that could erupt at any time. The Gongsun family had dominated the Xian demon continent for countless years, and there were countless experts and capable people in their family. Today's encounter, however, made him feel humiliated and angry like never before. Gongsun Wuji's eyes revealed a hint of sinister venom as he first coldly glanced at Battle Surprise before turning his gaze back to Gu Li. His folding fan swayed gently, appearing relaxed on the surface, but deep inside he was secretly plotting and scheming. Adulterers and adulteresses, and those two little burnouts. Sooner or later, I'm going to make you all pay. While cursing in his heart, Gongsun Wuji quietly scouted to the north, then pondered in his heart. After so long, there's still no movement over there. It seems like that guy Ling Xia shouldn't be coming today. As he thought of this, he glanced deeply at Gu Li, and a false smile appeared on his face as he said, "It's a great pity that Brother Ling is not present for such a scene." Before he could finish his words, a gust of wind suddenly rose up, and Gongsun Wuji's throat was tightly pinched by Battle Surprise's iron palm. Mother asterisk 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 her, if you say one more word, Mr. War will kill you today. Gongsun Wuji never expected that his words would provoke such a strong killing intent from Battle Surprise. It seemed that the rumors between Ling Xia and Gu Li were not empty. Even though his neck was being pinched to the point of raw pain and his breathing was becoming difficult, Gongsun Wuji didn't believe that Battle Shocker would really lay his hands on him to kill him. He used his folding fan to pat Battle Surprise's arm and said slowly, "Brother Battle, forgive me, it was my younger brother who slipped up." Seeing him begging for mercy, Battle Surprise snorted coldly and threw him out a dozen feet with a flick of his hand. "Gongsun virtuous brother, the rivers and lakes are treacherous. Before you reach the stage of the tribulation, it's better to be obedient and cultivate at home." When Gongsun Wuji heard this, his face turned green for a while, and the knuckles of his grip on the folding fan flushed white. The delay in his cultivation breaking through to the ferrying stage had always been his shortcoming and the deepest pain in his heart. War Surprise's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt into his most sensitive wound. He straightened his somewhat disheveled green shirt, and despite the burning anger in his heart, he still maintained a gentle and jade-like demeanor on the surface. Brother Battle's lesson is correct. Little brother has been taught. Then the words changed. However, the matter of cultivation is not something that Brother Battle should bother about. I, Gongsun Wuji, have my own measure. Despite having suffered a loss in front of Battle Surprise, he was still unwilling to lose face in front of the crowd. Since Ling Xia wasn't coming, it would be better for him to leave first. After all, in front of the family's grand plan, what is personal honor or disgrace? Gongsun Wuji arched his hand towards Battle Surprise and Gu Li and said in an indifferent tone, "Since the Xian Heavenly Clan is unharmed, I will take my leave first." When Gu Li saw him speak in such a grand manner, he naturally couldn't let the Xian Tian sect lose their etiquette. Although his heart was reluctant, he politely returned the salute. Fellow Daoist, be my guest. After Gongsun Woji left, War Shocker saw that the battle between Ling Yu and Lang Dai was still continuing, so he brought a fawning face and rubbed his hands together to Gu Li's side. After a long time, it seemed as if his intended had gotten much younger again, and with this face, this body, and this cultivation, TSK, 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 if you can marry back to the War Clan, it's a great honor. Gu Li gave him a blank look and was just about to mercilessly snuff out his thoughts in the cradle when she heard Yang's voice coming from Shinfeng. Battle surprise, you old undead. It's been 1,000 years and you still crave my master's body? Chapter 27, Where's your cultivation? With War Shocker's cultivation, even the Shin Tian Sec's 9-star Heavenly Shin Grand Formation could not stop his keen gaze. He quickly locked onto Dao Shin Peak, the figure that he deeply detested. However, in Battle Surprise's impression, it seemed that Yang shouldn't look like this now. Hundreds of years ago, Yang still maintained his youthful appearance, and despite his crummy cultivation, that face of his was able to seduce countless female cultivators into going crazy over it. Battle Astounding's own sister, Battle Timothy, was one of Yang's fangirls. In order to get Yang's heart, as well as his person, War Timothy even gave Yue a war letter to settle Yang in one battle, even though the man-stealing incident ended up being a non-issue. Since then, Battle Surprise has held a grudge against Yang. Because of Yang, not only is her own sister still unmarried, but she has even become a stumbling block in her own pursuit of Gu Li. Over the years, Battle Surprise had wanted to chop up Yang and feed him to the dogs countless times, but for fear of his sister's heartbreak and Gu Li's grudge, he hadn't dared to actually do it. However, Yang's current state doesn't seem to have a few years to live, pending his death. Bah ha ha. Thinking of this, the expression on Battle Surprise's face changed from shocked anger to smugness. However, when his gaze fell on the woman who was assisting Yang, his expression changed from complacency to jealousy. How come all the ones that appear around him are stunningly beautiful? Heavens, oh earth, can you send down a few heavenly thunders to strike him to death? Battle Surprise cursed in his heart, and at that moment, the 9-star Tian Xian formation suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, and immediately afterward, countless angry roars came from the formation. Bah! Where did that old dog come from that dares to covet Fairy Xian Gui's beauty? Battle old thief, come and fight one-on-one. Brothers, light up and get him. Fairy Gu Li of Xian Gui was not only his goddess of Battle Surprise, but also the goddess shared by all the male cultivators of Xian Tian sect. Wouldn't your own goddess tolerate outsiders getting their hands on her? The 9-star Tian Xian formation erupted with a power that was even stronger than when it was defending against the heaven and earth anomaly. As long as Gu Li gave the order, a mere fairy-jacking stage cultivator would be killed like a dog. War Shocker, this place is the hinterland of my Xian Tian sect. Leave quickly and don't make any mistakes. At this moment, Grand Elder Chen Xingfeng presided over the Grand Formation while locking onto Battle Surprise with a cold gaze. Even if War Shocker's cultivation was higher, he was no match for the Clan Protection Formation. It was not easy to have a chance to get close to the goddess. Just like this, Yang stirred up. The war shocked the weather lungs to explode. He was only seen pointing at Yang on Daoxian Peak and shouted angrily, "You wait!" Putting down his harsh words, War Shocker's eyes circled around Gu Li's body a few more times, and then disappeared far away. Meanwhile, Spirit Moon and Lang Dai's fierce battle seemed to be nearing its end. After all, the two of them were also keeping an eye on the movements on the field during their fierce battle, and with the successive departure of Gongsun Woji and Battle Shocker, Lang Dai had long since lost interest in the battle. Slutty hoof, I'll let you off this time. I'll take your head next time we meet. Lang Dai reprimanded as she leapt backward, calmly dodging Spirit Moon's ring blade attack, then chased after Battle Surprise's direction. Brother Battle, slow down. Late at night, the partial hall of the Sovereign Peak was still lit up. 2 women and 1 man were sitting around the table, and another woman in a plain skirt was making spiritual tea for them. Huan, why don't you go to the Acacia sect with Senior Uncle? Senior Uncle will pass on your yin harvesting and yang replenishing technique, and you shouldn't have a problem living for another 100 years. Ling Yu smiled and spoke, her seductive and charming eyes never leaving Yang's body. Name, Ling Yu. Power, Acacia sect. Age, 3824. Cultivation level, 3rd level of the transition. Charm value, 91. Intimacy, 90. Mystery number, 0. Other, innate charming body. It was only after Yang had finished looking at Spirit Moon's attributes through the system that Gu Li, who was beside him, knocked on the table with force and made a disgruntled sound. Going to the Acacia sect with you? I'm afraid he'll die even faster. Gu Li said and rolled Ling Yu's eyes as he continued with a hint of derision in his tone. You craved his body when Huan was 20 years old, and now that he's like this, you still won't let him go? When Yang heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was depressed. MMP. What do you mean it's all over? I'm a Tai Shan Woji mixed sacred body. Since the activation level got to 5%, the old man feels younger as a whole, even with abs. Even if you're 1 against 2, I can you all up. However, he only dared to think about these words in his heart. If he were to say them out loud, he would definitely be thrashed by the 2 girls. After all, he had suffered through them both in his youth. What do you mean I crave his body? You're noble. You don't crave. Well. Before Ling Yu could finish her words, Gu Li's jade hand covered her small mouth. Slutty, believe it or not I'll tear your mouth off? At this moment, Gu Li's pretty face had already reddened to the base of her neck, and it was obvious that Ling Yu's words had poked at certain hidden secrets within her heart. Spirit Moon's mouth was unable to speak, so she could only glance up towards Yang and signal him to hurry up and say something. However, how could Yang dare to speak? He gently sipped his spirit tea pretending not to see it. Spirit Moon craved his body, and Yang had known that 1,000 years ago. After all, every time they met, she would tease them, but the fact that the master also craved his body was a bit mind-boggling to Yang. He sneaked a glance at Gu Li, but he didn't expect their eyes to coincide. At this moment, from the master's eyes, Yang read many complex emotions. There was shyness and anger and shyness, and there seemed to be some coyness that only a young girl can have. Yang hurriedly averted his gaze, but his heart was like a field in springtime, when all flowers blossomed and everything revived, and it was the mating season again. But on second thought, Ling Yu, this Tai's mouth has never been a deceitful ghost, and the words that come out of her mouth, 12 out of 10 are false. Moreover, the master has always been reserved. At this moment is just face, which will really crave their own body. With that in mind, Yang cleared his throat and said faintly, Senior, after not seeing you for 100 years, you look even better than before. How exactly do you take care of yourself? When these words came out, Gu Li and Ling Yu froze at the same time, each thinking in their hearts. Gu Li's heart was slightly flushed with a hint of bitterness. Sure enough, in Yang's eyes, Ling Yu was still a bit prettier. While Ling Yu heard this, she revealed a brilliant and incomparable smile. Even her charming eyes smiled into a crescent moon. Really? You really feel that way? Oops. Yuck. Luwenjia usually doesn't take much care of it. Ling Yu's performance not only made the corners of Yang's mouth twitch a dozen times, it also made Gu Li and Lu Ningfang secretly curse in their hearts. Ali, Ling Yu said glancing towards Lu Ningxuang and asked casually, What's your name, girl? Lu Ningxuang gave a slight blessing, a little surprised that the ding-ding Ling Yu fairy would take the initiative to talk to herself. Master Ancestor? The apprentice grandson is Lu Ningxuang. What Master Ancestor are you calling her? Your Master Ancestor is the honored one. Gu Li's tone carried a bit of coldness, and she seemed to be a bit dissatisfied with Lu Ningxuang's performance. Her words seemed to lower the temperature of the side hall down a little bit, but Ling Yu's next words brought the temperature up again. Isn't she Huan Huan's disciple? Huan Huan called me senior. What's wrong with this girl calling me senior? Saying that, Ling Yu held Lu Ningxuang's hand and made her sit down. Ali, you too. That Yue girl is just like you, cold and icy. Do you want this girl to follow you too? When she saw Gu Li's beautiful eyes glaring as if she was about to retort, she immediately brought the topic back to Yang. Huan Huan, where has all your cultivation gone? Chapter 28. I have a way to let your master live a few more years. At the mention of cultivation, Yang and Gu Li sighed softly at the same time, then the two of them exchanged glances, with Yang opening his mouth first. It's good to be alive. It doesn't matter if it's cultivation or not. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Li picked up the conversation. Sister Yu, that yin harvesting and yang replenishing technique you just mentioned, can it really prolong Huan Huan's lifespan? When Spirit Moon saw her ask this, her charming eyes lit up with a faintly imperceptible light. The acacia sex techniques basically have the effect of prolonging life and also beautifying the face. If you guys want to learn them, I can pass them on to you. Saying that, she moved to Gu Li's ear and said in a voice that only she could hear, Don't you crave his body too? Why don't you do this first? And then that. After a few moments passed, only Gu Li first reddened her ears, then her pretty face burned, and finally even her neck was tinted with a blush. With Yang's understanding of Spirit Moon, the words she had just said were definitely powerful. Despite the great curiosity in his heart as to what exactly she had said, his own master had already warmed up, and it would be wisest to keep his head down and drink his tea at this juncture. However, the curious baby Lu Ningxuan unexpectedly opened her mouth. Master Ancestor. Me, can I learn? Gu Li and Ling Yu looked toward her at the same time, both with a puzzled look in their eyes. Seeing that they just looked at themselves but didn't say anything, Lu Ningxuan felt furtive in her heart. Then she hung her head and whispered, Then I won't learn. At that moment, Gu Li glared at Yang, then nudged his mouth in the direction of the door and said, Yang, why don't you go back to your cave first? Girl Ningxuan stays behind. Master has something to say to her. Yang bristled and nodded in agreement, but muttered something in his mind. If you don't let me hear it, who cares? Old me still can't wait to hurry back to the cave to cultivate the spirit skill. When he left, Guli carefully scrutinized Lu Ningxuang for a while, and only withdrew his gaze when he looked at her until she was chilled all over. Come on Li, don't scare the girl. Ling Yu gently patted Lu Ningxuang's hand and gave her a relieved smile before turning to Guli and transmitting her voice. This girl, like Sister Ruyan, is a Xianin body, isn't she? Guli's willow eyebrows flicked up, her eyes fixed on Ling Yu. I wanted to make up an excuse to get away with it, but I was unexpectedly blocked by Ling Yu's next words. Don't you forget how we met? More than 3,000 years ago, Guli and Ling Yu were befriended in the Lu family, and after that, the two of her met with Lu Ruyan. At that time, the three women were at the same stage of void refining, and their ages were closer, so they naturally became close friends. Thus, not only did Guli know about some of the secrets of the Xianing body, but Ling Yu was also very clear about it. Guli's beautiful eyes stared as she thought in her heart, this is so hard to deal with, so thoughtful. It must be because she sensed through the heaven and earth visions that girl Ningxuang is a Xianing body. Since she couldn't hide it, Guli decided to admit it graciously, only to see her nod slightly, then transmitted her voice to ask, so what are your plans? This girl is your apprentice grandchild. You ask me what I have planned? Spirit Moon suddenly revealed a wry smile halfway through her transmission. Why don't you let this girl worship me as her master ancestor and let me bring it back to the Acacia sect? No! Guli glared at her and categorically dismissed Ling Yu's claim. Ali, did your master talk to you about what happened more than 3,000 years ago? What is it? About my family's old ancestor wanting to take Sister Ruyan as a hearth. Guli's beautiful eyes rounded, revealing a look of surprise. Apparently, regarding this matter, the master had never revealed half of it to her. Ling Yu pondered for a moment, then slowly told Guli everything that happened back then. More than 3,000 years ago, the old ancestor of the Acacia sect's cultivation stopped at the 8th level of the transition stage due to a Dao injury. In order to break through to the peak stage of the transition stage, or even further, to ascend to the upper realm, he had spared no expense in taking out a mutilated treasure book, the 9 turns yin yang record, from the forbidden land of the Acacia sect. The contents of the treasure codex were all-encompassing, and the one that moved the old ancestor's heart the most was the account of dual cultivation and the furnace. According to the treasure canon, there were a total of 9 saint bodies in heaven and earth that were most suitable to be used as cauldrons. The Xianin body is one of them. Dual cultivation with it, yin and yang, increasing cultivation, healing Taoist injuries, and fixing the divine soul. That was why when the heaven and earth vision appeared in the Lu family, the old ancestor of the Acacia sect would not hesitate to go to war with the Lu family in order to obtain Ruyan Lu. As the story went on, Guli came to a realization. Not only did she understand the strife back then, but she also had a few guesses about Spirit Moon's intentions at the moment. Sister Yu, do you mean to let this girl be Huanuan's stove tripod? There was a hint of uncertainty in Guli's voice, but Ling Yu nodded as she continued her transmission. Huan is Yu Wei's obsession. If he dies, Ling Yu paused, took a deep breath, and asked, you don't want her to go crazy when she comes out of the secret realm, do you? At the mention of Yu Wei going crazy, the brows of the two women both knitted together. Clearly this memory was not a good one for them, but will it work to have this girl be Huanuan's cauldron? Guli's voice transmission was immediately answered, only to see Ling Yu clear her throat and turn her head towards Lu Ningxuang to ask, Ningxuang girl, your master ancestor and I have a method to let your master father live a few more years. Only, she purposely didn't finish her sentence, but paused, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lu Ningxuang, wanting to see what she would say. If Lu Ningxuang could accept the offer, not only might Yang's life be saved, but she might be able to achieve a new legend. If she is adamantly opposed, then this woman, it must not be kept. Lu Ningxuang didn't know exactly what they were playing at. She only knew that Master Ancestor had left herself behind and should have something very important to say. However, after waiting for half a day, he only waited for Fairy Ling Yu's headless words. Despite the many questions in her mind, when it came to the topic of whether or not Yang could live for a few more years, there was immediate clarity in her mind. Today's Lu Ningxuang was no longer the same person she was 10 days ago. Right now, she just wanted to repay Yang's favor, try to show her worth, and then save her mother. Lu Ningxuang raised her eyes with a determined glint in them, took a deep breath and asked, "Two senior ancestors, as long as we can keep Master Teacher alive, Ningxuang is willing to do anything." Guli sniffed and didn't say anything, but from her eyes, Lu Ningxuang felt a wordless recognition. Ling Yu, on the other hand, excitedly shouted good and then said to Guli with a hint of envy, "Whenever you this luck also share a little bit of it with me. Let me also dip into the light. Be the daughter of luck." Guli rolled his eyes to her. his tone flirtatious. Okay, I'll share some with you later. Immediately afterward, her words turned to the subject at hand. Since nervous Frost is willing, tell me about it. When Ling Yu heard this, her expression immediately became serious, and between the gentle wave of her jade hand, several prohibitions were placed in the side hall. The Xianing body is one of the most suitable sacred bodies to be used as a furnace. Chapter 29. A day's work lies in the morning. The white plain skirt gently swayed in the night breeze, clinging to Lu Ningxuan's 1G's stunningly beautiful body, outlining her fiery curves. She stood quietly at the top of the mountain, her gaze piercing through the night and gazing at the boundless sky, her heart rippling. During the harsh training in the soul-devouring demon palace, the affairs of men and women were mandatory for everyone. Lu Ningxuan understood early on that her looks, her body would be her strongest weapon. Despite the fact that she had mentally built it up in her mind a long time ago, when it came to actually facing it all, it seemed to take her some time to digest it. Sister Yu, will we be putting too much pressure on her if we do this? Guli looked at Lu Ningxuan and softly asked Ling Yu by her side. A bit of worry could be seen on her pretty face. She is Huanuan's disciple. If the disciple doesn't go on, is it possible for you as the master to go on? You, me, I can get on. Do you agree? Guli and Ling Yu whispered softly and drifted away. After a long time, Lu Ningxuan took a deep breath and saved the storage bag handed to her by Immortal Spirit Moon firmly in her hand, her eyes becoming determined. The other side. Yang followed the luck route of the Qinkuan 9 revolutions in Yang technique and completed 9 complete circumferential cycles. Not only did it consolidate his foundation establishment stage cultivation, but it also made him feel that his cultivation had increased significantly. With joy comes doubt. What the hell happened while I was unconscious? How come the aura in my body has become black and white? Filled with suspicion, Yang began to try to cast some basic spells. Yang casually pinched a seal of the fireball technique, and then the black and white aura in his body instantly surged. The fire element in the air rapidly gathered, and a basketball-sized fireball coalesced and took shape in his palm. This time, the power of the fireball seemed far greater than before. The surface of the fireball not only pulsed with blazing flames, but also faintly glowed with a black and white halo, as if it contained some kind of mysterious power. He could feel that the energy contained in this fireball spell was several times more powerful than before. The fireball was also hotter, and the air around it twisted and distorted from the heat. The black and white halo in the fireball seemed to be constantly rotating, and with each rotation, the power of the fireball increased by 1 point. It was as if this black and white aura gave the fireball a more violent and unstable character. Yang Huan was startled in his heart and hurriedly gazed at the fireball in his hand and gathered all his attention. He carefully controlled the fireball, trying to stabilize it. As his mind turned, the fireball slowly hovered over his palm. Although it was powerful, the fireball didn't burst out under his full concentration and control. The light in Yang's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and as he clenched his palms into fists, the fireball instantly went out without leaving a trace of smoke. The supreme infernal mixed sacred body is truly extraordinary. I didn't expect the aura to change so much after foundation building. After sighing, Yang did not stop and continued to cast a few spells, seeking to adapt to the changes in his body in the shortest possible time. When his mind was re-immersed in the spiritual secrets, there were a few more obscure words and pictures in his mind. It's a good thing the system is strong and the annotations remain ridiculously detailed. The Qiankuan 9 Revolutions Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique? The 10,000 Flowers? The Hearth and Cauldron Treasure Book? My chow! There's more of this good stuff? Master Unity, why didn't you tell me earlier? System! Yang almost jumped up in excitement. For a traveler with an active mind, words like dual cultivation method and stove tripod are simply a dream come true. It's just a shame that the system arrived 1,000 years late. The suave and elegant young man is long gone, and now he is in his twilight years. Yang felt that other than Yue, there shouldn't be any woman who would still look at him as a bad old man. After all, Master Gu Li's intimacy had reached 100, but she hadn't been seen throwing her weight around. Although Lu Ningxuan had a small rush of masters today, it seemed that she had only acted on impulse. Spirit Moon elder sister let alone. She used to not only move her mouth but also her hands, and now, she just moves her mouth. Thinking of this, Yang seemed like a deflated ball of leather inside quietly. It's better to have than not to have it. Read it, just for insight. Yang comforted himself, having thought that the 10,000 Flowers Treasure Classic was similar to the Sunflower Treasure Classic, a set of profound and unfathomable techniques. However, when he tapped on the first page of the treasure trove in the system, it was as if a beam of light had opened the door to a new world for him. I chow. The first half of the book introduces him to the beauty of the 10,000 tribes in an extremely artistic form. After the introduction of the beautiful women, there was the blood-curdling content. This part of the story, coupled with the systematic annotations, makes Jan realize that the past 1,000 years have been wasted. After reading the Book of 10,000 Flowers, it was as if Jan had gained a new layer of understanding of the opposite sex. When he clicked on the Chinkuan 9 Revolutions Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Dharma with great anticipation, he felt as if his soul had been instantly ripped into a marvelous world. This world is a mysterious space that transcends the boundaries of reality and is filled with passion and harmony. The desire of all things, from the heart and with the nature, can be good or evil. The voice seemed to come from beyond the heavens, like the sound of the great Tao, and like the morning bell and the drum, enlightening the soul, the way, the law, and nature. Where the heart is, where the desire is, that is where life is. Listening to the voices in his ears and gazing at the union of spirit and flesh around him, Yang slowly closed his eyes, as if having an epiphany. Time passed for an unknown amount of time, until Lu Ningxuan's clear and energetic voice came to his ears. Master, it's dawn. The sun is shining. Yang slowly came back from his deep meditation, as if waking up from a long dream. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Ningxuan in front of him. Seeing her pretty face with a smile, he cleared his throat and flirted. It's just after dawn and the sun is on your ass? Lu Ningxuan wrapped her hands naturally around Yang's arm like she had done a few times before. Her voice sweet. Geez, it's almost sunny. As she spoke, she exerted her hands slightly, trying to help Yang up. However, after a night's cultivation, Yang was now bony and hard everywhere. If he stood up, he had only been picked up for a throw when he made a jackhammer move in the dark. Ah! Lu Ningxuan stumbled with him and let out a cry of surprise as she involuntarily fell into Yang's arms. Soft jade, fragrant, and the most impulsive morning of the day. Yang subconsciously tightened his arms around Lu Ningxuan, while she instinctively wrapped her hands around his neck. At this moment, four eyes met, and their gazes intertwined, as if pulling up silk. Huan, look what goodie's sister brought you. Chapter 30, you could make a mahjong table. Familiar voices, familiar self-references, familiar opening lines. Yang Huan's heart thumped. If she knew that she was with Lu Ningxuan at this hour, she might be able to make something out of it. Spirit Moon Fairy's quirky temper and style would give anyone a headache when they saw it. And now that she's calling herself sister, it's obvious that she's here to have fun. Thinking of this, Yang put up a finger in front of his lips and gave a soft shh. Immediately after that, he pointed to the high cabinet next to the bed, signaling Lu Ningxuan to hide inside. Watching Lu Ningxuan slip into the closet without even making a sound, a look of shock appeared in Yang's eyes. This girl can't be the one who drills the closet every day when she's an outer disciple? It's so damn skillful. After coming back to his senses, Yang's eyes stared, and in his heart, he felt that Lu Ningxuan was still not quite safe hiding in the closet. After all, Ling Yu was at the cultivation level of the transitional stage. If she spread out her spiritual sense, everything in the cave, were to escape her perception. In the heat of the moment, Yang cleared his throat and shouted towards the entrance of the cave. Master, I'm not wearing pants. Don't come in. What are you afraid of without pants? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Between giggles, a pair of round, straight, long legs were slowly reflected in Yang's eyes under the reflection of the candlelight. When Spirit Moon's figure was fully visible, Yang had already closed his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to see it, but he didn't dare. Even if the Xian Tian sect was a bit hotter than the Harmony sect, it wasn't as if they were dressed so coolly. Thin as a cicada's wing gauze skirt, almost transparent, between steps the skirt gently swaying, delicate body almost too young undefended. The sarong was embellished with delicate floral patterns, and as the candlelight flickered, the 2 points of starlight on it were even more dazzling and tantalizing. When Spirit Moon saw him close his eyes, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but slightly hook upwards, revealing a charming smile. She seemed quite pleased with Yang's reaction. Old boy, you're not wearing pants. Ling Yu flirted while sitting down next to Yang, her slender hands climbing onto the soft flesh of his waist and twisting hard. Let's see if you dare to lie to your sister next time. Hissa. Even though it didn't hurt much to be twisted by her, she put on a face of pain. Jan knows what happens when emotional value is not provided properly. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts? Sister will rub it for you. How would Yang dare to really give her a rub? According to Ling Yu's nature, she might rub it and then rub it somewhere else. He moved his hips to the right, deftly avoiding her jade hand, and squared his shoulders. Master, please take care of yourself. Ouch. MMP. That hits hard. When Lao Fu's divine power becomes great, sooner or later, one day, I will let you taste the stick education from the Tai Shang Wuji mixed sacred body. Yang Huan thought like this in his heart, but his mouth served up a softness. Scatter. Elder, you're hurting me. If you keep doing that, I'm going to scream. Ha ha ha. You scream. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Lingyu loosened the jade hand that was ringing on Yang's body, and instead gently pinched his old face that was covered with signs of age. For so many years, her favorite thing was to tease Jan, only because Yang, the old boy, is a good boy, and he has a special way of making people happy. The key thing is that he doesn't hold grudges. Bully him all you want, he's still smiling when you see him again. This makes Spirit Moon favor Yang. Every time she came to the Shin Tian sect, she would bring along some treasures that would enhance her cultivation or extend her lifespan. However, this pinch today caused some regret to show in her beautiful eyes, and her heart couldn't help but sigh secretly as well. Li is right. Huan does seem to have run out of gas and time. Right now, we can only pin our hopes on that girl Ningxuang. Spirit Moon did not continue to indulge in these unpleasant thoughts, and turned to hide her unhappiness. She changed her expression to a smirk and asked, "Old boy, why don't you try the path of body refining? Your touch is getting worse now. If Vivi sees you like this, do you think she'll still want to be in the same room with you?" Yang sniffed and glared at her, her mustache nearly sticking up. What kind of talk is that? He had been a childhood friend of Yue, and even if she disliked anyone, she wouldn't dislike herself. Although it was true that he had not shared a lot of rooms with her in the past 100 years, every time Yue was still full of tenderness and deep love. You're an almost 4,000-year-old spinster. What do you know about Kumbamao? You're just a mouthful. If you've got the guts, let's do it for real. Believe it or not, I'll make you walk into the cave vertically and walk out crying and limping. At that moment, when Lingyu saw that he dared to glare at him, she immediately glared back, and then her voice got a little louder. "Hurrah, old boy, how dare you glare at your sister," she said as she grabbed a piece of Yang's beard and pulled it hard. "Believe it or not, my sister will pluck all the hairs on your body, one by one." Seeing her say that, Yang's forehead seemed to drop 3 black lines at once, and the corners of his mouth twitched back and forth several times. Thinking back to that year, when I first met Spirit Moon, it was because I offended her that she plucked out all the hair on her body, and she really does what she says she's going to do. She really does pluck them one by one. At that thought, Yang feigned a shiver and acted scared. "Mastermind. Call sister. 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 Good boy. Remember to call me sis next time when no one is around. Sis loves you." Spirit Moon seemed to be having a lot of fun as a light glow lit up between her jade hand lightly waving, followed by a brown-colored elixir appearing in her palm. "Oro, it's time to take your medicine." "I chow. I don't eat it. You're ing. Well, Yang said as he pushed her hand outward. But with his cultivation at the foundation stage, how could he be a match for the transition stage? In an instant, the elixir was stuffed into his mouth by Spirit Moon. Ding! Detected Spirit Moon gifting the host with 1 extreme longevity pill, triggering a 10,000 times cashback, rewarding 10 bijou yellow spring pills. This time, Yang was being petty-minded. The elixir that Lingyu fed him really wasn't spiked like it was before. This time, it was a proper one, an extreme longevity elixir from the Pill King Valley. The longevity pill, which has a price, can extend your life by 100 years when taken for the first time. However, over the years, Yue and Guli had already given Yang the longevity pill more than once. Even though Lingyu knew that the longevity pill wouldn't be able to do much for Yang, she still wanted to make a small contribution, who made it so that in all her years, the only thing she'd ever been attracted to was Yang. As the longevity pill transformed into aura and merged into the meridians, in the underworld, Yang seemed to feel that his longevity had increased a bit more. This made his old eyes widen and a momentary look of surprise crossed his face. Immediately afterward, he turned around and said in a serious voice, "Thank you, Senior Master, for giving me the Dan." "Just thank you alone?" Lingyu first flirted, then pointed to her red lips and closed her beautiful eyes, as if she was expecting something. It's a trick she's used before, but in the end, Yang didn't get to taste anything, and got punched in the face, but this time it's different. Since the activation of the system, Yang Huan had a bottom in his heart, and his guts were naturally much bigger than before. He glanced at the tall cabinet beside the bed and saw that the doors were tightly closed. That girl Ningxuang shouldn't be able to see, so even if she hears something, it won't be much of a problem. He then dropped his gaze to Spirit Moon's lips, a wry smile appearing on his face. "Letting you tease old me for so many years. Old me has to collect some interest back today anyways." With this in mind, Yang wrapped his hands around Lingyu's slender waist and printed his lips on top of her red lips. How could Lingyu not expect him to play for real? Her eyes widened in surprise. However, in the next breath, the aura of Yang's body changed, becoming intoxicating to her soul like never before. His lips are so soft and he smells so good. Lingyu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Facing such a Yang, she felt both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. One of her jade hands unknowingly wrapped around his neck. Ding! Spirit Moon density +5. Yang turned a deaf ear to the system's beeps and just got more involved in collecting interest. Just then, Gu Li's voice suddenly came from the cave. Cheerful, are you awake? This unexpected point in time, Gu Li's appearance caught both of them off guard. Ling Yu hurriedly pushed Yang away and quickly looked around for a suitable hiding place, until his eyes finally landed on the tall cabinet next to the bed. She glared hard at Yang, her eyes full of warning, meaning for him to watch what he said. Immediately afterward, she wordlessly made her way to the tall cabinet, and wordlessly opened the door again and dug in. Yang let out a bitter laugh and slapped his forehead helplessly. It's all ready for a mahjong table. Chapter 31 Sins. At this point, there was some tension and awkwardness in the high cabinet next to the bed. Spirit Moon and Lu Ningxuan were close together. Their bodies barely had a gap, and a subtle scent filled the air. Ling Yu didn't expect Yang to learn how to hide someone, and it was Lu Ningxuan. Lu Ningxuan also didn't expect Ling Yu to hide in the cabinet like her. After a short period of silence, Lu Ningxuan instinctively wanted to open her mouth to explain, but Ling Yu covered her small mouth. Shoo, you don't want Gu Li to find out either. Only halfway through the transmission, Ling Yu seemed to have thought of something and slowly loosened her hand as she continued the transmission. You haven't been here at Huan since last night, have you? Because Lu Ningxuan had not yet built her foundation, she was unable to use her spiritual sense to transmit her voice, so she could only desperately shake her head to show that she was not what Spirit Moon thought she was. Spirit Moon couldn't help but ask, then what are you hiding it for? Just after asking, Ling Yu regretted it, only to see Lu Ningxuan blinking her eyes and looking at her with an innocent face, as if asking a rhetorical question. And what are you doing hiding it? Spirit Moon explained with some embarrassment. Ben, my father is not wanting Gu Li to misunderstand anything. Lu Ningxuan blinked twice, indicating that she also didn't want Spirit Moon to get the wrong idea. The two women had a look of helplessness and laughter in each other's eyes in the cramped closet. The same end of the world to hide the cabinet people. Meet each other, why have ever met? Explanations were definitely out of the question. But this unexpected encounter created a marvelous understanding between the two. They nodded to each other and at the same time pushed the cabinet door open a crack and peered out cautiously. First there was Lu Ningxuan's soft jade in her arms, then there was Ling Yu's passionate kiss, and then there was the vibrant morning. Yang's body seemed to be stacked with several layers of buffs, hard as a rock. He let out a deep sigh and hastened to utilize his aura to try to make himself less embarrassed. However, there is no one. Sins. As Gu Li's footsteps got closer and closer, Yang cried out in his mind and gave up decisively. He sent the hem of his lapel forward and assumed the five minds cultivation posture, closing his eyes tightly and turning a deaf ear to Gu Li's call. Conditions didn't allow him to be awake, and the only way to hide his embarrassment was to pretend to be asleep. After a few breaths, Gu Li's figure gradually appeared in the flickering candlelight. The emerald-colored robe gently swayed with her steps, just like lotus leaves gently swinging on the water, revealing an unearthly and cool beauty. Cheerful, cheerful, eh? Gu Li softly called out a few times, and seeing that Yang still didn't respond, he probed with his spiritual sense. It's okay, breathing is pretty steady. Her mind was a little more at ease, and she breathed a soft sigh of relief. Afterward, Gu Li stood still in front of Yang, his originally cool gaze gradually softening. Even though Yang's eyes were closed, he could feel that his master was already standing in front of him. In order to make the play a one-shot, he did his best to control his heartbeat and breathing, trying to create the illusion of being completely immersed in a state of cultivation. He hoped that Gu Li would just come over to take a look and confirm that he was still alive before hurrying away. After all, there was still a large and a small one hidden in the high cabinet. 4 people crammed into the cave. If they accidentally made some noise, everyone would be embarrassed. However, his hopes were dashed, only to see Gu Li get onto the bed with a gentle leap, coming to Yang's side and combing his silver white hair like a little daughter-in-law. Once upon a time, with Vivi around, you had someone to take care of you here in terms of food, clothing, and shelter, and I felt at ease. But since she entered the secret realm of the clan, you have no one to comb this hair for you. Gu Li brushed his hair as she rambled on about what she had discovered in the past few days. On the other side of the high cabinet, Ling Yu glanced at Lu Ningxuan and saw that she hung her head and seemed to have a somewhat dejected expression, so she transmitted her voice. Ali is a woman who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. She actually hides a lot of affection for Yang in her heart. In all these years, I've never seen her move on any man except Yang. Ling Yu's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, exploding in Lu Ningxuan's mind. She didn't think that immortal Xian Gui would even like her own disciple. Lu Ningxuan subconsciously covered her mouth, doing her best to keep herself from making any noise. Spirit Moon continued. Honestly, the way Yang looked when he was young, even I was moved. Lu Ningxuan nodded very approvingly. Even though Yang's silver hair was now as frosty as frost, his white eyebrows were like snow, and the years had carved deep marks into his face. but every wrinkle seems to tell a story of past weather and stories. Beneath his pale exterior, Young has a unique aura. His posture was calm and his back was straight, as if he were an ancient pine that had weathered the storm and not fallen. His silver hair and white eyebrows, instead of making him look debilitated, added a bit of transcendent immortalism. Such an old man was definitely a handsome man when he was young. Ling Yu placed her hand gently on Lu Ningxuan's shoulder and continued to transmit her voice. Want to see what he looked like when he was younger? Seeing her ask this, Lu Ningxuan's beautiful eyes lit up and she nodded heavily. Look me in the eye. As she spoke, Spirit Moon's eyes flashed with a light pink light, dragging Lu Ningxuan's consciousness into the illusion. With Spirit Moon's guidance, Lu Ningfang felt as if she had traveled through time and space. When the mist of the illusion gradually cleared, she found herself in an ancient tea house. Everything here seemed so real. The wooden tables and chairs, the carved window panes, and the rising aroma of tea. In a corner of the tea house, Yang was sitting alone by the window, and he was no longer the silver-haired, white-browed old man, but had turned into a genteel youth. His hair was like ink, his eyebrows were heroic, his face was handsome and angular, a simple green shirt, but it was hard to hide his extraordinary temperament. The sunlight poured down on him, gilding his figure with a light golden edge, making him look like a figure that had stepped out of a painting. Jan gently lifted the teapot and poured herself a cup of tea. Immediately afterward, he raised his cup in the direction of Lu Ningxuan. The faint smile at the corner of her mouth instantly captured her heart. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. There is such a good gentleman in the world. Lu Ningxuan only hate themselves born 1,000 years late. When the illusion dispersed and consciousness returned, Ling Yu's voice once again came from Lu Ningxuan's mind. How about that? I kid you not. Only halfway through her words, Ling Yu's eyes revealed a look of shock, and she hurriedly patted Lu Ningxuan so that she could look outward. Girl, look, quickly look now. At this time, Guli had already finished combing Yang's hair, but she didn't leave right away and instead rejoined him. As her jade hands continued to rub on Yang's cheeks, Guli bent down her upper body and her cherry lips gently printed between Yang's lips. This kiss, as if it carried endless deep love and affection, caused an inexplicable emotion to well up in Lu Ningxuan's heart. She stared unblinkingly at the scene before her, as if frozen in time. Spirit Moon was also deeply touched by this scene, and a hint of cunning was revealed in her eyes. The whole room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, as if telling an untold story. However, the playful Ling Yu quietly pressed her hand on the cabinet door. Chapter 32, If you want to eat, buy it yourself. With a slight creak, the cabinet door was pushed open from the inside, startling Guli into a blur. The pressure of the transitional succession stage instantly filled the entire cave like a tidal wave, and the atmosphere was heavy. When she saw that it was Spirit Moon, her face immediately blushed, as shy and moving as the evening sun in the sky. Immediately afterward, she flushed red and stammered with a tone of shame and indignation. You, why are you here? Ling Yu first glanced at Yang, who was pretending to be sedated, then deftly hooked her calf, and the cabinet door gently closed, skillfully hiding Lu Ningxuan's trail. My old lady came last night and double-crossed him. Well, all night. Dual practice? Guli's beautiful eyes stared, her eyes scanning back and forth over Ling Yu. Having known her for more than 3,000 years, how could Guli not know which of Ling Yu's sentences were true and which were false? Besides, in recent decades, Yue sighed every time she finished sharing a room with Yang, and Guli had long been suspicious in his mind. She had asked Yue privately, but judging from Yue's expression and silent attitude, Yang should have been out of his depth a long time ago. Dual practice? What a lie. Thinking of this, Guli raised her willow eyebrows with a flirtatious tone and said, worthy of being called a female bodhisattva, Fairy Ling Yu, even coming to my Xian Tian sect as a guest, she didn't forget to benefit my sect's disciples. She put a wry smile on her pretty face, tapped her palm a few times, and continued, Hey, how about this patriarchal peak lends you a few days? I will then notify down. Immediately let the disciples line up. Yikes, Guli. Look, what's this? Spirit Moon suddenly interrupted her, her palm reaching forward, and a shadow-retaining jade jewel that emitted a faint glow presented itself in her palm. With the infusion of her aura, the image of Guli kissing Yang instantly appeared in the light screen. Guli's beautiful eyes were round, her small mouth slightly open, and shock was written all over her face. Seeing this, Spirit Moon said with an evil smile, That's what you said, oh. Then from today, this sect master's peak is mine. Spirit Moon. When those disciples get bored waiting in line, I'll show them this. Before Ling Yu's words fell, with a clang, the 5 elements returning sword came out of its sheath, the tip of the sword pointing directly at the shadow-retaining jade jewel in Ling Yu's hand. Ling Yu would not let Guli have his way easily. An elegant turn, avoiding the sword blade, Her figure turned into a stream of light, turned around and swept towards the outside of the cave. Ling Yu, stop right there. Come on, little Ollie, you come to chase me. Slightly. As the sounds of the two fighting drifted away, Yang, who was covered in cold sweat, finally opened his eyes. He wiped a fine sweat from his forehead and sighed quietly. Alas, what a sin! After coming out of the cabinet, Lu Ningxuan fetched a basin of fresh water and was about to serve Yang to wash up. Seeing his sighing appearance, and remembering how the two fairies fought over him just now, Lu Ningxuan let out a pft and laughed. Yang took the square towel she handed her and mused with a twisted white brow. Frost, there are some things that are not good to be told outwardly if you know them. Lu Ningxuan forced a smile and nodded her head in agreement. Don't worry, master, my apprentice has a tight mouth. She flattened her little mouth and made an exaggerated face at Yang. Yang gently shook his head, gazing at the energetic Lu Ningxuan in front of him. A helpless yet doting smile appeared on his old face. It's good to be young. The moment his lips pursed up, and remembering Ling Yu and Gu Li's rosy lips, Yang Huan sighed in his heart. The older ones, too, are great. Cultivators can cultivate by abstaining from the grain after building the foundation, but in order to avoid people's ears, as well as wool gathering, with the immortal treasure void illusions boost, Yang's outwardly visible cultivation level was still at the 4th level of qi refining. So, naturally, something like dinner requires a bit of posturing. However, there was something different about the atmosphere at the table today. In addition to Lu Ningxuan, Gu Li and Ling Yu also came over. As the second elder of the Acacia sect and the female bodhisattva in the eyes of the male cultivators, Ling Yu rightfully sat on Yang's side. She first took a leaf of greens and tested the temperature on her lips, then turned and brought it to Yang's mouth. Huan, open your mouth. It's your favorite bok choy. Ling Yu's voice was so sweet and mushy. Her movements were incomparably pretentious, and I'm afraid there were people who were convinced if they said she was the reincarnation of a demon fox. Without a trace, Yang glanced in Gu Li's direction, but saw that the chopsticks in her hand were pinched and bent a bit. His eyes flickered, then he shifted his gaze to Spirit Moon. However, Ling Yu's chopsticks had been held up in front of him for several breaths, and there was a hint of warning hidden in her smiling eyes. The big beautiful eyes blinked twice, as if making a silent threat. At this moment, Yang also saw that Lu Ningxuan on the side was lowering her head and trembling slightly, as if she was trying to hold back her laughter. Sins! Yang exclaimed in his heart. MMP. What kind of breakfast should I have eaten? I should have returned to Daoxian Peak earlier. That way, it wouldn't be like this now. It would be difficult to ride the tiger. If he didn't eat this leafy green vegetable, he would inevitably receive a severe beating from Ling Yu today. If you eat this green vegetable, you may have to receive a beating from Gu Li every few days. Yang put his heart on the line and decided to settle for this fight today, and the one in a few days. Maybe there's a turnaround. He silently opened his mouth and swallowed the Brussels sprout leaves. Ding! Detected Spirit Moon gifting ordinary green vegetables to the host, triggering a 10,000-fold return, rewarding 1 caddy of green spirit Chui Xin. Spirit Moon's feeding triggered the system to return, turning Yang's mood a bit better. However, in the next breath, Gu Li raised his head and glared at Yang. The playful smile at the corner of his mouth sent chills throughout his body. Even the originally soft and fragrant green vegetables seemed to have lost the original flavor of the ingredients, becoming bitter and hard to swallow. Yang was in awe, scrutinizing the expressions and movements of the two ants. He realized that at this moment, Ling Yu's eyes had already smiled into a crescent moon, and her brows were all in a victor's stance. On the other hand, on Gu Li's side, the smile had disappeared from her face, and was replaced by a solemn look that was like ice. Yang Huan's heart thumped, and the paws under the table also thumped. One didn't need to look to know that the jade foot that stepped on his paw must be Gu Li's. The pain made Yang's two white eyebrows lock together as he thought darkly. It seems like we need to find an opportunity to ask for the shadow-retaining jade jewel from Spirit Moon. Otherwise, if Master is always held by her, the one who will suffer in the end will be Old Man. Before the sacred body fails to become a great success, endure a hand first. In a few years, I'll make sure to let them appreciate the old man's power. Thinking of this, Yang endured the pain, clamped a bit of salted vegetables, and sent it to Gu Li's bowl. Master, it's been a long time since you've eaten 6 Bijou's pickles, right? This is from my disciple's collection. The sauce is rich, crunchy and refreshing. Gu Li nodded and took a small bite. The expression on his face had just eased a bit when Ling Yu's voice sounded again. Huan Luanjia wants to eat it too, so why don't you pinch some for me too? Clang! The 5 elements returning sword carried a cold aura and chopped the savory dishes of the 6 Bijou into nothingness. It was immediately followed by Gu Li's cold voice. If you want it, buy it yourself. Chapter 33, How can I repay you for treating me so well? After Gu Li finished speaking, he slammed the 5 elements returning sword onto the table with a thud. With the shock of the immortal weapon, the following time, Ling Yu was much more honest, but the atmosphere at the table was much more awkward. Fortunately, Lu Ningxuan was better at reading people's words, and under her maneuvers, the morning meal finally returned to harmony. At the dinner table, Lu Ningxuan skillfully shifted the topic to the 10,000 Clans Congress. Just now, Ningxuan went to the bottom of the mountain to fetch ingredients and saw that the senior brothers were discussing the 10,000 Clans Conference. What kind of event is this? Guli put down his chopsticks and grabbed Ling Yu before she could speak, explaining to Lu Ningxuan. The 10,000 Clans Assembly is one of the grandest gatherings in the entire Xian Demon continent. It is held once every 1,000 years, and is hosted by each major clan in turn. At that moment, Spirit Moon added with a smile. This time, the 10,000 Clans Congress will be hosted by the Gongsun family of the Central State. The conference encompasses a number of segments such as trading, the Dao Discourse, and the Great Clan Competition. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuan was considered to have a general understanding of the 10,000 Clans Congress, and a look of yearning naturally appeared in her eyes. Seeing that she seemed quite impressed, Yang finished the last sip of soy milk and spoke. This time's 10,000 Clans Congress. The specifications are said to be different from the previous editions, and the Gongsun family estimates that without 3 to 5 years, they won't be able to make enough preparations. As he said this, he turned his head sideways, his eyes falling on Lu Ningxuan as he continued. If Frostchild can take advantage of this time to cultivate properly, she might be able to shine at the event. Ha! Me? Not me. Lu Ningxuan hung her head while waving her hand. She still seemed to view herself as a cultivator with mediocre talent. It's not her fault, though. After all, the Xianin body had only just been activated, and the Xianin technique and Taiyin sword skill that Yang had given her had yet to be cultivated. Lu Ningxuan had no idea how strong the future her would be. Guli and Ling Yu exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. They deeply agreed with Yang's words. Their 5 elements spiritual body and innate enchanting body were already considered top-notch physiques. However, compared to the Xianin body, the difference was still a bit much. At this moment, Guli gently patted Lu Ningxuan's shoulder and encouraged her. This honored one sees that you have a destiny with the 5 elements returning sword. If this event, you can obtain the top of a great competition for the clan. As he spoke, Guli placed the 5 elements returning sword in front of Lu Ningxuan, his tone a few points heavier as he continued. This honored one will pass the sword on to you. No one expected Guli to make such a decision. A look of shock appeared on the faces of Yang, Ling Yu and Lu Ningxuan. The 5 elements returning sword was not only the Xian Tian sect's immortal weapon, but also a status symbol. Because the owner of each immortal sword is the supreme elder of the Xian Tian sect, not only is his status equal to that of the sect leader, but he also has the right to dismiss the sect leader. Ling Yu glanced deeply at Guli and pondered in her heart. Worthy of being Fairy Xian Gui, starting to enlist people that early. If this girl Ningxuan grows up, plus Yue, with the 3 of them, Xian Tian sect will be there. She didn't think further down the line because she seemed to have seen the Xian Tian sect surpass the Gongsun family and become the strongest force on the continent. What the Acacia sect was trying to do was to support the Xian Tian sect in secret. After all, the Acacia sect had lost far too much in that great battle over 3,000 years ago. Even though the Acacia sect was still one of the 6 major forces on the surface, Ling Yu knew how unbearable the Acacia sect was nowadays. This was one of the reasons why she had, over the years, befriended Guli. The Acacia sect needed a firm and powerful ally. At that moment, Yang, who had returned to his senses, passed a glance with his master, and he instantly read her meaning. This was her way of focusing on cultivating Lu Ningxuan, making her an existence like Yue. Yang raised both hands and feet in favor of her decision. After all, the stronger the toolman is, the better and stronger the cashback rewards will be. With this in mind, Yang nudged his mouth towards Lu Ningxuan and laughed. Frost, why don't you thank Master Ancestor? Lu Ningxuan sniffed and rose to bow to Guli as she exclaimed. Disciple will live up to the expectations of Master Ancestor and Master Ancestor. Thank you Master Ancestor and Master Ancestor. Last night, Spirit Moon had passed on the 9 revolutions in Yang record and some of the Acacia sect's techniques to Lu Ningxuan. On the surface, she was trying to figure out how to extend Yang's lifespan, but how is this not a means for her to pull people together? Guli had long since seen through Spirit Moon's tricks, but she also knew how difficult it was for Spirit Moon, so she didn't point it out. Verbally promising the immortal sword inheritance wasn't just to deal with Ling Yu, it was also to show Lu Ningxuan a bright future. Substantial favors, of course, would not begrudge her. With a crisp clang, a sharp sword light flashed in Guli's hand. In an instant, a long sword with a gorgeous shape and a cold aura emanating from its entire body appeared in her hand. With the sudden appearance of the long sword, it was as if it added a bit of coolness in the middle of the hot summer day. Since you have the sword skill, then Master Ancestor will give you a spirit sword, which is an extremely high-grade spirit treasure. Cracking ice. Lu Ningxuang received the split ice with both hands, and at that moment, the coldness of the sword flourished, as if the sword was born to be prepared for her. Even though the grade of the 5 elements returning sword was higher than split ice, Lu Ningxuang felt that split ice was more compatible with her. She could feel that the coldness coming from the sword resonated subtly with the aura inside her. It was as if there was some kind of ineffable bond between the two. After having breakfast, Yang and Lu Ningxuang went back to Daoxian Peak. After yesterday's heaven and earth anomaly, the small courtyard at the peak looked a bit messy at this time. Seeing Yang trying to pick up the rocking chair that had fallen to the ground, Lu Ningxuang rushed ahead of him and picked it up. "Senior, go rest. I'll clean up here." Yang nodded, then gave Lu Ningxuang a storage bag. In the bag are some common ingredients that are quite helpful for cultivation. As for flavors, just do what you like. I'm not that particular. As he closed the doorway, he called out again towards Lu Ningxuang. "Frosty, there are a few more clothes in the bag. Turn around and see if they fit." Lu Ningxuang sensed the ingredients in the storage bag and froze in shock. Green spirit chui xin, red flame fire dragon pepper, chalcedony ice lotus roots. My goodness, what kind of god is Senior to call such a precious spirit an ingredient? Cultivators on the Xian Devil continent usually gradually abandoned their reliance on ordinary food since they had built their foundations. For one thing, ordinary ingredients contain a large number of impurities, and long-term intake will cause damage to a cultivator's body. Secondly, those high-level ingredients that contain spiritual qi, such as the Pill King Valley's dragon's blood rice, which was extremely expensive, requiring more than 100,000 spirit stones per caddy. For most cultivators, who could afford to eat something like this? Now, the first time Yang made a move, it was a rare green spirit cui heart, red flame fire dragon pepper. Lu Ningxuang had known that he was rich as hell, but she hadn't expected him to be rich to such an extent. They say that the richer you are, the meaner you are, but Jan's generosity turns that stereotype on its head. Looking at Yang's departing back, Lu Ningxuang's eyes revealed a grateful color. "How can I repay you for treating me so well?" Chapter 34, How dare you? How dare you climb on my roof? Ding! Lu Ningxuan's intimacy +5. Yang, who was meditating, slightly hooked the corner of his mouth upwards after hearing the system's beep. At this rate of progress, Lu Ningxuan would soon become the second person of the opposite sex with an intimacy of 100. Jan is looking forward to that day coming soon, because he had been eyeing a treasure within the mall for a long time, and was just 600 points away from buying it. The other side, as her cultivation increased, Lu Ningxuan became more comfortable with cleaning the yard and cooking vegetables. She quickly finished her chores and dropped her gaze to those clothes in her storage bag. At first, those luo skirts, palace dresses, and deep clothes were more in line with Lu Ningxuan's aesthetics. However, those undergarments after them brought a thoughtful look to her beautiful eyes. Turns out he likes black, purple, and white, but these undergarments are still a bit conservative. Go back and change them. They should be a bit more enticing to wear. Thinking of this, Lu Ningxuang glanced towards Yang's house. Put them on and supplement them with the gong methods taught by Master Spirit Moon. Master Teacher. He won't be able to hold them. However, Master Ancestor said that before one's cultivation reaches Yuaning, one must not double cultivate with Master. Jade hands clenched into fists. She secretly made up her mind that she must redouble her efforts in cultivation. Do everything possible and rush all the time to break through to the Yuaning stage as early as possible to prolong the lifespan of Master Teacher. Time passes like a white horse, and months have passed in a flash. Guli had visited Daoxian Peak twice, the first time to set up a huge spirit gathering formation, and the second time to bring abundant cultivation resources to Yang. Thanks to the system's 10,000-fold return reward, the system space was once again filled with spirit stones and all kinds of rare resources. Spirit gathering pill, chi gathering pill, earth spirit grass, chalcedony vine. Yang's cultivation level came to the peak foundation establishment stage realm under the accumulation of cultivation resources and high-grade ingredients. Only one step away from Jiadan, after Lu Ningxuang activated the Xianin body. Although her cultivation speed was not as fast as Yang's, it was still far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Not only did she successfully build her foundation, her cultivation level had steadily increased to the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. As the cold winds of winter whistled across Daoxian Peak, the day of the sect competition quietly approached. The sect competition in the month of Lunar New Year was not only a stage for Xian Tian sect's disciples to display their strength, but it was also an excellent opportunity for young disciples to emerge. Early one morning, before the sunlight had completely dispersed the fog in the mountains, a sect disciple hurriedly went up to Daoxian Peak. How many years has Daoxian Peak not participated in the sect competition? Why is it suddenly going to participate again this year? Can it be that it's that senior sister surnamed Lu who's going to participate in the sect competition? With a belly full of questions, he arrived outside the small courtyard at the peak. At that moment, there were a few sounds from within the small courtyard that caused him to strain his ears. Use your strength. You don't use your strength to stir fry. How can this dish be cooked? Stupid. You're shoveling too hard. You're spoiling the vegetables. Geez, slow down. The voice did not come from any of the houses, but from the closest cookhouse. This disciple's eyes stared as a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Doesn't Elder Yang not have a few years left to live? Why is he still learning to fry? I heard that the teacher sister surnamed Lu has the posture of sinking fish and falling geese enclosing the moon and blossoming flowers, and it is cheaper for this bad old man than it is cheaper for me. He. Old me is at the 7th level of foundation building. It is said that they only have the cultivation of the refining stage. Why not take this opportunity? With a twinkle in his eye, he tumbled into the courtyard, and in 3 steps he climbed onto the roof of the cookhouse and peered down. However, the scene inside the cookhouse dumbfounded him. At this moment, Lu Ningxuan was teaching Yang Huan to fry vegetables. You can't rush when frying green ling chui xin, and you have to control the temperature. Stir fry at a pace that's not too fast, not too slow, and use just the right amount of force on the spatula. I'm Chow. This is the green spirit chui xin? This disciple's eyes stared blankly, directly shocked. He had only seen the green spirit chui xin in a picture book. Where had he seen the real thing, let alone tasted it? In an instant, his heart was filled with emotions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why is it that you guys are so weak in cultivation, but you can eat so well? Why is it that I work hard to cultivate, but I can only drink the northwest wind? Why in heaven's name? In earth's name? His appearance naturally could not be hidden from the senses of Yang and Lu Ningxuan, who had long known that there was a sect disciple lying on the roof. After frying the food, the two of them were so playful that they deliberately made exaggerated expressions and their voices were louder, obviously teasing the people on the roof. Frost, I'm tired of eating green spirit chui xin. Why don't we make another purple lightning thunder lotus soup? Yang deliberately raised his voice while not forgetting to raise his eyes to the roof. Alright, I'll cut a bit of meat from the purple lightning cow. The thunder lotus paired with the purple lightning cow is said to have an incomparable flavor. Lu Ningxuan said in tandem, a pair of beautiful eyes similarly glancing upwards. She took a piece of beef and was about to cut it when she heard a thud and a man fell from the roof. How could he not expect that with his cultivation at the 7th level of foundation establishment, he would let 2 chi refining stages discover him? Under the trance, the breath was then confused, and failing to stabilize his form, he revealed himself. Who are you? And how come I've never seen you before? Yang pretended to be surprised as he drank, while taking out a summoning jade, with a hint of coldness in his tone. Master, a spy has come to my Daoxian peak. Come, quickly. When this disciple heard this, he was immediately scared into a cold sweat. Yang's master was the famous fairy Xian Gui, and she was a woman who killed and killed. If Guli is in a bad mood, he really treats himself as a spy. He didn't dare to think any further and hurriedly got up, performed a disciple salute to Yang Huan and explained in a respectful tone. Elder Yang, disciple Ji Changshang, is the disciple of Elder Wu of Maju Peak. Master sent me to inform Elder Yang that 5 days from now will be the day of the clan competition. With a cold light on his face, Yang waved his hand, interrupting Ji Changsheng's words. Humph, can a disciple of the Ink Bamboo Peak? Ink Bamboo Peak climbed the roof of the old man. You have big guts. Even though Yang's outwardly apparent cultivation was only at the chi refining stage, the aura he displayed pressed down on Ji Changsheng and made him unable to raise his head. Disciples don't dare. Disciples don't dare. That's just it. You're just here to pass on a message. Making things difficult for you would seem like old man's grade is too low. Yang glared at him and drank. If there is a next time, I will not forgive you lightly. Get lost. Ji Changsheng was like an amnesty when he heard the words. He bowed and thanked repeatedly, and slowly retreated. After he left, Yan Yang put away his aura and said towards Lu Ningfeng, Frost, this sect competition is boring as hell. If you don't want to participate, then don't participate. Lu Ningxuan looked at Yang, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. After months of hard work and cultivation, it was finally time to verify his strength. Her heart raced slightly, both in anticipation and nervousness. A few days ago, while Yang was practicing, Lu Ningxuan ran to the sect master's peak to express her desire to participate in the sect competition to Guli. She hoped to use her strength to conquer her fellow disciples in the sect competition, and to clear Yang's name as the old scum. Before her cultivation reached the Yuaning stage, Lu Ningxuan really couldn't think of anything she could do to repay Yang's favor. That's why it came up with this. If it were in the past, She wouldn't care about any big or small competitions. All she wanted to do was to raise her cultivation to improve her status in the clan, and to complete the task Ling Xia had given her as soon as possible, thus rescuing her mother as soon as possible. However, after just a few months of being together, there had been an unspeakable change in her heart without her realizing it. Lu Ningxuan nodded heavily and said firmly, "Master, I want to participate." Chapter 35. It doesn't taste right. It's a little fishy. Senior, as you expected, Yang's cultivation has dropped to the 4th level of qi refining. Ji Changshan leaned over to Wu Tianqing's ear and recounted what had just happened at Daoxin Peak, only to conceal his own embarrassing incident. That female outer disciple, have you seen her? Wu Tianqing asked softly, while gently blowing away the hot air rising from the tea light, and then took a light sip of the spirit tea. Back to Master. I have seen it, and she is indeed just as Master said, as beautiful as a flower with a graceful body. Ji Changsheng replied carefully, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking, Master has been a bit abnormal lately. Why is he so attached to the matters of Daoxin Peak? Could it be that he has a crush on that senior sister surnamed Lu? Thinking of this, a hint of greed showed in his eyes, and his heart stirred within him. Lu's senior sister has a delicate figure. Her appearance is absolutely beautiful, and her cultivation is not high. If she has the opportunity, he. However, if the master has his eyes on her, I won't have a chance. Alas. While Ji Changshan was ruminating in his mind, Wu Tianqing put down his tea and said in an indifferent tone, "Do you bring the words of the master? Bring it on." But what? However, Elder Yang doesn't seem to care about the sect competition. Bang! With a sound, Wu Tianqing slammed his palm on the table, startling Ji Changsheng. Is that the point you should care about? When Ji Changsheng heard this, his eyes rolled and he immediately understood the meaning of his words. He was certain that his master must have taken a liking to senior sister Lu. Immediately afterward, he hastily hung his head and displayed a coy and obedient appearance as he replied, "Master's lesson is right. Why don't the apprentice go and explore again?" "No need." Wu Tianqing glanced at him, then waved his hand, signaling that he could stand down. After Ji Changsheng exited the room, an eerie and gloomy wind suddenly blew inside the room, and all the doors and windows were quietly closed tightly as if he had the sense to do so. Immediately afterward, an ink-colored bead that emitted a faint demonic aura appeared in Wu Tianqing's hand. With the infusion of aura, the surface of the bead glowed with a layer of ghostly light, and then a curtain of light slowly unfolded in the room. "Master, the Xian Tian sect competition will begin in 5 days. Will you come to observe the ceremony this time?" Wu Tianqing bowed and faced the light screen, his tone respectful and different from just now. After a moment had passed, the light screen shook slightly, and then an indistinguishable male and female voice came out. "Are you still going to preside over this time's great competition?" "Yes. Do what you have to do and ask fewer questions that you shouldn't." There was a slight pause in the voice. Then the question continued. "I asked you to keep an eye on Dogan Peak. What have you found out?" "Master, since the heavenly apparition a few months ago, the slave has probed no less than 10 times, but no anomalies have been found." Wu Tianqing seemed to be extremely afraid of the person in the light curtain, and after reporting, he immediately hung his head, not daring to look at him more than once. The voice in the light screen fell silent for a moment, then sounded again. "Earlier you mentioned that Yue had entered the Xian Tian sect's secret realm. Have you seen it with your own eyes?" Wu Tianqing once again bowed deeply, with obvious fear in his tone. Reporting back to Master, slave has not seen it with his own eyes. The person in the light screen let out a cold grunt, this time with anger evident in his tone. "Waste." After the man cursed, the sound of a ghostly flute came from the light screen. When Wu Tianqing heard the familiar sound of the flute, extreme panic flowed from his eyes. His face instantly turned pale. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The sound of the flute was the signal to awaken the compulsion in his body. With the ebb and flow of the flute, Wu Tianqing felt a cold and evil power awakening within him, like millions of poisonous snakes traveling through his bloodstream, tearing at his organs and bowels. His skin began to show bizarre patterns, and his veins rippled as if something was writhing under his skin, trying to break through it. Pain, unspeakable pain, came in like a tidal wave, drowning his sanity. Wu Tianqing fell to his knees, his hands clenched tightly, his nails embedded in his flesh, but he didn't even realize it. A low moan escaped from his mouth, and his voice gradually became mournful, like the wail of a wild beast. Just as he was about to lose his last shred of sanity, the sound of the flute came to an abrupt end. As if all his strength had been drained away, Wu Tianqing collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, with a burst of residual pain coming from his body from time to time. If there is a next time, this honored one will not be forgiven lightly. After saying that, the light curtain flashed with a ripple and dissipated into the air. leaving behind only the agonized Wu Tianqing in the chamber. Meanwhile, there was a different scenery on Daoxian Peak. The small courtyard at the top of the mountain was covered in a pure blanket of snow, and they colored everything silver white. There were a few plates of dishes on the table inside the hut, and Yang was leisurely sipping a small drink and savoring his cooking. Yuck yuck yuck, there's too much salt in this dish. He dropped his chopsticks to another plate of meat dishes that looked good in color. Vomit. Why is it so fishy? It tastes completely different from what Frosty made. After tasting a few dishes one after another, a pained expression appeared on Yang's face. He just had to take a sip of his wine in an attempt to let the taste of it wash away the odd taste in his mouth. Even though the dish he ate made the aura flowing in his body 1 point more solid, the taste that he couldn't swallow made Yang give up. At the moment, he somewhat missed Lu Ningxuang's handiwork. Yang pushed open the door, facing the wind and snow, stepped on the snow, and arrived in front of Lu Ningxuang's house. He gently pushed the door open a crack and peered in. Inside the house, Lu Ningxuang sat cross-legged on the bed, her figure looking exceptionally quiet under the soft candlelight. Long hair like a waterfall was casually draped over her shoulders, and a few strands of hair gently hung on both sides of her cheeks, adding a bit of softness. The white plain dress was embroidered with delicate silver trim on the neckline and cuffs, complementing her temperament. As the Xian-yin technique operated, a faint ethereal light emanated from her body, and a small aura was formed in the space around her. The water vapor in the air condensed into tiny ice crystals that slowly swirled as if they were dancing around her. The yin and cold chi in the heavens and earth entered Lu Ningxuang's internal meridians as she breathed, which in turn transformed into her power. Just then, a person fell silently beside Yang. Looking in with him, "Old boy, you're in a good mood." As soon as he heard the voice was Master Guli, Yang's tense heart relaxed. He made a silent gesture, then pointed to his house, signaling Guli to go to his place. Guli nodded non-committally and followed him into the house. She looked at the several heaters on the floor, and then at the wine and food on the table, and then said with a flirtatious tone, "You're quite good at enjoying yourself. It's cold as hell outside with the snow falling, but your house is as warm as spring." As she spoke, she picked up the wine jug and raised it to her eyebrows, and slowly raised her chin again, letting the clear liquor flow directly into her rosy lips. Gulp! A few mouthfuls of spirits down his throat. The spicy flavor seemed to dispel the winter cold. In a few days it will be the clan competition. Do you think those people will jump out? Chapter 36, You're the one I trust. Guli's words caused Yang's eyes to flinch, and his white eyebrows suddenly furrowed slightly. After thinking for a moment, he first laughed softly, then said very confidently, "It's just a jumping clown. We can exterminate one if they jump. I'm afraid they won't jump." In the past, Yang would never have dared to make such an assertion, because the nails of the major powers lurking in the Shin-Tian sect were too many and too deep. It would be almost difficult to uncover them if they didn't reveal their cracks. However, after gaining the ability of the system, the situation has been very different. Usually good at camouflage acting school, in the eyes of Yang has become nothing to hide, like a beauty without an inch. Their camouflage in front of him becomes meaningless. Guli's beautiful eyes lit up, then she threw Yang a jade slip and said softly, "Here is the list compiled by the Dark Hall, so take a look." Rubbing the jade slip in his hand, Yang dipped his consciousness into it. At once, a dense mass of names and their biographies came to him. Ji Changsheng, son of the Ji family in Yunshu Kingdom, Kanglan Prefecture, joined the sect 3 years ago and worshipped Wu Tianwei as his master. It is suspected to be a magic Abyss Valley scout. Bai Kai Dai, Princess of Qi in the Central State, entered the clan 600 years ago. It is suspected that he is a scout of the Gongsun family. As each name flashed past Yang's eyes, there were those he recognized and those he didn't. From the second elder of the sect, down to the outer disciples, almost every peak and every hall of the Shin-Tian sect had nails. Until he saw the last name, Yang's hand holding the jade slip couldn't help but tighten. Lu Ningxuang, of unknown origin. A year ago, through the Tsanyu City disciple recruitment assessment into the clan, suspected of being a soul-devouring demon palace scout, Yang slowly opened his eyes, and as a long breath slowly exhaled, he handed the jade slip in his hand back to Guli. Shin-Tian Zone can last for tens of thousands of years. The Dark Hall is not to blame. Cultivators in the Dark Hall had been secretly cultivated by the sect since birth, and their life trajectory had been closely linked to the fate of the Dark Hall from the very beginning. The Dark Hall was not only the intelligence department of the Shin-Tian sect, it was also the department that trained dead soldiers for the sect. Its status, within the Shin-Tian sect, was significant. Since the contents recorded in the jade slip originated from the Dark Hall, its authenticity was naturally unquestionable. At this moment, Guli noticed that Yang was silent for a long time after reading the jade slip, so she took the initiative to break the silence. The identity of that girl, Ningxuang, was guessed by the sword spirit. Do you remember that day? At the gates of Pale Moon City, when she killed someone with a sword? Yang nodded that he was aware, but he remained silent, just gazing at Guli with his cloudy gaze, waiting for her to follow. The sword spirit said that girl has a very heavy killing aura, as if she's an evil spirit that came out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There was a hint of gravity in Guli's voice, clearly taking the sword spirit's comment quite seriously. She sighed softly and patted Yang's shoulder tenderly in relief. You should understand that before the interests and safety of the clan, personal emotions. Senior, I actually knew a long time ago that she was from the soul-devouring demon palace. Yang interrupted her, her tone calm, as if she was just talking about something that was no more than a rare and ordinary thing. Guli was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Yang to be so frank. Then why are you? She didn't finish her sentence, but the question was obvious. Yang took a deep breath and said slowly, she was before, but that doesn't mean she still is. When Guli saw him say that, the look in her eyes as she gazed at him was suddenly filled with suspicion. Yang wanted to explain, but he couldn't say anything about having a system out in the open, and all of a sudden the expression on his face became a bit complicated. After thinking for a while, he organized his words and said slowly, she told me that she had been living in purgatory with her mother since she was a child until Ling Evil came to her. As Yang recounted, Lu Ningxuang's life gradually became clearer in Guli's mind. He recounted Lu Ningxuang's past, her origins, and her experiences in the soul-devouring demon palace. All of Lu Ningxuang's stories allowed Guli to gain a deeper understanding of her. However, in these narratives, Yang deliberately omitted anything about unraveling the blood sacrifice contract. After all, the soul-devouring demon palace's blood sacrifice contract was recognized as an unsolvable technique. Ling Xie is a person with a good character and is using that girl Ningxuang's mother as blackmail, so he is naturally unpopular. Yang's eyes grew brighter the more he spoke, and he raised the jug of wine that Guli had only just drank from and poured a mouthful into his mouth as he continued. If we can turn Willow Nix and make her a double-faced infiltrator. His words lifted Guli's spirits, and her beautiful eyes gazing at him even revealed a strange color. You elaborate. Next, Yang elaborated on the plan about turning Lu Ningxuang. In fact, he inwardly refused to reveal the plan at first, because Lu Ningxuang had long since had her attributes changed by him. The column of forces had long since been Xian Tian sects. There's no need to put in any more effort to turn her. Just use her as a double agent. But Guli didn't know that, and she needed a reason to be convinced. Otherwise, as a soul-devouring demon palace nail planted in the Xian Tian sect, coupled with the fact that Lu Ningxuang was a Xianin body, her potential threat to the sect was too great. Guli would definitely strangle her in the cradle before she grew up. After Yang finished his plan in one breath, Guli frowned her willow brows, thought for a few breaths, and asked, how sure are you? 10%. Good. Then let you. But the teacher ugly words in front. If she is stubborn. Guli didn't say all the words, but the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Yang nodded heavily and smiled. That girl Ningxuang's apprentice is naturally sure of herself. But there's one thing to be said for the capabilities of the Dark Hall's intelligence officers. They need to be strengthened. Not waiting for Guli to open his mouth to ask, Yang followed his own words down the line. Ji Changsheng from Maju Peak came to my Daoxian Peak today. My disciple has observed it from close range. He won't be someone from the Devil Abyss Valley. Instead, Maju Peak Master Wu Tianqing is a possibility. Guli sniffed and glared at him, not in a good mood. Just because Wu Tianqing courted you way back then, you wrongly accuse him of being from the Demon Abyss Valley? She covered her small mouth and laughed a few times, clearly not taking Yang's words to heart. Wu Tianqing has been diligent all the way from the time he joined the sect, and has made great achievements for the sect. There were even a few times when he nearly died in battle. Such a person would be from the Demon Abyss Valley? In the face of Gu Li's questioning, Yang didn't get angry, but instead revealed a chesty smile. This was because over the past few months, the system had prompted Wu Tianqing several times to come to Daoxian Peak. Moreover, Yang had looked at his attributes, and the words Devil's Abyss Valley were clearly visible in the power column. Yes or no? Perhaps we'll find out after the clan competition begins. Yang poured a glass of wine for Guli and raised it with a smile on his face, as if everything was within his grasp. Accepting the wine glass, Guli returned the smile and said, starting tomorrow, the Dark Hall will be given to you for the time being. In Weiwei's absence, you are the only one that Master trusts the most. Chapter 37, My disciple is late. Please punish me. The snow curtain quietly descended on the 8th day of the first month of the Lunar New Year, covering Xiantian sect with a layer of bright and dazzling silver and white dress. Despite the freezing cold winds, a different and lively atmosphere prevailed within the Xiantian sect. The disciples either rode on their swords, or rode in boats in pairs, weaving through the flying snow and trekking in the direction of the Maju Peak. Today, the Xiantian sect ushered in the once-in-50 years sect competition. This was a crucial moment for the disciples to show their cultivation achievements and compete for honors and resources. And it was also an important day for the 108 peaks to rearranging their seniority. As the morning light broke through, the figures of the sect elders appeared one after another in the valley below the ink bamboo peak. 36 upper peaks and 72 lower peaks also had more than half of their peak masters attending the ceremony. On top of the high platform, 9 jade seats were neatly arranged, but at the moment, they were empty, as if they were quietly waiting for the upcoming honored one. The sunlight gradually pierced through the clouds, and golden light sprinkled in the valley, adding a sacred color to this grand clan competition. Senior brother, how come this year's sect competition is so grand? This year's sect competition is to select disciples for the 10,000 sect assembly in a few years. Can it not be grand? The 10,000 clans conference? Can I attend? You? Forget you. What level are you at? Don't you have any idea in your heart? While the disciples were hotly debating, suddenly a clamor resounded from the back of the crowd. Chief of Golden Sun Peak, Senior Brother Mojoga has arrived. As the chants fell, all gazes focused on that slowly walking chief disciple of Golden Sun Peak, Mojoga. His figure stood out in the crowd, as if a sharp sword about to be unsheathed, emitting a sharpness that could not be ignored. Yang, who was sitting on top of the high platform, then dropped his gaze towards him. Mojoge's appearance wasn't overly modified. A head of long black hair was simply tied behind her head. A few strands of broken hair flicked with the wind, appearing both casual and without losing the competence of a sword cultivator. He wore a simple gray animal skin warm robe, which was embroidered with the Golden Sun totem unique to Golden Sun Peak, symbolizing his status and position. Name Mojoga. Power, Xiantian sect. Age, 66. Cultivation level, 6 of the transformation spirit. Other, Duobao Goemo family's son. Sword cultivator. Yan lightly stroked his beard and nodded with a smile on his face. Today, he had come with a mission, and he needed to meticulously verify the list in the jade slip. In particular, those elders who held important positions, as well as the outstanding disciples of each peak's ministries, were the targets of Yang's focus. At this moment, under Yang's sleeve robe, his pale fingers were gently rubbing the jade slip, marking the list. There have been dozens of those he has marked in red and identified as infernal, while those he has marked in ink and considered loyal are few and far between. He turned sideways and asked softly towards one of the elders beside him. Senior Brother Qin, the ceremony is about to begin. Why haven't the chiefs of the remaining peaks been seen so far? Qin Chuan had joined the sect nearly 100 years later than Yang, and had received many favors and guidance from him in earlier years, and the two had always had a good relationship. Even though Qin Chuan's cultivation was close to the harmonization stage, he had always treated Yang with great respect and had never looked down on him because he was a punk. He sighed and replied in a low voice. A good number of the upper peak disciples have come, but this lower peak disciple, alas, it is difficult to say. Qin Chuan's words revealed a hint of helplessness, instantly causing Yang's white eyebrows to frown slightly. Obviously the Xiantian sect's ethos had already declined. At that moment, there was another clamor in the distance. Peng Fei, Chief of Tianmu Peak. Han Tao, Chief of Baisheng Peak. Wei Dingbang of Xinhua Peak. Yang's eyes stared downward, and a different emotion arose in his heart. These so-called chief disciples of the lower peaks all had average cultivation, but their demeanor was bombastic and pompous, and they talked and laughed loudly in groups of 3 or 5. Their eyes revealed an unseen arrogance, oblivious to the order around them, and even in front of the elders on the high platform, they had no restraint. You, and you, seriously. Mojoge's brows revealed a strong look of displeasure, and the pressure of the god transformation stage spread out all of a sudden with his voice. However, most of the lower peak disciples were traveling in groups, and although their individual strength was not as good as Mojoge's, a few of them combined could be on par with him. I wondered who it was. So it's Senior Brother Mo from Golden Sun Peak. Han Tao hung back and arched his hand toward Mojoge, his tone carrying a few slights of contempt as he commanded the few people beside him. Come, let's all meet Senior Brother Mo. The few disciples beside him followed suit and lazily arched their hands, and some of them didn't even look at Mojoge squarely. Meet Senior Brother Mo. When Mojoge saw that they had tightened up a bit, his brows spread a little, and with a flick of his robe, he turned away from his body and snorted coldly. Apparently he didn't want to bother with them. In the huge valley, clashes and clamor began to appear in multiple places as the disciples from the lower peaks arrived one after another. Only a few places near the high platform were unusually quiet and free of noises, which caused a hint of gratification to show in Yang's gaze. Name Xiahou Qian. Power, Xiantian sect. Age, 72. Cultivation level, Refining Void 1. Charm value, 89. Intimacy, 0. Mystery number, 1. Others, County Lord of Wei. Kanglan Prefecture. Specializes in formations and seal scripts. Name Bailey Bing. Power, Xian Tian Sect. Age, 78. Cultivation level, Refining Void 1. Others, the second son of the Bailey family in Qinglan Prefecture. A physical cultivator. These upper peak disciples, whether in terms of cultivation, temperament, or demeanor, all displayed a great sex style. They stood before the high platform with a powerful aura, naturally becoming the guardians of order. After all, among the disciples present, there were several void refining stages that were less than 100 years old. As Yang once again marked the names of several people in the jade slip, noisy voices resounded from the side of the valley again. I chow. She is not that. Who is it? Right. I remembered as soon as you said it. She's the female disciple who cheated with that loser from Daoxian Peak a while ago. How does she have the face to come to the sect competition? You guys know one. The one he's climbing up to now is the disciple of immortal Xian Gui. The backing is so hard it's scary. As the gossip reached the high platform, the elders all cast meaningful glances at Yang. Yang's old face was slightly red and warm, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched back and forth several times. MMP. It's been quite a while. Why are the rumors still going around? You little brats. I'll clean you up one by one later. However, Lu Ningxuan didn't seem to be affected by the surrounding comments. Her eyes were firm as she slowly walked in the direction of the high platform. She was still wearing a flowing white plain dress, and her waterfall-like long hair was only gently tied up with a delicate jade hairpin. A few strands of green silk gently fluttering in the breeze, adding a few more points of vulgarity. Compared to the previous days, Lu Ningxuan's brows were a bit more cool, as if it was an iceberg snow lotus, so that people only dared to look at it from afar but did not dare to play with it. The spirit sword split ice was hanging at her waist, and the coldness emanating from it made the surrounding disciples involuntarily make a path for her. She walked to the front of the high platform, nodded slightly, and bowed to Yang and the elders present. Disciple is late. Please punish master. Chapter 38. You're not master and disciple at all. What? Master? Did I hear you right? Isn't she Yang's concubine? How did she become a disciple? You guys know one. Master and disciple relationship is just a front. Those things behind the scenes. Those who understand. These whispers spread quickly like a plague. And soon, the eyes of the entire valley were focused on Lu Ningxuan and Yang. Some of Yue's little fans were even gnashing their teeth in hatred. And if eyes could kill, Yang was probably already lynched by them at this moment. Ugh, old scum. So hateful. Fairy Cold Moon was really blind to look at him in the first place. Brothers, anyone who isn't afraid of death, join me and execute the old thief Yang. Discussions rose and fell in the valley, and even the peak masters and elders on the high platform couldn't help but frown. Yang was nominally the peak master of Daoxian Peak, and was even the honorary elder of the sect, and now that the sect's grand competition was imminent, making this kind of commotion was truly shocking. Moreover, this time the big competition has also invited all the major forces to come to observe the ceremony. So if it goes on like this, I'm afraid that the Xian Tian sect's face will be disgraced by him. At that moment, Wu Tianqing, the peak master of the Ink Bamboo Peak, snorted coldly and got up to rebuke towards Yang. Elder Yang, today is the sect competition. What do you intend to do? Yang was a bit confused by his question. Then he brightened up and remembered his conversation with his master yesterday. Immediately afterward, he pulled up Wu Tianqing's attribute panel in his mind. Name Umegawa Bitter Head. Power, Moyabe Valley. Age, 863. Cultivation level, Mahayana Stage Level 1. Other, the illegitimate son of the head of the Umegawa family in the eastern wasteland Sakura country. Master Unity YYDS. Even if the demon Shining Mirror came, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as powerful as you. I really love you. System? Through the system, Yang learned of Wu Tianqing's true identity, and he wore a playful smile. He raised his eyes toward Wu Tianqing, got up, and pointed at his nose and drank. Unbridled. In terms of seniority, I am your senior brother. In terms of seniority, I am one of the 36 upper peak masters. In terms of status, I am an honorary elder of the sect. Yang took a step in Wu Tianqing's direction with each argument, and after 3 arguments, he was already less than a foot away from Wu Tianqing. At that moment, Yang gave Wu Tianqing a contemptuous look and scolded him sternly. What are you, daring to question the old man? Boom! Yang's words seemed to cast a move of the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger in everyone's mind, shocking them all into revealing unbelievable expressions. After a short period of silence, a shocking sound erupted from within the valley. Hiss so sharp. Who gave him the courage to stand up to the Ink Bamboo Peak Master? Doesn't he know that Elder Wu is a Mahayana stage cultivator? You guys know nothing about Luan. Yang's master is immortal Xian Gui and his Taoist partner is immortal Cold Moon. Where do you think his courage comes from? Wu Tianqing's face turned green and white as he listened to the murmurs from below. Two burning flames leaped up in his eyes, staring dead at Yang. Ever since his unsuccessful pursuit of Yue a few hundred years ago, Wu Tianqing had held a grudge against Yang and hated to kill him. However, he had worshipped in the Xian Tian sect with a mission. Plus Yang's identity was not trivial, which had caused him to hold back. However, how could he not expect that after several hundred years had passed, not only did this trash not die, but he even dared to openly provoke him? Shame. Great shame. However, right now, the ceremony of the sect competition was more important, and as the presiding elder, Wu Tianqing must not let the situation expand. With a flutter of his sleeve, he let out a cold snort and swallowed the bad breath hard. Good. Since senior brother Yang has this attitude, then I have nothing to say. Yang heard him say that, and his cloudy eyes glazed over. Isn't this level of humiliation enough? It seems that an infernal like him can endure very human endurance. Interesting, quite interesting. He looked deeply at Wu Tianqing and said with disdain in his tone, if you can't talk, don't talk, no one will take you for a dummy. Boom! The pressure of the Mahayana stage immediately erupted from Wu Tianqing's body, pressing down on Yang like a mountain, causing his breath to stutter. Immediately afterward, several peak masters who were also in the Mahayana stage stood in front of Yang, carrying the pressure for him. Golden Sun Peak Director Autumn shouted loudly, two senior brothers, please also make peace with the fact that the grand ceremony is about to begin, so as not to make outsiders look at the joke. Several other peak masters also chimed in. Yes, Elder Yang, you'd better sit down first. Since someone was carrying the karma for him, Yang was naturally happy to do so. He arrogantly pointed at Wu Tianqing's nose, then leisurely sat back in his chair. At this moment, Wu Tianqing was burning with rage, so angry that his hair stood on end. At the same time, he also understood that as long as Gu Li and Yue were still in the Xian Tian sect for one day, then he, Yang, would be the hegemon of the sect. Even if he was a loser, no one would dare offend him. Wu Tianqing looked around, firmly memorizing the faces of the several peak masters just now, and thought in his heart, you few dog legs, just wait, your death is not far away. Master's plan is not far from success, and when the time comes, let's see how I'll get you all killed. Although the disputes on the high platform had ended for the time being, new disputes had arisen underneath. Lu Ningxuang, is it? You are here today. Are you also preparing to participate in the sect competition? The one who spoke was the chief disciple of Baishang Peak, Han Tao. He first arched his hand in the direction of Wu Tianqing on the high platform, and then gave the people around him a meaningful look. The corners of Pang Fei and Wei Dingbang's mouth smiled slightly, snatching Lu Ningxuang's words before they could speak. They then mocked in a conspiratorial manner. The clan competition. Swords and knives have no eyes. If a delicate beauty like senior sister Lu were to get hurt, it wouldn't be beautiful. Yes, senior sister Lu, you'd better go back to Daoxian Peak to wash yourself and wait for Elder Yang to come back to pamper you. The two said this and looked at each other, then arrogantly laughed out loud. Seeing this, Wu Tianqing glanced at Yang and couldn't help but show a hint of smugness on his face. Afterward, he smiled and nodded towards the peak masters of Tianmu Peak, Baishang Peak, and Divine Flame Peak, as if hinting at something. Meanwhile, the crowd had thought that Lu Ningxuan would be provoked by them to blush, and thus draw their swords against each other. But to everyone's surprise, she didn't seem to show any fluctuations in her emotions other than the coldness around her body being even more intense than just now. Three senior brothers, you'd better worry more about yourselves. Lu Ningxuan coldly opened her mouth, her tone strikingly similar to Yang's, both revealing a wave of contempt and disdain. Then she snorted and whispered, "Gee whiz, little piece of trash." This statement was a stone's throw away. The disciples in the lower peak were filled with righteous indignation, and all sorts of words with mom and pussy came out of their mouths. Asterisk, we were kind enough to advise you, but you insulted us. Han Tao glared angrily and pointed at Lu Ningxuan as he continued to shout. You are nothing more than a concubine kept by Yang Huan. What qualifications do you have to participate in the clan competition? Pang Fei and Wei Dingbang sniffed and immediately agreed. Brother Han is right. You're not qualified to participate in the sect competition at all. You said you're Elder Yang's disciple. So you're Elder Yang's disciple? We feel that your relationship is unclear and not at all master and disciple. Chapter 39, Abolition of Cultivation and Expulsion from the Sect. Clang! The spirit sword splitting ice was half drawn out by Lu Ningxuan, and instantly, bone-chilling coldness overflowed from her body. When the three saw that she seemed to want to injure someone with a sword, the corners of their mouths coincidentally hooked into a meaningful smile. They're not afraid to fight. They're afraid you won't fight. Once the spirit sword is sheathed and blood is seen, Lu Ningxuan will have violated the great taboo of the clan, and at that time, expulsion from the clan will be considered light. Yo, annoyed? I heard that senior sister Lu used to anyone for a few pills. TSK TSK TSK. If Elder Yang can't satisfy you, you can find us. Ha, 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 ha. As the trio bombarded them in turn, the killing intent in Lu Ningxuang's heart gradually rose like a fire that had been ignited. The snow under her feet was, in an instant, frozen into ice by the coldness she emitted. If it came to killing, Lu Ningxuang was an expert, and if it came to charming, she could even compete with the female cultivators of the Acacia sect. But when it comes to arguing with people, she's a rookie. When she first entered the Xiantian sect, Lu Ningxuang did bounce around between multiple people for cultivation resources, hence her poor reputation. But the truth was, she hadn't committed herself to anyone, and hadn't even had her hand touched. Her innocence was always as pure as ice. However, the fact that they brought up Yang made Lu Ningxuang speechless. Although she knew in her heart that this concubine of hers was acting, who would believe it if she said it? Instead of being denigrated by such trash, you should kill and be done with it. Read about it. Lu Ningxuang's bright eyes were instantly stained by crimson. A plain skirt without wind. 3,000 green silk like an upside-down waterfall. Flying wildly, the biting murderous aura penetrated in the cold wind, blowing the opposite three people all over the body cold, as if placed in the 9 ghosts of hell. In this instant, they seemed to feel that death was imminent. Unbridled, a sudden loud cry, like a morning bell or a drum, sounded in Lu Ningxuang's mind, dispersing the few bits of murderous aura in her body, only to see Yang standing on the edge of the high platform with his hands behind his back. He stood tall with a straight back, his expression unruffled, and his tone continued with anger. How dare you denigrate old man? Where are the preceptor elders? A middle-aged looking elder sniffed and immediately came to Yang's side to salute him. Zhao Cheng. Yes. Yang pointed at Han Tao and the three of them and asked in an indifferent tone. According to the laws of the sect, how about the offense of those who defame the sect elders and those who commit crimes below? Zhao Qing carefully stole a glance at the 3 peak masters of the lower peaks, only to see that their gazes revealed displeasure. As if they were making a silent warning, he turned and glanced at Yang's aggressive look. Despite the cold, he was sweating from panic at the moment. After a short period of weighing his options, Zhao Qing straightened his back, and he chose the latter between the 3 peak masters and the second ancestor of the clan. Back to senior brother Yang. On the basis of the crime, the cultivation shall be abolished and expelled from the sect. Words. Amazing. Quiet. When the crowd looked back, they saw Jan smile softly and open her mouth again. Families have family laws. Clans have clan rules. There are no rules without rules. What do you think? With a smug smile on his face, Yang raised his eyebrows towards the 3 peak masters led by Baisheng Peak, exasperating them so much that they almost crushed the armrests of their chairs. They hated Na in their hearts. They couldn't wait to slaughter Yang, and they couldn't wait to chop up their good disciple along with him. Why do you have to bring this asshole along with you? Although Yang's cultivation was unbearable, he had a hard backstage. Even though he's putting a cap on you guys now and ostensibly trying to straighten you out, he's going to come after us next. Ah, chow, what a blind eye. How could I have taken you losers as disciples in the first place? The smile on Yang's face increased when she saw that they didn't say anything. Since you all are okay with it. He patted Zhao Qing's shoulder and was about to continue. Old man Yang, you have no cultivation, no character, and no morals. You don't deserve to be a sect elder, much less a Daoyuan Peak master. Peng Fei, the chief of Tenmu Peak, rebuked angrily and with righteous indignation, interrupting Yang's words. Immediately after, Divine Flame Peak Chief Wei Dingbang loudly concurred. Senior brother Pang is right. Then, he pulled the sleeve of Baisheng Peak Chief Han Tao and said in an urgent tone, Senior Han, say something. This old thing. Before he could finish his words, he saw Han Tao slap him, then move a few steps towards the open space and pay a deep obeisance to Yang. Elder Yang, disciple and the two of them are not familiar with each other. The words I spoke just now were much offended. Disciple recognizes the punishment. The reversal came so fast, like a tornado, that it was too late to escape from the storm circle. The disciples were dumbstruck, their mouths slightly open, clearly shocked by this sudden transformation. Even the elders on the high platform revealed various looks. Despite Han Tao's previous arrogant and domineering behavior and frivolous words, his ability to bend and act at this moment was a sight to behold. Han Tao's name instantly left a deep impression in the hearts of the crowd. Good, kid, you're very aware. Not bad, not bad. Yang stroked his beard and expressed his appreciation with a smile on his face, then added, Elder Zhao, since this brat is repentant, let's just forget about it and punish him to face the wall for 3 months at the Thoughtfulness Cliff. As for the other two, with a twist of words, he once again pulled up their attribute panel in his mind and confirmed their power. Immediately afterward, his expression turned serious and he drank. according to the sect rules, abolish your cultivation and expel you from the sect. After saying that, Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chilling light flashed through those cloudy eyes. When he met Wu Tianqing's sinister eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked upwards, giving him a smile full of deep meaning. Immediately after that, Yang slowly stepped to the center of the high platform, took a deep breath, and infused his aura into his voice. Lu Ningxuang is Lao Fu's first disciple. Her character, Lao Fu knows better than anyone else. There is a lot of gossip out there. Rumors stop with the wise, rise with the foolish, and start with the schemers. Remember that, gentlemen. His words not only righted Lu Ningxuang's name, but also established his authority in the sect. At the same time, it sends a clear signal to the crowd. Xian Tian sect within the schemer. What is the schemer? To put it bluntly, is the hidden spies. The smart ones quickly comprehended why Yang Huan, who had always been uninvolved in world affairs, would suddenly appear at the ceremony of the sect competition. Because there were some things that Yue and Guli didn't care to do and couldn't do. Yang had to step up to the stage and transform into a sharp sword. As the killing aura gradually dispersed, Lu Ningxuan's beautiful eyes regained their clarity. Her gaze was locked onto Yang, her heart surging with unspeakable emotions. She never imagined that at this critical moment, Yang would stand up for her and right her wrong. Lu Ningxuang's eyes were slightly moist, and she tried to suppress the tears from slipping down. She said to Yang in her mind, "Master, a while longer Frosty. When Frosty steps into the Yuaning stage, it will be the time for you and I to have dual cultivation." Ding! Lu Ningxuan's intimacy +5. Chapter 40, The Great Competition begins. Round 1, Melee. The snow and wind quietly subsided in the valley, and the warm sun finally penetrated the heavy clouds to reveal its soft face. Above the high platform, the air trembled slightly and rippled. Shortly afterward, 9 figures slowly appeared on the jade seat, gradually solidifying like phantoms. All the elders and disciples of the Xiantian sect rose to salute. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. Guli's beautiful eyes with a smile, a gorgeous dress sitting in the center of the jade seat, like a mortal empress. She pressed her hands together slightly and opened her mouth lightly. Gentlemen, be excused. Guli looked around, and when the gazes of all the people were gathered on the high platform, she slowly rose and said in a clear and strong voice, "Today, we have gathered here to witness the once-in-50 years event of the Xiantian sect. The great sect competition is not only a test of your cultivation, but also a sharpening of your heart, will, and wisdom. For those who win, do not be proud and do not be impatient. For those who lose, do not be discouraged and do not give up. May you, all of you, be able to find your own shortcomings in this great competition, clarify your own direction, and contribute your strength to the sect." When Guli's words fell, all the disciples in the room were moved, followed by a tsunami of cheers. Xiantian Sacred Sect, 9 heavens and 10 earths. I am the only one. When Guli resumed his seat, Maju Peak Master Wu Tianqing came to the center of the high platform and used his aura to spread his voice to all parts of the valley. For this clan competition, there are 5 major realm competitions, so I'll briefly say a few points with you all. First, Foundation Stage, Dan Stage, and Yuanying Stage. Wu Tianqing rambled on for half a day until Yang dozed off straight away before finally mentioning the point. First, in the Foundation Establishment Stage, rewarded with a spiritual artifact, 100 top quality pills, 100,000 clan contribution points, and 5 years in the Hidden Scripture Pavilion. Yang leaned back in his chair, snoring one after the other, obviously having been asleep for many hours. Guli stretched his chin, and a few moments of hopelessness passed through his eyes. Shouldn't have let the old boy come to the ceremony. It's a shame that he can even fall asleep. She sighed quietly in her mind, and a few more softness rose in her eyes. Cultivation is so low, but also really hard for him. The cold, but also to hold a breath to sit half a day. Li, Huan is asleep. Why don't you light him up? The one who transmitted the voice was Ling Yu, the second elder of the Acacia sect, who had come to observe the ceremony, only to see her blinking her big, beautiful eyes and fiercely winking towards Guli. Forget it, let him, it's his loss anyway, not mine. Guli responded faintly, correcting her dignified posture, then shifted her eyes elsewhere. As the 2 women transmitted their voices, one of them who had also come to observe the ceremony also landed his gaze on Yang. Young, Daoxian Peak Master, 5th level of Qi refining, life expectancy will end. Really can't see any abnormalities. The heaven and earth vision that landed on Daoxian Peak earlier, was it rushing at people, or was it rushing at spiritual treasures? She smiled coldly and turned her gaze back to the disciples of the peaks under the stage, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Bailey Bing and Xiahou Qian are so young that they have already stepped into the void refining stage. The Mo family's oldest 9 are at the 6th level of transformation spirit? Xiantian sect this realm. It seems that it is really as the old ancestor said. pregnant with a dragon vein. She then looked at Wu Tianqing, a few hints of impatience in her eyes. Waste is waste. Even presiding over the grand ceremony is so much nonsense. Taking advantage of the pause in Wu Tianqing's speech, she transmitted a voiceover. Cut the crap. Hurry up and start the big competition. Wait for my father in the back hall of Yurink Bamboo Peak tonight. Hearing his master's voice transmission, Wu Tianqing's heart flinched and glanced in the direction of the jade seat. Aside from immortal Xian Gui, as well as Chun Qingfeng and Bai Kaidai, his own master was among the remaining 5. It made him involuntarily excited that the master had finally arrived. Wu Tianqing wasn't sure which one was his master, so he only nodded imperceptibly to show that he knew. However, his movements were caught in the eyes of Gu Li and Lingyu. After they exchanged glances, the two women tacitly continued to act out their respective roles. It was just that they coincidentally landed their gazes on Yang once again, their beautiful eyes seeming to have the same question in them. This old boy is a good judge of character. This Wu Tianqing really has a problem. It wasn't long before Wu Tianqing finished his nonsense, and the Xian Tian sect competition officially kicked off amidst the crowd's anticipation. At Qin Chuan's invitation, Yang carried his hands behind his back and the two of them strolled through the valley together. In the valley, the number of rings at the foundation establishment stage was the highest, and the higher the realm, the fewer the number of rings. Yang's attention was mainly focused on the competition between the foundation establishment stage disciples. After all, after 5 days of seclusion, Lu Ningxuang's cultivation had come to the peak of foundation establishment, and she had high hopes of winning first place in the grand competition. Due to the large number of foundation stage disciples, the first round of the competition was conducted in a 10-player melee. This approach was very cruel, testing not only the disciples' cultivation, but also their battle wisdom and survival instincts, as well as teamwork. In the ring, the disciples were each displaying their abilities, their auras fluctuating violently, and the scene was exceptionally chaotic. In Lu Ningxuang's eyes, the chaos in the ring today was nothing compared to the purgatory she had experienced in the past. The training in the soul-devouring demon palace was so cruel that it almost wore out humanity. For Lu Ningxuang, the small number of people in today's melee was unprecedented in her memory. What she had experienced had never been a life and death escape based on 100 people. In the end, only one child was able to survive through the relentless fighting. In those years she learned to be strong, to be stoic, to be cunning, all this to stay alive. Because, only by living is there a tomorrow. There is hope. Lu Ningxuang stood at the edge of the ring, her left hand resting lightly on her scabbard while her right hand gripped the hilt of her sword, her eyes focused on the remaining 9. In the ring, the wind gently brushed by, blowing the plain skirt against her skin, outlining her delicate figure. The 9 disciples who competed on the same stage as Lu Ningxuang seemed to have reached some sort of unspoken tacit understanding. None of them attacked Lu Ningxuang, but left her behind, taking care of themselves in that fierce battle. Rubbish. This is the ring, not a place for you to look at women. A lanky disciple taunted while, at the same time, mercilessly sweeping his shorter opponent in front of him out of the ring with a powerful kick. The stout disciple's cultivation seemed to be the deepest amongst the 9, so naturally he became the center of attention in the eyes of the crowd. The remaining few sprouted the idea of joining forces against each other. They looked at each other for a few moments and seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Immediately after that, the distance between them and each other gradually began to close. The lanky disciple slowly raised his hands, his huge palms gripping together with great force, his joints emitting a crisp click sound. He grinned at them. Let's all 8 of you losers go together, so that I don't have to clean you up one by one. Ha ha. The atmosphere in the ring became more tense due to the burly disciple's provocation. At the same time, the remaining 8 disciples were aroused by his words and were intensely dissatisfied. Humph. Who do you think you are? A thin disciple snorted coldly and shook the long sword in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing straight at the lanky disciple. His eyes filled with wariness. It's not like the cultivators are competing to see who's bigger, so don't be so self-righteous here. The other disciple clenched his fists, clearly ready to fight. The lanky disciple seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with them, laughed maniacally a few times, threw up his sandbag-sized fists, and whistled at them. He even glanced at Lu Ningxuang during his run. Junior sister. Senior brother will come to hurt you soon. Wait for senior brother for a little while longer. Ha ha, ha ha ha. However, Lu Ningxuang was not even willing to give him a proper look. Her solemn face was like an iceberg. Noisy. Chapter 41, she can't stand it. Talk to her. Lu Ningxuang's contempt caused the lanky disciple's face to turn blue. As the best of the foundation establishment stage disciples, his muscles were as hard as steel, his strength was amazing, and he had always been known for his bravery. However, Lu Ningxuang's attitude of treating him as if he were a piece of trash caused him to feel an unprecedented humiliation. Ha! The lanky disciple bellowed. his eyes burning with rage as the aura around him began to fluctuate violently. With a large amount of aura running to his arms, he clenched his fists and bellowed once again, only to see a faint golden glow on his sandbag-sized fists. Bang! With a fist as hard as iron, just one strike sent a disciple flying, instantly rendering him incapacitated, falling heavily in front of Yang. Qin Chuan frowned slightly, and with a wave of his hand, aura covered the disciple's entire body like a light veil and helped him up. After a few breaths of simple mediation, the disciple looked much better, except for his pale face and some blood at the corner of his mouth. Many thanks to Elder Qin. Disciple is grateful. Qin Chuan waved his hand as a response, then introduced himself with Yang beside him. Senior brother. This big guy in the ring is Senior Brother Chen's beloved disciple, Lei Wanjun. Yang's white eyebrows raised, his half-lidded eyelids lifting slightly as he glanced at the muscular Lei Wanjun and laughed. It's not easy. It's really not easy. After all these years, that kid Chen Kai has finally taken on a disciple. As he spoke, a huge silhouette landed in front of Yang and Qin Chuan with a bang, clipped by the wind and snow. Immediately afterward, a pair of large hands clapped on both of their shoulders, barely missing them in the snow. Ha ha, Senior Brother Yang, Senior Brother Qin, take a look at how this disciple of mine is. The person who came was none other than Lei Wanjuan's master, Chen Kai. His voice was loud and his tone carried a bit of pride. Yang slapped his giant palm away with force, the corners of his mouth twitching a few times in response. Less Nima fooling people. This cub looks like your bastard. Your mother. My last name is Chun and his last name is Lei. How can he be my illegitimate son? Seeing him say that, Chen Kai immediately interrupted with his words, his two bullseyes glaring as if they were like bronze bells, staring straight at Yang. Alright, so many disciples are watching. You two don't keep joking around whenever you meet. Qin Chuan blocked the middle of the two and snorted while condensing a wall of aura to catch the second disciple who fell from the ring. Kai, you don't say. This kid does look a bit like you. I'm yet. Chen Kai was furious. Ever since Lei Wanjun joined him at Juyang Peak, the words illegitimate child have echoed in his ears from time to time. Despite Chen Kai's best efforts to explain, he couldn't plug up the yo-yo. Over time, he got used to it and let it go. However, how he didn't realize that two of his closest friends were also making up stories about him, which annoyed him. Okay, just kidding. Look at you angry. Come to my Daoxian Peak tonight for a drink. I'll let my disciple show you a hand. Yang patted Chen Kai, who was as strong as an ox, and said with a smile. Chen Kai waved his big hand, holding up yet another disciple who fell down from the ring, and then laughed. That's fine, but words first. I want to drink the 1,000-year drunkenness brewed by Senior Sister Yu. Halfway through his words, Chen Kai's pair of bull's eyes stared like bronze bells again as he asked in surprise, when did you take on an apprentice? Why don't I know? Qin Chuan laughed and picked up the conversation. You didn't just get here, did you? Chen Kai's old face turned red and he lowered his head and kept scratching the back of his head as if he had been poked in the heart. I didn't mean to be late. Who let the little 3 and 4 at home teamed up last night? 1 against 2. It's a lot of work. Okay. However, Chen Kai quickly came back to his senses and his eyes fell on Yang, asking provocatively, Old Ganghua, is your disciple a man or a woman as fierce as my old disciple? The corner of Yang's mouth tugged as he pointed at Lu Ningxuang in the ring and said, There, see for yourself. Who knew that? Chen Kai just looked back and yelled, My chow, this is your disciple? This is your concubine, right? TSK, look at this little face. Look at this arse. Look at, ouch, why are you hitting me? Before Chen Kai could say anything, he had already received a blow to the head from Yang. Qin Chuan, who was on the side, forced himself to hold back his laughter, while Yang's old face was as black as charcoal. While the three of them were talking and laughing, the fierce battle on the ring came to an end, and the few remaining disciples, seeing that they were not Lei Wanjuan's opponents, surrendered their weapons and jumped down. At that moment, Lei Wanjun craned his neck and wheeled his arms in circles, as if he was doing warm-up exercises. He stuck out his tongue and licked around his dry lips, an expression of excitement appearing on his face as his gaze locked onto Lu Ningxuang. Senior sister, it's your turn. Lu Ningxuang stood on the other side of the ring, her face calm. The spirit sword split ice in her hand had long been sheathed, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground. Noisy. Hearing the word croak again, Lei Wanjuan's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and he became angry. The feeling of being humiliated by Lu Ningxuang twice in a row made his lungs explode. Ever since he worshipped in the giant Yang Peak, no one had ever been his opponent, whether it was a senior brother of the same rank or a senior brother at the Jidan stage. He, Lei Wanjun, was loud and clear in giant Yang Peak, even within the sect, and the Supreme Elder Gu Li had even praised him. No one had ever dared to treat him with such contempt, Except for this uncharacteristically beautiful senior sister in front of him, who repeatedly challenged his bottom line. However, no matter how fiery Lei Wanjuan's anger was in his heart, as Chen Kai's disciple, he had his own martial virtues and principles to adhere to. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself and not let his anger cloud his mind. Lei Wanjun stepped forward and ran to 3 feet in front of Lu Ningxuang and stopped, cupping his fists and saying in a deep voice, "In my name, Giant Sun Peak, Lei Wanjun." After a brief self-introduction, his eyes had regained their clarity, and at that moment, his thick arms were wrapped around his chest, and he said seriously, "Senior sister, your thin arms and legs can't withstand my attack. You won't be able to stand it even if you are rubbed by me." As soon as these words came out, not only did Lu Ningxuang's eyebrows furrowed, even the 3 Yangs under the ring frowned. "Kai, are you sure this cub isn't your bastard?" This is what Qin Chuan asked. Such words of a tiger and wolf do have a few moments of you. Yang glanced at Chen Kai and teased. Chen Kai's old face reddened once again as he angrily roared towards Lei Wanjun in the ring. "Wanjun, you mother ******* or cut the flirty talk. Is this how Laozi usually teaches you? Flirty talk? What's so flirty about that? I'm obviously telling the truth. I'm concerned about her, okay?" Lei Wanjun scratched his head with unhappiness written all over his face, but he felt a hint of danger from the chilly aura emanating from Lu Ningxuang. However, he still firmly believed that he was invincible at the foundation establishment stage, and with that, he shouted towards Chen Kai, "Senior, disciple can't persuade senior sister. Why don't you say a few words to make her admit defeat?" Chapter 42 8 Extremes, Running Thunder Break. "Girl, why don't you come down? My disciple was born with divine strength. No lightweight, in case," Chen Kai shouted, then scowled at Lei Wanjun, signaling him to give way to Lu Ningxuang. Don't look at Chen Kai's rugged appearance, giving people the impression of nervousness, but in fact he is a person with a delicate mind and understanding of the human world. If old brother's beautiful apprentice was injured by his apprentice, he probably wouldn't be able to drink the millennium drunk tonight. However, although Lei Wanjun was straightforward and naive, he was unusually persistent about the sect competition. For him, winning the first round of the melee, and even ultimately claiming the honor of being the first in the foundation establishment stage, was his unwavering goal. He would never hold back because the other party was a woman, much less give up his quest because of his master's hints. However, even though his own master had shouted, the beautiful senior sister still had no intention of voluntarily admitting defeat, and Lei Wanjun was left with a bit of a headache. He had absolute confidence in his strength, so he didn't rush to attack, instead shouting towards Chen Kai, "Master, it seems like you don't have enough face. Can you do it or not? Nima, little brat, who are you saying can't do it? Believe it or not, I'll pull it out and whip you to death." For his disciple to question that he couldn't, the fire in Chen Kai's heart tickled up. Master and disciple, one off stage and one on stage, spit up and exposed each other as if they had become scolding shrews, while the two of them were cursing. Yan Yan walked out from behind Chen Kai and waved his hand towards Lu Ningxuang in the ring. "Frost child, the honorable tradition of Daoxian Peak is in your hands. Come back with a first place. Master is optimistic about you." Seeing Yang say this, Chen Kai and Qin Chuan both cursed him in their hearts for being shameless. Once upon a time, the reason why Daoxian Peak was honorable and took first place was because Yu Wei was great, not because you, Yang, were great. "You bad old man, what are you pretending to be in front of so many clan disciples?" In the ring, Lu Ningxuang saw that Yang came to cheer for herself, and her heart was as sweet as if a honey jar had been overturned. The expression as cold as an iceberg instantly became as delicate and gentle as the warm spring sun, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a faint smile. When Lu Ningxuang was just about to say something, a burst of exclamation erupted from the sect disciples surrounding the ring to watch the battle. "Good, what a beautiful senior sister. I'll give you an incense stick of time. I want all the information on her." "Elder sister, you've managed to get my attention. The grove by the stargazing pavilion tonight." There were many strange cries, but only this disciple who wanted to ask Lu Ningxuang to go to the grove to talk about his life and ideals was violently beaten up. At this moment, the elder in the ring showed a displeased look as he cleared his throat and bellowed, "Are you two still competing or not? If not, both of you will be judged as losers." Then, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Lu Ningxuang and Lei Wanjun at the same time. They let out a low cry almost simultaneously and took up a stance to meet the battle. The former had come to give face to Daoxian Peak, and the latter was the seeded candidate among the foundation establishment stage disciples in this grand competition. At this moment, under the elder's urging, it caused their gazes to clash fiercely in the air, and each other's fighting spirit was completely ignited. With a clang, the spirit sword splitting ice came out of its sheath. In a flash, with Lu Ningxuang as the center, The space within 2 feet around seemed to be frozen, and even the air seemed to freeze. Daoxian Peak. Lu Ningxuang, please enlighten me. Giant Sun Peak. Lei Wanjun, please enlighten me. After saying that, Lei Wanjun let out a loud shout. His calf muscles tightened, and his strength rapidly gathered within his body. Immediately after that, he stomped the ground with both feet. The powerful force caused his body to be like a discharged cannonball, and with a sound of breaking air, he rushed toward Lu Ningxuang swiftly and incomparably. Meanwhile, Lu Ningxuang was on the other side of the ring, swinging split ice with an elegant gesture. As the sword blade danced, several sword blossoms emanating an intense coldness were suddenly drawn out in front of her body. They were like an invisible net, and it was as if they formed a wall, waiting for Lei Wanjun. Rumble. The sword blossoms clashed fiercely with Lei Wanjun's rock-solid body, erupting with a deafening sound that stirred up snowflakes flying in the sky. When the flying snow dispersed, Lu Ningxuang was still standing with her sword, like an unshakable iceberg, with a pair of beautiful eyes tightly locking onto the opponent in front of her. Lei Wanjun, however, was kneeling on one knee at this moment, one of his hands tightly covering his chest, obviously suffering from a considerable shock. Visible traces of blood hung from the corners of his mouth, clearly marks from a heated exchange. His breathing was slightly shortened, but the battle intent in his eyes did not diminish because of this, but instead became even more fiery. Senior sister, your resistance is making me more and more excited. Ha 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 ha. Under the ring, Yang and Qin Xuan stared at Chen Kai together as they spoke in unison. Such a tiger's word. It's just like you. And you say it's not your bastard? Chen Kai sniffed and waved his hand anxiously. This is called near Zhu as red near ink is black. This little brat must be stealing from me to learn how to speak. Blah 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 blah. It is he who does not learn. Just as the three of them were talking and laughing, the disciples on the sidelines once again let out a gasp of surprise. This sword skill that senior sister is using is so familiar. Do you guys think that she is quite similar to the Cold Moon Fairy? Similar to your sister? Lord Sovereign is not a sword cultivator. You're talking about the Supreme Elder, Fairy Xian Gui, right? One incense stick of time has almost passed. Where is the information I want? Is it wrong to love someone? Don't beat me up, please. In the ring, the clamor seemed to be cut off from Lu Ningxuang, whose gaze was always fully focused on Lei Wanjun, because he did look even more excited than he did just now. His porous limbs rose in size under the aura's urging. Not only is it thicker, but it seems to be harder. Lei Wanjun opened his palms and raised them high above his head, then fiercely clenched them. The aura condensed on his fist flashed with a blue light, and made a crackling sound like thunder. Thunder Spirit Root. Physical cultivation. Senior sister Lu, be careful. I'm going to use my full strength. Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows slightly and took a deep breath. Bringing her mind to an ethereal state, she began to mobilize the Xianyin Qi in her body, letting them flow through her meridians and resonate with the split ice sword in her hand. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if responding to Lu Ningxuang's call, and the air around the sword began to fluctuate with it, forming a subtle stream of air. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly as a response to Lei Wanjun's words. With that, she bulldozed forward with split ice, the tip of her sword pointing straight at Lei Wanjun's brow. If she stabbed it, she would either die or be injured. Ha ha, good timing. Lei Wanjun laughed out loud as his left foot quickly lifted up and landed heavily again. This time, with him as the center, within a 5-foot radius, a space filled with thunder was formed, instantly enveloping Lu Ningxuang. 8 pole. Running Thunder Break. Chapter 43, You have to do it or you don't. As Lei Wanjun's physical art fully erupted, his entire body was covered by a layer of light blue thunder, like the god of thunder descending to the mortal world, carrying the divine punishment of the heavenly realm. It intimidated all things in the world. Enduring a few heavy blows, Lu Ningxuang's body's qi and blood churned, and her frost-ridden skin was even more invaded by thunder. With scorched blackness in many places, Lu Ningxuang's eyebrows knitted, and a touch of coldness surfaced on her pretty face. If he could kill someone with those arcane sword moves in the Taiyin sword technique, Lei Wanjun would definitely not be able to catch Lu Ningxuang's 3 swords. However, the sect competition was meant to assess the disciples' cultivation achievements and was not a true life and death struggle. This made Lu Ningxuang's fight very suffocating. Obviously, Lei Wanjun's moves had a lot of breaks, and just one stab of the sword could either kill or injure him, but she couldn't do it, or the consequences would be more than she could afford. Lu Ningxuang sighed helplessly in her heart and met Lei Wanjun with her sword, battling with him once again. At the same time, she was pondering in her mind how to defeat him without hurting him. As the battle between the two became more and more intense, Lu Ningxuang's sword strokes became more and more fluent from their initial rawness. The Taiyin sword technique, known for its femininity and treachery, was unpredictable in its sword moves. able to find a break in the opponent's furious attack. If it was supplemented with the Xianin technique, it would be even more like a tiger adding wings to its wings, and would be able to exert even more astonishing power. However, Lu Ningxuang did not infuse the sword blade with Xianin power. Even though several times he stabbed Lei Wanjuan's vitals, it didn't make him lose his fighting strength, but instead made him more and more courageous. Taking advantage of the gap between the two men pulling away, Lei Wanjun bellowed as his muscles bulged once again like tumbling waves. The top that had been torn apart by the split ice sword chi was completely burst by his surging muscles at this moment, and the fragments were scattered and splattered in all directions. His body looked even more majestic and unbeatable under the light blue thunder. Senior Sister Lu, admit defeat. I only used 50% of my strength. Before Lei Wanjun could finish his words, he saw Lu Ningxuang stab cracked ice forward, her red lips lightly opening. Noisy. In that case, don't blame me for being hot. Lei Wanjun swung his arms horizontally in front of his body and pinched several seals with both hands. Instantly the ring was filled with thunderous light. At this moment, it was as if he had become a deity controlling thunder and lightning. Watch out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lei Wanjun raised his strength to 10%, ready to decide the winner with a single move. Seeing this, Lu Ningxuang's beautiful eyes condensed as the Xianin power surged within her body. With a large amount of cold power infused into the sword, the spirit sword splitting ice emitted a clank sound. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, and as the surrounding cold air was absorbed by the cracked ice, a thin layer of ice mist instantly formed around Lu Ningxuang's body. Chill! Lu Ningxuang swung her longsword, and as her sword stance unfolded, a huge ice blue sword chi shot out from the tip of Split Ice's sword. Not only was the sword chi extremely fast, but it also contained an extremely strong coldness, as if it was going to freeze everything. Although Lei Wanjuan's thunderbolt was powerful, it was somewhat outmatched in front of Lu Ningxuang's ice-sealed sword chi. When his thunderbolts came into contact with the ice-sealed sword chi, they were unexpectedly frozen quickly, turning into a string of ice beads that crashed to the ground. Lei Wanjuan's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Lu Ningxuang's sword technique to be so severe that his lightning power couldn't resist it. No way! Lei Wanjun exclaimed. But before his words fell, Lu Ningxuang's sword chi had already reached him. He only had time to cross his arms over his chest and try to harden his body against the blow. Ka-ching, ka-ching. After the crisp ringing sound, Lei Wanjuan's body was frozen by the powerful coldness. The entire person stood in the ring like an ice sculpture, no longer able to move. Lu Ningxuang put away her sword and stood. A faint ice mist filled the surroundings. The whole person was like a fairy coming out of the ice and snow. Her beauty was unbelievable. She coldly glanced at the frozen Lei Wanjun and turned towards the elders in the ring. Elder, can you announce the results now? It had been more than 100 years since such an exciting and brilliant foundation establishment stage disciple competition had been seen, and the elder hadn't regained his senses for a moment. Only when Lu Ningxuang asked a second time did he hastily announce the result. Daoxian Peak. Lu Ningxuang. Win. The disciples under the ring, who were originally holding their breath and staring, had their tensions released at this moment, and instead erupted into loud cheers. Senior Sister Lu. That's amazing. My Chow. What kind of sword technique is this that can freeze people into ice sculptures? What are you guys yelling about? Is Senior Sister something you can call? In the future, please address her as Ice Spirit Fairy. Lu Ningxuang turned a deaf ear to the surrounding clamor, and turned to gently place the tip of Split Ice's sword against the ice sculpture. As the cold power returned to her dantian along the cracked ice, the thawed Lei Wanjun sat on his butt in the ring. Chen Kai was the first person to leap onto the ring, and he first gave Lu Ningxuang a deep look before revealing an approving smile. Girl, you're good. He then turned to Lei Wanjun and heavily patted his shoulder with a hint of seriousness in his tone. There's a mountain beyond a mountain. When Chen Kai saw Lei Wanjun raise his head, he pointed at the split ice sword in Lu Ningxuang's hand and continued in his serious tone. You have to be thankful that it was her who fought against you. If it had been an enemy, you would have been dead already. Dead? How can that be? She couldn't even break my defense. Lei Wanjuan's bull's eyes widened, unbelief written all over his rough face. Asshole. Chen Kai was so angry that he immediately gave him a popping chestnut and angrily rebuked. This girl just stabbed you a total of 13 swords. But wherever there is a sword with that and cold power just now. He didn't continue on with the latter words, but Chen Kai's eyes and look appeared to be disappointed in Lei Wanjun. He wanted his apprentice to be a daring fighter, but even more so, he wanted him to be a daring person. Lei Wanjun frowned tightly, recalling the fierce battle just now, and his hands involuntarily touched a few places that were vaguely painful. In an instant, he understood the meaning of his master's words. He struggled to stand up and made a deep bow towards Lu Ningxuang, his tone serious. Thanks to Senior Sister Lu for being merciful. However, Lu Ningxuang remained unfazed by him as she resuspended the cracked ice back to her waist and politely arched her hand. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, good. Worthy of being a disciple of my Daoxian peak. Laughing, we see Yang stroking his beard as he too ascends to the ring. He came to Lu Ningxuang's side and looked him up and down before asking, "Did it hurt anywhere?" Lu Ningxuang shook her head. "Okay, it's good that it didn't hurt." Immediately after that, Yang turned the tables and continued, "Since the competition is over, let's go back to Daoxian Peak and have a good rest. Tonight you show your cooking skills for the master." The beautiful eyes that were originally sparkling instantly lost their radiance. Lu Ningxuang skimmed her mouth, a trace of dissatisfaction rising on her pretty face. "Master, Luenjia has been tired all day, so please spare Frosty tonight." Sweet voice, pretentious expression. Even Lu Ningxuang's hands even wrapped around Yang's arm, rubbing hard. Yang didn't think about it that much for a moment, and smoothed her mouth with a raised white eyebrow. "The old man has spared you for several days. Tonight you have to do it even if you are dry, and you have to do it even if you don't. I'm Chao." Chapter 44, Sister Moon. "What do you think?" There was laughter as several people walked out of the ring. Next, Yang led Lu Ningxuang to stroll through the valley, focusing on a few of the more talented Foundation Establishment stage disciples. "Master, it's already 1:30. Why don't we stop watching?" Lu Ningxuang lightly tugged on Yang's coat corner and asked in a small voice. After strolling around for a long time, those disciples who were exceptionally talented in Yang's words failed to arouse the slightest interest in Lu Ningxuang. In her opinion, rather than wasting time here watching their duel, it would be more practical to return to Daoxian Peak to continue cultivating. Even though Yang didn't want to look through them one by one, there were still a multitude of names to be confirmed in the jade slip Guli handed him. Cleaning up the infernal path was the top priority of the Tianxian sect at the moment, and there was no room for sloppiness. Therefore, Yang's white eyebrows tightened, a trace of displeasure appeared on his pale face, and then he coldly said, "Remember what your master ancestor said just now? For those who win, do not be proud and do not be impatient. For those who lose, do not be discouraged and do not give up. You've only won one game and your fox's tail is up?" Lu Ningxuang furrowed her eyebrows, her cheeks puffed out slightly, and her nostrils opened and closed gently, her face full of unhappiness. What do you mean it's just one win? Frosty will keep winning." As soon as the words fell, the ring in front of the two people resounded with several boom and pop sounds one after another. Immediately afterward, several figures fell from the ring. Yang pointed to the disciple who was making a big fuss on the stage and laughed. "Remember his name. His name is Sure Hao. Perhaps you will face him in the following days." There was a hint of suspicion in Lu Ningxuang's gaze as she carefully sized up Sure Hao for a few moments, memorizing him in her mind. Then, in a small voice, she asked, "Which peak's disciple is he?" "One of the 36 upper peaks, the chief disciple of Star Rhythm Peak." Yang's answer surprised Lu Ningxuang. In her impression, those chief disciples of the upper peaks did not have a cultivation level lower than the refined void stage. The higher the ranked peak, the higher the cultivation level of their chief disciple. However, the top 10 ranked Star Rhythm Peak. Why was the cultivation of the chief disciple only at a measly Foundation Establishment stage? This is somewhat mind-boggling. Yang didn't do any more explaining. He gave Lu Ningxuang a mysterious and unpredictable smile, and then led her elsewhere. The two of them strolled from sunrise to sunset, and Lu Ningxuang memorized a total of a dozen or so people's looks and features, as requested. Seeing that it was getting late, Yang took out a spirit boat and brought Chen Kai and the others back to Daoxian Peak together. Just as they were drinking 1,000 years of drunkenness in the small courtyard at the top of the mountain, they were chatting about the sect's grand competition. In a hidden corner of the back hall of Ink Bamboo Peak, Wu Tianqing was respectfully waiting for his master to arrive. The night was low, the stars were sparse, and there was silence all around, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. Soon, a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, soundless and silent, as if blending in with the night. Beneath the shadow of the cloak, a pair of eyes shone with a sharp light, as if they were able to see into all the secrets of the world. "How are the things that my father asked you to prepare?" Wu Tianqing bowed his head and saluted, his tone respectful and humble. "Master, everything has been done as you commanded." The transitional cultivator took out a delicate wooden box from his sleeve and handed it to Wu Tianqing. "Inside this is the mother compulsion. With it, you can control those disciples who have been infected with the child compulsion. Remember, your mission is to create chaos and plunge the Xian sect into civil unrest." Wu Tianqing took the wooden box and held it in his hand as if it was a treasure, saying in a firm tone, "Yes, slave, will not dishonor his mission." After a few moments of silence passed between the two of them, the ferrying stage cultivator was the first to break the calm. "Is there any news from the Dogan Peak side?" Despite the calmness of his voice, it carried an undeniable pressure. At the mention of Daoxian Peak, Wu Tianqing's face immediately turned ugly, and a trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. After all, he had been severely humiliated by Yang before the ceremony of the sect competition. However, to this day, he hadn't investigated what secrets were hidden on Daoxian Peak. Knowing that his work was not favorable, Wu Tianqing immediately paid deep obeisance and said with a trembling voice, "Please forgive me, master. Slave will surely waste." The transitional cultivator interrupted Wu Tianqing with his words, and immediately after, a slap was thrown over. Pop! A crisp ringing sound echoed in the night. Wu Tianqing was staggered by the blow, and red marks immediately surfaced on his cheeks. He didn't dare to resist in the slightest, but just bore it silently, his head lowering even more, his body trembling slightly. It showed his deep fear and awe of this transitional cultivator. The transitional stage cultivator seemed to not want to talk nonsense with him anymore, and his figure gradually blurred and eventually disappeared into the night, as if he had never appeared. Wu Tianqing gazed at the place where his master had left, took a deep breath, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, Guli and Lingyu witnessed what just happened. A hint of worry flashed in Guli's eyes. She was unable to determine just how many people within the clan had been poisoned by the parasites, nor was she able to determine exactly what kind of parasites they had been poisoned by. The sect competition was still going on, and a large number of disciples would gather in the valley every day. If they chose to do it in these days, I am afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Sister Moon, what do you think? Lingyu nodded. Her eyes similarly filled with worry as she gently squeezed Guli's jade hand and transmitted her voice. Since Huan has known for a long time that this Maju Peak master is collaborating with the enemy, then he must have a way to deal with it. Hearing her say this, it was as if Guli instantly figured everything out, and the corners of his mouth curved up into a nice-looking arc. The two men exchanged glances and discreetly left the scene. Taking advantage of the night, they silently melted their delicate bodies into the darkness and followed Wu Tianqing. Along the way, Wu Tianqing always felt uneasy. He turned back to check from time to time, but every time he didn't find anything unusual. He quickened his pace and eventually came to a hidden cave. The mouth of the cave was covered with vines, making it seem extremely hidden. Wu Tianqing looked around and confirmed that no one was following him before quickly drilling into the cave. Guli and Lingyu quietly approached and hid in the bushes aside, holding their breath and observing the movements of the cave. Soon, they saw a faint glimmer of light, and looking along, they realized that Wu Tianqing was talking to several mysterious figures. Those people, with powerful auras emanating from their bodies, were clearly all cultivators of the void refining stage or above. One of the women who couldn't see her real face, her cultivation had even reached the transitional stage. "See the master?" the woman asked in a low voice. Wu Tianqing nodded, and then handed over the exquisite wooden box that held the mother parasite into her hands. "This is the mother compulsion given by the master. You and keep it well." Chapter 45, She's a Traitor. By Kai Dai. How could it be her? In the darkness, Guli narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the silhouette in the distance, anger burning in his eyes. Even though the list provided by the Dark Hall contained the name of Bai Kai Dai, however, Guli was always unwilling to believe that the world uncontested senior sister would be a traitor to the sect. Her jade hand involuntarily climbed onto the hilt of the sword, and the 5 elements returning sword trembled slightly with it, emitting a low sword chime. At this moment, Lingyu suddenly reached out and pressed Guli's arm, only to see her shake her head and transmit her voice. "A little bit of hate is a lot of hate. Even if you hate it more, you have to hold it in." As Lingyu's words fell, the killing intent on Guli's body gradually converged, and the anger in her eyes was then slowly replaced by contradictions and struggles. In Guli's heart, Bai Kai Dai was not only a fellow teacher's sister, but also an existence that she had watched grow up from a young age and was as close as a sister. At the moment, the pain of betrayal pierced her heart like a sharp blade. Guli's petite body trembled slightly, trying to suppress her emotions as she nodded towards Lingyu. "Luckily for you, I was too impulsive." When Lingyu heard this, a hint of relief flashed in her eyes as she tenderly wrapped her arms around Guli and transmitted her voice. "It's just a grasshopper in the fall. They don't have a few days to jump around." Then her words changed. "That old kid Huan, although his cultivation is a piece of, his brain is absolutely good. Don't worry." Guli responded with a slight nod. "In the past few days, the Dark Hall has been in place under his mobilization. The only thing I'm worried about right now is..." Spirit Moon tugged on her arm, interrupting Guli's voice transmission, signaling her to look closely at a dark shadow outside the cave. "War Shocker? What's he doing here? Could it be that this matter, too, is connected with him?" While Guli was secretly slandering in his mind, the few people inside the cave seemed to have discovered Battle Surprise's trail. As soon as the words fell, a red-tasseled spear shot out from within the cave, pushing straight at Battle Shocker's figure. The cracking sound of the gun tip cut through the quiet of the night. At the moment when the red-tasseled spear was about to touch, Battle Surprise's figure violently sidestepped, avoiding the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. Immediately after that, 5 more people came out of the cave in a line, instantly surrounding Battle Surprise in the center. War Shocker? What do you intend to do by sneaking into this place late at night? Bai Kai-dai scolded sternly. A trace of color flashed in her eyes. How could she not expect Battle Surprise to discover this place? Battle Surprise looked around, facing the siege of 5 experts. His expression remained as calm as water, as if he had prepared for it. He smiled faintly, a hint of playfulness in his voice. Mr. Battle was just passing by. I didn't expect to meet you all here. Passing through? Bai Kai-dai snorted coldly, clearly not buying his words. Battle Surprise, do you take us for 3-year-olds? Stalking here in the dead of night and claiming to be passing through? War Shocker's gaze swept over the crowd one by one, finally settling on Bai Katie's face, a touch of undisguised greed flowing from his eyes. Senior sister Bai, this you have wronged Mr. Battle. Don't talk too much. Your battle sect has been eyeing my Shin Tian sect, so why do you need to sympathize? Bai Kai-dai interrupted with a cold voice, the red-tasseled spear in her hand shaking, the tip of the spear pointing straight at Battle Surprise's throat, assuming a stance of being ready to strike at any time. You're no match for him. Back off first. Wu Tianqing, who was at the side, nodded and responded by leading the remaining few people far away. From the expressions of several people, it seemed that they only had a cooperative relationship with Bai Kai-dai and had no emotional ties to each other. However, out of Gu Li and Ling Yu's expectations, the sword-like atmosphere between the two of them seemed to be staged. At that moment, War Surprise's large hand gripped above the gun body with great speed, and then his arm pulled hard. Not only did he seize the red-tasseled spear from Bai Katie's hands, he even swept her delicate body into his arms. Did you miss me, little baby? Bai Kai-dai leaned in his arms, her hands wrapped around Battle Surprise's body, and her tone was delicate. Dead beat, can you squeak before you come? You almost scared me to death. Ha ha, afraid of a deuce. Those guys won't tell the truth about you and me. War Shocker laughed out loud, and before his words fell, Bai Kai-dai had already taken the initiative to send her red lips to block his mouth. It was as if the two had met fire with dry wood, and even the icy weather failed to extinguish their passion. With the sound of Gu Li, who was hiding in the shadows, blushed slightly and turned her head away, while Ling Yu's eyes widened and she couldn't wait to stick over to have a closer look. About half an incense stick or less. Battle Shocker suppressed his voice and let out a low hiss. With the sound of pattering between the two, Bai Kai-dai gasped out a question. Brother Battle, how did you get there so fast? Pa. Battle Surprise rewarded 2 slaps towards her arse, his tone slightly dissatisfied. What's fast? You have other favorites? Bai Katie's face stiffened, realizing that she had said the wrong thing, and she hurriedly jumped into Battle Surprise's arms, her jade hand gently caressing his chest. Brother Battle, when are you going to take sister? War Shocker looked away from the direction of the sect leader's peak, a dark tide raging in his heart. He had pursued Gu Li for more than 3,000 years without even touching his hand once, and this matter had become his heart's demon, deeply rooted in his soul. If he couldn't have her, maybe his whole life would be spent in regret and obsession. He clenched his fists darkly, his nails almost embedding themselves in his palms. Soon, Battle Surprise's voice was low, and he climbed his big hand onto Bai Katie's arched buttocks again and continued. When the time comes, you and the two of her will share a husband. Da ha 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 ha. Ouch. Yuck. I don't want it. Without waiting for Bai Kai-dai to finish speaking, Battle Shocker's large hand pinched her pretty face and then pressed her head down. In the darkness, Gu Li's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. How could she not have imagined that her senior sister was not only a traitor, but also a loose woman? Her heart was filled with disappointment and anger. The eyes that were bubbling with anger glanced at Ling Yu, and they were filled with complex emotions. With that, she retreated backward silently, afraid that she wouldn't be able to suppress the anger in her heart and subsequently do something impulsive. Haven't you seen enough? Ling Yu skimmed her lips, a hint of disappointment appearing on her pretty face. Don't let me see. Don't let me see. What's so fierce about it? Believe it or not, I'll go find Huan to double cultivate in a while. As soon as the words fell, the tip of the 5 elements returning sword was against Ling Yu's body. Don't you dare, or I'll sew you up. Spirit Moon's beautiful eyes stared, lifted her puffy chest, and said defiantly, come on, I've got 2 mouths to feed. I'll see if you can sew them all up. Looking for a fight? Slightly. Come on. You catch me first. As she spoke, Spirit Moon transformed into a cloud of pink smoke and disappeared far away towards Daoxian Peak. Chapter 46, Old Man. Wait for me. Although Spirit Moon's cultivation wasn't the top of the line, her speed was incredibly fast. Even Gu Li's riveting efforts failed to catch up with her. After a few moments, A cloud of pink smoke appeared within the small courtyard at the top of Daoxian Peak. Squeak! The door to Yang's room was closed from the outside by Lu Ningxuan with a slight clang. Then, she patted her red and pretty face and hurried back to her house. In the middle of the night, how did this girl come out of his house with a red face? Did Ling Yu cupped her chin, her eyes darting around as she speculated in her mind. She then flicked her head, dismissing the thought she had just had. The matter of dual cultivation is not trivial. She should have a sense of propriety. But, hey! Ling Yu's curiosity drove her to quietly approach Yang's house, and she gingerly walked up to the door and peered in through the crack in the doorway. A faint scent of wine filled the room. Apparently a banquet had just ended. Several warming stoves were randomly placed throughout the house. Unburned charcoal, occasionally making a slight crackling sound. Yang, full of wine, leaned back on the couch, carrying a jug of wine in his hand, pouring it into his mouth from time to time. The creased face was flushed with wine, and his eyes were misty, but with a little cynical smile. The golden needle pierced the peach blossom pistol, not daring to raise his voice and frowning secretly. Hiccup! Put! Spirit Moon couldn't hold back her laughter and secretly cursed old immodesty. Then, she hastily covered her small mouth, fearing that Yang would find out. However, with the massive amount of pills, Yang's cultivation had long since returned to the peak of foundation establishment, and the commotion outside the door naturally could not escape his ears. Only that the strength of the millennium drunkenness was very strong, and after struggling a few times, Yang eventually failed to get up from the couch. He only waved in the direction of the doorway, burping as he did so. Come on, Frosty, let's drink some more. Burp. With a creak, the doorway was pushed open from the outside, and a pair of long, round, straight legs crossed the threshold and appeared in Yang's line of sight. In the next breath, Yang sat up straight from the couch, his mesmerized eyes slowly sweeping upwards from the jade feet until they landed on Ling Yu's pretty face. He raised the jug and sent it in Spirit Moon's direction, burped again, and said, Frost, serve old me another pot of 1,000-year drunk. Hiccup. Ling Yu's beautiful eyes stared, and she was suddenly playful, a smile hanging from the corner of her mouth as she carried a jug of wine from the table and delivered it to Yang. Master, you've had too much to drink. Luwenjia only allows you to drink one more pot at most. Oh. Yang took a gulp of wine and stumbled to his feet, walking a straight line in front of Ling Yu. Old? Where did the old man drink too much? Look, how straight. Ouch, the old man walks. Spirit Moon stood by the side. Naturally she couldn't let him really fall, reaching out to help. In the confusion, Yang caught her and scratched her, inadvertently almost ripping Ryuki's corset. Even though he was in the throes of alcohol and had mistaken Ling Yu for Lu Ningxuan, his cloudy eyes were brightened. Frost, why are you wearing so little in this winter? Spirit Moon's body trembled violently, as if struck by electric current, and almost split Yang's heavenly aperture with a palm. Outrageous. I came to help you with good intentions. What the are you doing? However, in the next breath, she could not help but be in a bit of a trance as she smelled an ineffable and pleasant aroma from Yang's body. Her pair of jade hands seemed to be pulled by some kind of magic, unconsciously embracing him tightly into her arms. In this instant, the two men's heartbeats suddenly sped up, and even their breathing was a few moments faster than it had been a moment ago. Yin and Yang intertwine. 9 revolutions become pulls. In the Taishu, there is a Qiankuan. A voice like the heavenly sound of the great Tao resounded in the sea of consciousness of both of them at the same time. Though Yang was too drunk and fuzzy to realize who she was facing and what she was doing, but as if he was driven by some irresistible force, his hands kept pulling on Ling Yu's robe. 9 revolutions of Yin and Yang, the supreme Tao becomes heavenly, the heart merges with heaven and earth, and the great Tao becomes true. After the 2 sounds that seemed to contain the great Tao, Ling Yu's beautiful eyes rounded in disbelief at what was happening to her. This is the 9 revolutions Yin Yang record. No, this seems to be the old ancestor's mouth. Suddenly, a mysterious force dragged Ling Yu's spiritual sense into a wonderful world full of charming colors. After a brief moment of dizziness, Ling Yu found herself in a dreamlike world. In front of me was an endless sea of flowers, with exotic flowers of all colors blooming. In the sky, colorful clouds slowly drifted by, like dreamy ribbons, decorating the sky in brilliant colors. In the distance, an exquisite pavilion loomed in the clouds. It was as if it was the residence of an immortal, revealing a transcendent aura. Hopscotch Elysium. 9 revolutions Yin-Yang dual cultivation technique. Ling Yu's hands involuntarily covered her small mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. She could never have imagined that by merely hugging Yang, her consciousness would be yanked into the legendary world of harmonious ultimate bliss. Could it be that this old boy Yang had practiced the 9 revolutions Yin-Yang dual cultivation technique? Ling Yu shook her head, trying to banish these tumultuous thoughts from her mind. Even with the old ancestor's heavenly cultivation, he can only set foot on the 3rd level of the Acacia sect's forbidden land. If one wanted to enter the 9th floor of the Forbidden Land and view the legendary 9 revolutions in Yang dual cultivation technique, I'm afraid that it was only possible if one's cultivation had reached the level of a quasi-emperor. Just as Lingyu was lost in her thoughts, a palm with fair skin and long fingers suddenly caught her eye. As the palm of his hand shook, a low and magnetic voice entered Lingyu's ears. "Girl, what are you doing here?" Lingyu subconsciously turned her head, her pupils suddenly shrinking as the man in front of her caused her to feel extremely shocked. He had an upright figure. His skin was as fair as jade, his nose was straight, his lips were thin and shapely, and a gentle smile hung at the corner of his mouth. A head of long black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, and a few strands of hair gently brushed his angular face with the wind, adding a bit of unruly temperament. Shocked, Lingyu moved her gaze downward again. With firm, powerful pecs, mouth-watering abs, and Lingyu couldn't help but gulp, forcing her excited heart to tremble as she pressed her hand down. "You're Jan? Why aren't you dressed?" The first sentence was asked by Lingyu, while the latter was asked by Yang, followed by a moment of silence between the two. There was a charming atmosphere in the air, as if even time was frozen in this moment. After a long time, Yang was the first to speak, breaking the calm. "I didn't think it was possible to dream about you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang wrapped his arms around Lingyu's slender waist, and his lips printed up towards her sandalwood mouth. As Yang drew closer, Spirit Moon felt an unprecedented tension and excitement. Her eyes widened and her heart raced, almost beating out of her chest. When Yang's warm lips gently covered Lingyu's lips, her shock was gradually replaced by a strange feeling. In the next moment, Lingyu's consciousness began to blur as her body gradually relaxed and began to respond to Yang's kiss. As the passion of the two was ignited, those faint pink mists around them gradually drowned them. At the same time, inside the hut on Daoyuan Peak, the same scene was quietly playing out. The light in the room was soft and misty, and the air was lightly scented, as if echoing the pink mist in Elysium. Yang and Lingyu's physical bodies were experiencing the same amazing journey as their consciousness. The two worlds were so marvelously intertwined in this moment that it was impossible to tell if it was a dream or reality. It wasn't until the first rays of morning light filtered through the window pane that Lingyu slowly woke up from her deep dream. The aching sensation coming from every inch of his body seemed to speak of last night's madness. Spirit Moon naturally knew exactly what had happened to Hare last night. She quietly pivoted and gazed at the still sleeping Yang with a complicated gaze. Afterwards, Lingyu took out a dagger and cut a piece of the bedsheet underneath her down, carefully hiding it inside her storage ring. She dressed silently and limped toward the door. The vague tingling sensation on her body made her frown while mentally spitting. "Old boy, you wait for me." Chapter 47, That old man is no longer necessary. Early in the morning, the Sovereign Peak, the back hall. Guli's pretty face was covered in frost, sitting cross-legged on top of the futon like an ice sculpture. The 5 elements returning sword hung at his side, its body shimmering with cold light, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, emitting a low and powerful sword sound from time to time. When Lingyu stepped quietly into the back hall, the 5 elements returning sword suddenly shone brightly. With a whoosh sound, the tip of the sword pointed straight at Lingyu's brow, and the biting sword she even chopped off a few strands of her hair. "Lingyu," Guli's voice was low, with a trace of imperceptible choking. The reddish and swollen eyes were filled with tears, and the pretty face looked extraordinarily dark in the morning light, and it was obvious that she hadn't slept all night. Lingyu's heart tightened and her footsteps involuntarily stopped, facing Guli's complicated eyes. She knew that she couldn't hide her affair with Yang. Ali, ugh. At this moment, Lingyu looked like a child who had done something wrong. She slowly hung her head down and listened to Guli's judgment. Alas, Guli let out a long sigh, and the Saber Command moved to retrieve the 5 elements returning sword. "Last night, was outside the door and I heard it all. This can't be blamed on me. It's that old brat Yang. He must have stolen some kind of kung fu." In a hurry, Spirit Moon directly interrupted Guli, and in a sharp tone of voice, she wittily said, "Last night's events were absurd, but in retrospect they were odd everywhere. According to the Acacia sect's canonical records, the 9 revolutions yin-yang dual cultivation technique was created by an emperor realm powerhouse during the ancient times after he had comprehended the supreme principle of yin and yang in the heavens and earth. It was not only a cultivation method, but also a supreme path where the soul and the body mingled. With Yang's mere chi refining stage cultivation, it was impossible for him to touch the great Tao. As such, Lingyu ran out of words after only one sentence of sophistry. Stealing feats? Guli laughed at her exasperation, and she scoffed at such a poorly thought-out statement from Lingyu. In her opinion, not to mention stealing to learn, even if Yang Huan was allowed to learn in a proper manner, he would not be able to learn. Really, Lingyu, swear that he must have stolen my Acacia sect's techniques. Lingyu eagerly raised her jade hand and swore to the heavens. Now, she had to break down. And she couldn't think of a more logical explanation than to bite the bullet. You fart. Gu Li's anger was like a powder keg that had been ignited. Seeing that Ling Yu was still talking nonsense with her eyes open, the anger in her heart was even more difficult to suppress. And expletives came out of her mouth. Obviously she was the one who was shameless and gluttonous of Yang's body, and now she wants to beat her back. It's outrageous. With this in mind, Gu Li pointed at Ling Yu's nose and said angrily, "You're still trying to trick me." "No, I really didn't lie to you." As she spoke, Ling Yu came to Gu Li's side and tugged at her arm with both hands, a hint of urgency in her voice. "I know you like him too, and I was wrong this time, but..." Ling Yu came to Gu Li's ear, lowered her voice, and mysteriously continued, "Do you still remember the forbidden land of the clan that I told you about before?" Gu Li raised a willow eyebrow and asked rhetorically, "And what does your acacia sex forbidden land have to do with young?" Listen to me to tell you properly. According to the canonical records, the 9th layer of the forbidden land, 9 turns in and Yang dual cultivation Dhamma. The sun was shining through the window pane and spilling onto Yang's bed. He rubbed his somewhat slightly sore back, recalling the dream from last night, and a smile unconsciously hung at the corner of his mouth. The strength of wine grows strong and springtime thoughts are swirling, and the red waves of ecstasy and extreme pleasure are turning. It's been a long time since I've had a drink and a long time since I've touched a woman, and I can't believe I'm having wet dreams. Yang smiled to himself and shook his head, then called out towards the door, "Frost, Frost, I'm Chow. Who took my clothes off?" Grabbing a piece of clothing haphazardly and pulling it on, Yang rubbed his chin, trying to remember what happened last night. Everyone had a very good time at last night's banquet. Only Chen Kai's pair of bull's eyes were always thievishly circling around himself and Lu Ningxuan. Did himself and Lu Ningxuan get drunk and were put on a bed with their clothes off? I Chow. Yang Huan was shocked in his heart and couldn't help but curse out. Back in those days, the three of them had not done many ridiculous things like this, such as filling others with wine and taking advantage of their drunkenness. Coupled with the fact that Lu Ningxuan had won Lei Wanjun in the sect competition yesterday, it wasn't impossible for Chen Kai to take the opportunity to play a prank. Thinking of this, Yang mouthed the words under his breath while lifting the inner bedding off. Amat Ba Buddha, Infinite Heavenly Father, Hallelujah, Mamma Mia. Yang was dumbfounded. Not only were there whitish dried water stains all over the sheets, but there was also a large hole cut in the bed, with bits of crimson remaining around the hole. It was all so familiar, just like the crazy first night between himself and Yu way back then. In an instant, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck Yang's heart, causing him to feel a sense of suffocation. He slapped his forehead, and a wave of mixed emotions welled up in his heart. Those drunken memories, those bits of what he originally thought were a wet dream. It's amazing how it all seems to have actually happened now. However, why was it Spirit Moon and not Lu Ningxuan? It's kind of illogical. Read about it. Yang quickly cleaned up the house with fire, and was about to go up to the sect master's peak to probe, when a voice came from outside the house. Elder Yang, disciple has something to report. Come in. Yes. With a dry response, the door to the room was gently pushed open. A young disciple with a yuan iron rod dangling from his waist appeared in Yang's line of sight. He bowed respectfully and reported in a competent tone. According to the elder's orders, a total of 89 people were captured last night, and 5 others. At this point, the youth's words came to an abrupt end. He was frowning tightly, a little hard to speak, and from the look on his face, he seemed to be worried that Yang would blame him. There's no harm in being straightforward. Yang waved his hand and gave him a relieved smile, signaling that he could say anything. The youth said yes, then bent down and continued. The headmaster sent his disciple here, wanting to ask the elder why he wants to arrest these 5 people. After saying that, he took a few steps forward and handed over a jade slip. After Yang checked the contents of the jade slip, a meaningful smile appeared on his aged face. 13, let me ask you, if I ask you to capture these 5 people, will you go or not? The youth named 13 was in awe in his heart. He snapped his head up and gazed into Yang's eyes, a foxed look on his face as if he was trying to figure out the deeper meaning of Yang's words. After a few breaths, 13 once again bowed, his tone firm. According to the precepts, the Dark Hall only honors the orders of the Yin symbol, and those who disobey the order are expelled from the Dark Hall, never to be used again. Snap. Yang gets up and applauds 13, then walks slowly over to him and pats him heavily on the shoulder. Even though 13 didn't answer Yang's question head-on, he skillfully expressed what he had in mind by quoting the precepts of the Dark Hall. His attitude had made it clear that he would act strictly in accordance with the order to apprehend the 5 men. At this point, Yang laughed and praised. You have truly lived up to my old man's expectations of you. After saying that, a dark light flashed in Yang's hand, and a meteorite iron that was as black as ink and engraved with complex runes appeared in his hand. 13 at your service. Yes. Effective immediately. You are the head of the Dark Hall. Seeing 13's eyes widen and an unbelievable expression on his face, Yang collected his smile and turned his words to a cold tone. There's no need for that old thing to exist anymore. Immediately after that, the Yin talisman in Yang's hand flickered, and then a deep, dark vortex formed. Not long after, a playful aurora separated, and it hovered in the air for a few breaths before landing in 13's hands. With this child talisman, you can call all the resources of the Dark Hall, that old thing if it resists. You know. Chapter 48, Elder, are you still not announcing? 13 took the sub-rune, and a trace of undisguised excitement flashed in his eyes, but soon enough, the flash of excitement was replaced by his usual calmness. He bowed respectfully and said in a firm tone, 13 leads the way. When his figure disappeared into the clouds and mist of Daoxian Peak, Yang touched his hand to the summoning jade tablet in his bosom. Yang, Master, there has been a change in the original plan. I intend to reorganize the Dark Hall first. After a few breaths, the summoning jade disc vibrated a few times. Guli, give me a reason. Yang, my disciple suspects something is wrong with that old thing. After the message went through, Yang never waited for a reply from Guli, but he wasn't in a hurry at all. The order had been given anyway, and by 13's execution, I'm afraid I can't take it back now. Using the transmission jade jewel to send a message to Guli, Yang's intention was only to inform her, not to seek her opinion. Moreover, with the Yin talisman in hand, it was the same as having the entire Dark Hall in hand, and the power was so great that it could be used beforehand. If Guli was considered the emperor of the mortal kingdom, then Yang was the general who was out on the battlefield. The general is not a man of the world. After about half an incense burner's time, the transmission jade jewel in Yang's bosom once again vibrated. Guli, do you have any proof? Jan, there will be. Sovereign Peak, back hall. At this moment, Guli's willow brows were locked, and her pretty face showed exhaustion that was hard to hide. Last night's matter is not yet fully understand it. Yang this old boy and so am off. This made Guli's mood heavier and heavier. Yang wanting to straighten out the Dark Hall was something she hadn't thought of in any way. If there were spies between the elders and disciples of the outer sect or the peaks, she could understand. But what the hell was rectifying the Dark Hall? Is there a spy in the Dark Hall? And when he asked Yang if there was any evidence, he replied there will be, which made Guli feel even more tired. You don't have any evidence and you're just saying that there's something wrong with the Dark Hall? At this moment, Guli even somewhat regretted giving the Yin talisman to Yang. Li, what's wrong? Lingyu had been explaining last night's events with Guli, but when she saw that she was distracted, her tone was tinged with a few worries as she asked. Guli, who had returned to her senses, grunted lightly and turned her head away. Clearly she was still angry at Lingyu, but she soon seemed to think of something else, and a flash of gravity flashed across her beautiful eyes. We'll talk about you and Yang later, but first you're going somewhere with me. Without waiting for Lingyu to agree, Guli leapt onto the flying sword and sped outside. On the other hand, in the valley next to the Ink Bamboo Peak, the Xiantian sect competition was in full swing. Despite the cold wind, it couldn't blow away the warm atmosphere of the Xiantian sect competition. Today, the way the Foundation establishment stage disciples competed was still a melee, while the number of people in the melee had shrunk from yesterday's 10 to 6. After yesterday's battle with Lei Wanjun, Lu Ningxuang's name had entered the eyes of many. At this moment, on the ring, 5 disciples from various peaks had already set up a formation and surrounded Lu Ningxuang in the center. Senior Sister Lu, admit defeat. The senior brother from Flying Waterfall Peak is right. Senior Sister Lu had better admit defeat before it's too late, lest she gets injured, which wouldn't be pretty. Humph, you are just relying on the power of the spirit sword. If you don't have this sword, with a clang sound, Lu Ningxuang swung her spirit sword splitting ice, cutting out a circle of sword flower shadows around her. Noisy. Lu Ningxuang was as lonely and arrogant as yesterday. Her voice was like frost, and she didn't put them in her eyes at all. More so, she used her actions to tell them that spiritual treasures were also part of strength, and if they were not convinced, she would fight until they were convinced. Since you're stubborn, don't blame me, Qin. Nima. Before the Qin disciple finished his sentence, the tip of Split Ice's sword had already stabbed him straight in the face, and in panic, he picked up the long sword in his hand to parry it. However, how could an ordinary spirit weapon be comparable to a sharp spirit treasure? Clunk! The long sword broke with a sound, and immediately afterward, the Qin disciple suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. He only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and when his whole body lost its center of gravity, his butt went backward and he flew out of the ring flat on his face, falling into the pile of people. The corner of Lu Ningxuang's mouth slightly hooked upwards, and she took 3 consecutive steps to the right, as if she had eyes behind her back, skillfully avoiding the attacks of the remaining 4. After yesterday's fierce battle, Her comprehension of the Tai-yin sword technique had deepened, and her use of sword moves had risen to a higher level. On the premise of not killing anyone, the fearful fighting style had long since been discarded by Lu Ningxuang. She was now pursuing efficiency. She had to finish the fight before it was too late, and she still had to go back to Daoxian Peak to cook for her master. Facing the siege of the four, Lu Ningxuang did not have the slightest fear. With the Tai-yin sword technique in full force, the feminine and bizarre sword strokes forced the four to retreat, forcing them to switch from offense to defense. Lu Ningxuang used her own strength to press down on the four people, almost unable to breathe. Clang! With a crisp metallic clash, Lu Ningxuang's spirit sword splitting ice collided with a disciple's lance. With a twist of her wrist, the tip of her sword slid smoothly over the gun and pointed straight at her opponent's throat. The disciple was so shocked that he hastily retreated, but he did not expect Lu Ningxuang's unpredictable swordsmanship, only to see the tip of the sword turn and point at another disciple's chest. Look out! I don't know who shouted, but it was too late. The tip of Lu Ningxuang's sword was already pointing at his chest. Although he hadn't actually stabbed in, the icy sword aura had already caused him to feel a piercing chill. His footsteps stalled, and Lu Ningxuang smoothly bullied his way up and kicked him in the abdomen, sending his entire body flying backwards and landing heavily outside the ring. When the remaining three saw this, their hearts were even more terrified. The 5-member 5 elements battle formation was missing 2 people, so they had to change it to the most common 3 talents formation. They began to try to surround Lu Ningxuang with tighter coordination. However, Lu Ningxuang's Tai-yin sword technique was too bizarre, and every sword that came out was like breaking the ice and chopping the waves, easily tearing through their defenses. With a deliberate water release, she fought with the 3 disciples for about an incense stick of time longer. At this point, Lu Ningxuang intentionally sold a break, making them mistakenly think that their aura was about to dry up, and that they would soon be unable to follow through. A gun-wielding disciple came with a sweeping move, and the gun directly shocked Lu Ningxuang's footsteps into disorder. The 3 of them looked at each other, and they all saw a few looks of excitement in each other's eyes. Vine Cage, the disciple with the wood spirit root bellowed. What followed were the chants of the water spirit root and fire spirit root disciples. The angry sea listens to the waves. Red flame palm. As the trio chose to open wide, Lu Ningxuang tossed her sword in front of her while she sprinted backward. While retreating, Lu Ningxuang's pair of jade hands continuously formed seals in front of her body. When the seal was complete, she let out a cold gulp. Ice seals 1,000 miles. The tip of Split Ice's sword suddenly erupted with an intense cold aura, causing the temperature of the entire ring to plummet. In the next breath, the 3 disciples only felt a blur before their eyes. Their weapons had been shattered by the sword chi, and their bodies were struck by an invisible force as they flew out backwards. Lu Ningxuang put away her sword and stood, her breathing steady, as if the fierce battle just now hadn't affected her in any way. She asked softly towards the stunned elders, "Elder, is there still no announcement?" Chapter 49, Heart-Eating Compulsion. It's her. In this battle, Lu Ningxuang wins. As soon as this elder of the Xiantian sect finished his announcement, thunderous cheers erupted from under the ring. "I love you, Sister Lu. Tonight at 3 o'clock, the grove by the Stargazer's Pavilion. I chow. Which asshole hit me? The woman this young man has his eye on never misses. You are destined to be mine." Lu Ningxuang stood above the ring with her sword, her beautiful eyes flowing as if she was searching for something. After a few breaths, she raised the split ice sword in her hand, the tip of the sword pointing remotely at a disciple dressed in a green shirt with a swollen nose. "See you tonight at the grove by Stargazer's court." Before the words fell, the disciples under the ring let out a ghostly cry, and then this green-shirt disciple was knocked unconscious with a smug smile on his lips. Lu Ningxuang lightly leapt down from the ring, and after collecting the token for tomorrow's sparring match, she left the valley with an imperceptible smile on her face. Just as she was about to take out her spirit boat to return to Daoxian Peak, a silhouette suddenly flashed behind her, accompanied by a powerful pressure that caused her breath to instantly freeze. "Come as you are, come as you are." Lu Ningxuang's beautiful eyes condensed, and she secretly activated her Xianin power, and her whole body's aura instantly became as chilly and piercing as the 9 ghosts of sunflower water. The split ice sword in his hand was covered in a layer of frost, and a low sword chirp buzzed within the scabbard as if it was ready to be sheathed at any time. The cultivator with the mask snorted and waved his hand, the powerful pressure nearly turning into substance, shocking the surrounding space with frequent distortions. Put! Crimson blood overflowed from the corner of Lu Ningxuang's mouth, and her pretty face instantly turned pale, obviously suffering from serious internal injuries. While shocked at the other party's cultivation, she was also secretly observing her surroundings, her mind rapidly calculating how to get away. The masked cultivator once again let out a contemptuous laugh, his tone filled with disdain. "If my father really wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be alive right now?" Hearing her say that, Lu Ningxuang first breathed a sigh of relief, and then a look of suspicion showed in her beautiful eyes. This was the Xian Tian sex hinterland, and the only person who could appear here without a sound was one of the 5 people who had come to observe the ceremony yesterday. This masked man in front of me. The voice cannot hear men and women. Clothing and dress is even more difficult to distinguish between male and female. Who on earth could that be? The masked cultivator seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she cleared her throat and opened her mouth to ask. Stop guessing. This honored one is asking you. Who unlocked the blood sacrifice contract on you? You're not Ling Xie. Let him come and speak with me. Lu Ningxuan gazed into the masked cultivator's eyes, gritted her teeth, and said word for word. At the mention of the blood sacrifice contract, her mind immediately conjured up the figure of Ling Xie, the man who had caused her deep hatred. Despite not being able to guess the true identity of the person in front of him, she must be unrelated to Ling Xie and the soul-devouring demon palace. Oh. The little girl still has quite a personality. Do you think that if you don't say it, this father can't do anything about you? After saying that, the masked cultivator probed his palm and grabbed towards Lu Ningxuan through the air. Well, Lu Ningxuan let out a muffled grunt as her body was imprisoned by an invisible force, and was then yanked away from the spot. In the next breath, a purple-black palm reached out from the masked man's sleeve robe and firmly grabbed her neck. The force was so great that Lu Ningxuan could barely breathe. Staring at the bizarre runes covering her skin, Lu Ningxuan sensed an evil aura not unlike that of the soul-devouring demon palace. My father advises you to think before you speak. Let go of me. Lu Ningxuan's eyes began to glow red due to the lack of oxygen, and in this instant, it was as if she felt the scent of death. Immediately after, the runes on the masked cultivator's skin seemed to be awakened by some mysterious power. They began to slowly bulge and wriggle under the skin as if alive. These runes were as if they were infused with magic and gradually became active. They formed a bizarre pattern on the masked cultivator's arm, as if some kind of ancient spell was being activated. Suddenly, those runes cracked, and from the cracks, a tiny and hideous parasite slowly crawled out. Their bodies took on a purple-black color, echoing the color of the runes. Their bodies were covered with a thin, almost transparent membrane, through which the liquid flowing inside them could be seen, emitting an eerie green light. The parasites crawled along the masked cultivator's skin. In Lu Ningxuan's horrified eyes, the parasites were like tiny black threads that drilled through her mouth, scattering in all directions in her meridians. After the last compulsion entered Lu Ningxuan's body, the masked cultivator loosened his grip and tossed her aside like a piece of trash. Lu Ningxuan's body fell to the ground powerlessly. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, her face as pale as paper. My father wanted to talk to you nicely, but you don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, a low sound came from the masked cultivator's throat, as if he was reciting some sort of incantation. With his voice, Lu Ningxuan curled up on the ground in pain, and she felt as if there were countless ants gnawing inside her body. The venom of the parasites began to erode her meridians, bringing about a burst of intense pain. Cold sweat oozed from her forehead and her lips turned blue from the pain. Lu Ningxuan felt her consciousness begin to blur, and even more hallucinations appeared before her eyes, and there seemed to be countless voices whispering in her ears, tempting her to give up her resistance. GGG, the taste of the heart-devouring compulsion is not pleasant, is it? She squatted down beside Lu Ningxuan and cupped her chin with 3 fingers, a hint of teasing and cruelty in her tone. Now can you tell this honorable man who? Halfway through his question, the masked cultivator seemed to have a feeling in his heart and jerked his head up to look at the sky with a frown on his face. He's an old boy. Why isn't he dead? The masked cultivator cursed in a low voice, clearly displeased with the appearance of the unexpected figure. As soon as the words left her mouth, she was hidden in a ripple of space, as if she had never appeared. As the masked cultivator disappeared, the air around him seemed to relax a bit. Although Lu Ningxuan was still tormented by the pain of the heart-devouring compulsion, her consciousness began to gradually regain clarity. She felt the change around her and struggled to open her heavy eyelids, and in her blurred vision she saw a familiar figure. Master! Under the severe injuries, Lu Ningxuan trembled and could only make a weak sound. She tried hard to call out to Yang, but before the words were finished, her body suddenly lost all its strength. With a thud, he fell helplessly to the ground and fell into a coma. On the other side, Yang had just gotten down from the spirit boat, and had planned to enter the valley to see if Lu Ningxuan had won or lost today's big competition. However, he stopped abruptly, his ears twitching slightly as if he had heard a strange sound coming from the grass not far away. As he approached the patch of grass, he saw Lu Ningxuan, who had collapsed on the ground, as well as the unusual scent that lingered in the air. Heart-eating compulsion? It's her. Chapter 50, Let Elder by Go with Honor. Why did she cast a compulsion on Lu Ningxuan? And the cast is also the heart-devouring compulsion. Is there a deep hatred between them? A trace of doubt flashed through his cloudy eyes. And Yang quickly called up the system attribute interface in his mind. Name, Lu Ningxuang. Power, Xian Tian Sect. Age, 19. Cultivation level, Foundation Stage Peak. Charm value, 95. Intimacy, 70. Mystery number, 0. Others, Xianin Holy Body. Status, Heartwarm Compulsion. The piercing red letters in the status bar further confirmed the speculation in Yang Huan's heart. Sure enough, it's Long Yan. Yang's two white eyebrows furrowed together. Confusion written between them. The heart-devouring compulsion is the unique compulsion poison of the demon Abyss Valley's Grand Elder, Long Yan, and other than her, there is no other number in the Xian demon continent. A person who has been hit by a heart-eating compulsion will gradually lose his or her mind and eventually become a complete puppet of the person who casts the compulsion. If they have the intention of resistance in their hearts, the light will be abdominal pain like strangulation and vomiting, and the heavy will be heart and vein all broken soul flying away. It was said that the heart-devouring compulsion was warmed by Lang Yan's vital essence blood, and every time it was cast, it would cause her strength to be greatly reduced for a period of time. Lang Yan was invited to come and watch the ceremony, yet she chose to cast a compulsion at this time. Could it be that her brain was out of order? Wasn't she afraid of being discovered by Spirit Moon and thus incurring destruction? After all, the Long family sisters had an irreconcilable conflict with Spirit Moon. If they had the chance to kill each other, Yang believed that none of them would be merciful. Yang did not continue to think deeper, but instead resummoned the spirit boat and brought Lu Ningxuan back to Daoxian Peak quickly. Once everything was settled, he summoned the system interface in his mind once again. Master Unity, modify Lu Ningxuan's status attributes. Modifying Lu Ningxuan's status costs 1,000,000 spirit stones. OK/cancel. OK, modify to normal. Ding. Changes have been made. Thank you. Welcome to the next visit. After unlocking Lu Ningxuang's compulsion through the system, her pretty face immediately regained a little bit of redness, and her breathing was also a lot smoother compared to just now. Only she had not yet awakened. Yang sat on the edge of the bed and waited patiently, for something had to be confirmed, or else there was a good chance that his plans would take an unforeseen turn. Meanwhile, inside a side hall of the Welcome Peak, a faint smell of blood filled the air. Lang Yan collapsed on the ground, motionless. Blackened and fishy-smelling blood overflowed from the corners of her mouth, as if a doll that had lost its vitality. Her face was as pale as paper, almost transparent, as if all the blood had been drained from her, leaving only a thin layer of skin covering her bones. Cough, cough. Who is it? Just who was it that broke my father's heart-devouring compulsion? A feeble cry escaped from Long Yan's mouth. Just a moment ago, Lang Yan had just returned inside the side hall when he felt that he had lost contact with the heart-devouring compass on Lu Ningxuan's body. An unspeakable panic surged through her, as if she had lost a part of her body. This kind of thing, it had never happened before, but losing the connection to the compulsion meant that someone must have broken her compulsion. However, before Long Yan could think much, the backlash came. In an instant, the loss of her essence and blood and divine soul caused her to feel extremely weak, and her consciousness began to blur. With her last ounce of strength, she tried to re-establish her connection with the compulsion. However, no matter how hard she tried, that connection was like smoke blown away by the wind, no longer able to coalesce. Lang Yan covered her hand on the transmission JJJ the moment before she lost consciousness. Lang Yan, brother evil. There are experts in the Xian Tian sect. It was only after she had completely passed out that Ling Xie, who was far away in the soul-devouring demon palace, received the message. He suddenly pulled his hand away from the buttocks of a beautiful dancer, and the smirk on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a touch of seriousness. Ling Xia replied to a few messages but failed to get a reply from Long Yan for a long time, which gave him a bad feeling in his heart. He immediately stood up, and the laughter that originally surrounded him was instantly replaced by a cold atmosphere. Left and right. Half an hour. My father wants to know everything that happened in Xian Tian sect. Yes. The two masked cultivators bowed to him and then disappeared into two black shadows within the hall. Seeing that Ling Xia's expression seemed to have eased a bit, the dancer on the side hurriedly sent herself up. Gongzi, Lianer invites you to eat grapes. Ling Xia wrapped one hand around the dancer's small waist and scratched her nose with the other, laughing. Ha ha, it's still Lianer who understands. After he said that, he pointed at those dancing girls and musicians at the bottom, and his tone turned much colder. Go on with the music. Go on with the dance. And whoever is lazy, beware that my father will kill you. Night quietly descended, and as the Xian Tian sect competition ended its second day of competition, the clamor within the sect gradually subsided. In the cell in the dark hall, Gu Li's expressionless emperor stood in the shadows of the cell, his light green dress stained with a few spots of blood. Her eyes were as sharp as swords, staring intently at Bai Lian Crazy who was chained through his limbs. Bai Lianji, What favors did the devil Abyss Valley promise you that you would betray the clan? Gu Li's voice was pained. Until now, she couldn't believe that the clan patriarch would betray the clan. Bai Lian Crazy's clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his limbs, which had been run through by chains, were still dripping blood. Oh, ha ha ha, betrayal? He snapped his head up, a fierce gleam in his eyes. Do you remember the instructions of the master when he ascended more than 1,000 years ago? When Gu Li heard this, her whole body was slightly stunned. Her thoughts were like being blown back to the past by a gust of wind, and those dusty memories tumbled in her mind. On that day, the sky was clear, and on the back mountain of the sovereign peak, the four of them, Gu Li, Bai Lianxuan, Bai Kai Dai, and Chen Qingfeng, gathered together to see their master off on his journey to immortality. The master's figure slowly rose under the watchful eyes of the four, surrounded by colorful light. His gaze swept over the four people one by one, finally resting on Gu Li and Bai Lian Crazy. Ah Li, you have extraordinary talent and are steady in your dealings, so my master has appointed you as the next patriarch. Afterward, the master teacher turned to Bai Lian Crazy with a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. Little Crazy, you have the most ruthless and kind heart. I appoint you as the head of the Dark Hall. When his gaze turned to Bai Kai Dai, his tone carried a hint of gentleness. Little Butterfly, your cultivation is still shallow, but your potential is unlimited. When you reach the stage of transition. At this point, the master paused, glanced at Gu Li, and continued. When your cultivation reaches the transition stage, Gu Li, you will pass the position of patriarch to her. She will be the future hope of the Xiantian sect. Ha, 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 ha. Bai Lian Crazy laughter echoed in the cell, full of sarcasm and disdain. His eyes glittered with madness, and at this moment, all the suppression and anger was transformed into this maniacal laughter. What did the master say? And what did you do? His words were tinged with sharp sarcasm, each word like a knife in Gu Li's heart. Gu Li's body trembled slightly, and her already exhausted mind finally couldn't support herself and collapsed into Yang's arms. What's the dog barking at, old thing? Yang helped Gu Li to the side, then pointed at Bai Lian Crazy's nose and cursed. A traitor of the demon Abyss Valley, and you have the face to accuse others? You betrayed Master Ancestor, the clan, and all of us. Yang's voice raised a few notches, and his emotions grew with it. The reason why Yu Wei can be the patriarch, that is because of her talent, her killing decisiveness. This is called the time and destiny. If the master had listened to the words of the Master Ancestor a few hundred years ago, I'm afraid that the Xian Heavenly Sect would have been destroyed a long time ago. Hundreds of years ago, the Xiantian sect was suffering from internal and external problems. Gu Li was assassinated by a team of people and was seriously injured and bedridden. Bai Kai Dai, who was first in charge of the company, was so forward-looking and inactive that she buried several excellent chances to turn the company around for nothing. If it wasn't for Yu Wei's strength and Yang's ability to analyze intelligence, Xiantian sect would be gone. As the head of the Dark Hall, Bai Lian Crazy actually knew in his heart why Gu Li had chosen Yu Wei to take over the position of patriarch. However, for a sister-loving fiend, Gu Li doing this was undoubtedly bullying Bai Kai Dai. Naturally, the matter of his bi-family siblings defecting to the Devil's Abyss Valley occurred. A complex emotion flashed in Bai Lian Crazy's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness. He knew that there was no turning back from his choices, and his resentment towards Gu Li had long been deep in his bones. Yang gave him a deep look, then helped Gu Li walk outside. Before he left the door, he glanced again at 13, who had remained silent. 13, let Elder Bai walk with dignity. Chapter 51, let's talk about hitting people without hitting them in the face. The winter night, the cold wind whistled. Above the summit of Daoxian Peak, the sword light flowed. Sometimes the dragons roared into the 9 heavens, majestic. Sometimes the phoenixes danced and chimed, elegant and spiritual. Ha! With a clear cry, Gu Li chopped out the last sword, and the crooked-necked tree that had stood on the top of the mountain for 1,000 years ended its life. Yang took a leather cloak and wrapped it around her amazingly delicate body of D. Afterwards, he grabbed the 5 elements returning sword without a second thought. With a clang, the cold light converged and the blade was sheathed. Master, it's late at night. Rest. Yang frowned with a white brow, his tone domineering, his pale face vaguely imperious. Gu Li turned her head slightly and glared at him, and although she didn't say anything, that deep and complicated look seemed to have said 1,000 words in her heart. In this short day and night, she not only witnessed the deception and betrayal within the clan, but also personally experienced a thrilling life and death battle. Nothing caused her more heartache than finding out that her best friend and her beloved disciple had actually double cultivated. After living for more than 3,000 years, she had never felt as exhausted as she did today. However, all indications were that the Xiantian sect was currently facing an even more severe internal problem than the one it had faced a few hundred years ago. The three old ancestors were in death seclusion, and Yue was receiving her inheritance within the secret territory of the sect, leaving only himself and Chen Qingfeng as the top combatants on the surface. If the internal troubles could not be nipped in the bud in time, the Shin Tian sect might once again face the crisis of annihilation. Thinking of this, Gu Li glared at Yang again, her tone of voice carrying reproach and a hidden hint of blush. It's all your, sleep. I don't have as much time on my hands as you do. Yang's white eyebrows raised in displeasure. What do you mean it's all my fault? What do you mean I'm idle? In order for the clan to flourish, 1,000 years of prosperity, the old man these months lay out many. You are not unaware. It's just that I didn't notify you beforehand about the reorganization of the Dark Hall, and I got rid of your brother by the way. Why are you so angry? Besides, Balian madness was to blame and deserved it. Mutilation of fellow disciples, party affiliation, favoritism, rape and pillage, murder and arson. Well, even though some of the evidence was fabricated by the old man who had 13 fabricated, there's no way he's a traitor to the clan, is there? Letting a two-faced kid continue to be the head of the Dark Hall, he might stab his waist one day. Both of them had some grievances in their hearts, so naturally this atmosphere was inevitably a bit awkward. After standing in the wind and snow for a few moments, Gu Li's attitude first softened, and she gently tugged on his sleeve, softly saying, well, it's cold outside. You can't stand the cold in this body. Let's go back to the house and talk. Since Gu Li had given the step, Yang naturally stopped arguing and returned to the small courtyard on her own. The moment he pushed open the door to his room, Yang seemed to have remembered something, and his footsteps jerked to a halt as he turned around and prepared to go to Luning Shuang's. Gu Li, who was following behind Yang and was preoccupied, did not anticipate that he would suddenly stop, and in a moment of inattention, her entire body crashed into his arms. Coincidentally, their four lips were pressed together. Again, I don't know if it was coincidence or intentional, but Jan stuck out her tongue. Gu Li's eyes widened, her eyes filled with shock and incredulity, her heartbeat instantly accelerated, and even her pretty face was tinted with 2 shades of red. Smelling the seemingly good smell of Yang's body, her sea of consciousness suddenly became chaotic. Instinctively, she wanted to push Yang away and end this sudden intimacy. Yet, deep inside there was an unspeakable emotion that made her want to revel in the tenderness of the moment. In the next breath, Gu Li felt that her soft, boneless waist was tightened by a pair of hands. The warmth of her palms traveled through her clothing to her skin, causing her delicate body to involuntarily tremble slightly. As the leather cape fell to the ground, it was as if time had been pressed to pause. At the same time, a cloud of pink smoke fell with the wind and snow into the small courtyard. Cough, cough. Ling Yu deliberately coughed twice to break the tranquility in the courtyard, then said with a flirtatious tone, oops, looks like I came at a bad time. Her eyes glanced back and forth between Yang and Gu Li, and the corner of her mouth curled into a smile containing deep meaning. Yang and Gu Li were startled back to their senses by the sudden sound, and they quickly separated, both with a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Gu Li hurriedly picked up the leather cloak on the ground and rewrapped it around his body, while Yang quickly organized his clothes. You, what are you doing here? There was a hint of displeasure and blush in Gu Li's voice, and there was even a warning in her eyes. Geez, you have the nerve to ask me. What are you doing here again at this late hour? As she spoke, Ling Yu smiled and walked over to Yang, wrapping her hands around his arm and rubbing it intimately in a mischievous manner. Yang was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden act of intimacy from Ling Yu, and he coughed awkwardly as he tried to pull his arm out. Mastermind. He had only opened his mouth when Ling Yu's slender fingers were pressed against his lips. We're all on our own. Call your sister. She was already in a bad mood, and had been crashed into, and now that she saw them flirting like no one else, Gu Li was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to kill someone. Enough! She chortled and separated the two men with force, glaring at each of them before clearing her throat and righting herself. Ling Yu came just in time. Last night, you, Ling Yu's pretty face collapsed as she hurriedly covered Gu Li's small mouth and desperately gave her a wink, signaling not to say anything about last night. After all, Yang was drunk last night, and he shouldn't have any memory of himself double-crossing him. It would be awkward for everyone if things were picked apart at this juncture. Seeing that they were being secretive, Yang first glanced at Gu Li in his heart, having been seen kissing and hugging by this female devil, and still being able to be so nonchalant. Master is really big-hearted. Then, he landed his gaze on Spirit Moon again. At once, those charming images from last night seemed to materialize and flashed in his mind one by one. Name, Ling Yu. Power, Acacia Sect. Age, 3824. Cultivation level, 5th level of the transition. Charm value, 91. Intimacy, 95. Mystery number, 1. Other, innate charming body. My Chow. What's going on with her cultivation? Is it on? While Yang Huan was shocked in his heart, his attention was drawn to the mysterious figure. 0 became 1. This means, with the emergence of this thought, the original uncertainty in Yang Huan's heart condensed into firmness, certainty, and certainty at this moment. In the next breath, a flash of sharpness suddenly flashed in his originally cloudy eyes, staring so hard that Ling Yu almost wondered if she wasn't wearing any clothes. Ling Yu's heart tightened, and she hurriedly let go of Gu Li, covering her hands over the key spots on her body, and turned to glare viciously at Yang. What are you looking at? Let's get down to business. What business? Wu Tianqing, Bai Kai Dai, and all those people, Gu Li said as he took out a shadow-retaining wall, and under the infusion of his spiritual qi, the image of the cave from last night immediately appeared in the light screen. Yang cursed after only one look. I knew this old with the name White was no good. She's an old. What about us? Gu Li and Ling Yu raised their eyebrows at the same time, their tones tinged with dissatisfaction, and in unison, they asked loudly in return. Yang subconsciously took a few steps back and covered his face with both hands. First things first, hit people in the face. Chapter 52 Master Teacher, you don't want to either. The pink fists and jade palms were about to land on Yang when Luning Shuang's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Master Ancestor. Master, what are you doing? Get out. Gu Li and Ling Yu said in unison. Luning Shuang softly answered oh, then cast Yang a look of self-seeking. She retreated silently, pulling the bolt on the door and closing her eyes and mind. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I didn't see anything. However, Yang's magical wail pierced through the door panel and reached her ears. Heartless girl ah. For the teacher. Ouch. Don't hit the face. I chow. Don't hit there either. The old man hasn't had a son yet. Ah. Luning Shuang hurriedly covered her ears in an attempt to isolate the sound from the outside world. I won't listen. I won't listen. The wanker reads the scriptures. After a while, the wailing in the house gradually subsided, only to hear Gu Li shout, Frosty, come in. Luning Shuang lowered her head and walked in as if she was a little daughter-in-law. Frost meets Master Ancestor. Meet. Thinking of the last time she was taught a lesson when she called Ling Yu her Master Ancestor, Luning Shuang's eyes rolled back in her head and she sweetly shouted, Frost meets Sister Moon. It's still Frosty who knows what she's talking about. Unlike some people, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Ling Yu first glared at Yang, then took Luning Shuang's hand and brought her to a chair, smiling. Sit and talk. At this time, Gu Li took advantage of the two women's inattention and kicked Yang's calf, causing him to grimace in pain. Yang took a sideways glance in Gu Li's direction, and immediately his heart tightened. His own master was jealous again. He cleared his throat and lectured towards Luning Shuang. Nah, no big no small, no manners at all. Speaking here, Yang stood up and put on a look of hatred, but his eyes were constantly giving Luning Shuang a wink. To be a disciple, you have to know what's good and what's bad, and know how to advance and retreat. Seeing Gu Li and Ling Yu's eyes seem to be sparking, Yang Huan's heart thumped. Bad. Wrong words again. Although I don't know where I went wrong, it looks like there's salvation to be had. He hastily cleared his throat, and the conversation took a turn for the worse. Cough, cough. With the stunning looks of master and uncle, even the banished immortals coming down to earth are far inferior. Luning Shuang imperceptibly nodded at Yang, picking up on his words. Master is so right. Yang saw her stop after one sentence and hastily gave her a few more winks, signaling her to continue. However, there was nothing Luan used. He sighed in his mind and had to justify himself. The three of you are all women of heavenly beauty. If you were to sit together, who would be able to tell? Who is the younger sister and who is the older one? Why don't we talk about each other in the future? Frost, you'll address the two master grandmothers as sister. Seeing Gu Li and Ling Yu's solemn faces gradually soften, Yang secretly wiped a handful of fine sweat from his forehead and shouted in his heart. It's a sin. Okay. First things first. Although Gu Li's tone was a bit impatient, the smile that couldn't be hidden on her pretty face betrayed her heart. She took out the staying shadow jade once again and played back everything she and Spirit Moon had seen last night in front of the ink bamboo peak in the cave. Luning Shuang furrowed her eyebrows and gazed at the masked black shadow in the light screen in surprise. It's her. You've seen her? Gu Li asked in a hurry. If I guessed correctly, this masked man is Lun Yen of the Demon Abyss Valley. Yang opened his mouth before Luning Shuang could respond. When these words came out, Gu Li and Ling Yu frowned, pondering in their hearts. Today, I wanted to go see how the Frost Child Grand Competition was going, but I never expected to find her unconscious outside the valley. Yang said, shaking her head slightly towards Luning Shuang, signaling her to keep her mouth shut. This time the clan competition. We invited Long Yen to come and watch the ceremony, and in the afternoon, Frosty was hit by the heart-devouring compulsion. What? A heart-eating parasite? When Ling Yu heard this, she immediately let out a cry of surprise. while Guli was the one who used her aura to drag Lu Ningxuang to her body and carefully examined her. If that's the case, then Wu Tianqing and Bai Kai Dai, as well as those people, are spies of the Devil Abyss Valley. Ling Yu cupped her chin and muttered in a low voice. But once she thought of Bai Kai Dai having another affair with Battle Surprise, her thoughts were confused again. Huan, in your opinion, could the Battle Sect be related to the Devil Abyss Valley? Yang rubbed his chin, thinking hard about Spirit Moon's question. The Devil's Abyss Valley is famous for its parasites, both good and evil. The Battle Sect was the best in the continent for the rigidity of its techniques, and most of the cultivators within the sect were simple-minded physical cultivators. To say that the Devil Abyss Valley was related to the Battle Sect seemed a bit of a stretch. However, it cannot be ruled out. Suppose Long Yan uses compulsion to control Bai Kai Dai, and then uses her as a bridge to draw in Battle Surprise and Battle Sect. At that thought, Yang silently nodded, affirming the thought in his mind, synthesizing the attributes of those 2/5 that he had seen these days. Yang took a deep breath and spoke in a serious tone. First of all, a lot of us have been poisoned by the Demon Abyss Valley's compulsion. In any case, the only thing that will happen to these people is death. Yang paused and glanced towards Guli. Seeing that she seemed to have a heart of gold, she aggravated her tone by a few points. Our plan is for those in hiding to jump out. Then there must be sacrifice. Speaking of this, Yang nodded at Lu Ningxuang, and his eyes shot out 2 more auras to the north. I hope that this time, I will be able to find out all the spies planted within the sect. Yang is not making an empty claim when he says this. In fact, with the system's functions, he had already discovered several spies from different forces. However, all of these people are in positions of power. If he acted rashly without solid evidence, Guli would likely be the first to stand up against it. After all, these spies are extremely well hidden and all of them are highly skilled at acting. If not for the help of the system, I'm afraid that no one would have suspected their true identities until they revealed their true colors. Did you just say that Frosty was hit by a heart-devouring compulsion? After checking Lu Ningxuang's body, Guli did not find any signs of the heart-devouring compulsion and could not help but ask in confusion. Yang sniffed and broke out in a cold sweat. He had forgotten that Long Yan's heart-devouring compulsion was unique in the world and no one could solve it. At this moment, Master must have already noticed that Lu Ningxuang had not been bewitched. In the heat of the moment, Yang made up a quick excuse in a hurry. Could it be that these parasites were frozen to death by the power of Xianyin? Froze to death? Guli's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she made a puzzled sound. However, when she thought of the various miraculous aspects of Rui and Lu's body, the doubts in her heart gradually dissipated. Xianyin body is too esoteric. It's Xianyin powering cold. Freezing the parasites should be okay. Don't dwell on this. As long as Frost is fine, isn't that good? Yang unobtrusively wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, followed by a turn of phrase. For now, let's find out what kind of compulsion our people have been hit with and what the effects will be. Yang had long known what kind of parasites those people had been hit by, so just now he said with certainty that the only thing they could do was die. He had a system and couldn't talk nonsense about it, so he could only deliberately guide Guli step by step to make decisions. What happens after the investigation? Guli asked again. The corners of Yang's mouth curled upward slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. If you want to make them die, make them mad. The only way for us to wipe them out is to let those people see that the destruction of the Xian Heavenly Sect is imminent. From his eyes, the 3 women saw a strong confidence, but more than that, it was his madness. After the 4 of them chatted for a while longer, and the night was getting late, the 3 women got up to say goodbye. At this moment, Yang looked at Ling Yu's slender back, instantly remembering last night's charming. His belly could not help but be on fire. Senior Spirit Moon, you don't want what happened last night either. Chapter 53, How can you be pregnant when you're not married? It's 3 minutes past sunrise. When Yang woke up, the warm comforter had long since lost the scent of Lingyue. Last night, practicing the Qiankuan 9 revolutions yin-yang dual cultivation dharma in a sober state had benefited Yang a lot. Even though he had yet to break through to the Jiedan stage, the area of the Spirit Sea had expanded quite a bit more, and even an island filled with purple spiritual chi faintly appeared in the center of the Spirit Sea. Yang guessed that this island was the key to his breakthrough to the Jiedan stage, because the system mentioned a few key points in the notes of the Qiankuan 9 revolutions yin-yang technique, and one of them was about the cultivator's realm. From refining qi to transmigration, each realm is divided into 9 levels. People believe that 9 is the pole, that is, the peak, beyond the peak that is the realm of elevation. However, the great powers who created the spiritual recipe thought otherwise. He elaborated in the spiritual recipe that as the form of the aura in the body changed, the cultivator's strength increased, and only then did the division of realms gradually form. Like the human race, during the qi refining stage, cultivators used the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to enrich the dantian and meridians. nourish the physical body, and refine the physique. When the aura in the body is filled to the extreme, it will form a spiritual liquid, which will then transform into various forms such as spiritual pools, spiritual lakes, and spiritual seas. This meant that the cultivator's realm came to a new level, the foundation establishment stage. Starting from the foundation establishment stage, the total amount of aura, as well as the visions within the body before each change in the aura's form, determined the cultivator's future in a sense. The great powers believed that cultivation was a matter of defying heaven, and that cultivators should have the courage to break through and innovate, and not be bound by the so-called extremes. With this in mind, Yang faintly smiled and pressed his hands in vain, exhaling the turbid qi in his body and exiting Daoxian Peak with a refreshed spirit. As for practicing, well, just go with the flow. After going to the Dark Hall for a turn and explaining the new deployment to 13, Yang drove his spirit boat to the valley of the clan competition. As soon as his figure appeared, he was spotted by those with sharp eyes. Like a tsunami, the crowd quickly surged towards Yang, surrounding him in the center. All of a sudden, the valley was abuzz with people's voices. Elder Yang, you've hardened up quite a bit after not seeing you for many days. Ha ha. Senior brother, you're here to see your disciples' competition today, right? Come, you go this way. Senior brother will guide you. Senior brother, what do you think of this granddaughter of mine? Can she be worshipped at Daoxian Peak? Dogan Peak, with its long history and reputation. First, there was Fairy Guli, the Xian Gui immortal, who suppressed an era, and then there was Fairy Yue, the Cold Moon immortal, who came out of nowhere. Among the 36 upper peaks of the Xian heavenly clan, Daoxian Peak, which had produced 2 patriarchs, was undoubtedly the most dazzling one. Even though Daoxian Peak hadn't participated in the sect competition for hundreds of years, the appearance of the ice spirit fairy Lu Ningxuan once again stunned the crowd. As a result, Yang enjoyed the treatment of a master by his apprentice. Glancing at the granddaughter of the unknown senior brother, Yang put on a smile and politely declined. A scum with a charisma value of 59 and so flat and cute looking. Only then did he take in as a disciple. On the way to the ring where the foundation establishment stage disciples were competing, there were several female disciples who came to pay their respects, but unfortunately none of them had a charisma value over 90. Yang walked the whole way, rejected the whole way, and when he finally arrived at the viewing platform, Lu Ningxuan was already standing on top of the ring with her sword. Daoxian Peak, Lu Ningxuan. As the cool voice fell, Lu Ningxuan clasped her fist towards today's opponent. Illusory Mist Peak, by Menglian. There was a hint of contempt in by Menglian's voice. Then she revealed a disdainful expression and said with a sneer in her tone, "You're the little who got her place by crawling into other people's beds?" When he said that, his eyes were tinged with contempt, and his gaze scanned Lu Ningxuan from top to bottom, until her gaze finally rested on Lu Ningxuan's chest. Strong jealousy surfaced in by Menglian's expression. No wonder that punk Yang is looking at you. Ooh. As the descendant of Bai Lian Crazy and Bai Kai Dai, Bai Menglian was born with a golden spoon. Not only was her talent extremely high, but she also had a huge amount of cultivation resources. If she had been able to use all of her mind for cultivation, she might have been a god transformation stage expert by now. On the viewing platform, Yang took in the scene in the ring. Although disciples would, more or less, have a session of letting out harsh words before they competed, it was rare to see personal attacks like Bai Menglian's. Name Bai Menglian. Power, Xian Tian sect. Age, 69. Cultivation level, foundation stage peak. Charm value, 86. Intimacy, 0. Mystery number, 27. Other, pregnant in the 3rd trimester. Father of the child. Bai Menglu. Bai Menglian's attribute panel caused Yang's eyes to glaze over, and after adjusting his surprise, Yang secretly snickered. This tradition of the Bai family of not letting fat water flow into outsiders' fields has been completely inherited by the siblings. It's just a pity that Master Unity can't see how many hats that boy Bai Menglu has been put on in his attribute panel. Yang's mind had only just had this thought when the attribute panel in the system refreshed. Put. One couldn't hold back, and Yang laughed out loud. Wonderful. This is still pregnant, and it's amazing that she can still manage to be a bride night after night for a month. Today Giant Yang Peak, tomorrow Golden Finger Peak. Perhaps it was because Yang's laughter was a bit abrupt, and the 2 women in the ring both threw strange looks at him. A warm current flowed through Lu Ningxuan's heart when she saw Yang on the viewing platform. Master is here early today. He must be worried about me. After the competition later, I'll make sure to cook a sumptuous meal to treat Master. While Bai Menglian looked at Yang with a few suspicions in her eyes. This one can't be a little cutie, right? Scolding him and still smiling? When the elder in the ring saw that the 2 women were slow to make a move, he turned his head back and glanced towards the viewing platform as well. With the elder's gaze, The other disciples and elders watching the match also began to notice the anomaly, and turned their eyes towards Yang. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Yang, making him blush in his old face. To diffuse the awkwardness, Yang cleared his throat and stroked his white beard in a loud voice. Frost, lighten your hand. Your senior sister Bai is pregnant. Fart. Bai Manglian interrupted Yang with a furious cry, and a flash of anger immediately surfaced on her somewhat dark face. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from the corner of the viewing platform. Elder Yang, be careful with your words, don't make any mistakes. Yang followed the sound and looked over, and suddenly his eyes stared. White-colored butterflies. My home Lianer has not yet married. Why is there a pregnancy? If you do not give this seat an explanation today. Speaking of which, the pressure of the transitional stage imprisoned Yang firmly in place, unable to move. Even if you are the Daoxian Peak Master, this seat will still punish you for rumor mongering. However, the immortal treasure void illusion flashed with an obscure light, removing 99% of the pressure for Yang and restoring his mobility. The corner of Yang's mouth slightly hooked upwards, revealing a playful smile as he raised his eyes to look directly at Bai Kai Dai and laughed. Yes or no? Won't a test tell us? He said and nudged towards the elders in the ring. Can you take a pulse? Go check. Unbridled. In a fit of rage, Bai Kai Dai ignored why Yang wasn't affected by her own intimidation. Flying down to Bai Manglian's side, he grabbed her arm and pressed on her pulse. My Bai family's children, how can I allow you to slander this waste? This seat. Before the words fell, Bai Katie's eyes widened as she gazed in surprise at Bai Manglian beside her. Pop. Immediately after a loud slap, a blood-red handprint surfaced on Bai Manglian's face. Immediately after that, Bai Kai Dai arched her hand towards the elders in the ring and said with anger, Bai Manglian admits defeat. Chapter 54, when this is accomplished, I'll reward you. Have you heard? The great-granddaughter of the second elder is unexpectedly unmarried and pregnant. A disciple who had left the Foundation establishment stage ring area squeezed into the crowd and said mysteriously, I heard that Bai Manglian doesn't know whose baby she's carrying. A transformation god elder came together to whisper in the ear of another transformation god elder. What? Bai Manglian is pregnant? A burly, dark-skinned disciple revealed an expression of surprise, and then he raised his head to the sky. Ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm going to be a father. On the eastern side of the valley, a yawning disciple scratched his somewhat itchy crotch and murmured, it can't be that coincidental that it's only been 2 pregnancies? On the western side of the valley, an elder looked flustered and his eyes were averted as he slipped out of the valley at an extremely fast speed and traveled further and further away. Finished. If the second elder knows that the old man is having an affair with her great-granddaughter, the old man's little life will not be guaranteed. Lu Ningxuang's victory without a fight and Bai Manglian's unmarried pregnancy became the hottest topic on the 3rd day of the clan competition. In the meantime, Yang was lying in a rocking chair inside the house, faking a nap, as if the hustle and bustle of the outside world had nothing to do with him. He closed his eyes as he worked out some details of his plan in his head. Lu Ningxuang, on the other hand, sat squatting on the side, gently pounding his legs for him, her beautiful eyes glancing up at him from time to time. Master, asleep? Seeing that he wasn't asleep, Lu Ningxuang planned to talk to Yang about the day's events. Master, how did you know that Bai Manglian is pregnant? My master's eyes can see through everything. Do you believe it? Frosty doesn't believe. Lu Ningfang said and shook her head. Before her words fell, she suddenly realized something else. Hands hastily covered her chest, and 2 blushes rose involuntarily on her pretty face. Master, where are you looking? Cough. Yang choked on her, feigning a cough while collecting a few moments of the ice that had fallen on her 1g of absolute dust. Then, Yang spread his palm upwards, and after a flash of dark light, there was a piece of black as ink metal in his palm. Master is now the head of the Xian Tian Sect's Dark Hall. Why do you think I would know? Seeing him blowing off steam in a serious manner, the corners of Lu Ningfang's mouth twitched back and forth several times. Even if the Dark Hall is more powerful, it can't find out if Bai Manglian is pregnant or not. In order to take care of his man's damn pride, the beautiful eyes showed a touch of adoration, but only for a breath. Wow! Worthy of a master. So mushy. Seeing his wrinkled old face showing a crispy and cool expression, Lu Ningxuang took the opportunity to ask about the doubts in her heart. Senior, since you guys said that the second elder is a spy, then why did you offend her today? Good question. Yang suddenly slapped the arm of the rocking chair and sat up straight. Then, he gently jerked Lu Ningxuang's head with a smile in his eyes. Bai Kai Dai used to be the Bai family's eldest young lady, and was spoiled by the Bai family and by Lian Cai into an extremely capricious and selfish person. It is also because of her willfulness that has led to her lack of depth in the city and her hot temper. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang fluttered her big eyes and very cooperatively put on a cute look of seeming to understand. Yang stroked his white beard and patiently continued to explain. Anger can galvanize or demoralize. He paused and dropped his eyes in the direction of the illusory mist peak and laughed disdainfully. Ha, and she, by Kai Dai, is the latter. Then, Yang turned the tables. Since last night, I've been thinking about how to keep the initiative in our own hands. Luckily there's you, Frost Child. If it wasn't for the fact that you're fighting against Bai Menglian today, Master wouldn't have been able to think of a good way to do it. Lu Ningxuang was stunned at her words. Obviously she didn't expect that this matter could still involve herself. On second thought, she felt that it was only right to do something small for her master. There was no need to praise herself. Without realizing it, even the hands pounding on the legs were a little more vigorous. Bai Kai Dai is bound to be furious now, and is also bound to contact Bai Lian Crazy. In between Yang's pauses, Lu Ningxuang's beautiful eyes lit up and picked up the conversation. She doesn't know that Bai Lian Crazy is dead, so as Bai Lian Crazy's right-hand man, 13th brother would be her first choice to invoke the Dark Hall. Yet again, 13th brother is one of ours. Seeing that Lu Ningxuang had come to her senses, Yang laughed out loud. Ha ha, that's right, if old me's expectations are correct, at this moment 13 is already at Illusory Mist Peak. As Yang said, at this point, 13 had already arrived at Phantom Mist Peak. Ping! Wow! 13 stepped into the backyard with one foot and heard the clamor from deep within the mansion with the next. Outrageous! Truly outrageous! Bai Kai Dai kept venting her anger in her heart, and from time to time, she spread her anger on the man and woman kneeling on the ground. Bai Menglu, you have big guts. And you, Bai Menglian, you too. What a disgrace to my Bai family. White Kata's voice was filled with anger and disappointment. The several middle-aged looking men who were also kneeling on the ground dared to speak. After all, his own ancestor-like figure was in a rage. They were going to wait for her to cool off and each take the kids back. It's time to discipline and abort. And when the wind blows over, it'll be over. However, today's Bai Kai Dai seemed to be furious, with a look of vowing not to stop. When she saw the siblings kneeling on the ground as if they were still eyeballing each other, the anger in her heart tensed up and burned even more fiercely. Bai Kai Dai slashed her palm onto Bai Minglio's dantian, instantly nullifying his cultivation at the transformation spirit stage. Immediately after that, she kicked at Bai Menglian's belly, and her aura penetrated the uterus. Auntie, grandmother. All of a sudden, the crowd in the backyard, crying for help, was in a mess. Bai Kai Dai frowned her willow brows as she gazed at these people in front of her that she disliked, and the pressure of the ferrying stage erupted in full force. Men, take them down. A few moments later, the hustle and bustle in the mansion gradually subsided, restoring the usual tranquility. Bai Kai Dai lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the moon door as she asked in a flat tone, "Why are you the only one here? Where's my brother?" 13 revealed himself from behind the moon door and responded respectfully with a deep bow towards Bai Kai Dai. Reporting to the second elder, the head seat had an occasional epiphany and has closed his doors last night. 13's words made it impossible for her to pick any faults. After all, Bai Lian Crazy used to shut down a lot when he was alive. You know all about today? 13 knows. What do you think? 13 doesn't need to see. 13 only knows that 13 will do whatever the first and second elders command. As he spoke, 13 once again arched his hand and bent his back. You are a good and loyal dog. Bai Kai Dai glanced deeply at 13. A trace of imperceptible greed flashing in the bottom of her eyes. Her originally pretty face with anger seemed to soften quite a bit with 13. This is the mother compulsion of the soulless compulsion. You should find an opportunity to send it to Daoxian Peak. Taking the opportunity to hand over the wooden box storing the mother compulsion to 13, Bai Kai Dai took the chance to touch the back of his hand twice, her tone carrying a seductive tone. After this is accomplished, this seed will reward you properly. Chapter 55 Spirit Moon's density climbs to the second 100. Into the night. Wind and snow drifts. The big chill. 13 changed into a black suit and climbed up Daoxian Peak, and after blowing a tube of mesmerizing incense into Yang's house, he silently pushed open the door. In the darkness, he hid the wooden box behind a hidden compartment under the bed and quickly sped towards Illusory Mist Peak. Shortly after he left, there was another shadowy figure in the room. She came to the bed like a ghost without a sound, her eyes full of deep, bottomless resentment, staring dead at the sleeping Yang. In a flash of cold light, a sharp dagger quietly appeared in her hand, the cold blade pressing against Yang's neck. The strong killing intent almost made Yang reveal himself. Thankfully, at the last minute, her sanity seemed to prevail. The dagger only lightly scratched Yang's skin, and stopped any further movement. After putting away the dagger, she waved her hand and retrieved the wooden box 13 had hidden. Flipping open the wooden box, a small, silvery white, cricket-like insect flapped its wings a few times and made a small sound. Immediately afterward, the silhouette put his fingers together and pressed them against his lips. silently reciting a few obscure scales that Yang couldn't understand. Having done so, she put back the wooden box and closed the door as if she had never been there. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yang snapped out of bed and sat up, still having lingering fears in his heart, and sent separate messages to Guli and Lingyu. Yang, come to Dogan Peak quickly. Lingyu, deadbeat, it's been 2 days in a row and you still want it today? Wait, Guli, good. After the two women returned separate messages, the first to arrive was Spirit Moon. She placed a ban on the room as soon as she entered, and then without any further ado, she pushed Yang down and gagged him with her own red lips. Well, I sent you here for something. I'll know you're when I see it. Take off your clothes. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open. Lingyu's breasts were half exposed, and Yang's clothes were not covered, all of which were seen by Guli. You guys. Guli's beautiful eyes rounded, her fingers trembling as she pointed at them, so angry that she could barely speak, turning around to leave. Lingyu glared at Yang and quickly jumped off the bed, yanking Guli with her hand. I was just joking with Huan. That. Yang. As she tugged at Guli, she twisted her head and glared furiously towards Yang. The corners of Yang's mouth twitched back and forth several times, and with a hint of annoyance on his face, he glared fiercely at Lingyu, as if to say, you give me weight. After a while, tender death you. The tense atmosphere in the room eased a bit only after Yang took out the hidden wooden box from under the bed. Senior, Moon sister, take a look. With a move of Gu Liyu's hand, the wooden box on the table slowly opened a crack, and as the crack gradually widened, a look of shock appeared in their eyes. Soulless parasites. Damn it! The Devil Abyss Valley is truly malicious. How dare they use the soulless compass? The two women cursed one after another, and then from each other's eyes, they both saw a trace of gravity. At that moment, Yang tossed a jade slip to Guli and said in a serious tone, this list was compiled by the Dark Hall, so take a look at it. In the past few months, especially in the days of the clan competition, Yang used the system's function to confirm the status of several people. Basically, every peak had a few to a dozen people ranging from a few to a dozen people who had been infected with the soulless compulsion. And those are just the ones Jan has confirmed in person. Those who haven't are perhaps even more staggering in number. Soulless compulsion, as the name suggests, is a kind of compulsion that deprives others of their souls, making them become numb and senseless, and become walking corpses. Once the compulsion strikes, it is irreversible. The only thing that will happen to them is death. After reading the list, Guli had nowhere to vent the anger rising in his heart, and actually pinched the armrests of the chair into pieces. With the inadvertent release of the pressure of the transitional succession stage, the wood shavings on the ground were rolled up and raged like a storm inside the house, flying in all directions. Li, take it easy, Huan is still here. As she spoke, Lingyu skillfully suppressed Gu Li's anger temporarily by virtue of her cultivation at the 5th level of the transitional tribulation. However, in the very next breath, Gu Li seemed to have discovered something incredible, only to see her round beautiful eyes staring straight at Lingyu. When did your cultivation get so high? Lingyu choked on her words for a moment. She secretly glanced at Yang, then hung her head sheepishly. 2 red clouds crept onto her pretty face. How is this to be explained? Is it possible to say that it's because of the surge in cultivation after double cultivating with Yang? If I say it like this, what's the difference between me and a demoness who picks up Yang and replaces Yin? Just as Lingyu was torn in her mind, Yang coughed lightly twice, breaking the silence. The night before last, when I was practicing my kung fu, I went off the deep end, and thanks to Sister Yu sacrificing her life to save me, I was able to save my little life. Shocker! Lingyu's beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity as she silently gave Yang a thumbs up in her heart. Old boy, you cowhide. The deceitful bull **** comes and goes, and the old lady is convinced. She quietly turned her head and glanced towards Gu Li's face again, and her heart immediately became unsettled again. Hey, Lai, why are you nodding your head at this bull *********? You believe this? If I had known it would be so easy to fool me, why did I bother explaining to you the day before yesterday? Lingyu shook her head and put these distracting thoughts behind her. Looking at Yang in a serious manner, she described the accidental double cultivation of the two as her sacrificing her life to save her. A burst of complex emotions surged in Lingyu's heart, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touching light. Ding! Spirit Moon Density +5. Congratulations to the host for reaching the opposite sex of 100 intimacy again. Now send the reward for the host. Reward 1, 10% activation of Tai Shang Wu Ji Mixed Sacred Body. Reward 2, 1000 system points. Points can be used to exchange for items in the mall. Reward 3, 100. 000 times return the next time the Spirit Moon spends her gifts for the host. The system beep sounded in time, causing Yang to cheer in his heart. However, with the two daughters present, he couldn't show too much obviousness, and had to try to control his emotions, not letting his inner excitement flow out. Since the matter of dual cultivation had already been picked out, Yang naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to keep Lingyu, the object of return, by his side. Sister Yu, I will be responsible for you. Lingyu raised an eyebrow, her eyes replaced by a flash of suspicion. In charge? What is the responsibility? What he means is, just as Lingyu's heart was rippling, Gu Li's eyes fell on her with gratitude. She tenderly held a pair of Lingyu's jade hands and said in a soft tone, "You, I was wrong to blame you. I can't imagine you sacrificed so much for Huan Huan. We're all family. Let's not talk about two families." Spirit Moon was Spirit Moon after all, and after returning to her senses, she quickly adjusted her emotions. After she said that, she glared at Yang as if to say, "Old boy, you got your way." After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Yang dropped the topic to Soulless Compass and Devil's Abyss Valley. The mother compulsion of the Soulless Compulsion was sent by Kaidai for 13 to deliver. And just a moment ago, Kaidai came here as well, Yang said as he raised his chin and brushed his beard aside, revealing the wound from the dagger cut. Even though the wounds were nearly healed under the influence of the powerful restorative power of the Tai Shan Wuji mixed sacred body, but the long line of bloody scabs still revealed the ferocity of what had just happened. White-colored butterfly. Gu Li gritted his teeth, crushing the other armrest into pieces in the process. Immediately after that, Yang summarized today's clan competition by talking about it again. "That leaves the initiative with us. Kaidai wants to frame me and put me to death. Then she will definitely strike first. There is a great possibility that the plans of the Demon Abyss Valley will become ungraspable because of her." At the mention of the Devil Abyss Valley's plan, Yang instantly thought of Long Yen, who he had broken the heart-devouring compulsion, and then his cloudy eyes lit up with a light. "Sister Yu, quick, go up to Welcome Peak and capture Lang Yen alive." Chapter 56, My father will clean up his own mess. "Sister Yu, quick, go up to Welcome Peak and capture Lang Yen alive." Ling Yu's eyes sharpened instantly as she nodded at Yang. Immediately after that, the air in the room seemed to ripple subtly, and Spirit Moon's figure then disappeared into thin air. Yang and Gu Li had wanted to continue chatting about some more details, but unexpectedly, a burst of ghostly cries and howls resounded outside of Daoxian Peak. Clunk! The door to the room was kicked open from the outside by Lu Ningxuang. This time, the hinges of the door to the room didn't hold any longer, and the two panels came crashing down into the house. Yang glanced at Gu Li and Lu Ningxuang, and 3 black lines seemed to instantly slide down her forehead. "MMP. Is it true that no one who practices sword fighting knocks and opens the door by kicking it in?" "Master, it's not good." Only halfway through her sentence, her sleepy eyes immediately perked up when she saw the scene inside the house. Late at night, good people. Well, old handsome man, once the heart of gossip is aroused, naturally, he forgets what he kicked the door in for in the first place. Yang blew up his mustache and glared at her, sternly reprimanding her and squashing the little tail that Lu Ningxuang had only just raised. "Nonsense! Panic! What a scandal!" Lu Ningxuang, who had returned to her senses after being shouted at by him, had a worried look in her eyes, but it was then replaced by a touch of calm. Since Master Ancestor is here, Dogan Peak will naturally be safe and sound. At that moment, Gu Li's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and her willow brows furrowed. Leaning on the side of the 5 elements returning sword clang sound, flashed a cold aura, immortal sword out of the sheath. "You two stay in the house and don't come out." After saying that, she lifted her immortal sword and left the house. At this moment, the scene outside of Daoxian Peak had become exceptionally horrifying. The originally serene and peaceful mountain forest was now occupied by a group of grim-faced walking corpses. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless. Their skin was as pale as paper. Their veins bulged, and they were covered in blood and dirt. Gazing at it, Gu Li's heart instantly tightened. Soulless compulsion. Looking at those disciples in the distance who had been hit by the soulless compulsion, Gu Li let out a sigh. Immediately afterward, the sword finger counted down towards Daoxian Peak, and in an instant, several powerful prohibitions separated the small courtyard on top of the mountain from the outside world. Ow! Roar! Successive howls, coming from all directions. It seemed that the number of people who had been hit by the soulless compulsion was much higher than expected. Gu Li's transmission jade jewel kept flashing and vibrating. People from all the peaks and ministries were reporting on their side of the story. Jinyang Peak, Supreme Elder. It's bad. A number of disciples from Jinyang Peak have been infected with the soulless compulsion and are killing each other. Juyang Peak, Peak Master has been hit by the soulless compulsion and is on a killing spree, requesting backup. Reading the message in the summoning jade disc, Gu Li's eyes seemed to float in front of him as if a picture of the disciples' suffering had appeared. The light of the fires in all directions reflected on her stoic face. and the sound of howls from 8 directions stimulated her nerves like pinpricks. Ghoulie closed his eyes and took a deep breath, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the powerful aura of a transitional succession stage cultivator overflowed from her petite body in all directions, and the pressure that was as substantial as substance caused the air around her to freeze. The hem of his coat was windless, his green silk danced wildly with the wind, and the immortal sword in his hand flickered with bright and dark sword awnings. Ghoulie's eyes snapped open, anger burning in them. It was a rage ignited by betrayal and pain, and even more so, a deep hatred for the demon Abyss Valley. Just then, a stream of light cut through the night sky and eventually stopped in front of Ghoulie. "Senior sister, why are you here?" The light dispersed, revealing by Katie's figure. Ghoulie gave her a cold look and did not respond to her. However, the jade hand holding the hilt of the sword was tightened a few points. It was infuriating that after making such a big commotion, Bai Kaidai could still act like nothing was wrong. When Bai Kaidai saw Ghoulie ignoring her, she naturally didn't give her a good look. She just stood next to Ghoulie, seemingly waiting for something. After a few moments had passed, Chen Xingfeng and a few peak masters met the two women on the way to rescue them, and they split up into two groups. After shaking off the blood on the heaven measuring ruler, Chen Xingfeng asked with a serious expression, "Lai, Kai 2, rescue is important. What are you doing?" Just as Chen Xingfeng was approaching the two senior sisters, Chen Xingfeng caught a hint of an unusual aura from Ghoulie and Bai Katie's expressions. At this moment, Bai Kaidai had a high and mighty, unbeatable attitude, while Ghoulie, on the contrary, had her willow brows locked and her heart heavy. However, Chen Xingfeng did not think much about it. Ever since their master's ascension, the four of them, the senior siblings, carried the banner of the Xiantian sect, and together they had passed through countless springs, summers, autumns and winters. It wasn't until Ghoulie disobeyed his master's instructions and passed the position of patriarch to Yue to begin with that the relationship between these two senior sisters of his own seemed to have become subtle. Chen Xingfeng understood in his heart that the change of power in a sect was often accompanied by complex changes in the hearts of the people. But he knew better that the most important thing at the moment was to unite and work together to deal with the crisis at hand. He took a deep breath and put his personal feelings aside for the time being, gazing firmly at the two senior sisters and said in a serious tone, "Now is not the time for infighting. The safety of the clan is above all else." "Humph. Senior sister is afraid that she has never put the clan in her heart. What do you mean by that? Ali is your senior sister. Wouldn't she be like that?" Chen Xingfeng's eyes flinched as he righteously interrupted the conspiratorial Bai Kaidai. However, Bai Kaidai didn't get angry at his interruption. Instead, she laughed softly a few times and continued, "That old brat Young betrayed the clan and collaborated with Demon Abyss Valley inside and out. This soulless compulsion is what he has created." When Chen Xingfeng heard this, he immediately changed into a furious expression and asked sternly towards Ghoulie, "What she said, is it true?" Ghoulie just blankly glanced at him, not uttering any words since the beginning. She realized that this senior brother of hers had really cultivated himself silly. Yang's cultivation wasn't even foundation establishment, and he was going to die in a few more years at most, so being a traitor wouldn't do him any good. Bai Kaidai gave him such a big hat, just to get rid of him on a trumped-up charge. There's no point in talking when it's so obvious you can't see it. Say something. Chen Xingfeng was in a hurry. "Senior brother, don't be in a hurry. Why don't we go to Daoxian Peak and take a look? Won't it be clear?" As she spoke, Bai Kaidai habitually took Chen Xingfeng's arm and led him down towards Daoxian Peak. "Senior sister, I have reliable information. The mother compulsion of this soulless compulsion is in Yang's hands." "Oh yeah? That's for sure. It was that kid 13 who saw it with his own eyes. Since he's the one who saw it, there's no point in keeping Yang, the punk, alive." Bai Kaidai glanced back at Ghoulie with a hint of a victor smile at the corner of her mouth. She felt her plan was perfect. Years ago, she used the power of battle surprise and the battle sect to seal the compulsion that Leng Yan had planted in her body. Then, in order to take revenge on Ghoulie, she had been disguising herself as cooperating with the Demon Abyss Valley for hundreds of years, quietly spreading the soulless compulsion throughout the Xiantian sect. Now, taking advantage of the fact that the Demon Abyss Valley was planning to activate the compulsion and create chaos, she was prepared to pit Ghoulie against her. Originally, the activation of the soulless compass needed to wait for Leng Yan's signal. However, this waste of a man, Yang, had dared to humiliate the Bai family in public, not only causing the Bai family to lose face, but also causing Bai Kaidai herself to lose her majesty. Therefore, Bai Kaidai used a trick to plant evidence and take matters into her own hands by activating the soulless compass in advance. She firmly believed that by doing so, not only would she be able to put Yang to death, she would also be able to force Ghoulie to surrender his rights. Once she grasped the power, she would have countless means to let battle surprise get Ghoulie in exchange for the full support of the battle sect. At that time, Not only would he be able to completely remove the compulsion from his body, but he would also be able to get rid of this second man. Battle surprise. Most importantly, the forbidden love between her and Bai Lian Crazy will no longer be interfered by anyone. Gu Li followed them, pretending to look as if nothing had happened, and said, "If it's really as elder sister said, this father will clean up his own house." Chapter 57 by Kai Dai. What are you trying to do? Reach your hand forward a little more. Yes, that's it. Hold that position. Frost, hold it steady. Old man is going to exert himself. Even though Yang's voice seemed a bit muffled in the whistling wind and snow, to the sharp ears of a transitional cultivator, these words were still clearly audible. Gu Li's eyes penetrated with suspicion. Why can't this old boy control his crotch? A meaningful smile hung on by Katie's pretty face as she flirted. The lower beam is so crooked. I really don't know if this upper beam is still correct. Enough. Chen Qingfeng's face was blue. He really didn't expect Yang to be bold to this extent. Not only did he cast parasites to mutilate his fellow disciples, but he also violated his own disciple without shame, which was simply heartless. Chen Qingfeng, who was upright in his style, hated people with low character like Yang the most. However, Yang was, after all, the disciple of his senior sister Gu Li, and as the matter had yet to be investigated, he couldn't say anything more. Just a cold, smelly face and a heavy grunt as a way to express the strong dissatisfaction in his heart. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of crisp metal clashes, it was followed by Lu Ningxuan's slightly disgruntled voice. Master, be gentle. Luan Jia's hands are numb. Gu, can you do it? If not, I'll do it instead. Gu Li slapped his forehead, hated to find a crack to drill in. So the words of the tiger and the wolf, this little girl how to say out. Chen Qingfeng, who was walking at the very front, sniffed, his face became even more somber, and his footsteps unconsciously sped up by a few points. Seeing the two of them like this, Bai Katie's heart was simply bursting with joy. Yang, I knew you were no good. I'll see how you die now. Thinking about this, she glanced in Gu Li's direction again, and the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't help but widen a few more points. Oh, Fairy Xian Gue? Joke. Clang, clang, clang. These continuous crashes tugged at Gu Li's heart and affected Chen Qingfeng's complexion. The former is puzzled in his heart. It should not be snapping. Why is it clanging? Is it being brought down by the spirit moon? And they are playing the flowery work of the Acacia sect. The latter was an old-fashioned man, and although he was not opposed to the affairs of men and women, he was strongly opposed to things that went against the grain of human decency. It didn't take long for the trio to follow the sound to Jan's house. No, 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 that's a little loose. You clamp down some. Before the words were even finished, he saw Chen Qingfeng suddenly holding the heaven measuring ruler and swinging it towards the ground, stirring up the wind and snow in the sky. Shameless, shameless in the extreme. Chen Qingfeng angrily shouted. Yang, you have big guts. How can you be despicable to this? As he spoke, a gust of wind swept over the top of Daoxian Peak, blowing away the snowflakes that he had stirred up, allowing the three to see the scene in front of them. Where's the shirtlessness? Where's the desolation? It turned out that Yang was complaining about Lu Ningxuan while having her align the door panel with the original hole, and the two of them were repairing the door to the room that had been kicked in. Gu Li rolled her eyes, and then her heart sighed in relief. Luckily, the old boy can still manage to keep the little ones in check with the big ones. The look on Chen Qingfeng's face shifted from ironic to dismayed, and then from dismayed to embarrassed, and he eventually glared fiercely at Yang. Repairing the door is repairing the door. What are you guys doing with all the tiger and wolf words? Bai Kai Dai, on the other hand, was furious. Things were completely different from what she thought. The clown turned out to be herself. She quickly stepped forward and picked up Yang's lapel, glaring angrily with a threatening tone. Where is the mother compulsion of the soulless compulsion? Hand it over. She intended to strike first, pressing him with her overbearing aura, seeking to achieve her goal in the shortest possible time. Being picked up by Kai Dai in such a rough manner, a look of panic immediately appeared in Yang's eyes, and his tone took on a bit of fear as he stuttered in response. White, daytime really did not mean it. I just want to let Frosty. Mentioning that disgraceful incident during the day, the anger in Bai Katie's heart was like a volcano erupting and could not be contained. Driven by frenzied anger, she swung her hand violently and threw Yang out ruthlessly. Bang! Yang's body flew out like a kite with broken strings, directly crashing into the screen inside the room. The delicate screen was instantly torn apart under the tremendous impact, and pieces flew everywhere. Before the dust could settle, his body continued to slide again, slamming into the bed not far away. Ka-ching! The bed couch collapsed under Yang's impact, breaking the legs and shattering the boards, raising a cloud of wood shavings and dust. The house was in a mess. and the originally neat furniture turned into a pile of rags under Bai Katie's fury. Unbridled, Guli and Chen Xingfeng's pupils suddenly shrunk as they simultaneously drank. With a clang, the five elements returning sword came out of its sheath, and Guli held the sword in front of Yang, her beautiful eyes staring at Bai Kai with a cold light. At the same time, Chen Xingfeng held up the heavenly measuring ruler and blocked in front of Bai Kai. Bai Kai stood in place, eyes slightly narrowed, pretty face red, chest heaving violently. Obviously the heart of the anger has not yet finished venting. As the three confronted each other, Lu Ningxuang hurriedly peeled away the pieces of furniture and helped Yang up. Seeing him spitting blood from his mouth, his face as miserable as gold paper, her urgent voice immediately choked up. Master, don't scare me ah. Woo woo. Cough, cough. Frost child. Old man is afraid not. Cannot. You. Cough, cough. Yang spoke intermittently while exercising his energy to reverse the qi and blood in his body, spitting out several large mouthfuls of blood. With his current physical strength, coupled with the fact that Bai Kai didn't use a few points of force, it was just a matter of breaking some furniture, not to the point of being injured. However, Yang had been showing his cultivation at the qi refining stage, plus everyone knew that he was dying and had a short life ahead of him. If he was unharmed at this moment, I'm afraid even Guli would be suspicious of him. So, Yang spiked the acting, with the idea that the more hurt you are, the more you can confuse others. He seemed to have overacted a bit. A breath didn't come in time, and he actually fainted directly in Lu Ningxuan's arms. Master, wake up! In the midst of Lu Ningxuan's hysterical sobs, a small insect with a silver-white body, shaped like a cricket, flapped its wings and flew out from the furniture debris. The tiny insect's tentacles fluttered gently in the air, as if searching for something. Immediately after, it landed on Bai Katie's shoulder in Chen Xingfeng's surprised eyes. Guli was not surprised by this, because she had long known that this mother compulsion had eventually been handed over to Bai Kai after several changes of hands, so the intimacy that the mother parasite showed to her was completely expected. Chen Xingfeng witnessed this scene, and an incredibly shocked look appeared on his face. His pupils tightened, and a complex glint flashed in his eyes. Mother parasites are parasites that do not have the ability to defend themselves, and when they are removed from a safe environment to survive, they will choose the closest person or thing and seek refuge. This silver-white female compulsion chose the white colorful butterfly in the first place, and that said it all. Listen to me, you guys, this mother compost. Bai Kai spoke eagerly, trying to explain it all. However, Chen Xingfeng's gaze had turned cold, his eyes filled with suspicion and distrust. In his mind, the series of events that had occurred this night seemed to point to little sister. Chen Xingfeng let out a long sigh and said in a cold tone, Bai Kai, what exactly do you want to do? Chapter 58, Brother. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. What do I want? Bai Kai lightly knitted her willow brows and murmured in a low voice, as if she was talking to herself, but also as if she was seeking an answer from Chen Xingfeng. Her voice carried a hint of confusion, a hint of helplessness, as if she were a trapped animal cornered in a desperate situation, searching for a crack to escape. Immediately afterward, Bai Katie's complexion changed from confusion to a strange flush, and an almost maniacal light flickered in the bottom of her eyes. Under Chen Xingfeng's questioning, she suddenly erupted into a shrill and frantic laughter, full of sarcasm and despair. Ha ha, what do I want to do? The voice echoed through the room with a chilling insanity. I've done nothing, and yet you've driven me to this. Her laughter grew louder and louder, as if she wanted to release all the repression and anger in her heart. Bai Katie's long hair flew wildly with the aura she emitted as she shouted hysterically. What do you think I am? A pawn to be manipulated? Bai Katie's eyes gradually blurred as memories unfolded in her mind like a picture scroll. Those past events dusted off by the years, with sweetness and bitterness, quietly came to my heart. At a young age, her love for Bai Lian Crazy is like a forbidden fruit, not recognized by anyone. They can only meet in secret until that moonlit night when the sweet scent of the forbidden fruit makes them lose themselves in it. However, happiness is always short-lived. The master's anger was like thunder, shattering their world to pieces. Bai Kai remembers that her master's eyes were filled with disappointment and anger as their romance was mercilessly torn apart. After that, their relationship became more secretive and precious. But the good times didn't last long, and the Xian Tian sect suffered an unprecedented crisis. At the critical moment when Guli is injured and out of action, Bai Kai picks up the burden, but even though she did her best, she was still powerless. In the end, the position of patriarch that originally belonged to Bai Kai was passed on to Yue, who had contributed the most at that time. Under the discouragement, Bai Kai went out to travel, and was compelled by Lang Yan of the Devil's Abyss Valley, and has since lost her freedom. She became a tool for Lang Yan to enlist forces from all sides until many years later, when Bai Kai received the task of seducing Battle Shocker. Subsequently, Battle Surprise discovered the abnormality in her body and tempted her with the condition that the battle sect could seal the compulsion poison in her body and return her freedom. Bai Kai-dai turned into his pawn and lust tool. However, she is not willing to be someone else's pawn forever. What she longs for is freedom and the sweetness of being with her brother. Bai Lian crazy for a long time. As a result, Bai Kai-dai hatched a bold and dangerous plan. She was prepared to use the Demon Abyss Valley and the battle sect in turn to achieve her goal of retaliating against Guli and pitting Lung Yen. She wanted to make those who had manipulated her destiny pay, even if it meant putting her body into the game. She, Bai Kai-dai, would not hesitate to do so. Put it away, Kai-dai. If there's anything you want to say, let's sit down and talk slowly. Chen Xingfeng had never seen Bai Kai-dai as mad as she was this day, but he still held a glimmer of hope for his little sister. Slowly, as she spoke, Bai Kai-dai pinched the mother parasite on her shoulder and swallowed it into her mouth without hesitation. I just want you to die. Immediately after swallowing the mother parasite, a sickly pallor surfaced on her body, and her veins bulged high. Bai Katie's eyes were drenched in a thick color of blood, translucent with near madness. In the next breath, her figure cut through the air with a residual shadow, heading straight for the unconscious Yang. Look out! Guli and Chen Xingfeng sensed her movement at almost the same moment, and they quickly stepped across to block in front of Lu Ningxuang and Yang. The former swung his sword and pointed it straight at the back of Bai Katie's heart, the tip of the sword flashing with cold light. The latter placed the infinite ruler across his chest, and the body of the ruler emitted a faint glow, forming an impenetrable defense barrier. However, Bai Katie's attack was nothing more than a false move to sound out the east and strike the west, only to see a wry smile hanging from the corner of her mouth as her figure shifted and exited the house. Ali, you keep Yang alive first. I don't want to see that you Wei girl go crazy. After saying that, Chen Xingfeng gave Guli a relieved smile and chased Bai Kai-dai out of the house. Senior sister, you can't get away. After he left, Guli first used his own power to smooth out the qi and blood in Yang's body, and then threw a few porcelain vials to Lu Ningxuang. Feed him an elixir every half hour. He can't die. Before Lu Ningxuang had time to ask, Guli's figure had already disappeared inside the house, as if it had blended into the snowy night. Although Guli was confident in Chen Xingfeng's strength, the uneasy premonition in his heart always lingered, because she always felt that there was something that neither Yang nor she had expected, but was enough to turn their layout upside down. As the night deepened, not far from the illusory mist peak, Chen Xingfeng and Bai Kai-dai were in a fierce battle. The purple electricity shocking whip was like a purple lightning python dancing in the air under the control of Bai Kai-dai, emitting bursts of air-breaking sounds. The body of the whip rubbed against the air, generating lightning like thunder, which was incredibly powerful. Chen Xingfeng's immeasurable ruler was large, compact, and heavy, and the body of the ruler emitted a dark golden light under the infusion of his aura. His moves seemed simple, but they contained unfathomable power, and every clash with the purple electricity shocking whip caused the air to make a bursting sound. The battle between the two shifted from the sky to the peak of the mountain, and from the peak to the woods. Wherever the battle passed, there was a mess, with trees falling to the east and a deep trail left by the infinite ruler everywhere. However, as the battle continued, Chen Xingfeng began to feel the pressure. The original light blue electric aura on the purple electricity shocking whip was replaced by a splash of scarlet blood color, and even Bai Katie's aura became bizarre. Chen Xingfeng's eyes became sharp as his gaze locked onto Bai Kai-dai like a sharp sword. It seemed to be looking for a break in her, while pondering a response. Just at this moment, the sound of dense footsteps, like nocturnal ghosts, suddenly rang out around the woods. After a few breaths, Chen Xingfeng frowned deeply. White family masters. When Bai Kai-dai saw that the reinforcements had arrived, a smug smile appeared on her face as she pulled away from Chen Xingfeng. With a flick of her wrist, the purple electricity shocking whip made a beautiful whip flower in the air, and then she opened her mouth with a cold smile. Senior brother, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. The smile at the corner of Bai Katie's mouth gradually widened, and when the bizarre aura disappeared from her, she pointed at Chen Xingfeng and droned. Great Elder collaborating with the enemy and sentencing the clan. Take it down, dead or alive. Chen Xingfeng smiled instead of being angry at his words, and with a dong sound, the heaven-measuring ruler smashed the ground on his side with deep cracks. With these people from nearby family, you want to take down Lao Fu? Idiocracy. At this moment, a young man stepped out from the shadows behind Bai Kai-dai, instantly causing Chen Xingfeng's pupils to suddenly shrink, only to see Bai Kai-tu resting one hand on his shoulder. She laughed daintily. What if the white family isn't enough? Plus the Dark Hall? Chapter 59. No point in talking. If you want to fight, then fight. Senior, is that enough now? LOL. Bai Katie's light laughter mixed with mockery and chilliness echoed through the forest, instantly causing Chen Xingfeng's heart to tighten. Humph. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of senior brother Bai? Chen Xingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he slung the heaven measuring ruler beside him over his shoulder, a cold smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. With that, he let out a loud shout, and his cultivation at the second level of the ferrying stage was unreservedly released at this moment. In a flash, the surrounding mountains, forests and earth trembled as if they had gotten his call. By Katie's beautiful eyes condensed, and when she opened her mouth again, the contempt in her tone had been replaced by seriousness. In that case, don't blame senior sister for being unsympathetic. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the heaven measuring ruler emit a faint glow, and the mysterious runes engraved on the ruler began to flow, as if it had merged with Chen Xingfeng's power. Based on the principle of catching the thief first, Chen Xingfeng's legs fired, shooting towards Bai Kai Dai like a cannonball. A powerful aura fluctuation erupted from the heaven measuring ruler, forming a ripple that was visible to the naked eye and spreading in all directions. Come to die! Chen Xingfeng shouted angrily. His cultivation at the ferrying stage erupted in full force. The violent power chi swirled up the snow, covering the sky and the sun. The entire forest seemed to be shrouded in a blizzard. However, the moment he was about to touch Bai Kai Dai, several of the Bai clan's Mahayana stage cultivators appeared like ghosts and blocked him. The spiritual weapons in their hands shone brightly, forming a solid line of defense that stiffly blocked Chen Xingfeng's onslaught. To collaborate with the enemy and condemn the clan, the crime is punishable. The Grand Elder should not make a mistake. One of the cultivators laughed coldly as the lance in his hand shook. A dazzling ball of light condensed on the tip of the lance, pointing straight at Chen Xingfeng. The battle was imminent. The other side. After being hardened by Lu Ningxuan with an elixir, Yang had awakened from his coma. After some tonsuring, his body was no longer in any serious condition. Ding! Detected Guli gifting host with Jade Du pills. Triggering 10,000 times cashback. Rewarding 10 Tai Ching Yuan Dan. Ding! Detected Guli gifting the host. After counting the gleaned elixirs, Yang opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Looking at the mess all over the room and listening to Lu Ningxuan recounting what happened after he passed out, Yang's white eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. Are you saying that the mother compulsion was swallowed by the white-colored butterfly, and then the Grand Elder and Master chased after it? Right. Hearing all this, Yang felt that the developments were somewhat out of his expectation. As originally envisioned, the mother compulsion should have been searched in his house, and then a few people pulled some strings, and eventually 13 made his appearance to identify Bai Kai Dai as having planted the evidence to frame him. However, according to Lu Ningxuan's description, Bai Kai Dai seemed to have accumulated too many emotions, and then when provoked by Chen Xingfeng, she finally lost her mind. Complicated emotions welled up in Yang's heart. He didn't expect Bai Kai Dai to go this far. Her madness not only disrupted his plans, but also made the whole situation more confusing. With this in mind, Yang slowly stood up and said in a calm but firm tone, "Come on, let's go check it out." Us? Does it fit? Amidst Lu Ningxuan's skepticism, Yang led her onto the spirit boat. As the aura was urged, the spirit boat swayed in the wind and snow and began to weave between the rolling peaks. Searching for them, the spirit boat appeared and disappeared in the clouds, and Yang turned the system's function to its maximum, scanning every mountain peak and forest that passed by. At this moment, the Shen Tian sect was filled with low hissing and sounds of engagement. Despite the chaotic scene, it was stabilized by the collaborative efforts of the peak elders and disciples. However, raising his eyes, the impact of the soulless compulsion on the Shen Tian sect was far-reaching and disastrous. Over the years, the Demon Abyss Valley seemed to have re-refined the soulless compulsion, making it extremely contagious. After many cultivators were scratched or bitten by those who had been infected with the soulless parasites, the toxin quickly spread through their bodies and they soon became walking corpses like them. Panic gradually began to spread. On the spirit boat, Yang frowned tightly with a white brow and muttered to himself, "T-virus? Biochemical crisis? Master, what is the latter virus and what is the biohazard?" That's out of your hands. Can't explain it. Then say a kumba. Yang's white eyebrows raised as she glared at Lu Ningxuan, all but exasperated by her. Next time you talk back, watch out for Master to whip you. Master, is it like smoking Sister Moon? You? How do you? Me? I Naya. Ugh. He. Lu Ningxuan's beautiful eyes smiled into a crescent moon. Her eyes were filled with a sly look, and her pretty face was red and flushed, making her look particularly moving. Alright, if the soulless compulsion isn't resolved, the order within the sect may collapse. We must find Master and the girls as soon as possible. Seeing that Yang's expression became serious and his tone dripped with urgency, Lu Ningxuan immediately realized the gravity of the situation. She nodded heavily and took over the control of the spirit boat from Yang so that he could give his full attention to finding Guli and the girls. After a few moments passed, When the spirit boat passed through a forest near the illusory mist peak, Yang suddenly shouted to stop. Frost, hide the spirit boat. Don't give away your breath. After saying that, Yang infused his aura onto a piece of jade, and as a screen of light appeared, a piece of post-battle misery came into view. In the woods, ancient trees that were once upright now fell to the east and west, and the earth was shattered and devastated, signaling the intensity of the battle. Many corpses lay strewn about in pools of blood, their faces still bearing the pain of their dying. Some of the cultivators who still had a breath left were either leaning or lying next to the trees, gasping for air, with a much dimmer look in their eyes. Chen Xingfeng stood in the midst of these ruins, and despite the fact that his body was also wounded, his clothes were ragged and bloodstained, he still stood straight, like an unyielding god of war. Although the measuring ruler no longer glowed, it was still held tightly in his hand, as if he would definitely take down Bai Kai Dai as long as he still had a breath in him. If it wasn't for senior sister Bai's transmission, how could my father not have thought that Elder Chen would collaborate with the enemy and rebel against the clan? As the voice fell, a sturdy and upright figure was revealed in the shadows behind Bai Kai Dai. It's you! Chen Qingfeng's eyes, which were originally half closed, snapped open and stared at the figure, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Senior sister Bai, Mr. Battle wasn't late, was he? War Surprise's voice carried a hint of frivolity, and with a flash of light in his hand, an ebony war hammer appeared in his palm out of nowhere. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Xingfeng said 3 good words in a row, and his tone was permeated with bone-chilling coldness. I didn't expect the battle sect to be in cahoots with the demon Abyss Valley. Speaking of this, the heaven measuring ruler in Chen Xingfeng's hand regained its obscure luster, pointing directly at Battle Shocker. There's no point in talking too much. If you want to fight, then fight. Chapter 60, to save or not to save. Elder brother, you first temper yourself, and leave the battle surprise to me. As Gu Li's voice fell, there was an additional delicate figure by Chen Xingfeng's side, causing War Surprise's gaze to become scorched. Ah, Li's sister, Elder Chen collaborated with the enemy and rebelled against the clan. Could it be that you also? Noisy! A sharp, sword-like light flashed in Gu Li's eyes, piercing straight into Battle Surprise's eyes as his transitional stage aura rose, directly interrupting his words, being swept off his face by her. A trace of anger flashed across Battle Surprise's face, and he said in an unkind tone, "You want to make an enemy of me?" Gu Li didn't even look at Battle Surprise, but just casually threw his hand and sent a shadow-retaining jade into the air. The jade pendant spun in the air, emitting a soft glow. Immediately afterward, a picture slowly unfolded in the light screen, clearly presenting the scene of that night's metamorphosis between Battle Surprise and Bai Kai Dai outside the cave. After a few short breaths of lewd sounds, there was a low roar from Battle Surprise, and then Bai Katie's pout. Such a wonderful image. It's unheard of and unseen. Even the Dark Hall cultivators who walked in the darkness couldn't help but be shocked by this, not to mention the already pandemonium-ridden Bai clan. All of a sudden, there were murmurs. My Chow, the one surnamed Battle actually fought Old Ancestor in a wild battle. This surname battle can't work. Not even half an incense burner's time. Should you keep your voice down? Don't you see that the Old Ancestor and the person surnamed Battle's face are green? Bang! Suddenly, an invisible forceful chi pinched the staying Shadow Jade to pieces. Immediately afterward, War Shocker swung his ebony warhammer, and his fierce power violently erupted as he smashed towards Gu Li. Fake! It's all fake! However, his angry roar didn't do any good, and instead, he was rewarded with a snort from Gu Li. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So why kid yourself? Ha! As soon as the words fell, the 5 elements returning sword in Gu Li's hand met Battle Shocker's ebony warhammer, and the intersection of immortal weapons and spiritual treasures emitted a piercing sound of gold and iron. The turbulent air currents raged in the surroundings, rolling up the broken branches and leaves on the ground, and the battle was about to start. Between the clouds, above the spirit boat, Lu Ningxuan's voice carried some concern as she asked softly, "Can Master Ancestor beat him?" Like her, Yang was worried about Gu Li's battle with Battle Surprise. In terms of cultivation, Gu Li was at the 3rd level of the transitional apparition stage, and Battle Surprise was at the 5th level of the transitional apparition stage. The gap between the two seemed small, but the battle sect's technique focused on power, with the aim of 1 power to 10. This meant that Battle Surprise would overwhelm Gu Li with absolute power, leaving no room for her to display her skills. This fighting style gave Battle Surprise an advantage that could not be ignored in a duel. Even if his cultivation was slightly inferior, he could still gain the upper hand through his powerful strength, not to mention that his current cultivation was 2 small realms higher than Gu Li's. However, as the battle progressed, Gu Li gradually stabilized his position, and with the benefit of the 5 elements returning sword, he was able to reverse the disadvantage of the battle. When Bai Kaidai saw that Battle Surprise didn't manage to take down Guli in a short period of time, her beautiful eyes revealed a touch of disgust, and she cursed waste in her heart. Immediately afterward, the purple electricity shocking whip flickered with palpitating electric light as she waved it around. Her gaze locked onto Guli as if she was waiting for the perfect moment to sneak up on him. Still want to play dirty? Before Chen Xingfeng's words fell, the heavenly measuring ruler was infinitely enlarged in Bai Katie's eyes. Bai Katie's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she quickly picked up the whip backwards, sending the measuring tape spinning in the air. Even though Chen Xingfeng had been depleted of much of his aura and physical strength, he still gritted his teeth as he gripped the heaven measuring ruler and engaged in a fierce duel with Bai Kaidai. The Dark Hall isn't doing anything yet? Bai Kaidai in her normal state was naturally no match for Chen Xingfeng, and at this moment, the Bai clan members were already more than half dead or injured, so they could only hope for the people from the Dark Hall. Unfortunately, 13 led the cultivators of the Dark Hall and didn't follow her orders. Instead, they stabbed their knives into those Bai clan members who were still alive. 13. Bai Kaidai roared, her voice filled with anger and grief. The death of her clanmates caused her to burst into a rage, and her unstoppable anger steeply destroyed her sanity. In an instant, Bai Katie's body radiated an endless evil aura. Her black hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her eyes glowed with a reddish aura like an abyss of blood. Green veins bulged from the pale skin, blood vessels bulged, and surging power poured out with it, instantly shaking Chen Xingfeng away 100 feet away. In the next breath, White Kaidai appeared not far in front of 13 with a hideous expression. Pop! With a crisp ringing sound, the blood-colored purple electricity shocking whip lashed at 13's body, and this whip alone caused him to fall to the ground with serious injuries and lose consciousness. At this moment, Bai Kaidai finally came to a realization. No wonder her illusory mist peak Bai family had gone through such a big incident, and her brother Bai Lian Crazy was never seen. No wonder Guli had no explanation for her planting evidence on Yang, even as she took out the staying Shadow Jade to publicly humiliate herself. No wonder Yang dared to expose Bai Minglian's pregnancy and bring the Bai family into disrepute. It turned out that all of this was a setup against her Bai family, or rather, against her Bai Kaidai. Each and every one of you has used me as a pawn, abused me, possessed me, used me. Bai Kaidai raged against the injustice done to her while wielding the purple electricity shocking whip to harvest the lives of the Dark Hall cultivators. I want you to die. Die. Ah! Chen Xingfeng raised the heaven measuring ruler high to his brow and whispered an ancient and mysterious tone scale under his breath. As the runes on the heaven measuring ruler erupted with dazzling golden light, those cultivators from the Dark Hall were enveloped in a ball of golden light. Though these sturdy protections made of golden light ultimately failed to completely withstand the fierce attacks of the white-colored butterflies, but they had at least brought a ray of hope for these cultivators and saved their lives. After doing so, Chen Xingfeng's figure shifted slightly, and then he violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his breath instantly wilting. However, Chen Xingfeng still clenched his teeth and held on to his last breath as he headed towards Bai Kaidai. Pop, pop, pop. The continuous sound of the whip was like the drumbeat of death, urgent and deadly. Each sound seemed to rush Chen Xingfeng's life. In the meantime, Yang, who was silently observing the battle from the spirit boat, had his brows furrowed and his heart was in a heavenly battle. He weighed whether to save or not to save. If he was saved, with the spirit stones on his body, it would be enough to use the system's ability once to save Chen Xingfeng, but then comes the question of how he's going to explain it afterward. If he was not saved, under such a frantic attack by Bai Kaidai, Chen Xingfeng would never be able to survive. In this way, the Xian Tian sect was equal to losing 2 top combatants overnight, and in the future, they were afraid that there would be endless troubles. In the nick of time, Yang took advantage of Lu Ningxuan's inattention and leapt down from the spirit boat. He carried his hands on his back and walked calmly, as if he was walking leisurely towards the center of the battlefield. The mind was silent. Master Unity, modify Bai Keita's cultivation attribute. Modifying Bai Kaidai's cultivation level will cost 100 million spirit stones. Chapter 61, Come on, I want to die. White-colored butterfly. Yang bellowed, immediately grabbing her attention. Bai Kaidai turned back violently, bloodlight flashing in her eyes as her gaze locked onto Yang. Pop, pop. The purple electricity shocking whip formed 2 dull sonic booms in front of her body as she swung her arm. She turned her head to glance at the dying Chen Xingfeng, and when she turned back, a cruel smile surfaced on her pale face. Rubbish, you've come at the right time to be buried with my Bai clan members. As soon as the words fell, Bai Katie's purple electricity shocking whip drew a blood-colored trajectory in the air, pointing directly at Yang's vitals around his body. The sudden change in the battle situation caused Guli, who was in midair battling with Battle Surprise, to tighten his heart. Immediately afterward, her sword stuttered slightly, and her mind appeared to lose its grip for a brief moment. capturing her break. A sardonic smile appeared on Battle Surprise's face, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. The ebony warhammer in his hand swung violently, carrying the sound of breaking air, and ruthlessly smashing towards Gu Li's weak spot in his defense. Boom! The ebony warhammer collided violently with Gu Li's 5 elements returning sword, emitting a deafening roar. Gu Li only felt a huge surge of force, and her figure swayed in mid-air, nearly losing her balance. Warshocker didn't give Gu Li a chance to catch his breath. As the ebony warhammer unleashed attack after attack, the powerful attack forced Gu Li to retreat back and forth, and even cracks began to appear in his defense. A strong sense of crisis surged from Gu Li's heart. She let out a dainty cry, and her left hand's sword finger kept forming seals in front of her body. In the end, the sword finger flashing with intense sword light pointed at the center of her brow. 5 elements in 1. Battle body. Open. As Gu Li's voice fell, her figure shook slightly in midair. A powerful aura erupted from within her body, and the 5 elements of heaven and earth instantly converged around her petite body. In an instant, heaven and earth were eclipsed, and the only thing that stood proudly in the void was the colorful and brilliant. In the next breath, the colorful aura faded away like a tidal wave, transforming into a spiritual 5-element rune that flowed over Gu Li's gelatinous skin. It was as if these runes possessed life, and they eventually converged on top of her sword finger, causing the sword light on the finger to become even more brilliant and eye-catching. The sword finger wiped across the 5 elements returning sword, causing a tiny, palpitating vortex to form on the immortal sword's body. 3,000 green threads stood up, and between the opening and closing of her beautiful eyes, Gu Li's aura seemed to resonate with heaven and earth. 5 elements reincarnation shop. Gu Li's cold voice and his berserk and incomparable power caused Battle Surprise's eyes to flinch. He swung his ebony warhammer to form an impenetrable wall in front of him. The balance of the battle was tilted once again, and with Gu Li opening up big, Battle Surprise was forced to switch from offense to defense. As she waved her sword finger, the power of the 5 elements exploded like a torrent. The 5 elements reincarnation slash not only carried the power of the 5 elements, but also contained a hint of the profound meaning of reincarnation. The sword aura of the 5 elements returning sword cut through the night sky, stabbing straight at Battle Surprise like a meteor. Clang! A crisp metallic clash rang through the night sky as Gu Li, with the blade of his immortal sword, cut off the spiritual treasure warhammer in the hands of Battle Shocker in response to the sound. If it wasn't for Battle Surprise's instinct to dodge at the last moment, Gu Li would have been able to kill him with this sword. Even though he had dodged the sharpness of the immortal sword, the trace of the power of reincarnation still caused him to suffer a heavy blow. Put! Warshocker's throat was sweet as blood gushed out of his mouth, and his aura instantly shriveled up a lot. However, his eyes, which were like the eyes of a bull, revealed a strong color of excitement. Battle Surprise wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and the corner of his mouth hooked upwards as a wild and arrogant smile emerged from his face. Immortal Xian Gue, truly living up to her name. After saying that, Battle Shocker casually discarded the severed ebony warhammer, and then, he clenched his hands into fists. As his fists clashed violently in front of his chest, the muscles of his arms bulged and flashed with gleams of light like the great sun. Gu Li's eyes widened slightly, and in her astonished eyes, a row of golden rings appeared above each of Warshocker's arms. Yin Yang Burning World Ring. Warshocker seemed satisfied with the shock in Gu Li's tone as he let out a loud laugh, his voice filled with arrogance. Ha ha, I didn't expect it. Other than my big brother, the battle sect has a second immortal weapon. Immediately afterward, his gaze kept roaming over Gu Li's body, no longer hiding the lust and greed in his eyes. Warshocker licked his somewhat dry lips, and his tone carried an unrivaled arrogance. Beauty, you are not my opponent. Obediently submit to me. Noisy, Gu Li coldly interrupted him, not a trace of emotion in her voice, and the 5 elements returning sword in her hand once again shone with an eye-catching sword aura, pointing directly at Battle Surprise's vitals. The battle had reached this stage, and both sides had already revealed their bottom cards. A more intense battle is on the horizon. At the same time, Bai Kai Dai also arrived not far in front of Yang, but she didn't swing her whip to directly obliterate him. With her understanding of Yang over the years, he must have something to fall back on if he dared to barge into this place alone. For 1,000 years, Yang's cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the Jidan stage at its highest. However, with his meager cultivation, he was able to escape from death time and time again. Bai Kai Dai believed that there must be more than just luck behind this. Perhaps, a few months ago, Yue's entry into the sect's secret realm to receive the inheritance was also a layout against herself. Perhaps, at this moment, she was hiding somewhere in the forest, ready to deal her a fatal blow at the critical moment. With this in mind, Bai Kai Dai stopped her steps and looked around, a cautious look in her eyes. Didn't you want me to accompany your white family clan? There was a hint of provocation in Yang's voice, but at the corners of his mouth was a wry smile. even though Bai Kai-dai still looked the same as she did just now, as if she could wipe him out with a single whip. However, at this moment, her cultivation level had been changed to the first level of chi refining, and she was no threat to Yang. However, the more Yang laughed, the more suspicious Bai Katie's heart became. Her face sank, and the purple electricity shocking whip trembled slightly in her hand, as if telling of the hesitation in her heart. Why is he so calm? Bai Katie's brows were tightly locked as she secretly pondered in her heart. Every move, every word, even every breath of Yang seemed like an elaborate chess game to her. She even began to suspect that Yang's deliberate show of weakness for so many years was just an illusion, and that in reality, his cultivation had long since gone against the grain. After all, Yang was accepted as a disciple by Guli at the same time as Yue. There was no reason for one to be strong and the other weak. What's more, Guli had always had her eyes set high. She would never accept a waste as a disciple. He must be hiding his strength. His chi refining stage cultivation is just a front he uses to confuse his enemies. As Bai Kai-dai became more and more certain of her thoughts in her mind, she naturally lost a round in terms of chi. At that moment, the wry smile on Yang's face was replaced by a bit of seriousness. Come on. I'll just stand here and beg for death. Chapter 62. The Spirit Moon opens up the Phantom Moon. At this moment, it was as if there were countless grass mud horses galloping in Bai Katie's heart. In an instant, the bloody light in her eyes intensified, almost spitting out fire. The purple electricity shocking whip crackled in her hands, as if responding to the anger in her heart. Bai Katie's chest suddenly rose and fell violently, and her breathing became rapid. In the next breath, she managed to curb the urge to kill someone inside her, and with a red face, she gritted her teeth and angrily rebuked. Rubbish, I want you dead. Don't walla walla. If you can, come on. Yang's response was contemptuous and provocative, and he even stuck his pinky into his ear and gently rotated it, completely ignoring Bai Katie's threat. Bai Kai-dai shouted angrily, her voice not only filled with anger, but also a hidden hint of humiliation. Abominable. It's an abomination. Yang's movements, demeanor, and tone of voice simply caused her more pain than stabbing her with a sharp sword. Bai Katie's anger had reached an extreme. Even if this is a setup, I'm going to kill him. Even if he hides his strength, I'll still kill him. Kill him. Kill him. When reason is replaced by anger and all that remains in her mind is killing, then she is not far from her demise. The red aura on the purple electricity shocking whip flashed, and the white Kai-dai rushed towards Yang like a wild wind. Her figure gradually grew larger in Yang's line of sight. Just as he was about to shock her to death with his foundation establishment stage cultivation, a cloud of pink smoke suddenly appeared between the two. Immediately after that, an arm abruptly extended, so fast that it could barely be captured. With a muffled bang sound, a white palm with a thunderous force solidly imprinted on Bai Katie's chest. Bang! Bang! Boom! A continuous loud noise shook the forest. Bai Katie's body was sent flying like a kite with broken strings, crashing through several sky-high trees one after another. In the end, he was directly slapped into a hard rock by the huge force of Spirit Moon's palm. The rock shattered under the tremendous impact, splattering fragments in all directions, while the white-colored butterfly's life flame seemed to have dimmed to the extreme at this moment. Brother! Brother! At this moment, Bai Katie's eyes seemed to appear in front of her heart, the brother she missed and loved the most. She reached out her hand as if she wanted to touch the figure, but eventually eased it back and rested it gently on her cheek. Her eyes drifted closed, but a small, blissful smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, as if reveling in her brother's gentle touch. Spirit Moon's slap was a strike with anger and a sneak attack. This palm not only broke Bai Katie's entire body's meridians, but also shattered all of her internal organs. If Yang hadn't secretly modified Bai Katie's attributes, perhaps she would still have a chance of survival, and could barely survive with her Yuanshan out of body. But there are not so many ifs in the world. Everything around them returned to tranquility, leaving only Bai Katie's fading breath and Ling Yu's cold and complicated eyes. When Spirit Moon arrived at Welcome Peak, she saw Lang Yen from Devil Abyss Valley unconscious and easily abolished her cultivation and imprisoned her. After that, Ling Yu communicated with Gu Li by voice and discussed some countermeasures in case the battle situation changed. But how could she not expect Yang to act like a cutie, like to join the fight? What's more, he didn't expect that his palm would actually beat Bai Kai-dai to the death of her soul. It seems as if something is wrong, but now is not the time to dwell on that. After all, Gu Li, who had opened his 5 elements battle body, was still in a fierce battle with Battle Surprise, and the two of them had fought for a long time, with each of them suffering injuries. If the fight continues, it will be a fight for life. Even if Gu Li was able to kill War Shocker, she would definitely be seriously injured or even dead. Ling Yu nodded towards Yang, then glared at him fiercely and transmitted her voice. Dead beat. Hide. I'm going to open up. Yang's eyes flashed as he pulled out the Yin talisman from his pocket and shouted, "Dark Hall affiliates, take our men and retreat." As soon as the words fell, the cultivators of the Dark Hall carried the unconscious 13 and Chen Qingfeng and retreated towards the outside of the forest. When the crowd disappeared from the forest, Ling Yu took a deep breath. Her eyes gradually became deep and mysterious, as if they could penetrate the abyss of humanity. As Ling Yu slowly raised her hands, a faint pink mist began to fill her surroundings. The mist carried a strange fragrance that gradually spread through the forest. In the mist, there seemed to be countless phantoms flickering, sometimes like gentle moonlight spilling down, sometimes like a wild storm raging. After sensing Spirit Moon's aura, Guli guided Warshocker to battle from the void to the ground. Even though Battle Surprise had discovered that Ling Yu was releasing the harmonious sex illusion technique, he did not place her in his eyes. A mere illusion. You want to stop me? Battle Surprise bellowed and rushed into the pink smoke after Guli. At the same time, Spirit Moon's white palms had already finished forming their seals. The beautiful eyes firmly locked onto Battle Surprise's figure through the pink mist, and then she lightly shouted, "Phantom Moon." In the next breath, Battle Surprise's vision suddenly began to blur, and he realized that he seemed to be in an unfamiliar space. This was an infinite world under the moon, and the silver moonlight poured over him, but what he felt was a coldness that went deep into his bones. He looked around but couldn't find any way out, just endless blackness and the occasional phantom. In this illusion space, Ling Yu could manipulate everything at will. She could make Warshocker see the deepest fears in his heart, and she could also make him go through the most painful torture. Here, time, space, and mass were all under her control, and Battle Surprise wanted to struggle but seemed powerless. At that moment, Guli came to Ling Yu's side silently. However, there was a complex glint in his eyes, despite the strong killing intent against Battle Surprise that surged within her. However, his identity was not only that of the Battle Sex Vice Sovereign, but also that of the Battle Sex Lord, Battle Invincible's own younger brother. If he was killed today, the wrath of the Battle Sect would be mercilessly poured out on the Xian sect and the Acacia sect tomorrow. The Xian sect was not prepared for war, and the Harmony sect was even less prepared. Thus, Guli sighed deeply and spoke softly. "Sister Yu, trap him until dawn." Ling Yu nodded, her eyes equally grave. This illusion art of the illusory moon was powerful though, able to restrain a physical cultivator like Battle Surprise and even kill him without realizing it. But the dire consequences that would ensue after killing him were more than they could afford. In this immortal cultivation world, the grudges and entanglements between clans were intricate and complicated, and once they were mishandled, they could lead to disastrous consequences. "I understand. Warshocker can't die here, at least not at our hands." Immediately afterward, Spirit Moon turned her words around, her tone penetrating bone-chilling coldness, and said, "However, Old Mom has long been looking at him with displeasure. So today, no matter what, I'll make him keep some lessons down." Chapter 63, I have a bold idea. As the Phantom Moon dissipated, Battle Spirit left a profound lesson behind, and was then thrown out of the Xian sect by Guli. After she left, two figures that faintly emitted a demonic aura quietly emerged from the shadows. After they teamed up to cast multiple prohibitions on Battle Surprise's body, they used a sack to cover him tightly and sped towards the north. Late at night, the main hall of the Xian sect's patriarchal peak was lit up like day. Peak masters, elders, and chief great disciples from all peaks and ministries gathered in the hall, and the noisy chatter caused Guli's brows to twist into Chuan characters. Bang! Guli suddenly slapped his palm heavily on the armrest of the golden seat. The dull sound was like a thunderclap, instantly bringing the noisy voices in the hall to a screeching halt. The crowd immediately withdrew their voices and fell silent, and the entire hall fell into a silence. Guli rubbed his somewhat sore and swollen forehead, then beckoned towards Yang, asking with a hint of exhaustion in his tone, "How's the damage?" Yang immediately got up and respectfully saluted, then clasped his fists and slightly bowed to the surroundings, his voice serious and heavy. Giant Yang Peak, Golden Finger Peak, and the other 9 peak masters were hit by the soulless compulsion and have already fallen. Each ministry has a total of more than 8,000 deaths, of which there are 12 at the refined void stage and more than 900 at the transformation of God stage. As the shocking numbers were reported out of Yang's mouth, everyone's faces became grave to varying degrees, even though most of the high-ranking cultivators above the void refining stage were preserved. However, after this battle, the Xian sect had directly lost nearly a third of its center force. However, these are only superficial figures. The destruction of the entire White family, as well as the fall of Bai Kai Dai and Bai Lianji, these losses were not taken into account. The Xian sect's true loss in battle power was far more than a third. After listening to Yang's report, Guli's half-closed eyes snapped open, and his eyes flickered with bearish wariness. Qin Chuan, Chen Kai, Qin Chuan, yes, Supreme Elder, Chen Kai would like to be the vanguard and attack the Devil Abyss Valley directly to avenge today's revenge. Chen Kai's voice was filled with determination and anger. Although Qin Xuan didn't state his position directly, it wasn't hard to find out from his determined look that he was just as eager for revenge as Chen Kai. As the peak masters of the 36 upper peaks, as well as the many lower peaks, were named by Gu Li, a sense of depression permeated the main hall. Tomorrow at noon, use Long Yan's divine soul to sacrifice the flag. Speaking of this, Gu Li rose from her golden seat, exuding icy cold and bone-chilling killing intent as she droned. Burn down the Devil Abyss Valley and raise the might of my Xian Tian sacred sect. The voice echoed in the great hall, stirring everyone's heart like a war drum. Everyone in the main hall was infected by Gu Li's determination and momentum, and their eyes glittered with excitement and vengeance. Burn the valley of the Devil's Abyss. Raise the might of my Xian Tian sacred sect. I will not take this revenge until it's been carried out. The cries rose in waves as they clenched their fists, the fire of vengeance burning in their eyes. It was as if they had already seen the scene where the Demon Abyss Valley was reduced to ashes in their fury. Yet, Yang looks as if he is different from the others. Although he also raised his arms and growled a few times, his furrowed white eyebrows and stony expression were all seen by Gu Li. When the hustle and bustle in the main hall gradually dispersed, Yang was called to the side hall by Gu Li alone. Tell me, what do you think? Gu Li sat cross-legged on a futon in the side hall, his eyes falling on Yang, waiting for his answer. Yang took a deep breath, knowing that his next words might offend Gu Li. However, for the sake of the greater good of the sect, he had the responsibility to present his opinion. Senior, I don't think now is the best time to overthrow the Devil Abyss Valley. Yang's voice was firm and clear as he looked straight into Gu Li's eyes without the slightest bit of evasion. Gu Li's willow eyebrows slightly raised, obviously not surprised by Yang's answer. Still, she wanted to hear what Jan would say. Oh, go on. At present, what we need to do most is to recuperate and restore our strength, not to rashly lead the war in a position of carrying injuries. Assholes, the Devil Abyss Valley has bullied people too much. If we don't exterminate them, how can Masters stand up to those who have passed away? And how can we give an explanation to those who are alive? A hint of anger flared in the bottom of Gu Li's eyes, and without waiting for Yang Li to finish, he angrily rebutted. Yang seemed to have expected such a response from her, as he continued nonchalantly. If the Devil Abyss Valley dares to do this, there must be other forces behind them. The three elder ancestors are in seclusion. Yue is in the sect's secret realm to receive the inheritance. Bai Kai Dai has fallen, and the Grand Elder has been seriously injured. Speaking here, Yang let out a long sigh and his tone became grave. Nowadays, this is the moment when my Xian Tian sect's top combatants are at their weakest. If we rashly make a move against the Demon Abyss Valley, the soul-devouring Demon Palace and the Battle Sect will never sit idly by. They must be making some moves in the shadows. Hearing Yang's words, Gu Li narrowed his eyes and nodded in agreement. How could the master not know what you are talking about? Gu Li's voice revealed a hint of fatigue, but in the next breath, her voice became cold again. However, we can't hide what happened tonight. We must make a move and tell them that the Xian Tian sect's dignity is not to be violated. Immediately afterward, her words changed. The Gongsun family, the Weiyang Palace and the Spirit Beast sect are not easy people. Whenever my Xian Heavenly sect shows the slightest bit of weakness, they will do even more than the soul-devouring Demon Palace. Although Yang Huan had his own concerns in his heart, he also had to admit that Gu Li's words did have their profound truths. Heavy-handedly, he exterminated the Valley of the Devil's Abyss, shocking the four fields with his powerful strength. He told everyone with practical actions that Xian Tian sect was not something to be messed with. Tonight's turmoil was explicitly due to Bai Kai Dai and the Devil's Abyss Valley. However, there was always a hint of a bad premonition that kept hanging over the tip of Yang Huan's heart, because from Lu Ningxuan's mouth, Yang learned that Lang Yin of the Demon Abyss Valley had sought her out that day, simply wanting to know who had unlocked her blood sacrifice offering. Yang judged that there must be someone from the soul-devouring Demon Palace standing behind the Demon Abyss Valley. Only the soul-devouring Demon Palace had the strength to continuously infiltrate the Xian Tian sect over the centuries and used the Demon Abyss Valley's compulsion to create this chaos. Now, a double-edged sword hung above the Xian Tian sect's head. Recuperating would allow the Xian Tian sect time to recover, treat the injured, and replenish its resources. It also strengthens internal unity and defense in preparation for future battles. However, if the Xian Tian sect chose to recover in a low-profile manner, it might be seen as weak by the outside world. This might prompt the soul-devouring Demon Palace and other forces to attack even more recklessly. The other side. A heavy-handed attack could directly show the strength and determination of the Xian Tian sect and deter other potential enemies. However, this also meant that the Xian Heavenly sect needed to engage in a head-on conflict with the enemy while their power had not yet been fully restored. This could lead to even greater losses. If it failed, the Shin Tian sex situation might become even more difficult and might even trigger internal instability. Trying to find a balance between the two is difficult in the short term. Thinking about this, Yang sighed quietly, his eyes showing his worries about the future. Guli on the side was affected by him and couldn't help but sigh as well, the same worry written on his brows. At that moment, Lu Ningxuang, who had remained silent, stood up. She said with a hint of caution in her tone as she gave a slight blessing towards Guli and Yang. Master, I have an idea. Chapter 64, How dare you know who I am? Yang and Guli's gazes focused on Lu Ningxuang at the same time, the sudden attention making her feel a hint of nervousness. She could not help but hang her head in silence, as if she were a bud drooping in the morning dew, looking both shy and helpless. Old boy, what's that look in your eyes? It's scaring Frosty. Hearing Guli say that, Yang rolled her eyes with a raised white eyebrow and cursed in her heart. What's in my eyes? Why don't you look at what you're looking at? It's obvious she's afraid of you. Seeing Yang roll his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitch slightly a few more times, Guli gave him a vicious glare. The look seemed to say, don't think I don't know you're cursing me. With that, she gave Lu Ningxuang a smile and said in a gentle tone, but there's no harm in saying it. Lu Ningxuang raised her head, gave another blessing, and said softly, Disciple thought that recuperating and destroying the demon Abyss Valley could be done simultaneously. Yang and Guli made a puzzled sound at the same time, and then, Yang gestured for her to continue. That, Master knows. I was originally sent by Ling Xie. When Lu Ningxuang said this, she sneaked a glance at Guli and saw that she seemed to have known about this for a long time. Then she bravely continued. There must be many more spies in the sect sent by other sects. Disciple believes that with the ability of Master Ancestor and Master Teacher, they must know which people are spies. If we use these people as the main force to attack the Demon Abyss Valley, and then use the strength of Senior Ancestor and Sister Yu to join forces to exterminate the opposing party's top combatants. As she recounted, the light in Yang's eyes grew. The war between clans was not just a battle between the bottom and middle forces, but also a duel between the top combatants. In terms of top combat power, with Guli and Ling Yu joining forces, the two transitional stage cultivators still remaining in the Devil Abyss Valley were nothing more than a mantis. And as for the conquests of the bottom and middle classes, the Xian Heavenly Sect could have sent those lurking spies to the battlefield. These spies could not only serve as sacrifices to reduce the Xian Tian sect's losses, it could also be used as an opportunity to remove internal instability while dealing a fatal blow to the Devil's Abyss Valley. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, none of this would affect the Xian Tian sect's foundation, allowing them to recuperate and build up their strength. A 1-2 punch. Wonderful. Thinking about this, a smile of appreciation appeared on Yang's pale face, and then he said, by noon tomorrow, the Dark Hall will be ready with information on all the spies. Guli smiled and nodded. With her wisdom, as soon as Lu Ningxuang's plan unfolded, she gained insight into its deeper meaning. As a key part of the decapitation operation, Ling Yu had a deep grudge against the Lang family sisters, and she would definitely not refuse to join hands with herself. Alright, the night is late. You two should return to Daoxian Peak first. Yes, Master. Yes, Master Ancestor. The next day, half past the hour, a solemn and tense atmosphere enveloped the entire venue in the square under the Sovereign Peak. Almost everyone from the Xian Tian sect stood here. They were dressed in battle robes, holding weapons, and determination was written all over each of their faces. In the center of the square, flags fluttered, and banners of various colors hunted in the wind, and the field was filled with an aura of depression. On the elevated platform at the forefront of the square, Guli stood proudly against the wind wrapped in her leather cloak, and tied to the stake in front of her was the cloaked Lung Yan. Yang, on the other hand, rode a spirit boat with Lu Ningxuang, hidden between a white cloud. He turned on the system's ability to the maximum, and his eyes continuously scanned through the underground crowd, engraving the name of each spy within the jade slip. At that moment, on the high stage, Guli drew out the 5 elements returning sword, its body shining with a cold light in the sunlight. Lang Yan of the Devil Abyss Valley, thy sins are unforgivable. Today, use your blood to sacrifice the flag for my Xian Tian sacred sect, and transcend the dead holy spirits of my sect. As she spoke, the 5 elements returning sword lit up with a brilliant sword aura as she swung her jade arm. In the next breath, the sword energy flashed by, and Lang Yan's head fell to the ground. Doggone Demon Abyss Valley. I, Chen Kai, am at loggerheads with him. Kill all those sons of Es. Supreme Elder, give the order. My greatsword is hungry and thirsty. While the crowd in the square was agitated, Yang quietly transmitted a message through the transmission Jade Jewel. Yang, the person has been identified. I'll have Frost send you the jade slip later. The corners of Guli's mouth rose slightly and a knowing smile hung on it. She seemed very satisfied with Yang's efficiency and ability. With that, The immortal sword in her hand pointed straight in the direction of the demon Abyss Valley, the tip of the sword flashing with a cold light. "Gentlemen, follow me and kill." Gu Li's voice was like a thunderous explosion, stirring the blood of every Shantian sect disciple. With Gu Li's order, the atmosphere in the square reached boiling point. The disciples shouted in unison, their battle intent surging to the heavens. Their voices were like a mountainous roar that shook the entire Shantian sect, even causing the surrounding mountains to echo for it. In an instant, countless flying swords, spirit boats, and flying shuttles covered the sky. At the same time, in the depths of the soul-devouring demon palace, an ancient teleportation array suddenly flickered with an eerie blue light. In the midst of the light, two black shadows stepped out of the teleportation array like ghosts. They carried a heavy sack in their hands and silently appeared in the secret room of the soul-devouring demon palace. After a few moments passed, they arrived at a palace with their sacks. "Subordinate, see your highness." Seeing that the two generals on his left and right did not return empty-handed, Ling Xie smiled and waved his hand, and then with a roll of his tongue he swallowed the grapes served by the dancing girl. "Say, how is it over at Xiantian sect? Did Long Yen act according to the plan?" There was a hint of lethargy in Ling Xie's voice, as if he was asking about a trivial and unrelated matter. The left general bent his head and replied respectfully, "Enlighten the hall master. The last general has not found any traces of Long Yen, but the soulless compulsion is ahead of schedule." Bang! Ling Xie smashed the wineglass in his hand hard on the left general. Bright red wine splashed in all directions, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Waste!" His roar was so loud that it shook one's eardrums. With that, Ling Xie angrily copied the wine jug on the table and ruthlessly smashed the right general again. "You're trash too." The music in the hall came to an abrupt halt, the dancers stopped their graceful dances, and the entire Grand Point fell into a dead silence. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was tense to the extreme, as everyone waited for Ling Xie's next words, or his next action. At that moment, the sacks around the left and right second generals began to wriggle, and a man's voice rang out from them. "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Listening to the voice coming from within the sack, Ling Xie's eyes stared, and a smile rich in deep meaning turned up on his feminine face. "Battle shocker. I can't believe there's still something left and right to get this guy back." With a smile on his face, he slowly walked towards the writhing sack, his eyes constantly glancing over it as if he was admiring an interesting prey. "Of course I know who you are. Ha, 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 ha." Battle Shocker was struggling in the sack when he suddenly heard Ling Qi's evil voice. "Bad. How did you wake up to the soul-devouring demon palace? Can't it be that spirit moon that is from the devil palace?" At this moment, countless questions plagued Battle Surprise. Just as he was thinking about how to get out of the situation, a rush of footsteps sounded outside the hall, and then the man seemed to fall within the hall. "Kai, endowed hall master, today at noon, Xiantian sect with the power of the clan. Want to destroy the devil Abyss Valley." Chapter 65, Who the hell wants to be your brother? The news is true? Ling Xie's eyes instantly became as sharp as a sword as he stared tightly at the servant at the temple door, waiting for a definitive answer. Back to the palace master. The news is reliable." The servant's voice carried a hint of trembling, and he hung his head not daring to look directly into Ling Xie's eyes for fear that this bad news would provoke his master's killing intent. However, this sudden news seemed to have touched Ling Xie's reverse scales, and his anger still erupted instantly like a lit fuse. A hint of grimness flashed in Ling Xie's eyes, and with a flick of his arm, a black demonic aura swept out like a gale, wrapping the servant at the door in it. He then fell heavily like a rag on the stone steps outside the temple. In a flash, the atmosphere in the hall became grave with this move of Ling Xie's, as if even the air was frozen. Everyone could feel his suppressed anger and the storm that was about to erupt. "Wine, come on," Ling Xie coldly commanded, and then a revealingly dressed dancer served him a cup of wine as red as amber. Fingers gently rubbed the walls of the cup, as if feeling the temperature of the wine, and a hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes, as if he was again weighing his countermeasures. When Ling Xie was thinking, no one dared to touch him. Even the two generals on his left and right kept their breathing to a minimum, and even changed their breaths at long intervals. Time slowly passed in silence as Ling Xie stood there quietly, his gaze deep, as if his yuan shen had gone out of his body and was traveling in the taishu. Finally, he raised the glass in his hand and drained the amber-colored liquid. As the wine slid down, a wicked and confident smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. "Lianer stays, the others stand down." With Ling Xie's order, the musicians and dancers exited the hall one after another, leaving a silence. "Lianer, untie the sack. My father will meet an old friend for a while." Ling Xie gently cupped the wine cup and stepped onto the steps in the hall, rejoining the throne that was made of ethereal blood jade. Under the illumination of the candlelight, the evil demonic aura emanating from Ling Xie's body was covered with a faint blood-colored glow. "Ling Xie, After the sack was untied, Battle Surprise stared at him, his voice flat. Ha, Battle Shocker. Ling Xie smiled faintly, his tone as relaxed as if he was an old friend reunited, and he raised the wine cup in his hand towards Battle Surprise, signaling him to have a drink as well. As he took the wine cup from Lianer's hands, a trace of imperceptible greed flashed in War Surprise's eyes. Afterward, he raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go, not losing the majesty of the Battlesex Vice Patriarch in his rough movements. Battle Surprise took advantage of that moment just now and had completely broken through the prohibition in his body. After feeling his cultivation returning, he locked his gaze on Ling Xie and said with a sharpness in his tone, Ling Evil, this wine has also been drunk, and you have also seen the woeful appearance of the War Mao. Why don't you make it painful? The corner of Ling Xie's mouth hooked up into a smile, his eyes carrying a hint of cunning, as if he had already anticipated that Battle Surprise would say this. Ling Xie gently raised her hand and signaled to Lianer to pour another glass of wine for War Shocker. AI, Brother Shocking Sky, there's been a misunderstanding. Ling Xie's voice was full of relief, as if he wanted to make Battle Surprise relax his guard. After saying that, he glanced at Lianer, who was pouring wine for War Shocker, and his tone unconsciously took on a bit of coldness. Bitchy servant girl, sightless thing, still not quick to fetch a chair over for Patriarch War. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Battle Surprise's large hand grasped onto Lianer's jade root-like arm, stopping her in her tracks. After collecting the greed and desire in his eyes, he replaced it with a subdued smile. The disciples of the Battle Sect do everything personally, unlike Hall Master Ling. As he spoke, Battle Surprise let go of Lianer, and with a casual move of his hand, sucked a chair from the Great Hall to his side, and sat down in a big way. At that moment, Lianer carried the wine pot and made a slight bow towards him, her posture elegant yet respectful. Knowingly, she stepped to the side and retreated to a position where she was both unobtrusive and on standby. The beautiful eyes contained a faint smile, and her gaze flowed between Battle Surprise and Ling Xie, revealing an ineffable flavor between her looks. War Shocker's gaze inadvertently landed on Lianer, and she undoubtedly touched his heartstrings, but he quickly hid that emotion deep again, his face returning to its usual calm and seriousness. Ling Xie sat on the temple and took it all in. Even though Battle Surprise had already tried his best to control his desires, Lianer's charm was clearly not something he could resist. The corner of Ling Xie's mouth hooked up into an imperceptible smile, and then he raised his wine glass towards War Shocker once again. After the two clinked a glass of wine across the room, Ling Xie asked, "What does Brother Shocking Sky think about the Xiantian sect's attack on the Devil Abyss Valley?" Being asked by him, Battle Surprise shifted his gaze, which was resting on Lianer, to the Great Hall and cleared his throat to say, "Humph, Demon Abyss Valley is just to blame. It was all because that Bai Kaidai suddenly went crazy. Otherwise, by controlling her, sooner or later she would be able to take Guli down and enjoy her crotch. Now that that is dead, the Battle Sect no longer has a nail of any weight within the Xiantian sect. So how would Battle Surprise worry about the matter of the Devil's Abyss Valley, when his own clan's affairs are still unsettled? Brother Amazing is right. The Devil Abyss Valley is indeed to blame." There was a hint of coldness in Ling Xie's voice, and his gaze looked straight at Battle Surprise, and after he drank another cup of wine, there was more than a little bit of alcoholic haze between his eyes. The Devil Abyss Valley is also too unreliable in doing things, and it's simply a waste of energy for my father to cooperate with them. Hearing him say this, Battle Surprise's eyes suddenly flinched, and he couldn't help but ponder inwardly. No wonder the Devil Abyss Valley dared to take action against the Xiantian sect, so the person behind them is Ling Xie. Now that the destruction of the Devil Abyss Valley is imminent, if the soul-devouring Devil Palace wants to encroach on the Xiantian sect, his family will definitely not be able to eat. When he thought of this, a look of so-and-so appeared on Battle Surprise's face. Then he tentatively asked, "Women are supposed to have long hair and short knowledge, not to mention the fact that the Devil's Abyss Valley is full of women who only play with bugs. So why doesn't Brother Ling find another party to work with?" Ling Xie sniffed and rose from the blood jade throne, a look of deep thought appearing on his feminine face. He walked slowly down the steps, his gait unsteady, and his drink seemed to have thickened a bit more. Hiccups. "Brother Shocking Sky, my Demon Palace and Xiantian sect have an undying hatred. Do you know the hatred of my Demon Palace disciples, Na?" The soul-devouring Demon Palace's feud with the Xian Heavenly Sect was something that everyone in the Xian Demon continent knew about, even though no one knew what exactly they were hostile to each other for. It didn't stop the Battle Sect and the Demon Palace from joining forces and appropriating the Xian Heavenly Sect. Brother Ling is truly a man of nature, and after so many years have passed, he still doesn't forget to take revenge. There was a hint of respect in Battle Surprise's voice as he got up from his chair and walked over to Ling Xie with a wine glass in his hand and smiled. The two men's glasses clinked lightly in the air with a crisp clink. "I won't hide it from Brother Ling. Guli and Ling, you insulted me too much. After finishing the wine in his cup, Battle Surprise, under the emotion, smashed the wine cup heavily on the ground in front of Ling Xie, splattering the fragments in all directions. His tone filled with anger. Battle Surprise, vow to destroy the Xiantian sect and the Acacia sect. Ling Xie suddenly gripped his arm, and a brilliant light emerged from his eyes as he said through his drunkenness. Surprising brother. Ling Xie, have always treated you as a good friend that I haven't seen for many years, and you and I are so kindred spirits. Why don't we? Battle Surprise was getting more and more excited by what he said, and his hands couldn't help but rest on his shoulders as he laughed out loud. Brother Ling, why don't we become sworn brothers with different surnames? Not seeking to be born on the same day in the same year and month, but seeking to be born on the same day in the same year and month. This is inappropriate. Inappropriate. There was a hint of pushback in Ling Xie's tone as he beckoned Lianer over. Lianer, this honored one seems to be somewhat incapable of drinking. You accompany the war patriarch well on behalf of this honored one. Then he broke away from Battle Surprise's big hand without any trace and took a step back. The smile on his face remained the same, but a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Who the hell wants to be brothers with you and die in the same year, same month, same day? Stupid ass. Surprising brother. You and first rest in my palace. There are words. We say tomorrow. After he left, Lianer's hand naturally rested on Battle Surprise's arm. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the wine that Ling Xie had invited him to drink seemed to be really quite strong, and he felt a hint of fire in his belly. Chapter 66, Retreat. Something's wrong in the Valley of the Devil's Abyss. Kill them all. Avenge the masters and brothers and kill these vicious women. My eyes. Watch out for those black bugs. The entire Devil's Abyss Valley was filled with cries of chaos and killing, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and scorching. The roar of battle and the groans of pain were intertwined, forming a gruesome picture of the battlefield. The figures of cultivators fighting hard could be seen everywhere in the valley, their eyes either burning with the flame of revenge or showing the fear of death. These ones who were conquering within the Devil Abyss Valley were the first batch of cultivators to arrive from the Xiantian sect. They were not ordinary sect disciples, but spies planted within the Xiantian sect by other forces. Yang gave them the catchy name of Infernal Affairs. To fool, well, to inspire the infernal. The sect made a promise to give them generous rewards, such as merit laws, spirit weapons, and so on. Those with outstanding contributions were even promoted to clan elders and enjoyed more benefits and treatment. The clan's promise was like a trumpet on the battlefield, inspiring their fighting spirit. In order to raise their status in the Xiantian sect as soon as possible, and also in order to complete the tasks given by their respective sects as soon as possible, these infernal paths seemed to have become killing machines, and they all scrambled into the Valley of the Devil's Abyss, killing from day to night. They were like tireless beasts, constantly waving their weapons and immersing themselves in killing. Kill, 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 kill. The killing intent rose up to the sky, causing the sky above the Demon Abyss Valley to be vaguely covered with a faint layer of blood aura. Look over there. There's a couple of guys that look like they're going to slip. The one who spoke was Lu Ningxuang, and there was a hint of urgency in her voice. She pointed to the corner in the light screen and tugged hard on Yang's sleeve, yanking him to her. On the battlefield, desertion can be very demoralizing once there are more of them. She received a pop from Yang before she could finish her words, and he said with a bit of a flirtatious tone, "What do you know, little girl, whose hair hasn't even grown yet? I don't grow hair there in the first place. Yuck, yuck, yuck." Lu Ningxuang blushed at the remark and stomped her foot in hatred and shame. Looking at her embarrassed look, the corner of Yang's mouth curled up into a smile, his gaze turning to the light screen with a straight face. The wars between clans were far more tragic and sorrowful than the wars in mortal kingdoms. The nature of a war between clans is very different from a war in a mortal kingdom. The difference between them is not only in the scale and means of fighting, but also in the ends and consequences of war. With Yang's attentive teaching, Lu Ningxuang, who was still a few months away from turning 20, couldn't help but nod her head. Mortal battles revolve around territory, resources or power. The fighting is relatively direct and brutal, and the results are often confined to the mundane turnover of the world. However, the battle of the clans involved the power of the cultivators. Cultivators wield transcendent power, capable of calling the wind and rain and moving mountains. Their battle wasn't just a physical clash, it was also a duel between Yuan Ying, Yuan Shun, spells and magic treasures. The death of a large number of cultivators in a short period of time could even trigger a change in heaven and earth, inviting bad luck. However, regardless of whether it was a battle of clans or a battle of mortals, the end of defectors was the same. They can't escape being obliterated. Girl, watch this. Guli saw that Yang had taught him almost enough, and with a light wave of her jade hand, the 5 elements returning sword came out of its sheath. Her lips parted and she spat out the word go. In an instant, the immortal sword was like a meteor cutting through the sky, appearing in front of several infernal paths who had skipped out. The sword light flashed, and the vertical and horizontal sword chi mercilessly harvested their lives. Clang! With a crisp sword chirp, the 5 elements returning sword transformed into a stream of light, returning at an astonishing speed and falling steadily into the scabbard. Master Ancestor, this move of the Imperial sword art is too powerful. Can I learn it? Lu Ningxuan fluttered her big eyes with a hopeful glint in her eyes. After all, when she was in the soul-devouring demon palace, all she had learned were killing techniques and the will to fight. Never systematically learned feats, arts, and so on. Moreover, since she was a child, she had always aspired to become a sword cultivator, harnessing flying swords to soar freely in the sky. By chance, she was able to become the disciple grandson of the continent's renowned sword cultivator, Immortal Xian Gui, and she naturally would not let go of any opportunity to learn the sword. Cultivate the Tai-yin sword technique well. Greed chews more than it can chew. Guli spoke at length, but saw that Lu Ningxuan seemed a bit disappointed. Then her pretty face put on a smile and threw a jade slip to her. What I cultivate is the 5 elements sword skill, which is not compatible with your physique, but the perception and foundation of the sword is similar. Lu Ningxuan carefully cupped the jade sketch in her hand, and the haze of disappointment was replaced by sudden excitement. It was as if this jade slip was a priceless treasure to her. She couldn't wait to get back on the futon and sit on her knees. The spiritual consciousness was like a wisp of gentle smoke, slowly immersing itself into the jade slip, and began to fully concentrate on comprehending it. With a wave of her hand, Spirit Moon, whose beautiful eyes were half closed, imposed a ban on Lu Ningxuan and placed another sound barrier. Afterward, she gracefully stood up, gently stretching her limbs while her beautiful eyes cast into the distant sky, the corners of her lips curling into a light smile. Li, let's go. It's our turn. Guli tightened the immortal sword in her hand and similarly got up to move her muscles, a smile of confidence similarly blooming on her pretty face. She asked half-jokingly, how do you fight? Is it a single fight or a group fight? One-on-one is one of her against 2 of us, and in a group fight it's 2 of us against 1 of her, so feel free to let her pick. Then, hearing Lingyu say that, the corners of Yang Yang's and Guli's mouths twitched a few times in unison. After the 2 women left the spirit boat, Yang returned his gaze to the demon abyss valley. The battle had been more grueling than imaginable. The entire Devil Abyss Valley seemed to have become a huge furnace, devouring the light of every living being. The infernal paths suffered from the tenacious resistance of the cultivators of the Devil's Abyss Valley. Though the battle continued, they were not far from total annihilation. In the Devil's Abyss Valley, corpses were everywhere, blood flowed into rivers, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and scorched earth. There were corpses strewn about, some wounded by sword chi, some struck by spells, and more than a few were human bones gnawed away by the parasites. As the number of deaths climbed higher and higher, a faint and indistinguishable heartbeat sounded in the valley of the Devil's Abyss. Knock, knock, knock knock. Although the sound of the heartbeat was not loud, but such a strong and powerful rhythm. In the Xian sect all the cultivators heart-tip over a layer of shadow. Judging from the haunting sound, the depths of the Demon Abyss Valley seemed to be hiding something terrifying. Yang frowned with a white brow and sent separate messages to Qin Chuan and Chen Kai. Yang, take your men and retreat first. Something's not right in Devil's Abyss Valley. Chapter 67, this battle is for the sake of defending the way of the devil. A chilling aura was spreading in the depths of the Devil Abyss Valley. The sight of corpses and rivers of blood was horrifying enough, but in addition to the pungent smell of blood and scorched earth, the air was mixed with an unspeakable stench. It's the smell of death and decay. Knock, knock, knock. As the heartbeat like a war drum became more and more surging, a spirit boat rose from the depths of the Devil's Abyss Valley, and its light looked especially eerie in the blood-colored sky. More than a dozen figures on the boat loomed in the color of blood. Despite their delicate and shapely bodies, their pretty faces were covered with a bizarre kind of compulsion. Xian Tian sect. I want you all to die a horrible death. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The old crone's voice was like a curse coming from the depths of the 9 specters, every word filled with bone-deep hatred and endless resentment. The laughter that echoed in the Demon Abyss Valley was laced with extreme anger and madness. On the other side of the spirit boat, Yang's pupils abruptly shrunk and he couldn't help but exclaim, Aminos, what the hell is the Devil's Abyss Valley? So much for Resident Evil. And this ING alien? While he was shocked, the parasites mercilessly tore apart the red lips of these female cultivators and fought their way in. After a few breaths, the pretty faces of the female cultivators became extremely distorted. Their agonized expressions were like torn canvases, so twisted that they could not bear to look at them. Their eyes glittered with despair and fear, as if they were silently crying out for help, but the relentless parasites devoured the last of their sanity. As the parasites invaded, the female cultivator's bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Strange patterns emerged on his skin, as if he was creating some kind of irreversible connection with those parasites. Ah, Valley Master, disciple can't stand it. A female cultivator hunched over and let out a trembling voice. 10 fingers kept scratching at the high belly, as if trying to break free from some unbearable torment from within. The skin of the taut abdomen was almost transparent, and you could see something writhing underneath, as if life was stirring in it. She kept repeating her pleas for help, and all she got in return was a cold, unfeeling gaze from the old crone. The Devil's Abyss Valley has raised you for many years. Now it's your turn to dedicate yourselves to the Devil's Abyss Valley. Before the words fell, a pair of sharp claws covered in slime cut open the female cultivator's stomach, followed by a creepy creature breaking free from her body. It seemed like a legendary extraterrestrial heavenly devil, with an abnormally huge head, full of sharp teeth and tentacles, and eyes like burning coals, emitting an eerie green light. K-I-R, K-I-R, K-I-R. These strange sounds seemed to be their language, and after the dozen or so monsters exchanged a few words, they leapt down from the spirit boat. They make no distinction between friend and foe, and they kill mercilessly all living things. The monsters' sharp claws and teeth became scythes for reaping life. Their attacks were unorganized, but full of wildness and cruelty, and they seemed to take pleasure in killing and feed on blood. On the battlefield, screams and hisses rose and fell, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the scene was like an inferno. Ha ha, ha ha ha, enjoy the compulsion from the abyss. A maniacal laughter emanated from the crone's mouth, like the death knell of doom constantly echoing in the valley. She then rode the spirit boat and disappeared into the mists of the depths of the Demon Abyss Valley. In the meantime, Yang's white eyebrows twisted together. The bottom-level cultivators were barely a match for these monsters. They couldn't even break their defenses and could only fall into the mouth of these monsters as blood food. As the monsters devoured blood and flesh at a faster rate, their strength seemed to be quietly growing rapidly. The situation then became more critical, and the Yuaning stage cultivators began to suffer casualties under the monsters' assault. In order to avoid demoralization, in the heat of the moment, Yang made a decision instead of Guli. Yang, by order of the eldest elder, formed the Tianyuan Four-Square Formation to eliminate the Devil's Abyss Valley. As the order spread throughout the Xiantian sect, the cultivators moved quickly, and the surroundings of the Devil Abyss Valley lit up with a brilliant light. The Tianyuan Quadrilateral Formation was a battle formation inherited from ancient times by the Xiantian sect, requiring 4 cultivators with cultivation levels above the Mahayana stage to guard each of the 4 directions. Using the power of heaven and earth as a guide, a powerful energy boundary was formed. The Grand Formation was able to greatly suppress the opponent's strength and enhance the attack power of the cultivators within the formation. Each of the 4 Mahayana cultivators stood at the key position of the formation, and began to form complex sealing techniques in their hands, reciting words under their breath and summoning the power of heaven and earth. As they cast the spell, the pattern of the formation gradually appeared on the ground, emitting a dazzling light that enveloped the entire Devil Abyss Valley in a mysterious curtain of light. Not, with the 4 Mahayana cultivators shouting in unison, the Tianyuan Quadrilateral Formation was completely activated. A powerful energy fluctuation spread out from the center of the formation, shaking the entire Devil Abyss Valley. The unstoppable monsters became sluggish in their actions and their attack power was drastically reduced under the influence of the Tianyuan Quadrilateral Formation. The Infernalists shook off their fear and fought with the reinforcements. As time went on, the monsters began to fall one after another, the foul-smelling green blood corroding the earth into pits. Right at this moment, the heartbeat like a war drum resounded once again from the depths of the Demon Abyss Valley. This time, the monsters that appeared became more and more numerous and stronger. Although the Tianyuan Four-Square Formation could keep the peace for a while, a layer of uncertainty always hung over Yang's heart regarding the final direction of the battle. Yang stood on top of the spirit boat, his gaze piercing through the faint blood aura and gazing into the depths of the Demon Abyss Valley. Senior and Ling Yu had gone to find Leng Dai for a one-on-one fight, and Shen Qinfeng was recuperating from his injuries within the sect, so the only one who could control the whole situation at the moment was himself. Must destroy the Devil's Abyss Valley in the shortest possible time, or else, the night is long. With this in mind, Yang took a deep breath and mobilized his entire body's aura, spreading his voice throughout the battlefield. Heaven and earth are in order. The Devil Abyss Valley uses the bodies of cultivators to refine parasites. The cruelty of the act and the wickedness of the means have reached the extreme. Such behavior is contrary to the laws of heaven. The gods and men are outraged, and heaven will not tolerate it. Gentlemen, this battle is only to get rid of the demons. Yang's words ignited the fighting spirit in the hearts of the Xiantian sect's cultivators like a blazing fire. The power of the heavenly Yuan Four-Square Formation was pushed to the extreme, and the light of the entire formation became even more dazzling. 4 pillars of light rushing into the sky split the sky above the Devil Abyss Valley into 4 bright areas. The might of the formation was fully energized, and every inch of space was filled with raging aura fluctuations. Kill! Kill! With the shouts at the 4 formation eyes, the cultivators in the formation shouted in unison. All sorts of spells and spirit weapons poured towards the monsters and the cultivators of the Devil Abyss Valley like a rainstorm. Chapter 68, Go ahead. What's your offer? Deep within the mists of the Devil Abyss Valley, there was an ancient teleportation array hidden. At this moment, this teleportation array was emitting an eerie glow. In the center of the transmission array, a figure that was both evil and demonic loomed, as if it was a ghost coming out of the abyss. He raised his foot contemptuously and crushed an approaching parasite into powder. The distinctive odor emanating from the crushed parasites immediately filled the air. He seemed to be very disgusted by the strange fishy sweetness, and pinched his nose with a disgusted look on his face as he muttered to himself, "All the nasty bugs." He quickly closed his breath, then closed his eyes and spread his spiritual sense around like water waves. A few breaths later, a smug smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Found you. With a subtle ripple in space, the man's figure disappeared from the teleportation array as if he had never appeared. After a few moments had passed, the man's figure reappeared in front of a cave that emitted a rotting aura. The entrance to the cave was covered with vines and signs of age, making it look eerie and ancient. His gaze seemed to penetrate the darkness of the cave entrance and eventually landed on the old crone inside the cave. Elder Nan. The man's voice was like a cloud-piercing arrow that shot deep into the cave. At this moment, the old woman was sitting cross-legged in the cave. In front of her, a huge parasite was quietly lying on its back, with disgusting mucus continuously oozing out from its surface, and it landed on the ground, making a slight ticking sound. Around them, there was a spread of insect eggs that gave off a rotten odor and a female cultivator who had passed out. It looked eerie in the dim light. Click, click, click. Several hand-sized parasites broke out of those eggs that emitted a rotten odor. In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the cave became even more eerie. If Yang was there, he would be absolutely amazed, because these parasites that had broken out of their shells were the larvae of those monsters from earlier. Their tentacles waved in the air, and their mouthparts emitted a gibbering sound, as if they were searching for fresh flesh and blood. The old woman's gaze was cold as she pointed at the unconscious female cultivators on the ground. Go ahead and enjoy. The old crone's voice did not carry a trace of emotion, and she seemed to be making a cruel deal, using the lives of these female cultivators to feed her parasites. The parasites seemed to understand the crone's words. Their eyes instantly lit up with greed as they quickly crawled towards the unconscious female cultivators and hugged on their pretty faces. Minami-senpai, Minami-senpai. When the man's call reached here, the crone first frowned, and then a smile appeared on her wrinkled face. Since you're here, why don't you come in and have a seat? Shortly after the words fell, there was one more person at the crone's side. Elder Nan. Ling Xia arched his hand towards the old crone as a greeting. The old woman gazed at him, her eyes transmitting an aura as if she wanted to see through him. Just you? Ling Xia nodded. Humph. The old crone snorted coldly and looked away, pointing at the eggs on the ground as she continued. What I regret the most is that I agreed to let that girl Long Yen date you in the first place. Seeing her bring up those dusty past events again, Ling Xia couldn't help but interrupt her with a wave of his hand. I am true to Yenner. Bah! The old woman spat unmercifully, her tone a few degrees colder. If that girl is still alive, it's okay for you to lie to her, but if you want to lie to my old body, I'm afraid. Enough! Ling Xia's voice raised a few points as he interrupted the crone once more, the boredom in his eyes overflowing. Old woman, you don't know what is good and bad. This respect you Nanfeng is the Demon Abyss Valley Master, only to honor you with a senior. Before the words left his mouth, Ling Xia stomped his foot violently on the ground. Powerful demonic chi scattered out in all directions from beneath his feet, instantly sweeping through the entire cave. Those newly hatched parasites were defenseless in front of this force, and were instantly shattered into pieces. If you are rude to this honored one more time, this honored one doesn't mind killing you. Ling Xia's voice revealed a murderous intent, and his eyes became as cold as ice. Clearly having lost his patience, Nanfeng's face changed slightly. She obviously hadn't anticipated that Ling Xia would suddenly lash out, much less that his cultivation would be able to cultivate to such a state in these few hundred years. Tension spread out from the confrontation between the two, even scaring the female parasites in the cave into shivering. After a long time, Ling Xia was the first to open his mouth. The Devil Abyss Valley is unable to stop the Xin Tian sect. As he spoke, he crossed over to Nanfeng and took a few steps closer to the huge female parasite, his eyes gazing at it with a hint of greed. Take the Abyssal Compass Queen and follow me back to the Demon Palace, and I can guarantee that you won't die. Seeing that Nanfeng was unmoved, Ling Evil repeated what he had just said, and this time, there was a hint of threat in his voice. Nan Feng's face changed slightly as he coldly responded. If the old body is afraid to die. However, the coldness in Ling Xie's eyes as he stared back blocked the latter half of Nan Feng's sentence. In the next breath, his body suddenly moved, so fast that it was hard to catch. Nan Feng's reaction was equally swift as her body quickly retreated while her hands formed seals in preparation for a counterattack. However, Ling Xie's attack was so swift that she only had time to lay down a layer of defense. Bang! Ling Xie slapped his palm hard and shattered the defense that Nan Feng had formed. Her body was then sent flying, hitting the wall of the cave hard. Ling Xie didn't give her any chance to catch her breath as his figure flickered once again, instantly appearing in front of Nan Feng. One grabbed her by the neck and lifted her off the ground. This honored one said that this honored one doesn't mind killing you. Nan Feng's face was pale and her breath was almost snuffed out, but there wasn't the slightest bit of fear in her eyes. Cough, cough. What do you want most that you think you can hide from me? Ha, 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 ha. Come on, kill old me if you can. I'd like to see who else can control the Abyssal Compass Queen after my death. Ling Xie frowned slightly and let go of Nan Feng's neck. He had taken the risk of coming to the Demon Abyss Valley, and his main purpose was the Abyssal Compass Queen. The Compass Queen that shouldn't have appeared in the Xian Demon continent. In his grand blueprint, the Abyssal Compulsion Queen was a key part of his plan. Not only would it provide him with endless battle power, it would also give him an advantage in the struggle between the Xian Tian sect and the soul-devouring Demon Palace. Earlier in the year, the reason why he had taken a fancy to Lang Yan was because she was Nan Feng's most favored disciple. Getting Lang Yan would be the same as getting the method to control the Abyssal Compass Queen, and one could even take this opportunity to control the power of the entire Devil Abyss Valley. Unfortunately, Lang Yan is dead. However, the conceited Ling Xie would never allow his plan to slip up because of Lang Yan's death. Thus, he came to the Devil Abyss Valley, wanting to take away Nan Feng and the Abyssal Compass Queen. Say, what's your offer? Things had come to a head. Ling Xie could only compromise, but his tone remained condescending, without a hint of negotiation. Nan Feng's gaze pierced through Ling Xie's arrogance, and she didn't care about his tone. After all, she was also taking a risk just now. She didn't want to die, and even more so, she didn't want the Demon Abyss Valley, which had been passed down for thousands of years, to perish. Therefore, she used her own death to threaten Ling Xie in an attempt to get him to compromise. Fortunately, Southwind succeeded. Save Lang Dai, and I'll bring the compassionate Empress with you back to the soul-devouring Demon Palace. Chapter 69. What are you talking about? This kind of shameful thing? Ling Xie cupped his chin, his deep eyes flickering with contemplation. A few breaths later, his eyes suddenly became ruthless, like a demonic sword in purgatory, piercing straight into Nan Feng's heart. This honored party said, that I don't mind killing you. Nan Feng's heart snapped. Ling Xie's killing intent made her feel a suffocating sense of oppression. She tried to remain calm, but fine beads of sweat were already seeping from her forehead. Then, after Ling Xie glanced at the Abyssal Compass, his words changed. This father can agree to your conditions, but he will also only save Lang Dai alone. Even though Ling Xie's words were full of threats, his promise to save Lang Dai was enough for Nan Feng. A trace of gratitude flashed in Nan Feng's eyes, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, Many thanks, Demon Father. I will take the compassionate Empress to the teleportation array. Now. Ling Xie nodded slightly, and after glancing at Nan Feng one more time with his cold eyes, he slowly disappeared from the cave. Nan Feng didn't dare to say more. She turned to gaze at the Abyssal Compassionate Queen, and for a while, her thoughts drifted. The Devil's Abyss Valley had today's calamity, all because of this extraterrestrial Compass Queen and her greed. Many years ago, Nan Feng was still a young girl who was incomparably obsessed with parasites, and her eyes were only filled with parasites of different and mysterious forms. In her world, compulsion is art, power, and an essential part of her quest to reach the top. In order to study more powerful parasites, she followed the jade slip left behind by her master to guide her to a deep cave. Using her own lifespan as a sacrifice, she passed through an ancient domain gate and arrived in a strange space. In the center of the space, there was a huge parasite lying. Its body was covered in wounds and its breath was weak, but the powerful vitality shocked Nan Feng. Since then, the Abyssal Compass Queen recognized Nan Feng, and it slowly recovered from its injuries under her nourishment, while she was the one who researched many new compulsion poisons through it. For example, the soulless compulsion was researched and evolved by Nan Feng through the characteristics of the Compulsion Queen. As she got to know the Abyssal Compulsion Queen better and better, Nan Feng's ambition grew, and she dreamed of using the power of the compulsion to dominate Kanglan Prefecture, and even the entire Xian Demon continent. Thus, she hit on her two disciples, making Long Yan and Lang Dai fall in love with Ling Xie and Battle Surprise respectively. It was hoped that by way of a marriage of alliance, Asylum would be exchanged for the Devil's Abyss Valley. Nan Feng, on the other hand, continue to study the Abyssal Compulsion Queen in the shadows, and after she had thoroughly mastered its abilities, she would dominate the world. However, she didn't expect Ling Xie to turn around and use Long Yan and the Devil's Abyss Valley to deal with the Xin Tian sect, causing her plans to fall apart. The hatred in Nan Feng's heart was so great that he wanted to kill him, but after personally learning about Ling Xie's strength, a new plan sprouted in her mind. Xin Tian sect, soul-devouring demon palace. Sooner or later, my old self will let you know who is the real winner. On the teleportation array, Nan Feng's wrinkled face was filled with resentment and madness, and the bizarre aura emanating from her even made the compassionate Empress shudder. After about an incense stick of work, Ling Xie returned to the teleportation array carrying the bruised Lang Dai. Go! As soon as the words fell, the teleportation array flickered with a dim light under Ling Xie's operation. Where to go? Guli droned out and threw the 5 elements returning sword with great vigor. The immortal sword cutting through the sky and pointing directly at Nan Feng and Ling Xie on the teleportation array. Spirit Moon wasn't willing to show weakness as well, as she made seals with both hands and summoned a spiritual light in an attempt to block the activation of the teleportation array. The two of them joined forces like a heavenly net, vowing to trap Nan Feng and Ling Xie here. However, Ling Xie's movements were even faster, and the light of the teleportation array quickly converged under their feet as space began to distort. Although Guli and Ling Yu's attacks were swift, they were ultimately a step too late and could only watch their figures disappear in the teleportation array. However, Guli's 5 elements returning sword did not fall short as it chopped into the body of the Abyssal Compass Queen the moment the teleportation array was activated. That sword contained the extreme power of the 5 elements, and even an existence like the Abyssal Compassionate Empress would find it difficult to withstand it. The sword light penetrated the hard shell of the Compass Queen, leaving a deep wound that caused it to hiss in pain. Ling Xie. Guli's beautiful eyes glared roundly. Her pretty face contained anger, and the 5 elements returning sword in her hand emitted a deafening sword sound as she swung it vigorously. She and Ling Yu teamed up and were about to kill Lang Dai when they were about to kill him, but they were saved by Ling Xie, who came out halfway. Guli, who had no outlet for his emotions, poured all the anger in his heart into the teleportation array base. In an instant, the cornerstone of the teleportation formation began to crumble under the fierce attack of the 5 elements returning sword. Stone chips splattered everywhere, and the light of the formation became disorganized. When Guli finished venting, Ling Yu tugged on her sleeve and said softly, Ali, have you noticed that Ling Xie didn't use his full strength just now? Guli raised her willow eyebrows and immediately responded. No way. A few months ago, Ling Evil fought me in his Yuanshan body. At this point, Guli stopped. Her beautiful eyes turned to Ling Yu. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then she continued. It's impossible for his cultivation to rise that fast. When Ling Yu heard her say that, she first skimmed her mouth, then her jade hand wrapped around her small waist and laughed at herself. What's impossible? Look at me. Steadily crossing the 5th layer of the tribulation, and I've already touched the edge of the 6th layer. You, talk about you, and you're still not on a duel. Guli wanted to retort, but the words stopped at his mouth. When he thought of Ling Yu's cultivation soaring, Guli's heart was a bit unsettled. A trace of imperceptible jealousy and suspicion flashed in her eyes. Then she lightly bit her lower lip and pondered in her mind. If Ling Yu's cultivation enhancement is related to her dual cultivation with Yang, then, could Yu Wei be as well? Thoughts twisted like vines in her mind, and the more she thought about them, the more likely they became. No wonder Yu Wei is so infatuated with Yang Wei. No wonder Yu Wei's cultivation can surpass mine after only 1,000 years of cultivation. Yang's pseudo-spiritual root must just be his appearance. In fact, he's rare, a physique that can help female cultivators raise their cultivation without bottlenecks. At this moment, in the face of the special physique that Yang might possess, Guli couldn't help but be shaken. If I double cultivate with Yang, will I also be able to obtain a breakthrough in my cultivation? The thought flashed through her, making her feel a twinge of shame, but also a twinge of heart. Guli took a deep breath and tried to suppress the distracting thoughts in her mind, but her pretty face still couldn't help but rise with 2 blushes. At this time, when Ling Yu saw that Guli didn't say anything for half a day, and her face even blushed, her beautiful eyes turned, revealing a wry look. I say, Ali Na, why don't I find you a chance and you try it too? Guli sniffed and immediately rewarded her with a blank stare, then twisted her arm and pouted. What are you talking about? This kind of shameful thing. Me, I am his master. Ling Yu giggled. The jade hand wrapped around Guli's waist grasped upwards and flirted. I'm still his senior uncle. If you, then Huan can be mine. Roll on. Guli didn't respond in a good mood. The blush on her face increased, but she couldn't hide the hint of shaking in her eyes. Chapter 70, if you're not going to do it, you're going to see blood. The news that the Xian Heavenly Sect had poured all their efforts into destroying the Devil Abyss Valley in one fell swoop shook the entire Xian demon continent. For a time, all the forces that had friction with the Xian Tian sect were in an extreme panic. The winds and the trees were all over the place, fearing that they would become the next target of the Xian Tian sect, especially in the Kanglan prefecture where the Xian Tian sect was located. Forces of all sizes had come to pay homage, scrambling to show their submission in order to seek the Xian Tian sect's shelter and tolerance. Guli had always disliked dealing with these mundane matters, so with a gentle flick of her jade hand, she handed all these mundane matters over to Yang to take care of. As a result, the originally treacherous and rugged mountain path of Daoxian Peak was actually trampled by a steady stream of visiting cultivators, using their feet to create a wide avenue that led straight to the peak. There's no need to be polite. Family Master Qin, Ningxuang will see you off here. Please forgive me. Lu Ningxuang, who was wearing a plain dress, gave a slight blessing and gave the Chun family master a professional smile. She then shouted towards the outside of the small courtyard, where a long line of people were lined up. Next, before her words fell, there was a sudden commotion from the back of the group. What's the squeeze? Ouch! I'm in trouble. You're in a hurry to go to your grave. Believe it or not, I'll cut you. Nima, I don't care what pavilion you're from. Even if it's the Duo Treasure Pavilion that's here, you'll have to line up. Because of the endless stream of forces that had come to visit for a while, the fence of the small courtyard had been repaired a dozen times before and after. That's how Jan made a rule. Line up. However, there are always those who like to go off the beaten path, believing themselves to be a so-and-so family, a so-and-so clan, or a so-and-so palace, and wanting to be above the rules. Lu Ningxuang frowned lightly, her gaze passing through the winding line and casting it toward the back end of the line. At this moment, the crowd is surrounding 30 or so people, and a dozen or so bejeweled treasure chests. Where the clamor? Can't you guys afford to use storage bags or what? Carrying all these boxes? Showing off? A cultivator wrapped in a mink coat taunted. In the following multi-treasure pavilion, Songyu City shopkeeper, Mo Busan. Before Mo Busan could finish introducing himself, his words were interrupted by another person's loud laughter. As he shouted this, more teasing voices rang out from the surrounding crowd. You say your doppelganger is doppelganger? Bah! If I were an elder of the Xian Heavenly Sect, I would have driven the multi-precious pavilion out of Xionlan Prefecture long ago. TSK, 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 I can't imagine that the multi-treasure pavilion still has the face to come to Daoxian Peak. I'm afraid that it's not a weasel paying homage to a chicken. The farce that was staged at the gates of Songyu City a few months ago is still lingering, even though Mo Busan had spent a great deal of effort to buy off City Lord Fei Qing, hoping that he would say something good about himself in front of immortal Guli of Xian Gue. However, Doppelganger's kind of overt acquisition and covert robbery has left its goodwill in tatters. During this period of time, the business of Songyu City's multi-treasure pavilion was becoming more and more sluggish. The end of the year is approaching. If there is no improvement, next year in the spring and summer, Mo Busan back to the central state to report his duties. I am afraid that his position as a shopkeeper will not be guaranteed. Thus, his visit to Daoxian Peak today was not just as simple as a visit. Even though Mo Busan knew that Yang had set the rules for the queue, the line was too long. At the current rate of progress, he would have to wait at least a day and a night if he wanted to see Yang. Daoxian Peak is not like Songyu City. The wind and snow here are fierce, even if Mo Busan has Yuaning stage cultivation, but he has always been pampered, which can withstand such suffering. What's more, the multi-treasure pavilion believed in the supremacy of spirit stones, and as long as the spirit stones were smashed more, there was nothing that couldn't be accomplished. So, starting from the foot of the mountain, he bought his way through countless people and finally squeezed his way to the halfway point of the mountain. However, there were always those people who couldn't be squared away by smashing spirit stones. When Mo Busan wanted to continue smashing spirit stones, he was taunted by people who were not used to his style. At this moment, Mo Busan's face is blue. Even if he is usually more articulate and skillful, he can't defeat the mouth of the yo-yo. You guys stepped on a ing beep beep beep. You beep 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 beep. One of Mo Busan's men wasn't as good-tempered as he was, and anger washed over his sanity. Mouthlessly, he greeted all the female members of these cultivators' families viciously. Boom! The crowd exploded. Multi-treasure pavilion, right? I think you guys are tired of living. Aminos, a mere Yuaning stage. How dare you speak out of turn? Don't you pull me. Today even if the ice spirit fairy comes, I'll still tenderize Tramp's death. When he was about to stage an all-out war, a spirit sword with a cold aura that was 3 times more bitter than the ice and snow on Daoxian Peak flew to him. What's all the noise about? Lu Ningxuan knitted her eyebrows, her tone cold, displeasure written above her pretty face. Her appearance seemed as if even the air around her froze. and all eyes were involuntarily drawn to her. Long hair like a waterfall danced with the wind, and her skin was frosty and snowy, although the beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light, but between the red lips pursed lightly, but also through a different kind of charming. The white leather cloak was wrapped beyond the white plain dress, and vaguely, her 1G of absolute grace was even more mouth-watering. The cultivators present all lost their minds in front of Lu Ningxuang's beauty and temperament. Young Sheng has met Fairy Ice Spirit. A man with the appearance of a jade-faced scholar was the first to return to his senses and opened his mouth head first. Immediately afterward, the surrounding cultivators also came back to their senses, scrambling to pay homage to Lu Ningxuang on the spirit sword. Lu Ningxuang gently leaped, her jade feet pointing to the ground, and then with a move of her jade hand, the spirit sword splitting ice silently returned to its scabbard. Who is provoking this? Lu Ningxuang recently had to continue to participate in the clan competition, and in her free time she also had to receive and send guests for Yang. Tired. Naturally her tone was not as gentle as usual. Her cool voice pierced through the surrounding clamor, instantly making the surroundings pin-sharp. After a few breaths, people around them spoke up. Fairy, it's the people from the Duo Treasure Pavilion who are looking for trouble. Don't stop me. Fairy Ice Spirit, I'm going to tender them to death today. You two-timer. You're drooling all over me. A cultivator whose mouth watered at the sight of Lu Ningxuang was violently beaten up. Lu Ningxuang saw them yelling again and even starting a fight. Her eyebrows furrowed once more, and an expression of anger surfaced on her pretty face. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Yang's voice drifted in from the small courtyard in the distance. Who's next? Please come into the small courtyard. There was a slight pause in the voice, followed by another. Frost, banish those troublemakers from the mountain and make them line up again. If you are stubborn. Old man, this Daoxian peak is not unable to see blood. When Yang set the tone for things, Lu Ningxuang had a bottom line, only to see her turn her head to gaze at Mo Bison, her tone tinged with displeasure. Senior Mo, please. When Mo-bu-san heard this, a trace of undetectable hatred flashed in his gaze, but it was quickly and skillfully hidden by him. He first slashed his palm on the henchman who had just greeted the person's female family member, nullifying his cultivation. He then bowed down respectfully in the direction of the small courtyard at the top of the hill and said with an apologetic tone, Elder Yang, forgive me. Mo-bu-san is not disciplining properly, so I'll re-cue here. It was so hard to smash a lot of spirit stones to reach the halfway point of the mountain, and now it was going to be all over again. Mo-bu-san's heart couldn't mention how angry he was, but he didn't dare to show the slightest on his face. He commanded his men, shouldered the heavy crates, and walked resentfully down the mountain path, each step seeming extraordinarily heavy. Every now and then he turned back and looked up at the top of the mountain with eyes full of spite, as if he wanted to carve that peak into his hatred. Little man is just a small man, waste is waste after all. You insult me like this today, then don't blame me. Mo-bu-san cursed in his heart as a hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. Afterwards, he condensed his spiritual sense on top of the summoning jade wall. Mo-bu-san, Xian Tian sect, Xianin body, the news is true. A vicious smile hung at the corner of his mouth. The news that the Xian heavenly sect had a Xianin body was bound to cause an uproar. Chapter 71 Qingcheng, this girl is 18 this year, right? After Duo Bao Ge's Mo-bu-san slipped down the mountain in ashes, the line on the mountain road of Daoxian Peak resumed its usual orderliness. When the sun was thinning, four silhouettes talked and laughed and appeared in front of the gate of the small courtyard on the peak. Ha ha, a promise is a promise. Yang's wrinkled old face was piled with smiles as he personally escorted an old man and a young man out of the small courtyard. Yang Xiandi is too polite. Stay, quickly stay. This month big brother, after a while little brother got free, led this unintelligent girl, door to door to make amends to you. Yang's tone carried a few apologies, then glared at Lu Ningxuang beside her, and continued with a tone of reproach. Frost child, why don't you quickly apologize to Master Moon? Your Master Moon is a close friend and relative of my master. It's windy and snowy. How can you keep a line of close friends and relatives of my master? It doesn't matter if it's freezing to the Moon Master uncle, if it's freezing to the Qingqing girl. MMP. Lu Ningxuang lowered this head. The corners of her mouth pumped back and forth a few times, and in her heart, she cursed Yang to death. Look at you. You're talking like a human being, aren't you? Seeing the color and forgetting the disciple. Shame on you. Despite the MMP in her heart, Lu Ningxuang wasn't someone who couldn't move to shake her face. After spending most of the year together, she still had a certain understanding of Yang's person. Yang is the kind of person who repays the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water, and behind his moves, he has his own considerations and principles. With this in mind, Lu Ningxuang hung her head, gently folded her hands in front of her body, and performed a standard disciple salute towards Yuya, saying with a trace of imperceptible aggression in her voice, Ningxuang knows that she is wrong. Please punish Senior Moon. A warm smile appeared on Yu Wuya's face as he waved his hand, his tone carrying the tolerance and love of an elder. That's out of line. Get up, get up. As he spoke, he gave a wink to Yu Qingcheng beside him, as if to say, quickly help her up. Yu Qingcheng nodded slightly and took a few steps forward, holding Lu Ningxuang's arm with both hands and gently helping her up. Sister Frost, get up. My grandpa won't be angry with you. Yu Qingcheng's voice was as clear as a silver bell, and as she spoke, she pouted the cherry mouth and made a playful face at Yang, a look that was both adorable and a little bit naughty. Ha ha, Qingcheng, this little girl, in the blink of an eye are 18 right. There is a favorite male cultivator did not. Next time to bring to the old man to see. Yang seemed to be in a good mood, stroking his white beard and teasing her with a bit of cunning in his eyes. Slightly, it's up to you. Yu Qingcheng spat out her tongue and made a face, with the shyness of a young girl and the loneliness of a proud daughter of heaven in her expression. How to talk to your grandpa Yang? No big no small. Yu Wuya shook his head in mock seriousness, but the favor in his eyes couldn't fool anyone. Qingcheng is still a child. What does she know? Old me rather think she is quite good like this. Energetic. A smile spread across Yang's face as he spoke while winking at Yu Qingcheng. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to be dancing. His expression revealed a mischievousness, as if he had returned to his youthful appearance, and he returned her grimace. Name Moon Qingcheng. Power, Moon Bei. Cultivation level, Foundation Stage Level 1. Charm value, 94. Intimacy, 20. Mystery number, 0. Others, Star Sacred Body, not activated. The reason why Yang was in a happy mood was all because of Yu Qingcheng. Even though he had received gifts from many forces during this period of time, these explicit things belonged to the clan. Even if they could covet some of it, they would still end up handing it over to Master Guli and then distributing it to the entire Xian Tian sect's disciples. However, when Yu Wuya brought Yu Qingcheng to visit, the situation was completely different. When Yu Qingcheng handed over the 2 storage bags, the system ding in Yang's mind for 2 incense sticks of time. Although the gifts sent weren't anything good, after the system's 10,000-fold return, those ordinary objects instantly became valuable. It simply made Yang's mood as if he had ascended to a state of extreme happiness. With a come-hither attitude, Yang carefully selected a treasure from the system space and lightly waved his hand. That treasure was then like a shooting star as it traced a graceful arc and landed in Yu Qingcheng's hands. Girl, this is a trinket for you. Come back and walk around Laofu's Daoxian Peak more often when you have time. And get closer to your sister Frost as well. When Yu Wuya saw that Yang was full of smiles and sent his own juniors a return gift, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that Yang was promising to help Moon Bei solve the crisis at hand. He then arched his hand towards Yang and said with trepidation in his tone, Sage brother, what are you doing? No, never. Before Yu Wuya could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yang with a laugh and said with a smile, Hey, what can or can't be done? The old man and Qingcheng girl pitch. Halfway through speaking, he scowled towards Yu Qingcheng. Girl, is the old man right? Yes, you're right about everything. Yu Qingcheng didn't even raise her head, only focusing on playing with the treasure that Yang Huan had given her. It was a small, crystal clear, 4-square box that seemed to have a slow flow of water in it, looking like a fish tank. What is this thing? Why does it look like a fish tank? Yang stroked his white beard, his eyes half closed, and pretended to be mysterious. When you return to Moon Bei, your grandpa will teach you how to use it. Then, he turned his words around and arched his hand towards Yu Wuya, smiling. Big brother you, little brother will not see you off. Take care of yourself here. What you said, little brother all remembered in his heart. As Yu Wuya and Yu Qingcheng piloted up their spirit boats and gradually disappeared into the wind and snow in the sky, Yang's gaze retracted from the distant spirit boats and landed on the team that was still snaking like a dragon. He sighed softly, then worked his aura, and his voice clearly spread throughout the entire Daoxian Peak. Old me is tired, so let's call it a day. As soon as the words left his mouth, he flung his sleeve robe and turned around to disappear from the sight of the crowd. Immediately afterward, a patter of chatter rang out in the ranks. Does anyone know which power that old man and young man belonged to just now? A cultivator asked curiously. That old man just now is Moon Wuya from Moon Bei in central China. The other cultivator lowered his voice and replied. His Moon Bei even begged on Xian Tian sect at this time. They are not afraid of Gongsun family knowing about it. Well, before he could finish, a man covered his mouth. Shu, keep it down. Don't you want to die? The cultivator who had covered his mouth looked around nervously to make sure he hadn't attracted the attention of bystanders. The cultivator whose mouth was covered revealed a flash of panic, then nodded and broke the large hand covering his mouth. Let's go. Down the mountain. We won't see Elder Yang today anyway. You can leave if you want to, but I'm not leaving or I'll have to stand in line again tomorrow. Naya. Right, whoops. Then I'm not leaving either. The cultivators in the line began to discuss in twos and threes. Some chose to leave, while others decided to stay so that they wouldn't have to queue up again the next day. Meanwhile, inside the house at the top of Daoxian Peak, Lu Ningxuan was pouting her little lips, unhappiness written all over her pretty face. She sat by the window, playing with the spirit sword split ice in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed as if she was thinking about something. Oh yo, what's wrong? Who upset our ice fairy? Yang asked with a grin as she jerked her head. Lu Ningxuan raised her head and looked at Yang, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. She asked with a soft sigh, Master, Moonbei offended the Gongsun family. This is something that we can control? Yang's smile slightly stalled, and a trace of depth flashed in his eyes. Then he said softly, some favors need to be repaid. Some are worth waiting for. He shook his head slightly and slowly walked over to the window, looking over in the direction of Central State. Old me has a premonition that something will definitely happen at the 10,000 Clans Congress in a few years. Chapter 72, Master. My meridians are warm. For a dozen days in a row, Daoxian Peak was still swarming with people, lined up with various forces that had come to visit. The burden on Lu Ningxuan's shoulders was not light. Not only did she have to participate in the Sex Grand Competition, but she also had to assist Yang in receiving the endless stream of forces from all sides, keeping her busy. Luckily, she was more competitive and made it all the way to the final round in the Foundation Establishment Stage competition. With just 2 more wins, Lu Ningxuan would be able to win the Foundation Establishment Stage leader, adding glory to Daoxian Peak and recreating its former glory. However, when Lu Ningxuan sent off the last batch of visitors for the day, under the relaxation of her nerves, she suddenly sat down in a duck and sat down by the heater inside the house. Seeing her frowning eyebrows and pale face, all of her calmness and composure was gone. Yang asked in a concerned tone, Frost, what's wrong? Is the injury you received a few days ago still fresh? Seeing that she covered her belly and didn't say anything, Yang slowly walked over to Lu Ningxuan's side and squatted down to be at eye level with her. Frost, you don't look too good. Are you not feeling well somewhere? Lu Ningxuan raised her head. A hint of vulnerability flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly covered by her strong exterior. She shook her head slightly, attempting a reassuring smile, but realized that she was barely even strong enough to smile. Master, I'm fine. Just a little tired. Her voice was weak and very different from her usual crispness. Yang stretched out his hand and gently placed it on her pulse, probing out an aura and pretending to probe the state of her body. In reality, he had called up Lu Ningxuan's attribute panel in his mind. Name, Lu Ningxuan. Power, Xian Tian Sect. Age, 19. Cultivation level, 9th level of Foundation Stage. Charm value, 95. Intimacy, 70. Mystery number, 0. Other, Xianin Sacred Body. Foot tie in spleen meridian damage. Left tie in kidney meridian damage. Dysmenorrhea day 2. Young half closed her eyes and sighed softly. It seemed that she couldn't squeeze the Tullman's labor too much. With 2 damaged meridians and in the midst of menstrual cramps, she'll have to rest for a few days. Luckily, she didn't have to participate in the clan competition for the next few days, so she might as well take this opportunity to brush up on Lu Ningxuan's intimacy. Lu Ningxuan's gaze was locked onto Yang's face, and when she saw that he sighed softly before falling into deep thought, her heart couldn't help but tighten. Senior, I'm really fine. However, instead of responding to her immediately, Yang gave her a princess hug and carried her off the ground towards the house she was staying in. Lu Ningxuan's heartbeat missed a beat at Yang's sudden movement. She felt her body float lightly as he held her steady, and a sense of security and warmth that she had never felt before surrounded her. Master, Master. There was a hint of surprise in Lu Ningxuan's voice, but more than that, it was shyness, and her pretty face was unconsciously colored with a faint blush. Although the two had had many intimate moments before, it was the first time that Yang had taken such an initiative. Yang kicked open the door to the room and gently placed her on the bed and removed her shoes. You girl, you always like to tough it out and hide everything in your heart. He chided softly, but his tone was full of doting on her. Open your mouth. Well, this Tai Ching Hui Yuan Dan is enough to alleviate the injuries in your meridians, and tomorrow it will be supplemented with some solidifying pills. Yang said in a gentle voice while fetching another warm water bag and gently placing it on Lu Ningxuan's belly. You this menstruation, the old man guessed, and your Xianin body related to. If it is a long-term uterine cold, I am afraid there is something wrong. Yang pondered for a moment, his fingers lightly stroking his beard for a moment, then his eyes lit up with a light. I heard that Lei Wanjun Kid is going to Pill King Valley in a few days, so I asked him to invite divine Dr. Shui back to check your pulse. Tai Ching Hui Yuan Dan, known for its miraculous medicinal effects. When Yang sent the elixir into Lu Ningxuan's mouth, the elixir was like the first snow meeting the warm sun, quickly melting on the tip of her tongue. It turned into a warm, clear stream that flowed slowly down his throat and into his body. As the medicinal power slowly spread through the body, it was as if the warm sun of spring melted the cold ice of winter. Those blockages and painful places in Lu Ningfang's meridians were gradually replaced by warmth. The damaged foot Taiyin spleen meridian and left Taiyin kidney meridian felt like they were being stroked by a gentle hand, and the pain and discomfort slowly subsided. In its place was an unprecedented level of comfort and ease. Feeling the gradual improvement of her injuries while seeing Yang talking to herself there, Lu Ningxuang's beautiful eyes couldn't help but get mesmerized. The Taiching reverting pill is a priceless treasure. The Pill King Valley doesn't even see the ability to refine one in 100 years, and yet he gave it to me without hesitation. He's even planning to invite the divine doctor from the Medicine King Valley back for the sake of my menstruation. Even though it's shy, Master gives me such a warm feeling. Ding! Lu Ningxuan's intimacy +5. Hearing the system's beep, a faintly imperceptible arc emerged upwards from the corner of Yang's mouth. This girl is really short of love. Ah, Frosty, still have the strength to undress? Hearing Yang ask this question, Lu Ningxuang was first stunned, and then a few hints of cunning appeared in her beautiful eyes. She closed her eyes and whispered with a hint of flirtation and delicacy in her voice. Master, Luanjia's meridians are warm and itchy, and I can't exert any strength at all. Yang's original intention was to further express his care and affection, thus bringing Lu Ningxuang's intimacy up a notch. However, when Lu Ningfang responded in that slightly flirtatious and delicate tone, what had been a simple care seemed to have been given another layer of meaning, and for the moment, the atmosphere in the room became subtle, though it's still some time before spring arrives. However, Yang felt that everything had begun to recover, and the prairie was in the season of that again. Dead girl, old man is your master. That master ancestor is still the master ancestor of the master ancestor. Before in the cave of the sect Master Peak, she is still not. Ouch! Lu Ningxuang was only halfway through her sentence when she was tugged by Yang and flipped halfway over, and her big hands snapped twice towards her upturned buttocks. I see that you're not itching in your meridians. You're itching in your ass, and you owe it to me. Lu Ningxuang's cheeks were slightly reddened by the sudden few slaps, but instead of restraining herself, she became bolder and more wanton as if some kind of fire had been ignited in her heart. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she bit her lower lip, her pretty face revealing an unspeakable charm. Since Ling Yu had returned to the Acacia sect, it had been a long time since Yang had practiced dual cultivation. At this moment, when Lu Ningxuang was so provoked, it was as if a blazing fire was burning in her belly. All of a sudden, impulse seemed to overwhelm reason. Yang's hand unconsciously reached for Lu Ningxuang's belt, with a hint of urgency between the gentle movements. As for Lu Ningxuang, sensing Yang's actions, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes, which was then replaced by a complex emotion. Her body stiffened slightly, but she didn't resist, just gazed at Yang quietly. The beautiful eyes seemed to hold 1,000 words, yet in their silence they conveyed her acquiescence. Just as Yang removed Lu Ningxuan's outer clothing and wanted to further remove the inner clothing, Gu Li's voice rang out from outside the door. Cough, cough, Frosty, asleep? Chapter 73. How can you get me if you don't have to be strong? Hearing Gu Li's voice, both Yang and Lu Ningxuang were stunned. Yang's white eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes instantly regained their clarity, stopping the movements of his hands as a touch of embarrassment surfaced on his old face. Lu Ningxuang's eyes, however, flashed with a hint of panic, and she quickly nodded her head, signaling Yang to open the door. At the same time, she grabbed the quilt and hastily covered herself, revealing only a small head. With a creak, Yang opened the door and welcomed Gu Li in. Gu Li made a puzzled sound as soon as she entered. She didn't expect Yang to be in Lu Ningxuang's house and subconsciously asked, "What are you doing here so late?" Yang immediately glared back at her when she saw her eyes gazing at her in an unfriendly manner. Frostchild a few days ago suffered some injuries, some discomfort. What are you pulling me for? While he was talking, Gu Li glanced towards Lu Ningxuang on the bed. Seeing her pretty face through the redness, her eyebrows lightly knit, seems to be enduring unspeakable pain. This look is not like an injured look. Obviously after double cultivation, the afterglow is not yet gone. Gu Li's heart immediately tightened, and he hurriedly pulled Yang to the side. Her gaze swept back and forth between Yang and Lu Ningxuang for a few breaths, her skepticism intensifying. You guys. Gu Li's voice carried a hint of trembling. She almost didn't dare to ask, but in the end, she didn't hold back. She pulled Yang aside and asked in his voice alone, "You guys, just now in the double practice?" When Yang heard this, his otherwise cloudy eyes suddenly glared round, and his heart couldn't help but ripple. Master has been acting strange lately, always mentioning the matter of dual cultivation intentionally or unintentionally. Has spring come early and made her heart swing? If that's true, go ahead, I'd be happy to oblige. Thinking about this, Yang's eyes as she gazed at Guli were quietly replaced by a hidden flash of urgency. Master, do you also want to try? Ouch! Pain! 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 You are gentle. When Guli saw his appearance, a nameless fire welled up in her heart, and she glared at him without any good reason. Then her jade hand twisted on the soft flesh of Yang's waist, despite the fact that in front of outsiders, the two are master and disciple. But in private, Yang, the old boy, is getting more and more fat in his guts. Ever since that uncontrollable kiss, he seemed to think of himself less and less as a master. Instead it's more like, oops. Guli suddenly had a bit of a mess in her heart, and she shook her head to banish these disorganized thoughts from her mind. Next time you talk nonsense, the screwing won't be here anymore. Despite her stern warning, the pout that inadvertently flowed from her tone was keenly captured by Yang. Seeing his ever-changing, urging eyes, he seemed to be brewing up some more odd thoughts. The jade hand Guli twisted around his waist made a strong twist, causing Yang to hiss in pain. She then flicked her sharp gaze downward again. Feeling that sudden chill, Yang immediately clamped his legs tightly and begged for mercy. Don't dare! Don't dare! Guli saw that he had collected a few points due to his fear, and he could not help but feel a bit tasty in his heart. Humph! A guy with a thief's heart but no guts. Why don't you get a little tougher? How can you get a woman like me without getting a little tougher? LOL. A sigh. Guli gently pushed Yang away and walked over to the bed, taking Lu Ningxuan's arm out from under the covers. When she realized that Lu Ningxuan was still fully clothed, her heart naturally believed a few points of Yang's words. Afterward, his fingers gently rested on Lu Ningxuan's pulse, releasing a soft aura to roam around her body. The foot Taiyin spleen meridian is damaged and the left Taiyin kidney meridian is damaged. This Dan force. Under Guli's probing, she sensed an abnormal fluctuation of Dan power, and the pure energy was working hard to repair the damaged meridians. She raised an eyebrow and turned to Yang, a hint of doubt in her tone. Huan, what kind of elixir did you give Frosty? Tai Ching returning pill. Tai Ching returning pill. Why? Is there a problem? Guli withdrew her aura, her willow brows knitted together, her forehead seeming to fall in 3 black lines. Defeat. Too much defeat. A little bit of a small injury surprisingly used the Tai Ching returning Yuan Dan. How precious was the Tai Ching return to Yuan Dan? It could not only quickly recover a cultivator's injuries, but also enhance his cultivation. It was an extremely rare treasure in the cultivation world. Doesn't he know how valuable this elixir is? Guli wanted to count a few words on him, but seeing that Lu Ningxuan was obviously still awake, counting him in front of his juniors would make him lose face, so she let out a long sigh and said nothing more. Master, Frosty is in the midst of her menstruation. Take another look and see if it could be the Xianin body causing her pain. Before Yang could finish his words, he received another blank stare from Guli. So, his mind went MMP. Woman, just wait for me. One day when my cultivation surpasses yours, I will absolutely rub you on the ground. At this time, Lu Ningxuan, who was lying on the bed, had gotten much better under the Dan power. She slowly supported her upper body and said softly, Senior Ancestor, Senior Master, Frosty's injuries are all minor and will heal in a few days. Rather, Master Ancestor has come to seek out Frost Child. Is there something that Frost Child needs to do? Guli sniffed and first glared at Yang as if to say, You stubborn disciple, you don't know better than a child under 20. She then turned to Lu Ningxuan, the expression on her face softening as a hint of approval passed through her eyes. Frosty really knows her stuff. Guli seemed very satisfied with Lu Ningxuan's attitude of being involved in the affairs of the sect. Then, her voice became serious as she slowly revealed the purpose of her trip. After the clan competition, I will assist you in conjugating the Dan, and then I need you to cultivate to the Yuaning stage at the fastest speed possible. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuan didn't ask more questions. Instead, she landed her gaze on Yang. She knew in her heart that there was a price behind all of this, but it was a price that she was willing to pay and was more than willing to go along with. After all, this is something that was settled a long time ago. After looking deeply at Yang, Lu Ningxuan nodded heavily towards Guli, indicating her willingness to accept. However, Yang looked a bit confused as he looked at Guli in disbelief, clearly surprised by this sudden decision. Seeing that Yang seemed to be about to open his mouth to inquire, Guli interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Don't worry, I naturally won't harm Frosty, but, speaking of which, the smile that originally hung on Guli's pretty face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a touch of coldness, and his tone became more serious. Currently, there are rumors going around outside. Rumors that my Xian heavenly sect has a Xianin body. When Yang and Lu Ningxuan heard this news, they simultaneously revealed surprised expressions and said in unison, What? Guli took in their reactions. Then her beautiful eyes lit up with a light. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked upwards as she continued. you guys don't have to be so surprised. Sooner or later, Frost's Xianin body will not be able to be hidden. Saying this, she stood up, exuding an air of disdain. Why don't we take this opportunity to play a big game? Chapter 74, Take Care, Master. I'll go first. In the blink of an eye, it was another few days. The wind and snow seemed to understand the warmth of the human world. Dogan Peak on the snow since yesterday will quietly stop. Taking advantage of the long-awaited warmth of the sun, Yang's eyes were half-closed as he lay back in the rocking chair inside the house, letting the sunlight pour down on him from the comfort of the warmth of the fireplace. Lu Ningxuang, on the other hand, tenderly pounded his legs on the side and occasionally gave him loose shoulders. Ah! Lu Ningxuang brought a red strawberry to Yang's lips like she was serving a grandpa. With a boing sound, the strawberry was sucked into Yang's mouth, and almost even Lu Ningxuang's delicate jade finger was sucked into his mouth as well. Ouch! Really? Got Luwenjia's fingers covered in saliva. Master, you're so bad. Oh! Lu Ningxuang let out a rant, and then rubbed her fingers fiercely on Yang's clothes a few times to express her small protest. Yang chewed a few times and swallowed the strawberries with satisfaction, saying with a bit of a cozy tone, I didn't see it. Sorry la. In the past few days, after some recovery and adjustment, Lu Ningxuang had displayed amazing strength in the sect competition. Eventually, he was able to overcome Hao of Star Rhythm Peak and won the title of Foundation Stage Champion, adding further glory to Daoxian Peak. However, Lu Ningxuang did not follow the original plan to follow Guli and immediately closed the door to enhance her cultivation. Instead, like a considerate little daughter-in-law, she stayed by Yang's side for a few more days, serving her carefully. In the beautiful name, the master's death is approaching, and the master's mother is not here. If the master ancestor and her both go into seclusion, then who will take care of the master? The truth was that Lu Ningxuang had a deep attachment and reluctance to Yang, because she wasn't sure how long it would take to cultivate to the Yuanying stage. In case the process was long and indefinite, it would be a pain she couldn't bear if she never saw Yang again when she was released. Therefore, Lu Ningxuang took great pains to plead with Guli. Finally, she had bought herself a few precious days to serve Yang wholeheartedly. Yang Huan's heart was like a clear mirror, in order to live up to her intentions, so he frankly enjoyed this care and concern that was comparable to that of an emperor. At this moment, Yang seemed to be tired of lying down and sat up from the rocking chair with the help of Lu Ningxuang. He gently patted his shoulder, and Lu Ningxuang knowingly got up and stood behind him, gently squeezing his shoulder for him. Your master ancestor's idea is just a prototype. If you really want to play a big game and count all the forces. Saying this, Yang opened his half-closed eyes, revealing a stern look in his eyes, thus continuing, the risks involved are huge, especially for you, who could lose your life as a result. What do you think? Lu Ningxuang didn't expect that on the last day before the retreat, Yang would find himself talking about such a heavy topic. However, one has to face such problems sooner or later. During her time in the Xiantian sect, she had lived too comfortably, so comfortably that she had almost lost the ruthlessness in her bones. Instead of raising her cultivation in a step-by-step manner, Lu Ningxuang was more willing to improve in the process of challenging herself. So, she responded calmly while squeezing Yang's shoulders. Frost remembered that Master said that cultivation is a matter of going against the heavens, and that if you don't advance, you will retreat. If you don't have the heart to advance, how can you ascend to prove the Tao? Lu Ningxuang's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to make Yang turn his head and give her a deep look. However, that one glance didn't seem to be enough for Yang to see her clearly. Thus, he took hold of Lu Ningxuang's jade hand and held her in front of him, silently gazing at her. Since the beginning of their acquaintance, Yang has always taken Lu Ningxuang as a cashback tool person. However, as time passed and they spent more and more time with each other, Yang's understanding of Lu Ningxuang grew deeper and deeper. Yang slowly realized that Lu Ningxuang was actually a girl with very delicate feelings. She takes to heart every kindness that is shown to her and does everything she can to return the favor. For example, when she first came down the mountain, she spared no expense but to buy the precious gold silk white cloud satin as a gift to herself. For example, when she bravely won the top spot in the foundation establishment stage in the sect competition a few days ago, instead of taking all the glory, she gives all the credit to herself for teaching and supporting her. Over this period of time, Lu Ningxuang had changed Yang's opinion of her in a subtle way through big and small actions. Until this moment, in Yang's eyes, she was no longer a tool person. Instead, it's a person of flesh and blood, with emotions and dreams. Ryoko. A warm and amiable smile appeared on Yang's wrinkled face as he gently patted Lu Ningxuang's jade hand and said, Don't tire yourself too much. During this time of your seclusion, Master will properly pave your future path. Even though Jan has not told all of his plans, but Lu Ningxuang read the unspoken words in his eyes. The road ahead was not a good one. However, she inexplicably felt a sense of security with Yang around. Just as Lu Ningxuan was about to open her mouth to respond to Yang, Gu Li's urging voice came from the distance. Frosty, it's almost time. Lu Ningxuan gently turned her head, casting a glance in the direction of the sect master's peak before gently sliding her hand out of Yang's warm palm. She said with a playful smile as she tried to make her beautiful eyes curve into two crescent moons. You mustn't buck up or must wait for me to come out of seclusion, yo. I'm still waiting for you to cook me a meal yourself. Saying that, Lu Ningxuan crouched down and imprinted on the side of Yang's face. Master, take care. My disciple will go first. Her voice faded away, disappearing into Yang's sight along with her figure. At night, at the top of Dogan Peak, beneath that recently planted crooked-necked tree, Yang stood silently, his gaze piercing through the night and gazing into the distant sky. 13 stood behind him, and his eyes fell on Yang, but he sensed something unusual. Yang stood there, his body erect and his spine straight, with no signs of his old age. He is more like an ancient tree that has survived the ages but still stands, deeply rooted and flourishing. It shows a vitality that transcends time. Coming. Yang's voice rang faintly in the night. 13 leaned over and gave a salute, a subdued tone in his voice. Been here a while. You boy, as usual, are not very good at talking. There was a hint of laughter in Yang's words. He turned around, his eyes no longer cloudy as they had been in the past, but replaced by a deep clarity. The matter of the old man's descent from the mountain. Don't mention it to outsiders, and you can just act me out at Daoxian Peak. 13 leads the way. 13 said, once again bowing deeply. His attitude was a bit more respectful than the party. What Yang went down to do, 13 didn't ask. But, from experience over the past so many years, he's made a bit of a mess every time he's been down there. I wonder which one is going down this time. Chapter 75, Protect Miss, I'll fight you all. Half a month later, Central State, Immortal-less City, Shao Air, a jug of good wine, and 2 more plates of dishes to drink. After casually dropping a dozen or so spirit stones on the table, Yang gave the shopkeeper a warm smile and continued. There's something the old man wants to inquire about. The shopkeeper sniffed, and his already crowded-looking features suddenly became even more crowded. He revealed a fawning smile and hurriedly nodded his head in response. If your old man has any orders, just tell me. I will know everything and say everything. A pot of good wine and 2 small dishes topped with half a spirit stone is already enough. Gives so much. Is that Yang does not want to waste time? After all, the Central State was the territory of the Gongsun family, so in order to minimize unnecessary trouble, he planned to gather intelligence himself. For shopkeepers, taking people's spirit stones meant sharing their worries with them. What's more, someone like Yang, who had struck out with a dozen or so spirit stones, was a big deal at first glance. He fetched good wine and food and soon returned from the back kitchen. Old Immortal, this is the first time you have come to our Immortal-less city, isn't it? As he spoke, Junior poured a glass of wine for Yang and kindly held a slice of marinated beef for him. When he saw him nod, the junior smiled and continued. The story of our Immortal-less city goes back to when the 3 worlds were not yet divided. History, read between the pages of a book, always seems boring. And the story that unfolds from the shopkeeper's mouth is full of strange colors and temperatures that are fascinating. It was rumored that Immortal-less city was the Immortal-less Emperor's dojo, in order to seek the commonwealth of the world. The Immortal-less Emperor had set up an imperial realm formation in Immortal-less city. Its power was strong enough to make any cultivator who stepped within the boundaries of Immortal-less city temporarily lose their cultivation, as if they were mortals. In those distant times, Immortal-free city was also known as the refuge of the 10,000 races, because, under the suppression of the Immortal-less Emperor, killing was strictly forbidden within the city, and all races coexisted peacefully, working together to maintain this sacred land. With the change of time, nowadays, except for the word immortal-free still hanging high in the Immortal City, many places are already different from what they were. However, this did not affect the fact that Immortal-less City was one of the 3 most prosperous ancient cities in the Xian Demon continent. Despite the fact that the shopkeeper was an unimpressive young man, he was extremely eloquent and made Yang listen to a few more words. At that moment, the shopkeeper who was in the middle of speaking slapped his forehead violently, and a slight apology appeared on his face. Old gods, I am sorry, the small patronizing said. You have what you want to ask again? Yang stroked his white beard, smiled and waved his hand in response. Lately, is there anything in the Immortal-less city that everyone is concerned about? Hearing Yang ask this, the store assistant's sesame green bean-sized eyes turned up, then he slapped his thighs and said excitedly, yes, of course, there are several. He poured more wine for Yang and talked to himself. I heard that the Xian Heavenly sect of the Kanglin Prefecture exterminated the Devil Abyss Valley with a thunderous strike. There is also the Battle Sect and the Soul-Devouring Demon Palace. They seem to have done a few fights recently. Seeing the shopkeeper mention the conflict between the Battle Sect and the Soul-Devouring Demon Palace, Yang Huan's heart was in awe. His two clans have no grudges in the past and no hatred in the recent days. Suddenly dry fights, which must have hidden reasons. As the shopkeeper rattled off the gossip and hotspots of Immortal-less City, Yang finally caught a useful message. Luna Bay has always been uncontested. How could it have gotten into trouble with the Gongsun family? At the mention of the Gongsun family, the store assistant's expression became visibly flustered, somewhat unwilling to say more. However, when he saw a few more spirit stones on the table, the store assistant gritted his teeth and lowered his voice to Yang's ear. I heard that Gongsun Set has been salivating over the beauty of the Moon family's young princess for a long time, and in order to get her, he has laid a trap. As the shopkeeper's voice got lower and lower, Yang's white eyebrows tightened. It seemed that when Yuya came to Daoxian Peak a few days ago, he did not tell the whole truth and tell the whole truth. However, Yang didn't dare to believe all of the shopkeeper's words. After all, marketplace rumors, true or false, always need to screen themselves. At that moment, the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs interrupted Yang's conversation with the shopkeeper. For silhouettes dressed in fancy clothes and imposing appearance appeared on the second floor of the restaurant. It's so true that when you speak of Chow Chow, Chow Chow arrives. Gongsun Se walked at the front. He was wearing a black robe embroidered with gold trim, and a crystal-clear jade pendant hung at his waist. A second-generation demeanor flowed from his gait, and his cynical eyes swept around the tavern before he scornfully skimmed his mouth. The three attendants followed closely behind, all of them strong and powerful, their gazes revealing arrogance and disdain. Their gazes roamed around the restaurant, seemingly searching for something, yet they were oblivious to the diners around them, and that kind of unattractive attitude was displeasing. Gongsun Se found a seat by the window and sat down, while his attendants spread out, forming an invisible barrier to protect him in the center. The three attendants then began to report back to Gongsun separately. My lord, the search of the city has already begun. That little can't run away. The third elder has given orders to capture her no matter what. Your excellency, don't worry. Immortal-less City is now no longer forbidden to kill except for the fact that cultivation will still be blocked. Before the third attendant could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gongsun Se's cold gaze. Kill, kill, kill. All you know is kill. Gongsun growled at him, then stretched out his fingers to point them out one by one. Threateningly, if a single hair is missing from my little darling, I'll hold you all accountable. Is that clear? There was a hint of unquestionable harshness in his voice, causing all three attendants to shiver. Yes, the three of them responded in unison, with a hint of trembling in their voices, clearly not daring to disobey Gongsun Se's orders in the slightest. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Gongsun Se's eyes as he swept his gaze across the restaurant once again. He didn't seem to notice the old man in the corner when his eyes slid unnoticed over where Yang was. Instead, he contemptuously turned his gaze to the busy shopkeeper and nudged his mouth slightly. The clever attendant understood his master's thoughts in seconds and immediately shouted towards the shopkeeper. Xiao Heir, serve my son the best wine and the best dishes from your store. Seeing that he had come to life, the store assistant first handed Yang an apologetic look, then quickly raised his voice and responded enthusiastically. Okay, the best wine, the best food, eh? Just as the store assistant went downstairs to fetch wine and food, a sudden clamor came from the street outside the restaurant. This was immediately followed by a clanking, the sound of metal on metal from weapons clashing. Protect the lady, you sons of ES. I'll fight you. The man snarled, but was interrupted by a contemptuous snort. Ha ha, fight? What are you going to fight with? Chapter 76, I'll remember you, kid. Following the sound, Jan poked her eyes out. When he realized that Yu Qingcheng and a few Yu family guards were surrounded by a group of Gongsun family people, his eyes then went cold. It turned out that the little princess of the Moon family that the shopkeeper was talking about was actually Yu Qingcheng. MMP. How dare you get your hands on my cashback tool? Tired of living? While Yang was thinking about how to break the game, Gongsun Se's eyes had revealed undisguised desire. He licked his upper lip, and the possessiveness in his eyes was so strong that it almost devoured Yu Qingcheng. The three of you go down there. This Jiangying fellow is hairy. This Gongzi is a bit uneasy. Yes, the three responded in unison, then immediately descended the stairs to join the encirclement. On the streets, the melee between the Moon family and the Gongsun family had already begun. Due to the special rules of Immortal-less City, everyone could only rely on their physical strength and the skill of their moves to determine the winner. At this time, most of the Moon family were injured, and their battle strength was less than 70% of what it used to be. Even though their individual strength looked a bit stronger than the Gongsun family's people, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and a good man could not stand up to a crowd. It's only a matter of time before we fall. Yang was quietly observing the battle from the tavern, sketching out viable options in his mind. It would be fine to tie up Gongsuns and threaten those doglegs, but he himself would be exposed, which was not desirable. By virtue of the supreme ultimate mixed sacred body, with the current strength of the physical body, It should not be difficult to dry out these grippers. Yeah, just don't expose it. With a decision in his heart, Yang quietly descended to the second floor and slipped out the back door of the restaurant when no one was looking. When he appeared outside the circle, Yang's appearance had changed drastically. While in the back alley, Yang used the treasure he bought from the system mall, the fraud treasure pearl. The fraudulent treasure pearl could take the user's aura, appearance, bloodline, cultivation, and so on, and make them illusory. For example, Yang's cultivation was only at the foundation stage, but with the use of the fraudulent treasure pearl, he could even manifest the cultivation of the Emperor realm. However, as the cultivation level of the illusion gets higher, the time it lasts will be shorter. Since Spirit Moon's affinity reached 100, Yang finally saved up enough points to buy the treasures he had been longing for. He had been testing the fraud treasure pearl for a while after buying it, but this was the first time Yang had ever put it into actual combat with it. At this time, Yang had already transformed into his youthful appearance, and through the ability of the immortal treasure, Void Illusion, he had also transformed the light gold silk white cloud satin into black and gold wrought brocade. Now, he is no longer the familiar Yang, but a strange young man. He blended into the crowd of onlookers and no one noticed his presence, much less suspected his identity. Just at the critical juncture when the defensive circle of the Moon family's guards was in jeopardy and about to be broken through by the Gongsun family's offensive, a loud shout cut through the tranquility of the night sky, and Yang leapt out of the crowd like a black lightning bolt. Yang's fists clenched, his muscles tightening under the black and gold forged brocade, and as he roared, he blasted his fist into the face of one of his attendants. The follower only felt a huge force coming at him, and his head snapped back, accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking. The whole person flew out like a kite with broken strings, and fell heavily on the ground without any more sound. To kill a person with a single punch based on physical strength alone was as terrifying as it was. The surrounding Gongsun family entourage was stunned by this sudden turn of events, but quickly reacted and roared angrily as they surrounded Yang. They waved their weapons in their hands, trying to use their numerical superiority to suppress this enemy that had suddenly appeared. Kid, you're looking for death. You dare to meddle in the Gongsun family's affairs. You're tired of living. Brothers, round them up and get this little white boy first. The sudden change caused these followers of the Gongsun family to change the direction of their main attack. However, Yang's figure was as elusive as a ghost. He utilized his superior physical strength and the moves and stances he had learned from the Qinkuan 9 Revolutions Yin-Yang technique, skillfully avoiding an attack while countering it. As time passed, Yang's understanding of the supreme infernal mixed sacred body deepened a few more points. In this way, the ones who suffered were these lapdogs of the Gongsun family. In Immortal-less City, a place where cultivation was sealed, none of them were able to defeat Yang with their physical strength. In the short time it took to burn incense, Yang had killed at least a dozen of doglegs. Just as the battle became more and more tense, Gongsun Se finally couldn't hold back and leapt down from the window of the restaurant, stopping in front of Yang. His eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent, obviously extremely dissatisfied with what Yang had done. Even though Gongsun Se's heart was filled with murderous intent, he couldn't wait to put Yang to death immediately, but he had also witnessed Yang's unrivaled physical combat power. That left Gongsun to be cautious. Who are you and why are you obstructing my Gongsun family's business? Yang did not respond to Gongsun's questioning, but instead watched him with full vigilance. Although Gongsun Se was detestable and wanted to dominate his return to present toolman, killing him would undoubtedly enrage the Gongsun family. If the Gongsun family launched a siege regardless, then all of his plans to descend the mountain would be disrupted. Therefore, Yang Huan had a plan in mind, and he intended to let Gongsun segue off the hook first in order to avoid an unnecessary escalation of the conflict. I can't look away, can I? Yang bristled, a few provocations in his tone. Facing this kind of opponent who is tough on the surface but cowardly in the heart, Yang Huan has already had a response in his mind. When dealing with someone like Gongsun Se, one should neither show weakness nor be too aggressive. It's important to show your strength in just the right way to make the other person's heart skip a beat. Seeing Yang's tough attitude, Eunuch Sun's expression visibly stiffened. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes, obviously not expecting Yang to dare provoke him so directly. Then his face sank in indignation. You're killing yourself. My Gongsun family is not something you can mess with. Yang didn't show any weakness as he squeezed his fist, his knuckles making a crisp click sound. Is that so? Then I would like to try and see just how powerful your Gongsun family is. As he spoke, Yang's body sunk slightly, and he struck a rising hand pose. Yang knew that a real battle was not just a physical confrontation, but also a battle of psychology and strategy. He hoped that through this fainting stance, he would put pressure on Gongsun Se and make him feel threatened, thus forcing him to choose to back down. The corners of Yang's mouth turned up slightly, and there was a hint of an elusive smile in his expression. Despite Yang's aggressiveness, his eyes revealed a playfulness. It was as if he was telling Gongsun-sei that he didn't want to actually make a move, but rather hoped that the other party would have the sense to choose to step back. Gongsun looked deeply at Young, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into her heart. He let out a cold snort, then flung his sleeve robe and gritted his teeth. Kid, whoever you are, I'll remember you. With that, he turned his words around and shouted towards his entourage. Go! Chapter 77 Yu Qingqing, thank you for your help. Duke, us, him. Before the words left his mouth, Gongsun turned around violently. A loud slap was thrown hard on the dog-legger's face, followed by a furious rebuke. Are my lord's words not good enough? Take the bodies of those losers and let's go. As soon as the words fell, Gongsun Southeast left the long street in front of the tavern in large strides without looking back, leaving a mess behind. Looking at his distant back, Yang's eyes froze into a line, and he couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. At a young age, yet you have this kind of city. If we let him grow, he might be another Gongsun Wuji in the future. This son must not be kept. Just as Yang was pondering how to get rid of Gong-sensei without God realizing it, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind him. Little brother, you fight so well. Are you a physical cultivator? Little brother? Body work? Yang was slightly stunned, then gently nodded, openly accepting Yu Qingqing's adoring eyes full of little stars. Over the years, Jan had gotten so used to her aged appearance that she'd almost forgotten how much of a killer her youthful appearance was to girls. Gazing at Yu Qingqing's eyes that seemed to be indulging in his own male sex, Yang Huan's heart could not help but feel a little smug. Master Unity, are there any rejuvenation treasures in the system mall? Even though the system didn't respond with a voice, the interface of the system mall popped up automatically. Hongming Fountain of Agelessness. Drinking from this spring will restore youth. 200,000 points. Naya, 200,000 points? What about the robbery system? It's better to use the fraudulent treasure pearl. This Hongming Fountain of Immortality's cost-effectiveness is too low. Yang turned back to her senses, seeing that Yu Qingqing was still committing nymphomania. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked upwards in an arc, her tone tinged with flirtation. Fairy, do I have flowers on my face? Yu Qingqing was gently awakened by Yang's words, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, as if a young girl's wistful thoughts had been seen through by him. Immediately afterward, a faint blush spread across her pretty face. Yu Qingqing gently bit her lower lip, seemingly hesitating on how to respond. Ah, me. That slightly shy voice and shy eyes were all caught in Yang's eyes. Just as Yang was about to open his mouth, a handsome guard stepped out from behind Yu Qingqing. He clasped his fists towards Yang and saluted, his flat tone carrying a bit of arrogance that was hard to hide. Thank you, Your Excellency, for coming to the rescue. Luna Bay is grateful. Despite the words of gratitude on his lips, from his tone and expression, Yang could not detect the slightest hint of sincere gratitude. The last thing Yang is upset about is this kind of people who are not what they seem. Besides, your little princess is talking to me, and you're a guard, so why don't you say something? Before waiting for Yang to respond, the guard tugged on Yu Qingqing's sleeve, then leaned down to whisper in her ear. While they were talking, Yang swept these guards of Moon Bay through the system. Without checking, he immediately regretted it in his heart. Name Chiu Sijie. Power, Gongsun family. Age, 250. Cultivation level, Transformation 1. Other, Gongsun's cousin. This person who was whispering in Yu Qingqing's ear while glancing at himself with eerie eyes was actually someone from the Gongsun family. I should have known that I should have swept through all of them before rescuing them, taking advantage of the chaos to finish them all off. Yang subconsciously tried to stroke his beard, but suddenly realized that he was no longer that old, so turned to gently rubbing his chin. No wonder Gong-sensei just patted his ass and left, so he planted undercover agents around Yu Qingqing. If we allow this brat to follow Yu Qingqing around, sooner or later, the old man's returning toolman will be scourged. No, this son, too, must not be kept. That's what Yang thinks, and naturally, he intends to do the same. The way to survive in the cultivation world is to be decisive and leave no loose ends. A hint of coldness flashed through his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. The plan to ensure Yu Qingqing's safety was already taking shape in his mind. Fairy. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be off. It was so hard for Yu Qingqing to meet a male cultivator with high strength and a look that grew on her heart. How would she let him leave so easily? Even if you want to leave, you should at least leave your division, name, or summoning jade jewelry to add a friend. Otherwise, the Xin demon continent is so vast that once we part today, I'm afraid it will be as difficult as heaven to reunite in the future. Moreover, nowadays is different. She has the reason of having to know Yang. Thinking of this, Yu Qingqing pushed away Chiu Sijie at her side and shouted towards Yang, who had already turned his back and was ready to go. Little brother. Yang stopped in her tracks when she heard the call and turned back to her, giving her a sunny smile. However, his smile seemed like a warm winter sun, shining into Yu Qingqing's heart. Not only did it make her body feel warm and fuzzy, but it also made her heart beat a few times faster. At this very moment, Yu Qingqing's beautiful eyes seemed to glow with a pink halo, and each flicker was like a pink heart beating. Yang's eyes flinched, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart. What's going on? This girl isn't love-brained, is she? I think that in those years, Yang, with his jade tree, suave and handsome appearance, made many female cultivators become his little fans. Now, in the face of a young girl in love like Yu Qingqing, his charm was even more overwhelming. However, in Yang's eyes, Yu Qingqing's behavior seemed a bit odd. Yu Qingqing gave him the impression that she was a quirky girl. Not only did she have a seven-knuckle heart, but she also had a hidden temper of a young lady. If she behaves a bit oddly, Yang can understand, but committing nymphomania does not seem like it should appear in her body. Just as Yang Huan was secretly speculating in his mind, Xiao Sijie stepped forward and spread his arms wide, blocking between Yu Qingqing and Yang. Miss, this person's origin is unknown, and he is so ferocious. I am afraid. Before he could finish his words, he was once again pushed aside by Yu Qingqing. This time, Yu Qingqing seemed to be out of her good temper as she said with obvious displeasure in her tone, Xiao Sijie, you are merely a guard. Just do your part. Saying this, too cold, ice-like eyes shot out from her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing him up and down as she continued. If it happens again, you cut yourself. Under Xiao Sijie's dumbfounded gaze, Yu Qingqing hid her peach blossom face and walked towards Yang with a bit of shyness. Moon Bay. Yu Qingqing, thank you little brother for your righteous assistance. I don't know what sector school the young brother's teacher is from. In his day, my little sister will definitely personally come to the door to pay tribute. Chapter 78, he's dead. You don't have to marry him. I am a casual cultivator, with no clan or sect, and my cultivation is, when you go out, you give yourself an identity. When Yang descended the mountain, he had originally made up an identity for himself as an elder of a certain sect. However, with this appearance nowadays, if he insisted that he was an elder, I was afraid that it would cause unnecessary suspicion. Thus, Yang decided to install himself as a casual cultivator, simple and not easily noticeable. However, only after the words were uttered, he saw Yu Qingqing's beautiful eyes furiously making eyes at himself. Yang Huan's heart was somewhat puzzled. What the hell is this girl up to? Did I not meet her expectations when I said I was a casual cultivator? Just as Yang Huan was puzzled in his mind, Yu Qingqing caught the moment of his pause and opened her mouth to ask, little brother is worried that the Gongsun family will come after you, right? As she spoke, she took out a piece of summoning jade from her bosom and handed it to Yang with a playful smile on her face. Let's add contact info then. No, never. Seeing that Yu Qingqing even took the initiative to ask a strange man for contact information, Xiao Sijie hurriedly stepped in between the two again. There was a distinctly disgruntled and anxious tone to his voice. However, Yu Qingqing did not retract the transmission jade jewel because of his behavior, only to see her beautiful eyes first cast a meaningful gaze at Yang, then she nudged at the back of Xiao Sijie's head. Eagerness and anxiety were written all over the little face, and the big, soulful eyes seemed to be silently conveying some kind of message. Yang secretly snickered in his heart when he saw Yu Qingqing's witty with a naive look. It seems that this girl has already sensed that the guards around her are undercover agents of the Gongsun family. Now she's trying to use me to get away from their surveillance and control. Thinking of this, a wry smile appeared on Yang's face as he set aside Xiao Sijie and took out the transmission jade jewel and touched it with Yu Qingqing. How could Xiao Sijie not expect that a loose cultivator would have a valuable transmission jade jewel? Gazing at the impossibly handsome man in front of him, he couldn't help but be skeptical of Yang's identity. Your Excellency, my lady is married, so please behave yourself. When Xiao Sijie saw that his blocking failed to work, his words took on a clear warning tone. After hearing this, Yang raised his eyebrows and pondered in his heart. A marriage contract? Only a few days ago I asked this girl if she had a male cultivator of her choice, and it's only been a few days. Why is there a marriage contract? Could it be that the Gongsun family has given Moon Bay a marriage contract so soon? My chow, this won't do. This girl is so watery looking. Thinking of this, Yang hastily amended the plan in his mind, then stared fiercely at Xiao Sijie and said in a flat tone, this family man is right to remind me, so I will take my leave. Your Excellency, I am a guard of the Moon family, not a family servant. It's all the same, they're all dogs that lick their masters anyway. There's a hairy difference, Yang said, a disdainful smile inadvertently appearing at the corner of his mouth. He patted Xiao Sijie's shoulder and waved his hand towards Yu Qingqing again, squeezing his eyebrows and sending a few you need to understand looks. Turned away without a moment's delay. Goddamn houseboy. The old man is a retainer. A retainer. Though Yang's comment almost caused Qiu Sijie to storm off. But after seeing Yang learn that Yu Qingcheng had a marriage contract and left in good sense, Qiu Sijie's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, let's find an inn to rest first. With a hint of reassurance in his voice, Kush suggested. Since we escaped to a mortarless city and Gongsun's died so many guards. He paused and waved his hand to signal the Moon family guards behind him to tightly surround Yu Qingcheng in the center as he continued. Miss, we shouldn't be in danger for a while. If he, Gongsun say, still dares to come, we will definitely fight to the death to protect Mrs. safety. This impassioned speech caused the eyes of several guards to shine with determination, and they shouted in unison. The Moon Guard swears to protect Mrs. safety to the death. Yu Qingcheng's gaze was withdrawn from the distant Yang, and she saw that her own guards were being held to death by Qiu Sijie. The emotions in her mind became complicated. After lightly sighing in her heart, Yu Qingcheng resumed her usual posture as the little princess of Moonbei and faintly commanded, just do what you said. For now. Yes, ma'am. At night, the Maplewood Evening Inn. Yu Qingcheng sat on her knees, but her heart was in turmoil and she was unable to settle down. She tries to sleep with her eyes closed, but finds that as soon as she closes them, Yang's silhouette can't help but pop into her mind. She tossed and turned in her bed, having trouble sleeping. The darkness is filled with Yang's face, his smile, his eyes, and the conversation between them. Everything played over and over in her mind like running water, making it difficult to calm her down. Ah, so annoying. Why do I keep thinking about him? I wonder if he's settled in yet, or if he's still awake like me? Yu Qingcheng cupped the summoning jade in her hand, but a vague look of anticipation surfaced in her eyes. Tonight, will he send me a message? Even though Immortal Free City sealed the cultivation of the cultivators, it seemed to have opened the back door for the overflowing of a few strands of spiritual sense to use the transmission jade jewel. Are you asleep? Yu Qingcheng used her spiritual sense to gently engrave a message on the transmission jade jewel, and then hesitantly erased it. Are you awake? Erase. Little brother. Erase. Yu Qingcheng put down her summoning jade and inserted her hands into her hair, scratching it with some annoyance. Ah, what should I do? What message should I send to my little brother? Should we message him or not? If I send him a message, will he get the wrong idea that I like him? If I send him a message and if he doesn't get back to me, then what am I supposed to do? These questions instantly caused Yu Qingcheng's small face to crumple into a ball, her eyes hovering between anticipation and hesitation, her fingers unconsciously gently rubbing on the transmission jade jewel. In the midst of hesitation, the summoning jade disc in Yu Qingcheng's hand slightly vibrated a few times. Her beautiful eyes instantly lit up with surprise and a bit of excitement, and after reading the message in the transmission jade jewel, the surprise turned into frustration again. Yu Qingwei, sister, you don't want your brother to die either, right? Just promise Gongsun say. This news was like a sharp knife that pierced Yu Qingcheng's heart. The root of her exodus from Moon Bay was all because of her brother, Moon Tilting's gambling addiction. Not only did he lose a large amount of his family's spirit stones, but he also borrowed a huge debt from Gongsun Sei, and these borrowed spirit stones were eventually lost. Though Moon Bay was a minor celebrity in central China, it could not afford to pay off such a huge debt. Faced with this heavy pressure, the family elders had no choice but to make a painful decision. Using Yu Qingcheng's marriage to cover the debt and marrying her off to Gongsun Sei of the Gongsun family as a way to preserve Moon Bay. A while ago, after she learned that the oldest ancestor who loved her the most, Yu Wuya, had a close friend who was young, she begged up bitterly. The old ancestor was quite forceful, keeping the marriage contract under wraps and inviting Yang, hoping he would step in to mediate the conflict between the two families. However, I don't know who leaked the information. Gongsun Sei, who had learned of the news, did not tighten up as Yu Qingcheng had hoped, but instead became even more unscrupulous. It's more about wanting to be raw. The thought of a sick mom and dad, a gambling brother, and a soon-to-be broken self. An unprecedented despair then surged in Yu Qingcheng's heart. She knew Gongsun's all too well and knew what this marriage meant to her personally. She doesn't want to be a victim of an exchange of benefits between families, much less marry someone she has no feelings for. Her fingers gripped the summoning jade tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the force. Inside, she cried out silently, longing to fight back, longing to escape the prison that bound her. But at the same time, she was aware that every decision she made involved the fate of her family. At this moment, the summoning jade in Yu Qingcheng's hand once again gently vibrated, breaking her contemplation. Mu Huan, I heard that you were going to marry Gongsun Sei. I think it's a bit of a shame, but he's dead, so you don't have to. Chapter 79, Everyone here is a piece of trash. When Yu Qingcheng's spiritual sense swept over those words, her pupils abruptly shrunk. The moon's eyebrows were raised high and her eyes were wide open as if she couldn't believe what she was reading. Immediately afterward, a flash of pallor quickly crept up her cheeks, her lips slightly opened, but she couldn't make any sound due to the shock. Slowly, Yu Qingqing's fingers involuntarily trembled, and the transmission jade jewel was almost unsteady in her hands. The heart pounded in his chest as if trying to break free. Shocked, a trace of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. Not knowing what to do, Yu Qingqing's entire being seemed to be fixed by this news. Her breathing became rapid and her chest rose and fell violently as she breathed. Her mind raced as she tried to digest the sudden news. A complex and varied expression of shock, disbelief, and even a hint of fear on her face. Who the hell is he? And from what power? Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the Gongsun family? How could Yu Qingqing not think to understand that a stranger who had not even spoken a few words would kill the people of the Gongsun family for her own sake? As the shock gradually subsided, a faint blush couldn't help but color her cheeks. He likes me? The moment this thought surfaced, it was quickly dismissed by Yu Qingqing. Such a murderous and decisive person would never be swayed by female color. He must have an ulterior motive. Just as Yu Qingqing thought, Yang really wasn't a person who lusted after women. If he wanted a woman, all he had to do was to move his finger, and there would be countless beauties who would untie their own skirts and deliver them to his door. Killing people, especially those of the Gongsun family, is only a link in his revamped and finished plan for him. At this moment, Yang did not stand beside Gongsun-sei's corpse with his hands covered in blood as Yu Qingqing thought, nor did he flee Immortalist City in panic. On the contrary, in the most prosperous flower street of Immortal City, Yang was sipping fragrant wine and enjoying the exquisite talent performances of the beauties. Ding! Changes have been made. Thank you. Welcome to the next visit. Name, Gongsun's. Power, Gongsun family. Age, 250. Cultivation level, 7th level of void refining. Status, dead. With a gentle squeeze of Yang's fingers, the wine glass spun gracefully in the air a few times before landing in his palm. Drinking up the wine in his cup, Yang carelessly tossed a bulging storage bag to the boy waiting for orders. Is this singing a red herald or a clear herald? The boy weighed the weight of the storage bag, and a hint of surprise immediately flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the guest in front of him to be so generous with his bounty. He immediately changed to a fawning smile and attentively answered Yang's questions. Red herdsman or clean herdsman? It is just a matter of your word. Yang couldn't help but curl a pleasant smile at the corner of his lips as he looked at the little boy's pleasing demeanor. His mood also seemed to be a little more pleasant because of the boy's witty answer. Immediately afterward, he generously rewarded the boy with a larger spirit stone, his tone carrying a bit of uninhibited bravado. Ha ha, well said. As he spoke, he nudged the beauty on stage who was singing ebulliently and continued. Xin Xin Fong choose the flower girl tonight, right? You know, hiccup. The boy was ecstatic, carefully putting the spirit stones rewarded by Yang into his arms, holding the storage bag, and jogging his ass towards the stage. Your guests are rewarded. As he climbed a few steps, he announced in a loud voice while holding up the storage bag filled with spirit stones to ensure that everyone present could see it clearly. Yang's generous reward seemed to ignite the atmosphere of Xin Xin Fong, and the venue was immediately buzzing with people. Come on man, nah. This young man has a reward too. It's just a small bag of spirit stones. What's the point of showing off? I'll reward you with 5,000 spirit stones. How dare you take 5,000? I'll reward you with 10,000. Amidst the uproar and clamor of the crowd, the singing beauties soon received a mountain of rewards. At that moment, the boy from earlier ran back from the stage, frowning and leaning over Yang's ear. Noble guest, the 3,000 spirit stones you just gave. The young man did not utter the next half of his sentence even after half a day of but his embarrassed expression already told Yang everything. Not enough spirit stones. With a clang sound, Yang heavily slammed a storage bag on the table and let out a shout through the strength of his wine. 100,000 spirit stones. Whoever steps on the horse and competes with me for the flower girl again, beware of your dog's life. As soon as these words were uttered, there was a great deal of silence in the Xin Xin Fong, and many of the guests threw glances in Yang's direction. Ha, it's this guy. Dude, you know him? Don't know him, but I did see him this afternoon. Don't sell me short. Who the hell is he? At that time in the afternoon, I saw him kill a dozen or so Gongsun family guards with his physical strength. The crowd's chatter came to an abrupt end here, replaced by a dead silence. Some people couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air and let out a hiss sound, their shock overflowing. The guests stared at each other, some with eyes wide open, others with mouths agape. Some of the guests who were originally eager to try couldn't help but retract their hands, not daring to contend with this siren again. It wasn't that they didn't have enough spirit stones, but they were afraid of losing their little lives. Even if it was a great man of the transitional succession stage, if his physical body was not able to do so, when he came to Immortal-less City, he would probably be suppressed by a cultivator of the refinement stage, or even be blown up. After all, in Immortal-less City, A strong physical body was truly strong. At this moment, the drunken Yang, squinting, looked around. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes, as if to say, everyone here is trash. A song. The beauty on the stage marched to Yang in a graceful manner and made a bow, then raised her wineglass and clinked it with him. Thank you for the reward. My little toast to your honor. Xiao Xiao finished the drink in her cup, and between the rolling waves of autumn, she stretched out her slender hand and tenderly took Yang's arm, leading him towards her fragrant boudoir. Yang was slightly staggered by the tiny support, but had a smug smile on his face. As the door to the room was gently closed by Tiny, the hustle and bustle of the outside world was cut off. Your honor. You. Xiao Xiao twisted her petite body back while removing the tool on her body, intending to do a wave of winks first. However, just as the tool gently fell, her attention was caught by a pair of eyes that glowed a strange pink color. Using the mysterious ability of the fraudulent treasure pearl, Yang avoided the formation prohibitions of Immortalist City and led the Tiny consciousness into the harmonious extreme bliss realm. Not for a moment, Tiny couldn't help but let out slight moans and gasps, which were faintly carried through the crack in the door. The other guests passing by couldn't help but look envious when they heard these voices. Alas, without a spirit stone you can only look at her sweetness, but with a spirit stone you can taste her saltiness. One of the guests couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he wrapped his arms around the slightly less poised Red Herald. Brother is so literate. Why don't you go to my private room and have a few more drinks? Another guest, held by the arm of the Red Herald, was graciously invited. The two men's gazes coincidentally landed on the girl beside the other, then revealed a greedy look, then looked at each other with a heartfelt smile. We've met before. Respectfully. Ha ha, brother, please. However, no one noticed that just as they were indulging in their respective pleasures, on the long street of Fireworks Alley, silently, there was an additional figure. Yang glanced back towards the Qin Xin Fang behind him, a smile with deep meaning appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then let's start with the Gongsun family. Ha! Chapter 80, if you want to know who my father is, tell him to come here. The dark moon and windy night of murder. The second watch is at the door, the third watch is blood, and the fourth and fifth watch is the present of the brat. When Yang dragged his slightly tired body back to Qin Xin Fang, Immortalist City was already in chaos. The Gongsun family's industry in Immortalist City had suffered a devastating blow overnight. Even though not many people had died, those gambling houses, greenhouses, auction houses, and so on, were now in ruins. And there was no news more shocking than the mysterious death of the first bloodline of the Gongsun family. Gongsun Sei. Inside a mansion in the north of the city, an angry roar cut through the quiet of the night. Blockade Immortalist City. This father wants him dead. No sooner had the angry voice fallen than another anxious voice sounded in the study. Second master. Never, never nah. Gongsun emotionless. The second elder of the Gongsun family, slapped the desk table in front of him into pieces with contained fury and angrily rebuked. One and I'm ahead. In this Immortalist City, is it me who has the final say, or is it you who has the final say? After saying that, Gongsun Wui commanded towards the servant kneeling on the ground. Do as this honored one says, and all consequences will be borne by this honored one. Yes, the servant answered and tremblingly retreated from the study. At this time, Gongsun Wui glanced at the scribe-like cultivator sitting in the study and said with a hum through his nose, Hypocrite, what were you going to say? Seeing his deliberately mouthy appearance, it was as if 3 black lines fell from Wei Juanji's forehead, plus a crow drifted over his head, even though in his heart, he was quite disdainful of the four-legged and simple-minded Gongsun Wuxing. However, as the wise counselors sent by the Gongsun family head, Wei Juanji still endured his rudeness. He straightened his spine, his eyes looked straight at Gongsun Wuxi, his tone was filled with a few seriousness, and he said, Second master, our family can't do anything in Immortalist City yet. There are also 3 clans and 2 palaces in the city, as well as other forces large and small. Saying this, Wei Juanji pulled his voice up a few degrees and said with indignation and hatred in his expression, Will you do things with your head? Gongsun emotionless crushed the armrests of the chair, his bullseyes glaring like bronze bells as he stared viciously at Wei Juanji. The last person who dared to talk to him like that had graveyard grass growing taller than anyone else. Unbridled, Gongsun emotionless bellowed, stood up and pointed at Wei Juanji's nose as he continued to curse. Little Yakuza, don't think that you are Big Brother's people. I don't dare to touch you. Before the words left his mouth, he swung up his thick arm and swung it fiercely towards Wei Juanji. After venting the anger in his heart, Gongsun emotionless roared towards Wei Juanji. Ryer was the only child of Wuji's lineage, and now that he's dead, do you special mother know what that means? He too Gongsun emotionless spat at him and cursed as he walked out of the study. Wei Juanji, who had collapsed on the ground, was spitting out bloody foam. and all the words he wanted to say were blocked in his throat. He closed his eyes helplessly. That's all. Destroy it. I don't want to care. Meanwhile, inside the boudoir of the Qin Xin Feng, Xiao Xiao, who had been trapped in the harmonious extreme bliss realm by Yang for most of the night, finally woke up from her slumber. As far as she could remember, the man in front of her with 8-pack abs, bright eyes and teeth, a jade tree, and a dashing and suave personality had tossed and turned her around for the whole night. She was not spared until the morning light and the rooster's dawn. At this moment, her entire body was so flabby and soft that she couldn't lift a single ounce of strength. However, to be able to go to Wushan with such an outstanding man was definitely a blessing she had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Tiny saw that Yang was meditating and showed thoughtfulness and understanding. She did not choose to disturb him, but carefully moved her petite body to put back on the faded garments one by one. That done, she leaned over the bed rail, gazing silently at Yang with her soft gaze, while gently rubbing her muscles that were sore from the night's entanglement. Just then, there seemed to be an influx of uninvited guests inside the Qin Xin Feng, and a cacophony of noises resounded outside the tiny boudoir. Tramp! Don't bull ****** me? Get out of here! Clunk! Click! With the man's brutal shouting, followed by the sound of slamming doors and things being broken. Immediately afterward, a shrill female voice cried out, Gongsun family, right. The proprietor of our Qin Xin Feng is the Acacia sect. Snap. After a few slaps, the man from earlier snorted. Hushuan Nima's sect. Even if this is run by the Xian Tian sect, I'm going to search from room to room today. The voices outside, word for word, came into the boudoir. A worried look appeared on Xiao Xiao's pretty face. Then she struggled to get up from the bed. When she saw that Yang's sword brows were furrowed, seemingly very dissatisfied with the hustle and bustle outside her boudoir, she sent a fragrant kiss and said in a gentle tone, Little brother, stay calm. Little is going to see what's going on. Tiny moved with difficulty and had just reached the door of her room when she suddenly heard a loud bang from outside the door. The door to the room was kicked in hard. Ah! Xiao Xiao let out a cry of pain as she was knocked backwards and flew out, landing heavily on the ground as tears couldn't help but come out of her eyes. This commotion startled Yang, who was meditating, and he snapped his eyes open, his sharp gaze shooting towards the door. In the next breath, however, the corner of his mouth hooked upward slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. District Jid on stage and foundation stage waists. There was a note of disdain in Yang's voice as he dangled his legs off the bed and pulled his boots on himself as he continued to taunt. Who gave you the courage to speak to my father like that? In the face of Yang's cynicism, the Gongsun family's lapdogs were unimpressed, and the leading man pointed his long knife at him with a face full of contempt. The present? I bah! Little white boy. This is Immortalist City. Even if you are a master of the transitional succession stage. The man paused, juggled a few smug flourishes, and then snapped his nostrils and continued. In this immortal-less city, it's the dragon you're coiled around, it's the tiger you're lying down, so don't press me with your chicken feather cultivation. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he patted his chest again, feigning a mocking look of fear. I'm so scared. Yo! However, as soon as he finished his words, he saw Yang's white hand grasp into a fist, and then in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd, a punch that blew the dog's head off of scared guy. Quiet, terribly quiet. A few breaths later, Tiny, who had been splattered with red and white stuff, finally came back to her senses and let out a piercing scream. It was only then that the lapdogs of the Gongsun family awoke from their shock. You, who the hell are you? You are too low in rank to know. Yang's voice carried a sense of arrogance and dominance. As his words fell, the other 4 were almost simultaneously hit by his deliberate bombardment. They flew backwards from the 3rd floor while spitting blood. Go back and tell your master. If you want to know who my father is, tell him to get his ass over here. Chapter 81, Don't go back to Moon Bay for a while. After blowing the Gongsun family's people away from the Qin Xin Feng, those guests who had stayed overnight also began to leave in 2s and 3s. They couldn't help but glance at Yang, who was sitting alone in the hall, drinking to himself as they left. This son, truly a fierce warrior, offending the Gongsun family is unwise. Confused. I don't know the sky and I'm afraid I won't have long to live. However, Yang ignored these comments, and he continued to drink one glass after another in a calm and collected manner. It was as if the strife of the outside world had nothing to do with him. The cup shook lightly in his hand, and Yang always wore a smile. He was waiting for the Gongsun family to come to Qin Xin Feng. At the same time, deep in his heart, he was expecting them not to come too soon. Otherwise, the layouts that were done last night just don't seem to be working to their fullest potential. When the guests gradually dispersed, the pimp who was in charge of the Qin Xin Feng cautiously walked in front of Yang with an apprehensive mood. She first gently placed Yang's 100 000 spirit stones from last night's competition for the flower girl on the table, and then began to politely persuade, Lord Immortal, the Gonsun family has a lot of power in Immortal-less City, and this little store of ours is, after all, an open door for business. Before the words left her mouth, Yang raised her eyes to look at her, and her sharp, sword-like gaze caused the old bod to involuntarily take 2 steps back, and the words that followed were cut off raw. He picked up the storage bag on the table and waited casually, then smiled and tossed it back to the pimp, saying in a calm tone, just now I heard that it was said that this Chinexai farm is the property of the Acacia sect? As he spoke, Yang took another token from his pocket and threw it onto the table. Look, can you recognize it? As soon as the pimp's eyes came into contact with the token, his face instantly turned flushed, and his eyes were filled with shock. The token was carved out of unknown pink jade, and a faint luster flowed across its surface, as if it contained some kind of mysterious power. The front side is carved with a blooming acacia flower, so lifelike that every texture of the petals is clearly visible. On the back, there are 3 ancient seal scripts, Acacia sect, with strong strokes, revealing an unquestionable majesty. The pimp's hands trembled involuntarily, and then he was about to kneel down, but was stopped by Yang. She stammered as her eyes gazed suspiciously at Yang. Lord Immortal, you're a clan elder? Yang smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a hint of playfulness, as if he was enjoying the shock of the pimp. He didn't answer the pimp's question directly, but gently rubbed the wine glass in his hand and said faintly, since you recognize it, you should understand what this token means. Cold sweat oozed from the pimp's forehead as she hurriedly nodded her head, a hint of trembling in her voice. Understood. Slave understood. Slaves have eyes that don't recognize Tai Shan. Just now I have offended much. Please don't forget the little man. Yang waved his hand and put away the token on the table, then said, there is something my father needs you to do. After a few moments passed, the old bod fetched a few jars of fine wine for Yang, and then retreated with a belly full of doubts and a hint of uneasiness. Spirit Moon's people, they should be reliable. I hope they don't drop the ball at a critical moment. Yang lightly sipped a sip of the wine in his cup and looked at the departing pimp, secretly pondering in his heart. In the information provided by the Dark Hall, Immortal-less City had attracted countless forces to station there due to its special characteristics. Here, cultivation is forbidden and immortals and mortals coexist, far from the scourge of war. Over time, Immortal-less City became the trade center of the entire continent. Whether it was rare immortal herbs and spiritual medicines, precious refining materials, or the gold and silver treasures of the mortal realm, they could all be found here. The prosperity of the city depended not only on the freedom of its trade, but also on the importance of its geographical location. Immortal-less City became a hub connecting the east and west, the north and south lands, and all sorts of caravans and traders were willing to stay here for the exchange of goods and information. As for the multiple treasure pavilion that was famous on the continent, its main pavilion was set up in the Immortal-less City. It's not just a chamber of commerce, it's a powerful intelligence agency. In Yang's eyes, the most powerful force on the continent was not the prestigious Gongsun family. Rather, it was the multi-treasure pavilion whose main body was entrenched in Immortal-less City, but whose tentacles were spread throughout the entire continent. The spirit stones needed for cultivation by cultivators, the spirit stones needed for the development and growth of the clan, and even weapon refining, alchemy, etc. All of them depended on the support of spirit stones. In Yang's opinion, the amount of spirit stones largely determined the strength of a party's power. As a result, with its monopoly in trade and its control over resources across the continent, the multi-treasure pavilion had effectively become an invisible giant. Although its influence is not obvious, it is like a dragon lurking under the dark current, and its power is unfathomable enough to sway the continent's winds and clouds. Nowadays, the Xian demon continent was surging with dark currents, and from the start of the Demon Abyss Valley's outburst, all the forces had already started a new round of games. Even though Spirit Moon and Guli had a good personal relationship, and she had even become Yang Yang's woman, the Acacia sect was after all not in the hands of Spirit Moon alone. If it really came to blows, it was still unknown who the Acacia sect's sword would be pointed at. On the surface, the soul-devouring Demon Palace, the Battle Sect, and the Gonsun family were each acting on their own, and seemed to be acting independently, but it was difficult for the outside world to get a glimpse of how the truth behind it was. In the Game of Thrones, the truth is often hidden under layers of fog, and only those in the game can know a little about it. If you want to play big in this big game, you have to muddy the waters on the continent a bit. Therefore, Duo Bao Gu is the real target of Yang's descent to the water of His Excellency Duo Bao. If the Liuli Palace, which was the most mysterious on the continent and hardly asked about the world's affairs, could also be involved in this strife, it would undoubtedly be the icing on the cake. However, the Liuli Palace has always been transcendent and secretive, barely making contact with the outside world. Unless the scourge of war arose and people were dying, it would be an almost impossible task to involve the Liuli Palace. Yang lightly sipped the wine in his glass, his gaze seeming to penetrate the glass in front of him. Thoughts spun rapidly in his mind, like a chess player laying out a chessboard and analyzing the current situation. Meanwhile, inside the Maplewood Evening Inn in the south of the city, a rush of footsteps broke the tranquility of the place. Miss, good news. Good news nah. Gongsun is dead. The guards carried the food they had picked up and rushed into Yu Qingqing's room with gusto, excitement written all over their faces. Asshole, panicking, what a shame. Xiao Sijia frowned and snatched at the guards before Yu Qingqing opened her mouth and angrily rebuked them. Yu Qingqing was originally sitting quietly by the window, playing with the transmission jade in her hands, immersed in her own thoughts. Upon hearing the guard's alarmed cry, her movements came to a violent halt, and the summoning jade jewel nearly slipped from her fingers. What did you say? She asked with a hint of trembling in her voice, as if she had heard great news. The guard gasped and repeated, Miss, Gongsun is dead. The news has spread throughout Immortalis City. Yu Qingqing's face instantly became pleasantly surprised as a flash of excited color flashed in her beautiful eyes. The engagement that had suffocated her had gone up in smoke with the death of Gongsun. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner turmoil, but the hard-to-conceal curve at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Miss, while it's still early, why don't we go back to Moon Bay first? The guards looked at Yu Qingqing and cautiously made a suggestion. No, never. Seeing this, Xiao Sijia immediately stepped in front of the door of the room, forming a barrier with his body. He had managed to trick Yu Qingqing into going to Immortalis City with great difficulty, and even if Gongsun died, he would never allow her to easily return to Moon Bay. The reason why Gongsun valued Yu Qingqing and had to marry her was solely because of her star saint body. This rare and uncommon physique was an irresistible temptation for anyone who craved power. Now that Gongsun was dead, the originally unattainable star sacred body seemed to be within reach in Xiao Sijia's eyes. However, a majestic voice shattered his plans in an invisible way. Moonbay, just don't go back for a while. Chapter 82, The Immortal Free City with Dark Currents. Before the words fell, Xiao Sijia was kicked hard in the back by a sudden kick from outside the door, and with a cry of pain, his body flopped forward onto the ground. Afterwards, a tall figure slowly stepped into the room, and a cold aura instantly enveloped the entire space. The man stared at a pair of bull's eyes and looked around, his fierce appearance as if he was a ferocious beast from a forbidden area. Since Moonbay has received the bride price and marriage certificate from my Gongsun family, Gongsun's emotionless voice was low and full of oppression, and his words even carried an irrefutable meaning. When his gaze landed on Yu Qingqing, those bull's eyes seemed as if they wanted to devour her, and his tone carried an obvious threat as he continued. You should have the realization that you were born a member of the Gongsun family and died a ghost of the Gongsun family. As rise undead, it is logical that he needs to be married to his corpse in an underworld marriage. His words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard on Yu Qingqing's heart, causing her face to instantly turn pale. You fart. He's dead. So naturally the marriage contract is off the table. So why should I still be allowed to marry a dead man? Yu Qingqing's eyes widened in anger, gritting her teeth as she fought to vent the emotions in her heart. Stubborn. Gongsun emotionless snorted disdainfully. Despite his tall, lanky build, which gave him an awkward appearance, he was unusually agile and ridiculously fast. The figure was like a ghost, crossing over the guards who stopped in front of him. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and with a sound of breaking air, he went straight for Yu Qingqing. He personally came to the inn with only one purpose, to keep the star-like beautiful Yu Qingqing firmly under his control for his own use. This was because of the news that came from the eyes that the Gongsun family had placed in Immortalis City. Yesterday, a body cultivator of the transitional stage appeared in the city, and he openly made enemies of the Gongsun family for 2 consecutive days. Not only did he behead more than a dozen of the Gongsun family's guards, but he also sat in the Qin Xin Fan without any avoidance, clamoring for Gongsun emotionless to come to his door. Analyzing from the known intelligence, not only is his strength extraordinary, but he also seems to be greedy for beauty. Gongsun emotionless thinks that the death of a few guards is just a matter of losing some face. It is not a matter at all. If one were to get up in arms about this matter, one would instead create a strong enemy for no reason at all, and it would be better to think of a way to turn an enemy into a friend. Adding to the fact that Gongsun died in a bizarre manner, Gongsun Wuji would definitely come to Immortalis City to ask for punishment, even though Gongsun Wuxing was not afraid of him. Gongsun Wuji, but Gongsun as the only seedling of Gongsun Wuji's lineage and an extremely talented descendant, messing up would drive him crazy. If he sought an excuse to leave Yu Qingqing behind and use her beauty as bait, he might be able to enlist that mysterious body cultivator. When he had strong support, he might be able to develop for a few more years and go back to fight for a head of the family, blockading Immortalist City, deliberately suppressing Wei Juanji, and saying brainless things were all acted out by Gongsun Wuxing, acting for the entire Gongsun family. As for how Gongsun Se died and who trashed the family's estate, he didn't care at all. What he cared about was how to grow the strength of his own lineage. At this time, Gongsun's emotionless palms were like iron pincers and had already pinched Yu Qingqing's neck. Just as he was about to leave with Yu Qingqing, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. A group of Moon Base guards, armed with sharp blades, stood in front of Gongsun Wui with stony faces. Their eyes were firm, and they were clearly ready to protect Yu Qingqing at all costs. "Let go of my lady," the guard in the lead snapped. Gongsun emotionless just laughed coldly, killing intent flourishing in his eyes. How dare the light of a grain of rice compete with the white moon? In less than half an incense stick's time, all of Moon Base guards were blown away by him, and only Qiu Sijie survived. "If my father remembers correctly, you are the boy from the family of hatred, right?" Qiu Sijie hurriedly nodded his head like garlic. Yes. I didn't realize that old ancestor remembered kid." Gongsun emotionless picked up Yu Qingqing, who had long since passed out, and turned to Qiu Sijie and instructed him, "You go to the Qin Xin Fong, and say that this father invites him to drink and play with women tonight." "Invite who?" As soon as Qiu Sijie's words fell, he met Gongsun Wuxia's gaze like a ferocious beast, frightening him so much that he trembled like a sieve. Yes, the kid will definitely bring the words of the old ancestor. Meanwhile, inside the Qin Xin Fong, the steward pimp carefully presented a jug of fine wine for Yang once again. "Lord Immortal, as you commanded, the entirety of the Qin Xin Fong is ready." Yang nodded slightly, his fingertips gently rubbing the rim of the wineglass as he asked in a flat tone, "What's the commotion out there now?" The bod cleared her throat and replied with a hint of seriousness on her face, reporting back to Immortal Emperor. "Last night the Gongsun family's estate was attacked by a mysterious expert, and is now in ruins. Currently, the gates of Immortalist City have been tightened by the Gongsun family, allowing no one to enter or leave." Hearing this, Yang's sword brows slightly raised, waving his hand to interrupt the pimp's report and said doubtfully, "The rest of the several families are just going to let the Gongsun family run amok like this?" When the bod saw him ask this, a flash of realization flashed in her eyes, as if at this moment, she had a deeper understanding of Yang's intentions. The people from the 3 clans and 1 palace are negotiating at the Gongsun family at this moment, while the other forces, big and small, are in a wait-and-see mode. On the contrary, there are several forces that are extremely dissatisfied with the Gongsun family's approach, but unfortunately, their people, their strength is not. At that moment, Yang raised his eyes and stared towards her, his eyes revealing some displeasure, but he did not interrupt with his words. The pimp seemed to realize that his words did not get to the point, so he paused and after a moment's thought, continued, "Duo, there is no movement in Duo Baogu, but our people found." This time, a smile finally appeared on Yang's face, and he pointed to the bench next to the 8 immortals table, signaling the pimp to sit down. "What did our people find?" The charming old bod smiled delightedly as she first filled a glass of wine for Yang before she gracefully sat down and responded. "The multi-treasure pavilion is secretly in frequent contact with various forces." Xiao Luzi from the firewood room came back and said that he witnessed the multi-treasure pavilion actually sending the spirit sword to the greatsword sex compound under the name of delivering medicinal herbs. As the pimp narrated, Yang's knuckles tapped rhythmically on the desktop, seemingly pondering the meaning behind the information. The fact that the actions of the doppelganger could be discovered by a fellow in charge of the woodshed was bound to escape the eyes of many more people as well. What kind of calculations are they making when they are so blatant? Perhaps they did it on purpose, intending to declare their displeasure to the powers that be? Or is today's Duo Bao Pavilion master a timid, brainless piece of trash? From last night until now, only 6 hours had passed. The actions of the Duo Baogu had not been too aggressive. Thinking of this, Yang stopped the rhythm of his knuckles, took a letter of worship from his bosom and threw it onto the table, then frowned with a sword brow and said, "Tomorrow morning, send someone to deliver this invitation to the Duo Treasure Pavilion." The bod's gaze inadvertently swept over the handwriting on the invitation to worship, and immediately, a trace of shock that was hard to hide flashed across her eyes. "Calmly, Master of Duo Bo Court, Mu Huan salutes. This immortal honorable lord's name is Mu Huan. He actually asked the Duo Bao Pavilion master to come to the Qin Xin Fong to discuss important matters. My God, how dare he?" At the thought, the pimp shook his head, unable to believe what he was seeing. To date, no one knows if the owner of the Duo Pavilion is a man or a woman. It was said that even in the internal elders meeting of the multi-treasure pavilion, no one had gotten to see the true face of the pavilion master. Even the top management of the multi-treasure pavilion wanted to catch a glimpse of the pavilion master, let alone a cultivator of unknown origin. Who the hell is he? This worship is not too bold. Seeing that the pimp was slow to put away the invitation to worship, Yang laughed softly and opened his mouth. Just send it. My father won't harm you. The pimp returned to his senses, nodded at Yang Huan, and discreetly put the invitation to worship into his sleeve. Lord Immortal, are there any other orders? When she wanted to ask again what her orders were, a silhouette familiar to Yang appeared at the entrance of the Qin Xin Feng. Yang's gaze landed on the visitor, and his brows frowned slightly, revealing a hint of doubt. How come it's him? Chapter 83. You've done a good job, and you've won my father's heart. Qiu Sijie stepped into the Qin Xin Feng. His eyes swept around the hall and quickly locked onto Yang, who was sitting in the center of the hall. His eyes lingered on Yang for a moment, then swept contemptuously over the pimp sitting beside Yang, half-aged. You who? It's you kid, drinking in the middle of the day at the gumshoe? Why did you find such an ant to accompany you for a drink? Do you have no spirit stones on you? Qiu Sijie's tone was filled with disdain. He clearly didn't put Yang in his eyes, and even thought that he was just a slag who was addicted to alcohol and didn't have any spirit stones. However, the reasoning that trouble comes out of the mouth never seemed to be understood by his intelligence. Snap! After a few consecutive crisp slaps, Qiu Sijie was honest, and his arrogance was immediately extinguished. His eyes were filled with horror as he stared blankly at the pimp in front of him who was filled with anger, an unprecedented fear welling up in his heart. How could he not expect that this half-aged woman in front of him would be so strong and so fast that she was almost on par with Gongsun Wui? Unbridled, ungrateful trash. Want to die? The pimp's voice was filled with anger, and the killing intent in his eyes showed, piercing straight into Qiu Sijie's heart. Qiu Sijie tightly covered the half of his face that had been beaten, his heart filled with fear and heartache. It's just to report a message. Why is it a matter of life and death? Yes, I am sorry. Little is ordered by the second master of Gongsun to deliver a message. After being slapped a few times, Qiu Sijie became much more submissive. He clasped his hands together and said sincerely while making a deep salute, his attitude a far cry from before. On his way to the Gumshan place, he inquired about some of the morning's events. Only then did he realize that the person Gongsun Emotionless had asked him to invite was actually an immortal exalt. Although he couldn't resist the urge to disparage Yang when he met her at first, he was fortunately stopped in his tracks by the pimp in time. With the return of reason, Qiu Sijie quickly comprehended. The pimp didn't really want to kill him, but he was afraid that his voice would be too loud and disturb the immortal dignitaries upstairs who were doing their business. He cast a grateful look at the pimp and said respectfully, I implore Mother to convey on my behalf that the second master is hosting a banquet at the mansion tonight, with a special invitation for Lord Immortal to visit. Qiu Sijie was dumbfounded when he finished, only to see the pimp immediately turn around and slightly bend down facing Yang, his attitude respectful to the extreme, as if he was waiting for a response from an emperor. Lord Immortal, do you need the Qin Xin Feng to arrange your trip for you? Yang sat at the table, the wine glass in his hand gently swirling, his eyes glancing towards the best private room in the Qin Xin Feng. The pimp immediately understood and turned towards Qiu Sijie without pretense. The second master probably didn't understand what the immortal emperor meant. So go back. Qiu Sijie stood on the sidelines, looking at the pimp's attitude towards Yang with shock in his eyes. His face was as pale as paper. His back couldn't help but start to chill. His entire body started to tremble slightly, and his heart was even more fearful to the extreme. He's actually an immortal exalt. I can't believe I'm yelling at an immortal dignitary. It's over. The task explained by the second master has not been completed, and he has offended an immortal dignitary. This time he is dead. Qiu Sijie was like a walking corpse, lost in thought and returned to the Gongsun family. Until the lights come on, the two carriages quietly set off from the front and back doors of the Gongsun family, heading towards the Qin Xin Feng. At the same time, a pile of inhuman shape was indifferently dragged out of the courtyard wall by a few servants and casually discarded on the street corner like garbage. Immediately afterward, two dark shadows flashed by, taking a pile on the street corner with them. In the night wind, the gold-rimmed carriage cast long shadows under the moonlight, and slowly drove off in the direction of Qin Xin Feng and away. Gongsun Emotionless move undoubtedly threw another boulder into the dark and turbulent immortal-less city, stirring up layers of waves. Hey, is that Master Gongsun Heir's carriage? You're blind. Why do you need to ask? Who else in Immortal City has a carriage trimmed in gold? Is the second master going to Smokey's Alley? Isn't this nonsense? Don't you know that there's a great god in the Qin Xin Feng, naming the second master to come to the door to make amends? Chow. When did the Gongsun family lose face to this? This great god dares to on the second master's head. It seems that he won't live through tonight. I heard, amidst the chatter of the street eaters, those scouts hidden in the shadows had put away the shadow-retaining jewels in their hands, and then quickly disappeared into the night. However, The persistent murmurs did not escape Gongsun Wui's ears, and he smiled to himself. Disgraceful? Shame on you indeed. But what about? Inside the carriage, Gongsun Wuxing was seated in it, his face hidden in the shadows, his eyes flashing with wisdom. Being relegated to a mortal-less city by his family for hundreds of years, through the vicissitudes of wind and rain, made him die to his family long ago. The accidental death of Gongsun's, a junior member of the first line, was followed by the destruction of the family's estate, and when the city was ordered to be sealed off to search for the murderer, he was named to pay for the crime. This series of events was like a heavy hammer, hitting hard on top of the Gongsun family's reputation. However, in Gongsun Wui's heart, all of this paled into insignificance compared to the friendship of an immortal exalt. If he could convince him to cooperate with him tonight, then he, Gongsun Wui, would be able to walk sideways in this immortal-less city. Even if it is just a group of peddlers who only have spirit stones in their eyes in the Duobaogu, it is not enough to be afraid. A few moments. With a yell from the horseman, the carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of the Qin Xian Fong. Gu, second master is here. The slave is really fluffy today. The old bod had already been waiting at the door for a long time, her voice full of enthusiasm and flattery, her face piled with smiles, as if Gongsun Wuqi's arrival was a supreme honor for Qin Xian Fong. She was dressed in a gorgeous dress and wore exquisite jewelry that sparkled in the night. The gesture was respectful without losing enthusiasm, and it was obvious that he was extremely attached to this powerful second master of the Gongsun family. Second master, inside child please. Immortal Mu has been waiting for a long time. As the pimp spoke, he personally led the way, leading Gongsun Wui through the gates of the Qin Xian Fong and towards the inner hall. Immortal Mu? Gongsun Wuxi's eyes flinched. Then without any trace, he stuffed a storage bag in the pimp's hand and asked with a smile, "Can you speak with my father about this Immortal Mu?" The pimp stuffed the storage bag towards her already bulging chest, then smiled sweetly and responded in a mysterious manner. The night is still young on the golden K and silver platform, and the stars are reflected in glazed light. As her words fell, Gongsun Wui's eyes stared as if they were bronze bells, and a cry of shock involuntarily escaped from his mouth. Ru Palace. His voice was filled with shock, and it was obvious that the pimp's words had touched a sensitive point in his heart. Even though the Lioli Palace's presence on the continent was extremely low, no one dared to take this transcendent hidden power lightly. Its name might not be often circulated in people's mouths, but its influence and powerful strength was something that no power dared to underestimate. 3 clans, 2 palaces, and 1 lineage, where one of the palaces referred to the Lioli Palace. The disciples in the palace did not roam the continent on weekdays, but every time a disciple appeared in the world, his cultivation level was at the peak of the transition stage. In an instant, Gongsun's emotionless mind became treacherous. The old biddy keenly captured the subtle change in his mood. She secretly glanced at Gongsun Wuxing, and the awe in her heart for Yang increased a few more points. With that, she spoke softly with the words she had discussed with Yang beforehand. Immortal Father said, "Those in the morning are misunderstandings. Not enough for the sun. Second master this side. Please go upstairs." As she said this, she stopped and respectfully made a path for Gongsun Wuxi, while she herself stepped back half a step and followed half a step behind him. Nu Jia has spied for the second master. This immortal duke is very nice to talk to. The beauty you sent from the back door, the slave has also arranged. The second master can rest assured. Gongsun Wui glanced back at her and nodded slightly, a satisfied look in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he casually threw another storage bag to the pimp, while his big hand smoothly wrapped around the pimp's waist and slowly slid down. "You've done a great job, very much to the delight of this honored one. Ha ha." The bod gently twisted her waist, as if catering to his large hands, making his movements more comfortable. She gently pushed Gongsun emotionless, and her voice carried a few hints of petulance as she said, "When the second master's business is finished, the slave accompanies the second master to drink a few more cups, and then, the second master can do whatever he wants." Chapter 84, The Treacherous Man Who Dresses Like a Pig to Eat a Tiger. In the midst of Gongsun emotionless loud laughter and the pimp's wailing, the door to the Tianzi No, 1 private room of the Qin Xian Fong slowly opened. "Immortal Emperor Mu, long time no see." Gongsun Wui's voice carried a few moments of respect, but before the words fell, a pair of bull's eyes snapped open, and a trace of undisguised dismay swept through his eyes. At this moment, the tiny slender legs were clamping onto one of Yang's hands, and the whole thing was sitting on his lap. The little cherry mouth was pressing against his lips, ferrying a little bit of the fragrant wine into his mouth. The two of them were immersed in their own world, flirting and playing, as if they hadn't noticed Gongsun whooshing at the door at all. However, after learning that Yang might be someone from the Lioli Palace, Gongsun Wui was prepared to mentally build up accordingly. Because, Almost every disciple of the Liuli Palace who walked in the world had different fetishes and well-behaved personalities. Thus, Gongsun Wui was not angered by Yang's rudeness. Instead, he began to take a closer look at this immortal Muzun in front of him. Yang sat there, naturally exuding an air of transcendence. A head of black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, and a few strands of hair lightly brushed across that handsome face, further accentuating his deep and three-dimensional features. Under the slightly raised sword eyebrow, the eyes are as deep as the vast sea of stars, and seem to hide endless sharpness and mystery. A straight nose gave him a straightforward yet gentle temperament, and a pair of thin lips hung with a faint smile that made people feel affectionate and comfortable. A coat of black and gold wrought brocade, the snug cut outlined his taut and powerful figure, and under the slightly open lapel, the solid chest and well-defined abdominal muscles were faintly visible. Even when holding a beautiful woman and drinking and playing, Yang does not give the impression of indulging in lust at all. Instead, it was more like an honored exiled immortal, transcendent and without losing the warmth of the earth. After Xiao Xiao had finished ferrying all the wine in her mouth, Yang Yang lightly patted her upturned buttocks a few times and laughed. "Beauty, my honored guest has arrived, so you should step back." First, before the words were finished, a tiny jade finger was pressed against the thin lips. Only a hint of petulance was in her voice as she gently imprinted on Yang's cheek. "Little brother, hurry up, ooh. Slave is a bit impatient to wait." With that, she got up from Yang's lap and backed toward the outside of the booth. As she passed Gongsun Wui, she made a graceful bow to him and said in a soft voice, "Xiao Xiao has met the second master Gongsun, and greets the second master." "Ha ha, well said." Gongsun Wuxi responded with a smile, his attitude appearing rather easygoing. After all, this little beauty was the redhead in front of Immortal Mu's eyes, and it would be right to maintain a good relationship with her. As the door to the private room was closed from the outside by the pimp, the atmosphere in the room seemed to change. Yang's gaze shifted from Tiny's departing back to Gongsun Emotionless. He looked up and down, then his eyes revealed a glint. Name, Gongsun Emotionless. Power, Gongsun Family. Age, 4444. Cultivation level, second level of the transition. Other, body cultivation. Holding a grudge against Gongsun Wudi and Gongsun Wuji, Mr. Mu was not very happy that second master Gongsun has come to visit. Yang spoke in a salty tone, then slammed his palm against the glass filled with fine wine on the table. Under Yang's palm, the wine cup was like an arrow that had left the string, and with a beautiful arc, it flew straight towards Gongsun Wui, who was standing in the doorway. A trace of surprise flashed in Gongsun Wui's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a touch of gravity. Facing the wine cups that flew rapidly, Gongsun Emotionless looked calm and did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his broad palm and steadily caught the wine cup, which rippled without spilling a single drop. "Your Excellency's welcome is quite unique." Gongsun Emotionless smiled gently and placed the wine cup on the tip of his nose to sniff lightly. Then he drank it all in one go, his movements bold and wild, without the slightest pretense. Yang was still sitting there, with no intention of getting up, his eyes slowly narrowing as Gongsun Emotionless moved. If it was anywhere else on the continent, it would be easy for a cultivator to use his aura to unload his strength and catch a flying wine glass without letting the wine spill. However, in the immortal free city where cultivation was sealed, it was far from easy to be as easy as Gongsun Wuxing. Even though Gongsun Wui's cultivation was not considered high among the people Yang knew, his achievement in the body refining course would never be low. At this moment, Gongsun Wuxi had already walked to the table in large strides. He put down his wine glass, his gaze looking straight at Yang from top to bottom. "The wine from the Qin Xin Fong is good, but it pales in comparison to your Excellency's palm power." Ever since Gongsun Emotionless stepped into the room, his address to Yang had changed from the initial immortal father to your Excellency just now, to the current condescending posture of looking down from the clouds. Yang felt that Gongsun Emotionless didn't seem to be as limber and simple-minded as the Dark Hall's intelligence had narrated. He's more of a conniving man who's good at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. A sharp glint flashed in Yang's eyes, in the face of Gongsun Emotionless' words and his desire to turn the tables. Yang did not show any impatience or uneasiness, but instead became more calm and collected. Yang smiled softly and tapped her fingers on the tabletop with a crisp sound, breaking the silence in the room. "It's just a small carving skill. In this immortal-less city, there are too many constraints to enjoy. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." With a hint of disdain in his laughter, Yang made a move to return the favor. Gongsun Emotionless' face changed slightly, obviously understanding the meaning of his words. When he was about to say something else, Yang pointed to the nearest chair and blocked Gongsun Emotionless' words. "Why don't you sit down, second master, and we'll talk over a drink?" A hint of hesitation flashed across Gongsun Emotionless' face. He had originally planned to use his strong attitude to control the pace of the negotiations, but he didn't expect Yang's two light words to make his advantage disappear. Yang's movements seemed casual, but they implied deep meaning. If you continue to stand, not only do you look stubborn, but you may also lose the opportunity to make friends. To follow Yang's proposal would be tantamount to surrendering the initiative. Between the two dilemmas, Gongsun Emotionless chose the latter. It's not impossible to go backward to go forward. Respectfully, a smile piled back up on Gongsun Emotionless' face, as if to hide his hesitation just now. As he sat down, he also picked up the jug on the table with his hand and filled a glass of wine for himself, as an action to lighten the mood. Immortal Mu was right. It's more sincere if we talk over drinks. Gongsun Emotionless raised his wine cup and gestured to Yang, a hint of relief in his voice as he tried to sweep away the previous tension. Yang smiled faintly. He knew that Gongsun Emotionless had made a choice, and that choice meant that he had made a small compromise. He raised his own wine glass and lightly touched it with Gongsun Emotionless, and the two of them made a crisp ringing sound. After a few glasses of wine, the two seemed to look a lot closer. At that moment, Yang cupped his wine glass and shook it slowly in front of his own eyes, his eyes thoughtful. Most of the people stationed in Immortal-less City by other families are of average talent, but are strong and powerful. He gave a slight lurch, and his eyes turned to Gongsun Wui with a hint of doubt in his gaze. In their entire lives, they may have reached the end of their cultivation at the Yuaning stage. They come to this Immortal-less City for nothing more than earning some spirit stones for their clans and families, in exchange for a chance to turn over a new leaf for their children and grandchildren. Immediately afterward, his words changed, and there was a subtle hint of regret in his tone. With the talent of the second master, he should have been able to cross the world. But the Gongsun family does not seem to think so. Gongsun Emotionless' face changed slightly as he said in his heart, "This person is so powerful that he knows me, and even the Gongsun family, like the back of his hand." In this round, Gongsun Emotionless chose to play dumb as he laughed and simply went along with Yang's words. Immortal Mu was too kind. Emotionless is a member of the Gongsun family and should share the family's worries. Bang! The loud bang. Yang furrowed his sword brows as he slammed his wineglass on the table in pain. God is unjust. How unjust. Persecuted by the family to this point, the second master is still working for those treacherous people. Yang's tone revealed deep regret and sympathy. Then he shook his head and personally poured wine for Gongsun Emotionless. Come on, drink, drink. However, Gongsun Wui didn't lift the wine cup, but instead stared dead at Yang and asked in a low voice, "Immortal Mu, why do you say that?" Chapter 85, Detoxifying Lust in the Traditional Way. From Gongsun Emotionless' eyes, Yang captured some caution and wariness, and even hidden anger and hatred. These complex and conflicting emotions intertwined together, making Yang realize that Gongsun Wuxing must have unknown entanglements and stories with his elder and third brothers. The corner of Yang's mouth curled up into a faint smile, and instead of responding to him in a hurry, he raised his wineglass and gently clinked it with him. Come, drink, drink. It's my father who is presumptuous. There was a hint of self-deprecation in his words, as if he was trying to ease the tension in this way. However, Gongsun Emotionless' heart was like being gnawed by millions of ants, and that itching feeling made it difficult for him to calm down. Emotionless originally thought that Immortal Mu was a cultivator who spoke his mind and dared to do something. There was a note of disappointment in his voice, and his thick brows locked in indignation as he glanced his head aside. It's just a matter of not drinking this wine. A hint of cunning flashed through Yang's gaze, and it seemed that Gongsun Emotionless' reaction was not out of his expectation. He put the glass to his lips and tilted his head back to take a drink, then smiled. Gongsun Wudi is headstrong. Gongsun Wuji is ambitious, while Gongsun Wuxing is less human than famous. Seeing Gongsun Emotionless' bullseyes flashing up with another surprised light, Yang elegantly poured herself a fine wine and continued. The Tao is emotionless. People are sentient. Love returns to the Tao in which love is self-evident. Love is love. Hate is love. Jealousy is love. What is emotionless? Immediately afterward, Yang smiled broadly and turned the tables. Let go of personal qualities. Enjoy a life of lack of virtue. Put an end to mental internal conflict. And go straight to madness if something happens. Speaking of which, another glass of wine went down. Ha ha ha. It's better to make things difficult for others than to condemn yourself. Gongsun Emotionless' heart rippled tremendously under Yang's words. Shock flashed in his eyes as Yang's words were direct and sharp, each word hitting him like a heavy hammer. It had never occurred to him that anyone outside of the Gongsun family would dissect the complexities of his relationship with his family brothers so bluntly. His inner thoughts were like boiling lava. Anger, hatred, and jealousy intertwined in a way that made it difficult for him to calm down. Yang's words were like a bolt of lightning that illuminated the dark corners of his heart, making him face those emotions that had been suppressed and avoided. The Tao has no feelings. People have feelings, and feelings return to the Tao in which feelings are self-explanatory. Gongsun Emotionless muttered as if he had instantly figured out the grudge between him, his elder brother, and his third brother. He'd always thought of himself as a ruthless man, but he was beginning to realize that the so-called ruthlessness might just be a shell he used to protect himself. He repeated what Yang had said, which, as absurd as they sounded, gave him a sense of relief that he had never felt before. It's been dormant and hidden for 1,000 years, although Gongsun Wuxing has a deep resentment towards the family in his heart, and thinks of the genealogy opening a single page all the time, but deep in his heart, he still had a slight illusion about his family and his brothers. However, Yang's words not only set off waves within Gongsun emotionless, but also planted a seed in his heart, a ruthless seed. At that moment, Gongsun Wui looked at Yang. The vigilance and wariness in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a deep respect and gratitude. He raised his glass and made a toast to Jan. Immortal Mu, emotionless has been taught. Between cups, the two seemed to have become close friends without words. Less than half an hour, Gongsun Wuxing was slamming the door and going out. The force was so great that it seemed as if he wanted to shatter the entire Qin Xian Feng's. Until he was out of the door of the Qin Xian Feng, the sound of cursing and swearing still echoed and reverberated within the Feng. Immortal Mu, what an immortal! How dare you tease my old man like this? The Gongsun family is at war with you. His voice was full of anger, and every word felt like it was squeezed through his teeth. This scene was naturally recorded by all the scouts of the various forces, ready to bring this information back to their respective masters. Tonight, Immortal-less City was destined to be another sleepless night. Meanwhile, the private room of the Qin Xian Feng was full of mess. Wine glasses and dishes were scattered all over the place, and the tables and chairs were tilted to the side as if they had just been through a storm. On the wall, a few cracks recorded the intense clash just now, and the delicate decorations, now only in pieces, lay silently on the floor, telling of what had happened not so long ago. Yang sat quietly at the table, his gaze bland, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, as if he was thinking about something, and as if he was waiting for something. Lord Immortal, are you all right? The Bod's voice carried a hint of trembling as she walked quickly into the private room, concern written all over her face. I can't hurt. Yang's voice was calm as he slowly stood up and straightened his shirt, regaining his usual composure. After realizing that Yang was safe and sound, a look of relief appeared on the pimp's face. She carefully led Yang through a hidden corridor to a secret room outside of the Gumshan place. That stupid fool Gongsun Wuxing. When he came, he brought a gift for Lord Shenzuan. Oh, he still has this kind of heart. It can't be that the two of you are conspiring to harm my father? Yang's cold voice directly interrupted the pimp, and there was even a chill in his eyes that made the pimp tremble. Your Immortal Highness, unjustly accused slave. The Bod's voice was tinged with panic as she hurriedly tried to defend herself, but Yang didn't give her that chance. Yang winked towards the pimp and interrupted her again. Send it back to him, my father wouldn't dare take it from him. Yes. In the dim light, the Bod read many messages in Yang's eyes. For example, he seemed to be telling himself that someone behind him was listening. The pimp nodded slightly and gave Yang an imperceptible understand look, then led him to the small boudoir. After a few moments passed, a carriage quietly turned back from the back door of the Qin Xian Feng and drove along the night path toward the Gongsun family's compound. On the other hand, the pimp avoided everyone and silently brought a sack to the room where Yang was. Seeing that they seemed to have something to say, Xiao Xiao was very understanding and didn't ask too many questions, but just gently exited the room, and carefully closed the door for them. Inside the room, Yang and the pimp faced the sack, the atmosphere heavy. Your Immortal Highness, this is from Gongsun Emotionless. Inside, seems to be a person. Before the words left her mouth, she noticed a flash of suspicion in Yang's gaze. She chose to shut up and stood quietly, waiting for Yang's next instructions. At that moment, Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then called up the system attribute panel in his mind. As the panel was revealed, his gaze instantly froze. Name Moon Ching Chang, Power, Moon Bay, Cultivation Level, Foundation Stage Level 1, Charm Value, 94, Intimacy, 20, Mystery Number, 0, Others, Star Sacred Body, not activated, Status, Poisoning, Bone-Breaking Incense. The bone-breaking incense is an extremely poisonous and obscene poison. It can drown a person in an endless sea of desires that are impossible to extricate themselves from. What was even more terrifying was that it was also able to silently erode the bones of cultivators. Even if the poison is detoxified, it is difficult for the poisoner to get rid of this lustful poison completely, thus becoming a slave to his desires. Yang waved his hand and said, just stand down. I'll take care of it. As the pimp respectfully exited the room, Yang's heart rippled. From the moment he saw Qiu Sijie come to deliver the message, Yang knew that Yu Qingcheng was already in Gongsun Wui's hands, but he didn't expect Gongsun Wuxing to send Yu Qingcheng in to poison her with obscene poison. Obviously, he wanted to use Yu Qingcheng to enlist himself. Yang's sword brows were locked. his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin, and a thoughtful light flickered in his deep gaze. Moon Qingcheng, this girl's poison has to be undone. Otherwise, the good old returning toolman will be ruined. Let's first try to see if Master Unity can modify her status attributes. Modifying Yu Qingcheng's status will cost 10 billion spirit stones. Your spirit stone balance is insufficient. Chow chow. You're being a puddle again. You want to spend $10 billion just to change a status? Yesterday, that Gongsun Grizzly was only $10 million. Why is it so expensive to change Moon City? Speak. You speak on Master Unity. Are you out of BUG? System? In the face of the system's silence, Yang could only slap his forehead helplessly and let out a long sigh. He was considered to be completely convinced of the system, and it was obvious that the system was not going to work this way. Since we can't count on Master Unity, we'll have to use traditional antidotes, he muttered, slowly untying the sack. Chapter 86, You're not dead. I'm trying to cure you. As the last rope was loosened, Yu Qingcheng's figure was revealed in front of Yang's eyes. Her eyes were closed, and her long hair fell messily over her shoulders, covering part of her face, but it was still hard to hide her amazing beauty. Yu Qingcheng, who had been hit by the bone-eroding soul-breaking incense, showed an unnatural flushed color. The cheeks were as tinted with the afterglow of the evening sun, revealing a sickly voluptuousness. The forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, obviously struggling fiercely with the obscene poison in his body. Yu Qingcheng's body involuntarily trembled slightly, and her slightly disheveled clothes revealed a large portion of her fair skin. As Yang looked at her, his heart tightened and his sword brows twisted together. No good. She looks exactly the same now as when Yue was poisoned back then. I'm afraid that if I'm half an hour later, I'm going to get horny. Yang carefully picked up Yu Qingcheng and placed her on the bed. Then he got up quickly, and with a sharp movement locked the doors and windows tightly to make sure no outsiders would disturb them. As he turned back to the bed, Yu Qingcheng's eyelashes fluttered more and more frequently, as if she was desiring to regain a trace of clarity from the erosion of the obscene poison. Her pretty face was so red that it seemed to be dripping blood, and her hands kept tearing at her bodice, as if she wanted to relieve the dryness and itching inside her body in this way. It's so hot. It tickles. I'm so hard. Yu Qingcheng's voice, though weak, was filled with longing, spilling out intermittently from between her dry lips. The beautiful eyes were half open and half closed, full of confusion and helplessness, and the constantly twisting petite body seemed to be unable to find a posture to relieve the inner urges. When she spotted Yang in the room, a glimmer of raw hope appeared in her eyes. Help! Help me, little brother. As a person who had been there before, Yang naturally knew how to detoxify the bone-breaking incense. He came to the side of the bed, and after removing all the clothes from Yu Qingcheng's body, his hands quickly formed a seal in front of his body. As the fraudulent treasure pearl masked his aura, a ray of light that glowed with a charming aura emanated from his palm. In an instant, it enveloped the entire bed and couch in a faint halo of light. The halo of light lingered like a mist, making the scene on the bed and couch hazy and indistinguishable, so that the outside world couldn't peek into its secrets. However, the ancient and powerful Emperor Realm formation in the immortal city seemed to have sensed the subtle fluctuations in the room. Like a sleeping dragon awakened by a slight vibration, the power of the formation began to quietly surge through the city. In the very next breath, a hazy silhouette stepped out of the void and appeared in the room. Yang was fully focused on the seal in his hand, oblivious to the sudden changes in the room. His mind was completely immersed in performing the secret method of connecting to the harmonious extreme bliss world in the Qiankuan 9 Revolution's Yin-Yang dual cultivation dharma. The hazy figure stood quietly in the dark corner of the room, carefully sensing the subtle fluctuations emanating from the seal. He seemed to exude a strong interest in the seal technique that Yang had performed. Suddenly, a wry smile seemed to appear on the figure's face, and then he pointed a finger in the void. At that moment, Yang felt his body violently lighten, as if the shackles binding him suddenly snapped. The massive amount of aura in the body could be called upon at will again. The sudden change lifted his spirits and his excitement was overwhelming. In his excitement, he accelerated the speed of his sealing. Soon, the Acacia Extreme world opened its doors to him, and two beams of exquisite light pulled his and Yu Qingcheng's divine souls inside. As their divine souls disappeared, the hazy figure seemed to frown slightly. This breath is déjà vu, as if it is a small world that he opened up. This human kid, how did he make his seal? Could it be that he left a legacy in the Xian demon continent back then, and this lucky kid got it? The figure murmured, as if searching for an answer in a self-interrogating question. Immediately afterward, his gaze turned back to Yu Qingcheng on the bed, and a trace of amazement seemed to flash through his eyes all of a sudden. Star Sacred Body, one of the 9 cauldrons, TSK, cheap this kid. It's just a shame it's poisoned with lust. The space in the room suddenly became turbulent with his voice, fluctuating violently like a shocking wave. In certain vulnerable areas, the The spatial structure is even cracked. The cracks spread rapidly, devouring the surrounding space and creating a dark void. These collapses were like black holes, devouring light and matter and releasing a haunting aura of destruction. This aura not only caused the hearts of the entire crowd of the Qin Xian Fong to tremble, but it also quietly spread to the entire immortal-less city like a water wave. Luckily, the hazy figure quickly came back to his senses and took control of the situation. Been asleep too long, got a little out of control. He seemed to smile to himself as he moved through the charming glow of the room and took a few steps closer to the bed. Immaculate Sun's yin-yang harmony technique? No, it's not Immaculate Sun's. It seems to be a technique from the Acacia Sect's yin-yang dual cultivation treasure record. However, the figure shook his head, seemingly dismissing his thoughts. This kid's gong method at least combines the strengths of 3 families. Whose mantle has he actually inherited? There seemed to be an inquisitive gleam in his eyes, as if he was deeply interested in Yang's origin and background. At the same time, within the Acacia Elysium, Yu Qingqing's cheeks carried a faint blush, her arms wrapped between Yang's neck, her chin resting against his shoulder as she panted heavily. Am I dead? Or am I dreaming? As she spoke, she bit down hard on Yang's shoulder with a real sense of taste that made Yu Qingqing couldn't help but feel doubtful. However, Yang couldn't help but tense the muscles in his body under the pain. Ah! Yu Qingqing exclaimed out in shock, her beautiful eyes instantly glaring round, her fair skin becoming hot at a speed visible to the naked eye. With that, her long hair fell gently, intertwining with Yang's hair to form a harmonious picture. Yang's hand gently stroked Yu Qingqing's back, easing her emotions. You're not dead and you're not dreaming. You're poisoned and I'm saving you. Without waiting for Yang to finish, Yu Qingqing once again let out a long cry as a powerful force impacted her delicate body, causing her body to radiate like a star-like light. The star power within the Acacia Extreme Bliss world rapidly converged towards the two. Time passed slowly and when they stopped again, with a boing sound, Yu Qingqing's body seemed to have broken some sort of invisible shackle. Her body jolted as if some restraint had been completely released. At the location of Yu Qingqing's brow, a brilliant light suddenly flashed out, like the brightest star in the night sky, mysterious and deep. As the light gradually stabilized, a mysterious star seal was added to her brow. The seal emitted a faint blue light, like a miniature star set on top of her skin. However, after the power of the stars didn't enter Yang's body, it caused his chi-si to undergo a huge change. Before he could examine it in detail, the running speed of the Qianquan 9 Revolution's yin-yang technique involuntarily sped up by several times. The sudden acceleration of the aura in the meridians caused Yu Qingqing to once again feel that uncontrollable madness and urge. I must be dreaming. You're too. Chapter 87 Brother, can I follow you? Yang and Yu Qingqing's divine souls seemed to be undergoing a marvelous metamorphosis in the Acacia Extreme world. Their divine souls were like two clear springs meeting, fusing and nourishing each other. The power of the divine soul grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. As the mingling became deeper and deeper, the divine soul began to emit a faint glow. These rays of light intertwined together like the bright stars in the night sky, and like the most splendid fireworks. In the real world, their bodies began to resonate as their divine souls merged. Under the high-speed operation of the Qianquan 9 Revolution's yin-yang technique, the rich spiritual qi flowed through the meridians of the two of them, forming a powerful cycle. 1 circumference, 2 circumferences. The toxin from the bone-eroding soul-breaking incense began to be gradually forced out of Yu Qingqing's body. Yang's aura was not only dispelling the toxins, it was also continuously strengthening Yu Qingqing's physique. Each cycle of the spirit technique caused her cultivation level to rise upwards by a knot, and the potential of the star saint body was then further stimulated. Inside the room, the hazy silhouette witnessed the dual cultivation process between Yang and Yu Qingqing, and a flash of shock flashed across its eyes. What exactly is this? Gong method? His voice carried a hint of trembling, clearly having never seen such a strange and powerful dual cultivation technique before. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked up into the sky, his face changing slightly. At this very moment, the sky of Immortal-less City was shrouded by a layer of thick dark clouds, as if the canopy had been torn apart, revealing the raging darkness beneath it. The sound of thunder roared through the clouds, like 1,000 horses galloping past, or like a giant dragon tossing in the sea of clouds, and its sound was loud enough to make the entire city tremble. They descend with the might of heaven and earth. The hazy figure seemed to frown and disappeared from the room in the next breath. The moment he disappeared, a mysterious stone emitting a faint glow was added to the eye of the Emperor Realm formation. The stone trembled slightly for a few moments, and the figure of the party revealed itself from it. As his hands continued to form seals in front of him at a rapid pace, the Immortal-less City's formations began to activate. Deep in the earth, a ray of light lit up like a sleeping dragon opening its eyes. These rays of light spread rapidly along a specific path, forming a huge pattern of spell formations that covered the entire city. In the meantime, the people within Immortalist City were thrown into a state of chaos. Panicked voices rose and fell, panic and unease written on people's faces. Not good. God's punishment is approaching. It's God's punishment approaching. Look, nah. What is that glow on the earth? Could it be the legendary Emperor Realm formation? Heaven bless Immortalist City. May Immortalist Emperor protect it. In the midst of various murmurs, panic, and complicated voices, a silhouette appeared on top of a high pavilion in the middle of the city. She was dressed in a plain long dress, her long hair fluttering in the wind, just like a fairy who descended from the sky. Frowning her willow brows, she first glanced at the rolling clouds and constant flashes of lightning in the sky, then looked down at the light that lit up the earth. A hint of gravity was revealed in his eyes, but there wasn't too much panic. After all, Immortal Emperor Wu Xian's Emperor formation had been automatically activated, and Immortal City would mostly be safe and sound. It's unbelievable that someone could break through an Immortalist City. Between soft whispers, the silhouette disappeared from the high pavilion. The other side. As the Qianquan 9 revolutions in Yang technique continue to operate, the Qi Sea in Yang's body experienced an unprecedented change. The originally calm sea of Qi began to ripple, and a mysterious force caused the mud and sand at the bottom of the sea to overturn, and a small island slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. This small island was not composed of unusual substances, but was condensed from pure aura, and it emitted a faint glow, as if it was a bright pearl in the sea of Qi. As the island gradually rose, the aura within the sea of Qi began to surge wildly, rotating around the island and forming a huge vortex. The vortex continuously pulled the surrounding aura over, causing the island to gradually increase in size and the aura to become more and more dense. The most amazing thing was that during the process of the island's molding, dots of stars appeared in the sky above the Sea of Qi as an external force was incorporated. These stars were not real stars in the sky, but auras condensed from pure aura. They were like the brightest stars in the night sky, twinkling within the Sea of Qi, adding a sense of mystery and magnificence to the island. These stars gradually converged as the island rose, eventually forming a brilliant star field over the island. Every star in the star field had a subtle connection with the island, and they constantly sent aura to the island, making it more solid and stronger. Buzz! A low heavenly voice of the great Tao boomed out from the depths of Yang's divine soul. Whether it was his divine soul or his physical body, they all involuntarily trembled at this moment, as if they had touched some supreme law. In the dark, Yang felt that he had broken through and reformed the Jindan. This time, his Jindan was fundamentally different from before. It is no longer a simple core of energy, but has become an island full of life and vitality. Intuition told him that the island within his Qi Sea was his Jindan. How could Yang not expect that lifting the bone-eroding soul-breaking incense for Yu Qingcheng would become an opportunity for his cultivation breakthrough? As the energy structure in his body underwent a radical change, his divine soul and physical body also became stronger. However, all of this change caused Yu Qingcheng to narrowly miss out on the fight. The massive amount of pure aura fed back into her body like a tidal wave as the two of them ran through the great circumstance, nearly causing her divine soul to collapse. Yu Qingcheng's meridians began to emit protesting pain under the impact of such a huge amount of aura, as if every meridian had been stretched to its limit. Her divine soul was also swaying in this storm of aura, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. Even though the star's sacred body gave her extraordinary potential, she still felt overwhelmed in front of the aura Yang released during her breakthrough. I'm dying. Ah! Yu Qingcheng let out a cry in pain. Under the waves of aura, her consciousness was like a candle flame in the wind, flickering on and off, as if it would go out at any time. Yang Jianye frowned and immediately adjusted the running speed of the spirit technique, controlling it within the range that Yu Qingcheng could withstand. As time passed, Yu Qingcheng's star saint body was completely activated, and at the same time, her physique was also boosted like never before. The power of the star sacred body began to manifest as her internal meridians widened several times under the aura, becoming tougher and wider. When Yang felt that Yu Qingcheng seemed to have been able to withstand a greater onslaught of aura, he once again carefully increased the running speed of the spirit technique. This time, Yu Qingcheng's body did not show any more signs of almost collapsing like before, but instead began to adapt to this high-intensity flow of aura. When the Emperor Realm formation of Immortalist City wore down the 9 robberies and thunderbolts in the sky, the dark clouds in the sky began to slowly disperse, revealing the starlight that had been missing for a long time. At the eye of the Emperor Realm formation, the mysterious stone also regained its calmness after the calamity lightning dissipated. Its light dimmed and eventually blended in with its surroundings. On top of the high pavilion in the city, that mysterious silhouette appeared once again. Her gaze pierced through the night sky as if searching for something. And within the room of the Qin Xin Fang, the divine souls of Yang and Yu Qingcheng had already returned to their physical bodies. Yu Qingcheng slowly opened her eyes. Her pretty face was covered with a blush that hadn't yet faded. She tightly wrapped her arms around Yang's neck, itching for her entire body to melt into his body. Moo, moo brother, I will follow you in the future. Okay? Chapter 88 My lady, I'll forgive you if you remove the veil. Okay. Yang's answer was concise and firm, without the slightest hesitation. After all, things had gone beyond his expectations, and in order to get rid of the poison, he had taken possession of Yu Qingqing's body. The cashback toolman becomes a double-modified cashback toolman. Even though Yang did not have feelings for Yu Qingqing that went beyond that of a toolman, but he knew in his heart that with his current appearance and status, plus the whole night's process of getting rid of the poison, it was almost inevitable that Yu Qingqing would develop affection and dependence on him. After all, she was only 18, the age of longing for romance and heroes. Let's spend time with her as Mu Huan first, and let's talk about later things later. Yang made a silent decision in his mind. Receiving Yang Yang's decisive reply, infinite happiness welled up in Yu Qingqing's heart. Excitement flickered in the starlight beautiful eyes, and a bright smile blossomed on her face like the most gorgeous flower in spring. In Yu Qingqing's heart, Yang was her most solid reliance in this world. Not only did he kill Gongsun Sei for her, but he also saved her from Gongsun emotionless. He alone is more powerful than the entire Moon Bay. What young girl isn't pregnant? What teenage girl doesn't want her dog to be a hero? Yu Qingqing tightly wrapped her arms around Yang's neck, her gaze filled with infatuation and dependence. Time seemed to freeze in this moment. She slowly closed her eyes, and with the characteristic shyness of a young girl, she gently printed her lips towards Yang, even though they've been tossing and turning all night. However, one's cultivation had broken through, the other had activated the star-sacred body. This is the time of year when energy is at its peak. In a flash, the atmosphere in the room was once again charming, and the sparks of passion once again ignited dry wood in fire, until the sun came up. Outside the door of the room, the pimp of Qin Xin Fang's face carried a bit of anxiety and helplessness. She had forgotten how many times she had stood outside the door of the room. It's going to be noon if we go any further. Don't all immortal dignitaries need to rest? Though she was a little worried about whether Yang's body would be able to handle it. But in the face of his lofty immortal status, the pimp could only wait patiently outside the door. Not daring to disturb him hastily, she glanced at Tiny beside her and said in a voice she alone could hear, "You need to practice your body. Forget it, turn around and mom will give you a tonic. Otherwise your little body won't be able to withstand a few more nights of tossing and turning by the immortal emperor." When Tiny saw her say that, her long-suffering cheeks couldn't help but start to burn. She hung her head with a red face and wrapped a pair of jade hands around the hem of her dress. Just as she was about to open her mouth to respond, a woman's voice that sounded like the first cry of a nightingale suddenly came out of the room. The sound echoed in the air for a moment, and then all was quiet again. A few moments passed. The door slowly opened from the inside with a soft creak. Yang stepped out of the room with a crispy cool expression on his face. He first gently scraped the tiny nose with his finger, revealing a hint of intimacy, and then turned to the bod and commanded, "Arrange for some experienced sisters to wait outside the door." Then the conversation turned and asked, "Has the obeisance that my father asked you to deliver been delivered?" The pimp bowed to Yang Huan in a respectful manner. A wink was then given towards Tiny, and only after she had left did she respond softly, "It's delivered." Tonight, at the star-picking pavilion in the east of the city, the owner of the Duoba pavilion will personally host a banquet. Before the words left his mouth, he saw Yang's sword eyebrow raise and let out a doubtful voice. "Oh," apparently he was a little taken aback by the news coming out of the pimp. With that, he gave another meaningful smile. "It seems that the play with Gongsun emotionless last night had some effect. I can't imagine that the multi-treasure pavilion master, who has always been a god, is unable to resist this time." Seeing Yang in deep thought, the pimp did not dare to disturb him, but just stood quietly, waiting for his further instructions. After a moment, Yang looked up, a glint in his eyes. "Tell the multi-treasure pavilion master that my father will definitely attend the banquet at that time." He then turned his head toward the room behind him and added, "Strengthen the vigilance of the Qin Xin Fang. She must not make any mistakes." "Yes, Lord Immortal," the pimp replied respectfully, his voice full of absolute trust and obedience to Yang. "The secret room of the Qin Heart Workshop is lent to this honored one. Come back when you go to the banquet. Don't disturb this honored one during this period of time." "Yes, Lord Immortal. This way please." As the lights came on and the night was low, the streets of Immortal-less City were illuminated. The carriage slowly departed from Qin Xin Fang and drove along the stone road towards the star-picking pavilion in the east of the city. Those scouts lurking in the shadows, like ghosts walking in the night, silently disappeared into the darkness. Each returned to the forces to which they belonged to report the latest information. As the carriage drove into the East City, the originally bustling streets gradually fell into silence. Suddenly, a cold light flashed through the night, and a sharp arrow pointed straight at the carriage with a cracking sound. "Enemy attack!" The horseman cried out, swinging his whip and curling it over the sharp arrow. Swear to protect immortal father to the death. The words just fell. Several dark shadows leapt out of the surrounding rooftops and dark alleys. They were dressed in night clothes and held sharp blades, their eyes revealing cold killing intent. Their movements were clean and well coordinated, and they were all obviously well-trained killers. Yang snorted coldly, and with a shake of his body, he had swept out of the carriage. With his lightning-fast stance, he avoided the assassin's first round of attacks. Immediately afterward, the palm of his hand drew a subtle trajectory in the air, colliding with the assassin's sharp blade, making a crisp metallic clash. With the fraudulent treasure pearl as a plug-in, he secretly condensed his aura into an invisible sword, and in a few moves, he nullified their weapons. The assassins were not weak, but in front of Yang, who had a stronger physical body, they became a joke that hit a stone with an egg. The battle seemed fierce, but the outcome was already predetermined. Soon the assassins fell one by one, leaving only their tattered bodies and undried blood in the streets. Yang stood in a pool of blood, his clothes untainted by dust, his eyes revealing some coldness. You guys go back. My father would like to see how many people want to take my life. The power game in Immortalist City was far more complicated than Yang had imagined. The news of the banquet hosted by the multi-treasure pavilion's owner should be known by every family. But there's still someone who dares to pick this time to make a move. I really don't know if he's brain dead or just a waste. At that thought, Yang looked toward the shadows on the street corner, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Duo Treasure Pavilion is just like that, so it's fine if I don't go to this banquet. Yang spoke faintly, a hint of disdain in his tone. With that, Yang turned around, and without a trace of lingering, he folded himself back in the direction of Qin Xin Fong. However, before Yang could walk out far, several heavy sounds of human bodies hitting the ground came from behind him. Immediately afterward, a clear and pleasant voice cut through the silence of the night. Immortal Mu, forgive me. The multi-treasure pavilion has been much neglected. My daughter is here on behalf of the pavilion master to make amends to the immortal. There was a hint of apology in her voice, and then she waved her hand gently. Immediately after, a dozen corpses dressed like the previous assassins were thrown from the shadows into the center of the street. Yang's gaze slowly swept over these black-clothed corpses, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. The strength of those killers just now should not be underestimated. They should all be carefully selected and trained elites. Even though those killers might not necessarily be able to fight alone, they were fully capable of killing an ordinary transitional body cultivator when they acted together. After Yang fought with them, if he hadn't decisively turned on his hang-ups, he might have gotten a grudge on the spot. Through the system's attribute panel, he realized that these killers were all Duo Bao Ge's people without exception. Apparently, the assassination was a play directed by Duo Bao Gu. Yang Huan's heart was like a mirror. The reason why the doppelganger sent such an assassin. On the one hand, it was to test his strength, and on the other hand, it was also to give him a head start. Therefore, Yang chose not to go to the banquet and told Duo Bao Gu with his own attitude. You guys have gone too far. However, he changed his mind again when his gaze fell on the silhouette not far away. Name, Jiang Li. Power, Duo Bao Gu. Age, 998. Cultivation level, second level of the transition. Charm value, 93. Intimacy, 5. Mystery number, 0. Others multiple treasures pavilion master. Then, what Yang said caused the lightly veiled Jiang Li to furrow her brows. If the little lady unveils this veil of yours, this honored one might forgive your Duo Bao pavilion this time. Chapter 89. Man, you've managed to get my attention. Although the lightly veiled Jiang Li couldn't see his expression, his exposed eyes burst out in anger. Her voice seemed to tremble slightly from anger, revealing her emotions at the moment. Denizens, looking for a fight. Jiang Li chortled, his figure like an arrow off the string, instantly attacking Yang. In the face of her attack, Yang did not flinch. Instead, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Then this honored one will personally remove this veil of yours and see if you're so ugly that you can't see anyone. His body was slightly flanked like a coiled spring, easily dodging Jiang Li's attack. At the same time, the palm of his hand drew a subtle trajectory in the air, pointing straight at her face. Due to the limitations of the Emperor formation of Immortalist City, the intense battle between the two was suppressed to the level of a purely physical collision. Even so, they still showed amazing fighting strength. There was less of the splendor and exuberance of feats and auras, but there was more of a rustic beauty as a result. The most primitive martial arts competition, in the exchange of punches and kicks, seemed extraordinarily real and shocking. Yang's stances were a combination of rigidity and flexibility, yin and yang, just like the continuous flow of a meandering river. Jiang Li, with a wave of annoyance, moves viciously, palm up and palm down, vaguely contained some killing intent. The two men's fists and palms collided, constantly emitting dull sounds. Even the air around them was vibrating for it. One incense stick later, Yang and Zhongli were still hard to distinguish between victory and defeat. The sound of cracking air was endless, but neither could help anyone. Several more moves. Ping! The intense pair of palms made a dull sound, and the two figures finally separated, each retreating to a certain distance. Zhongli's chest rose and fell slightly, and the anger in his eyes subsided, replaced by an intense battle intent. No wonder even Gongsun emotionless is helpless. Immortal Mu really lives up to his name. Yang gently adjusted her breathing, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, her thin lips moving slightly but not making any sound. The Pavilion Master's stance is even more outstanding than what this honored one imagined. Boom! It was as if the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger had fallen from Zhongli's mind, and her beautiful eyes turned wide and round, her heart surging with complex emotions. He actually knows that I'm the owner of the Duo Treasure Pavilion. The mysterious immortal dignitary in front of him who had suddenly appeared in Immortal-less city. Duo Baoge had investigated for 2 days but still didn't know his true identity. Yet the other party was able to easily reveal his identity. Zhongli felt that the Duo Baoge's intelligence network needed to be overhauled. A glint flashed in Yang's eyes. He knew that his words had shocked Zhongli. Then he eased his tone. After the fight, this honored one is also a bit hungry. At this point, Yang deliberately paused. He winked towards Zhongli, hoping that she would take the step he had given her and go down with it. After all, talking is the key. Fighting is just the spice. To be able to take charge of the multi-treasure pavilion at an age of less than 1,000 years, Zhongli was naturally not a mediocre person, and the corners of his mouth under the veil curved up into a nice-looking arc. Why don't Immortal Mu follow my daughter and move to the star-picking pavilion? And after we've eaten and drunk enough, we'll compete again? Since Zhongli chose to go with the flow, Yang was happy to accept it. So very good. Immortal Mu, please. Under the stunned gazes of the many scouts, Yang and Zhongli traveled in the direction of star-picking pavilion, one after the other. Their silhouettes faded away into the night, leaving a trail of confusion and speculation. The scouts had originally thought that this mysterious immortal exalt would fight the mysterious immortal of the Duo Treasure Pavilion to the death. But I never expected the situation to take such a dramatic turn. What are they doing here? Playing us? Some of the more daring scouts tried to follow them, or to check out the bodies of the killers that had been dumped on the street. However, they were invariably stopped by the people of the Duo Baoge. However, a few of the masked scouts were not convinced in their hearts and shouted out, "What right do you have to stop us? Do you think that Immortal-less city is under the authority of your multi-treasure pavilion? Guys, them." With a lead, more people will naturally join in. What was the mysterious immortal dignitary talking about with the multi-treasure pavilion master? And which power had sent someone to attack and kill the mysterious immortal dignitary? This information is what their masters are most eager to know. If you return empty-handed, you will inevitably be chastised. If you Duo Baoge don't let us have a good time, then you don't want to have a good time either. The scouts and the people of the doppelganger eventually formed a messy fight, while the few masked scouts who led the way were in deep trouble. Despite the sounds of shouting and cursing and the clashing of weapons on the long street, it didn't affect the silence inside the star-picking pavilion. At this point, inside the star-picking pavilion, Yang and Zhongli sat opposite each other in a subtle atmosphere. Faced with a table full of wine and food, neither of them moved, but sat quietly, as if both were waiting for the other to speak first. A good deal of time passed. Zhongli finally sulked and took the lead in breaking the silence. In this night's matter, the multi-treasure pavilion has indeed offended more than it should, and this seat hereby represents the multi-treasure pavilion to offer our deepest apologies to Immortal Mu. She gently raised her glass and took a drink in honor of the occasion. Yang's eyes sized up Zhongli. Even though her pretty face was covered by a light white veil, her delicate features could still be vaguely glimpsed through that hazy veil. Between his hands and feet, he exudes the beauty of autumn water as god and jade as bone, hibiscus as face and willow as eyebrow. The plain long skirt is even more difficult to hide her delicate curves, flatty close to the arc of the circle, the surplus of the slender waist, not bad for a charismatic 93 presence. Yang just faintly admired a few glances before withdrawing his gaze. He slowly raised the wineglass in front of him and put it down again, saying, "If my father's strength is not good, the pavilion master will naturally not waste time on my father." This honored one is considered to have passed Pavilion Master Zhang's test, isn't it? Even though Yang's voice couldn't hear any obvious joy or anger, there was a hint of dissatisfaction implied between his words. Zhongli's eyes flinched as he raised another cup and said with a clear apology in his voice, "Immortal Mu is overstating things. The multi-treasure pavilion has always respected strength and valued cooperation with the strong." Speaking of this, Zhongli slightly tilted his head and drank another cup, then solemnly said, "Tonight's misunderstanding will in no way affect our future interactions." Yang had named Zhongli's pavilion master status on the long street, and now mentioned her surname. The seemingly light words caused Jiang Li's attitude to shift drastically. Others know everything about you, but you know nothing about others. This asymmetry in information made her feel a fear she had never felt before. Jiang Li even had the illusion that Yang even knew about the butterfly marks on her buttocks. At this point, she brought up another glass of wine. This time, she didn't say anything, just quietly drained her glass of wine. After drinking, Jiang Li slowly removed the veil that had been covering her features, revealing her exquisite and stunning face. The moment the veil fell, it was as if even the air around it froze. Jiang Li gave Yang Li a smile that had both the softness of a woman and the confidence of a strong man. Man, you managed to get my attention. Chapter 90, If this is a bride price, I'll marry you tonight. The female boss of this nifty cultivation world? Yang Huan muttered in his heart. He had thought that he would have to pull his punches for a while, but he didn't expect Jiang Li to be so straightforward. However, after 3 glasses of wine, Jiang Li's current appearance did fit the image of a female bully in control of a powerful force. But what about Chief Bully? A smile with deep meaning hung on the corner of Yang's mouth, and she playfully replied back. Woman, I can fulfill you with anything but love. When Jiang Li heard Yang's frivolous words, the expression on her face instantly froze, and a trace of unexpected dismay swept through her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected Yang to respond to her in such a flippant way. A trace of displeasure flashed between her brows. But this emotion passed in an instant and was replaced by the calmness and composure that characterized her female boss. At the same time, Jiang Li's heart was racing with thoughts. Not only is this guy's strength unfathomable, even his personality is so elusive. It's a bit of a headache. Jiang Li took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his mindset. His eyes once again became firm and the corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile. Immortal Mu really knows how to joke. Ha! She responded lightly, her voice revealing a hint of unconscious relief, as if the embarrassment of earlier had never happened. Immediately afterward, her words changed and she cut right to the chase. I don't know what exactly Immortal Mu wants to see this seed about. Seeing that she got straight to the point and had some sincerity in her eyes, Yang couldn't help but secretly give her a nod. Communicating with smart people is just comfortable. Behind the Demon Abyss Valley stands the soul-devouring Demon Palace. I'm sure Pavilion Master Jiang is well aware of that. I'm afraid that a head-on conflict between the Xin Tian sect and the soul-devouring Demon Palace is already inevitable, and the flames of war will definitely reignite at that time. With that said, Yang sighed softly and took a drink as well and continued. The Battle Sect, the Acacia Sect, and the Gongsun family are bound to not stay out of this. They'll all be thinking about getting a piece of the pie. My father has come today to ask Pavilion Master Jiang what is the attitude of the multi-treasure pavilion. As Yang spoke, Jiang Li poured himself a glass of wine, but when she heard that he was asking about the position of the doppelganger, her movements gave a slight lurch, and then she gently placed the wine glass back on the table. A large part of the reason why the duo Baogo can stand for 10,000 years without collapsing is that it does not engage in strife. Jiang Li paused for a moment, then said in a firm tone, that's the purpose of the doppelganger. Whoever asks, the answer is the same. Yang was not surprised by Jiang Li's answer. He just smiled faintly and then asked in return, since the multi-treasure pavilion doesn't engage in strife, then why are they fostering so many forces? Does Pavilion Master Jiang think he's too smart? Or does he think that all the other forces are just cuties? The world's situation is such that division will lead to unity and unity will lead to division. What does Pavilion Master Jiang think? Yang's series of 3 questions were like 3 heavy hammers that struck the tip of Jiang Chen's heart, leaving her speechless for a moment. These questions go right to the heart of the hidden strategies and positions of the doppelganger. It made Jiang Li have to re-examine the seemingly careless immortal dignitary in front of him. How much does he really know? Jiang Li pondered in his mind, even beginning to re-evaluate Yang's intentions in approaching him. From the intelligence network of the multi-treasure pavilion, it was as if the mysterious immortal exalt in front of him had appeared out of thin air. Even though there were rumors that he was from the Liuli Palace, Jiang Li was certain that he was never as rumored. For many years, the duo Baogu has stayed out of the continent's strife, but behind the scenes, it has silently supported all sorts of large and small forces. The purpose of all this was to maintain the balance of forces on the continent and prevent any one party from becoming too powerful and thus destabilizing the entire continent. By supporting these forces and bleeding the 6 powers, they were kept in a delicate balance. It was also because of this that the duo treasure pavilion was able to fight for more benefits on the continent. However, things seem to have changed due to Yang's sudden appearance. In Jiang Li's eyes, Yang, the Mu immortal dignity, was not only mysterious, but could possibly come from a more mysterious and powerful force than the Liuli Palace. It might be possible that this power was the true ruler behind the Xian demon continent. With this in mind, Jiang Li straightened his body and asked in a serious tone, what does Immortal Mu wish for the multi-treasure pavilion? Even though Jiang Li's words were ostensibly a query, in Yang's opinion, It was actually a compromise of sorts on the part of Duo Baogu. However, as a chamber of commerce, the Duo Baogu naturally acted with interests in mind. Dealing with crooked businessmen and driving them away with profit is the way to go. If you give them what they want with their momentary compromises, they may one day bite you back. Therefore, Yang only pretended to think for a moment before smiling and casually tossing a storage bag to Zhongli. Open it up. As the pavilion master of the multi-treasure pavilion, she had seen countless rare treasures, and even the pavilion's treasure vault had a collection of extreme immortal treasures. She didn't think that what Yang took out would be any better than the Duo Bao Ji's collection. However, when she took out an exquisite wooden box from her storage bag and opened it the moment she did, her expression was immediately replaced by shock. This? Yang seemed quite satisfied with Zhongli's reaction as he smiled and explained. This is the star-quenching pill. After taking it, it is able to introduce the power of the stars into the cultivator's body, thus enhancing the strength and power of the physical body. And the cultivator's self-healing ability will be greatly enhanced. Minor injuries are able to recover quickly, and even if they are serious injuries, the recovery speed will be several times faster than normal. This elixir. Zhongli tightly clutched the wooden box in his hands and asked with excitement in his tone under the emotion. Immortal Mu, how many of this elixir are there? Spirit stones as you wish, as long as you are willing to sell them to the multi-treasure pavilion. Yang waved her hand, interrupting her, and continued. Talking about spirit stones is too vulgar. You and I only talk about karma. Zhongli spat in his heart when he saw his eyes staring at him unkindly, then he resumed his image of a boss. If we're talking about karma, how much karma does Immortal Mu want? Put. Hearing her say that, Yang couldn't help but spray out the mouthful of fine wine he had just taken. He wiped the wine stain from the corner of his mouth and cleared his throat. Why don't we talk about karma after Pavilion Master Jiang looks at all the treasures in the storage bag? Zhongli's fingers trembled slightly as she carefully set the wooden box aside and took a deep breath. Trying to calm the excitement in her heart, her gaze turned to the storage bag once again. A strong wave of curiosity and anticipation welling up in her heart. Gently untying the knot at the mouth of the pouch, a faint spiritual light escaped from the pouch, reflecting on her face and making her look even more grave. After taking out a few more items from the storage bag that emitted an unusual aura, Zhongli's shock could no longer be described in words. Her eyes were wide and her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound because she was too shocked. The expression on his face changed from initial surprise, to shock, to disbelief, and finally to a complex look of mixed awe and greed. Her voice finally trembled. Immortal Mu, where did you get these treasures? This is simply. A hint of cunning flashed in Yang Yang's eyes as he watched Zhongli's reaction. Gleaned from the cashback toolman. Of course. Otherwise, how could a lower realm like the Xian Demon Continent have so many things from the upper realm? Pavilion Master Jiang. I don't know if there's a fate between me and your multi-treasure pavilion? Edge. This storage bag of upper realm treasures, even if the entire multi-treasure pavilion was sold, it wouldn't be able to come up with the corresponding spirit stones. A transitional immortal exalt could casually take out so many treasures. The terror of the power behind him was evident. By this moment, Zhongli was convinced that this mysterious immortal dignitary in front of him must be from a more mysterious force than the Liuli Palace. What's this talk about karma? If you say that this storage bag is your bride price, I, Zhongli, will marry you tonight. Karma or not, that doesn't matter. Despite what Zhongli thought in his heart, he still maintained his reserve on his face. Immortal Mu needs the pavilion of many treasures. Or rather, what do you need from my daughter? Yang smiled faintly, his deep eyes looking deeply at Zhongli as if he could see through her heart. Pavilion Master Jiang, you should know that there's nothing in this world that can't be exchanged. It just depends on what price you're willing to pay. This honored one can guarantee that down the road, the benefits of the multi-treasure pavilion will only be even greater than they are now. And all you need to do is maintain the status quo and wait for my arrangements. But the ugly words in front. If one day, Duo Baoga backtracked. Without waiting for Yang to finish his sentence, Zhongli said firmly, businessmen value trust. A promise is a promise. Immortal Mu, let's talk about the details. Chapter 91, After the Medicinal Bath. You'll sleep better tonight. Tonight's star-picking pavilion was undoubtedly the center of attention for all the forces. Anyone who was eager to unravel the mystery of the conversation between this mysterious Immortal Mu and the Duo Bao Pavilion Master. In the cold wind, some of the scouts huddled in the dark corners, their eyes fixed on the door of the star-picking pavilion. Others sat around the fire in twos and threes, talking. Big brother, you're from illusory Sound Valley, aren't you? And how come you guys who play with sound are also interested in this? Hey, who says it isn't? My family's old ancestors specifically instructed that if there's a chance, make sure to get closer to Immortal Mu. Coincidentally, our Starlight Sect Patriarch said the same thing. The Heavenly Sword Sect, Would like to personally learn the strength of Immortal Mu. Ouch. Who is throwing stones at me? Talking and laughing. The door of the star-picking pavilion slowly opened, and Yang's figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Immortal Mu, please. Gingerly, who had red on her white veil, walked in front of Yang, guiding him. Before Yang could take a few steps, he immediately became the center of everyone's attention. The scouts whose eyes were filled with eagerness and curiosity surged forward and surrounded the gate of the star-picking pavilion. Immortal Mu, can you reveal what exactly you and the multi-treasure pavilion master talked about? Yes, Lord Immortal. What agreement have you made with the duo treasure pavilion? I, Sky Sword Sect Sword 17, challenge Mu Xianzuan. I Chow. Who is stoning me again? Believe it or not, I will behead you. In the face of the crowd's mobbing and barrage of questions, Yang kept a faint smile on his face. He pointed at the scout who called himself Jian 17 and laughed lightly. You're that kid Jian Liuyun's junior, aren't you? The temperament is quite similar, but the fur hasn't grown in yet, so don't challenge it everywhere like that grifter. It might get clicked one day. After saying that, Yang's gaze was like a sharp sword as he slowly swept through the surroundings, almost sweeping the scouts of all the forces. Sharp as a sword, the eyes of every person present couldn't help but feel a chill. Under Yang's aura, the originally noisy scene gradually quieted down. After casually throwing a sword skill to Jian 17, he didn't bother with these small sects and turned his head to cast a meaningful look at Zhongli. Then, in the crowd's astonished gazes, they drifted away. As Yang's silhouette disappeared into the night, the door of the star-picking pavilion slowly opened. A calm voice rang out from the star-picking pavilion. The pavilion master invites all of you to enter the pavilion of star-picking to share a drink and drive away the cold. Upon hearing this, the scouts of the various families scrambled into the star-picking pavilion, their hearts filled with desire for the first-hand information they were about to obtain. Outside of all this hubbub, Yang had quietly returned to the Qin Xin Fong. However, just as he had stepped over the threshold, with one foot still dangling outside the door, he suddenly stopped. Tonight's Qin Xin Fong was unusually quiet, without the usual lewd sounds and unrestrained laughter of the guests. In the hall, there were only the pimp, Yu Qingcheng, and a woman with her back to Yang. Her bulging curves, like a ripe peach, exuded a tantalizing flavor. The delicate figure was wrapped in the bodice and skirt, outlining a silhouette that Yang was familiar with. With just a glance, Yang recognized that the woman was none other than Lingyu. The three women sat around an exquisite round table, chatting softly, each holding a glass of fruit wine of attractive color. I've heard that the immortal-less city seems to be very lively these days because of a Mu Xianzuan. The Bod's eyes surreptitiously glanced over Lingyu's body, her heart filled with doubt. Isn't he related to our Acacia sect? Why doesn't Second Elder seem to recognize him? Can it be that the Elder token he took out is a fake? Damn! I'm not going to be fooled by him, am I? What's going to happen? Just as the pimp was secretly torn, Yu Qingcheng nodded her head gently from the side and said with a smile, when little brother returns, I'll introduce him to Sister Yu. Spirit Moon seemed to have known Yu Qingcheng from a long time ago, only to see her beautiful eyes light up as she flirted. Yo, listen to this tone of our Qingcheng. How do you feel that the spring heart is swinging? The words were not finished yet, but Yu Qingcheng lowered her head with a blushing face, and said with a fine mosquito-like delicacy, which, standing at the front door, witnessing the scene, Jan's first reaction was to turn away. 1,000 miles away, Spirit Moon had not only seen him when he was young, but also had a relationship with him where they knew each other's depths and lengths. Coupled with this shy and timid behavior of Yu Qingcheng right now, if he showed up at this time, Spirit Moon might make some messy things come out. However, on second thought, Yang thought that as long as he was dead set against admitting it, even if Ling Yu sensed something, so what? On the Xian Demon continent, there has never been a treasure that can bring back youth. The Yang she knew well was mingling on Daoxian Peak, and the one in Immortal-less city was the mysterious immortal Duke Mu, who didn't have half a cent to do with Yang. Yang's sword brows gently raised as he landed on his feet, the sound he made immediately attracting the three women's gazes. Under the effect of the fraudulent treasure pearl, he was now more handsome and martial than when he was young, and more favored by women. He thought in his heart that he could just take this opportunity to try out how much of Ling Yu's sincerity towards him as Immortal Emperor Mu. The first one to get up was Yu Qingcheng, her beautiful eyes overflowing with tenderness as she came to Yang's side and took his arm with both hands and said towards Ling Yu, Brother Mu, let me introduce you. This is the second elder of the Acacia sect, Fairy Ling Yu. Her voice was intertwined with feelings of pride, complacency, sweetness, and so on, as if she were a woman who was deeply in love and unwilling to come ashore. Ling Yu's gaze froze the moment Yang appeared. Her pupils contracted violently, surprise written all over her beautiful eyes, and even her sandalwood mouth opened slightly. It's too similar. It's just too similar. How in the world could two people be so similar? the Mu Xianzuan in front of her. His appearance and temperament were almost the same as what she remembered from Yang's youth. No, even more handsome and charming than in his youth. However, Spirit Moon's shock was only momentary. Soon she narrowed her gaze, those beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she began to look back and forth at Yang's body more meticulously. Immediately afterward, a meaningful smile crept out of the corners of her mouth. However, Lingyu's smile fell in Yang's eyes, but caused his heart to tighten. Bad. This woman looks like she's already found something. In order to gag Lingyu, Yang was the first to open his mouth. I've long heard of Fairy Spirit Moon's great name, and it's truly a great honor to see her today. Ha ha ha. When Lingyu heard Yang's words, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and she lightly opened her sandalwood mouth with a few hints of flirtation in her tone. What can a little woman do to be in your good graces? I'm afraid that Immortal Emperor Mu's eyes are only on the little princess of Moon Bay, right? She sipped lightly on the fruit wine, her eyes unobtrusively showing a few moments of intense resentment. This gave the pimp on the side a taste of what was to come. They actually. Me? What did I see? The second elder is actually having an affair with Immortal Mu. Oh my god. The pimp's expression was naturally caught in the eyes of Lingyu and Yang, and they glared at her at the same time. Immortal father. You sit first. Sit first. Saying that, the pimp took Yu Qingqing's hand and continued gently. Miss Yu, I just remembered that the medicinal bath is ready for you. Why don't you go now? Sleeping will be a little more comfortable after a medicated bath. The pimp didn't care if Yu Qingqing agreed or not. He took her hand and walked towards the back hall of the Qin Xian Fong. After they left, Lingyu placed her wine glass on the table and rolled Yang's eyes. Old boy, where did you make this human skin mask? It's quite realistic. Before the words were finished, a pair of jade hands probed towards Yang's face. Chapter 92, Deadbeat. You're in a hurry. Lingyu tried many techniques, but was never able to remove the human skin mask she suspected from Yang's face. Her movements gradually became hesitant. Eventually, she seemed to realize something was wrong. The original confident movements gradually stopped. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Spirit Moon's fingers gently slid on Yang's cheek, but she felt nothing but the real touch of her skin. Nothing out of the ordinary. Doubt sprang up in her mind, and between the flow of her eyes, she couldn't help but begin to doubt her own judgment. Did I really guess wrong? She mused in her mind, and even more uncertainty flashed in her eyes. The wry smile at the corner of his mouth faded away, replaced by a serious and grave look. Just then, Yang gently coughed a few times and asked in a light tone, Has Fairy Lingyu touched enough? Spirit Moon suddenly let out a gasp. Immediately, as if being burned, quickly withdrew a pair of jade hands. Pretty faces swept over some difficult to hide embarrassment. Yes, I'm sorry, Immortal Emperor Mu is too similar to my husband. It's really rude. Looking at Lingyu's deflated look, Yang's playfulness was completely aroused. With a hint of urgency, he asked in a deliberately regretful tone. I didn't expect Spirit Moon Fairy to get married. Alas, it's too bad. Feeling that Yang's words were implied and seemed to be full of interest in herself between the lines, a hint of displeasure flashed through Lingyu's beautiful eyes. Just now, it was indeed this honored one who was rude, but please don't misunderstand even Immortal Mu. This honored one only has her husband in her heart. With that, she bit her lower lip lightly and averted her gaze from Yang, feeling a twinge of shame in her heart at her lapse. Lingyu, how can you be a nymphomaniac? The grifter in front of me just looks like Yang when he was young. They're not the same person. Why can't you control your hands that much? Yang keenly captured the subtle fluctuations in Lingyu's mood and couldn't help but feel a ripple of pleasure in his heart. He didn't expect that Lingyu, who always acted crazy and unconventional on weekdays, would have such a delicate and sincere side. Facing her young and handsome self, Lingyu unexpectedly chose to refuse, which surprised Yang. Moreover, she seemed to be very torn up about the momentary impulse she had just made, and was going through an internal torment of self-blame. Yang Huan pondered in his heart. Even though Lingyu came from a clan like the Acacia sect that didn't have a very good reputation, but she is serious about her feelings. I didn't expect to tease her and she took it seriously. Looks like I'm pretty high up in her heart. He. Yang Huan was secretly delighted in his heart, and the expression on his face became even more swinging as a result. However, the smile on his face seemed to become less pleasant in Lingyu's eyes. Anxiety and fear gradually spread in Lingyu's heart. It's over. This grizzly seems to have really taken a liking to me. Spirit Moon was apprehensive. Most of the news that had come in over the past few days was about this Immortal Mu Immortal Exalt that had suddenly appeared in Immortal City. It said that he was a peak transitional stage physical cultivator who could easily suppress Gongsun whooshing with his bare hands. He had even vaguely broken through the shackles of the transition stage, and one of the purposes of coming to Immortal City was to rely on the Emperor formation to withstand the lightning tribulation for him. Ling Yu's petite body involuntarily trembled when she thought of the true and false rumors in these messages. In case he does take a liking to me, I'm powerless to resist. If I am really by him, then what face do I have to meet Yang? Thinking of this, Ling Yu's face turned a little pale. Guilt and self-blame intertwined in her heart. A hint of helplessness showed in her beautiful eyes, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her coat, revealing her inner anxiety and struggle. She stole a glance at Yang, only to find his smile widening. This made Ling Yu's heart, Buddha, sink into the deep sea, cold and heavy. Mu Xianzuan, the night is already late. The little woman has traveled a long way and wants to rest early. Yang's sword brows slightly raised, and the smile that was originally all over his face was instantly replaced by a touch of displeasure. It's only the first night of the week and you're taking a break? When you were in the Xiantian sect, you had to come and toss around after midnight. Why don't you say you're tired? No way. You almost even scratched my face just now. Tonight I will scratch you no matter what I say. However, Yang's sudden seriousness startled Ling Yu's heartbeat, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Ryuki's fingers trembled slightly as she forced herself to remain calm, but the fear deep inside her was like a tidal wave that overwhelmed her. Can't fight, can't run, done. When I think of the rumor that Mu Xianzuan is a man who was greedy for beauty and just came to the immortal city on the first day, he tossed the flower girl until dawn. She was constantly fighting in her mind, wanting to maintain her dignity on the one hand, but on the other hand, she was afraid that she was powerless to resist immortal Mu's strength. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Ling Yu's forehead, and her palms became moist. Her gaze darted involuntarily around the hall, looking for a possible way out or assistance, but the surroundings were empty. Just her and Mu Xianzuan. This feeling of isolation made her mood even heavier. She felt as if she were trapped in a cage from which there was no escape. I can't just give up. Ling Yu silently cheered herself up in her mind. Despite the fear that nearly overwhelmed her, she still tried to find a silver lining. Yang, my old lady has been planted this time. If Lao Mai is forced by him, if you dislike Lao Mai when you turn around, Lao Mai will kill you first and then kill herself. Fortunately, these harsh words were what Ling Yu was thinking in her heart. If Yang Huan could read minds, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back her laughter. However, Yang didn't realize that Ling Yu's inner world was so rich. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Ling Yu, and all he could think about in his mind was where to start scratching in a moment. It has been rumored that the Acacia Sect's dual cultivation technique is the best in the world, and I was fortunate enough to find a remnant scroll in an ancient relic. If Fairy Lingyue is interested, why don't you give her some pointers? Starting from the words dual cultivation technique, Ling Yu's mind seemed to go down, not listening to a single word. She didn't come back to her senses until Yang's white palm waved in front of her eyes for a while. Oh, guidance talk. You show me. The words were only halfway out of her mouth when she stopped. Ancient dual cultivation technique? Points? Is this something that can be exchanged in the halls of the gumshoe? He means back to the room to watch? MMP. It seems like it's really hard to keep my innocence today. Forget it, death is death. You'll be a delicate flower again in 18 years. By then, Yang must be dead too. Let's renew our relationship in hell. Just as Ling Yu's mind was in turmoil, her thoughts were all over the place. Yang suddenly came to her ear and said in a voice that only she could hear, Sister Yu, remember that dream you had of the harmonious Elysium? Boom! Until this moment, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Ling Yu's mind, and her ever-tightened heartstrings finally loosened up at this moment. A layer of watery mist quickly surged in her beautiful eyes, crystal clear, as if they contained complex emotions. There was both relief and a hint of annoyance. Her mood was a roller coaster, falling from the peak of nervousness to the bottom of reassurance. This huge mood swing caught her a little off guard. Suddenly, Ling Yu opened her sandalwood mouth, and with a hint of revenge, she bit down on Yang's shoulder. There was both intimacy and blame in the action. She bit down hard and deadly, lashing out viciously. This bite was her punishment for Yang teasing her, and a catharsis after she confirmed his true identity. Despite some pain in her shoulder, Yang did not push her away, but tenderly embraced her in her arms. You chased me to a mortalist city because you missed me, didn't you? Seeing the 2 rows of teeth marks left on his shoulder, Ling Yu seemed to be a little distressed, sticking out her little tongue to lick a few times, causing Yang Huan's heart to itch. He then picked up Ling Yu by the waist and entered the secret room with a few dodges amidst her wailing. Deadbeat. You really can't help it. Monkeyish. Chapter 93. What happens in the future will be discussed later. High above the square pavilion, a light mist lingers. 1 night of love, 2 nights of rain, 3 nights of cries, 4 nights of rest. When it is 5 o'clock, the rain of love will be lingering again. A song of a beautiful woman accompanied by a joyful ballad. A good night is short. How long has it been? Deadbeat. What are you going to arrange for that girl in Qingcheng? Lingyu didn't look tired after lingering for the whole night, and with the Acacia Sex Gong Method's enhancement, she instead looked radiant. Peach blossoms were beginning to blossom on her snow-like skin, delicate and rosy and glossy, as if last night's rain had moisturized every cell of her body. Her pretty face was lightly flushed, like the morning sun in the morning sun, and her eyes were as clear as water, flickering with contentment and happiness. What happens later? Happens later. Removing the disguise of the fraudulent treasure pearl, Yang resumed his original appearance. His age-stained palms gently rubbed back and forth over Lingyu's ungainly waist. I heard from little Phoenix Fairy that you and Qingqing tossed around in your room all night the night before last? Lingyu lightly opened her vermilion lips, her tone carrying a hint of undetectable acidity. Even though she was also a latecomer, her possessiveness as a woman, as well as her delicate emotions, prevented her from completely hiding her inner turmoil. Snap! Yang's palm landed on her arse and patted it a few times, without a trace of anger. You think I want to take advantage of her? She's been poisoned with the bone-eroding soul-breaking incense, and she'll die if she doesn't get rid of the poison. Lingyu backhandedly caught his palm and guided his large hand around her waist, a hint of flirtation in her tone. Well, you have a point, but you do have to think about how to arrange it. On my way here, I heard that Gongsun Wuji has surrounded Moon Bay with his men. I'm afraid. Hearing her say that, Yang sat up straight from the bed with a jolt of shock flashing through her eyes. What? Immediately afterward, his white eyebrows knitted together, worry about Moon Bay written all over his features. Years ago, Yu Wuya had favored Yang, and now that Moon Bay was in trouble, he couldn't help for the time being. This made Yang Cheer's heart feel bad. The Gongsun family's covetousness for Moon Bay had not been overnight, and for decades and even centuries, they had been secretly supporting Moon Bay's branches. They used the power of the branch chakra to form a dispute with the main chakra, gradually intensifying the conflicts between the two sides and provoking conflicts and strife within Moon Bay. As the power of the main vein weakened day by day, it was time for the Gongsun family to reap the rewards. Now that Moon Bay was under siege, the Gongsun family must have been preparing to take Moon Bay in one fell swoop and incorporate it into their sphere of influence under the guise of acting on behalf of heaven. This is the usual trick of the Gongsun family, or rather Gongsun Wuji. Some days ago, when Yu Wuya led Yu Qingqing to visit Daoxian Peak, the situation in Moon Bay was not that bad. Could it be that Gongsun Sei's death caused Gongsun Wuji to bring his plans forward? With this thought in his mind, Yang Huan decided to first arrange for Lingyu to take Yu Qingqing to leave first and return to Shin Tian sect, where it was relatively safer. With this in mind, Yang gently patted Lingyu and said in a serious tone, "You take that girl Qingqing and return to Daoxian Peak first." Before the words could fall, they were interrupted by a delicate wooing from Lingyu. "People have only come to a mortal-less city. Are you in such a hurry to kick me out?" Looking at Lingyu's chaste face, Yang Huan couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. He leaned down and imprinted on Spirit Moon's lips, saying tenderly, "I can't let you go either, but the situation at hand doesn't allow us any other options." Yang's words caused a complex emotion to flash through Lingyu's eyes, and she seemed to want to retort, but Yang followed up with a change of subject and continued. "Not long ago, the only seedling of Gongsun Wuji's lineage chased Qingqing to a mortalist city, but, for some reason, the grifter named Gongsun died." Hearing this, shock immediately flashed across Lingyu's eyes. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she was too shocked by the sudden news to speak. It took a while for her to find her voice, disbelief in her tone. "What? Gongsun is dead? How is that possible? He's the only heir of Gongsun Wuji's lineage. Who dares to touch him?" Spirit Moon's brows were knitted, obviously pondering the complicated situation that might be hidden behind this news. "That's just the way it is." Yang's tone was grim. He knew what this news meant for Spirit Moon and for the entire situation, because the purpose of his descent from the mountain was to lay out a very big setup, one that all the forces could not escape from. If you die a friend, you definitely can't die a pauper. However, as the second elder of the Acacia sect, which was one of the 6 major powers, Lingyu knew very well what it meant to have a dead Gongsun. Rumor has it that Gongsun Wuji was unable to add any more heirs after having only 2 boys and a girl because of his gongfu. His lineage had suffered a heavy blow when he supported Gongsun Wuji in his bid to become the head of the family, and the male population had withered. In the end, only Gongsun was left as the sole survivor. Now, Gongsun Sei, as his only heir, suddenly died, which was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Gongsun Wuji. It was no wonder that Gongsun Wuji would lead his men to surround Moon Bay first. When he was done venting his anger, the first thing he would do was come to a mortal-less city to kill Yu Qingqing to vent his anger, regardless of why the Gongsun family had to marry Yu Qingqing before. But now that Gongsun Wuji's lineage was dead with a dead heir, he would definitely go crazy. "Alright, I understand. I'll take that girl Qingqing back to Daoxian Peak first," Ryuki said as she put on her clothes. Yan nodded. interrupting her with an outburst. You guys go to Jiangli of the multi-treasure pavilion first. She has a way to make you leave Immortal-less city without realizing it. If you guys just rush out like that, you're bound to get caught. The eyes of the Gongsun family are all over the city. The danger is too great. Upon hearing Jiang Li's name, Lingyu raised her eyebrows and gave Yang a sour look as she flirtatiously asked, "You're in such a hurry to drive us away because you're afraid we'll ruin your good deed with this girl called Jiangli, right?" Hearing this, Yang glared at Lingyu, itching to rip her clothes off and properly teach her another lesson. Chchch, am I the kind of person who indulges in female sex? Oh, you're not? Noon. Immortalist City, South City. Yang stood on the city tower, his eyes sending the duo Bao Ji's caravan far away, while his mind drifted to who knows where. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out from behind him, breaking the silence around him. My scouts have sent word that Gongsun Wuji has led a bloodbath in Moonbay. No one in the entire family, young or old, was spared, except for Yu Wuya's corpse, which was nowhere to be seen. Yang slowly turned around and received the jade slip handed over by Jiangli. His fingers gently touched the cool jade, but his heart was in turmoil. He detached a spiritual sense and gently covered the jade slip and began to read the information within. After a moment, he sighed softly, but the sigh contained too many emotions. There is mourning for the tragedy of Moon Bay, worry about the unknown whereabouts of Moon Wufei, and deep contemplation of the future situation. If my expectation is correct, Gongsun Wuji will besiege Immortalist City in a matter of days. Yang looked away and seemed to have seen the coming storm. How dare he? Jiang Li coldly snorted, interrupting Yang's words, and then said in a cold tone, "Does he think his Gongsun family is invincible?" As soon as her words fell, a loud, open-hearted laugh came from the distance, and Gongsun Wuxing ascended the city tower with a disdainful expression. "Little girl, the Gongsun family will make everyone who belittles them pay the price." Jiang Li's gaze was like a knife as he stared at Gongsun emotionless. His beautiful eyes slowly narrowed, revealing a hint of cold killing intent. The palm in her sleeve was quietly clenched, and between the flashes of cold light, a sharp dagger quietly appeared in her palm, emitting a palpitating chill. All of a sudden, the atmosphere on the citadel became tense. Yang's eyes flinched as he moved to stop between Jiang Li and Gongsun Wui and said with a solemn face, "Brother Emotionless is one of our own." Chapter 94, Yuck. What a load of crap. 3 days later, Stargazer, top floor. Yang and Jiang Li, who had removed her veil, sat opposite each other in the elegant room. This time, the fine wine was replaced with fragrant tea, and the entire elegant room was filled with the faint aroma of tea, compared to the saber rattling outside the city. Here, tranquil and far-reaching, cloudy and clear, Jiang Li elegantly picked up the exquisite tea and took a sip. A satisfied look spread in her eyes as she said softly, "I have tasted all the famous teas in the world, and after all, but Suiyan Xianxia from Arashiyama is the best." Yang also mimicked her actions and gently tasted a mouthful of tea, then smiled and praised. The tea has a strong aroma, slightly bitter at the beginning of the mouth, but the sweet taste reverberates on the tongue, and there is even a lingering aura that nourishes the body and mind. Then there was a knock sound that made Yang and Jiang Li frown at the same time. Enter, Immortal Emperor Mu. Miss Jiang, Gongsun Wudi and Gongsun Wuji have led the Gongsun family to blockade Immortal-less City. Speaking of this, the man from the multi-treasure pavilion raised his eyes slightly, carefully observing Jiang Li's reaction as if he was waiting for her instructions. Jiang Li gently put the tea to one side and said in a light tone, "Command it and act on the courtmaster's orders." "Yes," the visitor answered, bowed and closed the doorway for the two men, and retreated. After he left, Jiang Li glanced at the old and relaxed Yang beside him, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. "Are you so sure? Not afraid that the two brothers will kill them?" Yang snorted and drank the cup of Chuiyan Xianxia in a single gulp, then squinted his eyes as if savoring the aftertaste of the tea. The smooth aura gave Jiang Li a sense of accomplishment. A few moments passed before Yang slowly opened his mouth, his voice laced with calmness and confidence. "I'm invincible under immortals, 1 for 1 above immortals." When Jiang Li sniffed, the tea light in his hand trembled slightly, and the tea almost spilled over the rim of the cup. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and a flash of shock flashed across her eyes, as if she had heard something unbelievable. "The Thunder Tribulation a few days ago. Could it be you? Then why are you still able to stay in the Xian Demon continent?" At the mention of the Thunderbolt, Yang Huan's heart stirred. Ever since obtaining the system, it seemed that every realm advancement had attracted a Thunderbolt. The previous time he had broken through to the Foundation establishment stage at Daoxian Peak, it was Guli who had presided over the 9-star Tianxian formation that had carried it all. This time, according to Jiang Li, it was the Thunderbolt that accidentally activated the Emperor formation of Immortal-less City, and it blocked the Thunderbolt. If every realm advancement in the future had to attract a lightning tribulation, This would be a big trouble. Gotta figure out a way to close that loophole. While Yang was contemplating, Zhongli on the side was staring at him closely. It seemed to want to pry some secrets about Ascension from his. Yang coughed a few times, darting his eyes out of town and pulling away from the conversation. How are these cannon fodder you've arranged for battle? Seeing that Yang Li seemed to have no intention of sharing the secret of Ascension, Zhongli stopped asking questions and said in a relaxed tone, after so many years, those guys who coveted the benefits of the multi-treasure pavilion have to pay some price. With that, she followed Yang's example, casting her eyes out of the city as she continued. How can we achieve immortal Mu's goal of igniting the war without some deaths? When she said that, she cast a wry look at Yang, and it was all in the air. The corner of Yang's mouth twitched slightly, then he rolled her eyes and couldn't help but say in his heart, this woman is not simple. Something. However, the fact that she still chooses to work with me even though she can see it shows that we have the same goal at the moment. It seems that what the doppelganger is trying to do is not small. A confident smile appeared on the corner of Yang's mouth as he thought about this. With a fairy-like pavilion master Jiang, I'm afraid the Gongsun family is going to have bad luck. Ha, 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 ha. Zhongli sniffed and then laughed lightly as well. This seat is not as good as Mu Xianzuan. We still need to rely on Mu Xianzuan to sit in the town so that we can reap the benefits. Giggle. Ha, 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 ha. Both men laughed with a hint of unspoken understanding, even though they each had their own agenda. Their interests were the same on the point of pitting the Gongsun family. People don't travel without profit, and when they make friends with profit, they don't disperse until the profit is exhausted. In the meantime, the 8 gates of Immortal-less City slowly opened, and countless clans and lineages poured out of the city. This is a particularly striking sight at the West City Gate. The flags representing the various forces were hunting in the cold wind, colorful as a flowing scroll. The disciples of the sects and the sons of the lineages were dressed in their respective iconic costumes, and they were all in high spirits. Even though on a normal day, they might get into a big fight in Immortal-less City because of some small arguments, but on this day, they showed unprecedented unity, because the overbearing behavior of the Gongsun family touched the bottom line of their common interests and constituted a unified threat to all of them. Immortal-less City, a free city-state, a home that all people maintain together. Here, cultivation was sealed, and cultivators were no longer divided into 3, 6, 9 classes based on their level of cultivation, regardless of origin, regardless of cultivation level. Everyone can find their own place in this city. Your Gongsun family wants to run amok in Immortal-less City? You'll have to ask everyone with a sword in their hand if they agree. The Heavenly Sword Sect and the Berserk Lion Castle were the leaders of the sects and lineages respectively, and their people stood at the very front of the group. The clan side, the Heavenly Sword Sect, which was known for its sword cultivation, had its disciples carrying long swords with their sword auras. The starting cultivation was the Yuaning stage, and there was a light like a sharp sword flashing in his eyes. The Heavenly Talisman Sect, which was famous for its talismans, had disciples within the sect holding various colors of talisman paper with flashes of talismanic light, and their cultivation was likewise not to be underestimated. Seiya's side, known for its forcefulness, the Wild Lion Fort's disciples in the fort were all muscular and imposing. The cultivation level they started with was the same, the Yuaning stage. The Tang sect, which was known for its machine-operated concealed weapons, had disciples in the sect holding delicate mechanisms, with an indignant gleam in their eyes. Facing the assembled allied forces of clans and families, the Gongsun family's men couldn't help but reveal a look of dismay. They hadn't anticipated that these forces that usually fought separately would show such strong unity at this moment. Above the clouds, the atmosphere was grave. Gongsun Wuxie's brows were locked and his face was gloomy, like the eyes of a falcon. He scanned the crowd below, calculating a response in his heart. Gongsun Wuji on the side was similarly frowning, but there was more anger and madness in his eyes. Gongsun Sei's death meant that his lineage was broken, and it was as if his heart had been pierced with countless thorns, hurting so much that it drove him mad. Big brother, Gongsun Wuji turned to Gongsun Wudi, an urgent light flashing in his eyes. His heart was filled with hatred. He needed to vent his anger. He needed to use Yu Qingqing's blood to quell the anger in his heart. Gongsun Wuxie was silent for a moment. He could very well understand his third brother's resentment. However, he hadn't expected that besieging Immortal-less City today would cause such a violent backlash. If so many rabble-rousers can join forces, there must be someone high up behind them. If we rashly lead to war, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, Gongsun Wuxing, who was standing not far away, let out a snort, his tone filled with sarcasm. Has there ever been a line of my Gongsun family that has been cut off? Let's not talk about whether or not the Moon family is capable of killing Ryer, but the murderer must still be hiding in Immortal-less City. If Big Brother is afraid, Third Brother and I will just kill our way in. Gongsun Wuxi said as he walked over to Gongsun Wuji and heavily patted his shoulder, a firm light flashing in his gaze. Third brother, my brother has brought out all of the city's family generals, so as long as you nod your head, my brother will accompany you to kill inside. A touching color flashed across Gongsun Wuji's face, as if he was touched by the righteousness between brothers. Beneath this layer of emotion, however, an undercurrent of skepticism surged within him. He was surprised by Gongsun Wuxing's sudden support. After all, those old grudges between the two were not something that could just be dissolved. Gongsun Wuji didn't believe that Gongsun Wui would be that kind. Thanks, ergo. Gongsun Wuji's voice was low, with a hint of imperceptible wariness, as if he was invisibly keeping a distance from Gongsun Wui. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to Gongsun Wuji, his tone carrying respect and expectation. Big brother, you're the head of the family. Wuji listens to your arrangements. This statement was made. A flash of obvious displeasure swept across Gongsun Wui's eyes, and a cold snort of disdain escaped from his nose. When Gongsun Wuxie saw the two brothers like this, he was helpless in his heart. Just when I wanted to say a few words of persuasion, several corpses of the Gongsun family's children were mercilessly thrown onto the stone road outside the city, stirring up a cloud of dust. A burly man from the Berserk Lion Castle said with a voice full of provocation, "Bah, do you guys really think you're invincible? My Mad Lion Castle's property in Immortal-less City is something you can search whenever you want? What a piece of crap." Chapter 95, Miss Jiang, are you satisfied with my father's arrangement? Yes, Brother Lu scolds well. A man carrying twin swords stepped out from the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect as he swept his sharp eyes over the people of the Gongsun family and continued to curse. Grandson, your grandfather's sword is here. Why don't you come kowtow and apologize? As the Heavenly Sword sect and the Wild Lion Fort took the lead, the scene became more and more intense. Damn it, I've long looked at these Gongsun surnamed people with a bad taste in my mouth. Bah, it's just a dead son. Who among the families present hasn't had a son killed by your Gongsun family? Gentlemen, we've torn our faces off. What's the point of talking nonsense? Them. A middle-aged man in battle armor raised his arms and his words were like a trumpet, completely igniting the emotions of the crowd. The crowd, which had been in an uproar, was completely ignited by the final words, *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Suddenly, a surge of power brewed in the allied forces. Charge! I don't know who let out this roar first, and then, like a flash flood, the line of clans and lineages began to push forward. They rushed out of the protection of the imperial formation and faced the line of the Gongsun family directly. The sword cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect took the lead. Even though there were only 100 of them, the clear cultivation of the Yuaning stage allowed them to enter like nobody's business. The sword energy was like a rainbow, and when the sword blade pointed, the disciples of the Gongsun family retreated, not daring to oppose it directly. Right behind them were the talisman masters of the Heavenly Talisman sect, who were holding talisman seals and flashing talismanic light. A talisman was activated and transformed into flames, thunder, and storms that poured down towards the Gongsun family's position, causing great chaos and destruction. Above the clouds, the three brothers of the Gongsun family looked at the continuously falling family descendants underneath with different expressions. As the head of the Gongsun family, as well as the elder brother of the two people beside him, Gongsun Wuxie frowned, his gaze locked onto the battlefield below. His eyes were filled with worry and his face was somber. He didn't know what he was thinking. The one who was most emotional was Gongsun Wuji, because, on a normal day, those people whom he regarded as trash were at this moment cursing him the most and the most aggressively. His eyes were almost bleeding with rage. Big brother, how long do you have to wait? Even though Gongsun Wuxi also put on a look of concern on his face, there was a trace of undetectable gloating hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Die, as many as you can, preferably even you two. The indecisiveness of being the head of the family, the deviousness and cunningness of being the younger brother. The family was ruined by the two of you playing. He had his arms wrapped around his chest and didn't say a word, just watched as if waiting for something. The three brothers stood in the clouds, and although they were all focused on the same battle, the thoughts in their minds were very different. Gongsun Wuji was thinking about how to break the situation and how to re-establish the family's hegemonic position in the central state. Gongsun Wuji, however, was in the way of his big brother's majesty and tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. On the other hand, Gongsun Emotionless was secretly executing the plan he had agreed upon with Yang and Zhongli a few days ago. Meanwhile, the battle underneath had reached a white-hot level. For countless years, the oppression and bullying of the Gongsun family had been like a heavy boulder weighing on the chests of various clans and families. The seeds of hatred buried in their hearts finally broke through the ground at this moment and quickly sprouted and grew. In the watering of blood, the flower of vengeance blossomed. As the battle continued, blood was thrown on the ground like rain, and broken limbs and arms could be seen everywhere. The wailing, roaring and clashing of metals on the battlefield intertwined to form a brutal war song. It's revenge, it's rebellion, and it's their yearning for freedom and equality. Unfortunately, the truth is not in the hands of whoever has a loud throat and whoever swears dirty. The real truth depends between the thoughts of a high-ranking cultivator. Just as the sons of the Gongsun family were retreating and the situation was precarious, a dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky, and a folding fan emitting an immortal aura descended from the sky. The folding fan moved against the wind and instantly became larger, like a giant wing that covered half of the sky. The landscape of mountains and rivers painted on the fan seems to come to life, with clouds and sparkling waves, radiating breathtaking beauty. Not good. It's Gongsun Wuji's flowing light fan. Quickly retreat. The grandson of the Gongsun family. How shameless. To use an immortal weapon. I curse you not to die. Ah. Amidst the crowd's curses and sounds of horror, the flowing light fan slowly opened. Immediately afterward, heaven and earth were darkened. The 10,000 streams of light shooting out from the fan seemed to contain the power to destroy the sky and the earth. These streams of light were like a meteor shower with the sound of breaking air, pouring down in the downward direction. Wherever the stream of light passed, the air was torn apart with a sharp whistling sound. As the white-shirted Gongsun Wuji landed on the handle of the fan, the streams of light that shot out under his control swept across every inch of space covered by his spiritual sense. The union of forces in Immortal-less City was instantly crushed by him. Many cultivators with slightly lower cultivation levels were unable to withstand the force and were directly blown to pieces, and only a few escaped into the range of the Imperial formation and were lucky to escape. How dare you insult my Gongsun family even if you are a mole? Out of your depth. Gongsun Wuji's cold laughter was filled with contempt and disdain. Although his cultivation had not yet reached the transitional succession stage, with the immortal artifact flowing light fan in his hand, he was strong enough to rival ordinary transitional succession stage experts. Higher-ranked cultivators coming down and abusing lower-ranked cultivators was something that was frowned upon by the entire continent. Not to mention the fact that a peak Mahayana cultivator slaughtering with an immortal weapon was even more overbearing. In a way, he has been possessed. At this moment, the battle sect elder guarding the west gate narrowed his eyes from the city tower. His sharp gaze fixed on Gongsun Wuji. Immediately transmit the situation of this place to the city. Yes, elder. A few moments passed. A disciple of the multi-treasure pavilion hurriedly ascended to the top floor of the star-plucking pavilion. He looked tense and his footsteps were hurried, obviously bringing urgent news. Immortal Emperor Mu. Miss Jiang. His voice trembled slightly as he handed over a stay bite. Gongsun Wuji went on a killing spree at the West City Gate, abusing and killing the Heavenly Sword Sect, Wild Lion Fort, and many other cultivators. After Yang and Jiang Li finished looking at the images and the shadow retention bits, they exchanged glances and each saw a hint of joy in the other's eyes. With that, Jiang Li waved his hand and commanded, "Tell Boss Qin that no matter what method is used, before nightfall, the entire central state must be made aware of this matter." The multi-treasure pavilion's disciple's eyes flinched when he heard this, and he bent down and bowed, then quickly retreated from the elegant room like an arrow out of a string. Yang's gaze retracted from the departing backs of the duo Baoge disciples, turned to Jiang Li, and slowly said, "Immortal-less City is under siege, and your multi-treasure pavilion is still able to spread the news out?" Jiang Li took a sip of spirit tea, nodded slightly and smiled. "There are many ways," she said, dropping her eyes to Yang, followed by a turn of phrase. "The Gongsun family is deeply rooted in the central state, and even if these smaller forces can briefly form an alliance, they are ultimately no match for them." Jiang Li didn't finish his sentence, but hung a meaningful smile with an expectant glint in his eyes. She seemed to be saying, "The multi-treasure pavilion has already done a lot. I'm afraid it wouldn't be too good if you, Immortal Duke Mu, didn't show your appreciation." Yang naturally understood Jiang Li's words, since the two sides were in a cooperative relationship, and since Duo Baoge had also demonstrated its sincerity. Of course one could not show nothing at all. He picked up the tea light and gently sipped the spirit tea, closing his eyes to enjoy it for a few breaths, then faintly said, "After 2 incense sticks, have your men go out the southeast door." When Jiang Li heard this, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and countless questions and shock immediately surged in his heart. At the moment when Immortal-less City was under siege, if one wanted to break out from any of the gates, they would inevitably be met with heavy interdiction from the Gongsun family. Unless they could kill their way out, it would be almost impossible to break out successfully. However, Jiang Li knew better than anyone else how many cultivators were in Immortal-less City and who each of these cultivators belonged to. None of the forces in the city were involved with him, Immortal Mu. So what made him so confident? Is he going to go down himself? If so, the need to work with him will have to be re-evaluated. When Jiang Li wanted to open his mouth to inquire, the doorway of the elegant room was knocked once again. "Enter, Miss Jiang, A report came from the southeast gate that people from the Gongsun family and a group of disciples who seem to be from the battle sect are in a fierce battle outside of the city. How was the battle? The Gongsun family is routed. To death and injury. At that moment, Yang laughed and flirted towards Zhongli. Miss Jiang, is my father's arrangement satisfactory? Chapter 96. Each has his own agenda. Each has his own thoughts. How could Zhongli not expect that this mysterious Mu Xianzuan in front of him could mobilize the power of the battle sect? Her gaze lingered on Yang, and all that flashed in her beautiful eyes were complex colors. I've long guessed that he has a receiver outside the city, but why someone from the battle sect? Logically, if he has an ally, it should be someone from the Acacia sect. In the intelligence gathered by the pavilion, there is absolutely no evidence of his dealings with the war sect. Thinking of this, Zhongli's pair of eyebrows furrowed slightly. Apparently Jan had once again revealed abilities that were out of her perception. That made her upset. And in the midst of that upset, her curiosity about Yang increased a few more points. I don't know enough about him. Where he really comes from and his true intentions are all like an abyss with no bottom. Zhongli secretly pondered. But she hadn't realized that all that Jan had shown her had quietly gotten her deeper into the game. The partnership between Doppelganger and Yang is supposed to be an alliance based on common interests. Even though Doppelganger may suffer some losses in the early stages of the partnership. However, Zhongli had absolute confidence that he would be able to secure more benefits for the multi-treasure pavilion in the future game. However, the appearance of the battle sect's people outside the southeast gate, and the fact that they had swung their fists at the Gongsun family, left Zhongli confused. Between the battle sect and the Gongsun family, there was a lot of cooperation and exchanges between the two families, both explicitly and implicitly, and the relationship between the two families was intricate and complicated. Let's not talk about whether or not the relationship between the two powers can be good enough to wear the same pants. Just by looking at the fact that the three Gongsun brothers chose the western gate guarded by the battle sect to try to enter the city, it was enough to glimpse what kind of trickery they were playing. If anything, the battle sect is really on his side. Coupled with his ambiguous relationship with the Acacia sect, of the six powers, he has even mastered 30% of the power. If I help him with all my strength, what exactly does he want? Thinking about this, Zhongli let out a hiss and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Her beautiful eyes instantly widened, and due to her rapid breathing, the highs of her chest rose and fell violently with it. Zhongli's eyes and expression were all taken in by Yang. With that, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, tracing out a meaningful arc. Miss Jiang, if you still don't let your people get a grip and try to get out of the city again, you'll have to find a way on your own. Yang's words yanked Zhongli's wandering thoughts back. Zhongli quickly returned to his senses, cleared his throat, and gave an order to the disciples of the multi-treasure pavilion. Quickly go inform Boss Qin. With the order, the duo treasure pavilion disciples immediately nodded their heads and retreated from the elegant room. After he left, Yang got up with his hands behind his back and cast his gaze in the direction of the west gate and said indifferently, since Gongsun Wuji that grifter has gone mad, then naturally someone will cure him. He mysteriously mentioned this, then turned his head and glanced meaningfully at Zhongli, as if to ask, do you have any idea who will be ruling him? I heard that Gongsun Wuji was brought up by Gongsun Wuji when he was young. Zhongli's crisp voice rang out from behind Yang's back, and as she spoke, she also followed Yang's example of casting her gaze towards Shiman as she continued. The person he is closest to, honors, and at the same time fears the most, is his elder brother, Gongsun Wuji. Speaking of this, Zhongli turned his words around and said with a bit of flirtation in his tone, bullying the small with the big, and killing so many people from clans and families with a single fan. I'm afraid his big brother won't let him go. In response, Yang smiled and shook his head, not agreeing with Zhongli's statement. Even though the continent had the rule that higher-ranked cultivators were not allowed to massacre lower-ranked cultivators on a large scale, but as long as your cultivation is high enough and your battle power is strong enough, even if you slaughter a mortal-less city, how many people would dare to meddle in this idle business? After a moment of silence between the two, Yang was the first to speak, breaking the silence in this room. Gongsun Wufei's merit is that he is old and prudent, but when he does things, he is indecisive and forward-looking, and has long since lost his bloodlust. A bloodless family head. A big brother who doesn't even get angry when his bloodline heir is killed. Do you think Gongsun Wuji will really be convinced? As soon as the words fell, Gongsun Wuji's voice full of anger came from the direction of the western city gate. Someone in Immortal-less city killed my Gongsun family's heavenly pride. This revenge is not shared by all. Should it be avenged? It should be reported. The surrounding Gongsun family disciples, who had long since killed their eyes, echoed in unison, gripping the weapons in their hands and gathering their voices into a torrent. Should this group of curmudgeons insult my Gongsun family and obstruct my Gongsun family? Should they be killed? It's time to kill. This time, their replies were even louder. and their emotions seemed to be completely ignited, boiling with murderous intent. Jia, since we want to take revenge and they are blocking us. Sons and daughters, what do you say? When? Gongsun Wuji's low voice was full of madness, inciting and energizing the bloodlust in the clan's bones. Kill, kill, kill. Deafening cries erupted from the west gate, sweeping like a wild tide to the remaining 7 gates of Immortal Free City. In a flash, Gongsun Wuji seemed to have become the head of the Gongsun family. He threw up his arms. Sons and daughters, follow me to kill into Immortalist City. Above the clouds, Gongsun Emotionless still maintained his stance with his arms wrapped around him, but his attention had already shifted from the chaotic battlefield below. His eyes fell on Gongsun Wuxie's body. Just let him go crazy and make this mess? He asked lightly, as if he wanted to test Gongsun Wuxie's thoughts. However, Gongsun Wuxie's reaction was beyond his expectations, only to see him suddenly release a loud laugh. The laughter revealed a kind of calmness, as if he was not concerned about what Gongsun Wuji had done. It even carries an unspeakable sense of euphoria. Stupid. What do you know? Gongsun Wuxie had always looked down on this second brother who had a developed limbs and a simple mind. So naturally, his tone of voice was full of a sense of command. He coldly glared at Gongsun Emotionless and continued. Immortals and mortals are mixed in the Immortal-less city, with mortals in the majority and cultivators only a small portion of them. Moreover, the city seals off cultivation, so if we kill a group of cultivators and then enter the city, who will be able to stop us? The Gongsun family? At that time? At that moment, Gongsun Wui snorted coldly and retorted. Don't you forget, there are still the remaining 4 families in town. Gongsun Wuxie waved his hand, directly interrupting him, and said with a relaxed tone, you think Sandy is really crazy? In fact, we've long wanted to take Immortal-less City, and Ryer's death has merely given us a legitimate excuse to go to war. The Xian Tian sect, the battle sect, those in the city are nothing more than trash with average talent and a bit more powerful flesh. Just kill them, compensate them with some spirit stones afterward, and this will be over. However, the clan obtained Immortal-less City and was able to end the Duo Treasure Pavilion. As Gongsun Wuxie spoke of the true purpose of his trip, Gongsun Wuxie's face changed slightly, and a slightly complicated look flashed in his eyes. Immortal Mu really anticipates things like a god, even guessing their purpose. Gongsun Emotionless secretly marveled in his heart. His identification with Yang reached a new level at this moment. Unfortunately, according to Immortal Mu's plan, now is not the best time for me to make my move. The thoughts in his mind were in turmoil, and he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Gongsun Wuxing again, almost failing to control the killing intent in his heart. However, he eventually forced down the fluctuations in his heart and returned his gaze to the ground. At this very moment, the sons of the Gongsun family had already stepped into the confines of the Imperial Formation and were engaged in a fierce battle with the forces of Immortal-less City. Melee. No one noticed that at the city gates, the flowing blood was quietly soaking into the earth. Following those complex and subtle formation patterns under the ground, it slowly flowed towards the mysterious stone at the eye of the formation. As the blood flowed, the mysterious stone at the eye of the formation began to emit a faint glow. It was as if it was greedily absorbing this life force. Chapter 97, Can you hide your identity from me? The cold wind was bitterly cold. The sounds of fighting outside the city were rising and falling, and the flames of war were still spreading outside Immortal-less City. In addition to the suspected battle sex men that had surprised the southeast gate, cultivators from different forces had also appeared one after another at the remaining gates. As the battle continued, the earth outside the city had been dyed red with blood. Meanwhile, eerie dark clouds gradually gathered in the sky above Immortal-less City. Thick clouds blocked the sun. The cold wind is more a strange atmosphere, as if the killing here to invite the unknown. When Gongsun Wuji brought his family's children to kill the battle sect elder guarding the west gate and broke into the city to go on a killing spree. Buzz. Suddenly, a palpitating voice rang out from within Immortal-less City. The sound was dull and far-reaching, as if it was the low roar of a huge beast awakening from the ground, or as if it was the sound of war drums coming from an ancient battlefield, shaking people's minds and hearts. Immediately afterward, the patterns of the Emperor Formation emitted a blood-colored glow on the ground, and an ancient and powerful force surged out from the depths of the earth and shot up into the sky. All of a sudden, dark clouds rolled over as if even the sky was trembling. A huge shadow slowly coalesced and took shape in the center of the formation. Despite not being able to see the silhouette's face, the majesty emanating from him revealed an endless overbearing aura. There is no immortal nor devil. There is no town nor heaven. As the shadow's voice fell, the power of the Emperor Formation's ban on cultivation suddenly disappeared. The cultivators who were originally suppressed suddenly felt the power in their bodies rushing out like a flood. The fierce battle in the city escalated instantly. The light of the arts and the impact of the martial skills erupted everywhere in the city. In an instant, Countless houses and pavilions collapsed amidst the powerful energy fluctuations. The mortals in the city were even more of a fish in the water and were killed and injured. No immortals. A snarl tinged with anger escaped the silhouette's mouth. With that, the shadowy figure waved his large hand, his movements seemingly slow but with irresistible power. The cultivators who were fighting in the city suddenly felt an invisible force wrapping around them. Like fallen leaves swept up by a gust of wind, they were swept into the air by a powerful force, and then thrown out of the city in a brainstorm. The sudden change shocked everyone, and all of them turned their gazes to the huge shadow in the city, their hearts filled with awe. Immortal Emperor? It's Immortal Emperor. Gonsun family, you're finished. Ha ha ha, you've angered the Immortalist Emperor. The great Emperor has manifested himself and will purge the world of all evil. Countless voices resounded inside and outside of Immortalist City, some terrified, some excited, some praying, and some desperate. Many cultivators and mortals in the city knelt down as they prayed for the Immortalist Great Emperor's protection. It was hoped that this legendary Great Emperor would listen to their voices and overthrow the Gonsun family that dared to create bloodshed and chaos in the Immortalist City. Please, Great Emperor, do it for us and punish those evil people. Immortalist Emperor, please show your divine might and make the Gonsun family pay. Oh Great Emperor, send down the punishment of heaven and destroy these violators. Since time immemorial, the Immortal City has been known for its spirit of freedom, equality and harmony. It is as tolerant as the sea, sheltering the peace of all living beings. Even in the countless years since the disappearance of the Immortalist Emperor, there had never been a day when someone dared to create this killing in Immortalist City. He, Gonsun family, Gonsun Wuji is the first person. Just then, the gigantic shadow nodded slightly, as if responding to these cultivators and mortals who believed in him. His palm gently waved, and an invisible fluctuation spread out with it, extending to 100 miles outside of Immortalist City. The Gonsun family disciples with weaker cultivation were the first to bear the brunt. They were like withered leaves that had encountered a gale, and they couldn't even scream in time before they were directly obliterated by this force and turned into dust. Those Gonsun family cultivators with higher cultivation levels were shaken by the force and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Their bodies were like being struck by a giant hammer, spitting blood from their mouths. Their cultivation was damaged, and they were no longer able to fight. Under the majesty of the huge shadow, Gonsun Wuji's figure stood out. As the silhouette's arm lifted again, a more concentrated force was pointed directly at Gonsun Wuji. Feeling the approaching power, a flash of panic flashed through Gonsun Wuji's eyes, but was then replaced by determination and arrogance. He poured all of his strength into the immortal weapon flowing light fan in his hand in a vain attempt to resist the power from the Emperor formation. However, the flowing light fan was like fragile paper in front of the power of the void, and was easily torn apart. No! Gonsun Wuji let out a desperate roar. His body trembled violently under this force. His cultivation was sealed, his power was stripped away, and he was eventually thrown high into the air and fell heavily to the ground. His body smashed a deep pit in the ground, and he struggled to stand up, but realized that he couldn't even lift his hands. His internal organs were heavily damaged, his meridians were damaged, and his cultivation was greatly reduced. The once mighty man could now only lie on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes full of unwillingness and fear. Above the clouds, the shock of Gonsun Wuji and Gonsun Emotionless could not be described in words. Gonsun Wuxie's hands were involuntarily trembling, and the corners of his mouth were slightly twitching, revealing the extreme uneasiness and panic within him. How is this possible? His voice carried a hint of trembling, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Immortalist Emperor, actually projected through the Emperor formation? Gonsun Emotionless' arms were no longer encircled, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white from too much force. He mused in his mind. There's a change in plan. It seems we have to follow Immortal Mu's second set of plans. He looked toward Gonsun Wuji, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Big brother, what should we do now? Gonsun Wuxie was silent for a moment. Then his eyes flickered as if he had made some decision. Abandon Immortalist City and bring Wuji back to heal his wounds. Ever since the news of the Gonsun family's blockade of Immortalist City spread, a number of Mahayana stage and transition stage cultivators had gathered on top of the clouds outside the city. None of these high-ranking cultivators were shocked when the gigantic silhouette appeared and inflicted punishment on the cultivators of the Gonsun family. Is this the power of the Emperor realm? Immortalist City even has this kind of heritage. The Gonsun family has really kicked the bucket this time. After this battle, the Gonsun family is considered to be unable to raise its head, and in a few years the 10,000 Clans Conference. Shocked, these cultivators began to scatter in all directions, and like dandelions blown away by the wind, they quickly left the sky above Immortalist City. The weight of this news was enough to shake the entire Xian Demon continent, and it was imperative to spread the word about this place as soon as possible. As the high-ranking cultivators and the Gongsun family left, the light of the Imperial formation gradually dissipated. Silence spread across the roof of the star-picking pavilion, and both Yang and Jian Li's eyes flickered. The activation of the Emperor formation and the appearance of the void had clearly disrupted their plans. Jian Li broke the silence first. Immortal Mu. What next? Yang's expression was calm, seeming to silently accept this reality as he slowly responded. There is no immortal nor devil, no way nor heaven. He is right. After saying that, he smiled faintly and bent down towards the center of the Emperor formation. Then he turned his head to look at Jian Li, his thin lips slightly opening. Letting nature take its course is the best option. No need to be overly obsessed with the gains and losses of the moment. Jian Li's eyebrows were slightly knitted. She obviously couldn't accept the facts at hand. But our previous preparations, Yang interrupted, a hint of reassurance in her voice. Don't worry, what the multi-treasure pavilion needs, this honored one won't be missing out on any of you. Just hunker down with your power and wait and see what happens. Then he turned his words around and said in a stern voice, the Xianin body is about to reappear on the continent. You should focus on the Xian Heavenly Sect and give the Xian Heavenly Sect maximum support when necessary. Hearing this, Jiang Li's beautiful eyes widened and her red lips under the veil opened slightly. She was clearly shocked by Yang. Is the Xianin body really in the Xian Tian sect? Instead of responding to her, Yang leapt off the roof. Miss Jiang, this father is leaving. See you again. Looking at the gradually disappearing silhouettes, a trace of color flashed in Jian Li's beautiful eyes. Mu Huan, Mu Xianzuan, ha, you think you can hide this identity from my mother? But you're an interesting person. You're getting more and more mysterious. Ding. Jiang Li's intimacy plus 10. Chapter 98. Damn old man. You're taking advantage of me. In the past few days of leaving from Immortal Free City, Yang was always puzzled as to why Yu Qingqing's closeness to him had no change, while Jiang Li's closeness had unexpectedly risen by 10 points. Despite the confusion about women, good news follows. On this day, Yang happened to land in Lone Goose City, which was on the border between Lakha Prefecture and Central Prefecture. This is a place where traders must pass through, so naturally there are restaurants and tea houses all over the place. Have you heard? Heard what? Gongsun Woji broke his back, and in a fit of rage, he killed hundreds of thousands of cultivators, and even more so, he killed his way into Immortalist City. Mi Chao? That bad? And then what? And then what happened? Then, Immortal Emperor manifested, and with a wave of his hand, his Gongsun family bones were in a heap, and Gongsun Woji was seriously injured and dying, and even his immortal weapon was pinched and exploded. Holy, the Gongsun family is committing the world's greatest offense. Listening to these cultivators feverishly discussing the events of the previous few days, Yang, who had regained his original appearance, couldn't help but smile slightly, although their rhetoric was somewhat exaggerated. Today's central state was in turmoil with the Gongsun family's laying down of the gauntlet. Countless forces began to move as if they had gotten rid of the heavy shackles that the Gongsun family had long been oppressing them with. Even the shadows of the remaining few powers began to appear frequently on the land of the central state, making the situation even more complicated and volatile. News from Gongsun Wuxing. He volunteered to lead his family's sons and daughters in an effort to stabilize the chaotic situation in the central state for several days in a row. First, he made a move to exterminate 2 of the battle sect's Mahayana stage, and then seriously injured a soul-devouring Demon Palace's transitional stage expert. Even though he didn't lay a hand on the people of the Xiantian sect and the Acacia sect, the men and horses of the 2 sects were not spared from being fatally beaten up by him. A few more messages were exchanged with Jiang Li. Yang learned, as Gongsun Wuxing's reputation soared in the family, an undercurrent had quietly begun to spread outward from the central state. The large and small forces on the Sunset Xiao Prefecture, Northern Desert, Chenglan Prefecture, and even Songlan Prefecture, all of them seemed to be budding with the idea of getting rid of the oppression of the remaining 4 major powers. For Jiang Li's execution, Yang is old and happy. With the multi-treasure pavilion pushing the envelope in the dark, it wouldn't be long before the pattern of the entire Xian demon continent would change in a quiet manner. If the cooperation goes well, Yang can utilize its strong resources and far-reaching influence. Like an invisible giant hand, it stirred up the storm clouds of the entire continent, making the muddy waters even more dark and turbulent. Thus, the Gongsun family, the battle sect, and the soul-devouring demon palace were unable to take care of themselves and could not pose a threat to the Xiantian sect. In that case, the first step of the plan is complete, and then wait for Lu Ningxuan to step into the Yuaning stage, so that she can make a splash at the 10,000 Clans Conference. It's time to execute the second step of the program. Yang organized his mood and casually dropped a few spirit stones on the table. He then got up and walked out of the tea house, heading towards the city's teleportation array. I have ordered wine from Guanshan, and all the 1,000 autumns have gone down my throat. and there is even boiling snow to drink with the wind and clouds. I am an old man of 1,000 miles. The green hills should be white. Although old still borrowed the silver gun to show off. The sunlight poured down on Jan, who was humming a little tune. A gentle breeze and a shimmering teleportation array sent him to his next destination. In the meantime, far away in the Kanglan prefecture, within the Xiantian sect, a sinister figure stood alone under the crooked neck tree at the summit of Dogan Peak. Her eyes peered through the layers of clouds into the distant sky. The cold wind swept by, blowing her shirts, seemingly whispering the sorrow and deep thoughts in her heart. Silly girl, aren't you cold? Spirit Moon lightly walked to Yu Qingqing's side, her gaze softly looking at her. Yu Qingqing turned her head, tears welling up in her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. Sister Moon, ancestral grandpa he, Elder Yu Wuya's good fortune will always be there for him. Spirit Moon interrupted and tenderly took her into her arms as she continued to comfort her. Moonbei's revenge. Naturally someone will avenge you, and your grandpa is only missing, not dead. Spirit Moon gently took over Yu Qingqing's shoulders, letting her lean on her shoulder and said softly, there's bound to be good news. Then, with a twist of words, she asked, how has the gungfu your master passed down to you been cultivating lately? At the mention of her master, a subtle glint swept through Yu Qingqing's beautiful eyes. She had originally thought that Spirit Moon would take her back to the Harmony sect, but she didn't expect that they had gone around in circles and ended up at the Xiantian sect. What was even more unexpected was that she had inexplicably become Yang's second disciple. When facing Yang again, Yu Qingqing always felt that something was a bit off somewhere. In her memory, despite Yang's silver hair and white eyebrows, she looks winded. However, it exuded an immortal aura that made people want to worship it. Moreover, his temperament and character were completely unlike an old man who had lived for 1,000 years. Instead, they were quite compatible with her, making her feel an inexplicable closeness and comfort. However, in these few days, the Yang that Yu Qingqing had seen was very different from the image she remembered. He's mousy, not talkative, and always has a cold demeanor. Sitting in a rocking chair all day, he silently polished a black stick that looked so ordinary that it could not be seen. Even for a major life event such as accepting a disciple, he merely made a cursory walk through the process and subsequently through her 2 secret books of Gongfu. Moreover, the star transformation and the seal of the stars and battles of the heavens were too difficult for Yu Qingqing. In the eyes of the little princess who had been pampered since childhood and did not cultivate properly, the contents of these 2 booklets were tantamount to heavenly books. Every time she went to Yang with her doubts, hoping to get some guidance, she always got the cold realize it yourself. Yu Qingqing could only go to Spirit Moon for answers as well. Even though Spirit Moon always patiently and carefully solved her problems, Yu Qingqing still could not help but feel a trace of loss in her heart. Does Master he not like me too much? There was a hint of uncertainty in Yu Qingqing's voice as she whispered her doubts to Lingyu. Spirit Moon smiled gently and comforted once again. How could that be? Sister Moon guarantees with her character that your master absolutely loves you. He can't wait to have you in his hands, in his mouth, pressed into. Cough, cough. She coughed a few times and almost said scoop. Embarrassed, she turned her eyes to Yang, who was basking in the sun, and cursed in her heart. How did this old boy Yang find this dilettante to impersonate him? How about a decent understudy? He's so wooden that he can only fool people he doesn't know well. The acting is way off the mark too. Read about it. Lingyu gently shook her head and sighed softly in her heart. At that moment, Yang suddenly raised his head, and his eyes met with Lingyu's, revealing a relieved smile. With that, he stood up and with a relaxed and easygoing pace, he took himself out of the small courtyard and headed down the mountain. A few moments passed. Yan Yang's figure reappeared in Lingyu and Yu Qingqing's line of sight. This time, he seemed to have changed radically in the eyes of Yu Qingqing. A coat of gold silk and white cloud satin, the hem of the coat gently swinging with the wind. Each strand of gold silk seemed to contain the aura of heaven and earth. The whole body exudes an immortal style and moral charisma, as if it is an immortal coming out of an ancient painting, transcending the world and not staining the mortal dust. A beautifully carved wooden hairpin tied up his full head of silver hair, and his eyes were deep and bright under his sword-like white eyebrows. Even though his face showed the signs of age, the calm and collected air added to his charismatic look. Yu Qingqing looked at the Yang in front of her, and her mind couldn't help but be in a trance. This moment, the figure in the memory wearing black and gold wrought brocade was magically reunited with the Yang in front of him. That was her soulful little brother, and the Muhuan that filled the tip of her heart, and the softest hold on her soul. Yu Qingqing's beautiful eyes were instantly filled with countless crystals. In this moment, all strength evaporated from her. She couldn't help but throw herself into Yang's chest, as if she had found a safe harbor. I knew you'd come looking for me. Oh. Tears slipped down quietly, wetting Yang's lapel. Yang gently stroked her hair, delivering comfort with his broad, warm palm. Girl, What nonsense are you talking about? The master is only going down the mountain to get some things. Upon hearing these words, Yu Qingqing snapped back to her senses and violently broke free from Yang's embrace, taking a few steps backward, her pretty face rising with a bit of shame and indignation. You awful old man. You took advantage of me. Chapter 99. Are you going to let her be your disciple for the rest of your life? You girl? Obviously it was you who jumped into the arms of the master yourself. How can you turn around and say that the master took advantage of you? Yang's mouth tugged at the corners of his mouth, and his tone was tinged with a bit of displeasure as he retorted. Fortunately, there are no outsiders on Daoxian Peak, or else with Yu Qingqing's not-so-small voice, it might be made up into something. You. Yu Qingqing was blocked by Yang's words for a moment. Her delicate little face slightly flushed and she looked a little rushed. She silently lowered her head, the blush on her cheeks more pronounced in the setting sun's afterglow. The small jade hand unconsciously tugged at the hem of her sash, her fingers twisting slightly, revealing the aggression in her heart. However, the thought of little brother is still no news. The moon bay is gone. She became no one loved the little transparent. The heart again surged a wave of desolation and helplessness. With a wow sound, Yu Qingqing covered her little face, squatted on the ground, and cried loudly. Look at you. You don't have any decent look. You just came back and make people cry. Heartless. Lingyu gently rubbed Yu Qingqing's back to comfort her while rolling Yang's eyes in reproach. Yang's aura was so different from that imposter 13 that Lingyu had sensed a difference from the moment he first returned. I have no conscience? So I go? Yang raised his white eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curved up into a smile-like curve, and his lips moved slightly, as if to say, if I have no conscience, then you sleep alone tonight. In response, Lingyu raised her middle finger, which was like a green onion segment, up high. Yang chose not to spoil their stinking problems, and entered his house, calling in Qin Xuan and Chen Kai with the transmission jade jewel, and the three of them had a secret talk for a while. Due to Lu Ningxuan's closed-door cultivation, Yu Qingqing and Lingyu were both pampered masters who did not dip their fingers in the water on weekdays, and who could not cook. When it came to the hour of the evening meal, having not eaten a meal carefully cooked with spiritual objects for a long time, Yang gazed at the pots and pans in the stoveroom and made a mistake. He looked around at the pots and pans and frowned. Frost nah. When can you get out of the customs nah? Old man's life is so bitter ah. However, sighs aside, Yang still took out numerous precious ingredients from his storage bag. After all, once the food entered the mouth, it could be transformed into pure aura, directly nourishing Yang's Tai Shang Woji mixed sacred body. Since recrystallizing the Dan, Yang had wanted to further his cultivation all the time. Therefore, both eating and sleeping are very important to him. Half an hour later. Let's eat. As Yang growled, Yu Qingqing and Lingyu sought the sound and came to the dining table. When the two women looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, they frowned, and their expectant mood fell to the bottom. It's hard to describe the dishes in front of you. The jade spirit mushroom should be bright in color and smooth in texture, but the plate in front of us was dull in color and burnt at the edges, as if it had experienced a disaster. The golden medulla spiritual root was fried soft and lifeless, looking like a forgotten stump in the corner. 2 fresh veggies are already so bad, the other 2 meat dishes are even worse. I'm not hungry. You guys eat. Eat? Lingyu waved her jade hand and shook her head repeatedly with a dog-eat-I-don't-eat expression. I'm on a diet and also, not hungry. Yu Qingqing lowered her head and poked her fingers with an I'm hungry but I don't want to eat expression. Yang stood by the side, and although he tried his best to keep his composure, when he saw the 2 women treating his half-hour of effort in such a way, his face suddenly became unhappy. When his eyes fell on Yu Qingqing, he just glared at her. However, when his line of sight turned to Lingyu, it caused her body to jolt and even her hairs to stand up. Even though Lingyu's cultivation had already reached the 5th level of transition, ranking her at the level of a sect ancestor, but Yang Yang's eyes were filled with too many messages that only she understood, and when she thought of those, Lingyu's body couldn't help but start to soften. After a few days, Jan must have been holding back a big move. No, Spirit Moon pondered in her heart, the old boy's gotten a little carried away lately, and the old lady's going to have to cure him. Read about it. Lingyu quietly activated a wave of aura to dispel the physical urge, and without a good-natured whitening glance at Yang, she said towards Yu Qingqing beside her, since neither of us are hungry, why don't we go back to our room and sister will tell you something. As the words fell, Yu Qingqing raised her eyes to look at her, her eyes filled with gratitude. Sister understands me. I, Yu Qingqing, will not take a bite even if I starve to death. With Spirit Moon covering for her, Yu Qingqing immediately took her arm and sweetly said, Sister, elbow. Lunya also has a lot to say to sister. The 2 women held their arms, and before they could walk out far, Yang's voice came from behind them. Alas, No one has eaten the emerald spirit mushroom, the golden marrow spirit root, the heavenly dew snowshoe beast, and the plume feather chicken. He purposely stretched his voice and let out another long, deliberate sigh, then took a chopstick of spirit mushroom and muttered as he ate, "Goo. It feels like my cultivation level has increased with this bite of spirit mushroom. Each of these precious ingredients is rich in aura and unique nutritional value. The heavenly dew snowshoe beast, whose meat is tender and contains the refreshing aura of heavenly dew, can invigorate one's spirit and greatly increase one's cultivation after consuming it. The jade spirit mushroom, said to be a rare treasure that had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for thousands of years in the ancient forests of deep mountains, not only tasted delicious, but also had the effect of purifying the body and enhancing cultivation. Although Yang's culinary skills are not perfect, making the selling of these precious ingredients not as good as it should be. However, the aura they contained and the efficacy of enhancing cultivation were real. A top cultivator like Lingyu, a young princess from a family like Yu Qingcheng, unusual ingredients had long since failed to pique their interest. Only those rare and soulful ingredients can catch their eyes and touch their taste buds. Moreover, they had seen more than ordinary cultivators and knew the true value of these ingredients. At this moment, Lingyu and Yu Qingcheng's footsteps stopped at the same time. Why do I feel like my stomach is suddenly a little hungry? Lingyu's beautiful eyes then lit up, winking mischievously towards Yu Qingcheng and whispering, "Qingcheng, don't lose weight. If you continue to lose weight your breasts are going to be smaller. By then your family mu xianzuan." Well. Yu Qingcheng's pretty face turned red at her words. She hurriedly covered Lingyu's mouth and pouted. "Oops, master is still here. Keep your voice down." Then, with a twist of words, she blurted out, "Master's cooking smells so good. I want to take a bite." Lingyu's gaze inadvertently met Yang's with a hint of mischief in her eyes, as if she was silently conveying words that only they understood. The flowing eyes were filled with a promising smile, causing Yang's white eyebrows to involuntarily jump. Yang knew better than anyone who the Mu Xianzuan was. He first rubbed his nose in embarrassment, then glared fiercely at Lingyu, as if to say, "You wait for me, when I turn around to clean you up, you have the ability not to scream." When the wine was full, Yang took advantage of the moment when Yu Qingcheng lowered her head to give Lingyu a few winks, while she had her head averted and saw it as if she didn't see it. "Are you done eating? Finish eating and go back to your room with your sister. Let's talk some girl talk." Yu Qingcheng was naturally happy to see Lingyu say this. Just as Yang was about to say something, Lingyu transported her aura to transmit her voice. "Dead beat. I'm trying to solve the matter of this girl Qingcheng for you. What are you thinking in your head? Settle what? Are you playing dumb for me? Are you going to let her be your disciple for the rest of your life?" Yang, Chapter 100, after all he's done for me, he must love me very much. Yu Qingcheng's house was newly built for her after she came to Daoxian Peak, and Yang specially instructed 13 to build it for her. Despite the frigid winds at the top of the mountain, the house was warm inside, and the soft heat from the lit heater dispelled the cold outside. At this point, Lingyu and Yu Qingcheng shed their thick clothing, leaving their thin fleece jackets wrapped around their evocative and delicate bodies. They sat by the fireplace and talked for a while already. However, Yu Qingcheng seemed to have been in a low mood and had a heavy heart. Spirit Moon noticed her silence and asked softly, "Thinking about what?" Yu Qingcheng sighed softly, a hint of worry showing in her eyes. "I'm thinking about Grandpa Zhu. I wonder how he's doing." Spirit Moon gently patted her hand. "Words of comfort," she had said in the afternoon. As she watched Yu Qingcheng's bewildered gaze, she also understood in her heart that what this little girl was thinking was far more than just worrying about her loved ones. "Sister you say, why didn't little brother send me a message for so many days? Is he the one who's tired of me and doesn't like me anymore? Or am I just dewy-eyed and doomed to be fruitless with him? Or maybe, his dogs are mean and won't let him make more dogs?" A series of questions came like a barrage of firecrackers, directly causing Spirit Moon to freeze. As she looked at Yu Qingcheng's worried little face, she couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy in her heart. Spirit Moon sighed softly and couldn't help but feel secretly distressed in her heart. Damn this old boy for inviting another love child. Yu Wei will not talk about it. Ali, Ning Shuang's mind is on him. And now there is another Yu Qingcheng. How come the older he gets, the better this old boy's peach blossom luck gets? Lingyu gently shook her head, temporarily shaking her own petty thoughts to the side, and turned to follow Yu Qingcheng's words. He's probably busier? Her words did not seem to have a comforting effect, but instead caused Yu Qingcheng's eyes to gradually redden. Busy? Too busy to return a message? He clearly said I could follow him. Now, he threw me into the Xian Tian sect and made me worship this trash young as my teacher. Her voice took on a catch in her throat, and her emotions grew more emotional with it. However, as she confided, a trace of displeasure coalesced in Lingyu's beautiful eyes, and a touch of sulking surfaced on her face, as if she had been touched by a reverse scale. In an instant, The powerful pressure of a transitional cultivator emanated from her. The pressure as heavy as a mountain seemed to cause the air in the room to freeze. He's not a loser. Ling Yu didn't know what to say for a moment, but she wouldn't allow anyone to call Yang a loser again. Despite the fact that Yang has a mystery about him that she can't see through either. She always believes that what he shows is only weak on the surface. From ancient times to the present, he was the first cultivator to have cultivated the 9 revolutions Yin-Yang dual cultivation dharma. In just a few days, it was able to make her cultivation jump 2 levels in a row from the 3rd level of the ferrying. Who, may I ask, can do it? Thus, Ling Yu, who had already been devoted to Yang for a long time, was even more convinced that his cultivation had long stood at the peak of the continent. Spirit Moon returned to her senses, and between the flow of her beautiful eyes, she seemed to have thought of a way to explain to Yu Qingcheng. The corner of her mouth curled into a smile, as if she had already seen the surprised expression that Yu Qingcheng was about to reveal. Leaning in, look me in the eye. Spirit Moon's voice carried a hint of mystery as she slowly stood up and gently waved her hands as she began to form complex spell seals. As she gestured, ripples began to form in the air, and her beautiful eyes were gradually covered by a faint pink glow. Under Spirit Moon's guidance, Yu Qingcheng felt as if her consciousness was traveling through endless time and space. As the turbulence in front of him gradually stabilized, Yu Qingcheng couldn't help but cover her small mouth, and a shocked look suddenly appeared in her beautiful big eyes. Everything here seems so real. The crooked neck tree at the top of Dogan Peak was in its prime, with lush branches and leaves. Inside the small courtyard, a man and a woman were practicing their swords. The woman was wearing a thin skirt of reddish-red color, and the hem of the skirt fluttered gently between dances, accentuating her snow-white and flawless skin and her graceful figure. The perfect face, as if the Empress had descended to earth, was breathtakingly beautiful. Even Yu Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy. However, what shocked Yu Qingcheng the most was not the woman dancing with the sword. Rather, it was the man who was not far away and was concentrating on practicing his flat jabs. Mu Huan? No, he's not Mu Huan, he's Yang. The Yang in Yu Qingcheng's eyes was no longer the silver-haired, white-browed old man, but had turned into a graceful young man. His hair was like ink, his eyebrows were heroic, and his face was handsome and angular, radiating youthful vigor. A plain-colored loose short hit not only failed to hide his extraordinary temperament, but more set him off like the standing of a pine. The sunlight poured over his body, gilding his figure with a light golden edge, making him look like a figure that had stepped out of a painting. Yu Qingcheng gazed at Yang in front of her, the shock in her heart gradually transforming into a deep fascination. Like, just too much like. No, I should say that Mu Huan and Yang are simply one and the same. The faint smile that hung at the corners of his mouth, the slightly bulging nose as his sword brows furrowed, even the imperceptible mole at the corner of his eye is in the same spot. Just as Yu Qingcheng was immersed in shock, Ling Yu's voice quietly sounded in her ears. That woman practicing the sword is the world-famous Cold Moon Fairy, Yu Wei, who is also your master's Taoist partner. As for him, Spirit Moon paused, and with a touch of flirtation in her tone, she continued, I don't need to introduce you, you should be familiar with it. Yu Qingcheng's gaze hovered between Yu Wei and Yang. Between the complexity of his feelings, he was both surprised and seemed to have had some kind of premonition in his mind for a long time. Mu Huan, Yang, murmuring continuously in a low voice under her breath. A look of realization gradually appeared in Yu Qingcheng's eyes. So Mu Huan is Yang. Yang is Mu Huan, and also Mu Xianzuan. Until this moment, Yu Qingcheng felt an itch in her head and seemed to have figured out many things. Why does the Yang of today give her a familiar and mysterious feeling? And why had she come to Daoshan Peak for so long and only today had she eaten such a precious ingredient for the first time? All because her little brother, her Mu Huan, her Mu Xianzuan had returned. Outside, Spirit Moon's hands gently danced and formed a seal again, and as she did, the illusion gradually dissipated. However, half an incense stick and even another one passed. Yu Qingcheng was still tightly closing her beautiful eyes, seemingly unwilling to wake up from the dream created by the illusion. Jan said to me earlier that the new house for you would be furnished as closely as possible to your boudoir at Moonbay. Let 13 pass on to you the star transformation and the heavenly starfight sealing seal, saying that they are the most suitable for the star's sacred body to cultivate. He also asked me not to tell you that he is Mu Huan. When Spirit Moon said this, Yu Qingcheng finally opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes flashed with complex emotions. There was surprise, but more than that, she was deeply moved. Yu Qingcheng stood up and quickly walked to the door of the room, as if she wanted to rush out the door and directly find Yang and ask what was going on. However, when her hand had just touched the doorknob, she stopped. Her jade hand trembled gently, hanging on the doorknob, hesitating. He asked Sister Yu not to reveal his true identity, There must be something he's suffering from. He's afraid that if I find out, I'll say he's scum. He'll say he took advantage of the situation, and he'll hate him. Thinking of this, the corners of Yu Qingqing's mouth unconsciously curled up into a gentle smile. At this very moment, Mu Huan and Yang's figures had been completely blended together in Yu Qingqing's heart, and there was no longer any separation. Regardless of whether his appearance was youthful and glowing or scarred by age, his figure had been deeply imprinted in Yu Qingqing's heart. For her, Yang was her master, her little brother, and everything. Yu Qingqing gave up on her earlier intentions and sat back down next to Lingyu, clasped her hands tightly, and with a gleam of excitement in her eyes, she said eagerly, "Sister Yu, you mustn't tell him that I already know his true identity. He did so much for me in silence." Her voice was filled with infinite warmth, and two determined rays shot out from her beautiful eyes. "He must love me very much." Chapter 101, I want to have a world of two with my master's little brother. Ding! Yu Qingqing's intimacy plus 50. The system beep that suddenly rang out made Yang slowly open his eyes from his state of immersion. Some doubt flashed in his eyes as he pondered in his mind. How did Yu Qingqing's intimacy suddenly increase so much? I didn't do anything. Did the system bug out again? System! Yang shook off his head, dismissing the conjecture in his mind, and turned to the private transmission link you had given him after the meal. "Ai chow, could it be Spirit Moon?" A brilliant light flickered at the bottom of his eyes as he stroked his white beard, a look of understanding on his face, and he couldn't help but nod his head, affirming the idea. The Acacia Sex mouth escape technique is so cowhide that it can even rely on the Spirit Moon to increase intimacy. Such a powerful mouth art. Must find a chance to experience it. Yang closed his eyes and once again immersed his consciousness into cultivation. Between the haze, he seemed to feel the door to his room gently pushed open a crack. A cold breeze whipped through, and a hot, delicate body wrapped around his. The orchid-like musk aroma, faint, quietly drilled into Yang's nose. Almost immediately, Yang recognized her from the familiar scent. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile, but he didn't immediately open his eyes, instead continuing to maintain his meditation position, allowing her to tease herself at will. After a long time, when she saw that Yang was unmoved, her eyebrows furrowed and a hint of displeasure appeared on her face, but it soon stretched out again, and a hint of a seductive color flashed in her beautiful eyes. Immediately afterward, she made a seal with one hand and placed a layer of prohibition on Yang's house. Then she stood up and tied up all the green silk draped over her shoulders. The way can be the way, but it is not the way. If we talk about what the avenue is supposed to be, we will inevitably have to spend more time talking about it. The next day, Yang opened the door to her room with a refreshed look, her age-worn face still bearing the aftermath of last night. Thinking back to last night when he sat with Spirit Moon, he realized that the 9 revolutions Qiankuan Yin Yang technique seemed to have refined quite a bit more. Under the internal vision, the island in the Qi Sea had some more surprising changes than in the previous few days. Between the aura surroundings, it was hazy and dense, just like a fairyland, and the rich aura filled the air with a mysterious aura. In the center of the island, a clear spring suddenly emerged. The water was as delicate as silk and shimmered with a faint purple luster. The spring water gently flows and makes a pleasant gurgling sound, just like heavenly music, which makes the mind tranquil. And in the center of the clear spring stood an ancient stone platform, which emitted a faint glow that seemed to be attracting the surrounding aura. An oval-shaped stone that looked like an egg but not an egg stood on the stone platform, and it emitted a mysterious purple light, as if it contained endless mysteries. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the sound of a dull and powerful heartbeat came out from within it, as if it was responding to Yang's spiritual awareness probe. The sound of his heartbeat was like the pulsation of the earth, shaking his mind again and again, making him feel a mysterious power surging through it. What is this? Could it be that this island is not my golden Dan, and that the real golden Dan is this egg? However, when Yang further explored the entire Dantian, his intuition told him that this egg was not his gene Dan. The uncertainty left him a little puzzled. With the cultivation of the spirit skill, it was as if Yang had embarked on a different path of cultivation. Each step on this path, Qi refining, foundation establishment, and Dan ending, was vastly different from his previous perceptions, full of unknowns and variables. Forget it. If I can't think about it, I won't think about it. The spirit skill given by the anti-orthodox master won't harm me. Yang stretched and stretched his body, and was planning to go to the cookhouse to fix something to eat. Right at this moment, several streams of light cut through the wind and snow and landed outside the small courtyard. Rune Shadow Peak, Xiaho Qian, Giant Sun Peak, Bailey Bing, Lei Wanjun, Golden Sun Peak, Mo Jiu Gu. The four had just reported their names when a teenager stepped on the snow on the mountain path. When he saw that there were already 4 people standing in front of Daoxian Peak's small courtyard, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. and he then bowed towards the courtyard. Sure, how is late? Please forgive Elder Yang. All 5 of these people had outstanding performances in the previous sect competition, and all of them were extremely talented and absolutely loyal to the sect. They naturally came into Yang and Guli's line of sight. The Xiantian sect needed a group of strong disciples for the 10,000 sect conference in a few years. In the initially drawn-up list, the foundation establishment stage was grouped with Lei Wanjun and Shi Hao, 2 people from the Dark Hall side at the Jiedan stage. As for the Yuaning stage and the God Transformation stage, currently there were only Lu Ningxuan and Mo Jiugu, and the other 2 still had to think of a way. Even though the pair's cultivation at the Refined Void stage was still at the first level of Refined Void, but that didn't stop Yang from being the most optimistic about them. Bailey Bing and Xiahou Qian would definitely amaze the entire continent. Ha ha, you guys got here pretty early. There was a hint of pleasure in Yang's voice as he swept his gaze over the 5 people outside the small courtyard one by one. A warm smile on his face as he continued. Come in and talk. After the 5 of them took their seats in the main house, Yu Qingcheng, who walked in with tea, attracted Yang's attention. The little princess of Moon Bay had actually put her foot down and did the work of serving tea and water. It's a long time to live. However, since there were outsiders present this day, Yang did not ask too many questions, and instead turned to the crowd and introduced Moon Qingcheng to them. Qingcheng, these are your senior brothers and sisters. Before Yang could finish, Yu Qingcheng handed them tea one by one. Her pretty face wore a sweet smile and her demeanor exuded good breeding and manners. Yu Qingcheng meets all the senior brothers and sisters. After the pleasantries were exchanged, Yu Qingcheng then quietly stood behind Yang, her gaze constantly flowing over the several people, a few doubts and suspicions showing in her eyes. Doubtfully, what was the reason for these senior brothers and sisters to come to Daoxian Peak? Disgusted that they were interfering with their 2-person world with their master brother, Yu Qingcheng slightly bit her lower lip, a polite smile on her face, but inside she was silently MMPing. You fellows talk hurry up to talk and finish hurry up to go. I still have to ask the master brother to teach the matter on the gong method. At that moment, Yang cleared his throat and asked slowly, the peak masters should have already spoken with you, right? My master's father told me to listen to all of my master's uncle. When my master's uncle says go east, I'll go east. When my master's uncle says go west, I'll go west. Lei Wanjuan's voice got softer and softer, and at the end of his words, even his head went down, his face full of discomfort. After all, Yang's sharp eyes pressed straight into him, causing a few moments of fear to arise in his heart. But, looking at Lei Wanjuan's deflated appearance, Yu Qingcheng couldn't hold back and covered her small mouth and burst out laughing. Yang glared back at her and coughed lightly, then straightened up. The 10,000 Clans Conference will be in a few years. Old me, the Supreme Elder, and the Peak Masters have jointly decided that you will represent the Xin Tian sect and compete. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere around them instantly froze, and several people's demeanor varied, their shock showing. Lei Wanjuan's eyes were wide with disbelief. We are going to compete on behalf of the Xin Tian sect? Xiahou Qian and Bailey Bing also looked at each other with shock and anticipation written all over their faces. Xiahou Qian's lips opened slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she was too shocked by the sudden news to speak. Bailey Bing, on the other hand, clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with excitement, clearly eager for this opportunity. Mo Jiugu seemed to have known the news for a long time. As he nodded towards Yang with a smile, his eyes filled with determination. Only Shi Hao revealed a reluctant look, seemingly not quite willing to accept this reality. Elder Yang, disciple, can disciple choose not to go? Yang's white eyebrows raised, a hint of disbelief on his face as he smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. You can certainly choose not to go, but he purposely paused for a moment and sold a story, causing a few moments of curiosity and anticipation to arise in the hearts of all 4 people present. Afterward, Yang took out 4 delicate storage bags from his arms, flicked his fingers, and transported his aura to send them to the 4 people beside Shi Hao. Open it up. As they opened their storage bags, a sound of sucking in cool air rang out one after another. 8-9 Xian Gong, Stinging 12 Changes, Taishu Sword Technique, Ancient Divine Formation Record, Divine Symbol True Solution? Chapter 102, Is it true what you said? These feats were certainly not the genuine ones in the system that could easily cost thousands of points. All of them are 5 points a copy of the remnants. But even so, these feats exchanged with system points, even if they were remnants, were much superior to the existing legacies of the peaks. Xiahou Qian scrutinized the ancient divine formation record and divine symbol true explanation in her hands with an almost reverent attitude. Her movements were gentle and soft, as if she were holding fragile treasures instead of books. Her fingertips gently slid over each line, each page, and slowly, her delicate body actually trembled involuntarily. In stark contrast to her gentle movements was the growing glow in her eyes, As the pages of the booklet turned, the Yuan Shun, which could only be cultivated by a void refining stage cultivator, unexpectedly exited the body. In the incredulous eyes of the crowd, Xiahou Qian's Yuan Shun held the record of ancient divine formations suspended in midair. A sliver of Yuan Shun power that had been separated controlled her physical body to kneel down towards Yang. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's kowtow. In Xiahou Qian's eyes, the Rune Shadow Peak Jinfeng treasure record was not at all on the same level as the thing bestowed by Yang. The record of ancient divine formations and the true explanation of divine talismans shouldn't even have appeared in the Xian demon continent at all. They were more like inheritances from the upper realms. A moment of deep gratitude and reverence intertwined. Yang's kindness was as heavy as a mountain, and she, Xiahou Qian, was unable to repay it. From now on, Xiahou Qian would like to serve the master's left and right in return for the master's favor. Ho Qian's words were so powerful and firm as an oath that she couldn't help but make the crowd almost drop their jaws in shock. The chief disciple of Rune Shadow Peak was actually kneeling down to the sex-recognized trash to call him master. In the eyes of many, such behavior is undoubtedly self-destructive, and may even be ridiculed and reviled by countless people. However, Xiahou Qian did not have the slightest hesitation or regret in her eyes. In the face of her kneeling, Yang's white eyebrows frowned slightly as he reached out in front of his body, a hint of hesitation revealed in his movements. If he helped her, it would mean accepting her as a disciple, and if he didn't, it would seem unkind. Just as he was hesitating, Lei Wanjun, who had hastily flipped through the 8-9 Xiangongs, suddenly roared out and also followed Xiahou Qian's example and also knelt on the ground. Knock! 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 After quickly kowtowing 9 heads, Lei Wanjun then howled with a loud voice. Wanjun drifted for half a lifetime, only hating that he did not need a bright master. If you don't give up, Jun would like to be worshipped as a righteous father. Under the excitement, Lei Wanjun was unable to say anything, and he got up and was about to walk outside the house. The corners of Yang's mouth twitched back and forth several times, and his forehead seemed to hang down with 3 black lines, only to see him raise his white eyebrows, slap the armrest of the chair with force, stand up, and kick Lei Wanjun's ass. Nonsense! Yang's thunderous voice shook the crowd's ears. Lei Wanjun was staggered by the kick, but he quickly stabilized himself and turned around, a naive smile on his face. Since Chen Kai led him to have a drink with Yang, Lei Wanjun thought he had long since figured out his temperament. He naturally knew that Yang's kick at him was more of an intimate rebuke. Yang fiercely glared at this living treasure. Then with a gentle wave of her palm, a soft aura gently lifted Xiahou Qian up. Both of you have masters. It's inappropriate to worship the old man again. He stroked his white beard, mused for a moment, and continued. Tell you what, the old man will accept the 2 of you as registered disciples. Before Yang could finish his words, Emojo Go and Bailey Bing also fell to their knees and shouted in unison. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's kowtow as well. Looking at the excited appearance of these few young people, Yang Huan only wanted to shout in his heart. Sins. However, Shi Hao, who had not been rewarded with a storage bag by Yang, was sitting on a pin cushion at this moment, with mixed feelings in his heart. As he watched his fellow masters and brothers gain such great benefits, the regret within him came like a tidal wave, almost drowning him. A hint of envy, even jealousy, showed in his eyes. As he watched the others get excited over obtaining the supreme Gongfu secret, his mood became heavier and heavier. However, one's previous words had already been exported. Just like the water that had been poured out, there was no reason to take it back. He could only watch this opportunity slip away from his eyes. The struggle and helplessness in his heart almost suffocating him. Shi Hao clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were almost embedded in his palms, but the waves within his heart were hard to quell. However, just as Shi Hao felt despair, Yang's next words seemed to save him from the abyss. You and the other 4, for the time being, go back to pack up and clean up, cultivate diligently, and come back to Daoxian Peak in a few days. Immediately afterward, Yang dropped his eyes to Shi Hao and continued. Qing Cheng, send a few senior brothers and sisters down the mountain. Master has something to say to your senior brother Shi. Yu Qing Cheng glanced deeply at Shi Hao, who was sitting in a chair in silence, then nodded. Yes, master. She stood up and gracefully made a gesture of invitation to the other 4, leading them out of the main house, leaving Shi Hao alone with Yang. Stone Country, Marshal King's house, Father Shi Zilin, Mother Qin Yining, Grandfather Shi Badian. As Shi Hao's life unfolded from Yang's mouth, Shi Hao's fists loosened and tightened and loosened. Obviously, the waves inside him were more violent. You were born with a divine bone, but because you are a branch lineage, you were digging out the divine bone, old man, and ask you, do you hate it? Yang's words caused Shi Hao's demeanor to become complicated. His movements stiffened and the knots in his throat rolled slightly as if he was suppressing something. A flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes. which eventually turned into a determined light. Hate. Sherhao's voice was low and strong as he looked straight at Yang, not hiding his emotions. I hate those who took away my divine bones. I hate those who treat me like grass. But I hate my own powerlessness even more. His words were filled with resentment and anger, but it also reveals an intense desire for power, for revenge, for proving his worth. Yang listened quietly, a flicker of appreciation in her eyes. Name Sherhao. Power, Xian Tian sect. Cultivation level, Foundation 9. Others, Sons of Qi Luck. Yes, there's hate, and then there's motivation. Sherhao, old me will give you a chance to reclaim what belongs to you today. A hint of surprise flashed in Sherhao's eyes, and his body leaned forward slightly, as if he wanted to kneel down and worship his master. However, with a warm smile, Yang stopped him. A divine bone is just a divine bone. If you lose it, then you lose it. If you don't have the heart to become a supreme being, even if you have a divine bone, so what? Sherhao sniffed, lowered his head, and kept repeating Yang's words in a low voice under his breath. Without the heart to become a supreme being, even with a divine bone, so what? He began to reflect. Whether the persistence all along was just an unwillingness to lose the divine bone, or whether it really had the determination to transcend everything and become a supreme being. As he thought deeply within himself, Sherhao's state of mind began to change. A true supreme being doesn't need any divine bones at all. Sherhao hissed. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from his back, as if something was awakening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Supreme Heart Supreme Bone of the Son of Qi, rewarded with 5,000 system points. Ha! Master Unity, didn't this wave of rewards come as a bit of a surprise? Why didn't you say it had this feature earlier? Sons of Fortune can be encountered but not sought, belonging to accidental triggering, and not a regular function. The system has no obligation to inform. Yang, ###. On the other side, Sherhao returned to his senses and deeply bowed down towards Yang respectfully. Many thanks to the master for his teachings. Yang gave a helpless smile, inwardly sighing. Why do each and every one of them want to worship the old man? Sins. He patted Sherhao's shoulder and helped him up. Then with a gentle move, he slipped the storage bag on the table to him. The old man has prepared the Undying Sutra for you. Yang paused, then continued in a serious tone. I hope that you will not break through before the 10,000 General Assembly, and properly comprehend the Undying Scripture. If you can comprehend the 10th layer of Foundation Establishment. Sherhao's eyes flashed as he heard the words, his shock overflowing. Chiku. Chiku. Still, there's a 10th layer? At this time, Yu Qingcheng, who had gone and returned, heard their conversation. The footsteps couldn't help but stop, and a look of disbelief appeared in her beautiful eyes. Senior brother, are you telling the truth? Chapter 103 Brother Master, are you still awake? What? Would old me still lie to you? With a warm smile, Yang first reached out and nodded to Yu Qingcheng who was standing in the doorway, and then gestured for both of them to sit and talk. Then he pointed to the cups and teapot on the table and said slowly, watch this. Yu Qingcheng and Sherhao's gazes were focused on Yang, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Yang picked up the teapot and slowly poured a full cup of tea towards an empty cup, stopping only when the tea overflowed. Look at this teacup. Just as your cultivation is full, you all know that the 9th level of Foundation Establishment is the limit. Just as this teacup can no longer hold more tea. He gently set the teapot down, then picked up the teacup that was already full, and another, larger one and set it next to it. But if you want more tea, you'll need a bigger cup, Yang said, pouring the full cup of tea into a larger cup. The tea was only half a cup in the larger cup. The bigger the cup the more tea it can hold. Speaking here, Yang deliberately paused, giving Yu Qingcheng and Sherhao enough time to digest and think about his words. Seeing that their eyes gradually revealed a look of realization and seemed to have comprehended, Yang cleared his throat and said in a relaxed tone, the cup is still a cup, only, this one is quite a bit bigger than the one just now. With that said, Jan pointed to the teapot and continued to ask, look he again at this teapot, what is the difference between it and those two cups? Yu Qingcheng didn't even think about it and blurted out, teapots are bigger than cups, hold more water, and have some insulation. At that moment, Sherhao didn't wait for her to finish and picked up the conversation. Functionally, it's not much different from a cup, except that they have different shapes. Hearing them say that, Yang smiled faintly, both nodding and shaking his head. You guys are right, but not all of you. Seeing Yu Qingcheng and Sherhao reveal puzzled looks, Yang continued to explain. First of all, they are all vessels built to the world's liking. Secondly, from the time they were a handful of loam, they were defined by craftsmen in terms of size, shape, and function. Speaking of which, Yang pointed to the two of them and asked with a smile, if your master told you that with your qualifications, the Qi at the 9th level of foundation establishment would only reach a pond the size of 10 acres at most, and advised you to conjugate. What would you do? In the face of this problem, Hao's feelings are particularly profound. After cultivating to the 9th level of foundation establishment, the sea of Qi within his dantian was a pond the size of 10 acres. Until today, Hao had always believed that no matter how hard he cultivated, he would not be able to make the Qi sea expand, because he had been gutted of his divine bones by people of his own clan. His qualifications had long since become mediocre. Although the immortal path was still at his feet, it seemed that he could no longer walk to the end of it. He could only go with the flow, step into the Jindan stage early, and then try to make his Jindan more powerful. However, after receiving some pointers from Yang, the Sea of Qi in Hao's dantian seemed to have changed in a new way. It seems to be slowly getting bigger and expanding outward. After Hao pondered for a few breaths, he got up and made a deep bow towards Yang, his tone filled with respect. Disciple chooses not to listen to advice. Disciple will continue to cultivate at the foundation establishment stage and cultivate the Qi sea as if it were a true ocean. However, Yu Qingcheng did not share his thoughts. Qingcheng admires senior brother Shi's ambition, but a cultivator's talent determines the upper limit, and I'm afraid that not making a breakthrough for a long time will not be beneficial to cultivation. Hearing her say this, Yang smiled, shook his head, sighed lightly, and suddenly shattered the 2 cups on the table on the floor. Immediately afterward, in the eyes of the 2 men who were surprised, he used his aura to put the pieces of the cup together to form a larger cup. If anything, those 2 large and small cups just now represent the size of your Qi sea. So now what? Not waiting for Yu Qingcheng and Hao to finish thinking, Yang turned a trick and took a teacup that was 1 person tall and 2 people wide and placed it on the ground. He pointed to this teacup and then to the teapot on the table, his tone serious for a few moments. Usually, we distinguish the realm of a cultivator by the form of the aura in his body. For example, the Qi sea at the foundation establishment stage, the Jindan at the Jindan stage, and the Yuanyin at the Yuanyin stage. With that said, Yang filled the largest teacup with water and used his aura to send them both out of the house and onto the ground at the same time. The water in the teapot soon ran out. However, sprinkled at the same angle, the large cup not only lasted longer than the teapot, but the water flowed more aggressively, even dispersing the snow in front of the door. Yang stood up, gently stroking his white beard while casting his gaze towards Yu Qingcheng with deep meaning in his tone. Poor Koi, compared to a teapot, a cup may seem ordinary, but it can become extraordinary. A high realm doesn't mean he's strong and vice versa. He deliberately paused and then dropped his gaze to Hao, then slowly said, the human body is a great treasure that needs to be mined constantly to discover the infinite possibilities that are yours. Is the 10th level of foundation establishment really the limit? Or is the 11th level of foundation establishment the limit? Or, the 3000th layer of foundation establishment is the true limit? Yang's calm but powerful voice struck at their hearts, inspiring potential and desire within them. A trace of astonishment flashed across Yu Qingcheng's eyes, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as if she was deeply pondering on Yang's words. As time passed, her expression changed from puzzlement to gravity, and then gradually changed from gravity to adoration. Worthy of being my master's little brother. A few simple words can make a difference, and instead of being mean to me when I say something wrong, he explains it to me more patiently. Thinking of this, Yu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes turned into the shape of love, and her eyes were filled with love that she couldn't hide. He must love me very much. Hao had a different reaction. His eyes glittered with excitement, as if he had found a new ray of hope. His lips quivered slightly, a hint of excitement and uncertainty in his voice. If that's the case, then my Qi sea might still have a chance to become bigger and stronger. At that moment, Yang gently patted Hao's shoulder and said softly, go and cultivate, and come back to Daoxian Peak when you don't understand. After sending Hao away, Yu Qingcheng realized that Yang seemed to be lying on the rocking chair already asleep. She then walked slowly to him with cat-like steps, the glint in her beautiful eyes, all seductive. She slowly climbed her own hands onto Yang's shoulders, and with raw skill, squeezed his shoulders. Senior brother, are you still awake? Chapter 104, you're a better talker than your deadbeat sister. Master is master. What the hell is a master's brother? Yang continued to fake sleep while he was internally bellyaching. Last night, Lingyu chatted with Yu Qingcheng in her house for a long time until the latter part of the night when she quietly felt her way into Yang's house. The 2 men sat and talked some more until the day dawned. Just as Lingyu wanted to speak with him about Yu Qingcheng, she suddenly received a summons from the sect and hurriedly left the Shin Tian sect. Yang wasn't sure what exactly had been said between the 2 women, nor was she sure if Lingyu had set Moon Chancellor straight. In the event that Yu Qingcheng found out that he was Mu Huan, Mu Xianzuan, perhaps this truth would be a great shock to her. After all, Mu Huan's image was vastly different from Yang's, and this huge contrast might be hard for her to accept. You may even act irrationally when your emotions are out of control. Therefore, he felt that it would be better to speak less for the time being. However, the more Yang was like this, the stronger the feeling of suffocation in Yu Qingqing's heart became. Her long-for little brother was close at hand, but he never said anything sweet, let alone those intimate gestures she had secretly been waiting for. Yu Qingqing pinched for a while longer, seeing that Yang did not look like he was waking up. Already short on patience, her missy temper flexed a bit. She suddenly increased the force on her hands, as if she was venting her frustration. Then he huffed, got up, ran all the way back to his room, and slammed the door as hard as he could. Stinky young, dead young, let you ignore me. She muttered, her voice full of aggravation and huffing. Yu Qingqing leaned her back against the door of the room and took a few deep breaths in an attempt to calm her emotions. She closed her eyes and thought back to those days in Immortalist City. Yang's gentle smile with a hint of evil, the deep look in his eyes, his strong arms and wrists, his firm chest and abs. Yu Qingqing's heart gradually surged with a trace of the tingling sensation when solving the bone-eroding soul-breaking incense. The reason he's ignoring me and not talking to me must be because he's worried I'll get carried away. He must have feared that by showing his feelings of love for me, I would reject him mercilessly. He's so silly, but also so cute. It looks like his heart is all about me. He loves me so much. The corners of Yu Qingqing's mouth slowly rose as the aggression and sulking in her heart began to transform into a profound understanding. Ding! Yu Qingqing density +5. Yang was already not surprised by this kind of inexplicable increase in intimacy. He uniformly categorized it as another bug in the system. System? The incident of activating the Son of Qi by chance caused Yang's originally few remaining system points to suddenly increase again, in addition to the remnants of those kung fu secrets that were exchanged for the crowd, and the fraudulent treasure pearls that were exchanged for himself. Yang's system points accumulated to 5,450 points, although the divine objects such as the Palm Heavenly Vase, Meteor Tear, Heavenly Reversal Bead, Chaos Tower, Heaven Swallowing Cauldron, and Burial God Coffin were still out of reach. However, with more than 5,000 points, the things that could be exchanged in the system mall were obviously much richer. This baby is nice. Well, consider redeeming one. That thing is amazing too, yeah. He mumbled to himself as he browsed through the system mall, his eyes glittering with anticipation, though an urge surged in his heart to immediately redeem those tantalizing treasures. But Yang suppressed the impulse with his usual calmness and reason. After all, the more expensive the baby the better the stuff. It's hard to save points and buy expensive ones. Right at this moment, the transmission jade jewel at Yang's waist suddenly emitted a slight vibration. With a light sweep of his spiritual sense on the transmission jade jewel, Yang's face suddenly changed. Jiangli, Gongsun Wuji is dead. 3 days later, the funeral. The news from Jiangli was like a thunderbolt that exploded in his heart. Gongsun Wuji shouldn't have died. From the previous intelligence, he was at best considered seriously injured, and it wouldn't be difficult to recover for a few months. However, not even a month had passed, and Yang didn't want to believe how Gongsun Wuji could be dead. Mixed emotions welled up in his mind. Shocked, skeptical, and even a hidden hint of unspeakable horror. In his mind, Gongsun Wuji had always been a character with courage and skill, and his death seemed too sudden and strange. Could it be that he has discovered something and wants to use the means of faking his death to hide it from everyone? Yang stroked his white beard, his two white eyebrows tightening together as he pondered if there were any other possibilities. He sent a message back to Jiangli. Yang, keep a close eye on it and make sure you confirm it. In the meantime, Northern Wasteland, soul-devouring demon palace boundary. Your Highness, we just received news that Gongsun Wuji of the Gongsun family is dead. The left general's voice was calm and waveless, as if he was recounting a small everyday matter. Ling Xie raised his eyebrows slightly at the words, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smile. He won't die if anyone dies. That Gongsun Wuji guy isn't an ordinary person. Speaking here, he hooked his finger towards Ling Dai at the bottom and continued with a hint of a teasing smile. Beauty, what do you say? Kolde's life has been turned upside down recently. Ever since the Devil Abyss Valley was destroyed by the Xian Tian sect, she came to the soul-devouring Devil Palace along with her master, Nan Feng. Her original mind was fully poured into Battle Surprise. After arriving at the soul-devouring Demon Palace, she sent so many messages to Battle Surprise, hoping that he would come and save her from her misery. However, the reality is harsh. It was as if Battle Surprise had disappeared, and he hadn't even replied to a single message. Furthermore, Master Nanfeng was imprisoned in purgatory by Ling Xie, which made Ling Dai's heart even more filled with anxiety and helplessness. In order to save her master, she had to commit herself to Ling Xie, even though it filled her heart with humiliation and pain. However, she had to hide her true feelings and not let Ling Xie see her discontent and defiance. Beside Ling Xie, Lang Dai behaved like a docile pet for his lustful enjoyment. Whether it was day or night, she had to force a smile and endure Ling Xia's playfulness. Her heart was filled with longing for freedom, worry for her master, and thoughts of battle surprise. Lang Dai gazed at the evil smile at the corner of Ling Xia's mouth, feeling self-pity in her heart, but her pretty face piled on a flirtatious smile and greeted her. Dyer thinks that your highness is right. Gonsun Wuji, that jade-faced fox, didn't die that easily. He must be trying to fake his death and hide it from the world, so that it's easier for him to do something in secret with less attention on him. When Ling Evil saw her say this, the smile on his feminine face increased. He wrapped an arm around Lang Dai's slender waist and sat her on his lap, his large hands moving recklessly. Ha, 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 good. Your words are very pleasing to my father. You're a better talker than your deadbeat sister. You deserve a reward. Chapter 105, The Power of Birth. As the clothes on Lang Dai's body gradually decreased, the atmosphere in the temple became more ambiguous with it. The left general, the musicians, and the dancers understood and withdrew with good sense, leaving the entire hall to them. Ling Xia seemed to be satisfied with Lang Dai's performance after some enjoyment. Before he left, he took a token that emitted a demonic aura from his bosom and threw it to Lang Dai. Take it. There was a hint of smugness in Ling Xia's voice, and he seemed to enjoy this feeling of controlling the fate of others. Lang Dai received the token and her heart was delighted. She finally had the chance to go to purgatory, and with this token, she would be able to save her master from purgatory. She tried to hide her inner excitement, and on the surface, she still maintained a flirtatious smile and softly said, "Thanks to Ling." Before Lang Dai could finish his words, Ling Xia showed his displeasure. A faint glance from the cold, ice-like eyes made her immediately close her voice. Ling Xia gave a light hum through his nose, as if to express his dissatisfaction with Lang Dai's name-calling. As he coldly grunted, a palpitating pressure radiated out like substance. This pressure was as heavy as a mountain, instantly causing the entire hall to tremble. Lang Dai felt a wave of suffocation and a cold sweat couldn't help but seep out from her forehead. Her voice trembled as she said, "Many thanks for the reward, Demon Lord. Dyer is willing to serve your lord for the rest of her life." Ha, 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 ha. Ling Xia laughed openly and yanked Lang Dai to the ground with force. "My father is on fire right now." Until the sun was thinning and the afterglow in the sky was fading, Lang Dai finally dragged her tired petite body to the entrance of purgatory. Ever since purgatory was made a big mess by Gu Li and Yue hand in hand hundreds of years ago, nowadays, the guards here were unusually tight. Lang Dai was able to clearly sense that at least 6 Mahayana stage and 2 transitional succession stage powerhouses had their spiritual awareness sweeping over her. By order of the Demon Father, no one is allowed to trespass into purgatory. Facing the guards whose cultivation was only at the refined void stage, Lang Dai glanced at them contemptuously. With that, he casually threw the token bestowed by Ling Xia to one of them, revealing impatience between his brows as his voice was cold. "Get out of the way." The guards caught the token and after carefully inspecting it, the arrogant look on their faces disappeared, replaced by awe and trepidation. They quickly stepped aside, making way for Lang Dai to make a path to purgatory. However, just at the moment when Lang Dai was ready to cross the threshold and enter purgatory, a familiar figure slowly stepped out of the shadows of purgatory, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Master, Master?" When Lang Dai's gaze landed on the silhouette that walked out of purgatory, her pupils shrunk violently. The Nanfeng in front of her, her appearance was already very different from before, as if she had experienced a rebirth. At this point, Nanfeng's posture could be described as stunning. The skin that used to be full of wrinkles was now as delicate and smooth as congealed fat, with a faint luster. An ineffable splendor flowed between his brows, and his eyes were deep and clear, having long since replaced the drooping of the past. With her slender figure and soft curves, it was hard to believe that the magnificent woman in front of her could be the famous Compass Woman. Nanfeng. Faced with such a Nanfeng, Lang Dai's shock knew no bounds. A myriad of questions and incredulity welled up in her mind. Was this really her master? The once old and wrinkled Nanfeng? What stood before her now was clearly a woman even younger and more beautiful than her. Lang Dai's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Her lips trembled slightly and she could barely speak. "Master, is that you? How is this possible?" Nanfeng smiled faintly, his smile carrying a bit of mystery. "This is not the place to talk. Come with me." The other side. Ling Xia was inside his chambers and watched the scene between Nanfeng and Lang Dai all in his eyes, stretching out the hand holding the wine cup. The unclothed dancing girl naturally understood and immediately filled a cup of fine wine for him, but this time, he didn't drink it all in one go, as he usually did. Instead, he gently shook his glass, his eyes deep in thought, as if pondering something. In fact, Ling Xia's inner vibrations had been like a thunderstorm, but on the surface, he still maintained a calmness that was unperturbed. Recast youth? It's impossible for the Demon Abyss Valley to have such a technique. Even in the Demon Palace's collection, there is no such technique. Thinking about this, Ling Xie's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Nanfeng's change had undoubtedly touched Ling Xie's desire for the secret of immortality. This longing burned like a fire in his heart. Could it be the Abyssal Compulsion Queen? Ling Xie muttered, a glint flashing in his eyes. The Xian Demon Continent didn't have any feats or things that could bring people back to youth. So what about the outer regions? In the next instant, his figure suddenly disappeared from the bedchamber and arrived in the depths of purgatory. This place filled with gloom and despair was at the moment even more oppressive because of Ling Xie's arrival. Ling Xie didn't stop for a moment as he stepped directly into the cave. The interior of the cave was deep and winding, and the air was filled with an indescribably ancient scent. As he took one step deeper, the temperature around him gradually decreased, and strange runes began to appear on the walls, emitting a faint glow. Eventually, he came to a huge underground cavern, which was the captive place of the Abyssal Compass Queen. In the center of the cave, on top of a huge stone platform, the Abyssal Compassionate Empress lay quietly there, seemingly falling into a deep sleep. As it breathed, the wounds between the gaps in its armor continued to ooze green blood, emitting a fishy and unpleasant odor. These drops of blood on the stone platform converged into a puddle that glowed green. From inside the wound of the Abyssal Compass Queen, many bizarre threads hung down, and they seemed to be drawing energy from the puddle. These strange energies in turn were fiercely exchanging blows with the remaining sword chi, creating a bizarre scene. They were like tiny electric currents that traveled around the wound, colliding and fusing with the sword chi, gradually wearing down the sharpness of the sword chi. Those parts of the wounds that were cleared of the sword chi, the flesh and blood were writhing and the flesh buds were growing like newborn shoots. Ling Xie's eyes swept through a flash of amazement, and he could clearly feel the power of life surging through his body after the abyssal compulsion. Like a roaring fire, the source is constant. If a severed limb is reborn, or a strong recovery technique, it is at the cost of consuming longevity. And it, Ling Xie secretly pondered, carefully probing out a trace of his spiritual sense, wanting to find out what the green puddle was all about. However, just the moment his spiritual sense lightly touched the water, Ling Xie's yuanshin shook violently, as if it had been stabbed by countless needles with poison, and intense pain and paralysis instantly spread throughout his body. Ling Xie's face suddenly turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He hurriedly tried to withdraw his spiritual sense and sever the connection with that green puddle in an attempt to alleviate the pain on his yuanshin. Just then, there was a sudden movement in the shadows of the cave. A dozen or so larger-sized parasites attacked at the same time, shooting daggers glowing with green light from their bodies and pointing them straight at Ling Xie. Well, Ling Xie stifled a grunt, then sprayed out a mouthful of fishy black blood, and the wound was rotting and festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. LOL, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Smug and cocky laughter came from behind him, full of mockery and triumph. Chapter 106, My Father Will Give You a Chance. With that smug laughter echoing through the cave, Ling Xie fought to turn around. The figure that slowly stepped out of the shadows caused his pupils to shrink violently, and a look of shock surged across Ling Xie's face. South Wind. The Nanfeng in front of him was not the appearance he had just had before the entrance to the purgatory, but rather a Nanfeng that was even paler than some days ago. At this moment, Nanfeng seemed like a withered ancient tree. The skin was wrinkled, and even the wrinkles looked as if they had been mercilessly scratched by the carving knife of time. Her hair had become thin and gray, losing its former luster. The muscles in her face were flabby, and her eyes were sunken, revealing an air of dying. She looked like an oil lamp that was about to go out, with only the last faint glow left. Nanfeng's laughter carried an eerie vigor that contrasted with her pale appearance. Although her steps were slow, they carried an aura that could not be underestimated, vaguely causing a slight vibration in the cave. Ling Evil. Demonic father? Ha ha ha. Little child arrogance. Want to take the old body? You are still early. Before the words fell, the young version of Nanfeng led Lang Dai, who had no eyes, to appear behind the dying version of Nanfeng. Her voice was cold with an unquestionable command. Nanfeng, kill him before we cause trouble. Dying version. Nanfeng glanced backward, his eyes suddenly revealing a hint of resentment. Despite her reluctance, she finally obeyed the orders of the young version of Nanfeng. The withered hand waved gently as if conducting the music of death. Those larger-sized parasites instantly burst and split into countless smaller worms. They surged towards Ling Xie like a black tide, covering his body. They greedily gnawed on his flesh and blood, and from the wounds, they burrowed into his body, continuing to gnaw on his meridians and internal organs. Ah! Hissing. Ah! Ling Xie's mouth let out a painful groan, his body trembling from the intense pain. However, his groans caused the younger version of Nanfeng to reveal a cruel smile. Her eyes glittered with madness, as if she had found twisted pleasure in Ling Xie's pain. When the Ling evil in front of him was about to be gnawed away, the young version of Nanfeng turned to the dying version of Nanfeng with a piercing chill in his tone. Do you have any last wishes? Dying version. Nanfeng's eyes were thick with dismay. Her gaze fell tenderly on Lang Dai, as if she had 1,000 words to say. Her trembling hand slowly reached out as if to caress Kolde's cheek. But in the end, she shook her head gently, giving up on the idea. Compassionate Empress, you promised my old self that you would protect my magic Abyss Valley lineage's incense and flame inheritance. The young version replied Southwind, nodding contemptuously, in a voice so flat as to be almost merciless. Since I am already you, I will naturally take back the Devil's Abyss Valley from the hands of those people. She paused and continued. In the future, it will also be self-evident that you will pass on your position as the head of the valley to her. However, before her words fell, a breath so powerful that it was suffocating suddenly erupted in the cave. Immediately afterward, a demonic blade that emitted a monstrous demonic aura appeared out of nowhere. The destructive power shook the rubble on the cave walls, causing them to tremble uneasily, and a large amount of debris fell from the top of the cave, as if a collapse was imminent. With unrivaled power, the magic blade ran through the two Nanfengs, pinning them to death on top of the cave wall. The younger version, Nanfeng let out a pained groan, obviously extremely injured. Dying edition. Nanfeng then spewed out a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly wilting to the extreme. Sand. The footsteps in the shadows became clearer, coming from farther away, with a disconcerting rhythm. With that, Ling Xie's cynical voice echoed in the cave. Trying to set up a trap to kill me, Ling Xie? There was a hint of mockery and disdain in his voice. Oh, naive. As his voice fell, the real Ling Xie slowly paced out from the shadows with a wicked smile. When Ling Xie's last step fell, an invisible ripple centered on him and spread out in all directions. The ripples shook the air, killing a large number of parasites, and at the same time inviting over the corpse that had been devoured by the parasites not far away. He stretched out his white hand and pointed a finger in the air on top of the corpse, and there was a flash of magic light. The corpse transformed into a black doll and landed in Ling Xie's palm. A stand-in doll, the younger version, exclaimed Nanfeng, and went on to ask, You, who are you and why do you have such a divine object? Ling Xie raised his sword brows and glanced at her contemptuously, saying in an indifferent tone, South Wind. Oh no, it would be more appropriate to call you the Abyssal Compulsion Queen. I can't believe that you recognize this treasure. Speaking of this, the smile on Ling Xie's face grew wider. You're funny. However, his smile fell in the eyes of the two Nanfengs, but it was like a deadly snake and scorpion. Sinister. The younger version, Nanfeng's face changed. She didn't expect Ling Xie to be able to recognize her true identity. However, the Abyssal Compass Queen didn't panic because her identity was revealed. Instead, a stunning smile appeared on her pretty face. I have cast my clan's secret technique and exchanged bodies with Nanfeng. From this moment on, I am Nanfeng, and Nanfeng is the Abyssal Compass Queen. Pop. Ling Xie's applause interrupted the words of the Abyssal Compass Queen and proceeded to laugh. This honored one doesn't care who you are. This honored one only cares which one of you can cooperate with this honored one. Saying this, he suddenly turned his words around and his tone became morose. But now it seems that none of you are qualified. His gaze was like a knife, coldly sweeping over the two south winds. So go to hell, all of you. When the demon blade flashed with demonic light once again and Ling Xie's aura became wild and unpredictable. Demon Father, spare your life. Demon Father, spare your life. The voice of the Abyssal Compulsive Queen suddenly rang out, and her stance completely shifted. There was no longer the smugness and arrogance from before, replaced by a palpable sense of panic and submission. I'm willing to work with you. Ling Xie's movements gave a slight lurch as his gaze locked onto the Abyssal Compass Queen, but the demonic aura didn't slow down one bit, still destroying her vitality through the demonic blade. Don't kill me. I'm willing to become your slave, sign a master-servant contract with you, and serve Demon Lord for the rest of my life. Her words revealed a determination, clearly having made a choice. The corner of Ling Xie's mouth hooked into a playful smile as he seemed to be satisfied with the Abyssal Compass Queen's proposal. Since you're so sincere, then this honored one will give you a chance. Chapter 107 Master. Wait for me. The glacier is thawing. Everything is coming back to life. Colorful butterflies are flying, and bears are spreading their wings. The great mountains of the Xiantian sect, an old man and a beautiful woman were catatonic, carefully hidden behind a bush, holding their breath. The old man covered the beautiful young girl's cherry mouth, and his eyes were filled with reproach as he spiritually transmitted his voice. I've told you 800 times, this Jiedan stage Lan Nu bear is captive bred by the Imperial Guard Peak. They've been raising them for 200 years. 200 years, do you understand? If you can't kill it in one blow, destroy the body and run away immediately. don't think about its bare paw. The beautiful young girl whose mouth was covered kept wriggling her delicate body continuously in the old man's arms. From her expression, there didn't seem to be the slightest bit of remorse or fear of being taught a lesson, but instead, there was a little bit of a promising gleam in her eyes, due to the fact that they were covered. The two of them were very close, and the beautiful young girl even had half of her body wrapped in the old man's arms. Gradually, she stopped squirming and closed her eyes, seeming to enjoy this intimate contact between the two. The old man's heartbeat was clearly audible in the young girl's ears, a steady, powerful rhythm that gave her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Smelling the scent emanating from his body, the beautiful girl even made her heart beat a few moments faster. Seeing that the beautiful maiden no longer struggled, the old man continued to transmit his voice. Look, that bear pulled out a hornet's nest. His tone was filled with excitement, and his eyes even shot out 2 rays of greedy essence. Even the knots in his throat couldn't help but roll a few times. The beautiful maiden sniffed, and with a movement in her heart, she took a spiritual treasure that appeared to be a fish tank out of her storage bag. Master, why don't we take advantage of its defenses and use the illusory color cage to tie it back to Daoxian Peak? And then, hey. There was a hint of mischief and anticipation in the beautiful girl's voice. The old man turned back to her and rolled his eyes at her as he continued to transmit a warning. Don't you blindly chicken hola. The spirit treasure given to you by the old man is not for you to catch spirit beasts with. When he thought of these days, his Daoxian Peak was constantly being cried, harassed, abused, and blamed by the elders of all the peaks at his door. The old man wanted to cry without tears. Ever since Yu Qingchang had tasted those dishes cooked from spirit creatures, her taste had become more and more picky. The flavors of those dishes seemed to open up a new world for her taste buds, making her no longer interested in ordinary food. She began to turn tricks and pander to Yang. Today you say softly, Master, I'm hungry. And tomorrow you say with big eyes, Master, I want to eat that. The sappy attack had worked wonders, making Yang's cooking skills soar in almost a month's time. However, with less of Lu Ningxuan's returns, those rare spiritual items that could be used for cooking became less and less with it. Naturally, the food on this table is deteriorating. By chance, Yu Qingqing learned from Shi how that the Xin Tian sect had countless spirit beasts and fey species in captivity in the great mountains of the Xin Tian sect, even though her cultivation was still at the foundation establishment stage. In order to satisfy her appetite, she relied on the illusory color cage that Yang Huan had given her, and took the path of no return. Ding! Detected Yu Qingcheng gifting host Fire Feather Chicken. Triggering 10,000 times cashback. Rewarding Red Feather Bird. Ding! Detected Yu Qingcheng gifting the host with an Earth Spirit Pig. Triggering a 10,000 times cashback. Rewarding the Sword Rock Beast. Short months. Shen Tian zong up and down the chicken flying dog. Each peak carefully captive spirit beasts. Actually by the moon Qingcheng that girl Huahua no less than 30. Even the rare medicine garden of Dan Peak and the fertile vegetable garden of Spirit Farmer Peak were not spared and were stirred up by her. Although this girl has caused trouble outside and behaved badly, Yang has been blessed by the disaster and has been rewarded with a huge amount of return from the system. It's just that the good times don't last long, and the moon has its ups and downs, and people have their moments. When this girl hit her idea on the Lan Nu bear of the Royal Guardian Peak, she eventually stabbed a big basket. She did not expect the Lan Nu bear's alertness is very high, and the strength is infinite. Catching the bear could not be countered by the bear chasing and running back to Daoxian Peak. The elders of the peaks had finally discovered the culprit, and they were furious, joining hands to ascend Daoxian Peak and surrounded Yang's small courtyard, demanding an explanation. Yang only felt a headache and screamed. However, that Lan Nu bear's paw is a rare treasure in the world. Yang Huan heart also inevitably some craving, thinking that if you can taste a taste, it is not worth it. Master and disciple have their own thoughts. They secretly hide here, tightly planning how to capture that Lan Nu Xiom alive. At that moment, Yu Qingcheng broke away Yang's big hand that was covering her mouth and said in a voice that only he could hear, "The stinking dog bear has been hiding from me for some days. It's not easy to meet on a narrow path. I can't let it get away." Yang's eyes flinched, glancing at the illusory color cage in her hand that was already flickering with a faint aura. His heart screamed that it was not good. Hurriedly, he reached out and held her dead in place while lowering his voice to complain. If you could have captured it unknowingly, would the old man still be blocked by so many people? After saying that, he raised his hand and gently knocked a blow on Yu Qingqing's forehead, his eyes full of hateful contempt, and then added, "You girl, still too tender to deal with spirit beasts, but also have to look at the means of the teacher, and look good." Yu Qingqing blinked those big soulful eyes and stared straight at Yang for a while. Her heart couldn't help but mutter, "Master, look at this Lan Nu bear's eyes. Why is it so weird? It's like peeping at a woman who is not wearing an inch of silk, so lewd and shameless. I love it." Ever since that night when Yang used the traditional way to detoxify Yu Qingcheng from the bone-crushing soul-breaking incense that brought about the lustful poison that was so confusing and eroded the mind, the relationship between the two of them is like being shrouded in a thin veil. While ambiguity still looms in the air, the emotional progress stalls there. Yu Qingcheng had thought of many ways to poke through this thin veil, but every time she reached the final step, she flinched. As the little princess of Moon Bay, she has grown up in the care and envy of everyone since she was a child, and this innate pride has become a hindrance to her emotional path. She was afraid that her initiative would be seen as a humble currying favor, that precious pride would be crushed mercilessly in front of this fiery affection. From the bottom of her heart, she would have preferred Yon to take the initiative. Yu Qingcheng didn't expect that Yang would tail her to catch a bear today, and even more so, she didn't expect him to accompany her in her nonsense. In this moment, sweetness is like spring flowers blooming in the heart, and joy is like a happy stream gurgling in the heartland. She stole a glance at Yang, only to feel that her body was surrounded by warmth and filled with joy, as if she had the whole world at this moment. He loves me so much. While Yu Qingcheng was immersed in the sweetness of her fantasies, Yang gently patted her hand and said in a suppressed voice, "Don't you move. I'll be right back." After saying that, Yang arrived at Lan Nuxiong's side in a few dashes. When the Lan Fury Bear raised its eyes and saw that the visitor was Yang, not the beautiful maiden of the previous days whose face was full of fury, as if she wanted to eat it alive, it relaxed its guard for a few moments. However, its bare paw subconsciously hugged the hornet's nest in its arms tighter and tighter, with that cautious look, as if it was afraid that Yang would rob it of its honey. In the moment when Lan Nuxiong was distracted, a cold aura flashed in Yang's eyes, and his hand rose up to chop down Lan Nuxiong's right palm in a swift manner. Oh, ow! Under the severe pain, the Lan Fury Bear instantly went berserk, opened its bloody mouth and recklessly pounced towards Yang. However, Yang was unperturbed. Taking advantage of the moment Lan Rage Bear roared, he flipped his wrist, and an elixir with a strange glowing light flew into its mouth. Lan Rage Bear subconsciously swallowed, berserk before it had time to react. The limbs gradually suddenly became weak and feeble, and the huge body collapsed heavily on the ground, as if it had fallen asleep. "What are you still looking at? Quickly run or the people from the Imperial Show Peak will come!" Yang shouted loudly as he ran towards where Yu Qingcheng was hiding, and in the blink of an eye, he ran away in the direction of Daoxian Peak. At this moment, Yu Qingcheng, who was hidden in the shadows, heard Yang shout and her petite body shook slightly. "He really cut that bear. He's even willing to offend the Imperial Guardian Peak for my sake. He loves me so much." After a few breaths, Yu Qingcheng instantly returned to her senses, and without hesitation, she lifted the hem of her skirt and chased after Yang with all her might in the direction he had left. "Master, slow down. Wait for Luan Jia." Chapter 108. I'll tear down your Dogan Peak. Damn Yang. Stinky Yang. Damn it. Yu Qingcheng stomped her foot angrily, that delicate little face full of resentment at the moment. Returning to Daoxian Peak, Yang casually threw the freshly hunted bear paw to Yu Qingcheng. After dropping the phrase "clean up this bear's paw," he went straight to his rocking chair and cozied up to the sun. "Humph. I'll roast you to death. Roast your skin and flesh." Yu Qingcheng's small mouth turned up, glaring accusingly at Yang's back, muttering indignantly through clenched teeth. Her small, slender hands laboriously set the bear's paw on the fireplace, which was blazing. Reflecting her small, slightly sad face, she carefully rotated the bear's paw to even out the heat while she took the dagger and carefully removed the stray hairs from it. There was also the occasional muttered displeasure with Yang. "Yang, listen to this lady." Yu Qingcheng's silver teeth clenched, her shell teeth gently opened, and that clear voice was like a sword sound containing anger, drilling into Yang's ears. "Listen to this." Yang was paralyzed on all fours on top of that rocking chair, not even able to lift his eyelids, leisurely and comfortable appearance as if nothing in the world can get into his eyes and disturb his Taoist heart. This made the little princess, who had been pampered since childhood, even more angry. Yu Qingcheng set her bare paw on the fireplace and stood up from the stool, crossing her arms with one hand and pointing at Yang. "You made me angry. Are you going to coax me or not?" Yu Qingcheng's willow eyebrows were raised, her apricot eyes were rounded, and her cheeks were bulging, just like a pissed-off puffer fish. The modest chest also rose and fell violently with the rapid breathing, looking as if it was about to eat Yang alive in the next second. Yang, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, still lying leisurely on the rocking chair, humming softly through his nose. No coaxing. Thinking back to the past that long as 1,000 years of licking dog career, at that time, I am afraid that in the face of such anger, I would have tried to coax it. But today, things have long been very different. Since the successful activation of the system, everything has changed drastically. To have a system has a system. To have a spirit stone has a spirit stone. The holy body is activated by 10%, and his strength has skyrocketed. What's wrong with women? Yang's eyes opened a slit, glancing at Yu Qingcheng as she stormed there, but her heart was unperturbed. Make as much noise as you want. Who care? Ah ha ha ha. Yu Qingcheng finally could no longer suppress her inner rage and let out a deafening roar. I've decided. From tomorrow onwards, I'll go down the mountain, and from now on, I'll have nothing more to do with this Daoxian peak, and I'll never come back. I'll tell you what, you'll be alone on this mountain. There's something you'll regret. You're alone. You can call whoever you like. You can do whatever you like. You go and drink with Qin Chuan Shen Kai. Go fishing. Go swimming in the mountains. The more Yu Qingcheng spoke, the slower she spoke and the lighter her voice became, as if suddenly realizing that what he said was a bit off. The expression on his face became a bit anxious and chagrined. However, once Missy's temper flared up, the stubbornness could not be dissipated easily, only to see Yu Qingcheng take a deep breath and pull her voice up a few more degrees as she continued to roar loudly. Sounds pretty self-contained, doesn't it? But don't forget that there will be no more me on this Daoxian peak from now on. Who massages you? You can only spend spirit stones and go to those what greenhouses and chew halls and smoky willow alleys, and look for unchanging women to serve you every day. All of these cost spirit stones. Yes, 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 spend spirit stones. Not only will you be able to spend spirit stones as you please, but you'll also be able to eat and drink to your heart's content alone every day. Eat plume chicken eat chui yu ling mushroom eat lan nu bear paw. Yu Qingcheng's voice became lower and lower, almost becoming a murmur in the end, and her eyes gradually dimmed. Gradually, Yu Qingcheng stopped speaking. She slowly hung her head, and her originally straight spine bent slightly. At this moment, she was like a peacock that had been completely defeated in battle, leaving her in vain. She silently walked back to the bench and slowly sat down, pinched the bamboo skewer with the bear's paw on it, picked up the dagger and mechanically removed the stray hairs from it. Master, just now Disciple was too loud. In fact, you don't need to coax me. Disciple will be fine on my own. Yu Qingcheng paused. Then the corners of both sides of her mouth slowly hooked upwards, squeezing her cheeks as two nice-looking dimples emerged, and she smiled faintly towards Yang. Disciple just made a joke. Don't take it seriously. When she saw that Yang didn't respond, she just had to pull the conversation away and coax him in turn, asking, Master, why did you only cut off the right paw of that bear? Why not both? Seeing her ask that, the corners of Yang's mouth rose slightly, escaping a soft laugh. The Lan Nu bear raised by Goshaufing is right-handed. You don't see it using its right paw when it pulls out honey to eat. Speaking here, Yang gave a slight beat, a hint of imperceptible cunning flashing in his eyes. A bear that has been raised for more than 200 years. What mellow spiritual power and essence this right paw contains under the wear and tear of the years. The words had just fallen, and a voice of anger that cut straight through the clouds resounded steeply outside the courtyard. Old man Yang, quickly return the bear's claws under my peak. As soon as Yang just heard that angry shout, his body, which had been lying idly on the rocking chair, instantly tensed up, and in the next breath he rolled over from the rocking chair and sat up. Quick, put the bear's paw away. Don't let anyone see it. Yu Qingcheng had been familiar with this scene for a long time. Stealing a spirit beast raised by someone's family and being sought out by the wrong kind of person. She had experienced this countless times since she was a child. Without waiting for Yang to finish, she replaced 2 strings of chicken wings that had been prepared long ago and skillfully set them on the stove to roast. Clang, clatter, bang, only to see that the courtyard door was like papier-mâché as it was viciously kicked in the face by the peak master of the Imperial Guard peak, Kong Linggu. In a fit of rage, the door panels were in pieces, and wood shavings flew across the room, raising a cloud of dust. Who dares to kick in the door of my Daoxian peak? Does he not want to live? Yang stood up from his rocking chair, one hand behind his back and the other stroking his white beard. A clear wind whisks the hillock, and he is as strong as he is. Behind her, Yu Qingcheng, who was grilling the chicken wings behind her, took a single glance, and many little stars in the shape of love sprang up in her beautiful eyes. Worthy of being the man my lady has fallen in love with. Domineering. Even if you cut the bear claws of someone's peak protector spirit bear, what's the harm in that? He did everything right. The only one to blame is the bear, who made his paws smell so good when he roasted them. Even though Yu Qingcheng thought so, the peak master of the Imperial Guard peak, Kong Linggu, did not think so at all. At this moment, he was just like a mad angry lion, wrapped in a boiling anger, straight towards the small courtyard rushing in aggressively. The stance was as if he wanted to trample everything in front of him to the ground. With a muffled sound, the Lan Fury Bear was viciously thrown by Kong Linggu onto the ground of the small courtyard, raising a cloud of dust. The bear's right paw area was tightly wrapped with layer after layer of gauze, but even so, there was still blood faintly seeping out between the gaps in the gauze. Old thief Yong, open your doggy eyes and take a good look at what you've done. Hundreds of years ago, Because the cold moon fairy thought that the wilderness wolves raised by Lousy were delicious. You treated them as dogs and gave them a chop. For the sake of fellowship, I'll bear it. At the mention of this tragic experience in the past, Kong Lingwu's body could not restrain the trembling. And now, your thieving heart is not dead, and you're hitting on my family's Xiao Hei again. Are you still a human being or not? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Speaking of which, Kong Lingwu jerked Lan Nu Bear's bare head, so angry that his lungs were about to explode with rage. Lan Rage Bear Blackie seems to be very humane. It whimpered a few times. Its left paw pointed to Yang, and then pointed to its right paw, even though it couldn't speak with its mouth. In the eyes of the Xiantian sect disciples who had caught wind of the incident, Yang was the murderer who had chopped off his right paw. Blackie silently shed a bear's tear, lifting that injured right paw and gently wiping the tear on the bear's face. This scene even made Kong Lingwu's heart ache, and the anger in his heart burned even more vigorously. Humph, I've already sent someone to inform the Supreme Elder. Old thief, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear down this Daoxian peak of yours. Chapter 109, are you going to give this seat an explanation? TSK, look at what this is doing. Even the mountain guardian spirit bear on the royal guardian peak is not spared. This is too cruel. What do you know? Bear paws are a rare delicacy in this world. Meizwan, my ass. Xiao Hei is so humane. How dare you guys hit it? For a while, those surrounding disciples who loved to get along with the crowd were clamoring with your words and mine, and the scene was like a pot exploding. Kong Lingwu, who was standing on the side, looked at this chaotic scene. The anger on his face intensified, and his chest rose and fell violently due to his anger. At this moment, Yang, who had been silent all along, slowly raised his feet and took 2 steps towards where Kong Lingwu was, arrogantly saying, "What a load of crap. It's nonsense. Ridiculous to the core. I haven't been down the mountain for a long time, so how could I have plotted against that spirit bear? Don't you dare spit blood here." Yang saw Kong Lingwu raise his eyebrows upwards as if he had something to say. Then he took another step forward immediately afterward and scolded in a stern and fearful voice. "On the contrary, it is you, this old piker, who destroyed this courtyard gate of mine without asking. Do you still have the friendship of your fellow disciples in your eyes?" Kong Lingwu's eyes widened angrily. How could he have never imagined that with the evidence? It's amazing that Yang can still talk such nonsense and willful sophistry, and even backpedal. He raised his arm, his clenched fist pointing straight at Yang, itching to blast him to slag with one punch. Just as the crowd was at a standstill, the atmosphere was tense. A clear and cold voice that seemed to come from beyond the clouds of the ninth heaven broke through the long sky, coming from far and near, unbridled. In an instant, the crowd only felt a flash of light before their eyes as a graceful figure descended from the sky. Only Gu Li's feet were on a flying sword and his clothes were flowing. A lake blue skirt danced gently with the wind, like a green lotus blooming in the clouds, plain and bright. The delicate silver silk threads embroidered on the hem of that skirt glistened in the daylight, just like the stars dotting it. The waist was girded with a moonlight white ribbon, aptly outlining the slender waist, and the body was as light as a willow, with a full grip, eyes like clear autumn water. But through the refusal of 1,000 miles away from the cold, under the high nose, the lips without pointing were slightly pursed, exuding nobility and majesty. Yu Qingqing could not help but be slightly stunned at this moment when she saw Gu Li make this stunning appearance. Her eyes filled with astonishment and shock as she thought in her heart, there is such a transcendent woman in this world. So beautiful. Is she Master Teacher's Taoist couple? Cold Moon Fairy Yue? Gu Li's lotus steps moved gently, slowly drifting down from the flying sword, and wherever she went, it was like a fresh breeze. Her gaze scanned the crowd, eventually landing on the two arguing, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Yang, Gu Li's vermilion lips lightly opened, and although her voice was not high-pitched, it was permeated with unquestionable majesty. It was like a harsh cold wind that instantly penetrated the ears of the crowd. Why don't you quickly make amends to Peak Master Kong? Yang's white eyebrows steeply raised upwards, and a huff appeared on his face as he responded loudly. What is wrong with disciples? It was clearly this Kong Lingwu who was rude and unreasonable, seeking provocation for no reason and destroying my courtyard gate in the first place. Even if it's to make amends, it should be Peak Master Kong making amends to the disciple. His words were so loud that they startled the surrounding area into dead silence. It was only after a few moments that the onlookers of the Xiantian sect disciples woke up as if from a dream. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in unison, exchanging shocked looks with each other. Gu Li had always been known for being cold and harsh in Xiantian sect. On weekdays, not to mention disciples making mistakes, even if they were just slightly slacking off, they could not escape her discipline. Moreover, Gu Li was still Yang Yang's master. He was simply eating his bare heart and leopard's gall, when he realized that the fairy in front of him was actually Gu Li, the Xian Gui fairy. Even Yu Qingchang, who was accustomed to being arrogant and domineering with her eyes wide open. Her body trembled violently at this moment. The little head actually unconsciously dropped slowly, his eyes full of fear. In Yu Qingqing's impression, Gu Li, the Xiangu fairy, was a big killer. Under the 5 elements returning sword, only a piece of dead souls were ever left behind. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. Gu Li stood there. Yu Qingqing then felt her back go cold, bean-sized beads of sweat rustling and rolling down her forehead, and her legs were slightly soft. Yu Qingqing stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at Gu Li's posture that was as if he was an exiled immortal descending from the earth. Waves of terror had long been rippling through her heart, and fear was like a vine, wrapping her heart tightly around it. At this moment, a strong impulse to tell the truth in a brainstorming manner had even sprung up in her heart, as if that would be a way to ask for a shred of forgiveness in front of this bogeyman. Yu Qingqing pays homage to Master Ancestor. She forced herself to compose herself, trembling her lips, and managed to squeeze out the words. The voice, however, became dry and hoarse due to nervousness, and as soon as it left the room, it was as if it had been swallowed up instantly by the heavy air. However, before the words left her mouth, she saw Gu Li's willow leaf-like slender eyebrows frown slightly. In an instant, a cold aura that seemed like substance shot out from her eyes and stabbed straight at herself. Yu Qingqing felt her scalp go numb, and it was as if the blood in her body had frozen. Her legs went limp, and with a thud, she involuntarily knelt straight to the ground. She hung her head low, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead like rain, and her hands trembled slightly without control. Trying to speak, his throat felt like it was choked with something. He could only make a series of stammering noises. Where was half of his usual arrogant appearance? Gu Li condescendingly looked down at Yu Qingqing, who was kneeling on the ground, her eyes still cold, as if she was waiting for her to continue below. However, Gu Li stood there quietly, waiting for a few breaths, still not seeing her open her mouth to speak. The gazes of the crowd darted back and forth between her and Yu Qingqing, and the atmosphere was so tense that it was as if a bowstring had been drawn to full strength and was about to explode at the slightest touch. At that moment, Gu Li seemed to move lightly as if he were moving a lotus step, but it was as if he had not moved a single bit, just casting that clear and cold line of sight, slowly onto Yang. When did you take on another disciple? How come Master doesn't know? Her vermilion lips gently opened, and the voice was as if it was a mountain spring, crisp and pleasant, yet with a hint of a different flavor. Listen carefully, and the chastisement is overflowing. However, under this reproach, there is a little unspeakable jealousy, as if a thin veil, gently shrouded. Hearing these words, Yang couldn't help but thump in his heart and thought to himself, what's going on here? I thought we agreed to act. Why are we talking about this all of a sudden? Yang and Gu Li had discussed many plans a long time ago. For example, find a suitable opportunity to put on a show and deliberately provoke Kong Lingwu of the Imperial Guard Peak. Lure him to do something out of the ordinary, so that you can trace the melon. Uncovered those hidden for a long time in the clan, high-powered spies. But now this situation. How suddenly the wind and clouds suddenly changed into this kind of tensions, the dark current of the Shura field? Yang's white eyebrows wrinkled slightly as she raised her eyes to Gu Li, her eyes full of doubt. However, Gu Li remained cool and inscrutable. When the disciples around them heard this, they all looked at each other as well, and the sound of exchanging words grew. Although they didn't dare to talk loudly, the curiosity and speculation in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Taishang Elder is not usually not moving to take the sword to cut people. How to Yang Elder? SHHH, keep your voice down. If you don't want to die, I want to die. You guys, look at that Lan raging bear. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Yang, Gu Li, Kong Lingwu and the others all cast their gazes on Lan Nu Bear Xiaohei, only to see that little black was drooping its head, and that right paw, which was originally carefully bandaged with layer after layer of gauze, seemed to have become its biggest nuisance at the moment. Perhaps the itching from the healing wounds was too unbearable. Little Black kept twisting his huge body, and a low growl came out of his mouth from time to time. That right paw flailed haphazardly in the air, tearing at the gauze one by one. As it did, the threads of gauze gradually loosened and fell away in strands, revealing, within moments, the unharmed right paw underneath. Xiaohei looked like he was relieved, sticking out his tongue and gently licking his paws. That look actually carried a bit of naivety. This scene fell in the eyes of the crowd, and it even triggered a new outcry. The disciples exchanged words and looked at Kong Lingwu with eyes full of astonishment and suspicion. Kneeling on the ground, Yu Qingqing even rubbed her beautiful eyes in disbelief and was surprised in her heart. Have I been hit by an illusion? How is this possible? Master clearly cut off its right paw, and I'm still roasting it in front of me. The other side, Kong Lingwu was also full of shock, staring dead at Xiaohei's intact right paw, as if he had seen something ghostly. Half an hour ago, Xiao He had clearly broken his right paw and was wailing in pain under the Imperial Guard peak. This shouldn't be. Old piker, what do you intend by presuming to wrongly accuse me? Yang's words boomed down with a few moments of questioning. The eyes seemed to be saying, you have to give a statement about this situation today. Peak Master Kong, are you going to give this seat an explanation? Guli glanced at him coldly and said in an indifferent tone. Chapter 110, the beast sect did produce some sick monks. Yang and Guli exchanged glances with extreme tacit understanding before both shifted their sights and landed on Kong Lingwu. Guli didn't move as he cast a sound transmission technique and quietly asked, old boy, are you sure he's a spy? Even though Yang had already recrystallized at this point. However, upholding the idea of trying to conceal one's cultivation as much as possible and not exposing it easily, Yang did not employ a voice transmission to reply to Guli, but instead nodded imperceptibly. The one who revealed the news of the Xian Tian sect's peaks keeping many spirit beasts in captivity to Yu Qingcheng was sure how, and it was actually Yang's careful planning behind this. After indulging Yu Qingcheng's nonsense for more than a month, Yang's action actually had a dual purpose. One of them is to obtain the system's return rewards through the moon dump, thereby enriching the system's storage space to meet the demand for resource reserves. The second was the intention to use the matter of capturing spirit beasts to deliberately stir up conflict and strife within the Xian Tian sect. It caused the peak masters and elders of the various peaks to travel to Daoxian Peak to demand an explanation. In this way, even if Yang didn't go out of Daoxian Peak, he would still be able to utilize the unique functions that the system possessed. A convenient and efficient way to accurately identify some of the high-level infernal paths lurking within the Xian Tian sect. This will further slim down the clan and lay a solid foundation for the second step of the big plan. Yang's eyes were dead set on Kong Lingwu, and a flash of anger couldn't help but appear on his aged face. Name Kong Lingwu. Power, Battle Sect. Age, 1656. Cultivation level, second level of the Mahayana stage. Other wolf lover, dog lover, bear lover. A spy is a spy, or a zoophile. Pervert. Thinking about this, Yang again dropped his gaze to Lan Nu Xiong. Xiao He was stared at by him and his body was hairy. It subconsciously covered its furry bare paws and cowered behind Kong Lingwu. The huge body was actually shivering a bit, as if in this instant, it had turned from a ferocious spirit beast into a frightened cub. Yang, what the hell do you want? Kong Lingwu blocked in front of Xiao He, a stance that seemed to proclaim that in order to harm Xiao He, one must first step over his body. However, Yang was as if he hadn't heard Kong Lingwu's anger and obstruction, but instead, his eyes flickered as he locked onto the man and beast in front of him. A moment later, his thin lips parted and he slowly spat out a sentence. Is this Lan Fury Bear a female? As soon as the words fell, Lan Nu Bear Xiao He acted as if he understood his words and immediately covered a few key parts with his bear claws. The look was both comical and with a few unspeakable blushes, like a little girl whose secrets had been pried into. When Kong Lingwu heard Yang's sentence, this Lan Nu Bear is a female, his heart instantly thumped. His eyes instantly widened as he stared dead at Yang, his gaze filled with trepidation, as if warning him to stop talking nonsense. His lips trembled involuntarily, wanting to open his mouth to retort, but fearing that he would reveal a breach if he did. It was hard to squeeze a few words through his teeth. Taishan Elder. This matter is the subordinate's failure to investigate. The words were only half said before they were cut off stiffly by Guli's authoritative, petulant voice. Kong Lingwu. Guli's willow eyebrows rose up, her beautiful eyes rounded out, and her sharp eyes pushed straight into Kong Lingwu. How dare you? How dare you tease this seat? Humph. Guli snorted coldly and continued to drink. Based on what you've done today, this seat sees that you're afraid that this peak master's position will come to an end. As she spoke, the aura around her body climbed steeply, her sleeves fluttered with the wind, and her entire body exuded a chilling sense of oppression. When Kong Lingwu heard this, his face instantly turned pale, and the fear in his heart spread like a tidal wave. He silently bent down, first making a bow towards Guli, and said in a low voice, Lingwu wouldn't dare. Please calm down the anger of the Supreme Elder. Immediately after that, he didn't get up and directly arched his hand towards Yang, saying with an apologetic tone, Elder Yang, I'm sorry, it's Lingwu who took offense. Lingwu, this will send someone to fix the courtyard door. No, I will let the disciples of the Imperial Guard Peak fix a more imposing. For Elder Yang. Yang waved his hand nonchalantly, with a seemingly generous smile on his face, and responded in an extremely atmospheric manner. Forget it, we're all fellow disciples. There's no need to sulk over this small matter. In Guli's eyes that were filled with amazement, as well as Yu Qingqing's gaze that had shock written all over it, the upward arc of Yang's mouth did not decrease, and he waved his hand with another smile, and then spoke without any hesitation. Perhaps Peak Master Kong was also misled and made this mess. Kong Lingwu stood on the side. Hearing Yang's words, he first froze, and felt puzzled in his heart. Which play is this young Huan singing? Just now, we were in hot pursuit of Blackie and me, but now why have you suddenly changed your temper and what are you playing at? He was full of suspicion. His eyes shuttled back and forth on Yang's face, wanting to probe out a little bit of clues, but Yang's expression was frank, and there was no difference. However, Kong Lingwu thought for a moment, since right now Yang was not going to pursue the matter. This was undoubtedly a life-saving straw handed to him. If you don't leave now, when will you? If he dawdled any longer, in case Guli came back to his senses, or if Yang changed his mind, this peak master position of his own would really be the end of his life. With a secret sigh of relief, he rushed at the crowd with a slight arch of his hand, and said with a strong sense of composure, "Since Elder Yang is so generous, today's matter is recorded by Ling Wu." After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to respond, he hurriedly turned around and led Xiao He down Daoxian Peak. When the crowd of onlookers saw this, they looked at each other with confusion in their hearts. What are you guys doing surrounding Daoyuan Peak if you don't go to cultivate? With a clang, Guli managed to pull out the 5 elements returning sword in his hand halfway. Is it to see if this seat's 5 elements returning sword is sharp? Under this dainty cry, the crowd dared not delay for a moment, and scattered in a flash. In the blink of an eye, only Guli, Yang Huan and Yu Qingcheng were left in the small courtyard at the top of Daoxian Peak. When the crowd dispersed, Guli's willow brows knitted lightly. Her beautiful eyes were full of doubts as she asked softly, Huan, since you decided that Kong Lingwu was a spy, why did you let him go just now? Guli's tone more or less carried some reproach, but it was 1,000 times warmer than the coldness of just now. With this kind of transformation, Yu Qingcheng, who was watching from the side, could not help but stare. She stared with wide, beautiful eyes, full of incredulity as she thought darkly, This is the real Shengu Fairy Guli? Yu Qingcheng quietly glanced at Guli and then at Yang, her heart growing more and more surprised. Why does it feel like she doesn't look like a master teacher at all? Instead it's more like she's talking to her husband. In the latter words, Yu Qingcheng didn't dare to think any further, just pursed her lips and quietly stood aside. At this time, Yang first glanced back first at Yu Qingcheng, then lowered his head and pondered for a few breaths before slowly opening his mouth. Senior, Qingcheng, have you noticed that old bastard Kong Lingwu seems to care a lot about that lawn rage bear? Kong Lingwu was too weird in the attribute information given by the system. If the beast fetish is directly and honestly disclosed, Guli and Yu Qingcheng may not be able to easily accept such a shocking thing. In case it causes any misunderstanding, it will not be beautiful. It is better to take a step-by-step approach and guide them to notice the difference themselves. Just like that battle, he protected it so tightly, completely disregarding his own peak master's identity face. Don't you guys think it's fishy? As he spoke, Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were filled with a few moments of thought, and his face was even pretending to be in thought. When the two women saw him do so, they also furrowed their brows in thought. A few moments passed. Yu Qingcheng's cheek suddenly flushed a faint blush, as if it were a peach blossom quietly blooming on a branch in spring. Immediately afterward, she couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, a bit of shyness and dazedness in that voice. When Yang and Guli's gazes fell on her in unison, like a frightened deer, she hung her head again in panic, her hands unconsciously twisting the corners of her coat. Girl, relate your findings to this honored one? The first to break the deadlock was Guli. Even though she also had some vague guesses in her mind, she was still looking forward to getting further corroboration from Yu Qingcheng. Fong Master said that Lan Fury Bear is a female. Yu Qingcheng mumbled and opened her mouth, her voice getting smaller and smaller, and those pink cheeks were even more red at the moment as if they could drip blood. She raised her eyes timidly and glanced quickly at Yang, but she happened to run into his gaze full of encouragement, and a flash of determination surged in her heart. Disciple used to be in Moon Bay and heard of some strange stories in the Fallen Cloud Prefecture. Yu Qingcheng slightly bit her lower lip, as if summoning up great courage, and continued, He, who dislikes the company of the opposite sex, is instead enamored of spirit beasts, with whom he eats, sleeps, and even. The words that followed, Yu Qingcheng never dared to say in a single breath. However, how could Guli not understand the hidden meaning behind her desire to speak? She sighed softly, Huskilly, the Imperial Beast Sect, has indeed produced many perverted cultivators. Speaking of this, Guli seemed to have evoked some unpleasant memories and shivered. Chapter 111. Are you still good? Kong Lingwu is, after all, the peak master of the Imperial Guard Peak, with a high position of power and extensive connections within the sect. If we do not care and apprehend him, we will surely frighten the snakes. In that case, our subsequent layout will be all messed up. Seeing that the topic seemed to be getting sidetracked, Yang's eyes steepled, frost-white eyebrows furrowed slightly, a shallow furrow squeezing out of his brow, and a hint of worry was quietly revealed in the depths of his eyes. Saying this, he slowly raised his hand and ran it habitually through the wisps of white beard, his eyes drooping into deep thought. Most of the 72 lower peaks of the Xiantian sect were tasked with managing worldly affairs for the sect. The affairs are complicated, and the peaks are even more mixed, which is also the place where infernal affairs is the most rampant. During the siege of the Valley of the Devil's Abyss, he had already cleaned up a number of those spies with relatively low cultivation and status and shallow lurking, allowing the clan to be temporarily stabilized a bit internally. The remaining ones, almost all of which were under the close surveillance of the Dark Hall, could not turn any big waves for the time being. However, compared to the 72 lower peaks, the situation of the 36 upper peaks was much trickier. For example, Conglingwu's Royal Guardian Peak had an esteemed status and was an important footing in the Xiantian sect's mountain protection formation. If there was a slight mishap, it could trigger a chain reaction and jeopardize the safety of the entire clan. It's a bit tricky, but the unfortunate thing is, this girl, Yu Qingcheng, acted in a seemingly haphazard manner, but in reality, she had caused quite a bit of commotion to be induced by her missteps. Those upper peaks that were qualified and capable of keeping spirit beasts in captivity at their own peaks were messed with by her. Although Dogan Peak has offended many people, it is worth it to lock up some infernal paths. Thinking of this, Yang slightly turned sideways, smiled towards Yu Qingcheng who was standing by the side in a bit of a daze, and opened his mouth. Don't just stand there, can't you see your master ancestor is here? Hurry up and deal with the bear paw. Eat stewed bear paw at night. When Yu Qingcheng heard this, her small face instantly collapsed, her eyes filled with reluctance. She skimmed her lips, and mentally slurred. Eat, just no eat, why don't you do it? Only bully me to be young. But Xian Gui Immortal Guli was there, and she didn't dare to blatantly disobey Yang's orders. A reluctant "oh" was all that could be said, shuffling his feet. Just these few steps. She still turned back every now and then, her eyes looking sadly at Yang, as if expecting him to change his mind. Seeing that Yang did not react, Yu Qingcheng pouted her small mouth and puffed out her cheeks, sitting her butt on the small bench in front of the fireplace. Just as Yu Qingcheng reluctantly fiddled with the bear paw, Guli walked over with a lotus step, curling up. She seemed to glance at Yu Qingcheng carelessly, but in reality, her gaze lingered on her for several fleeting moments, and a sour feeling inexplicably rose in the bottom of her heart. Guli's beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at Yang, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a seeming arc as she said with a smile, Huan, this little girl just called this seat Master Ancestor. She purposely paused, then her eyes changed, flashed a cold aura, and she continued, it's not enough to have one disciple in Frost, this is another one? While saying this, she was thinking darkly as if she had overturned a bottle of flavors. This old boy, how he can mess with little girls even more than before. Although he wants to take in a disciple is his business, but this girl looks good and clever. The whole day at his side, there is no guarantee that it will not be day to day. Upon hearing this, Yang's heart fluttered, and when she raised her eyes, she saw the flash of jealousy in Guli's eyes, and felt both amused and somewhat helpless. He thought darkly, Master Zun usually looks cool and proud. How come when it comes to this matter of men and women, it's such a little girl gesture? His face, however, did not move, slightly arching his hand, accompanied by a smile and said, Master is joking, but it was only by chance that I formed a master-disciple bond with this girl. In my heart, it's you, Master Teacher. That's always on my mind. When Guli heard his words, her pretty face slightly reddened and she lightly pouted. Humph, you're the one with the sweet mouth. Yang, however, the jealousy in Guli's eyes did not dissipate completely, still looking towards Yu Qingcheng from time to time, seemingly in a dark comparison. It's good to be young. Guli secretly sighed softly in the bottom of his heart as his gaze swept towards Yu Qingcheng once again. This little girl looked so tender that she could pinch out water, blowing her face, flushed with the unique redness of youth. Just how is this innocent vigor not quite the same as that girl Lu Ningxuan? With this thought, a trace of doubt inexplicably welled up in Guli's heart. Driven by curiosity, she slowly narrowed her eyes and even used a trace of her Yuanshan power, which she rarely used on a regular basis. This exploration, however, caused her heart to steeply shake, and a flash of shock instantly flashed across her eyes. I can't believe she's not non-permanent. This discovery was like a thunderbolt exploding in her heart, and for a while, all sorts of complicated emotions came to her. She subconsciously shifted her gaze away from Yu Qingcheng, and instead landed on Yang, who was not far away, the jealousy in the bottom of her heart spreading wildly like weeds. This old boy, who usually looks serious, how come he has this intimate relationship with this girl? Guli's heart was sour and she secretly gritted her teeth, though the years had not left too obvious a mark on her features. But after all, it is a little more mature flavor, less of that youthful ignorance. Is it possible that he doesn't like it too much when I'm like that with Ryuki? Does he prefer young, pretty little girls? No wonder this old brat first took Lu Ningxuang as his disciple and then Moon Qingcheng. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists in her sleeves. On her face, however, she still had to pretend to be calm, fearing that Yang and Yu Qingcheng would see the ripples in her heart. Only the slightly trembling fingertips still gave away her raging emotions at the moment. Guli thought for a second. In these days, Lu Ningxuang has successfully formed the Dan and is steadily moving towards the Yuanying stage. The road of cultivation is smooth and does not need to worry too much about himself. It's better to keep an eye on Yang every day. The old boy doesn't know what kind of kung fu he's practiced. Didn't he go off the deep end once before? If it wasn't for Spirit Moon saving the day, he would have hung up. Thinking of this, Guli's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. In case he goes off the deep end again, at that time, he would be able to rightfully cultivate the piece of gongfu given by Spirit Moon. With this in mind, the corners of Guli's mouth rose slightly, outlining a wry smile that was hard for onlookers to detect. The little girl is just a little tender. If we talk about things like cultivation, it still has to be me and Ling Yu like this. Guli thought like this in the bottom of his heart, as if he had already seen the future picture of joining hands with Yang to participate in the Great Tao. The mood was also pleasant, and the sourness that was previously due to Yu Qingcheng had dissipated a bit at this time. Yang took in the change in her demeanor and guessed in her heart, Master is jealous one moment and smiling with his eyebrows the next. He's not going to fix someone again, is he? Thinking like this, a trace of imperceptible vigilance crossed the bottom of Yang's eyes, but on his face, he still maintained that cloudy and light appearance. Only the smile that seemed to be holding at the corner of his mouth stiffened slightly. Master, is Frost still going well? Yang only had to come up with a trick to look around. At the mention of Lu Ningxuang, Guli seemed to snap back to her senses for a moment. Well, that girl fought for her honor, and now she has successfully formed a Dan, and her path of cultivation is steadily moving forward. According to this momentum, moving towards the Yuanying stage is just around the corner, so we don't need to worry too much. After saying that, Guli raised her hand to gently brush over the hair on her ears that was lifted by the breeze, and the whole person resumed a few minutes of her usual cool and dignified demeanor. Just out of the corner of his eye, he would still inadvertently sweep towards Yang, and the different feelings that lurked in his heart were like a dark stream that quietly flowed. On the contrary, are you still okay? Chapter 112, You Don't Want to. Yang sniffed, his white eyebrows raised, and a muttering instantly flooded his heart. Can the old man do it or can't he? Or do you want to try? Talking with a stick in your mouth. Believe it or not, I'll give you a stick. With this thought in mind, the light smile originally maintained on Yang's face gradually faded away, replaced by a few points of seriousness and coldness. Qingcheng, hurry up. Dilly-dallying, are you still going to eat the bear's paw tonight? Although Yang Huan was still bellyaching over Guli's words in his heart, he quickly adjusted on his face and deliberately pulled the topic away. He slightly raised his volume, his gaze turning to Yu Qingcheng, who was handling the bear paw with his hands and feet to the side, with a few moments of feigned urgency in his eyes. Yu Qingcheng was already a bit overwhelmed by this sudden and complicated atmosphere, and now that she heard Yang's urging, her heart became more and more aggrieved. Her eyes reddened slightly and the movements of her hands unconsciously stopped as she mumbled a small defense. Master, this work is already difficult, and I've never done it before, and you keep pushing. The voice had a hint of a sob in it, as if tears were about to fall in the next second. She secretly raised her eyes to look at Yang, and then looked at Guli, only feeling aggrieved that she was caught in the middle of these two. Yang's heart softened slightly at the sight, but in front of Guli's face, it was not good to show too much, only to slow down his tone and coaxed gently. Come on, let's finish it earlier and have dinner earlier. Ah, having said that, his eyes glanced at Guli intentionally or unintentionally, as if implying that she should not make trouble, so that everyone can be more stable. Guli took it all in and sighed in his heart at Yang's small mind. Looking at Yu Qingcheng's pitiful appearance, it was no good to hold on to what happened before, so he slightly turned his head away and pretended not to see it. Only the slight downward curve of that mouth still gave away some of her emotions. After the evening meal, the color of the night was like a huge piece of black silk, gently spreading out and enveloping Xin Tian sect. In the hall, Yang and Guli sat idly opposite each other on both sides of the table, the two of them drinking slowly. While chatting idly, his eyes swept towards the door from time to time, clearly waiting for someone. Not long after, a sound of steady and powerful footsteps came from far and near, breaking the brief silence in the hall. Grand Elder Chen Xingfeng was the first to step in. He was dressed in a black robe, his stance was as straight as a pine, and he exuded an aura of unruffled authority around him. After years of precipitation on the face, the expression of cold, deep as an abyss, slightly arching his hand to salute, then stood quietly on the side, waiting for the command. Yang got up and returned the salute, asking in a humble tone, "How has the Grand Elder recovered from his recent injuries?" Chen Xingfeng smiled and waved his hand as he replied, "Almost as good as it gets. No problem. Thanks to Senior Nephew's elixir." As he spoke, the new head of the Dark Hall, 13, stepped in expressionlessly. His athletic figure was permeated with full strength, and the yuan iron rod hanging from his waist was illuminated by the candlelight with a cold and hard luster. He arrived in front of the three, then bowed his head and cupped his fists as he spoke aloud. "Subordinate 13, greetings to the Supreme Elder, Grand Elder, and Junior Master." Guli waved his hand, signaling him to sit and talk. When 13 was seated, she slowly swept her gaze over several people, and her expression instantly became grave. "I have summoned you all here today to discuss something. There are dark currents within the sect, and that Imperial Guard Peak Master Kong Lingwu's behavior is quite suspicious. Many signs indicate that he may have colluded with outside forces, jeopardizing the foundation of the sect." After she said that, her beautiful eyes looked at 13 and passed a look, signaling him to add details. 13 understood and cleared his throat slightly. "Indeed, as the Supreme Elder said, the Dark Hall has noticed that Kong Lingwu frequently comes into contact with unfamiliar faces, and that the matters involved are mostly of a confidential nature. Furthermore, in the Imperial Guard Peak that he is in charge of, the deployment of resources has also appeared to be out of the ordinary. There are also a few people, although the evidence is not conclusive yet, but their behavior is equally sneaky, and they also need to be investigated in depth." Chen Qingfeng, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but show a shocked look on his face when he heard this at first, his brows tightening as he blurted out, "How could this, Kong Lingwu, as the Peak Master, be like this? This matter must not be rash. Once it is verified incorrectly, it will definitely cause a furor and disturb the peace of the sect." His words were full of worry and opposition. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists in his sleeves. Chen Xingfeng pondered for a moment and slowly raised his head, his gaze filled with a bit of reminiscence as he spoke. "And listen to me, Kong Lingwu's contribution to the sect over the years, that's obvious to all. Thinking back then, in the battle with the soul-devouring demon palace, the situation was precarious. If it wasn't for Kong Lingwu leading a group of disciples from the Imperial Guard Peak to fight to the death and buy precious time, I'm afraid that the clan is going to suffer a heavy blow, losing more than just a few elites, and it might even jeopardize the fundamentals." He paused slightly, a hint of emotion passing through his eyes. "Also, which of the many important matters that the Imperial Shofeng is responsible for on weekdays has he not handled properly? Occasional fluctuations in the deployment of resources are normal, after all. Matters are so complicated that an oversight is inevitable. Besides, he cultivates budding disciples for the sect from time to time, and quite a few potential seedlings have benefited from his careful teaching to thrive. On the basis of these, how can we easily suspect him on the basis of just a few signs that we have caught in the wind? If this gets out, chilling the hearts of a bunch of disciples not to mention, in case a good person is wrongly accused and a foreign enemy is given the opportunity to take advantage of it, that would be a real disaster." The more Chen Qingfeng spoke, the more excited he became, and the look on his face was full of eagerness. It seemed to want to completely dispel the suspicion of Kong Lingwu in the hearts of several people with these past achievements. Yang quietly listened to Chen Qingfeng's words. The Great Elder is still too kind-hearted. Today, Chen Qingfeng was purposely called here precisely because he was close to Kong Lingwu and was afraid that he would obstruct the subsequent plan. This Kong Lingwu hidden extremely deep. If you want to thoroughly find out his true colors, must have a familiar with his people from the side of the assistants cannot. Chen Qingfeng was a man of integrity and loyalty to the clan. Only being blinded by past love, he could not see the situation for a moment. Let him investigate with 13. For one thing, 13 is highly skilled at digging up hidden clues. Secondly, during this process, Chen Qingfeng was also able to witness those clues that he had overlooked, thus recognizing Kong Lingwu's true nature. Although it takes some persuasion to convince him, once he changes his attitude and cooperates fully, the certainty of uncovering the conspiracy behind Kong Lingwu will be a few more points. Just this process must not be too hasty, have to be gradual, so as not to cause Chen Qingfeng's resentment, and in turn, bad things. Yang slightly owed her body, her gaze looking sincerely at Chen Qingfeng, her tone gentle. "Grand Elder, what you have said is true, and we have all kept Kong Lingwu's past achievements in mind, but now this situation, just like a calm lake under the undercurrent, seemingly calm, but in fact the crisis. We are not suspicious for no reason, it's really the many details strung together that are suspicious." After saying that, he nodded towards 13, and then 13 got up and sent a jade slip to Chen Qingfeng. Once Chen Qingfeng's spiritual sense overlaid the jade slip, 13 began his report. 2 damaged and 3 intercepted in shipments to key strongholds. Saying this, He deliberately paused for a moment, leaving Chen Xingfeng some time to think before continuing his report. Coincidentally, every time the one responsible for escorting them is inextricably linked to the Imperial Guardian Peak. In addition, the Dark Hall spies have also discovered that the clan's lost supplies have actually appeared in Lhasa Prefecture. At the mention of the words Fallen Cloud Prefecture, Chen Xingfeng's eyes widened as he interrupted 13 and blurted out, "Do you mean to say that your martial arts have colluded with the battle sect?" Without waiting for 13 to respond, Yang sighed and intoned, "These things, taken individually, might make sense, but put together, they make you think." Yang paused, again giving Chen Xingfeng some time to think, and continued, "When my senior nephew first heard the news, he was just as disbelieving as you are. However, senior nephew turned to think, since 13 has been in charge of the Dark Hall, the accuracy of the intelligence is far better than Balian madness." At this point, when he saw that Chen Xingfeng seemed to have something to say, he grabbed him before he could open his mouth and sped up his speech. "We are not doing this to convict him, quite the contrary, to clear his name. Grand Elder and Kong Lingwu are like father and son. With your knowledge of him, you will definitely be able to find out more than the Dark Hall. If the investigation proves that there is indeed no problem with him, it will be a good thing for him and for the clan. You don't want to really have a hidden danger hiding under our noses and end up jeopardizing the entire clan, do you?" Yang's eyes never left Chen Xingfeng, and his words were both guided and filled with deep concern for the safety of the clan. At this moment, the hall was silent. Several people were waiting for Chen Xingfeng's response, and the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed as if it could suffocate people. Chapter 113 Master, let me help you back to your room to rest. Chen Xingfeng frowned tightly, his eyes full of entanglements and struggles. His lips trembled slightly as he tried to speak several times. On the one hand, Kong Lingwu had been very close to him for many years, like master and disciple, father and son. The past of those who had been born and died was engraved in Chen Xingfeng's heart like a brand, making it difficult for him to believe that Kong Lingwu would do something to betray the clan. But on the other hand, the suspicions listed by the Dark Hall were like heavy hammers, pounding on his sanity, making it impossible for him to ignore them. He slowly raised his hand and rubbed his temples vigorously, as if trying to use it to dispel his inner confusion. It was a long time before he let out a long sigh and spoke in a hoarse and low voice. "I have been acquainted with Ling Wu for many years, and I know his behavior better than that, and I really don't want to believe that these doubts will be related to him." After he said that, his gaze swept over the faces of the three people one by one, and all he saw was disappointment. Chen Xingfeng was silent for a few more moments, and in the end, as if he had made a great determination, he clenched his teeth, looking slightly tired but with a few moments of determination. "That's just it. Since things have come to this, the safety of the clan is of utmost importance. I then agreed to investigate with the Dark Hall, only hoping to prove his innocence in the end. If there is true misconduct, I will not condone it." The words landed on the ground, though still with a hint of reluctance, but the firmness was already overflowing. Yang, Guli and 13 were all secretly relieved. Guli nodded slightly with a smile, his eyes filled with relief. "Elder brother is deeply righteous, and with your help, we will surely be able to find out the truth as soon as possible." Yang nodded gently, his expression eased a bit, and gestured for the crowd to discuss the investigation in detail next. Candle flickered, light and shadow danced on the faces of a few people, and the heavy atmosphere in the hall eased a lot with the departure of a few people. Which eased a lot. Yu Qingcheng, who had been pouring tea and serving water to several people, remained silent until she and Yang were the only ones on Daoxian Peak. When she asked softly, "Master, why must we hold on to Peak Master Kong?" Senior sister Xiaoho, senior brother Lei and the others all said that Peak Master Kong looks quite kind on weekdays, and that he takes much care of us juniors. She opened a pair of clear, beautiful eyes and gazed at Yang, her eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Yang picked up his tea and took a light sip, pondering in his heart. This girl, her heart is still a little too simple, and she still stays at the surface when looking at people. Master Unity's attribute panel is the truth. Yang put down his tea and spoke in a serious tone towards Yu Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, you're not deeply involved in the world. You can't just look at people on the surface. The complexity of this, wait for the teacher to slowly talk to you." Yang's voice was low and gentle. Then he beckoned towards Yu Qingcheng, signaling her to sit beside him. Another small half-hour passed. Yu Qingcheng listened in a seemingly unintelligible manner, only feeling a mess in her head. The intricacies of the people and events, the hidden entanglements of clues, were like a fog that made her a little dizzy. But even so, a warmth welled up in her heart. The thought of Yang going out of her way to explain herself so late at night, patiently dispelling the confusion in her mind. His caring demeanor was like the warmest star in the night sky, illuminating her heart. Yu Qingcheng couldn't help but secretly raise her eyes to gaze at Yang, seeing that he was focused. with wisdom and composure in his eyes, and for a moment, she was actually a bit mesmerized. Her thoughts drifted away, and images couldn't help but come to mind. When he himself was hit by the bone-eroding soul-breaking incense, Yang did not hesitate to risk his own life to detoxify her, and even pushed her cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment in one fell swoop. Or after her own nonsense in the Xian sect, Yang did not hesitate to protect her behind, using his great body to block all the wind and rain for her. Thinking about it, Yu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly and the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. Immerse yourself in the beautiful world of your own imagination, full of sweetness and happiness. Yang looked at Yu Qingqing's appearance and shook his head slightly, a hint of imperceptible smile spreading from the corner of his mouth as he softly said, "Girl, do you understand?" Only then did Yu Qingqing come back to her senses and busily nodded her head, but her eyes were still sweet with a bit of shyness and ignorance. "I understand, Master. It's late at night. Why don't we rest?" That soft voice, as if wrapped in honey, with strands of loving and inseparable meaning, gently wafted in the quiet of the night. Say this. Yu Qingqing's cheeks were scarlet, just like the most delicate peach petals on the branches in spring. Her eyes were brimming with water, full of a young girl's shyness and admiration. Thinking back to that night in Immortalist City, it's like a dream, carved in stone. The intimacy and soul melding of that night was like a radiant imprint engraved in her heart. Since then, her heart has been pulled by an invisible thread and tied to immortal Emperor Mu Huan Mu. Later, by chance, she was shocked to learn from Lingyu that Yang was Mu Huan, the Mu Xianzuan she had longed for. She was even more filled with the desire to relive the beauty of that night. Over the past month or so, she had feigned calmness, but in reality, she was suffering inside, and had been silently waiting for Yang to take the initiative. However, tonight, the moonlight is like water, provoking her love. She does not want to wait any longer, just want to be brave. When Yang heard this at first glance, his heart trembled violently, as if he had been struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, and he was instantly somewhat confused. He looked at Yu Qingqing's imploring look and was momentarily caught off guard. What's the situation? For a while, Yang's ears even unconsciously rang with that BGM. It's springtime, everything's coming back to life, and it's time for the animals. Yang Huan secretly struggled in his heart. On the one hand, Yu Qingqing's current look of being at the mercy of the king was similar to a small hook wrapped in honey, causing ripples to spread in the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, in his opinion, he didn't have much of an emotional foundation with Yu Qingqing, and at best, he only considered her to be a return-to-cash tool person. In a flash, two little people in Yang's head were fighting. The Angel of Reason looked serious, stomped his feet in his head, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "She's just a tool person. Do you have feelings? Hurry up and refuse. Don't let the mistake you made before an immortal-less city be repeated." The devil, the symbol of desire, kicked away the angel, and with an evil smile on his lips, stirred up the fire. "What are you afraid of? Look, this girl is devoted to you, and that little face is so attractive. Besides, we are in the immortal city double cultivation. Raw rice has long been cooked rice. This layer of window paper stabbed or not stabbed, what can be done? Now that she has taken the initiative to send her door, what are you still pretending for? Life is in the world. Timely happiness is the king. The road to immortal cultivation is lonely and long. It's not easy to have this kind of lustful fortune. Follow your heart and enjoy the moment. If you miss it, you won't have this village." Yang felt that both of them had a point, except that the imp had a little more sense. His gaze unconsciously drifted towards Yu Qingqing, looking at the anticipation and petulance in her eyes. His heart again uncontrollably trembled fiercely. Is quite late. Why don't we rest?" When Yu Qingqing heard these words, her cheeks turned red with a swish, all the way to her ears. She only felt her heart beating faster, as if it was going to jump out of her throat, and the thumping sound shook her ears a little bit. For a moment, panic, shyness, and a long-pressed elation mingled together, making her arms and legs a little weak. Only after a while did she stabilize her mind, slightly lifting her head, her gaze evasive and full of affection. Looking towards Yang, her voice like a mosquito fly as she said shyly, "Master, then I'll help you back to the house." As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her coat, and her body trembled gently as she took steps with a few moments of staggering, slowly approaching towards Yang, that nervous and expectant look, full of sweetness and apprehension. Chapter 114, The Rooster Sings Through the 5 Nights of Autumn. Entering the house, Yu Qingqing only felt her cheeks rolling, as if the air around her had become incandescent. She tried desperately to feign composure, trying to present herself as a well-behaved and dutiful maid, but the hands that couldn't stop trembling gave away the panic in her heart. She took a deep breath first, suppressing her heartbeat like a deer in headlights. Then he gently walked over to the water basin, soaked a towel, wrung it out, and carefully raised his hand to wipe Yang's cheek. The movement was as gentle as caring for the world's most precious treasure. Master, is this strength okay? Yu Qingqing forced down the shyness in her heart and slightly opened her lips, her voice soft as a warm spring breeze. Even though Yu Qingqing's attitude was very proper, this kind of serving job was not something that a pampered little princess like her could do well. The towel in his hand was light and heavy at times, and his movements were slightly rusty and clumsy, without the usual dexterity. As Yang sat there, feeling the uneven intensity of the rubbing on her cheeks, it was naturally difficult for much comfort to well up in her mind. At this moment, he couldn't help but miss the days when Lu Ningxuan was by his side in his heart. Yu Qingqing, on the other hand, lowered her eyes, not daring to look directly at Yang's gaze as she secretly pondered in her heart. Mu Huan, oh no, senior brother, though his current look is full of years, but compared to when he was young, at this moment, the elder brother of the master. On the contrary, I find it even more fascinating. She was so engrossed in her own thoughts that she didn't realize that the towel in her hand, which was wiping Yang's face, was moving more and more sluggishly, all out of order. A heart that had long been filled with this raging love. When the wiping was finished, Yu Qingqing forced herself to hold back her shyness again and moved behind Yang, her fingers trembling as she reached for his sash, wanting to undress him. Her cheeks had long been red, as if she were a ripe peach in spring. Fine beads of sweat also oozed from his forehead, his eyes dodging in panic, not daring to linger much longer. Just moments after she had managed to undo her sash, there was a sudden cacophony of noise from outside the house, as if someone was speeding through the night sky, bringing the wind whistling with them. Yu Qingqing's already taut nerves were instantly pulled taut, and she subconsciously turned around in fear, but her feet stumbled. The whole person lunged towards Yang uncontrollably. In a panic, Yang was unable to dodge, and she was thrown down solidly on the bed, their bodies pressed tightly together. For a time, the atmosphere in the room instantly became ambiguous and charming to the extreme. Yu Qingqing's eyes widened as she stared in shock at the nearby Yang. The brain went blank for a moment, only to feel the heat burning in his face, and Jan stayed the same. For a while, the two of them were frozen like this, with only the sound of rapid breathing intertwining and echoing in the room. With this in mind, the atmosphere in the room was like a powder keg that had been ignited, ready to explode at a moment's notice. Even though Yu Qingqing's entire body was as if she had been cast under a spell of immobilization, she froze on top of Yang, not even daring to utter a single breath. But Yang gently lifted his hand and wrapped it around her small, firm waist. Pear blossom and red powder together with the wind flow, brocade tent spring night love endlessly. The spirit is not aware of the pillow sleep. Crazy soul suspected to enter the immortal boat. The red face is darkly tinged with rouge sweat, and the white face is mistakenly tainted with powder oil. I can't sleep when I'm upside down, and the rooster sings through the 5 nights of autumn. Ding! Yu Qingqing density plus 10. The system beep sounded in Yang's head, breaking the early morning intoxication. Yang didn't expect that even this could raise Yu Qingqing's intimacy, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. If there is a flower to be folded, don't wait until there is no flower to be folded. The road to immortal cultivation is long, and since we are already in this gentle land, why should we be overly concerned? Yu Qingqing's affinity rose to 85. With a little more effort, we might be able to make her the third affinity 100 to return. Thinking about those system rewards he was about to receive, Yan Yang's hand around Yu Qingqing's waist unconsciously tightened a few points. The sleeping Yu Qingqing seemed to sense Yang Yang's movements, and her body subconsciously adjusted. Like a lazy and cozy kitten, she gently drooped on Yang, her body curled up slightly, and her head obediently rubbed into Yang's arms, responding to him wordlessly in a most instinctive way. At this very moment, it was pitch black inside the sect Master Peak's side hall. Guli was dressed in a black nightclothes, sitting cross-legged on the couch. Shocking Dee's breasts rose and fell violently, and her pretty face was even more red. The scarlet color spread from her cheeks all the way to the base of her ears. An eye-catching, heart-stopping red. Damn girl, even got the short end of the stick from her. Ever since the last time he knew that Yang's recent cultivation techniques were quite dangerous and extremely prone to going off the deep end. Guli then had the idea in his mind to follow Ling Yu's example and dual cultivate with her to help him out of danger. Especially after meeting Yu Qingqing today. This thought of hers was like weeds growing wild in spring, spreading unchecked in her heart. In Guli's heart, Yang was more than just a disciple. Years of living with each other. The sentiment has long been secretly born, but she is in the way of identity, has been buried this affection. In spite of the fact that these recent days have shown themselves, but Yang is so wooden and never responds positively. Now, it looks like Yang is on the verge of dying, and his life is running out. She couldn't care less. She just wanted him to live a few more years, and she could take the relationship further. So why not? Hence, last night's second shift. when Guli carefully returned to Daoxian Peak. She had just hidden her figure under the window, but the sound coming from inside the house made her instantly frozen in place as if she had been struck by lightning. That voice, ambiguous and loving, as if the most provocative warm wind in spring, silk drilled into her ears, provoking her face-red heartbeat. The soft and gentle panting, low and full of love murmurs, intertwined together, sounding into the ears, impacting Guli's heart. Guli's eyes widened, filled with shock and dismay. She could never have imagined that the one who was intimate with Yang inside the house was actually Yu Qingcheng. For a while, Guli only felt the blood rushing up, her head buzzing. Jealousy and sadness like a raging tide will instantly submerge her. Her hands trembled violently in her sleeves, clenched into fists. Her knuckles whitened from the exertion, her nails almost embedded in her palms. But she was oblivious to the pain. His teeth were clenched, and the muscles on his cheeks were bulging even higher, his eyes full of regret and unwillingness. Guli desperately suppressed the urge to rush in and make a scene. On the one hand, she couldn't be sure if Yu Qingcheng was cultivating with Yang in this way. On the other hand, there was still a shred of pride and sanity left in her heart, not wanting to be so out of shape in front of Yang and have him mistake her for a woman with too much jealousy. Thus, she could only force herself to endure the sourness that filled her heart and return to the sovereign peak. This sitting, Guli thought a lot, and I don't know how long he sat like this, until the day dawned slightly, and only then did he reluctantly fall into a fixed state. However, inside a secret room in the dark hall, Grand Elder Chen Qingshan's eyes were filled with crimson blood within them, as if he were an enraged beast. How could he not have imagined that the Imperial Guard Peak Master Kong Lingwu, whom he had always valued and treated like his own son, would do such a ridiculous thing? Last night, after 13 had quietly inserted the 5 elements returning sword behind the Imperial Guard Peak, the unpleasant scene still lingered in his mind. Kong Lingwu actually coitus with Lan Nu Bear Xiaohei for the whole night. This kind of shocking and unethical behavior disappointed Chen Qingshan to the core. He was now even beginning to believe that all those things that the Dark Hall had investigated about him were true and not just empty rumors. 13, who accompanied him and watched the whole night's live broadcast, is now hanging his head, while the corners of his mouth are slightly up. Great Elder, calm down. Peak Master Kong has this little fetish. It's harmless. Chen Qingfeng glared at him, even though 13's words were well-intentioned. It was as hard to hear in his ears as a needle prick. He said with a heavy grunt, "Do not spread this matter." 13 sniffed and rose to give him a respectful bow, then responded, "13 understands." After saying that, 13 separated a trace of his spiritual sense and sent a message to Yang. 13, Junior Master. The gavel is in place for the next instruction. Yang, stick to the plan. Chapter 115 Woman. You're making it hot. Peach blossoms in February, 10 miles of red in March. By the small stream under Dogan Peak, the gurgling water sparkled under the warm sun. A few mandarin fish wriggled restlessly in the bamboo basket. Holding a fishing rod, Yang sat quietly on the edge of the stream, his eyes gazing intently into the water. Not far behind him, 13 stood straight, his expression grave. Junior Master, there has been a new development regarding the investigation of Kong Lingwu. 13 lowered his voice, breaking the silence around him. Yang asked softly with a slight sideways glance, her gaze still not removed from the water. Tell me about it. On the 18th day of the first month, Kong Lingwu went to the Morong family once, and on the 26th day of the first month, he went to Qikong Mountain once more. 13 paused, then said, according to our people's observations, the Morong family, Qikong Mountain, and a few other families have been a bit restless lately. Yang's white brow furrowed slightly as the rod in his hand wiggled gently, the lure slowly sinking in the water. Go on. 3 of Dan Peak's miscellaneous disciples died, 2 of the foundation stage disciples were seriously injured, and 6 of Spirit Farming Peak died and 4 were injured. As 13 spoke, he pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, on which he recorded some recent updates from the lower peaks. These casualties were all caused by the clans and families that were in contact with Kong Lingwu? Jan asked. Mostly, but not really. 13 said, a worried look on his face. Yang pondered for a moment. The fishing rod in his hand moved slightly, and a fish bit. He quickly reeled in his line, picked up the fish and put it in the bamboo basket. Kong Lingwu is the best mix of these guys. Make sure you collect the complete evidence. Yang stood up and gazed at the distant Gashu Peak, thinking for a moment before suddenly asking, where's the first elder? 13 put away his small book, also following Yang's example of carrying his hands behind his back, and dropped his gaze in the direction of Gashaofeng, smiling. The Grand Elder is now more attached than anyone in the Dark Hall, and he can't wait to check out everyone in the clan. At this time, the breeze brushed through the peach blossom forest, and the petals fluttered down and sprinkled on the water of the creek. Looking at the picturesque scenery in front of him, Yang's mood seemed to change for the better with 13's report. When necessary, You remind the Grand Elder. Do not frighten the snakes. 13 bent down slightly, clasped his hands together, and gave a respectful salute, his eyes firm in response. Yes, June, your master. At this moment, the sunlight poured through the clouds onto the peach blossom forest, adding a few soft colors to this part of the world. Yang sat cross-legged by the stream, his body surrounded by the aroma of peach blossoms, his gaze looking into the distance, seemingly pondering the future of the sect. Not long after 13 left, Guli stepped on his flying sword and landed beside him. A long, moonlight white muslin dress, as light and airy as a cloud. The skirt is embroidered with a delicate peach blossom pattern in pale pink silk thread, which is hidden in the sunlight. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a white neck and delicate collarbone. A thin, light gold chain wrapped around her neck and buried deep into a stunning D-groove that rhymed. The split design at the hem of the skirt made her legs hidden, and her slender jade legs looked especially charming under the cover of the skirt. Guli walked to Yang's side and gently squatted down, the thin veil on her body fluttering slightly, emitting a faint peach blossom aroma. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and with a hint of anger in her eyes, she said, "Yo, you're in a good mood." Yang turned her head to look at her, her eyes unconsciously drawn to what she was wearing. His eyes followed the openness of the collar, and he couldn't help but speculate on whether it was warm jade or shimmering gold that hung from the thin chain. Guli noticed Yang's gaze, her willow eyebrows slightly raised, and a hint of smugness showed in her eyes. "Have you seen enough? Do you want Master to come closer to give you a closer look?" When Yang sniffed, his old face stiffened and he touched his nose in embarrassment as he opened his mouth to ask, "Why is Master free to come here?" Guli stood up and walked to sit down on a stone aside, her posture elegant, the tool fitting the curves of her body, outlining her figure to the fullest. She asked, brushing her hair lightly, "What? I'm not welcome? How dare I? If Master Teacher can come, disciple is too happy to be here." Yang looked at Guli with a hint of sincerity in his eyes. Guli sighed slightly, his gaze fell on Yang, hesitated for a moment, and continued to ask, Huan, what's going on between you and that little princess from Moon Bay?" Yang was slightly stunned, not expecting Guli to ask this question directly. His heart thumped. No good. She must have found out about this. How can I explain this? I can't just say that the two of us are double cultivating. Ever since he and Yu Qingcheng had pierced through that window paper, they had been practicing dual cultivation almost every night for the past 2 months or so. As her feelings warmed up, Yu Qingcheng's cultivation was also quietly undergoing a qualitative change. Last night's cultivation was exceptionally sound, and in the mingling of spirit and flesh, she seemed to have touched the threshold of the 10th level of foundation establishment. Noticing this opportunity, Yu Qingcheng decided without hesitation to follow the guidance of the star transformation technique and take advantage of the situation to break through. With this in mind, Yang was silent for a moment and said slowly, "I'm with her." "Alas, I can't say." Guli's brows furrowed, a flash of sullenness in his eyes, and his tone intensified. "Say no? What kind of talk is that?" Guli knew more about Yang and Yu Qingcheng than anyone else. After all, in the past 2 months, she had been glancing at Daoxian Peak almost every night. Every time she saw Yang and Yu Qingcheng together, she had mixed feelings in her heart. Guli's heart has always been in Yang, but he is unable to express his feelings for various reasons. Now that she saw Yang and Yu Qingcheng inseparable, her heart was both jealous and helpless. Today, Guli was carefully groomed in order to catch Yang's eye. However, with the topic brought to this point, Guli seemed unwilling to hide it anymore. Guli took a violent step forward, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes staring straight at Yang, his voice trembling. "I care about you, always have. I want to know what I really am in your mind." She took a deep breath and leaned forward, her eyes burning into Yang's, eagerly awaiting his response. The hint of nervousness and shyness on her face was a far cry from her usual image of the cool Shen Gui immortal. Yang was silent for a moment, and his mind couldn't help but conjure up bits and pieces of the past. When the two of them shared the flying sword, Guli showed all kinds of shyness. That early morning, within the Sovereign Peak Cave, her pretty face was tinged with shyness as she gently delivered a kiss. There was also that night, on Dogan Peak, the two of them kissed deeply. Yang's eyes became fiery as he stared intently at Guli, suddenly reaching out and pulling her into his arms. He wrapped his hands hard around Guli's waist, keeping her close to him. Guli's body stiffened slightly, and before she had time to react, Yang had already lowered her head in a domineering manner, and her lips pressed heavily onto hers. Her hands gripped Yang's clothes tightly, and her whole body was immersed in the passionate kiss. For a long time, the lips parted. Yang lowered her head, her gaze staring straight into Guli's eyes with a firmness in her eyes that could not be denied. "Woman, you're starting a fire." His voice was low and strong, and his words carried an unquestionable dominance. With that said, he didn't hesitate to lower his head again, his lips pressing heavily. Hands couldn't help but wander over her gelatinous skin. Guli was caught off guard by the sudden kiss. Her body trembled slightly, and the tip of her heart felt like a fire had been lit. Her jade hand lightly raised. Her fingertips traced a faint glow in the air, instantly mobilizing the surrounding aura. The peach blossoms in the 10-mile peach blossom forest danced as if pulled by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, a layer of transparent prohibition spread out from her fingertips, enveloping the entire peach blossom forest. Joy. Love me. Chapter 116. What's going on here? Fairy enchanting flesh and bone. Heart together drunken by Luoyin. The love is deep, but it's also a meeting in the peach grove, and a wonderful frown on the willow leaf brows. The spring in the cave is born in a square inch of land, and the butterflies in the flowers are in love with a branch of spring. It's hard to tell the difference between you and me, and God has given the earth a kisser. The clouds in the sky look like a beautiful cloud, haloed with orange, red and gold. The peach blossom forest will be gilded with a layer of dreamy color. Cheer, you're amazing. Guli gently bit her lip and said with a slightly trembling voice. Her cheeks were flushed, and she turned her face slightly sideways, her expression tinged with a bit of contentment and joy. From the hour to the hour of the year, a full 4 or 5 hours of time, Yang has not rested for even one incense burner. Even the supreme limitless mixed sacred body was somewhat unable to withstand it. Yang gasped slightly, sweat sliding down his cheeks from his forehead. Despite his physical exhaustion, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise in a satisfied smile. Unlike Ling Yu's innate enchanting body, Guli's 5 elements spiritual body was mysterious and extremely bizarre. After Yang executed the spirit skill to construct the great cycle of transportation with Guli, the 5 elements spiritual body seemed to be activated, displaying marvelous changes. At first, the 5 elements of aura gently surged, as if the spring breeze was gentle and delicate. The soft scent carried wisps of vitality, gently wrapping around Yang's body as if it was energizing every cell. As the transportation of energy deepened, the 5 elements of aura began to change. Suddenly, the breath became fiery, as fierce as the blazing summer sun. At this moment, the 5 elements aura seemed like a blazing flame, scorching every inch of his skin. Immediately afterward, the 5 elements of aura took on a different appearance. An autumn wind swept through, bringing with it an air of solemnity. Yang's body seemed to be enveloped by another layer of icy frosty fog, and even the sweaty hairs on his body were trembling slightly. And when the cold winds of winter whistled by, the 5 elements of aura instantly became ice-cold and bone-chilling. He could feel as if his blood was going to freeze. This was only the initial change of the 4 seasons of cold and warmth, and when the two of them transported their energy to a later stage, the change of the power of the 5 elements was even more astonishing. At that moment, Guli opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Li when she saw that Yang was slow to respond. Seeing the corners of his mouth rise with a thieving smile, Guli couldn't help but feel some sweet little emotions in her heart. She pouted poutingly, her eyes narrowed playfully, and she lightly patted Yang's arm, saying, "What are you laughing at, old boy?" Yang is not hip. The big hand slapped hard on her arched buttocks, and just when he wanted to respond to Guli by making a funny face, he was caught by her jade hand. She said with a hint of shyness as she gently took his hand, her face slightly flushed. "No, stop it. I've had enough." Immediately afterward, Guli arched into Yang's arms like a lazy kitten, adjusting to a comfortable position. She tilted her head slightly, rubbing her forehead against his chin, her fingers drawing circles on his chest, her eyes full of anticipation. "You're going to cherish me, you know?" She bit her lip gently, a hint of cunning in her eyes, and continued, "I'll be sad if you don't cherish me. I want you to have me in your heart all the time and only be good to me. Will you promise me?" With that, she wrapped her arms around Yang's neck and pressed her face against his chest, inhaling deeply as a happy smile spread across her face. Yang was slightly stunned, and then he revealed a smile, his eyes full of favor. He reached out and gently stroked Guli's hair, his voice gentle. "Mastermind." Before the words fell, Yang's lips were sealed by Guli's green onion-like fingers, and she gently tossed her head, saying with a slight hint of dissatisfaction, "From now on, when no one is around, don't call me master." Yang sniffed, and there was no way he wouldn't understand. He lightly rested his chin on top of Guli's head and took a deep breath, feeling her scent. Afterwards, he gently cupped Guli's face and looked at her tenderly, his eyes full of deep love, and said, "I promise you, Ali." He gently held Guli's hand and placed it on his chest, a hint of determination in his eyes. Guli's eyes widened slightly, her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her already rosy lips opened slightly, revealing an expression of happiness. During Yang's speech, her eyes never left him, as if she wanted to carve his every expression into her heart. The heart that has been lonely for almost 4,000 years finally has someone worth entrusting it to, even though he was his own disciple. "So what?" Guli gently bit her lip, and a layer of mist instantly floated within her eyes. Yang looked at Guli in his arms. An indescribable feeling of satisfaction welled up in his heart, and he was overcome with emotion. She was like an iceberg, keeping her world to herself over the long years, shutting people out. And right now, in front of herself, she was showing a very different side. The gentleness in her eyes, the dependence with that little daughterly gesture tinged with shyness, blossomed only in front of herself. How many people in this world can see such a tender side of her? Her coolness and loneliness was an unattainable existence in the eyes of the world, and he himself was able to get her to take off her defenses and show such a tender side. Thinking of this, Yang Huan could not help but feel a sense of joy in his heart, as if he had possessed a supreme treasure. As the sun sank in the west, the peach blossom forest was enveloped in twilight and slowly darkened. The afterglow was like diluted gold dust, shedding dappled light and shadow among the branches, and the whole world became hazy and dreamy. Guli's eyes were less green, replaced by a different kind of blaze. She bit her lip lightly and tilted her head slightly. Her eyes filled with longing. Her breathing became rapid and her voice whispered with a hint of pout. "Cheer, I want you." With that, she sent her vermilion lips towards Yang's thin lips. Just then, a strange feeling suddenly came from Yang's dantian. It was as if his body was being pulled by an invisible force, and the aura in his body began to surge uncontrollably. It was as if that power was constantly pounding his meridians, causing him to feel a stabbing pain. Yang frowned, trying to suppress the power. He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. My dantian. Before the words were finished, this force in Yang dantian grew stronger and stronger, even causing his body to start trembling slightly. Guli sensed Yang's abnormality and stopped his movements, then tried to ferry a trace of aura into Yang's meridians to probe. However, when her aura only touched Yang, she felt a resistance. How strange. Why is the power inside him so strong? As a veteran transitional stage expert, Guli's eyes flinched and immediately helped Yang sit up. Huan, concentrate on the 5 hearts. After saying that, Guli gathered up the power of his Yuanshan to envelop him in case his life was in danger. Yang closed his eyes and concentrated on the changes in the dantian. Under internal vision, one could only see the sea of qi within the dantian rolling around like a raging wave. The island in the sea of qi was covered in a faint purple aura, appearing both mysterious and bizarre. Mi Chao, what's going on here? Chapter 117, Why don't we go into seclusion together? Inside Yang's dantian, the sea of qi tumbled endlessly, and at this moment it was expanding with the island as its center. Above the small island, rich purple qi erupted from that spiritual spring. They were like curls of smoke, haloing the color of the qi sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. Above the sea of qi, the stars shone brightly, with the 7 brightest of them glittering as if outlining the legendary Big Dipper. The aura is dense and purple. It was as if the small island of Golden Dan had been endowed with a magical Taoist rhythm by the great Tao. As time passes, there is a surprising change of seasons on the island. Moreover, the flow of time within Yang Dantian seemed to be different from the outside world, and in an instant, more than 10 springs and autumns had passed. As the spirit fountain spewed out purple qi more and more slowly, the ecology of the island gradually stabilized. At this time, the island is full of flowers and trees, and all kinds of plants are settled in the land. The soft green grass is like a soft velvet carpet, and the flowers are gently swaying in the breeze, emitting a burst of fragrance. The trees are tall and straight, with dense foliage, and some are full of fruit. The whole island is full of life and vitality, as if it were a paradise. Just then, buzz, a rhyme rang out in Yang's head. This Tao rhyme was like an incomparably sharp blade that cut through invisible shackles, allowing him to feel an unprecedented ease. Open the Tai Shang. Start the Wuji. Qian Kuan 9 revolutions. The wheel of yin and yang. The 5 elements. 9 heavenly voices wrapped in majestic power rolled in from the sky. Under the impact of this force, Yang's divine soul instantly swelled violently, as if it had the posture of being burst in a few moments. He closed his eyes tightly. Bean-sized beads of sweat continued to roll down on his forehead, and his face grew paler and paler. Just as Yang's divine soul was about to collapse at the 1000th moment, the stone egg on the small island in the Qi Sea trembled slightly, and a faint ray of light slowly floated out from the stone egg. This virtual shadow seems to be the first awakening from the chaos, although it is not fully formed, but it has already revealed the embryonic form of the first baby. He pointed to the sky on one hand and to the earth on the other, and the light around him flickered as if he was dialoguing with heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, the raging of the sea of qi gradually subsided, and the island violently let out a loud sound to stop shaking. Air. Suddenly, a word came out of the shadowy figure's mouth. Despite the flatness of the voice, it was like it carried endless energy, shaking a ripple in the dantian. In the meantime, this majestic power was even spreading outward from Yang's body. Boom! Boom boom! A rumble resounded within the defensive boundary that Guli had laid down with the power of his Yuanshin, and the boundary was rushed and shaken, even broken. The impact on her Yuanshin caused her throat to sweeten and she almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. In order to prevent the power from leaking out, as well as to cover up the real situation in the peach blossom forest, Guli could only grit his teeth and release more of his Yuanshin power, firmly protecting Yang Huan under his own power. Fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, her face was grave, and her eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. What horror is hidden inside you? Surprisingly, even I transited 3. When the words reached his mouth, Guli suddenly paused, a trace of incredulity flashing in his eyes. She suddenly realized that her cultivation level had jumped 3 steps in a row, reaching the 6th level of the transition. Guli's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yang, her heart filled with confusion and curiosity. However, the situation at hand did not allow her to hesitate. Guli took a deep breath and quickly sat cross-legged in front of Yang. She quickly made seals with both hands, her gaze fixed on Yang, and propped up a stronger Yuanshin boundary. As the seals continued to change, her body trembled slightly, and her unclothed skin was covered in sweat. It was late into the night. Yang finally stabilized his divine soul with the help of the virtual shadow inside his body. At this moment, the enlarged divine soul was like a bright sun, emitting dazzling light. Thinking back to today's events, Yang's heart palpitated. The power of the 5 elements of the spiritual body's feedback is too strong, so strong that it almost made his own divine soul burst. Yang took a deep breath and felt the power of the divine soul surging through his body. Next breath, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be several very strong confinements above the divine soul. These confinements were like a shackle, tightly binding the divine soul so that it could only grow within a limited range. At that moment, a ghostly voice suddenly sounded in Yang's mind. Thou hast grown a little faster than I thought. The voice seemed to come from a distant time and space, carrying a hint of mystery and vicissitude. Hearing this voice for the second time, Yang Huan's heart fluttered and he immediately responded with excitement. Senpai, the voice continued. Thou canst find the confinement above the soul of God and break it, and thou shalt come into their sight. When Yang heard this, he first pondered for a few breaths, then took a deep breath and asked with doubt, Elder, who are they? The voice was silent for a moment, and slowly said, They're still too far away for you. Yang couldn't help but frown, his face filled with eagerness and curiosity as he pursued the question. Elder, what should I do then? The voice echoed in the silence as if it carried unquestionable power. Do your best to break free from the 9 remaining confinements on your divine soul and grow your divine soul. It's the only thing you can and must do. Yang muttered and repeated the word senior, chewing on his deeper meaning. What exactly are these confinements? And why do they exist? And how do you go about breaking free? If there are still 9 remaining confinements that need to be broken, then according to senior's meaning, I have already broken one today? No wonder I feel like my divine soul power is countless times stronger. Yang wanted to ask something more, yet there was silence in his mind and no more response. He looked around at the empty surroundings, as if a fog was lingering in his mind. That's just it. These mysteries will be solved someday. Yang thought this, then slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Guli saw that he had woken up and hurriedly came forward, asking with concern, Huan, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Is there any more physical discomfort? Yang shook his head slightly, a hint of a smile on his face, and said, It's okay, I'm fine. Guli carefully sized up Yang, and was relieved to see that he looked peaceful. She stood up and held out her hand to assist Yang, saying, That's good. Let's go back to Daoxian Peak. Seeing that he was unwilling to tell the secret of his body, Guli did not force him, but instead felt a sense of relief in his heart. Even though Yang still looked like he was still at the chi refining stage, judging from the strength of his physical body and divine soul, he wasn't as weak as he appeared to be. It wasn't until today that she realized just how strong Yang's physical body hidden under her clothing was. His flesh was filled with a sense of power, with tight muscle lines that contained endless energy, and when he moved it seemed as if he would never stop. And his divine soul power was even tougher, even radiating power that was able to break the boundary she had laid with her Yuanshin power. Maybe he is just used to pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. And even she, the master, well, the Dao couple, wants to keep her in the dark. Thinking of this, Guli couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. She didn't care that Yang was hiding his strength. On the contrary, she thought it was a sign of intelligence. Cheer, snuggle up tight, is going to fly. Not waiting for Guli to finish, Yang stood up and pressed himself tightly behind her, his hands tenderly wrapping around her small waist. Feeling the difference behind her, Guli slightly tilted her head back and imprinted on Yang's cheek, saying softly, You can only snuggle don't want to get an inch. I broke through tonight to start closing the door and stabilizing my cultivation. Hearing this, the corners of Yang's mouth curved into a shallow arc. His eyes filled with laughter. He called up the system attribute panel in his mind. Name Guli. Power, Xian sect. Age, 3722. Cultivation level, 6th level. Charm value, 93. Intimacy, 100. Mystery number, 1. Others, 5 elements spiritual body. I seem to have made a breakthrough as well. Why don't we go into seclusion together? Chapter 118. Are you there? What are you doing? Do you want to meet? After the two of them shared a flying sword and returned to Daoxian Peak. Just as he landed, Guli turned around, his eyes gazing at Yang with affection. He then gave him a pasting. When he felt his hands restlessly on his body again, she gently took a half step backward, rushing to tap his forehead with a green finger before he could speak. Good disciple. Master needs to close the door to stabilize his cultivation. A short period of 10 days. A long period of no more than half a month. Wait for Master to come out of the gate. Well. Yang were willing to wait for her to finish her sentence. Couldn't wait to press his lips together, and wrapped one hand tightly around her waist. Guli only felt a heavenly rotation, and her entire body was firmly confined in his arms. For a long time, the lips parted. Yang seemed to mumble as if she couldn't get enough of it. Li's lips, they taste so good. Seeing that he had gotten the better of him, Guli feigned anger and her eyes flashed a hint of cunning. She stood on her tiptoes slightly and bit him heavily on the lips, pretending to be serious. You can only call your teacher Ali when no one is around. After saying that, Guli had a smile on his lips as he lightly stepped on the flying sword and turned into a rainbow light, flying towards the sect master peak. Yang shook off his head and rubbed his lips, which were a little raw from biting, and muttered in his heart, "This woman, she's a real pain in the ass. One moment, let someone call Ali, and then let someone call Master. Alas, don't recognize anyone when they put on a skirt." He stood in place, looking in the direction Guli had left, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise as her appearance just now came to mind. She's kinda cute like that, though. Before going back to his house, Yang stood outside Yu Qingqing's house and pulled up the attribute panel with a thought. Name Moon Qing Chang. Power, Xian sect. Age, 19. Cultivation level, Foundation Stage 9. 5 layer. Charm value, 94. Intimacy, 85. Mystery number, 1. Others, Star Sacred Body. His eyes fell on Yu Qingqing's message, and he couldn't help but murmur. And 9. 5 floors? It seems that this girl Qingqing's immortal karma is extremely profound, and according to this trend, it is estimated that she will soon be able to step into the 10th level mark. Yang nodded slightly, his gaze looking through the window pane into the room, as if he saw the appearance of Yu Qingqing diving into her cultivation. He pondered in his mind. At this moment, Guli, Lu Ningxuang, and Yu Qingqing are all in closed-door cultivation. Ling Yu has returned to the sect, and Yue even doesn't know when she'll come out of seclusion. The cashback objects are all out of commission. Master Unity, so tell me, is it time for me to go dig up a few new ones? System. Since activating the system, Yang had long gotten used to its silence. He sighed softly and stopped obsessing about getting an answer. At this time, the summoning jade that had not vibrated for a long time unexpectedly vibrated slightly for a few moments. Gingerly, in? Seeing Jiang Li's message, Yang froze. This woman isn't crossing over too, is she? Why does it feel like every time she sends a message it's always with a setup? Everyone else sends messages that go straight to the point. She's good. Just like those little girls at Blue Star. She makes people's hearts itch. Yang scratched her head. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and then she sent a message back to her. Yang, yes. What's up? The two of them would actually communicate their recent situation from time to time using the transmission J-Jewel. However, in Jiang Li's opinion, she was always the first to reply to messages sent by Yang. But when she sends a message to Yang, it's like she's caught in an endless cycle. Often either a stone sinks into the sea, or there is no news. Every 3 or 5 days and then back. That is a common occurrence. The process of waiting for a reply was torturous to Jiang Li, and she often stood in front of the summoning jade, waiting with bated breath for Yang's response. Even after several days, she still checked in from time to time, expecting a reply from Jan. This taste of waiting made Jiang Li's resentment towards Yang deepen in his heart. As the pavilion master of the Many Treasures Pavilion, how could anyone dare treat her like this? Immortal-less city, multi-treasure pavilion general pavilion. The carved beams and painted buildings exuded a simple and ancient atmosphere, and the exquisite glazed tiles refracted a misty color under the moonlight. Jiang Li was dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, like a blooming lily. Her slender waist was full, and the hem of her skirt clung with the wind to her flat-eased delicate body. The bright moonlight sprinkled on her, outlining her delicate figure, and exuding a transcendent aura between her hands and feet. It's so beautiful you can't take your eyes off it. Just at that moment, The summoning jade disc in her hand vibrated. When she saw Yang's reply, she had thought that she would have to wait for a long time again, but she didn't expect it to be so swift this time. Zhongli couldn't help but stare with a face full of surprise and couldn't help but mutter, "I can't believe I'm back so soon this time?" A hint of surprise flashed in Zhongli's eyes, and he secretly guessed in his heart, did something happen over there? Or maybe he suddenly remembered something important and happened to inform me? She bit her lip and quickly replied, "Zhongli, you came back really fast this time. I thought I would have to wait for some more days." Zhongli put down the jade, pacing back and forth in the room. His heart cannot help but some chaos. When Yang saw Zhongli's reply, the corners of his mouth turned slightly, and he secretly spat in his heart. Is this still a? It's just a message. What's the big deal? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but conjure up Zhang Li's haughty look in his mind and couldn't help but snort a laugh. Old man is not a licking dog. Slow to return the message is slow, and there is nothing important to communicate. Back so fast to do what? Yang shook his head and continued to ponder. Is it hard to believe that she's interested in me? Why else would she care so much about how fast I return messages? Thinking of this, the corner of Yang's mouth curled up into a smile, and he quickly replied while murmuring in a low voice, "Let's see what she's got in her gourd." "Yang, what's the matter? So concerned about me being slow and returning messages? Is there something urgent you want to see me about?" The other side. When Zhangli received Yang's reply, his gaze lingered on the jade for a moment, and he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. She bit her bottom lip lightly, mulling over Yang's words in her mind. This Mu Huan, Immortal Duke Mu, is really an insensitive fellow. Zhongli muttered in a small voice, his brows furrowing slightly. She placed the jade on the table and tapped her fingers lightly on the tabletop as Yang's appearance came to mind. Since the last time they parted, Zhongli hadn't seen Yang for a long time. Thinking back to Yang's unique style of acting and extraordinary temperament when he was in Immortalist City, the corners of Zhongli's mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Immortal Mu, you are truly a special person, she murmured softly. Recently, the multi-treasure pavilion had received many supplies that did not belong to the Xian demon continent from multiple sources. This made Zhongli more and more curious about Yang's identity. Are you someone from the Liuli Palace or the Xian Tian sect? Zhongli stood up and paced back and forth in the room, Yang's figure constantly floating in his mind. Who the hell are you? She whispered to herself. I must find out who you really are. Zhongli stopped and her jade hand once again pressed on the summoning jade disc on the table. Gingerly, meet and tell? After sending the message, Zhongli quietly waited for Yang's reply. She was filled with anticipation and a little nervous at the same time. She wasn't sure how Yang would respond, or if she could unravel his mystery. Whoever you are, I'm going to find out. Chapter 119, Are you planning to seduce today? A few days later, Fallen Cloud State, Twilight Island. The sun is setting, the waves are sparkling, the far shore is misty, and the island is lush and green. A boat leisurely rowed across the lake, oars gently shaking, stirring up the golden afterglow, bringing up layers of ripples. Do. At this time, inside the painted boat, the enchanting Zhongli was elegantly warming the pot and scalding the cups, the crisp sound accompanied by the tumbling heat of the tea, curling up, except for the central state, which is still in turmoil. The falling cloud, northern desert, and Changlan have all been pacified. She was maneuvering various types of tea utensils while methodically talking about the situation in the world. Falling Cloud State has the most divine and steep purple sky peak, and the mountains and forests are dense and misty, not the least bit inferior to the Battle Sect's Cave of Heavenly Blessings. After saying that, Zhongli placed the steep tea, set it in front of Yang, her eyes flowing, and softly said, Immortal Emperor, taste my little sister's purple sky immortal chui. Yang gently picked up the teacup, slightly closed his eyes, gently sniffing the tea, the curling aroma as if with wisps of ethereal aura. He took a shallow sip, the tea slowly dispersed on the tip of his tongue, first a hint of refreshing, followed by a faint sweetness. The taste lingered in his mouth. Ding! Detected Zhongli gifting host with spiritual tea purple sky immortal chui, triggering 10,000 times cashback, rewarding immortality golden crow divine bud. This tea, with its mellow taste and overflowing aura, is truly the best of teas. With a smile on his face, Yang admired the spring lake light and the beautiful person in front of him, but his thoughts drifted into the distance. Thousands of years of continuous conquests had resulted in most of the cultivators on the Xian demon continent being deeply involved in high-intensity warfare and strife. They traveled through the bloodshed, one moment alive, the next perhaps dead. War was raging, fairies and devils were in turmoil, and countless lives were lost in this land. Spiritual veins everywhere were mercilessly plundered, and countless spiritual treasures shattered in the fight. Those once lofty clans and lineages were also shaken by the storm over the long years. In such a situation, There are very few cultivators who truly know how to enjoy life. They were so overshadowed by the war that they had no time for the good things in life. Most people are fighting tooth and nail to survive. Even in brief moments of respite, they had trouble relaxing. For them, enjoying life becomes a luxury. And those cultivators who can quietly savor a cup of tea and enjoy a piece of scenery are even more of a rare existence. The painted boat moved forward leisurely, as if isolated from the world. At this moment, only this boat, and only the two people in the boat can enjoy this rare silence. Zhongli tilted his head slightly, and his gaze fell on Yang in front of him. Compared to before in the immortal-less city, he had restrained his awe-inspiring aura, was less murderous, and was much more laid back. Yang's eyebrows were lowered, lightly sniffing the tea, looking as if he had found a peaceful harbor in this troubled world. Taking a shallow sip of tea, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cozy look. This instant, the Mu Xianzuan in Zhang Li's eye seemed to have shed his usual cold shell, revealing a different kind of warmth inside. She couldn't help but feel ripples in the bottom of her heart, and a different kind of sentiment grew quietly. How many other sides of him are unknown? With this thought, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and softly opened her mouth to inquire. Immortal father, you seem to be extraordinarily fond of this tea? At the sound of Yang's voice, she opened her eyes slowly, and responded with a shallow smile under her eyes. My father doesn't actually know how to taste tea. Speaking of which, he looked austere, placing the tea in his hands steadily on the table. Although his movements were slow, his breath around him was instantly stern. The corner of the lip smile has not been reduced, but the tone has been as cold as an ice knife. Tasting tea is concerned about the timing, location, people and, although the quality of this tea is good, just right now, I'm afraid to be drenched in blood. The words fell. The calm lake surface was as if stirred up by an invisible giant hand, and between the water splashing, several black shadows as if they were ghosts broke out of the water around the boat. The first person emanated the majestic pressure unique to a Mahayana stage powerhouse. The aura around his body surged and turned into a substantial black mist that enveloped his figure. The cold light of the long knife in his hand flashed, slashing straight at the bow of the painted boat. The rest of the assassins, with athletic figures, each used their own means, some offering spiritual weapons whistling and smashing towards the boat. Some of them performed weird body techniques, lightly pointing on the water surface, utilizing the force as if flying, instantly approaching the boat, waving sharp blades in their hands, bringing up a piece of cold ons. Zhongli furrowed his eyebrows and let out a cold snort. His figure did not move, and with a wave of his robe sleeve, a forbidding barrier instantly rose around the perimeter of the boat. Bang! Boom! Those flying spirit weapons were blocked as much as they could, crashing into the forbidden system with a deafening thud and splashes of light. At the same time, the shadow guards of the Duo Treasure Pavilion appeared as if they were ghosts. The first person was tall, fully dressed in black, with a specially made bronze mask on his face, revealing only a pair of cold, eagle-like eyes. He quickly made seals with both hands and mouthed the words. In an instant, a golden rune surged out from his palm, interweaving into a huge defensive net in the air. The forbidden barrier that he and Jiang Li had erected echoed each other, firmly protecting the painted boat. The other shadow guards were also well trained, working in groups of two, with one casting offensive spells. Flames, lightning, ice prisms, and other elemental powers jumped and whistled out from their fingertips, attacking towards the group of assassins. Another person, armed with a special spiritual weapon, either a long sword or a short halberd, rushed into the group of assassins under the cover of spells and fought them in close combat. For a time, above the lake, aura rays, spirit weapon radiance, and spells of various colors were intertwined, and the sounds of shouts, collisions, and explosions were endless. Cold aura appeared in Zhang Li's beautiful eyes, as if a frosty blade broke through the ice, but in an instant, that coldness seemed to be gently covered by a layer of soft mist. Immediately afterward, she slowly got up and folded her hands demurely crossed in front of her body, bowing down towards Yang. This bending over, that already slimming garment was even tighter due to her movements, demoving mountain gullies in the light of the setting sun, just like being lit by the golden stream. Shaking people cannot open their eyes, through the endless charm and temptation. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, and her voice carried a few moments of softness and pouting. Immortal father, rest your anger. This change is all Zhang Li's fault. Between the words, the corners of her eyes rose slightly, and she surreptitiously raised her eyes to glance at Yang. The gaze was both apologetic and seemed to hide the slightest hint of titillating affection. Yang originally kept a close eye on the battle. His eyes were sharp and alert, always ready to deal with unexpected situations. But when Zhang Li bent down to make amends, the eye-catching scenery slammed into his eyes. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and his gaze subconsciously lingered for a moment longer on that shaky spot. With that, he coughed lightly and narrowed his gaze, thinking darkly. The day before yesterday she was a boss. Yesterday she was a little family man. And today she's planning to color? These assassins couldn't have been hired by her to prepare for the role of a beautiful woman rescuing a hero, could they? The corners of Yang's mouth imperceptibly rose slightly as she looked at Zhongli with a smile, her eyes carrying a few hints of cunning, the corners of her mouth quietly hooking up into a slight arc. He clasped his arms with both hands and leaned back slightly in obedience, his whole body leaning lazily against the carved pearwood chair of the painted boat. The posture appeared to be leisurely, but in reality, his mind moved and he called up the attribute panel in his mind. Name Zhan Yujie. Power, Battle Sect. Age, 2365. Cultivation level, Mahayana Stage Level 3. Name, Waridun. Power, Battle Sect. Age, 1236. Cultivation level, second level of the transitional stage. Yang's gaze was like electricity as he quickly swept through the string of information, his eyes instantly becoming as sharp as an eagle. The mind was on guard. Good guy. These assassins. Clear all the people of the battle sect. It seems that this multi-treasure pavilion, there is also the infernal path. Read about it. Yang slightly sat up straight, and although he still had a calm and relaxed look, the aura emanating from his body had quietly condensed by a few points. With that, he returned his gaze to Zhongli, only to see Zhongli's teeth lightly biting her lower lip, her hands unconsciously clenching the corner of her coat. That look as if she was trying her best to suppress her inner emotions. She moved lightly with her lotus steps, slowly approaching Yang, slightly tilting her head, a hint of careful expectation in her gaze, and said softly, Immortal Father, this matter is due to Zhongli. I still hope that Immortal Father will allow it. Without waiting for Yang to respond, Zhongli's figure dissipated in place like smoke, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of War Yujie. The jade palm turned into a fist, wrapped in an overpowering aura, and blasted towards him without mercy. This sudden turn of events caused Yang to raise an eyebrow in his heart. It's really an acute one, but this body is something to see. Chapter 120 Bullying a Weak Woman. You deserve to die. Zhongli's stance was like a ghost, instantly moving in front of War Yujie in a flash. The jade fist was clenched tightly, wrapped in the force of 10,000 pounds that was enough to open mountains and crack rocks, and blasted out. Where the eyes of the fist were, the spiritual energy was like a surging tide of anger surging, and it actually seemed to be wrapped in the power of a dragon. The air around was instantly compressed dramatically, crackling popping sound endless. The surface of the surrounding lake seemed as if it was being pressed by an invisible giant hand, depressing a huge puddle of water, with the water splashing outward in a spiral pattern. When War Yujie saw this, his face suddenly changed drastically, and a flash of panic flashed under his eyes. However, the arrogance and depth of being a Mahayana cultivator allowed him to instantly stabilize his mind. The majestic spiritual chi in his body was like a flood that broke the dike, and in an instant, it was poured into the spiritual weapon sword in his hand. The blade buzzed and its light sword, transforming into a several feet long blade of light, as if it could open up the sky and ruthlessly chopped horizontally towards Zhongli. This knife chopped out the lake surface as if paper mache, hard to be split out a bottomless gully. A cold aura blossomed in Zhongli's beautiful eyes, not flickering or avoiding. The aura glow on his fist was like a blazing sun shining in the world, colliding head-on with the light blade of that battle sword. For a moment, heaven and earth seemed to stand still. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar imitated the sky exploding. A ring-shaped shockwave of spiritual energy centered on the point of collision between the two, as if it were a post-apocalyptic tsunami, sweeping away in all directions. The boat on the lake was impacted by this force shook violently, the wooden planks of the boat creaking, as if groaning in pain. In the distance on Twilight Island, trees were uprooted, boulders rolled down, and flying sand filled the air. How could Zhongli not expect that a black shadow appeared as if out of thin air and stopped her attack hard? War Ichuan's black robe was hunting, and a roguish look of a smirk hung on his face. The eyes instantly became filled with lust after stopping Zhongli. It was as if a slimy viper was roaming back and forth on Zhongli's body, and a sickening slurping sound came out of his mouth. Yo, little beauty, playing sneak attack here? Did you ask your brother War? Zhongli's eyebrows were turned upside down, and her beautiful eyes were burning with anger, as if they could set this heaven and earth on fire, as she shouted angrily, Shameless man, don't be so full of here. If you have the ability to fight with Auntie squarely. Between the words, the hegemony is revealed, as if the overlord overlooking the living world, not to be doubted, not to be provoked. Zhongli had originally thought of a quick battle, blasting this group of assassins to death, after which he would immediately rush back to Immortal-less City to settle the internal affairs of the multi-treasure pavilion. After all, her meeting with Immortal Mu was top secret, and in the multi-treasure pavilion, there were no more than a handful of people who knew about it. However, this is only along the Lansang River all the way to the west in just a few days. The front foot had just stepped into the boundaries of the Sunset Cloud Prefecture, and the back foot was defenselessly attacked violently by the group of people in front of him. If it was said that there were no spies in the multi-treasure pavilion who secretly tipped them off, Zhongli would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. As a result, the current Zhongli was on fire. Unfortunately, Battle Xian, however, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke, threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, little beauty, do you really think you're an onion? But since you want to play, Master will play with you. After saying that, he clenched his hands into fists. His body's aura surged madly, and a layer of bizarre black light rose around him, as if he was possessed by a demon. With a flash of his body, he instantly approached Zhongli and raised his hand to blast out a fist. This fist seems to be casual, but actually hidden mystery. Fist wind whistling, as if wrapped in the 9 ghosts of the wind. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be frozen, emitting the sound of click ice cracks. Spectral fist. Zhongli snorted coldly, undaunted. His footsteps flicked, as if he was a dancing but hidden murderous fairy, meeting this punch with dominance. Boom! A dull and extremely loud sound burst out at first. It was as if a bell had been struck violently between heaven and earth, and the sound waves rolled out, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Although Zhongli's cultivation level is slightly higher than that of Zhang Yichen's, according to common sense, he should have a slight advantage in terms of strength. However, the inheritance of the battle sex underworld lineage had always been strong and bizarre, and its unique feats and subtle killing moves never lost. Coupled with Battle Yichen's outstanding talent, in actual combat, the two appeared to be on equal footing. The two exchanged punches after. With a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, War Ichuan once again approached Zhongli. His hands danced, and a black spiritual energy was like a dragon coming out of the sea, winding its way towards Zhongli. A little beauty, a little something, but not much. Zhang Li's eyes grew more and more stern, and his hands formed seals in the air at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, a huge handprint of spiritual energy took shape above his head. The handprint shining brightly and the runes flickering as if it was inscribed with the supreme principles of heaven and earth. The handprint carried a heaven-destroying aura as it slapped down towards Battle Yichen. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be deflated, emitting a buzzing sound of extrusion. War Yichen's face changed, putting away his teasing color and pouring his entire body's aura into the shield in front of him. The shield glowed brightly, like a black sun. When the two met, the light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes, and only an ear-piercing sound that sounded like metal twisting and boulders cracking could be heard. A moment later, the light dispersed, and Battle Yichen staggered back a few steps, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Zhongli, on the other hand, was also panting slightly and his hair was disheveled. However, in those beautiful eyes, the burning battle intent became more and more intense, as if it wanted to completely burn this Battle Yichuan. Battle Clan, the underworld lineage. Speaking of this, Zhongli skimmed towards the painted boat, pondering in his heart. Mu Huan is clearly on good terms with the battle sect. Why would someone from the battle sect still come to pick a fight? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Zhongli's mind. Her beautiful eyes stared, and a smug smile hung at the corner of her mouth as she thought in her heart. Interesting, looks like you're about to lose your hide. At this time, when War Yichen saw that his blow was not fully successful, although his face was still wearing that roguish playful smile, the bottom of his eyes flashed through a trace of gloomy kites. His figure stormed back several feet and he exchanged a quick glance with War Yujie. The two of them instantly reached a tacit understanding and used a hand to encircle Zhongli. War Yujie wiped away the blood that remained at the corner of his mouth. His hands tightly gripped the spiritual weapon battle blade, and the light of the blade once again flourished. With a loud shout, he swung his battle sword and viciously slashed a half-moon-shaped arc of spiritual energy from top to bottom straight at Zhongli's face. In the meantime, Zhang Yichen's hands danced as if they were ghosts, and a black aura gushed out from his palms in a steady stream. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge black net of spiritual energy. The runes on top of the black net flickered, emitting a bizarre aura as it came down towards Zhongli's head. Zhongli's face was grave, her beautiful eyes staring at the duo's attack, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Her feet stepped into the air, her aura instantly erupting around her. Her jade fists clenched, and she blasted out several punches against their harsh attacks. After a few rounds, Zhongli gradually felt overwhelmed. Her breath became more and more disorganized, and the depletion of her spiritual energy caused her figure to slow down a bit. Her forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and a strand of her hair was stuck to her cheek, but she still clenched her teeth and insisted, her beautiful eyes burning with an unyielding flame. Just when Zhongli couldn't hold back, a figure seemed to descend from the sky. Yang put his hands behind his back. His stance was as straight as a pine, and his cold gaze was like a materialized cold aura. His gaze slowly swept over the two of them, Battle Chen and Battle Uj. One by one. That look was like a deity towering above and overlooking the ants of the world, permeated with endless detachment and contempt. Yang's thin lips slightly opened, and his voice rolled out lowly from his throat, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Bullying a weak woman. The people of the battle sect are nothing more than that. TSK TSK TSK. Strike that. Yang's figure did not move. Only that white jade-like finger was gently raised, pointing at War Uj from afar. The corners of his mouth hooked up in a mocking arc, and he coldly squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. You deserve to die. As soon as the words fell, it was as if a large invisible hand had swept through the air. War Uj's face suddenly changed as he stared in horror. Just as he wanted to raise his hand to fend it off, he realized that he couldn't do anything or move. Immediately afterward, War Uj's body collapsed with a loud bang, his vitality instantly dissipating, his eyes still round, full of unwillingness and horror. Zhongli's beautiful eyes opened roundly, incredulously looking at this scene, her veiled hand unconsciously covering her mouth, her heart in shock. Although she knew that Yang's strength was unfathomable, she didn't expect him to kill so easily, taking someone's life with a thought. Words come out. Emperor, he is Emperor. Emperor. Zhang Li's delicate body trembled slightly. Her throat felt like it was being strangled by an invisible hand as she struggled to make a trembling sound. Warichen's pupils also contracted dramatically, as if 2 points of cold stars had suddenly shrunk to the size of a needlepoint. Bean-sized cold sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead, densely covering his forehead and rustling down his cheeks. At the moment, in his eyes, Yang was like the demon god that crossed the border from the 9 hells, exuding a mysterious and chilling aura around him. Simply standing there made one's heart feel timid, as if it would be swallowed up by endless darkness in the next moment. Reminiscing about the Battle Sect's volume of canonical collections, those astonishing accounts surfaced one by one in his mind at this moment. Your Emperor. War Ichwan's voice trembled terribly as he struggled to squeeze a few broken syllables out of his dry throat. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a thud, clasping his hands together and raising them above his head, grabbing the ground with his head and shouting at the top of his voice. Latecomer Battleichen. Greetings to Emperor. Chapter 121, Farking Squid. Don't eat the pickled carrots. Modifying War Uj's status will cost 10 million spirit stones. OK/cancel. OK. Change its status to dead. Ding. Changes have been made. Thank you. Welcome to the next visit. Yang didn't expect that modifying the attributes of a Mahayana cultivator would only require a mere 10 million spirit stones. The cost of pretending was so low that it instantly made his heart pound and his mind come alive. He turned his gaze to the trembling War Ichwan, who was kneeling a few feet away, and then silently called out in his heart, Master Unity, if we were to modify Battle Ishian's attributes, how many spirit stones would we have to spend? It costs 2 billion spirit stones to modify Waridon's power. It costs 1.5 billion spirit stones to modify Waridon's status. It costs 2.5 billion spirit stones to modify Battle Ichwan's cultivation level. The system's offer caused the corners of Yang's mouth to twitch a few times, following which, he turned his gaze back to Zhongli. What about changing Zhongli? How many spirit stones does it cost? Modifying Zhongli's attributes will cost 100 billion spirit stones. Modifying Zhongli's cultivation will cost 85 billion spirit stones. Modified by Zhongli. Upon hearing this, Yang's eyes instantly glazed over as if he had seen a ghost, and he yelled away mentally at the top of his voice. I say Master Unity, you're buying food at the market, and you're still looking at people? Change a War Yuza only 10 million. To Warichen here directly soared billions. What? He is made of gold? Zhongli is even more outrageous. Hundreds of billions of spirit stones are popping up. Why don't you go and grab them? All my belongings are not enough for you to get a fraction of this. You really know how to ask for a lot of money. You're not as bad as you are at pitting your father. I kind of understand. The little man is worth 3 melons and 2 dates. A little bit of ability. The value is like a rocket upward. So you're just a customized version of a quote from someone else. So be nice and give me a civilian price. Okay? Yang secretly slandered while looking blearily at the system panel in his head that was flashing with a cold light. Filled with helplessness. The other side. Battleichen knelt straight up in the void. His cold sweat was like pulp, and had long since drenched all of his clothes. Extreme fear made him not dare to move the slightest bit, for fear of disturbing the emperor not far away. The battle sect had been passed down for 10,000 years. There were many records of ancient cultivators in the sect's canonical texts. For example, after the transition stage, there are earth immortals, heaven immortals, golden immortals, and even saints, the great sage realm. From the earth immortal realm onwards, cultivators are separated from the category of human and are called immortals. Immortal, to the extreme of emptiness, to keep the peace and quiet, and to start the door of transcendence and sainthood. However, even in the great sage realm, it was still unable to break free from the shackles of life and death, and the haze of the death of the body and the disappearance of the Tao always followed. Legend has it that only the Emperor realm that truly comprehends the true meaning of the Great Tao, or even controls the Great Tao, can completely transcend the cycle of reincarnation and live forever. Under the Emperor realm, all are ants. The most notable characteristic of an Emperor realm cultivator was that his words followed the law. Every word that comes out of their mouths is an evolution of the Tao, an unquestionable authority, a truth that is universally applicable. The moment the words come out of his mouth, he can pry the rules of heaven and earth with his invisible power, rewrite the order of Qianquan, and make everything in the world follow his will. How could Johnny Chen not have expected that behind the Duo Treasure Pavilion stood an Emperor realm cultivator? It's over. Everything is over. His lips trembled slightly, and his form swayed, as if all the strength to support him had been drained from him, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Within the eyes, the original flickering light dimmed, leaving only a dead-like grayness. However, after the emotions of fear and despair had eased a little, a trace of suspicion gradually surged up and wore each one's heart. He frowned, a thoughtful essence flashing in his gaze as he secretly pondered. Why did he choose to kill only War Yujie and not me? Does he have something to worry about? Thinking of this, War Yixian's breath caught slightly, and his dry throat rolled with difficulty. He quietly raised his eyes, his afterglow sweeping toward the figure in the distance, his hands unconsciously clenching in his sleeves. Humph, maybe he's not even in the Emperor realm and is just bluffing. Thinking like this, a flash of madness ignited in the eyes of Battle Chen, and his breath quietly surged around him. This abnormality had not escaped the eyes of Yang and Zhongli. Yang's eyes flickered with a slight sideways glance, and a flicker of doubt flashed through his mind. Could it be that this pussy? I'm not getting it right? He did not move on the surface, still maintaining that inscrutable and cold look, but his afterglow was locked onto every move of Johnny Chen. Grizzly, you'd better not act rashly, or else the old man's big deal is to spend the 1.5 billion spirit stones he has on him. Young thought like this, while Jiang Li beside him returned to his senses, but a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a killing intent rose around him, only to see her figure flashing without hesitation. Wrapped in a biting wind, she rushed straight at Battle Chen and blasted over. The moment, Jiang Li's heart was like a river turning over, with various emotions intertwined. Thinking carefully, the attack initiated by the people of the battle sect was in all likelihood a deliberate and well-planned test. On the one hand, they were trying to probe the depths of their strength. On the other hand, Jiang Li guessed that they were trying to ascertain the strength of Immortal Mu. Multi-treasure pavilion is not her. Jiang family can single-handedly cover the sky. There are other 4 big families on the side like hungry wolves. The appearance of Mu Xianzuan, and friendship with the Jiang family. In the long run, the original balance of power within the multi-treasure pavilion is bound to change unknowingly. The sky is the limit. The world is bustling with interest. Businessmen value profit, and everything is done for profit. A few other families might be able to tolerate the Jiang family's momentary dominance, but the immortal Duke of Mu seems to be playing a big game of chess. The scope and impact of the scheme is so extensive that once it makes a mistake and reveals some cracks, it is very easy to touch the sensitive interests of all parties, leading to several major forces to instantly put aside their suspicions and join hands to check and balance. In their eyes, profit is above all else. They could not possibly sit back and watch Duo Baogo become a target, letting the wealth, power and prestige that had been painstakingly accumulated over the years go down the drain and suffer a heavy blow. If she, Jiang Li, invested in Mu Xianzuan could not bring great benefits to the multi-treasure pavilion, then, whoever he is, wherever he comes from, he has to die. Read about it. Jiang Li's eyes stared, and in his heart, he had already affirmed his suspicions. Today, the battle sect is brazenly striking out, and there must be the shadows of those few families behind it. However, they were mistaken in their intentions this time. A cultivator who could do what he said. His deterrent power was beyond imagination. Even if he wasn't a legendary Emperor realm powerhouse, just by virtue of this world-shattering divine ability, he already possessed the strength to change the color of heaven and earth. The multi-treasure pavilion is like an ant in front of such a strong person. Once he was offended, the consequences were unimaginable. As a result, Jiang Li's beautiful eyes lit up with flames of anger, and his body's spiritual energy was like a surging tide of anger, madly rushing to the end of his fist. She must blast the people of the battle sect to death today to show the Jiang clan as well as the many treasures pavilion. This punch, wrapped in her determination, indignation and unrelenting momentum, was thrown out with all her might. In an instant, the winds of the fist whistled, causing the surrounding space to ripple with layers visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the opposite side of the Battle Chen was also not willing to show weakness. his surrounding spiritual energy instantly bulged up, transforming into a layer of ink-colored light shield. Just like the possession of the underworld, his figure slightly crouched down, then the muscles of his right arm tightened, and his fist, also wrapped in endless spiritual power, met Jian Li's attack and blatantly blasted out. Boom! A loud sound was like a shocking thunder that exploded in this heaven and earth. The fists of the two men collided fiercely, and the berserk aura aftermath spread wildly in a ring shape. Wherever it went, the ground crumbled and boulders flew, as if the end times had come. Jian Li only felt a mountainous force coming from the surface of her fist, shocking her arm and causing her body's chi and blood to surge, but she would not easily show weakness. Shouted, left leg violently retreated a step back, using the momentum to stabilize her body. At the same time the right fist above the spiritual power once again surged. However, just as Jian Li's eyes flickered with a cold aura, he was already preparing to once again pour out his best efforts to blast out a fatal blow. A palm as white as jade silently poked out from behind her and gently rested on her shoulder. With that, a warm voice rang in her ears. The two of you are half a caddy in terms of cultivation. If you want to kill him, it will be as difficult as climbing into the sky. At this moment, Yang's black gold silk robe flicked with the wind, and his sleeves were hunting, as if he were an exiled immortal in the world. Eyes as if hiding a bright star river, body scattered with a mysterious atmosphere. The corner of the mouth is holding a seemingly shallow smile. It's getting late. My father is a little hungry. Let me fix it for you. Saying that, Yang lifted his hand, pointing at the distant Waridon, and lightly spat. Fark Squid. Chapter 122, The Joy of Wool Gathering. You can't know. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jian Li's world was as if he had gone through the vicissitudes of the world. On 2 occasions, I witnessed at close range the shocking scene of words follow the law. Yang's out-of-the-ordinary way of killing people had left her heart unsettled for a long time. Even though Jian Li couldn't figure out if what Yang had performed was a divine ability or some unknown mysterious means. However, it was an indisputable fact that a Mahayana stage and a transition stage cultivator had died throughout the nearly 10,000 long years of the Xian demon continent. Even the mighty and heavenly Ruyan Emperor Lu Ruyan, who was as powerful as the sky 2 or 3,000 years ago, was at his peak. I'm afraid it's hard to match what Yang did today. Jian Li's gaze, as if attracted by a magnet, was firmly glued to Yang's body beside him. Emotions churned in the depths of his eyes. From initial shock, it turned to a heart full of doubt, and gradually turned from doubt to uncontrollable excitement. Move 1. Who the hell are you? In Jian Li's eyes, Yang was like a thick fog, mysterious to the extreme. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see through the fog. Every time she thinks she's seen a glimpse of what's going on, Yang always surprises her by revealing a new side of herself, once again leaving her stunned. And it was this maddening elusiveness that, like a magic force, deeply attracted Jian Li. The curiosity in the bottom of her heart grew as wild as weeds, and she hated that she couldn't immediately reach out and unveil the mysterious veil shrouding Yang's body. Just as Jian Li was rambling, Yang reached out her hand and gently shook it in front of her eyes, following up with a snicker. Miss Jiang, does my father have flowers on his face? Jian Li was jerked back to reality by this sudden move. She first gouged out a slightly mortified glance at Yang, a gaze that seemed both angry and resentful. Then, as if clutched by some inexplicable emotion, his body involuntarily twisted slightly, showing a few points of consternation and squirming. After a few short breaths, Jian Li took a deep breath and said in a tone with a few deliberately feigned dominance, "Humph, just a guy at the second level of the district's transition stage. This girl can hammer him to death with 2 more moves at most." Although the words were strong, the slightly trembling end of her voice gave away the panic in her heart. A hint of cunning flashed in the bottom of Yang's eyes, and a smile spread across his face. Looking at Jian Li's shy and annoyed, forcibly calm appearance, he looked like a kitten that had exploded its fur but was also a little bit cute. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a few points, so he just went along with it and didn't poke at it, letting her show off. There was just a few moments of derision left in his gaze, lingering on her face for a moment longer than necessary, and it was all in the air. When the shadow guards of the Duoba Pavilion finished cleaning up the mess, the painted boat traveled west along the Lanshan River once again. At the beginning of the Chinese lights, the painting boat docked steadily at the dockside of a small mortal city called Hongdu. The hustle and bustle of a small town is like a tidal wave when you set foot on its soil. As far as the eye could see, the whole small town seemed to be lit up by stars, and the streets and alleys were brightly lit. Above the main street, people were coming and going, shoulder to shoulder, and laughter was intertwined and echoed. This was the second time that Yang strolled leisurely with Jian Li between the city streets. Compared to the one in Immortal-less City, this time the situation was quite different. This time, Jian Li didn't drive alongside Yang like he did last time, but instead quietly lagged behind him by half a length. She acted like this as if she was silently expressing her respect for Yang with the tiniest of gestures. As he was walking, Yang looked as if he suddenly sensed something, and his footsteps came to a screeching halt. Zhongli, who was immersed in his own thoughts, didn't pay any attention and crashed straight forward. Shasta, her delicate body crashed into Yang's arms. A head of green silk spread out like a waterfall, and a few strands of hair brushed mischievously against Yang's cheeks, carrying a silky fragrance. Yang subconsciously reached out and wrapped his hand around her slender waist, touching only feel warm and soft and delicate, nostrils full of her body's elegant aroma. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the surrounding clamor seemed to be cut off by an invisible barrier. Only this small, ambiguous surge of space remained, and the sound of their heartbeats intertwined together, clearly audible. Zhongli raised her head in a panic. Her cheeks were scarlet, just like the clouds in the sky, and the waves of light in her eyes were full of shyness and helplessness. She bit her lower lip lightly with her shell teeth, wanting to open her mouth to say something, but realized that her throat was so dry that she couldn't make half a sound. One could only look up at Yang like this, her chest rising and falling slightly. The sharp breath sprayed between Yang's neck, teasing him to the tip of his heart. Ah, yeah, sorry, I was thinking about things. Before Jiangli could finish her words, she saw Yang let go of her. Immediately after, as if nothing had happened, Yang looked as if nothing had happened, gently holding her soft, boneless jade hand and pulling her towards the street. Ginger was startled underneath and was about to draw back her hand, but in her heart she didn't want to do so. All she could do was blush and let him take her little hand. They didn't go far before the two stopped at a bustling stall. Miss Jiang, did you bring the spirit stones? Yang looked sideways at Zhongli with a few moments of anticipation in his eyes. Zhongli, who had his hand released, was slightly stunned, with some small loss in his heart, but he quickly reacted and swept his eyes towards the stall. The stall was filled with all kinds of exquisite contraptions, and the most eye-catching among them was the row of well-made folding fans. Zhongli's fingers gently stroked over those fans, a delicate touch coming from his fingertips. Eventually, her hand rested on a folding fan painted with ink and bamboo. Bamboo shadows swaying, the breeze as if through the fan face to the face. Elegant and tranquil. Boss, how do you sell this fan? Zhongli asked crisply. The owner of the stall was a shrewd middle-aged man. Seeing a business door, he was busy piling up smiles to welcome him. The girl has a good eye. This is the result of a great deal of effort on the part of little old me, asking a famous painter in the city to draw it, and finding this fine fan bone to carefully assemble it. Speaking of which, he carefully looked at Yang and Zhongli's clothes, and seeing their extraordinary temperament as if they were immortals, he boldly made a price. 20 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Zhongli subconsciously touched the storage pouch at his waist, calculating in his mind. Even though spending 20 spirit stones on an ordinary fan was like a great injustice, once he thought that it was something that Yang had his eye on, she shook it off. Mentally, that's just it. An unjust seed is an unjust seed, as long as he's happy. Zhongli turned his head towards Yang and nodded towards him. Then he turned towards his boss. I'll take it. Then, holding the folding fan in both hands, he handed it to Yang with a slight shyness. Thank you for relieving Immortal Father today. This fan is a small token of my appreciation. Ding! Detected Zhongli gifting the host with an ordinary folding fan, triggering a 10,000 fold cashback, rewarding the spiritual treasure ink and bamboo fan. Yang took the fan and opened it with a swish, gently fanning it a few times in a very elegant manner. Immediately afterward, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a seeming arc as he laughed. It turns out that my father's love is only worth 20 spirit stones. That's just that. There was a faint sadness in that tone, but in reality, a sly light flashed in the depths of his eyes. When Zhongli heard this, he immediately panicked. His cheeks reddened and he hastily defended himself. Immortal Father misunderstood. I am not this intention. Just. Her eyes were full of chagrin, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip, and in her heart, she blamed herself for her poor consideration, which caused him to have such a misunderstanding. Yang looked in his eyes and was secretly happy in his heart, but on his face, he still pretended to be despondent and sighed slightly. With a casual sweep of his eyes through the night market, he stopped at another stall filled with antique jades. He paced over leisurely, his fingers seemingly absently tracing over a fine jade pendant as he spoke. Miss Jiang, look at this jade pendant. It has some meaning. Yang spoke softly, glancing at Zhongli out of the corner of her eye. How could Zhongli dare to hesitate any longer? And he busily responded. Boss, how many spirit stones? 20 spirit stones. Buy it. Ding! Detected Zhongli gifted the host with an ordinary jade pendant, triggering a 10,000 fold cashback, rewarding the host with a spiritual treasure. The spiritual rhinoceros jade pendant. Ding! detected Jiang Li gifted the host with an ordinary machete, triggering a 10,000 fold cashback, rewarding him with a spiritual treasure, the willow leaf sword. Ding! Detected Jiang Li gifting host. Ding! Ding! He continued to guide Jiang Li in this immovable manner. At one moment, he was interested in an antique brush, and at another in a small incense burner. Every time Jiang Li bought a gift as a token of his appreciation, he would trigger a generous reward from the system. With more and more treasures being harvested, Yang finally realized the joy of women shopping. Along the way, Jiang Li's enthusiasm and generosity let Yang enjoy the fun of wool gathering. However, a beautiful woman like Jiang Li, who had an extraordinary temperament, kept buying things for a white boy like Yang in the night market, a scene that was really too striking. Soon, it drew the attention of a male cultivator who was permeated with arrogance. He stared at Yang and Jiang Li with gloomy eyes, jealous and hateful. After snorting coldly, he took a big step forward and deliberately bumped into Yang, saying in a conspiratorial manner, "Humph, where is the poor brat from that deserves to have such a beautiful person saddled with him?" Chapter 123, I, Chow, have lost my lady. Without waiting for Yang to speak, the male cultivator immediately gave what he thought was a handsome smile towards the white veil-covered Jiang Li. He then straightened the hem of his coat, held his head high, and introduced himself in a loud voice. "Miss, I am the young master of the Broken Dragon Mountain's Qingyan sect, Murong Xian. My Green Rock sect is renowned in this fallen cloud prefecture, and the strongest people in the sect are like clouds. According to this young patriarch's understanding, this little white man is a lecherous thief who specializes in cheating girls. You must not be cheated by him." Saying this, he deliberately paused, took a few steps in Jiang Li's direction, and said softly, "Look at him, this cold white skin, arms and legs and fin, between the eyebrows is all frivolous color. At a glance is by the wine and sex empty body goods." After saying that, he gently flung down his sleeves, his gaze locked onto Jiang Li, as if he was certain that she would believe his words. On the side, Yang slightly raised his eyebrows, a trace of imperceptible sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Clasping his hands to his chest, he watched with interest how the farce continued to unfold, and did not rush to open his mouth to retort. Jiang Li's eyes were calm and unperturbed, just quietly sizing up the pretentious young patriarch in front of him. In his hand, he was still holding the small objects that he had just selected for Yang, but in his mind, he was searching for information about Broken Dragon Mountain, Qingyan sect. However, after thinking for a long time, a hint of doubt finally appeared in Jiang Li's beautiful eyes. There are countless mountain ranges in the Landfall prefecture. What kind of mountain is Broken Dragon Mountain? And what is this Green Rock sect? They've done business with Doppelganger? Just as Jiang Li was pondering, Yang snatched the small object from her hand and then said in a cloudy voice, "Miss Jiang, I'll go over there." Murong Xian looked askance at Yang's departing back, his gaze full of disdain, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, his heart even more contemptuous. "Ha ha, wimp." Seeing this young patriarch step out, "This scares the out of me. Don't even look at what kind of virtue you have. Just with you, you also want to snatch the beauty from me. It's just a daydream. Bah!" With this thought, the smugness on his face was overflowing. When the eyes filled with burning desire landed on Jiang Li, Murong Xian only felt as if he had been struck by an electric current at his heart. In an instant, the heart was pounding so hard it was hard to hold on to it. Jiang Li stood there quietly, with a graceful figure and orchid-like temperament, like a green lotus blooming beyond the earthly world. Murong Xian looked in his eyes, and instinctively felt in his heart that she was by no means comparable to those mediocre fans in Hongdu City. In this case, you can't do it the hard way. You have to outsmart it. So, he shamelessly moved in front of Jiang Li again. Murong Xian bent down slightly, bringing his face, which he considered handsome, a few more points closer towards Jiang Li's pretty face, and said softly, "Girl, you mustn't pay any more attention to those filthy people. Follow this young sovereign, and I'll make sure that you can enjoy all the honor and glory in this fallen cloud prefecture. My Green Rock sect has a lot of treasures. As long as you want them, even if it's the stars in the sky, I'll try my best to pick them for you." As he spoke, his eyes blazed with greed and possessiveness, and one of his hands unconsciously lifted up, seemingly wanting to straddle Jiang Li's slender waist. When Jiang Li saw this, a trace of boredom flashed in her beautiful eyes, and without moving, she slightly sidestepped, avoiding Murong Xian's hand that was about to touch her. She remained silent, her hands empty and her mind pondering. Why would Mu Wan wimp out in front of this trash? Just slap him to death and that's it. Jiang Li turned to think, and as her beautiful eyes flowed, the corners of her mouth under the veil slightly curved upwards. Humph, so high in cultivation but so small in temperament. What flying jealousy in a mess. It's not like I'm going to look at this kind of trash. Ding! Jiang Li's intimacy +5. With this thought in her mind, she naturally lost her good looks towards Morong Xian's pestering. At this moment, Yang, who pretended to walk not far away, was always keeping an eye on the movements over here out of the corner of his eye. Seeing Morong Xian being introduced step by step by Jiang Li into a dark and deep little alleyway, he shook his head slightly and silently mourned for him for a moment in his heart. Infinite ayahuasca. May you grow more brains in the next life. After a few moments passed, Jiang Li moved lightly with her lotus steps and returned to Yang's side. At this time, she, compared to earlier, actually seemed to be a different person, so that Yang obviously detected a few points of difference. Being in a high position in the calculating businessman mercenary gas, and that refuses to people outside the 1,000 miles, towering over the boss posture, have quietly hidden a few points. The shyness and ignorance in dealing with the opposite sex also disappeared a lot, replaced by a kind of delicate gesture unique to a little girl's family. She walked close to the front, slightly hanging her head, green jade fingers gently wrapped around the waist of the silk tapestry, shell teeth gently biting the lower lip, wanting to speak. The appearance is like a shy young girl in the mortal world, and all the momentum of the duo Baga Pavilion Master is gone. Yang Huan's heart moved slightly, his gaze carried a few points of exploration, but contained some tenderness that even he himself hadn't noticed, and he asked softly, "All settled?" Jiang Li raised his eyes, and his starry eyes were brimming with water, just as if they were hiding a clear spring. She mumbled her lips, half whispering, "I squared." Halfway through speaking, her cheeks flushed slightly, like peach blossoms quietly blooming in spring, red and intoxicating. Jiang Li then took a deep breath and continued, "Mu Xian, brother Mu, can I call you like this?" The shy look was reflected in Yang's eyes, causing him to be slightly surprised. What the hell? This doesn't like the old man, does she? With this thought in his mind, a smug smile floated up on the corner of Yang's mouth. It seems that this wave of spirit stones wasn't spent in vain today. The effect of pretending has been achieved. With this continent's #1 rich woman by your side, plus Master Unity's return, you can struggle for countless years less. Jiang Li seemed to have sensed Yang's laughter and became more and more uncomfortable. She coughed softly and looked away, her eyes scanning around in a panic, trying to find a topic of conversation to sidetrack the inexplicable awkwardness. This bazaar is also lively, and I heard that there is a juggling troupe in front. Do we want to go and see? Her voice was soft and gentle, with an imperceptible hint of anticipation. The corners of Yang's mouth rose slightly, outlining a nice-looking arc. He naturally knew what Jiang Li was thinking, but he didn't point it out, and answered along with her words. Good. I heard that this juggling troupe has some stunts. I think it will be interesting. Miss Jiang, please. With that, he slightly sidestepped and made a gesture of invitation. Never taking his eyes off Jiang Li, the two walked side by side towards the end of the bazaar. The moonlight sprinkled on them, outlining two slender shadows as if they were a beautiful painting. Jiang Li occasionally stole a glance at Yang Li and saw that his posture was as straight as a pine, and his side face was cold but with a hint of gentleness. The strand of strange feelings in his heart grew stronger, as tangled as the vines that grow wild in spring. The two Duobao Pavilion shadow guards, who were distantly following the two, exchanged a meaningful look with each other. Big brother, Miss and Immortal Mu are holding hands. Should we report it to the master? Hearing this, the one who was called elder brother instantly widened his eyes and raised his hand to give the person who asked the question a popping chestnut, reprimanding him in a low voice. Are you kids stupid? How can we talk about Mrs. Business? Let's just follow quietly, don't cause any trouble, and keep our mouths shut. The beaten shadow guard covered his head and skimmed his mouth in aggravation, but he didn't dare to say anything more. The two followed in silence for a little while longer. Big brother, look quickly. Mu Xianzuan's hands are wrapped around Mrs. waist, in case. Before he could finish his sentence, he got another hard glare from his big brother. There are no what-ifs. The big brother's mouth said so, but the intense jealousy in his eyes betrayed him. As soon as the words left his mouth, when he looked back, there was no sign of Yang and Jiang Li in front of the juggling troupe. Ai chow, it's all you. Miss is missing. Chapter 124. He's also well versed in poetry and song. The Lansong East goes to the end of the Lansong. The torrent sleeps endlessly. Inside the attic built along the river, a group of talented men and women among mortals were bobbing their heads and chanting poems and songs in a wordy manner. The sound of chanting drifted out lazily along the river breeze. Yang held Jiang Li's small hand and, without realizing it, stopped before the attic. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze looking through the carved window pane to the bustling scene inside the pavilion. A few moments of yearning appeared in his eyes, and his feet unconsciously wanted to raise his steps to enter. Jiang Li sensed his intentions and couldn't help but feel layers of ripples of doubt in her heart, her beautiful eyes blinking lightly as she secretly pondered. Why is he even so interested in the ordinary lives of these mortals? In Jiang Li's eyes, it was as if there was an insurmountable moat between immortals and mortals. Mortals are trapped in the earthly world, running around for 3 meals and food, and their joys and sorrows float on the surface. Attachment is no more than a momentary pastime for a brief escape from the trivial routine. Cultivators have the ability to change their destinies against the will of heaven, trekking on the path of immortality, crossing the heavenly tribulation, and seeking a chance of survival in the endless thunder and punishment, only to ascend to the upper realm, witness the emperor realm, control the Qianquan, and transcend the cycle of life and death. The life of a mortal is but a drop in the ocean in the long years of a cultivator's quest for the Tao, passing by in a flash. The worlds of the two are as different as clouds and mud. In the very next breath, a shocking change occurred abruptly. Yang's body was originally like an abyss like the sea, hidden in the body of the cultivator's breath, but it was like the melting ice and snow in the spring, instantly disappeared. For a moment, he stood there, no longer half different from an ordinary mortal man. There was not a single fluctuation of aura around his body, as if he had completely merged into this mundane world. Jiang Li's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her eyes were filled with shock. She, who had always been unperturbed, became uncontrollably emotional inside as she got to know Yang better. How could she not have expected that he would be able to conceal his own cultivator's aura to such a thorough degree? In Jiang Li's perception, even if the cultivator intentionally converged breath, but that long years of cultivation precipitated a unique flavor, and how can it be easily erased? But at this moment, Yang breaks her inherent notions and does the near impossible. Jiang Li subconsciously clutched Yang's hand, moved closer to Yang, lowered his voice, and asked in a tone with a few moments of disbelief, "How the hell did you do that?" Yang simply responded with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Red dust refines the heart, karma arrives, and the Tao is natural. There wasn't too much explanation, but his words sounded like the heavenly voice of the great Tao in Jiang Li's ears, leading to deep thoughts. Yang gently squeezed Jiang Li's palm and led her up the stairs. When he stepped into the top floor, he only saw a group of Hongdu City's prestigious and talented people gathered here. These so-called talented people, or folding fans, are attached to the elegance of reciting poems. Instead, his eyes drifted around every now and then, revealing a bit of deliberate showmanship. Or makeup is exquisite. The lotus step gently moved, smiling sweetly, but that smile fell into Jiang Li's eyes, but for no reason. He felt that it carried some false pretense. Yang stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze faintly sweeping over the crowd, the light smile at the corner of his mouth still there. It seems to have long seen through the world's fame and vanity. And then, the two of them found an excellent location near the river and gently leaned against the fence. The river breeze came, quietly stirring a few strands of green silk around Jiang Li's temples. Jiang Li subconsciously wanted to transport the aura in his body to bring these restless hair strands back together and stabilize them. But just as her fingertip aura surged slightly, she only saw Yang move to Jiang Li's side. The slender fingers gently ran through Jiang Li's silky hair, slowly pulling them up carefully. Then, carefully, the pulled back strands of hair were properly pinned behind her ears. "No immortals tonight, you and I are mortal." Yang slightly raised his head, his gaze just met Jiang Li's slightly surprised eyes, and between the 4 eyes, time seemed to be frozen. The surrounding clamor, the whistling of the river wind, all became blurred background sounds in an instant. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Ding! Jiang Li's favorability +5. Gazing at the subtle changes in Jiang Li's gaze, the originally bland smile at the corner of Yang's mouth became more and more cheerful at this moment. If you want to make Jiang Li, such a strong woman, willingly become their cashback tool people, you have to make a lot of effort. First of all, Jiang Li was young, but his cultivation was incredibly high, and he was considered a leader among his peers. So time and time again, Yang used speculation to visualize the gap in strength in front of Jiang Li's eyes, portraying him as an unattainable existence. This was to weaken Jiang Li's cultivation advantage. Secondly, through many channels, Yang constantly sent a large amount of rare resources that would help raise his cultivation level to Jiang Li. These gleaned resources he could not use for the time being, but they were rare to see on the Xin Demon continent, and many of them had long been extinct. From there, she, who had a generous fortune, even began to wonder who was the real rich man on the continent. This is weakening Jiang Li's wealth advantage. Thirdly, in the face of Jiang Li's endless crap tests, Yang always managed to skillfully solve them. With his superb emotional intelligence and resilience, he portrays a perfect persona in front of her. It was weakening Jiang Li's innate dominance advantage. In this way, Yang, by virtue of carefully planned step-by-step heart attack tactics, successfully knocked female boss Jiang Li's heart door. Little by little, it took hold in her heart, making her, without realizing it, sink. However, just doing this wasn't enough to make Jiang Li's intimacy increase rapidly. The ambiguity between men and women is even more essential. As an old man, Yang, in pinpointing the girl's mind, creating ambiguous atmosphere. The tactics can be said to be full of tricks. What red dust refines the heart? The Tao is natural. What there is no immortal tonight. You and I are all mortal. Coming to this Wangjiang building and saying these pretentious words were all for the sake of padding, in order to make Zhang Li's intimacy rise some more. After all, of Yang's current cashback toolmates, it was Zhang Li who had the lowest intimacy. It would be a good choice to brush her up to 100 while a few women were in between retreats. Once you take Zhang Li, behind the back of this behemoth of a multi-treasure pavilion full backing help, and why worry about the great cause is not. At this point, Zhang Li, who was gazed at tenderly by Yang, had no idea that he had so much on his mind. Zhang Li only felt that his gaze seemed to have substance, gently falling on his face with a scalding temperature. She subconsciously hung her head slightly, her pink cheeks quietly crawling with two blushes, her shyness overflowing. He doesn't really like me, does he? What do I do? Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk, Q. The two of them stood at the corner. Yang was handsome and elegant, as if he was a full-fledged immortal, and Zhang Li was bright and colorful, adding a bit more charm. Even though they deliberately stood on the sidelines with a low profile, they still attracted a lot of attention like a jewel in the night. A hale and hearty old man swept his gaze across the crowd, eventually landing on them. He came forward slowly, with a smile on his face and a booming voice. This poetry meeting today is to celebrate the joy of the remodeling of this riverine building of mine. All the talented men and women have gathered here to compose poems and words, and to play the piano and chess. Whatever talent you have, show it and add to the fun. After saying that, his eyes looked at Yang with a few moments of expectation, stroked his beard and added, "The gentleman has a good appearance and an extraordinary demeanor, so I'm sure the talent in his belly is also not shallow. Why don't you come up to the stage and make one too, so that we can open our eyes?" Yang sniffed and his heart moved slightly. Since today's pussy is here, it's only fair to pretend to be big. He changed his posture to one of humility and smiled archly. Seniors' fallacious praise. Since the seniors raised love, dare not follow orders, just still hope that seniors and all of you more tolerance. After saying that, the corner of his eyes quietly swept towards Zhang Li. Yang saw the hidden anticipation in her eyes and was pleased. How much she can add to her intimacy depends on the poetry and songs of your ancestors. With this in mind, he followed the old man onto a high platform. Zhang Li gently raised his eyes, his gaze leisurely looking towards the stage as he secretly pondered in his heart. This Mu Huan, can't it be that he is also proficient in poetry and song? With this thought, the not yet dissipated blush on her cheeks quietly deepened a few more points. Compared to the male cultivator whose heart is full of only cultivation and whose hands only kill, a man as handsome and talented as Yang was undoubtedly more capable of capturing a woman's heart. At that moment, Yang cleared his throat and first smiled towards Zhang Li before chanting, "The former county of Yuzhang, the new capital of Hongdu. The clouds are clearing up and the rain is clearing up, and the color is clearing up in the district. The falling sun and the lone rushes are flying in unison, and the autumn water is sharing the color of the long sky. The mountains are hard to cross. Who grieves for those who have lost their way? All the people who meet in Pingshui are guests from other places. Idle clouds and pools and shadows of the day are long, and things change several times in the autumn. Where is the emperor's son in the pavilion today? The Yangtze River flows on its own outside the threshold." Chapter 125 Activation of the Elemental Spirit's Sacred Body. The falling sun and the unruly ducks fly together. The autumn water shares the color of the long sky. Zhang Li murmured Yang's off-the-cuff echoes over and over again in a low voice, his eyes gradually becoming mesmerized, his mind entranced. The mountains are hard to cross. Who grieves for those who have lost their way? All the people who meet in Pingshui are guests from other places. What a beautiful word. What a poignant mood. Zhang Li's delicate body trembled violently, as if she had been struck in the vitals by something. She raised her eyes to Yang, her gaze roving over his face as she pondered in her mind. He was so like the one depicted in these words, lonely and isolated. There is no close friend to stand beside, no lover to warm the bed. In a flash, Yang's forlorn and spontaneous appearance was like a shimmering light that touched the softness of Zhang Li's heart. At this moment, Zhang Li's beautiful eyes were filled with Yang's silhouette, and there was no room for anything else. Mu Huan, from this moment on, your path to immortality is no longer lonely. Ding! Zhang Li's intimacy plus 50, and with the agitation of his mind, Zhang Li felt that the yuan shen and the aura in his body seemed to form some sort of resonance. Immediately afterward, a soft and hazy halo of light rose around her, and it climbed dramatically at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the Xian Nu was ascending, with a dazzling light. Shasta. Light blossomed unreservedly from Zhang Li's body, radiant to the extreme. Under the endless pressure, the mortals inside the building along the river only felt a white blur in front of their eyes. piercing their eyes with pain, and they were shocked into unconsciousness. The tables and chairs were overturned to the ground by this sudden force. The sound of cups and plates breaking was endless, and the entire riverside building was instantly in chaos. Poorly looking at the middle of the sky, extremely entertaining in the spare time. The sky is high and the universe is infinite. Boom! It was as if Jiangli was immersed in a world that only belonged to her, mingling with the aura of this heaven and earth. The light on her petite body grew stronger and stronger. The initial blinding pure white gradually haloed with a faint layer of golden aura. The aura around him whistled and hovered, and his clothes hunted. The 3,000 green threads were actually tinted with a layer of golden color, and they seemed to be alive as if they were flying recklessly in the aura storm. Jiangli's body slowly hovered in the air, her jade feet seemingly stepping on an invisible ladder as she ascended step by step. The space around her shook and was covered with countless spatial cracks, as if heaven and earth could hardly carry her majestic aura at this moment. Yang's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Mi Chao? The old man just wants to pretend to be a pussy, just to raise some intimacy. This is too much. Name, Jiangli. Power, Duo Bo Gu. Age, 999. Cultivation level, transition 2. 5 levels. Charm value, 93. Intimacy, 75. Mystery number, 0. Others, the holy body of Yuan Ling. Activation in progress. How could he not have expected that Jiangli was one of the 9 heaven-defying hearth physiques described in the hearth treasure record? The Yuan spirit's sacred body. According to the treasure record, the Yuan Ling holy body is a phoenix-like existence in the heavens and the worlds, with which dual cultivation, the divine soul has infinite wonderful uses. The sacred body of Yuan Ling has the unique ability to nourish the soul. During the process of dual cultivation, she was able to draw on the mysterious soul power string between heaven and earth, transforming it into a more refined nutrient that was injected in reverse into the depths of her Taoist's divine soul. Long-term dual cultivation in the company of the Yuan Ling sacred body could also gradually awaken one's dormant divine soul talent. Some cultivators' originally obscure and difficult to understand memories of their divine soul inheritance could also be slowly unsealed. They were able to peek into the unparalleled techniques and cultivation secrets left behind by their forefathers, and have since embarked on a path to immortality that is unattainable by others. Puff, puff. Yang's heartbeat instantly accelerated, and the surprise came so overwhelmingly that the supreme infinite mixed sacred body even vaguely throbbed. It's a feeling he's all too familiar with, because when Yang was with Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingcheng, his holy body had an instinctive closeness to them. It was a resonance deep in the soul of God. Right at this moment, 2 black shadows came as if they were sprinting and landed steadily in front of Yang. Greetings, immortal father. Miss Shi. The shadow guard in the lead looked eagerly at Yang and opened his mouth to ask. Yang's eyes rolled, and he instantly had a plan in his mind. He coughed lightly and tilted his head slightly, assuming the posture of an inscrutable superior, and said slowly, "This is Miss John's destiny and her creation. Your young lady is making a breakthrough. It's a critical time. You two go quickly and call for more men to come and guard the law." The Shadow Guard brothers looked at each other, and although they still had doubts in their hearts, they saw how certain Yang was, and knew that it was a matter of great importance, so they did not dare to delay. At that moment, he clasped his fists and arched his hands, and answered yes. One of them flickered and disappeared to gather more men. The other person was waiting in front of Yang, seemingly listening to the latter's command. Name Jiang Shoucheng. Power, Duo Bo Gu. Age, 2697. Cultivation level, 9th level of the Mahayana stage. Other, Jiang Clan's commoner. Deputy head of the Preceptor Hall. Wood Spirit Body. After reading the information of the Shadow Guard from the system's attribute panel, he couldn't help but frown again when his eyes once again touched Jiangli, who was emitting a majestic aura. The commotion is a little too loud, and I'm afraid that it will attract people from the battle sect in a few moments. Thinking about it, Yang's heart couldn't help but tighten. The group of muscle-brained guys from the battle sect are all militant. If they caught wind of the situation and saw that Jiangli was at the critical moment of his breakthrough at the moment, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't take advantage of the opportunity to snatch the Yuan Ling sacred body. Adding to the fact that they had only lost a Mahayana stage and a transition stage today, when the time came, the situation wouldn't be very controllable. Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes full of worry. He slightly turned sideways and looked at Jiang Shoucheng beside him, asking in a low voice, "Hall Master Jiang, how many guards did Miss Jiang bring with her on this trip?" Jiang Shoucheng thought nothing of it and blurted it out. "More than 100 people, more than a dozen at the Mahayana stage, and more than a dozen at the transition stage." Halfway through his words, Jiang Shoucheng looked as if he had suddenly come back to his senses. A hint of caution flashed in his eyes as he stared straight at Yang and asked rhetorically, How did you know that I'm the Jiang family's hallmaster? I have been ordered to secretly guard the young lady. Even the young lady doesn't know my identity. How on earth did you find out? The corners of Yang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious and unpredictable smile. His eyes narrowed slightly, making it impossible to see the true thoughts in his eyes. He did not answer Jiang Shoucheng's question head-on, but gently waved his hand, his tone carrying a few hints of unquestionable majesty. Hall Master Jiang, the situation is critical at the moment. We'll talk about these trivial matters later. The most urgent thing to do is to ensure that Miss Jiang makes a smooth breakthrough. You quickly send a message to summon all the experts of the Jiang clan here as soon as possible. There must be no delays. Jiang Shoucheng's brows were furrowed and his heart was filled with doubts. With a big man like you around, how can our group of guards play a gripping role? You point your finger and a sea of dead masters. When he thought of this, Jiang Shoucheng glanced towards Yang, and saw that Yang looked grave, with worry in his eyes. I Lua Bean. Now in the end, what is the situation? He dropped his gaze to Zhongli again, and his pupils abruptly shrunk. I Lua Bean. Small. Young lady seems to be not breakthrough so simple. At that moment, he didn't dare to ask any more questions, but only clasped his fists and arched his hands in response. Yes, I'll summon it. After he said that, he quickly pulled out the summoning jade disc from his bosom and began to busily operate it. Just then, a few spirit boats appeared faintly in the sky, their spirit light flickering between the clouds. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were already approaching the Riverine building. The person in the lead wore a moon-white power suit with delicate runes embroidered on it with silver threads, revealing a mysterious elegance. He had a thin face, deep eyes, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. At first glance, he looked like a fluttering gentleman. However, when the spirit boat approached and took a closer look, there was a touch of undetectable greed hidden in the depths of his seemingly kind eyes. Above the spirit boat, those War Clan disciples, also dressed in plain strong clothing, demeanor but inadvertently reveals the sharpness. The body reveals the killing aura. Moving forward slowly, wherever he passed, he set off a wave of shock within Hongdu City. On the streets, as if they had seen the might of heaven descend, the mortals knelt in fear and prayed. Greetings to the Supreme Immortal. Mom, are they the immortals Grandpa talks about? My little one greets the Supreme Immortal. As the spirit boat got closer and closer, the air seemed to be filled with an invisible force, diffusing a faint pressure. The pressure wasn't strong, but it was like a fine net that silently enveloped down and pressed people a bit out of breath. The trees along the street also seemed to feel the power. The branches and leaves slightly trembled and rustled, as if whispering about the uneasiness. Zhongli was still immersed in her breakthrough, the light around her body shining brightly, oblivious to the changes in this outside world. While Yang's face grew more and more gloomy, his eyes stared at the people of the battle sect on the spirit boat, and he separated a sliver of his spiritual sense to mobilize the fraudulent treasure pearl. At that moment, an open voice rang out from the battle sect's spirit boat. Your Excellency dares to choose the small mortal city to make a breakthrough. You have not placed my battle sect in your eyes too much. Chapter 126 Rest of my life, I'll reward you for your love. Inside the building along the river, Jiang Shoucheng's sword brows were tightly locked, and his gaze quickly turned to Yang beside him, his eyes filled with inquiries. There was a mixture of worry and a few moments of trust and anticipation for Yang in the depths of his eyes. The eyes seemed to be saying, you are holding my young lady's hand. This scene, you do not show, as if it is not reasonable. When Yang saw this, his sword brows twisted and a flash of impatience flashed in his eyes. He glared fiercely at Jiang Shoucheng, the corners of his mouth slightly downcast, as if he was ranting about his slight panic. Guard your lady, my father will go and come. In the next moment, the aura around him suddenly changed, and majestic aura surged out from his body. With a tap of his foot, he flew up like a black lightning bolt, and in an instant, he was in the void, standing flush with the people of the battle sect. Name, Battle Fright Moon. Power, Battle Sect. Age, 4232. Cultivation level, 6th level of the transitional stage. Other, Battle Sect Foreign Affairs Hall Master. Suspicious by nature. Underworld lineage. After obtaining the information from the system panel, Yang Huan couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart, and a thin layer of sweat seeped out from his palms. War Shocking Moon has been famous and prestigious for a long time, and nowadays, there is a lack of spirit stones, so he can't use the system's modification function. If one were to engage in a fierce battle with him, he would inevitably show his cowardice and would most likely even be ed to death by him. Nowadays, the only way is to be wise. Therefore, Yang forced himself to be calm. His face was like a pool of cold water, not causing any ripples, and his eyes were even more chilling, with a cold color instantly surging up. Unbridled. A mere griffin at the 6th level of the transitional abstraction. How dare you speak to this father in such a manner? The corner of Yang's mouth hooked up into a slightly maniacal arc, and the coldness in his eyes became even more chilling. After a brief moment of silence, A soft hum of disdain escaped Yang's nostrils. Battle Clan is nothing more than that, a light tone, yet it seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds. However, such a strong attitude from Yang was like a sharp hook that instantly tugged at Battle Fright Moon's heartstrings, causing his face to change slightly. In the narrow eyes, the color of fox suspicion was like a haze rapidly gathering, as if it was a lone wolf in the dark always on the lookout for traps. At this moment, his nostrils opened and closed slightly, fully sensing the aura emanating from Yang's body. Bizarrely, he came up empty-handed. Yang's aura seemed to be hidden by an invisible veil, and no matter how much he probed, he was unable to judge Yang's true strength. After looking at Yang, who stood in the void with his hands in the air and contempt written in his eyes, many speculations sprang up in the heart of Battle Fright Moon. Black clouds and gold satin, sword eyebrow and starry-eyed playful groom. War Shocking Moon's mind couldn't help but recall the high-level council that the Patriarch had urgently summoned in the evening. The parliament was brief, but striking. The scene presented in the remaining shadow bit seemed to have become a nightmare in the heart of Battle Shock Moon. That person just spat out a few words carelessly, and the Mahayana stage War Yujie and the transition stage War Ichen didn't even have any room to resist. They were like kites with broken strings, falling straight to the ground, their vitality cut off. At the thought of this, Battle Surprise Moon's palms couldn't help but seep out in cold sweat, and her back was vaguely chilled. He is the emperor of the words follow the law in the shadow of 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 the shadow. It was also the mysterious immortal Exalt, Mu Huan, who had appeared in the immortal-less city not long ago. However, after all, the war shocked the moon after a long time in the Jianghu, the heart of the turn of mind, and feel in front of this Mu Huan does not seem to be very powerful. Look, the contents of the remaining shadow bits are too pompous, just like a heavenly dream. Only in the remnants of ancient canonical books are there sporadic accounts of words coming out of the mouth. On the Xian demon continent, there hasn't been a cultivator above the earth immortal realm for many years. How could he not be at the emperor realm? Thinking of this, the trace of fear in the bottom of War Surprise Moon's heart was fading slightly, and a few points of scrutiny and temptation were rekindled in her eyes. Just as he was thinking this over and over inwardly, beside him, a stoutly built Mahayana stage subordinate's eyes darted around. Apparently, he saw this as the perfect opportunity to show his loyalty, only to see him first tilt his head back and erupt into a loud laugh as loud as a flood of bells. Immediately after that, his burly body fiercely stepped forward a few steps, and came straight towards Yang in a furious manner. "Humph, white boy, what are you doing here pretending to be a chicken?" A disdainful sneer pulled out from his cross-fleshed face, and as he said that, he also raised his thick arm and swung it forcefully in the air. "With your thin arms and legs, you still want to pretend to be an immortal? Ha-tu-way," and was so openly provocative Yang, but as if out of the picture, just slightly raised his eyelids, movement lazy and careless. It was as if the behavior of this clown in front of him couldn't even enter his eyes. His eyes were filled with thick contempt, as if he had seen a mole cricket that was flailing about, just adding to the laughter. The corner of his mouth gently hooked up an arc. That smile seemed to be there, as if he was mocking the foolishness and ignorance of this world, and also seemed to be sneering at this thing that didn't know how to die. A moment later, he lightly dusted the corners of his coat, and the dust that wasn't even there seemed to be able to be shaken off by his graceful movement. Afterwards, Yang slowly spoke in a clear and cold voice that seemed to come from the nine hells. Noisy, two simple words, like a cold wind blowing across the ice, without a trace of temperature. Yet it was permeated with endless scorn, making the air around it seem to chill a few degrees. In the meantime, Zhongli inside the Along the River building had reached the critical moment of his breakthrough. One could only see her aura surging and stirring up and down around her body, and her slender and delicate body was even wrapped in layers of dazzling light. The golden light flickered between them, like a polar star approaching the world. Zhongli could feel that deep within her body, there seemed to be a long dormant and extremely extraordinary mysterious power that was slowly awakening. If she could completely awaken this power in the next few moments, her cultivation would definitely be able to ascend to the heavens in one step. At this moment, Zhongli's beautiful eyes closed lightly. However, her perception of the outside world has not been reduced in the slightest, but rather than the usual see more thoroughly and clearly. In order for her to make a smooth breakthrough, Mu Huan did not hesitate in the slightest and faced the raging pressure from the battle sect head-on with his own strength. In this instant, Zhongli only felt that a warm current slowly flowed through his heart, dispersing the deep haze of past years. Mu Huan, I, Zhongli, hereby swear that for the rest of my life to come, I will pour out all I have to reward you for your deep love. Shasta, the past that was sealed in the depths of memory, as if it had broken through the shackles of time, flashed in Zhongli's mind one after another like a walking lantern. During these nearly 1,000 long years, there have been wind and rain, frost and snow, But from now on, everything will be different. The other side. Jiang Shoucheng was guarding Jiang Li's side, standing by, but his heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. From time to time, he raised his eyes to look at his own young lady in the light cocoon, worrying about when she would be able to complete her breakthrough. Clutching the summoning jade in one hand, he anxiously waited for a reply. His heart had sunk to the bottom of the sea, his brow furrowed and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. One can only pray silently in the back of one's mind and expect everything to go well. Immortal Mu is infinite. This gang of sons of Es from the battle sect, Yang, who was standing in the void, was equally anxious at this moment. His eyes were deep as he stared at the burly man a few feet away, his mind constantly flashing through various possible bad situations. Master Unity, how many spirit stones does it take to modify the status attributes of this gripper in front of me? Modifying Meiji Hachi's status will cost 5 million spirit stones. Okay/cancel. The system's cold and mechanical beep, but it was like a dawn light that penetrated the gloom, instantly lighting up Yang's eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly upwards, revealing a wicked smile. Mental note. Okay, change its status to dead. Ding. Changes have been made. Thank you. Welcome to the next visit. Chapter 127. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Little white boy, your grandpa Mei is talking to you. Meiji Ba's face wore an arrogant, domineering, and unrivaled look, and just halfway through his words, it was as if he had been violently strangled by a large, invisible hand. Shasta. His eyes instantly widened, his pupils contracted dramatically, panic and disbelief written all over them, and his originally high-pitched voice came to an abrupt end. Death is creeping in. Meiji Ba's body collapsed with a loud bang, while his eyes, still round and open, stared dead ahead. The vitality was all gone, leaving only endless emptiness and dead silence. Hiss. Above the battle sect's spirit boat, it was as if a layer of icy, bone-chilling deathly silence had enveloped it in an instant. The crowd of battle sect cultivators stood frozen in place as if they had been under a spell of immobilization. Immediately afterward, in unison, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were so wide that their eyeballs were on the verge of squeezing out of their sockets as they stared at Meiji Ba's corpse with a look of fear on their faces. Ghost! Ghost! I don't know who shouted out in terror. And with that, the battle sect's spirit boat instantly exploded with more sounds of fear. How is this possible? He didn't even raise his hand. Evil magic. It must be evil magic. No, it's not an evil spell. It's the legendary word out. You fart. That little white man didn't say anything. How can he speak his mind? What do you know? Didn't he just say croak? Standing at the bow of the ship, War Shocking Moon. At this moment, it was as if she was struck by a thunderbolt, and the whole person stood frozen on the spot. The look of shock in his eyes was several times more intense than that of an ordinary disciple. War Shocked Moon's heart set off shocking waves, only feeling his scalp tingle and chills running straight from the soles of his feet to his head. The closer we get to the truth, the more gut-wrenching it becomes. It really is words to the wise. Why would an Emperor Realm cultivator appear in the Xian Demon continent? Even though the battle sect had an old ancestor who was infinitely close to the Earth Immortal Realm in attendance, in front of an Emperor Realm powerhouse, it was no different from a mole cricket. It's over. Everything's over. Not only am I going to die, even the entire battle sect is going to die. Read about it. War Surprise Moon's hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down on her forehead, and her eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. However, after waiting for a few moments and not seeing Yang go on a killing spree, it was as if Battle Fright Moon had suddenly found a glimmer of life from a desperate situation. Judging from the facts of the past, Immortal Mu should not be a person who was addicted to killing. That naive bastard Meiji Ba provoked first. He asked for his own death. If we lower our stance, there might be room for détente. As long as we can figure out what he's up to and throw in the towel, we might be able to let the battle sect escape this calamity. At this moment, War Shocking Moon was already secretly plotting in his mind the path to survival and survival. Yang alone had been confronting the battle sect's crowd for a long time. Despite using the system's function to kill Meiji Bachi and deterring the battle clan, he was becoming more and more apprehensive in his heart. There were already very few spirit stones left in the system space. At this moment, there were only a few tens of thousands of spirit stones left, not to mention changing the attributes of Battle Shock Moon. Even if they were to change a battle sect Yuaning stage disciple, it would be far from enough. However, today, this pussy has already been pretending to this extent, and it's quite embarrassing if you don't continue to pretend. Yang remained calm and collected on the surface. He slightly raised his chin and held the angle just right, as if nothing in the world could enter his eyes. His eyes faintly swept over the crowd of the battle sect, seemingly smiling, the corners of his mouth hooked up into an iffy arc. as if he was looking at a group of clowns jumping up and down. Poof! A cold snort softly emitted from Yang's nostrils, which was not too big and not too small, but like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the crowd. A bunch of mole crickets. How dare they act recklessly in front of this emperor? He intentionally dragged out the word "this emperor" and said it in a natural way. However, there was a dark muttering in the back of his mind. You guys hurry up and admit it. Are the people from the multi-treasure pavilion turtles? It's been so long, why haven't they arrived yet? Slowly, he raised his hand and gently dusted his sleeve. A seemingly elegant movement, but in reality, he was quietly wiping away the cold sweat that had risen from his palm. In order to make the play more realistic, Yang paced gently towards the battle-sex spirit boat, and at the same time, secretly split a sliver of his spiritual sense to the fraudulent treasure pearl. Even though the time to use the fraudulent treasure pearl to manifest into an emperor realm cultivation was very short, Yang put his heart on the line and decided to take a shot. Shasta. A domineering pressure that seemed to be able to open up the sky and tear apart the heavens rippled out in all directions like water ripples, with Yang as the center. Wherever it passed, the space was like a fragile mirror, and under this horrible pressure, countless cracks appeared. Following that, it crumbled to pieces by inches. Yang's surrounding space had gone completely out of control. With him as the origin, it dramatically twisted and collapsed, and in the blink of an eye it even turned into a terrifying black hole of nothingness. The black hole seemed to lead to the nine hells, mercilessly devouring all the light, aura and even spatial fragments around it. Endless darkness surged out from it, seemingly dragging the entire heaven and earth into this bottomless abyss. The Emperor rests his anger. Emperor rests his anger. The little one has eyes and does not recognize MT. Tai. War-shocked Moon's face was as white as paper, staring deathly at the scene in front of her as if the end of the world had descended. The arrogance and sharpness of the past was now gone, leaving only a heart full of panic. The body was even more like being nailed down, unable to move, and could only let the cold sweat roll down like rain. In the meantime, the old ancestors of the various forces had risen in alarm from their places of seclusion. They were either white-haired but surrounded by immortal aura, or their faces were cold and emanated endless demonic aura. At this moment, however, without exception, all of them showed a shocked expression. They looked in the direction of the fallen cloud prefecture, their eyes filled with deep scorn. What was even more shocking was that several forbidden places on the continent were also completely startled, especially the depths of purgatory located in the northern wasteland. That land of death, which was shrouded in black mist all year round and permeated with uncertainty, violently erupted with a palpitating sound at this moment. Who's the peak at the end of the immortal road? The voice carried an endless chill, piercing through the heavy spatial barrier and echoing in everyone's ears, making the cultivators of the entire continent feel as if they were in a cold cellar. Yang stood in the center of the storm, trying to maintain a cool look on his face, as if everything was under control, but in the bottom of his heart, he had already been secretly crying out in pain. How could he not have expected that the space of the Xian demon continent would be so fragile that it could not withstand the impact of the Emperor Realm's aura? The movement triggered by casting the fraudulent treasure pearl would be so earth-shattering that it completely exceeded his prediction. However, when the voice from purgatory entered Yang's ears, he only felt his head buzzing, and his mind instantly lost control. His eyes widened as he stared dead on in the direction the voice came from, but there was only broken space and endless darkness in front of him. This unknown fear grew stronger and stronger, as if layers of icy cold mist, wrapping Yang tightly around him, sending chills throughout his body. Next breath, just as Yang was clutched by fear and almost suffocated, within his dantian, the stone egg that normally seemed to be dead silent was violently moving, only to see the stone egg, as if awakening from a deep sleep of the ancient beast, opened an invisible big mouth. The violet chi that gushed out from the spiritual spring, which contained majestic spiritual power, was inhaled like a whale swallowing a rainbow. Immediately afterward, the stone egg shook violently, and the surface was flooded with circle after circle of mysterious patterns. Between the flashes of light, a faintly visible virtual image of a newborn baby slowly emerged. Its eyes were tightly closed, but its hands quickly formed an extremely special and complicated seal. Once the seal was completed, a warm light flowed out from it, like a babbling brook, surging straight to the place of Yang's divine soul. As his divine soul gradually stabilized, the corners of Yang's mouth lifted slightly upwards towards the direction of purgatory, and he lightly spat out from his mouth. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? A red-haired man is Tatsuo Dong. Chapter 128, a green belt and a long heart. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? A red hair is Tatsuo Dong. Ha, 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 ha. The mysterious voice seemed like divine thunder from the ancient times, wrapped in endless mysterious air from the depths of purgatory, swinging leisurely. Dao friend is a wonderful person. Interesting, interesting. If you have leisure, You may want to come to my purgatory to sit down. Just as Yang's expression moved and he was just about to open his mouth in response, an even more unruly laughter instantly resounded from the other direction within the restricted area. Ha 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 ha, fellow Daoist, don't be swindled by him. What good goods can come out of a place like purgatory? At the beginning of this sound, the entire continent for the dramatic trembling, mountains and rivers cannot withstand this pressure. Boulders rustling rolling down, dust and smoke in the sky. Humph, old thing, come out if you can. A roar that shook the sky came from the direction of purgatory all of a sudden. Come out here if you can, little punk. Qing Lan's direction did not show any weakness and immediately sneered back. Yang was filled with astonishment, never expecting that these two mysterious voices would argue like this at the drop of a hat. He couldn't help but rub his chin and speculate on what kind of grudge was hidden behind this. It seems that this Xian demon continent isn't simple either. Surprisingly, there are people who don't fear Imperial might lurking within the forbidden areas of the northern wasteland in Qinglan. What storm clouds lie behind this? The curiosity in Yang Huan's heart grew stronger, as if there was an invisible hand that was constantly pulling at him, wanting to drag him into the heart of this mystery. Just as Yang was pondering, the immortal-less city in the central state violently erupted in a dazzling and eye-catching light. Emperor formation activated. The immortal emperor's silhouette once again appeared between heaven and earth without any warning, as if a lofty mountain was spread out before his eyes. He only saw his hands pressing down vainly and spitting lightly from his mouth. No immortals. Under the majestic pressure of the great emperor's shadow that seemed to be able to crush the heavens, the original violent trembling, shaking mountains and rivers seemed to be an invisible hand gently soothing, gradually restored to the former calm. The roar of boulders rolling down came to an abrupt end, and the birds and beasts in the mountains also slowed down from their panic and re-hid themselves between the mountains and forests. The river also looks like a tamed beast, gradually collecting its frenzy. The water waves slowly calmed down. Only the flow was still turbulent and made a gurgling sound. In the meantime, the two bickering and mysterious voices of the northern wasteland and Qinglan also seemed to be abruptly blocked by an invisible barrier. Calmness was instantly restored, as if the previous saber rattling had never happened, leaving only a deathly silence. Only the occasional hints of mysterious aura that escaped from the depths of the forbidden zone signaled that there was a mysterious power lurking there that could not be underestimated. After the immortal emperor's silhouette had done this, it slowly turned its head and looked straight towards Yang. This glance was like a stern divine aura shooting straight to the bottom of the heart. Yang immediately felt his scalp tingle, and the cold hairs on his body stood up. In that gaze, there was scrutiny, warning, a hint of imperceptible expectation, and even a hint of unspeakable frustration. All sorts of complex emotions intertwined with the hidden message, causing Yang's sword brows to knit together. And what the hell is the immortal-less emperor? Could it be that he is still alive? His obsession has been guarding the Xian demon continent? Yang subconsciously clenched his fists, trying to find an answer from all these strange things today. However, the buff time for the fraudulent treasure bead was up. After removing the halo of the Emperor realm, Yang's true cultivation was nothing more than a mere Jiedan stage. But even so, not far away, War Shocking Moon and a group of battle sect disciples still didn't dare to move. They knelt on both knees on top of the spirit boat, their foreheads pressed against the deck of the spirit boat, expressing their respect for the Emperor realm cultivators. Yang gently shook his head, putting the chaotic thoughts to the back of his mind for now. The most important thing at the moment was still the activation of Zhongli's Yuanling holy body. Name, Zhongli. Power, Duo Bo Gu. Age, 999. Cultivation level, Transition 3. 5 levels. Charm value, 93. Intimacy, 75. Mystery number, 0. Others, the holy body of Yuanling. Activation in progress. 99% activation progress. After confirming Zhongli's situation, the people from the multi-treasure pavilion also finally arrived. Yang exchanged glances with a gray-haired but hale and hearty old man from Duobao Pavilion and nodded at him. The old man respectfully bowed back towards Yang, then waved his hand towards his subordinates and ordered, "At your command, all of you, form the three treasures formation." As soon as the crowd hit the ground, they quickly dispersed, moving in a neat and tidy manner. In the blink of an eye, a subtle and exquisite defense formation was formed, protecting Zhongli tightly in the center. Seeing the situation, Yang's ever-tightened heartstrings finally loosened slightly and secretly let out a sigh of relief. With this group of elite guards from the multi-treasure pavilion guarding him, Zhongli is worry-free for the time being. But there is another nuisance that needs to be addressed urgently. Thinking of this, Yang slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at War Shocking Moon. After all, the commotion of the party was a bit loud, and at this time, many cultivators of the Mahayana and ferrying stage had rushed to Hongdu City one after another. You, maintain order. This honored one orders you to purge the entire Hongdu City within one incense burner. War-shocked Moon knelt with a heart full of apprehension, thinking that he would soon face death. He wanted to escape but couldn't, having seen the might of an Emperor Realm cultivator, and hearing only a few words from the legendary master of that forbidden area. War-shocked Moon felt his own insignificance and powerlessness, and even gave birth to the desire to die, only wanting to get rid of it once and for all. However, how could he not have expected that this change of heart would become his own chance? Not only was he able to escape, but he also had the honor of serving immortal Emperor Mu. What an honor! For a while, excitement, elation, nervousness, and many other emotions surged through his heart, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Battle-shocked the Moon did not dare to have the slightest delay, knocked several times in a row, excited and slightly trembling said, "At your service, immortal Emperor." Amazing Moon will definitely do her best to live up to Immortal Emperor's trust. After saying that, he fiercely got up with a blazing light in his eyes and shouted orders towards the disciples of the battle sect. "Purge Hondo City. Anyone who resists blocking the way is an enemy of me, Battle Fright Moon, and my battle sect. Yes, Paul Master." When the battle sect disciples scattered like a tidal wave and began to carry out their orders, Battle Shock Moon did not rush to join the action. He stood with his arms folded, slowly looking around the field, his narrow eyes sharp and aggressive. He forced those few cultivators who were usually always against him to silently leave the place, while the battle sect disciples were busy purging all obstacles. Inside the Along the River building, Zhang Li was undergoing a thrilling metamorphosis. Zhang Li's eyes were tightly closed, his face solemn, and above his forehead, a mysterious and ancient runic mark gradually emerged. Between the flow of light, it seemed to contain the mystery of the beginning of the universe. The runes were as if they were living creatures, slowly traveling along the veins of her skin, and wherever they passed through, the light flourished, as if they were awakening the long-dormant flood power in her body. Suddenly, Zhang Li's petite body shook, and his eyes opened wide, the essence in his eyes bursting out, so bright that it was as bright as a star exploding. In an instant, an extremely majestic power centered on her, spreading out in all directions as if it were ripples. This power is invisible and colorless, but real and palpable. But anyone who touches it can feel a vigorous vitality and power surging into the limbs and bones. The guards of the doppelganger were closest to her and felt the most deeply. They could clearly feel that their strength had actually increased by several percent in an invisible manner. They looked at their own young lady, their faces showing surprise, their eyes full of reverence and closeness. Zhang Li stood proudly, his hair dancing in the wind, but his eyes looked firmly in Yang's direction, and he spat softly under his breath. "A green belt is a green belt, even if you don't go there. I'd rather not hear it." Chapter 129, Wild Woman. What right do you have to dominate him? The moment Zhang Li successfully activated the Yuanling Holy Body, it was as if there was an invisible thread of rhinoceros tugging between her and Yang. The Supreme Ultimate Mixed Sacred Body and the Yuan Spirit Sacred Body echoed with each other, and Yang's surrounding qi and blood instantly surged. He turned his gaze to Zhang Li, only to see her divine light restrained within, a dreamlike halo lingering around her. The moment Zhang Li stood silently inside the building along the river, his frosted and snowy skin translucent with a glistening divine light. A head of long black hair fell softly behind her, and occasionally a few strands of hair danced gently with the wind, adding a little more charm. The bottom of the eyes are deep, as if hiding an endless river of stars. Looking around, the charm of heaven, just like the 9 heavenly maidens down to earth. Raising his hands and feet exudes a transcendent atmosphere, so that people pay attention to it, but do not dare to easily blaspheme. Next breath, the lighter on Zhang Li's body suddenly flourished, transforming into a brilliant and dazzling divine light. In the blink of an eye, divine light cut through the void as Zhang Li drifted and moved in front of Yang. The blaze and fondness in her eyes even overshadowed the divine splendor that had yet to dissipate outside of her body. Her vermilion lips gently opened. Her voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling, yet it was full of deep love that could not be melted. "Brother Mu. Thanks. Between the words, her body was slightly leaning forward, and her catkin, which was like sheep's fat jade, was slowly raised, her fingertips lightly trembling. The person who wanted to touch the person in front of him, but it was as if he was blocked by an invisible barrier, stopping in mid-air. "Between you and me, there's no need to say thank you." Well, Yang wanted to say a few words politely, but who would have thought that Zhang Li would hesitate for just a split second before lunging forward. The 2 lotus root arms tightly encircled Yang's neck. The force was so great that it was as if she wanted to merge her soul with him. The hot vermilion lips were tightly printed on top of Yang's thin lips. It was a kiss with a few moments of demanding dominance, but more than that, it was one of unreserved devotion. For a long time, the lips parted. Zhang Li's cheeks flushed crimson, burying her hot face deep into Yang's broad chest, her curtains drooping lightly as she slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Between the slight opening and closing of her nose, she greedily sniffed the scent of Yang's body that made her feel at ease and intoxicated. Enjoying this moment of tenderness and love, a short while later, Zhongli slowly raised his head and straightened up. Under the gaze of Yang, who was full of surprise, a pair of jade hands gently lifted his face and murmured, "Man, from now on, I, Zhongli, will be your woman." Before the words left his mouth, he saw Yang's lips move slightly, as if he had something to say. Zhongli immediately stretched out her green onion-like jade finger and gently pressed it between his lips, interrupting him in a domineering manner. "No matter how many women you have around you, in this life, you are the only one for me." Gazing at the beautiful person in front of him, Yang's sword brows slightly raised, and a deep meaning crossed the bottom of his eyes. Long fingers gently plucked her hands away, and one landed on her slender waist. With his other hand, he cupped her chin and lifted it slightly so that she was eye to eye with himself. An unruly smile instantly surfaced on his handsome face, his thin lips lightly opened, and his voice was low and magnetic as he softly said, "Woman, do you realize that you are playing with fire?" When Zhongli saw him say that, a flash of light flashed through her beautiful eyes, and a thrilling smile instantly appeared at the corner of her mouth. With a slight lift of her chin, she broke away from Yang Huan's slightly controlling hand and straightened her spine, confronting him at close range with a burning gaze and responding without showing any weakness. "So what if you play with fire? What I, Zhongli, want, I never fail to get." When she said this, she deliberately paused and pressed her demoving petite body up against it. The smile at the corner of Yang's mouth deepened a few points, seemingly provoked by this stubbornness of hers. With a slight force in his hand, he brought her toward his body, and there was no more distance between them. He gazed into her eyes and said in a single word, "Oh, that's a mouthful. Then you know that messing with me will not lead to peaceful days in the future." Zhongli's breath stuttered slightly as the intoxicating scent of his body hit her, causing her heart to involuntarily speed up. However, she still maintained a haughty look on her face, and even provocatively stood on her tiptoes and brought her lips close to his ear, exhaling like orchids. "The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, and the less peaceful it is, the more interesting it is. Dare you accompany me?" Yang Huan's heart snapped. This woman, who always managed to surprise him time and time again, provoking the deepest longings of his heart. He loosened his hold on her waist and gently encircled it instead, looking down at her with a more unruly look in his eyes. "Then let's see which one of us gets scared first." The corners of Jiang Li's mouth curled up in a triumphant arc as she leaned back into his arms, though the intense encounter had left her muddy and wanting nothing more than to sink into Yang's arms. But a moment of peace is always so short-lived. At this time, at the end of the sky, two eye-catching rainbow lights sped up, and in an instant, they had swept close. The light dispersed, and two figures appeared. The man in the lead was tall and sturdy, with a cold face, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him, there stood a woman with a delicate and lovely face, with eyes as clear as water, but with a bit of stubbornness and curiosity. Yang gazed at it and his heart tightened. Battle shocked. Battle Timothy. I Chow. Name War Timothy. Power, Battle Sect. Age, 3988. Cultivation level, 8th level of the Mahayana stage. Charm value, 90. Intimacy, 95. Mystery number, 0. It's you. Warrior Timothy came here because he heard that Immortal Emperor Mu looked quite like Yang when he was young. This rumor is like an invisible hand, teasing the girl's heart of the War Timothy, so that she could not hold back the curiosity of her heart. Must come to find out. Fearing that his sister would become infatuated with Immortal Mu, and that her impulsive actions would invite unwarranted trouble for the Battle Sect, Battle Surprise followed all the way and tried to dissuade her. Just as soon as War Timothy's gaze touched Yang's face, his beautiful eyes instantly widened. That familiar brow and unruly demeanor, even with the passage of years, was still deeply imprinted in her heart, and she recognized him immediately. But before the joy that welled up in his heart could fully blossom, his eyes flowed, but he saw him getting intimate and mushy with Zhongli again. At once, a sour feeling surged through his heart. Her shell teeth clenched her lower lip, her cheeks bulging slightly, her eyes full of unwillingness and aggression. She took a few steps forward and drank in a petulant voice. "Good for you, Yang. You actually like her over me." Voice with a few trembling, as if a delicate flower attacked by the cold wind, pitying, but also through a trace of imperceptible anger. Seeing this, Battle Surprise's brows furrowed and his heart screamed that it was not good. Hurriedly stepping forward and attempting to pull his sister back, chiding her in a low voice. "Timmy, don't be ridiculous." However, at this moment, Tian only has Yang in her heart and eyes, so how could she listen to her elder brother's persuasion? She angrily shook off Battle Surprise's hand and came straight to Yang and Zhongli. Just when he was about to make a splash, he saw Zhongli's eyebrows rise up, his lips lightly opened, and a rebuke sounded like a shock of thunder. unbridled. Immediately after, with an overpowering aura, she took a step forward to protect Yang Huan behind her, her beautiful eyes overflowing with coldness. She opened her mouth once again, her words like knives. Where is the spiteful woman from who dares to hit her ideas on this seatsman? Of course Jiangli knew who the beautiful woman in front of him was, and why she thought Mu Huan was young. However, a woman that brother Mu doesn't like isn't his sister, so of course you don't have to be polite. The man who dared to covet her, Jiangli, naturally touched her scales. When War Timothy heard this, his body stiffened violently, and his face went a shade of white and a shade of red. She clenched her shell teeth into a cackle, clenched her hands into fists, and glared fiercely at Jiangli, her chest rising and falling violently. She was like an enraged beast ready to pounce and bite back. You, who are you calling a grouch? Yang and I met first. And where did you come from? Wild woman, what right do you have to dominate him? Chapter 130, When You Miss Me. Open it. Battle Surprise had been watching coldly, and now that he saw his sister losing her temper more and more, he was annoyed in his heart. He took a big step forward and pulled War Timothy by the hand, whispering angrily, Enough, Timothy, don't disgrace yourself here. Come back with me. However, as if she was crazy, War Timothy desperately struggled up, tears coming out of her eyes, and cried out at Warshocker, I'm not going back. Brother, let go of me. He's young. In Battle Surprise's memory, the young Yang was indeed no different from the immortal Emperor Mu in front of him, but on second thought, the image of words follow the law in the shadow remaining bit, as well as that shocking pressure that affected the entire continent and changed the color of heaven and earth just now. How is this something that Punk Yang could have pulled off? Besides, he himself had only been to the Xiantian sect a year ago. With my own eyes, I saw that Yang was already winded and dying, and he reeked of the decay of a great age. The cultivation level was even more devastating, falling to the pitiful chi refining stage. It was absolutely impossible for him to transform into an Emperor Realm cultivator. Think about it. Battle Surprise's brows were furrowed, and while using all his strength to stop his emotionally broken sister, he bent down towards the calm and relaxed Yang, squeezing out a few pleasing smiles on his face. His tone was sincere to the extreme. Mu Xianzuan, forgive me, my sister had her heart broken by a scumbag man before, so that her mind was damaged, and now she is a bit delirious. Much, who knows? Before the words were finished, War Timothy's willow eyebrows rose up and he flew up and kicked heavily on Warshocker's back waist. Battle Surprise was caught off guard, and his entire body stumbled forward, almost breaking the great defense. War Timothy was completely oblivious to his elder brother's wretchedness. With trembling hands, he pulled out a storage bag from his arms and used his whole body to fiercely fling it in Yang's direction. Yang, don't you like spirit stones? There are 1 million spirit stones inside. You come with me. Seeing this, Zhongli sneered and waved her veiled hand. With a crunching sound, the flying storage bag was fiercely knocked back by an invisible force, and fell back to the feet of Battle Timothy. Jiang Li's vermilion lips lightly opened, and her tone was tinged with mockery. How dare you take out a mere 1 million spirit stones? After saying that, the contempt in Jiang Li's eyes increased, and then her plain hand wiped from her waist, and a black card with a gold border appeared in her hand. You remind me. Jiang Li slightly side-eyed Yang, and his eyes instantly became gentle and watery. The jade hand gently held up Yang's palm, and carefully stuffed the black card into his palm, and then smiled sweetly. With this card, you can call on the multi-treasure pavilion's 100 million spirit stones at any time. Jiang Li slightly raised his chin as his gaze fell on War Timothy, and his tone was one of undisguised braggadocio. If others use it, they naturally have to return it. But my man doesn't need it. Ding! Detected Jiang Li gifted 20 million spirit stones to the host, triggering a 10,000 times cashback, rewarding 200 billion spirit stones. The system's beep almost caused Yang to let out a long roar of excitement, and his heart sped up a few beats at that instant. Compared to the tens of thousands of spirit stones of cultivation resources that Guli gave every month, Jiang Li, the rich woman, gave too much. The return of 200 billion spirit stones instantly filled up a tiny little half of the system space. This looking for a woman is still looking for a rich woman. This return alone is enough to fight for decades less. Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. The handsome face put on an extremely saddened look and looked towards War Timothy, shaking his head slightly and opening his mouth in a fake manner. Girl, you recognized the wrong person. This Father Mu Huan, not the Yang, in your mouth. After speaking, he slightly tilted his head and sighed lightly at the clear sky, as if carrying endless vicissitudes, then slowly averted his head, avoiding War Timothy's gaze that was full of unwillingness and sorrow. Sentimentality has a long way to go. A long verse, a low and magnetic voice, with a little melancholy and a little spontaneity. The verses came out as if they were magical incantations. Bright little stars surfaced in Zhongli and War Tiantian's beautiful eyes at the same time, as they gazed adoringly at Yang, deer in the headlights in their hearts. As the owner of the multi-treasure pavilion and the eldest miss of the Zhang family, Zhongli quickly snapped back to her senses from her flamboyant state. She slightly reduced the infatuation in her eyes and stood aside in a dignified manner. His eyes inadvertently swept towards War Timothy, but he saw that the other party's state was already as bad as it could be. War Timothy's body was slightly trembling. His face was as white as paper. His eyes were empty and lifeless, yet they were filled with a bit of madness. A scene from many years ago instantly came back to her mind. Yang's poise when he dances and plays with ink. His erudition when he fights the scholars with a lotus flower in his tongue. She dared to be sure, certain as well as certain that the so-called Mulwan in front of her was Yang. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Hundreds of years have not seen each other. His strength has reached such a horrible realm. This is the War Timothy How did not expect. Her eyes snapped shut and she subconsciously clenched her fists, a voice hissing madly in the back of her mind. He's mine and only mine. She felt that Yang must have been compelled by this person in front of her with her spiritual sense, and she must free him. However, right now is not the best time. She slowly hung her head, pursed her lips, and was silent, but her mind was racing with ideas. A moment of silence passed quietly, with only the breeze gently ruffling her hair. She finally sighed quietly, raised her eyes to look at War Surprise, and spoke softly. Brother, let's go. When Battle Surprise heard this, he was first slightly stunned, and his eyes were filled with surprise. It was as if he couldn't believe that his ever-stubborn sister would give up so easily. However, this surprise passed in an instant and was replaced by an uncontrollable delight. His face instantly blossomed into a bright smile. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to be filled with laughter, and he busily responded, "Come on, let's go." Looking at the distant brother and sister duo, Yang's heartstrings that had been tightly taut only then quietly loosened, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. However, the corners of Zhongli's mouth curled up in a promising arc. She slowly came up to Yang's ear and said in a voice that only he alone could hear, "Man, what should I call you, Muwan?" Zhongli deliberately paused, and between her beautiful eyes, she teased Yang's heart into her throat. The moment he frowned, she continued the second half of the sentence with a soft, pouting voice. "Yang or Muwan, it doesn't change the fact that you're my man," he said, not giving Yang the slightest chance to react. She slightly stood on her tiptoes and sent her delicate vermilion lips to make a gentle print on his cheek like a dragonfly. "Man, I can't stay with you. I need to go back and stabilize my cultivation." Yang gazed at Zhongli. Suddenly, his long arm stretched out with a dominating force, and he reswept Zhongli's slender body into his arms. Immediately after that, 3 fingers pinched Zhongli's delicate chin, slightly lifting it up and pressing down heavily with both lips. After his lips parted, he picked up a storage bag that had been prepared long ago, gently pulled up Zhongli's hand and placed the bag in her palm. Fingertips rubbed purposefully over her hand and whispered, "When you miss me, just open it up." After saying that, Yang slightly pursed his thin lips, as if there were still 1,000 words stuck in his throat, but he wanted to stop talking. In the end, he violently turned around and stepped onto the spirit boat to go far away, with only the sleeves of his clothes hunting in the wind. Zhongli stood in place, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment and attachment. Her shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, and her gaze closely followed Yang's distant back, until that upright figure completely disappeared from sight. Ryoko. Zhongli was like waking up from a big dream. She slowly turned towards the guards of the Duobao pavilion and softly but firmly spat out 2 words. "Go home." Chapter 131. Master wants to write the meditation technique a few more times. The sun rises, the moon sinks, the stars turn, the river of time flows silently and quietly. It's been 3.5 years. The morning light was bright, and several war boats, like lofty mountains, slowly set sail from the Xintian Sex mountain gate. Shasta, a low and majestic horn sound, as if from an ancient flood, boomed out, causing the air around it to tremble slightly. Immediately after, the light of the spirit formation below the war boat bloomed brightly, and raging spirit flames erupted. The blazing high temperature was like an inflammatory wave sweeping through the area, instantly dispersing the surrounding clouds. Below the mountain gate, countless disciples tilted their heads and gazed, their eyes filled with blazing envy and yearning. A disciple in the crowd couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. "I also want to fight for the clan." "No, you don't want to. You're just craving Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Yu's bodies. You fart. Don't you have a craving?" A snotty disciple looked at the silhouette on the warboat and muttered. Lu's senior sister that night was not. "I did not go to the grove by the Stargazer Pavilion." "Ah, don't hit me." Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy punch had greeted him, causing a burst of laughter around him. After more than 3 years, This disciple who presumptuously asked Lu Ningxuang to go to the grove to talk about his life and ideals was beaten up again. Above the war boat, the two women stood side by side, their clothes fluttering, like a pair of fairies who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world. The forward-moving war canoe, in contrast to them, seemed to have become a companion picture. Lu Ningxuang, a white plain dress like snow, skirt dancing between, seems to have a wisp of cold smoke, through a refusal of people outside of the cold. The skin was frosty and snowy, with an almost transparent whiteness, as if it was carved from cold jade. A head of black hair like a waterfall, only with a white jade hairpin simply pulled up, a few strands of hair hanging down beside her cheeks, more set off her face, cold and absolutely beautiful. The eyes were long and narrow, and the depths of the eyes seemed to hide a cold and bone-chilling ice spring. Between the flow of the eyes, the slightest hint of coldness leisurely escaped, which was the unique temperament given by practicing Xianin Gong, and as she was a Xianin saint body, when she raised her hands and threw her feet, it was as if the aura around her was tinted with a profound color. The faintly flickering aura made her entire person look like a dream, as if she was an unattainable moon palace fairy. Master wants to eat spirit flame vermilion fruit scorched spirit deer meat and ice pure crystal fish chopped today. Lu Ningxuang's voice was clear and cold as she spoke indifferently, turning her head to glance at Yu Qingcheng as she continued to ask softly, "Where's sister?" Yu Qingcheng, who was on her side, was just like the most dazzling and eye-catching star in the night sky. A tight moonlight-colored short dress fit the curves of her body tightly, outlining her exquisite figure to the fullest. Above the short skirt, delicate silver threads were carefully embroidered with mysterious and gorgeous star patterns. With her steeply lit beautiful eyes, the stars seemed to literally twinkle and flow, glittering. After more than 3 years of double-crossing Yang, it was as if she had lost her youthfulness. Red lips without pointing and jus, just like the most delicate petals in the autumn. Rich fragrance with a few points of intoxicating charm. A waist-length hair was combed into a double ponytail, and on top of the ponytail, a pair of exquisite hairbands carved out of spirit rhinoceros horns were tied. The thought of Lu Ningxuang's handiwork that could be described as one of the best. Yu Qingcheng instantly transformed into a little glutton, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Both hands intimately pulled on Lu Ningxuang's arm, gently rocking it while delicately pleasing him. Last time, that golden striped thunder python soup, just thinking about it makes me drool. And also, that star-striped Shin turtle soup. She cocked her head and rambled on for a long time, pestering Lu Ningxuang, her eyes blinking and blinking, looking at her with anticipation. The corners of Lu Ningxuang's mouth rose slightly, bringing out an imperceptible light smile. With that, he gently withdrew his arm without a trace, and his expression returned to its usual coolness as he said softly, "Little glutton, then we'll have these tonight." After she said that, she lightly moved her lotus steps towards the inner warehouse of the warboat. Yu Qingcheng looked at Lu Ningxuang's departing back, and then looked at the sky. Her eyes rolled and she muttered in a small voice, "I don't know how many more days it will take for Master Brother's poison to be detoxified. My cheeks are so sore." However, despite this complaint on his lips, his feet did not delay, jumping and running towards Yang's bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Qingcheng stood in front of the hatch, her veiled hands clenched, knocking hard on the hatch over and over again. The fangs became more and more anxious with the knocking on the door, and the few strands of hair in front of her forehead were slightly messed up due to her anxiety. A while ago, Yang somehow ate the elixir that Spirit Moon sent to him and tossed Yu Qingcheng around for a few days and nights. In the end, it was only by virtue of Gu Li's cultivation at the 6th level of the transition, closing the door to his room and suppressing it for 3 days and 3 nights, that the strange poison in his body was suppressed. However, the poison is strangely lewd and requires daily detoxification. If you are a few minutes late, you want to suppress the poison again. When Yu Qingcheng thought of this, her petite body couldn't help but start trembling slightly. Pop! Her jade leg violently lifted, wrapped in a whistling wind, directly bombarding the hatch. The hatch burst open under this great force. Yu Qingcheng let out a question. Her beautiful eyes seemed to have seen something incredible, and her footsteps paused. Inside the cabin, Yang was sitting in front of the case, holding a brush, seemingly concentrating on writing and drawing in front of the case. His white eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed a hint of concentration and seriousness, as if the entire world was left with only the ink and paper in front of him. However, if you look closely, you can find many differences. His upper body appeared to be relaxed against the back of the chair, but the slightly tensed shoulder muscles gave away his nervousness, as if he was trying his best to fake composure. Legs hidden under the table. Hidden. Can see his knees unnaturally tightly together, toes also occasionally tapping the ground. Fine beads of sweat cascaded on his forehead, gathered into beads, and slowly slid down his cheeks. The brush in his hand moved mechanically, only the slightly trembling tip seemed to speak of matters of the heart. Seeing this, Yu Qingchang was first stunned, then quickly stepped into the cabin. Propping her hands on the case table, she leaned forward and bent down, wiping the beads of sweat on Yang's forehead across the case table. "What's the matter? Did you have another attack of poison?" she asked as she glanced towards the white paper on the desk, muttering under her breath. "Ice cold for 1,000 years. Everything is especially quiet. The heart should be quiet. Meditation technique." When she read the content on the paper, she couldn't help but exclaim softly, and her beautiful eyes even flashed a trace of surprise. After reacting, Yu Qingqing's eyes reddened slightly. "Senior brother, it's the fact that the poison hasn't been fully resolved yet, and you want to use the meditation technique to carry it hard?" Ever since Guli suppressed the toxins in Yang's body, the daily detoxification work was handed over to Yu Qingcheng. She did not expect just a small yesterday complained about the pain in the cheeks. "The master brother even today so show off. He couldn't spare me one more ounce of labor. He's so sweet. He's so warm. He loves me so much." However, Yang had long been panicking inside at this point. Just now, Guli took advantage of the fact that no one was around and quietly sneaked into the cabin. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, and for a moment they could not help themselves, reveling in that private and loving moment. Clothes half undone, each other's hair messy intertwined together, warm breath disordered sprayed on each other's neck. The entire cabin was filled with an ambiguous and charming atmosphere. Who would have thought that Yu Qingcheng would suddenly kick in the door without warning at this critical moment? The cabin was already small and cramped, with limited space, and looking around, there was no place to hide. Under the panic, Guli could only roll and crawl to hide under the table, try to curl up as much as possible, and did not dare to take a breath. On Yang's side, despite his best efforts to impose composure, the uncontrollable heartbeat was like a dense drumbeat, hitting his chest one after the other. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down on his forehead, not because of the poison, but clearly due to the sudden shock and tension. His eyes dodged in panic, not daring to look directly into Yu Qingqing's clear but concern-filled eyes. The paper under his hand was clutched out of its folds. The heart is even like ants on a hot pan, silently praying for Yu Qingqing to hurry up and leave, for fear of an inadvertent bow of her head. Over the past few years, Yang and Guli have done a great job of keeping their secret. Even if onlookers occasionally became suspicious, they could not find the slightest bit of conclusive evidence. Thus no one knows exactly how far their relationship has gone. The moment he had to hide his inner panic in front of Yu Qingcheng, but he also had to worry about Guli's movements under the case. It's really a scorcher and a dilemma. Qingcheng Na, when Master Fong wrote this meditation technique, it seems that he was already able to suppress the toxin. Well, halfway through his words, Yang couldn't help but let out a whine. Even as his entire body shivered slightly, he silently reached his left hand under the case table, but his eyes suddenly surfaced a trace of fascination. "Qingcheng Na, at this hour your senior sister must be busy with the evening meal. Why don't you go and give her a hand? My teacher would like to write the meditation technique a few more times." Chapter 132, After Dinner. "You should go and practice early." Yu Qingcheng fluttered those beautiful eyes that seemed to harbor thousands of stars, full of simplicity. He thought that Yang could really rely on the meditation skill to contain the toxins in his body. She spoke softly after a few more moments of careful admonition and care. "Elder brother, you mustn't try to be strong. If your body is too hard to bear, you must call out to me." With those words, she turned and walked away in style with unreserved trust. Reaching out, he slowly closed the hatch, and then drifted away in the direction of the galley. The moment the hatch closed tightly, it was like Yang's body, which had been holding on strongly, had finally found a chance to relax. He let out a long breath, his tense muscles relaxing a little with it. However, before he could slow down, the next instant, the familiar yet warm and strange sensation struck again, causing the muscles in his entire body to instantly tense up like strings again. In the meantime, under the table, Guli quietly stretched out a jade hand. The hand gently waved. Several vaguely forbidden light flashed away. In a flash, the entire cabin was firmly shielded. So much so, that no one could ever set foot in this hatch again. Moreover, any movement or sound in the cabin was also isolated, and could not be transmitted in the slightest. More than an hour passed quietly. The hatch slowly opened, and Yang stepped out with a light pace and an indescribable tingling energy. He walked confidently to the kitchen on the war canoe, a light smile, if any, at the corner of his mouth, as if he had just experienced a cozy rest. "Ouch, there are ice crystal fish choppers today," Yang said as he reached out and pinched a piece of fish and shoved it into his mouth with a zip. This scene was coincidentally watched by Lu Ningxuan, who turned around with a seasoning dish. She frowned, the spice plate in her hand heavily placed on the table, making a clang sound, and snapped. "Master, why are you such a glutton? This chopped fish has not even been plated on the table yet, and you're moving your hands first." Yu Qingcheng also poked her head out from the side of the stove at the sound of the voice, and saw the crumbs of fish meat remaining at the corner of Yang's mouth. Couldn't help but pout. Cheeks puffed out like an angry little puffer fish. Elder brother. You're also too eager. We're busy here for half a day. But you're good. You're eating directly. Yang was not annoyed by this dislike, and smilingly reached out to pinch another slice. Yu Qingqing's eyes were quick, and she took the spatula and pretended to hit his hand, and Yang hurriedly shrunk back, muttering under her breath, "Who's to blame for Frosty getting better at his craft?" Before he could settle down for a moment, he quietly approached the plate containing the chopped ice crystal fish again, and his fingers just touched the flesh of the fish. Lu Ningxuan took an arrow step forward and pulled him by the arm and yanked him out of the kitchen. Yu Qingcheng also pushed behind, and the two of them worked together to drive Yang out of the kitchen. The words kept coming out of his mouth telling him to go to the cafeteria and wait nicely. Jan stood in the kitchen doorway and shrugged helplessly. The smile on his face deepened while he looked at the closed kitchen door, only to turn and walk slowly toward the dining room. Not long after, Lu Ningxuan and Yu Qingqing turned out of the kitchen with a smile on their faces, steadily carrying a plate of colorful and delicious delicacies in her hand. She walked towards the table in a graceful manner. For a while, the restaurant was filled with aromas. When the three of them were seated, Guli was the only one missing. Yang subconsciously frowned slightly with a white brow, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the door frequently as he wondered in his heart. It's not like your cheeks are too sore to eat, is it? It seems that we can't pretend to be poisoned anymore, or there will always be a day when they find out as time goes on. As he thought this, another few moments passed before Guli arrived late. Guli walked to the table in a graceful manner, slightly lowering her eyes and avoiding a direct meeting with Yang's gaze. But the moment she saw Yu Qingcheng, the quietly reddened ears gave away the shyness in her heart. "Senior sister, why are your ears so red?" Before Yu Qingcheng could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Ningxuang's cold eyes, only to see her blankly glance at Yu Qingcheng and say, "No big deal. How do you talk to Master Ancestor?" For more than 3 years, that hard time when Lu Ningxuang was in seclusion to impact the Yuaning stage, all relied on Guli's attentive care. Guli did not hide anything, and taught his own cultivation experience for many years, but also led Lu Ningxuang on the road of sword cultivation. During those countless days and nights of seclusion, Guli escorted her and helped her break through her bottleneck. When she encounters difficulties in practicing her gongfu, Guli patiently answers her questions and guides her to comprehend the subtleties of her sword moves. Over time, Lu Ningxuang's heart was filled with gratitude and respect for Guli. In Lu Ningxuang's heart, Guli was nominally her master ancestor, but loved her more like a sister. Thus, when she saw that Yu Qingcheng was not being big or small, naturally a trace of displeasure surfaced on her pretty face. At this point, Yang saw that the scene was a bit awkward and came out to round off the scene. "We are all family. Qingcheng is also concerned about Master." Since the Xianin sacred body had become a small success, Lu Ningxuang's nature had become more and more ice-cold, with a detachment that rejected people beyond 1,000 miles between her words and actions. Ever since Lu Ningxuang had come out of seclusion, it wasn't long before she found out about Yu Qingqing's dual cultivation with Yang. Though her mouth didn't say a word about it, her heart was already in the dark. Looking at the intimate manner in which Yang and Yu Qingcheng were spending time together, the flames of jealousy quietly leapt up in the bottom of his heart. She was filled with worry, fearing that Yang would stop liking herself because of it. Fortunately, Yu Qingcheng was eloquent and intelligent, and after sensing her thoughts, she took the initiative to show kindness from time to time, and Yang treats her as before, not half estranged. Lu Ningxuang then slowly accepted the reality. It was only when she occasionally saw Yang Qingqing's unintentional favoritism towards Yu Qingcheng that the anger in the bottom of her heart would still be unable to restrain itself from bubbling upwards. At this moment, Lu Ningxuang snorted coldly and turned her head away, a slight chill rising once again on her pretty face. Guli will see all this in the eyes. To wait for the crowd a little quiet, she gently pinched Lu Ningxuang's jade hand, softly said, "Ningxuang, don't think too much." Saying that, her palm slightly exerted force, and a warm spiritual energy slowly crossed into Lu Ningxuang's body, helping her to calm her mind. Lu Ningxuang only felt that the depressed chi in her heart dissipated a little, raised her eyes to look at Guli. Her eyes were full of emotion, and she gently nodded her head. Guli, on the other hand, glared at Yang, and her jade foot was even underneath the table, ruthlessly crushing on his paw without mercy. The look was as if he was blaming him for not leveling the playing field. However, under the table, Yang's other foot, however, seemed like a flexible swimming fish as it moved gently, quietly approaching Guli's skirt. Guli seemed to be startled by the sudden touch. Her calves instinctively shuddered slightly, and her knee accidentally knocked against the edge of the table, nearly knocking over the wineglass on the table. She glanced angrily at Yang. The eyes were meant to be intimidating, but at this time, they were half powerful, falling into Yang's eyes. Instead, it was like a pouting petulance. The corner of Yang's mouth hooked up with a bad smile, getting bolder and bolder, gently rubbing her ankles with her toes, like teasing an easily frightened deer. Guli's cheeks flushed slightly, and she tried to draw back her foot, but she was gently hooked by Yang's foot and couldn't move. Shamed and annoyed, she took advantage of the bystanders. Reaching out, she pinched Yang's thigh, not too hard, but hard enough to let Yang know she was angry. Yang ate the pain, but only stifled a grunt, a smile on his face. Instead, he took advantage of bending down and pretending to pick something up to give Guli a burst of lips. Wait for me at night. Guli looked so red in the ears that he could only feign composure, coughing lightly twice in an effort to turn his attention back to the table. There will be a few more days before we arrive at the Meteorite Star Valley. After the evening meal, you guys go and cultivate early. Chapter 133, One Mind Over Another. Night covers the 4 fields. Inside the cabin, the candlelight flickered. The dim light wavered slightly on the 4 walls, as if disturbed by the coolness of the autumn night. Outside the window, the ink-black night sky engulfed the hustle and bustle of the day, with only a few cold stars twinkling, exuding the impending depression. Wanjun, you kid and Howard group. Spiritual treasures, pills, old man tube enough. Yang leaned comfortably on the back of his chair, sipping the Cui Yun Xianxia that he had gleaned from Zhongli, his eyes staring at Lei Wanjun as he instructed. Don't worry, righteous father. Lei Wanjun hammered his chest and grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white plate teeth, his voice like a bell. With me, Lei Wanjun, even if Sure Grizzly loses in the first round, I'll still be able to win the clan Akaiju back. Yang first nodded slightly, yet in but a moment, he laughed and cursed again. The 10,000 Clans Congress is the highest specification event on the continent. You grips get on stage and keep your mouth shut. What a gripper! What a pussy-yuri! Lest you lose the face of the clan. Before the words were finished, he saw the corner of Lei Wanjun's mouth turn slightly and muttered in a small voice full of defiance. We are usually full of grizzled hair, but it is not all brought down by you grizzled hair. Yang's ears are so sharp, white eyebrows steeply raised, originally calm pale face instantly shrouded in a layer of huffing and puffing. A storage bag wrapped in the sound of the wind. Snap sound solidly smashed in Lei Wanjun's face. Yang angrily shouted. Roll roll roll. Seeing this face of yours makes me want to strangle you. Lei Wanjun was smashed by that storage bag, but he was not annoyed. His face instantly piled up with a smile, and he caught it with both hands nimbly. He first upturned. Seems to be in the assessment of the weight of the treasures. The light in the eyes of the great release. Living as see the gold mountain silver mountain of the financial fan. He. Righteous father rest his anger. I'm not just a quick talker. Lei Wanjun said as he carefully tucked the storage bag into his bosom, and even gently patted it with his hand, as if he was afraid that it would fly away. Immediately after that, he leaned forward, the fawning on his face growing more and more intense, his eyes narrowing into a slit as he said curtly, Righteous father, then I'll leave first, you can natter with a few more senior brothers and sisters. After saying that, Lei Wanjun doggedly arched his hand towards Yang again and walked backwards towards the outside of the cabin. Inside the cabin, the candlelight was still flickering, but the atmosphere was slightly eased by Lei Wanjun's departure. Yang hummed lightly, lifting his teacup and just bringing it to his mouth, but then he put it down, his gaze sweeping towards the others in the room. Xiaohoqian stood on the sidelines, taking in the scene just now, and when she saw Yang sweeping towards her, she couldn't help but skim her lips. Master, ignore that grizzly. Ignore that simpleton. Xiaohoqian was born with eyebrows as far as the diaphragm, eyes like autumn water. A light pink dress set off her graceful posture. However, in the past few years, following Yang's dedicated cultivation, his cultivation has become more and more refined, only that speech and behavior, inevitably tainted by a few points of his spontaneity. On a regular basis, the word grizzly is never far from his lips. That's right, Xiaoho senior sister is right. That grizzly. Bah, pay attention to that naive goods for what? Emojiogo leaned against the pillar and had been silent. When he saw Xiaohoqian vocalize, he responded in kind. He was tall, with a black robe, his face was cold, and his eyes were a bit stern. Following Yang's cultivation over the past few years, his cultivation was like a rocket, dabbling up to the 9th level of the spirit of transformation, and he was so close to breaking through to the void refining stage. Yang listened to the words of the two, his expression slightly cleared up, waved his hand and said, This 10,000 clans assembly, the few of you have to give me your best. The most important thing is to protect yourself. Speaking of this, the look in Yang's eyes was replaced by a touch of caution, his gaze sweeping over them once more, his tone becoming a bit colder. Act according to the plan, and I will bear all the consequences. As the words landed, The air in the chamber seemed to be instantly frozen and the temperature plummeted. Candle flame in this steeply depressing atmosphere. Crazy jumping struggle, seems to be also by this depression intention shock. Master, Qianer understands. Disciple will go back and explain the situation with Brother Bing. Xiahou Qian moved lightly with lotus steps, got up and picked up the storage bag on the table, and respectfully saluted towards Yang. Senior sister, wait for me. Mo Jiu Go hurriedly followed, along with Xiahou Qian, out of the cabin. After the two of her left, Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingcheng were left in the cabin. After a few moments of silence, Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingcheng's gazes quietly met in the air, and for a split second, sparks seemed to crackle. Immediately afterward, the two women tacitly threw their eyes together at Yang. Yu Qingcheng was the first to break the deadlock, her beautiful eyes flowing and rippling. The corners of her mouth curled into a light, seemingly careless smile. Brittly, it's getting late. Why doesn't senior sister go back to her room to cultivate? The 10,000 clans assembly is already imminent. We must race against time to improve our strength, so we don't let down our master's expectations. The words seemed to be concerned, but in fact, every word was like a needle in a haystack, full of deep meaning. Those little thoughts of Lu Ningxuang's on a regular basis. How could Yu Qingcheng not understand and not know? This cheap senior sister of his own, craving the body of his senior brother. Yu Qingcheng quietly glanced at Yang with her afterglow, and when she saw that he looked peaceful, a touch of smugness rose in her heart. How could Lu Ningxuang not hear her strings? The alarm bells were ringing in her heart. During the evening meal this evening, Yang favored Yu Qingcheng a few times. Her heart would have been as sour as if she had eaten a lemon, full of bad taste. At this moment, seeing Yu Qingcheng kicking people out like this, she refused to give in easily. It wasn't her style to back down easily. Her eyes rolled, but her face didn't move as she gently ruffled the hair hanging down by her ears and spoke without slowing down. That's a good point. Senior sister, your cultivation is still shallow. It is necessary to seize the time to cultivate, lest you go to the 10,000 sect assembly and disgrace your master. Lu Ningxuang stood behind Yang as she spoke. Immediately after, a pair of soft, boneless jade hands slowly climbed onto Yang's shoulders, gently kneading up, skillfully and gently. I see that master has been working hard lately and his face is slightly tired and haggard. I'm afraid that the toxin in his body is showing signs of flaring up again. Recently, I begged my master ancestor for a set of antidotes to the poison, so I'll give it a try to my master ancestor later on. While Lu Ningxuang spoke without a hitch, she slightly sidestepped her face and cast a meaningful look towards Yu Qingcheng. The look was as if to say, you little wavy hoof, don't think I don't know your little mind. Want to stay and monopolize master? No way. When Yu Qingcheng heard this, she was secretly annoyed in her heart. Good for you, Lu Ningxuang, playing this mind game with me. She slightly bit her lower lip, seemingly thinking for a moment. Then she spread her face again and smiled, smiling back. Senior sister really has the heart, but this antidote matter can't be child's play. In case there is a mistake, how can it be if it injures the master? I'm usually the one who relieves the toxins for master, so why don't I do it? Senior sister has labored all the way. It's better to go back to your room early and rest. Don't wear out your body. This cultivation to enhance strength is the most important thing at the moment. Don't you think so, master? As she said that, she didn't forget to throw a pitying look at Yang. The little girl in the eyes of the petite attitude show undoubtedly, clearly is to let Yang help her back. Lu Ningxuang this program bite gold to send off. Yang sat there, taking in the two women's back and forth. 3 black lines seemed to hang down on his forehead, and a flock of crows cawing ah flew through his mind. He let out a long sigh in his mind. Sins, these two girls, usually look well behaved and understanding. Once it comes to the matter of jealousy, as if they have changed, one more than the other mind. He coughed lightly and was just about to open his mouth to diffuse the slightly awkward situation when Gu Li's voice sounded outside the door. Huan, is it all accounted for? How is the poison on your body? Do you want me to take a look for you? Chapter 134, Getting the Benefit of the Doubt. The younger ones haven't set the stage yet. The older ones are coming back. Yang only felt his temples jumping, his brows locked, and he raised his hand to rub his sore and swollen forehead, and he couldn't help but wail in his heart. What's going on here? It's a sin. There is no way to hide, and now the only way is to take the bull by the horns. Even though Yang and Gu Li had long surpassed the affection between disciple and master in private, but in front of Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingcheng, the proper appearance still had to be put on. Seeing Gu Li step into the cabin, Yang busily stood up and respectfully saluted towards Gu Li, while intentionally dragging out his voice. Disciple greetings to master. As he spoke, he didn't forget to make a few winks towards Gu Lilian, as if to say, you control them. Ever since that time in the peach blossom forest, when Gu Li had given himself to Yang, the two of them had often gone there to do and talk. Sometimes it takes a lot of talking. Sometimes it takes a lot of punching. And occasionally it's a shared quest for some rare knowledge. As time passed, the tacit understanding between the two increased with each passing day. And now they had reached the realm of having a heart of gold. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that when Yang pouted, Guli knew what he was going to fart. However, Guli had been outside the door for a long time, and she had listened to the movements in the cabin before she quietly appeared. Despite the fact that in these years Yang's physical state was as fierce as a brute bull, and his qi and blood were strong to the extreme, when the two of them were discussing the Tao, his vigorous energy often made it difficult for Guli to fight, repeatedly falling behind, and even fainting several times. But his cultivation seems to be blocked by an invisible barrier, always stuck in the bottleneck, slow to break through to the Yuanying stage. Guli was filled with worry, fearing that he would hang up one day without warning. It coincided with the long journey to the central state to attend the 10,000 Clans conference. Guli then secretly thought about creating an opportunity for Lu Ningxuan to be alone with Yang. For one thing, as Ling Yu had said earlier, according to the Acacia sect's canonical records, the Xianing body was extremely special and was one of the world's 9 cauldrons. If you can double practice with them, you can realize the wonderful effect of yin and yang. Not only can it help cultivation soar, it can also heal Dao injuries and stabilize the divine soul. If the records were true, Yang's life could be guaranteed for decades. On the other hand, as Lu Ningxuan's cultivation became more and more profound, Guli was keenly aware that she looked more and more like the Lu Ruyan of that year, cold as ice and unapproachable. In the long run, even though Lu Ningxuan was able to rely on the Xianing body's unique advantage, she was able to grow by leaps and bounds in her cultivation, but the price is to gradually lose oneself, allowing the heart to be filled with coldness and indifference. Eventually, they lose the light of humanity and are reduced to pure cultivation machines. Fortunately, deep in Guli's memory, there were still only a few words of what Lu Ruyan had once said. She had mentioned that the Xianing body was exceptionally gifted, but it was also secretly dangerous. If you can find a lifelong bond in the midst of this long path of immortality, you will be nourished by the power of yin and yang harmonization with care. Not only can the divine soul become more and more solid and peaceful, but it can also guard the warmth of the heart from being swallowed up by the cold growth of cultivation and never lose the true nature of humanity. In this way, the heights of cultivation that the Xianing body would be able to reach in the future would be beyond imagination and immeasurable. Therefore, Guli saw Yang desperately making eyes, but pretended not to see it. His complexion as calm as water, unperturbed, her eyes flickered, and a faint, sly smile floated to the corners of her mouth, adding fuel to the fire that was already burning between the three of them. Only to see her step in front of Yang. Her posture was as elegant as a fairy under the moon, and she showed her composure in a graceful manner. She slowly stretched out her hand, which was as white and slender as lamb's fat jade, and with 3 fingers together, she gently pressed on Yang's pulse gate. In this instant, Guli appeared to be calm, but her heartstrings were tight. Her heartbeat unconsciously accelerated, secretly praying that she could act this play seamlessly. In just a moment, Guli's willow brows furrowed fiercely, and a flash of panic instantly flashed through her beautiful eyes. Panic overflowed, and he actually lost control and exclaimed in shock, "What a way to go! The toxin has even made a comeback, a raging counterattack. This kind of momentum, even more ferocious than before. The situation is tricky to the extreme," she shouted. Her voice trembled slightly. Half of it was pretending, but the other half was really worried about Yang's condition. Lu Ningxuan and Yu Qingcheng had their hearts tied to Yang, and upon hearing this, they were struck by lightning and their complexion suddenly changed. In an instant, the blood color on the 2 women's faces faded cleanly. Lu Ningxuan's heart was burning with anxiety, and the jade hand pressed on Yang's shoulder inadvertently used a few points of strength, pinching him and making him grimace. "Master Ancestor, what the hell should we do?" The anxious look in Lu Ningxuan's eyes seemed as if it was going to set the air in the cabin on fire. She kept blaming herself in her heart, not even caring to ponder whether Guli had another deep meaning behind this move. Yu Qingcheng was also full of worry, her usual spirit and playfulness all gone. She locked her eyes on Guli, like a drowning person grabbing a life preserver, pleading with a sobbing voice, "Master Ancestor, you're so divine. There must be a way to save Master's brother." She was so anxious in her heart that while she was afraid that Yang really had a long or short term, the other side of her started to undress her clothes. "Senior Ancestor, Senior Sister, you guys take shelter for a while. I'll first suppress it for Senior." As the words fell, 3 pairs of eyes landed on Yu Qingcheng's body, with different eyes and thoughts flying around. "Yang, Guli, little wavy hoof, is this how you detoxify on a regular basis? Lu Ningxuan, HM, what kind of poison did Yang get? _______ winky face. The most afraid of the air suddenly quiet, the most afraid of pig teammates blind operation. Yu Qingqing's maneuver instantly made Gu Li feel that the fire was almost ready. She paused slightly, appearing to weigh her words, but in fact she was quickly observing the duo's reactions. In the bottom of her heart, she was also a little apprehensive. I do not know what choice these two will make, but things have come to this point, can only be hard to continue. And then, she slowly opened her mouth, moving what Spirit Moon had said earlier as a shield. Fairy Lingyue once said that the poison Huan was infected with was insidious and difficult to deal with, and that ordinary methods were simply powerless to bring it back. The only way to uproot this toxin is to find a virgin and have dual cultivation with her, drawing on the power of yin and yang harmony. Otherwise, she deliberately paused and her gaze fell on Lu Ningxuang. Then she sighed and continued, the consequences are unimaginable. Huan is afraid of his life. When Yu Qingqing heard these words from Gu Li, her petite body shook violently, and her face instantly turned as white as snow. She subconsciously bit her lower lip, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. She was secretly annoyed at her own weakness, having lost her virginity in the first place when Gongsun Wuxing had cast a lecherous poison on her. Now at this critical moment, but all the qualifications that can help Yang are gone. Her eyes were filled with frustration and unwillingness, and she hung her head low, not daring to look at Gu Li and Yang. It was as if he had committed a great and unforgivable sin, and he was full of complaints against himself, and he just hated that he could not turn back the clock. Yu Qingqing cupped her half-faded bodice in one hand, and for a while, there was nowhere to put it. On Lu Ningxuang's side, the moment Gu Li's words fell, her gaze quietly flowed and she touched Gu Li intentionally or unintentionally. At that instant, a flash of tacit understanding flashed in both of their eyes that was hard to detect bystanders, as if their hearts were in sync. After all, as early as a few years ago, Lu Ningxuang had secretly discussed the matter with Gu Li and Lingyu. When she breaks through to the Yuaning stage, let her become Yang's cauldron to verify if the records in the Acacia Sect's canon are true. But who would have guessed that the delay would be almost 4 years long? At this moment, even though there was some nervousness in Lu Ningxuang's heart, it was more of an excitement. She raised her chin slightly and looked firmly at Gu Li. The eyes seemed to say that she was ready to save Yang even if it cost her everything. Yang, on the other hand, was as if he was the one who stayed out of the situation, hanging his head and not saying a word, as if he was shocked and lost his soul by this sudden situation. In truth, he had long been happy in his heart. Among the 3 women, the only virgin is not Lu Ningxuang. However, he had just been secretly rejoicing in his heart for no more than a moment when his thoughts took a steep turn. Thinking of the dragon gobbler pill that Spirit Moon had sent last time, Yang couldn't help but shiver. The effect of the medicine is really overbearing and strong. After a few days, the medicine is still like a maggot in the body of a wisp of residue. As long as the slightest provocation from the outside world, the medicinal power in his body will be like a powder keg that has been ignited, and it will explode, stirring up his qi and blood. He secretly pondered in his heart, if he was taking care of what Lai had said, this medicinal power was slow to be completely removed. Under the accumulation of days and months, I am afraid that it will really be like a maggot on the bone, little by little eroding his vitality, and ultimately endangering his life. But as soon as that thought came to mind, another, greater doubt came to mind. He frowned slightly, quietly exercising a trace of his aura and casting a sound transmission technique, his tone filled with confusion and disbelief. What the hell are you singing about? You don't know if I was poisoned or not, putting on such a big show and dragging Lu Ningxuang down with you. What on earth did you have in mind? 3 questions in a row were rewarded with a blank stare from Gu Li. Old boy, you're getting a bargain. Chapter 135, what are you waiting for? What do you mean I'm getting a good deal? When Yang raised her eyes, they were full of innocence and ignorance, and it was as if the pure love could overflow. He purposely softened his spiritual consciousness transmission, his tone wrapped with a few points of aggravation, lovingly opening his mouth. Li, is it possible that in your mind, I'm the kind of scum that takes advantage of people? Hearing the voice transmission, the corners of Gu Li's mouth rose slightly, outlining a seeming arc, and it took a great deal of effort to stifle her laughter before she proceeded to dislike him back. Can I see through that little twisted mind of yours? Old boy, don't pretend here. You've been happy in your heart for a long time. Her tone was full of derision, as if she had read Yang's mind inside and out. Don't you dare say you don't have something in mind about Frost? Now you're playing innocent. I'm not going to eat you. Upon hearing this, Yang's heart thumped, but his face still maintained that harmless and innocent look. The voice grew softer, even with a hint of questioning. Nah 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 nah. Words can be said but not food. Ba 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 ba. When these words came out, Gu Li finally couldn't hold back and let out a giggle. She hurriedly covered her mouth and continued to transmit her voice. Okay, you don't have to pretend. Lest you chill Frosty's heart, I'll be honest with you. With Gu Li's spiritual sense transmission, Yang finally knew the beginning and end causes of the matter. In an instant, he only felt his head explode with a buzz, and his heart was strongly shaken. It turns out that Gu Li, Ling Yu, and Lu Ningxuang had planned this long ago, and only waited for Lu Ningxuang to break through to the Yuanying stage, and then willingly dedicated herself to become Yang's cauldron. It helped him to advance in his cultivation, and it even extended his lifespan. His eyes widened, shock and disbelief in his eyes. His neck turned stiffly as he looked over at Lu Ningxuang, his mind secretly pondering. How could she do that? How does this make me bear it? The 9 hearth physique qualities contained in the hearth treasure record, and Yang had already obtained Yu Qingqing's star sacred body. No one knew better than him what dual cultivation with someone who possessed a special physique actually meant, and what amazing opportunities would be reaped. Even though Yan usually suppressed his instinctive fluttering towards Lu Ningxuang, his body honestly communicated his innermost desires all the time. The blazing desire of the supreme infinite blend holy body for the Xianin holy body was like an earth fire that had existed for eons, burning eerily in the depths of the soul and never stopping for a moment. When Gu Li saw that Yang had dropped her attention to Lu Ningxuang, a faintly imperceptible flash of despondency flashed through her beautiful eyes that looked like autumn water. However, the despondency seemed like a fleeting moment, passing away in an instant, replaced by the usual lightness and spontaneity. She quietly operated her spiritual sense and transmitted her voice to Yu Qingqing. Girl, come with me. Don't bother your senior brother and sister. Despite the many reluctances in Yu Qingqing's heart, her eyes flashed with a tangled light, and her shell teeth were even sunk into her pink lips. But once she thought that only Lu Ningxuang could dissolve the toxin in Yang's body, her heart gradually sank, and a sense of helplessness came over her. She slowly raised her head and looked at Gu Li with complicated eyes. But in the end, she gently nodded her head and obediently responded. Yes, Master Ancestor. As Gu Li led Yu Qingqing on her way out, she didn't forget to set up a few layers of prohibitions for Yang's cabin. As the hatch slowly closed, an ambiguous aura seemed like vines quietly growing in the fall, quickly spreading throughout the cabin. Lu Ningxuang lightly bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed like the evening sun, and the waves of light in her eyes flowed through the slightest hint of shyness and boldness. She slowly approached Yan like a weak willow. Her delicate figure seemed to be able to sway in the wind. Reaching out her jade hand, she gently rested on Yang's shoulder, her fingers trembling slightly, but with a firmness that could not be refused. Lu Ningxuang tilted her head slightly, the warm breath she exhaled gently brushing against Yang's neck as she murmured softly, "Mastermind." After saying that, her gaze boldly met Yang's, her eyes full of affection and anticipation. It was as if a deep lake was going to deeply imprint Yang's figure into it. At this time in the cabin, the atmosphere became more and more charming, as if even the air had become thick and ambiguous. Even the breath was intertwined with the two people's unspeakable feelings. Frosty. The emotions that had been suppressed in Yang Huan's heart could no longer be suppressed. Blazing flames instantly ignited at the bottom of his eyes, and all that jumped in the flames was his desire for Lu Ningxuang. No longer hesitating, he violently stretched out his arms and tightly wrapped them around Lu Ningxuang's slender waist, instantly pulling her soft body closer. Immediately after, Yang slightly leaned down, and with an irresistible dominance, he kissed Lu Ningxuang between her lips without hesitation. This kiss, with endless blazing heat, seemed to want to pass all his longings and sentiments over these days to Lu Ningxuang through this kiss. "Ah, Master!" Lu Ningxuang exclaimed in shock, slightly trembling at this sudden domineering move. But soon, she was intoxicated by the blazing kiss. She gently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly like butterfly wings. Both hands slowly raised and encircled Yang's neck, her fingers gently entwining his hair, as if to tightly connect herself to him. Lu Ningxuang's breathing became rapid and disorganized. Her cheeks became hotter and hotter, and her blush spread to the roots of her ears. Right at the moment when the emotions boiled over, Yang Huan's mind moved and operated the Qian Kuan 9 revolutions in Yang dual cultivation technique. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful aura surged out from within him. It's finally happening. Her body trembled slightly, and the aura in her body was summoned to surge up involuntarily. This aura, it's the Acacia Extreme World that Sister Lingyu said. In a flash, two auras emanated from the two men's bodies. An aura that was like a bright golden aura, wrapped in endless masculine power. An aura that seemed like an ethereal blue flowing rhyme, containing a soft and feminine power. They are like golden dragons and blue phoenixes, circling, chasing and entangling in the air, attracting each other and closely connected. As the auras mingled, countless multicolored talismans appeared in the air, rotating around the two men and interweaving into a huge and complex spell formation. In the center of the spell formation, two beams of charming light rose up and gently wrapped around their souls, leading them into the mysterious space. The moment she stepped into the space, the dreamlike world of Acacia Extreme Bliss in front of her shocked Lu Ningxuang. It's so beautiful. Is this the Acacia Extreme world that Sister Ling you talked about? When Yang sniffed, he subconsciously touched his nose, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his expression. Ling Yu, that woman really says everything out. Next time I meet her, I should ask her to eat whips. Just as he was thinking about how to treat Ling Yu to a whip, his eyes unconsciously kept roaming over Lu Ningfan's body. Those eyes were like substance, staring at Lu Ningxuan uncomfortably, as if there were countless small insects crawling on her skin. Ah! After a scream, Lu Ningxuan finally realized why Yang was staring at her like that. There's no way to avoid it. After a brief moment of panic, she simply showed him in a big way. She was seen to be lightly lifting her jaw, her eyes half closed, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly like butterfly wings, with a hint of lethargy and indolence. The hands, originally clenched from nervousness, slowly loosened and traveled gently upward along the lamb's milk-like arms. Her fingertips ran across her shoulders, lifting the long, waterfall-like hair, which was casually draped to one side. A few strands of hair fell playfully over her chest, just enough to cover some of the spring light. She turned slightly sideways, her waist swinging lightly like a weak willow in the wind, displaying a charming posture that was all natural. Lu Ningxuan saw that Yang's gaze was firmly attracted to herself and could no longer move away from her. The corners of his mouth hooked slightly upward in a startling smile. Immediately afterward, she lightly opened her vermilion lips with a hint of pout and charm. Senior brother, am I beautiful? The end note rose slightly, as if there was a small invisible hand, gently tugging at the heartstrings. Though Yang didn't say anything, only his eyes were open. His mouth was slightly open, and his breathing looked a little disorganized. However, as Lu Ningxuan rested on Yang's autumn water-like gaze, it quietly wandered downward from his face. Her thrilling smile slowly blossomed like a blooming flower in autumn, instantly lighting up the entire Acacia Extreme world. Lu Ningxuan slowly approached Yang. When the distance was close enough to feel each other's warm breath, she stood slightly on her tiptoes and gently licked his earlobe, then smiled delicately and whispered in his ear. Senior brother, what are you waiting for? Chapter 136. Is this my yawning? Dreaming of love, dew in the clouds, but the sky is cooler. Yang slowly finished arranging the last strand of Lu Ningxuan's green silk, his movements gentle and full of fondness. Afterward, he slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, his spiritual awareness slowly entering within his dantian like a light wisp of smoke. After a long time, Lu Ningxuan's thick eyelashes flapped slightly like butterfly wings, and she slowly opened her eyes. The eyes seemed like a deep and gentle lake, gazing deeply at Yang. The eyes were soft as water, as if they wanted to pour all the love in the world into this glance. Lu Ningxuan's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, her body slightly trembled, slowly supporting the overwhelmingly delicate body. After adjusting her posture, Lu Ningxuan took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Immediately after that, she placed her pair of jade hands against Yang's back, as a steady stream of aura was being ferried from her hands towards Yang Huan. Fine beads of sweat seeped out from Lu Ningxuan's forehead. Sure, you must break through. Lu Ningxuan's voice, as if it carried an invisible force, triggered an earth-shattering change in Yang's qi. The originally calm qi instantly changed. The gently surging auras were like raging waves at the moment, crashing and tumbling against each other, emitting a deafening roar. That small island floating above the qi also shook violently under the impact of this force. The stone egg on the island, on the other hand, stood out amidst the chaos. It had swelled to over a person's height, and the textures on its surface grew deeper and more mysterious, as if it was telling ancient secrets. The stone egg was like a taotai that could never be filled, frantically absorbing the violet qi gushing out from the spirit fountain. Each strand of purple qi that was incorporated into the stone egg made it shine brighter and brighter. Purple qi intertwined and twisted inside the stone egg, forming a mysterious and unpredictable totem. The surface of the stone egg began to crack slightly, and the light coming out of the cracks was like a sharp sword, illuminating the entire island. As the majestic to palpitating power within the stone egg continued to gush out like a raging tsunami, Yang's divine soul was like the earth in a long drought, greedily drawing on this nourishing power, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His divine soul became more and more solid with the influx of power, and in turn, the fluctuations emanating from it became more and more powerful. Buzz, a dull roar, as if from the depths of the universe, shook through Yang's sea of consciousness. Click, click, click. Immediately afterward, subtle cracking sounds rang out one after another. In this instant, Yang's divine soul power was keenly aware of the confinement that had been binding him. This time, it was very different from the past. Above that layer of confinement, a fine crack had suddenly appeared. As the cracks continued to expand at an alarming rate, the Tsar runes instantly lit up, densely covering the entire confinement. These runes flickered with an eerie light, seemingly speaking of a mysterious and ancient curse. They worked frantically, trying to repair the broken confinement. Just then, a mysterious and majestic voice abruptly exploded in Yang's sea of consciousness. Waves of sound rolled out, shaking the entire space. Bold mole cricket, how dare you defy the rules, trying to break the eternities. Die. The voice seemed to be wrapped in endless anger and oppression, like a lofty mountain, weighing heavily on top of Yang's divine soul. Yang only felt that his mind was turned upside down, and his soul felt like it was being viciously clutched by an invisible giant hand and recklessly kneaded. His consciousness instantly became blurry, and the scene in front of him began to twist and distort. Every inch of the divine soul was suffering from unbearable, severe pain, as if it was being pierced by countless steel needles at the same time. He wanted to struggle, wanted to resist, but realized that he was as small as dust in front of this force, and had no way to make a move. However, right at this moment, the stone egg shattered, and a flash of shadow leapt up from it. This time the silhouette was no longer as blurry and indistinguishable as before, but was so clear that it was shocking. Without hesitation, the silhouette flew closer towards Yang's divine soul, instantly merging with it. In an instant, a force of supreme yang erupted from the place of fusion, shining brightly and piercing one's eyes. A scene of broken images kept surfacing in Yang's divine soul. A mottled battle flag, a broken baguette, mountain of corpses, sea of blood, no immortals, no devils, no demons. It was as if he had traveled through time. Memories of the past, memories of the unseen, came like a tidal wave and overwhelmed him. Ah. Yang hugged his head and cried out in pain, and his divine soul and the virtual shadow were in a trance, seemingly separated. At this time, the power of the 5 elements and the power of the stars in the Sea of Chi flickered with a strange light. They were added to Yang's divine soul, gradually stabilizing the fusion process. As the fusion was completed, Yang only felt the pain in his mind gradually dissipate. In its place was a clarity and strength never seen before. His consciousness became clearer and clearer, as if he could see through the essence of everything in the world. Yang slowly opened his eyes, and 2 nearly substantial rays of light shot out from his eyes. This is my firstborn? In the midst of Yang's shock, his yuaning erupted with a radiance as bright as the great sun, the intense light illuminating the entire sea of consciousness and dantian. The power of the supreme yuan contained in the light, with an unrelenting momentum, once again pushed straight into the runes on the confinement, attempting to disperse them. Unbridled, how dare the harridan? The mysterious voice sounded again. Powerful strength was infused on top of the runes, and they became bizarre and unpredictable, as if they were evil beasts hidden in the darkness. Bared. Even though the runes were vaguely appearing to be defeated under the scorching heat of the power of the supreme sun, they were still resisting. One time, the light and runes intertwined and collided with each other, emitting a fierce hissing sound, and the entire sea of consciousness trembled violently due to this confrontation. It was at this critical moment of stalemate. Lu Ningxuang's pure and powerful Xianyin power was like a dark current that quietly surged into Yang's body. Shasta. The power of supreme yang and the power of Xianyin met in Yang's body like a fated bond. The two mingled and entwined with each other, actually forming an inexplicable force that intertwined black and white. This power, as if it contained the power of chaos from the beginning of heaven and earth, was full of endless possibilities. Yang's Qi had already fused some of the Xianyin power long ago. At this moment, under the pull of this brand new force, those latent Xianyin forces surged up, echoing the power of the supreme yang. Gradually, these forces were arranged and combined in a marvelous way, slowly outlining a yin-yang twin fish picture in Yang's dantian. Among them, the yang part was none other than Yang's already fused yuaning. It emits a hot and dazzling light, like a rising sun, full of vitality and vigor. The yin part, on the other hand, was condensed from Lu Ningxuang's Xianyin power. It showed a deep ethereal light, like the quiet night sky, mysterious and deep. The yin and yang pairs of fish chase and surround each other in a perfect cycle. The boundaries between them were if anything, yet they depended on each other, constantly exchanging and merging energies. Taishang enlightens the source of the Tao, Wuji diffuses the Taishu, and Mian Yuan breeds all images. Break. As the word break was lightly spat out from Yang's Yuaning's mouth, he pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the earth, exuding an endless majesty all over his body. The black and white power was like an indestructible blade, charging straight at the runes on the confinement. The runes instantly dimmed under the impact of this force and dissipated. Immediately afterward, with a deafening roar, the confinement was shattered in one fell swoop. Countless fragments turned into bits of starlight and dissipated into the sea of consciousness. Yang's divine soul power, at this moment, was like a huge dragon that had broken free of its shackles and soared into the sky. Its power skyrocketed geometrically, emitting a powerful aura that caused the entire dantian to tremble. With Yang's breakthrough, a sound mysterious voice slowly floated in as if from the ancient river of years. Perish. The voice seemed to contain the destructive will of the entire world, and wherever it went, Space was distorted and time seemed to come to a standstill. A wave of despair welled up in the hearts of everyone who heard this voice, as if an annihilating catastrophe had already descended. However, in the next breath, a great Tao heavenly voice resounded abruptly. Scatter. Wherever the heavenly voice of the great Tao passed, darkness and despair were swept away and replaced by a bright and peaceful one. The terrifying force that tried to destroy everything actually retreated under the impact of the heavenly voice of the great Tao, letting out bursts of unwilling hissing. Chapter 137, Don't pretend to be a pussy, or you'll be struck by lightning. As the haunting voice gradually faded into the void, the rising sun steeply changes color. It was as if heaven and earth were once again stirred by a mysterious and powerful force. Ink-black thunderclouds seemed to be raging and rushing from the depths of the endless chaos, piling up layer upon layer above the warboat, covering the sky. In an instant, the clouds were treacherous and the Qiankuan quaked. Above the warboat, the elders and disciples of the Xian sect were immediately thrown into chaos. The wrath of God has descended. This is definitely the wrath of God. Are you blind? This is clearly a heavenly calamity. Skyjacking? Could it be that the Supreme Elder is about to break through his shackles and prepare to ascend to the immortal realm? The emotions of panic, doubt, and fear spread quickly between these few warboats like a plague. Quiet. A clear drink that sounded like a phoenix's roar instantly penetrated the chaotic clamor. Guli was dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, the embroidered golden silk threads flickering in the dim light like a flowing river of stars. 3,000 green silk casually pulled up, a few strands of broken hair hanging down on the white as lamb's fat jade-like cheeks. More set off her eyes like a pool reflecting the stars. Looking between the flow of Chinese light, Guli was as if he had a self-luminous glow, and just standing there quietly made everyone look dumbfounded. She furrowed her eyebrows slightly, and her cool voice sounded again. Turn on the defense array immediately, and take your positions without fail. As Guli's voice fell, the crowd woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly scattering in all directions, running to their respective posts and quickly proceeding to open the defense array. Guli, on the other hand, stood in the center of the warboat, his gaze always fixed on the churning ink-black thunderclouds with a grave expression. An uncanny familiarity crept up on her. A few years ago, the scene where Lu Ningxuang activated the Xianin body clearly surfaced before Guli's eyes. At that time, the thunderclouds, which also covered the sky like this, pressed down on people with an attitude of destroying everything. Just as Guli was immersed in her memories, Lu Ningxuang, dressed in a lavender robe, quietly appeared in her line of sight. Frosty. Hearing Guli's spiritual sense transmission, Lu Ningxuang's eyes flinched as she slightly hung her head and respectfully responded. Sister Ali, Master said, this is his heavenly calamity. He will deal with it. Guli's heart tightened, and her willow brows knitted tightly once again. Since ancient times, only a breakthrough to the earth immortal realm at the transitional stage would incur a heavenly tribulation. Yang had only broken through to the Yuaning stage. How could he have attracted such a terrifying robbery cloud? When she thought of the fact that a few years ago, with the power of the 9-star heavenly Xian formation, she had failed to gain any advantage under the thunder tribulation. What makes Yang able to resist the situation at hand? Seeing Guli's worried expression, Lu Ningxuang then said in relief, although I don't know why Master has attracted this heavenly calamity, Master has always been mysterious. Sister Ali, you know. Guli fell into silence, as if thousands of thoughts were violently colliding in his mind, stirring it into a mess. From the time he took Yang, the old boy, as his disciple, he has been secretive and his style of behavior has always been inscrutable. Thinking back to the past 1,000 years, the many details seem to be strung together by invisible silk threads, surfacing before Guli's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been practicing dual cultivation from time to time, he was able to truly feel the operation of Yang Huan's internal aura and the depth of his cultivation. I'm afraid that to this day, I will still be fooled by his feigned appearance of being in the refined Shi stage. But even if he knew that Yang might have hidden his true strength through some secret method, at this moment, facing the terrifying heavenly tribulation in front of him, unlike Lu Ningxuang's face, which was full of calmness and composure, Guli's heart was still full of worries. The heavenly tribulation was a harsh test of the laws of heaven and earth on cultivators, and its power was so terrifying that it was beyond imagination. With Yang's current cultivation at the Yuaning stage, there was really little hope that he would be able to harden himself against this kind of heavenly might and successfully cross the threshold. The hardships and dangers involved were by no means something that an ordinary cultivator could easily withstand, and the slightest mishap would lead them into a situation where they would never be able to recover. As Guli was filled with worry, the terror of the heavenly tribulation intensified. The ink-black thunderclouds seemed to be constantly compressed and stirred by a crazy force. Within the clouds, countless thick lightning bolts twisted and collided with each other like agile augers, emitting a deafening roar. Between the flashes of electricity, there was a gut-wrenching weirdness. The air was filled with the pungent smell of scorching, the scent of space being scorched by the power of the lightning of an apocalypse. The wind was howling, as if it wanted to roll everything in the world into an endless abyss. The mountains and the earth below, under this terrifying pressure, even began to appear a shocking crack, as if the earth was also trembling under this heavenly might. With the passage of time, the robbing thunder was finally birthed. A giant robbing thunderbolt as thick as a mountain, carrying an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, came crashing down from the deepest part of that ink-black thundercloud. Just in the nick of time, a brilliant black and white light shot up from the cabin of the warboat. No one helps me to aspire to the green clouds. I will tread the snow to the top of the mountain. Yang Yang looked up to the sky and let out a long whistle, his voice resounding like a great bell between heaven and earth. With great pride and ambition, he broke through the heavy clouds of calamity and went straight to the lightning of the calamity. Yang of gold silk white cloud satin, silver hair like a waterfall, wantonly flying, pale face cold but hard to hide the burning fighting spirit in the bottom of the eyes. In the face of the giant roaring down robber thunder, Yang didn't dodge or avoid it. Instead, he met the robber thunder and flew straight towards it. His right fist was clenched tightly, and black and white aura surged madly in his fist, forming a huge vortex of spiritual energy that seemed to want to involve everything around him. The moment the lightning of the calamity was about to collide with his fist, it was as if time had stood still. Yang! Guli fiercely exclaimed out in shock, his voice filled with endless worry, and his expression was grave to the extreme. As one of the top cultivators in the Xian demon continent, she had an exceedingly sharp perception of the aura fluctuations and the power of laws in the heavens and earth. At this moment, the terrifying pressure contained in this heavenly calamity in front of her was like a huge invisible mountain, weighing heavily on her heart. Scary as hell. Lu Ningxuang subconsciously clenched her fist secretly. Her beautiful autumn water-like eyes stared unblinkingly at Yang, who was colliding with the robbing thunder, her heart beating violently in her chest, though for the longest time, she had full confidence in Yang's strength. However, in the face of such a world-shattering, terrifying robotic thunder that seemed to be capable of destroying everything, a touch of deep concern still irrepressibly rose within her. However, Yu Qingcheng, who had just hurriedly boarded the deck, was in a very different situation. Instead of the slightest bit of fear and worry, her beautiful eyes shone with a glittering light. In her heart, Yang was the mighty and omnipotent Mu Xianzuan. Yang's strength had long ago planted the seed of absolute trust in her heart. In her opinion, the seemingly terrifying thunder tribulation in front of her was nothing more than that. How can a mere thunderbolt be able to help my senior brother? Boom boom boom. A violent energy storm centered on the collision point and swept wildly in all directions. The entire heaven and earth seemed to tremble under the impact of this force, and the mountains in the distance were shaken to the point of rustling down boulders. The warboat shook violently under this terrifying impact, and the Xin Tian sect people on board the boat were unsteady on their feet, their faces pale. Everyone, look, there, that person seems to be Yang from Daoxian Peak. Mai Chao, white cloud gold satin, is that Punk Yang? Shu, keep your voice down, the Supreme Elder is watching you. No way. Could it be that Elder Yang is the clan's most cowhide? Who is going to ascend? Amidst the crowd's cries of astonishment, the first robbing thunder was blasted by Yang into countless fine pieces of lightning that dissipated between the heavens and the earth. That's it? The corner of Yang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful cold smile. His voice was not loud, but it was like a flood bell ringing, so that everyone could really hear it. Above the warboat, Guli's original grave expression was instantly replaced by shock. She stared at Yang with wide eyes, deadpan, as if she had seen an impossible miracle. How could she not have imagined that Yang could so easily blast this terrifying robotic thunder into dregs? However, when Yang's pretentious appearance fell into Guli's eyes, the corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched a few times. Don't pretend to be a pussy, or you'll be struck by lightning. As soon as the words fell, the second robbing thunderbolt struck straight down towards the top of Yang's head. Chapter 138, Healing Wounds. The second robbing thunder was like a furious thunder dragon, carrying rolling thunder, lunging towards Yang with teeth and claws. Yang's eyes flashed with a cold aura, his right fist wrapped in black and white aura, meeting his head. After a loud bang, the robbing thunder was shattered into pieces, once again turning into countless fine pieces of lightning floating in the air. Immediately afterward, the third and fourth robberies and thunderbolts came one after the other, like waves of mountains and seas, wave after wave. Yang, however, seemed to be walking idly, waving his fist at each other and blasting the robbing thunder into thin air with his majestic aura. The same was true for the fifth and sixth robotic thunderbolts, which had folded and failed to cause the slightest damage to him. In the face of the robbing thunder that shattered in a single blow, Yang's confidence swelled to the extreme. He stood proudly in the void, exuding a disdainful aura as if the heavenly calamity was just child's play to him. But just when the crowd thought that Yang would be able to easily get through this heavenly tribulation, the seventh tribulation thunderbolt quietly descended. This robbing thunder was very different from the previous one. It emitted a profound blue light all over its body, and a mysterious and powerful divine soul pressure was hidden in the thunderbolt. Gazing at the thunderbolt, Gu Li's face instantly turned white and subconsciously blurted out, "Not good. It's questioning thunder." Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingqing's hearts both tightened when they heard Gu Li's exclamation of surprise, and the two of them exchanged glances before turning their gazes to her. Yu Qingqing asked eagerly, "Master Ancestor, what is the questioning thunder?" Lu Ningxuang also chimed in with a worried expression. "Is there something special about this questioning thunder?" Gu Li took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but the worry in her eyes did not diminish at all. She said slowly, "The questioning thunder is one of the most terrifying existences in the heavenly tribulation. Unlike ordinary robberies, it doesn't hurt people with its powerful thunder power, but instead acts directly on the divine soul. The questioning heart thunder probes straight into the depths of the soul, and it will stir up all of the cultivator's deepest fears, guilt, obsessions, and other dark sides. The heart demon breeds a little carelessness, you will fall into the land of doom." Upon hearing Gu Li's explanation, Yu Qingqing and Lu Ningxuang's faces also became unusually ugly. Yu Qingqing subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. Lu Ningxuang, on the other hand, clenched her fists tightly and silently prayed for Yang in her heart, hoping that he would get through this safely. However, the thunder of questions has already struck. It was like an invisible rope that instantly entangled Yang's soul, trying to pry into his deepest secrets and triggering his heart demons. Yang's face changed slightly, and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. However, before he could fully respond, the eighth robbing thunder was like a giant axe that opened up the sky, bringing with it an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it ruthlessly slashed down. At the same time, the ninth robbing thunder followed suit, transforming into an ocean of thunder, completely drowning Yang in it. The power of the three robber thunders intertwined and superimposed on each other, erupting into an unparalleled and terrifying might. The immortal treasure void phantom only lasted for a few breaths before it was blasted into pieces by the lightning of the calamity. With less protection from the immortal treasure, Yang only felt a mountain of power pressing down on him. Despite his best efforts to resist, it was still difficult for him to do so. With a deafening roar, Yang's body was like a falling meteor that was cleaved directly onto the earth below. "Yang!" On the warboat, Gu Li, Lu Ningxuang, and Yu Qingqing exclaimed in shock at the same time, panic and worry written all over their faces. Gu Li's eyes were filled with self-reproach, and she regretted her party's carelessness. Tears came out of Lu Ningxuang's eyes as she silently prayed in her heart that Yang would be safe and sound. Yu Qingqing, on the other hand, was pale, her body trembling slightly, and she kept murmuring Yang's name under her breath. Almost at the same instant, the three women's figures flashed and swept towards the direction of Yang's fall. Gu Li was the first to arrive and gently picked Yang up, her hands trembling slightly for fear of hurting the seriously injured lover in her arms. Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingqing followed closely behind, their eyes filled with concern and anxiety. The three of them quickly returned to the battle boat with Yang and placed him in the cabin. Gu Li frowned and immediately stuffed an elixir in Yang's mouth. Ding! Detected. Gu Li gifted the host with one purple sky rejuvenation pill, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, rewarding 10 Jiao Shao rejuvenation and creation pills. A soft ray of spiritual energy merged into Yang's body, attempting to repair his damaged meridians. Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingqing were on the side, carefully wiping Yang's wounds as tears kept dripping onto the bedsheets. Gu Li looked grave, his gaze lingering on Yang's pale face for a moment, and then he turned to the tear-stained Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingqing and said softly, "Don't worry too much. The heavenly tribulation has already passed, and even though Huan is severely injured, his life is not in danger. He's just in a temporary coma." A calm and powerful voice with a reassuring strength tried to calm the two women who were close to emotional collapse. Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingqing nodded their heads slightly as they heard this, but the worry in their eyes did not dissipate. But they chose to trust Gu Li's judgment, while taking a deep breath and trying to calm their inner panic. "There are a few more days until we reach the Valley of Meteorites. We need to help him recover as soon as possible," Gu Li said, lightly pressing his hands on Yang's chest, mobilizing the aura of his own five-element spiritual body. In an instant, multicolored light flowed in her palm, and a warm and powerful energy was slowly injected into Yang's body. "Concentrate your mind, follow me, and slowly channel your aura towards him." Lu Ningxuang didn't hesitate, immediately sitting cross-legged behind Yang, one hand against his back. The power of the Xianin sacred body quietly released. The cold Xianin Qi lingered like a light veil, echoing with Gu Li's five-element spiritual energy, together nourishing Yang's body. Under the moisturizing of the Xianin Qi, the wounds on Yang's body stopped bleeding and scabbed over at a speed visible to the naked eye. and his injuries were further controlled. Yu Qingchang was similarly fully concentrated as she gently placed her hand against Yang's forehead, and the power of the star's sacred body surged out with it. Bright starlight sprinkled down from her palm, like dots of stars converging, infusing Yang's body with a force full of vitality and vigor. Not only did this power speed up the repair of Yang's body, it also shone in his sea of consciousness, helping him stabilize his divine soul and dispel the haze left behind by the robbing thunder. The three women worked in unison, and the three powerful physique forces intertwined and collided within Yang's body, yet fused together marvelously. Under the effect of this combined force, Yang's breath gradually stabilized, and his originally pale face flushed with a hint of redness. However, the aftermath of the questioning thunder didn't seem to have completely dissipated. Steeply, Yang's body trembled violently. A vague black aura slowly seeped out of his 7 orifices, haunting his surroundings like countless bats hissing. In the meantime, Yang's consciousness gradually blurred as a mysterious force lurking in his consciousness manipulated his body uncontrollably. His hands waved unconsciously in the air as he mouthed the words. A strange rune flew out from his fingertips and shone in the void. As the runes flashed, space began to distort violently, and an intense aura fluctuation swept out like a storm. Under the stunned gazes of the three women, a huge, charmingly glowing domain door slowly emerged. The patterns carved on the domain door, writhing like living creatures under the light, exuded a blush-inducing aura. This is the world of Acacia Bliss. Guli and Yu Qingcheng were no strangers to this. They covered their mouths, their voices trembling, their eyes full of disbelief. The moment the domain door opened, a mesmerizing scent hit one's face, putting one's consciousness in a trance. Immediately afterward, 4 rays of light emanating exquisite light hung down from the domain gate like agile ropes. Before the 4 could make any reaction, they felt a powerful pulling force coming from them. The divine soul instantly detached itself from the physical body and was ripped into the domain gate of the harmonious ultimate bliss world by that ray of light. Chapter 139, The Grisly Heavenly Havoc is just a grisly heavenly havoc. During Yang's healing period, Xiahou Qian resolutely took up the burden of daily management of the warboat. On this day, the sunlight poured through the window pane and sprinkled in Xiahou Qian's cabin. She was dressed in a long basalt-colored dress, her hair neatly tied behind her head, and her entire person exuded a calm and dignified air. At this moment, Xiahou Qian was studying the ancient divine formation record that Yang had gifted her with her full attention. At times she frowned in contemplation. At times she put pen to paper and took notes. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence of the house. "Come in," Xiahou Qian said softly without lifting her head. The door slowly pushed open, and the 4 of them, Shi Hao, Lei Wanjun, Mo Jioga, and Bailey Bing, fishtailed into the room. Lei Wanjun, who had a stout figure like a small mountain, was the first to open his mouth, with a bit of anxiety in his voice. "Elder sister, how exactly is my righteous father's injury?" Shi Hao followed closely behind, his hands clasping his fists, his expression filled with concern. "It's been a few days now, and we really can't rest assured that Master Zun suffered that horrible heavenly calamity." Emojioga gently caressed the spirit sword in her hand, her sword eyes filled with worry. "Senior sister Xiahou, you've been in charge for the past few days. Have you heard any news of Master's improvement?" Bailey Bing, on the other hand, stood quietly at the side, and although he did not say anything, his furrowed brow and worried eyes had already revealed his inner concern. Xiahou Qian put down the ancient book in her hands and raised her head, looking at them with a soft gaze, her heart very pleased. "However, every time I think of the cryptic and unidentified voices that have been coming out of Yang's cabin in the past few days," Xiahou Qian's heart was as if it was crawling with dense ants, and an unspeakable itch surged through her heart. A few people saw that she kept her head down and didn't say anything, and they revealed anxious looks. Lei Wanjun patted Shi Hao's shoulder, then pointed to Xiahou Qian's white hand holding the pen, his eyes filled with urgency. In these few years, Shi Hao had devoted himself to diligently cultivating the undying scripture, and with tenacious perseverance and amazing talent, he had recultivated his divine bones. His cultivation level had even surpassed that of Yu Qingcheng, coming to the 12th level of foundation establishment. This 12 layers of foundation establishment was something he figured out on his own, as he had 12 of his 13 divine bones lit up by him. With each additional divine bone lit up at the foundation establishment stage, his strength would skyrocket once. Moreover, a shimmering light had recently flooded above the 13th divine bone, just one step away from lighting up. It was also because of the special nature of Shi Hao's physique that his spiritual sense was sharper than the average person. His gaze locked onto Xiahou Qian, catching a hint of an unusual aura from her subtle movements. Alarm bells rang in Shi Hao's heart, and he quickly opened his mouth to ask, "Is there some kind of change in the master? What about the Supreme Elder, as well as Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Yu?" As soon as these words came out, Xiahou Qian's originally calm face instantly changed slightly, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously shifted her gaze away. Her jade hand hidden under the case table unconsciously grasped the corner of her coat, and thought in her heart, a change of heart? There is no change. Master should be well. But, the Supreme Elder and the two senior sisters are afraid that it's not very good. However, this reaction of hers was what provoked the alertness of several other people. Lei Wanjun was originally the most short-tempered person, and when he saw Xiahou Qian like this, a terrifying thought instantly flashed through his mind. Oh old thing, how did you die like this? What are you going to make me do? You promised me that if the 10,000 sect assembly wins the top spot, you will give me the Dao couples. His hands violently clasped his head, his knees weakened, flopping heavily kneeling on the ground, and then let out a bitter cry. The cries tore through the hatch and echoed through the cabin. When it's really sad to hear it and tearful to hear it. Clang! Emojiogo suddenly pulled out the spirit sword in his hand and set it on Lei Wanjuan's neck as he angrily said, "Send you dogs? Then why did he yet only promise to reward me with an extreme spiritual treasure?" Old man stepping on a horse. Stepping on a horse also wants a Dao couple. Bailey Bing was also a physical cultivator, but his temperament was diametrically opposed to Lei Wanjuan's, and he was more of a cold ice-like calm. However, the word Dao couple caused Bailey Bing to break down his defenses, only to see him put his bushy hand on Lei Wanjuan's neck, shaking it back and forth without stopping, angrily rebuking. A grifter like you can send a Dao couple, so why doesn't he send Xiahou senior sister to me? As soon as Bailey Bing's words left his mouth, the entire cabin instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned by his sudden and blunt confession. Lei Wanjun was even crying with a twitch, and his originally sad expression instantly froze, mouth wide open, looking funny as hell, snot bubbles still hanging from the tip of his nose, quivering as he huffed and puffed. Emojio's hand holding the spirit sword shook and almost didn't hold it steady. The blade of the sword rubbed against Lei Wanjuan's neck, frightening Lei Wanjun with an ow, a pig-like squeal that echoed in the cabin. What did you say? Emojio's eyes widened as she looked at Bailey Bing, as if she was confirming if she had heard wrong. At this time, Xiahou Qian's face swished red to the root of the ear, shy and annoyed. She snapped to her feet and raised her hand to put a gagging charm on Bailey Bing's mouth. Bailey Bing? What nonsense are you talking? Bailey Bing looked bewildered, his eyes full of innocence, and subconsciously touched the talisman seal affixed to his mouth, ending his voice. Well. Sure Hao laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, covering his stomach with both hands and pointing at Bailey Bing and Xiahou Qian as he laughed. I've long said that senior brother Bailey's eyes looking at senior sister Xiahou are not right? You two tend to disbelieve it. The cabin was a mess, and the crowd was in an uproar, completely forgetting their original intent. Enough! Xiahou Qian let out a furious cry. What's all the noise about? After saying that, her pair of jade hands danced rapidly in front of her body, forming countless seals in an instant. As she moved, light flickered under her feet. 5 blacks and 1 red. 6 mysterious circles of light slowly emerged, emitting a profound aura. Immediately afterward, the second black circle closest to her shimmered violently, and the entire cabin was instantly enveloped in a blue-silver glow. Within the light, countless thorny vines surged out like spirit snakes. With lightning speed, the 4 people in front of her, Sure Hao, Lei Wanjun, Emojioga and Bailey Bing, were firmly bound. These vines were tough and strong, wrapping tightly around their bodies, making them unable to move, and the tips of the vines, sharp and chile, were dangling right in front of their mouths. It was as if anyone who dared to say one more word would stab in without hesitation. The 4 people were frozen in fear by this sudden turn of events, and their mouths, which were still yelling, instantly tightened. Although Master's injuries are severe, they are not serious. Xiahou Qian's brows knitted lightly, and with a bit of anger in her eyes, she said in a single word, "Do you get it yet?" When the 4 of them heard this, their taut nerves instantly relaxed, and they unanimously let out a long sigh of relief. Lei Wanjun is not hip. Sure Hao nodded his head busily, his head bobbing like a rattle, the broken hair on his forehead bouncing up and down. Bailey Bing and Emojioga both glanced at each other, their gazes revealing relief as they simultaneously nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. Xiahou Qian looked at them in this manner, her face still maintaining a serious expression. Afterward, she slowly turned around, picked up the ancient divine formation record on the table, and coldly said, "Rolling." Ha! Her voice came to an abrupt end, and her originally cold and frosty face was instantly covered in shock. Master, your injury is healed?" The crowd followed her gaze, only to see that the door to the cabin had been quietly opened at some point. Yang stood with his arms folded, a black robe fluttering gently with the wind, his face delicate and rosy with luster. Completely unlike the first recovery from a serious injury, the grisly heavenly calamity is just that. What can it do to me? With that, he gently raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The thorny vines that had originally trapped the four instantly turned into dots of fluorescent light and dissipated into the air. Chapter 140. He won't crave my body too, right? Old Biden. You're not dead. Lei Wanjuan's eloquent voice exploded abruptly. His bull's eyes reddened, and bean-sized teardrops rolled down his stubble-covered cheeks uncontrollably. He took an arrow step forward. His legs went limp, and with a thud, he knelt down in front of Yang, his hands tightly embracing his thighs. Woo-woo, I knew you old Biden had a hard life. Surely you can't die. Lei Wanjun was bawling and yelling incoherently, snot bubbles bubbling up along with his agitated words. You're finally awake. What would I do if you went like that? Wu Linger, of Shaguang Peak and Shouwaner, of Lingyun Peak you promise me. Well. Before the words were finished, a wrinkled and slightly thin hand covered Lei Wanjuan's mouth with a snap. Yang's face was filled with black lines, the veins on his forehead throbbing slightly as he glared fiercely at Lei Wanjun. What kind of nonsense are you spouting, little pussy? Sure Hao stood on the side, his eyes glaring like bronze bells as he stared at Yang dead in the face. The expression on his face gradually changed from initial surprise to disbelief. His mouth opened so wide that he could have stuffed an egg in it, and he stammered half-heartedly, Master, what are you? As he spoke, he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward to get a better look. Looking back, Yang gave the impression that he was like an oil lamp that was about to burn out, on its last legs and approaching the end of its life. That time, his hair was as silver and thin as winter frost. The wrinkles on his face were like furrows engraved by the years, deep and dense. His body was stooped, as if his spine had been bent by countless burdens, and every step he took made people worry that he would fall at any time. But the Yang in front of him now seems to be a different person. A head of silver hair, as smooth as a waterfall and glowing with a healthy sheen, fell wantonly over his shoulders. Many of the wrinkles on her face had disappeared, and her skin was firm and elastic. With a faint blush, his figure was as upright as a pine, and he exuded a transcendent aura between his hands and feet, as if the free and uninhibited wind in the mountains, and like the bright moon in the misty clouds. Immortal style and natural charm. A trace of color flashed in Xiahou Qian's eyes as she nodded slightly and said softly, Sure Hao is right. Master Teacher actually seems to have shed his bones on his return this time. The twilight that was there before has dissipated, and now the whole person is permeated with a vigorous vitality. Truly a strange thing. Bailey Bing's face, which had always been like a poker face, couldn't help but show a flash of surprise at this moment. He frowned slightly and looked Yang up and down, tooting under his breath. Emojioga gently caressed the spirit sword in his hand, filled with admiration. Not only has Senior become much younger in appearance, even this aura on his body has become so dusty. However, after Lei Wanjun looked at Yang carefully for a few moments, his bull's eyes revealed a look of envy, followed by a loud cry. Chow! The righteous father's marshal is rare on earth. Righteous father is above. Please take the child to tease the girl. Well, Yang listened to the words of the crowd, a faint smile on his face. Just wanted to pretend. I did not expect Lei Wanjun. This kid does not give face. With a fistful of punches and kicks, he felt the depression in his heart dissipate a lot. Immediately after that, Yang's eyes swept over the faces of all the people one by one, and his eyes were full of gratification. Name Xiahou Qian. Power, Xian Tian Sect. Age, 75. Cultivation level, 9th level of void refining. Charm value, 90. Intimacy, 0. Mystery number, 1. Others, County Head of Wei. Kanglan Prefecture. Ancient Divine Formation Records. Divine Symbol True Explanation. I can't imagine that Xiahou Qian's charisma value can still grow. It's just a pity that the mysterious number isn't 0. Yang Huan mentally slandered, then dropped his gaze onto Bailey Bing and Emojiogu. Name Bailey Bing. Power, Xian Tian Sect. Age, 81. Cultivation level, 9th level of void refining. Others, the second son of the Bailey family in Qinglan Prefecture. A physical cultivator, with a small degree of success in the 12 changes of Sting. Name Emojioga. Power, Xian Tian Sect. Age, 69. Cultivation level, 9th level of transformation. Others, the son of the Mo family of the Duo Baogu. A sword cultivator. The Taishu sword skill has become a great success. Stroking his black and white beard, Yang nodded at them with a smile. In just a few days, the cultivation level of several people had significantly increased. Everyone's surroundings were faintly emitting powerful aura fluctuations, and if they hadn't suppressed their cultivation, they were afraid that they would have already advanced at this point. When his gaze fell on Shi Hao, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Name Shi Hao. Power, Xian Tian Sect. Age, 25. Cultivation level, Foundation 12. 5 level. Others, son of Qi Luck. Indestructible Sutra small achievement. Shirhao's breath was even more majestic and heavy than before, as if it was a towering mountain, giving off an indestructible feeling. Yang nodded slightly, pondering in his mind. This child, Shirhao, deserves to be a son of Qi. He is really gifted in the path of cultivation. The 12th layer of the foundation building will definitely soar to the sky in his day. Ryoko, Yang spoke slowly, his voice calm yet powerful. You have all done well, and the old man is very pleased. Speaking of this, he heavily patted Shirhao's shoulder and continued to praise him. Especially you kid. Good. Very good. When Shirhao heard this, an excited look appeared on his face. These years of hard work had not been in vain after all. He hastily knelt down on one knee in gratitude. Many thanks for the praise from Master. I will do my best to live up to Master's expectations. Yang slightly raised his hand, signaling Shirhao to get up. He then looked around the crowd and said, You four go out first. Master has something to say to Xiahou Qian alone. Mogo? Shirhao and Bailey Bing looked at each other and nodded their heads, bowing to Yang Huan before turning around and exiting the room. As Lei Wanjun was leaving, he didn't forget to sneak back and scowl at Yang, as if to say, remember to post dogs. Remember to post dogs. Seeing this, Yang feigned an angry glare at him, and transmitted her voice with her spiritual sense. Rush a hair. When you and Shirhao take the leader back to the clan, old man will give you hair. After the four left, only Yang and Xiahou Qian remained in the room. Yang tilted his head slightly, gazing out the window, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, Nowadays, the situation is becoming more and more complicated. The old man needs you to bring them to attract the attention of the entire continent at the 10,000 Clans Congress. Xiahou Qian nodded her head slightly. Her expression was grave, and after a moment of serious contemplation, she then expressed the doubts in her heart. Clans have always been known to keep a low profile, so why is this 10,000 Clans assembly going high profile? Yang turned around and looked at Xiahou Qian, his eyes full of trust and expectation. You are intelligent and thoughtful. You should be able to guess some. Saying that, Yang flipped his wrist and a jade slip emitting a shimmering light appeared in his palm. Then with a gentle toss, the jade slip landed steadily in Xiahou Qian's hands. This is a message just delivered by someone from the Dark Hall. Take a look at it. Yang looked grave and said in a low voice. Xiahou Qian took the jade slip and slowly injected her aura into it. In an instant, a stream of information flooded into her sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. As the information continued to pour in, her face gradually turned pale, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. It was only after a long time that Xiahou Qian came back to her senses from the jade slip's message, and she raised her head, looking at Yang incredulously. Master, how is this possible? Isn't Gongsun Wuji dead? Yang nodded heavily. Externally, he is dead, but the Dark Hall's intelligence is not empty. This 10,000 Clans conference is ostensibly an event for the clans to exchange and spar, but in reality, there are dark currents and crises. Therefore, we must take the initiative and show the strength of the Xian Heavenly Clan at the 10,000 Clans Congress to deter all forces, and at the same time attract more attention so that the old man can act cheaply. Xiahou Qian pondered for a moment and said slowly, The disciple understands. Yang raised her hand to interrupt her. I believe in you. You take Shirhao and the four of them and go all out at the 10,000 Clans Congress, showing off your strength to the fullest. Don't hold back when facing the soul-devouring Demon Palace, the Battle Sect, and the Gongsun family. As the words came to this point, a sluggish and murderous aura spread out from Yang's body, startling Xiahou Qian's heart. However, Yang's next words threw her for a loop, only to see Yang awkwardly touching his nose. He came to Xiahou Qian's ear and whispered, Supreme Elder, and your two senior sisters. Hearing this, Xiahou Qian only felt a heat instantly leaping from the roots of her ears to her cheeks, and her pretty face instantly became hot, just like the gorgeous evening sunshine in the sky. She subconsciously hung her head, her gaze averted, not daring to meet Yang's eyes. Hands unconsciously squeezed the corners of his coat, fingers trembling slightly. Master, you this. I'll go, right now, she mumbled, her voice as small as a fly's whisper. His mind couldn't help but recall the movement of Yang's cabin in the past few days. He wouldn't be craving my body too, would he? Chapter 141, Old Biden. How dare you pry my horse? As the Valley of Meteorites got closer and closer. On this day, Yang stood upright, like a pale ink pine, standing steadily in front of the warboat. He stood with his arms folded, his gaze deep, looking away from the land of the central state. The reed is growing, and the white dew is frost, the so-called Izzy. Yang's voice was clear and bright, wrapped in a long ancient rhythm, as if penetrating the endless void, echoing in the ears of the crowd. Halfway through the chanting, Yang's gaze seemed to be like a spiritually fluttering bird of prey as it landed on the pretty faces of the three girls, Guli, Lu Ningxuan and Yu Qingcheng. After a short pause, he took a deep breath and continued chanting again with deep emotion. The so-called Izzy is on the other side of the water. Xiahou Qian quietly stood behind the several people, a pair of beautiful eyes locked tightly on Yang, her eyes overflowing with admiration and infatuation. Before worshipping the Xian heavenly sect, Xiahou Qian was a county princess in a mortal kingdom. Since her childhood, she has been fond of zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, especially in poetry and song. Her attainments are quite deep. Now, listening to Yang recite these ancient lines in person, she actually displayed a look as if she had heard heavenly music. Her cheeks were even quietly flushed, and her eyes were intertwined with admiration, shyness and a hint of unspeakable affection. At this moment, she was like a young girl who had fallen in love. Her heart and eyes were filled with the man who was chanting poetry in front of her. The other side. Yu Qingcheng slightly wrinkled her curved eyebrows and glanced at Xiahou Qian. The little mouth pouted like an angry puffer fish, with a slightly displeased expression on her pretty face. Sister Ollie, Sister Frost, should we control him? Lu Ningxuan gently ruffled the hair around her ears, her beautiful eyes flowing as she looked at Xiahou Qian and then at Yang. The corners of her mouth curled up into a seeming smile, and she clearly saw a hint of what was going on. In a flash, memories of the past came flooding back like a tidal wave. A few years ago, Yang had approached her in this way, pleading with her to help with a scene. At that time, his purpose was to make Cold Moon Fairy Yue willingly enter the sect's secret realm and receive the inheritance. Thinking back to the scene at that time, a flash of memories flashed through Lu Ningxuan's eyes. Now this scene in front of me is so similar to that year. Everything seems to be a repeat of history. With a smile in her voice, she grabbed Guli before he could speak and said softly, "If you want to manage it, go ahead. I don't care." Yu Qingcheng stomped her little foot and said with some exasperation, "But look at Xiahou Qian. He's all mesmerized by him like this. And if it goes on, Shifu will become Sister Qian?" Lu Ningxuan took Yu Qingcheng's arm and pinned it to her chest, whispering next to her ear in a voice that only she alone could hear. "Shu, keep it down. Senior Sister Xiahou is just acting." Yu Qingcheng's little brain was racing. Her eyes rolled for half a day, but she still didn't see a reason. She grunted and muttered, "Acting? What kind of play? Senior brother is really something too. Every day he just knows how to pretend." Humph. Guli stood quietly at the side with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes fell on Bailey Bing. She sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her tone, and said slowly, "Huan is trying to use Xiahou Qian to provoke this brat Bailey. Even though Bailey Bing cultivates very hard and his cultivation is quite good, he has no obsession." Halfway through her speech, she moved her beautiful eyes to Xiahou Qian again, carefully looking up and down, and her words changed. "Xiahou girl in the past few years and beautiful a lot. If she does not have Bailey that boy in her heart, to be a common room girl is not bad." Yu Qingcheng and Lu Ningxuan looked at each other when they heard Guli's words, their beautiful eyes instantly filled with surprise. The hallowed Xian Gue fairy, the Xian Tian sect's supreme elder, was saying such things? Yu Qingcheng skimmed her mouth, waved her small fist towards Yang's back, and whispered, "You'd better be acting, or I'll ask you to taste the bitterness of life." The three women looked at Xiahou Qian's appearance, just looked at each other and smiled, did not put this matter in mind. In the meantime, Yang, who was chanting poetry and pretending to be a bully, took advantage of the crowd's inattention to secretly send a message to Xiahou Qian. "You use your heart, okay? The acting is too pompous. Can that brat from Bailey believe it?" Xiahou Qian sniffed and secretly blanked him, then disliked him. "Trust me, it's true. Young people nowadays with your old gang of melons." Before the words were out of his mouth, Yang glared over, a hint of warning in his eyes. "Dead girl, do you believe that I will sew up both of your mouths?" Xiahou Qian saw that he was going to be angry, secretly said not good, secretly spit out his little tongue. She then continued to soar with her acting skills, putting on a look of immense admiration for Yang. Just then, when Bailey Bing saw their frowning looks, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. He was like a droplet of water in hot oil. His whole body instantly exploded. "Old Biden, you dare to pry my horse? Well, he growled angrily, but was held tightly around his waist by Lei Wanjun with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. Lei Wanjun's face turned red as he shouted, "Senior brother Bailey, calm down, don't be impulsive." After Yang recovered from his injuries, he had a separate chat with Xiahou Qian. Ever since then, Bailey Bing felt that the goddess in his heart was quietly growing a different kind of affection in her eyes when she looked at Yang. In these few days, Xiahou Qian was always absent-minded, often staring into the air. What made Bailey Bing even more disturbed was that she would always secretly cast her gaze towards Yang without realizing it. Not only will the pretty face rise to a blush for no reason, but the eyes are also full of adoration that can't be hidden. All of this was like a sharp thorn, ruthlessly sticking in Bailey Bing's heart, making him nearly crazy. In order to clarify the situation, Bailey Bing had privately sought out Yang to theorize many times, and even fought a few times. Even though Yang repeatedly said that he absolutely did not crave Xiahou Qian's body, but nay, how could Bailey Bing not be able to let it go? Those words, to his ears, were nothing more than perfunctory. Therefore, whenever Bailey Bing saw Xiahou Qian in this state, a nameless fire welled up in his heart. At this moment, Bailey Bing was screaming and struggling hard, his arms flailing like an out-of-control windmill, trying to break free from Lei Wanjun. Sure how an emoji go. Sure how. On the other hand, tugged one of Bailey Bing's arms to death, his body being brought to tilt as he panted. Brother Bing, let's not talk to old Biden. Go back to the sect. My brother will introduce you to other senior sisters, even prettier than senior sister Xiahou. Emoji go wasn't idle either, pulling Bailey Bing's other arm with all his strength and persuading him with a bitter smile. Elder brother, let us first calm down. Have a word to say. You go up like this is looking for death. How could Bailey Bing give up? He stomped his feet vigorously while yelling at the top of his voice. You guys let go of me. I'm going to hammer this old Biden to death today. He looked like a pissed off bull desperately trying to charge the red rag. At this time, Xiahou Qian, however, pretended not to notice the chaos over here at all, still immersed in her admiration for Yang, a pair of beautiful eyes full of little stars. This appearance of hers fell in Bailey Bing's eyes, causing him to storm even more. You guys don't stop me, old Biden. Come to fight one-on-one. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Yang turn around and grinned a wide smile at him. Yo, healed from the day before yesterday? When Bailey Bing heard this, his eyes instantly glared round, and his eyes burned with a blazing rage, as if he wanted to eat Yang alive. Humph, cut the crap, old Biden. Today is the day you die. In a roar, he was like a maddened brute bull, fiercely charging towards Yang, his right fist wrapped in a whistling wind sound, directly attacking his face. Yang didn't panic, his body slightly sidestepped, easily avoiding the powerful strike. At the same time, he lightly tapped his feet and bullied his way up like a ghost, his left fist swiftly raised to meet Bailey Bing's attack. Bang! The two fists clashed with a dull sound. A powerful power fluctuation spread out in all directions centered on the two, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by the force. Bailey Bing only felt a mountainous force coming from Yang's fist, shocking his arms and sending his entire body backwards several steps uncontrollably. How can? For this strike, he used 70% of his strength, far more than in previous days, and he didn't think Yang could catch it. However, the truth filled him with shock as he looked at Yang in disbelief. Yang did not give him a chance to catch his breath. Taking advantage of Bailey Bing's retreat, his body was like electricity, instantly approaching. His legs were like a dragon coming out of the sea, kicking out several kicks one after another, carrying the sound of whistling wind, aiming straight at Bailey Bing's vital parts. Bailey Bing hastily waved his arms in an attempt to fend off Yang's attack, but Yang's attacks were too swift, and he could only barely parry them, appearing to be in a sorry state. Bang bang bang! A series of crashing sounds rang out as Yang's fists and kicks continued to land on Bailey Bing's body with dull sounds. Bailey Bing's body trembled violently, and a trace of blood gradually overflowed from the corner of his mouth. At this time, Guli saw that the two were fighting fiercely and was afraid that it would affect the warboat. With a flick of her jade hand, a ray of light flashed, instantly placing a transparent prohibition on the deck of the warboat. This prohibition was like an invisible barrier, firmly restricting the scope of the two men's battle within it, preventing their power from causing damage to the battle boat. Seeing that the ban had been completed, the corner of Yang's mouth lifted upwards, revealing a wry smile. With a loud shout, his body violently spun around like a tornado, and his fists were like two sharp blades as he swept across towards Bailey Bing. The power of this strike was so great that there was a hissing sound in the air, as if space was going to be torn apart by this force. Bailey Bing's face changed drastically, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. He can only clench his teeth and cross his arms, preparing to carry the blow hard. Chapter 142 Ding. Activation of the Sun of Fortune. However, the heavy blow that Bailey Bing expected to be enough to smash himself to pieces did not descend like thunder. Just as he was puzzled, Yang, however, suddenly dropped his high-kicking leg and turned towards his abdomen, wrapping it in a 1,000-pound blast. This punch, without warning and with incredible power, Shasta, Bailey Bing only felt a mountain of power crashing into him. The whole person was like a broken kite swept by a gale, flying out uncontrollably. He landed heavily on the deck with a dull thud, raising a cloud of choking dust and leaving a deep mark on the deck. Is that all you can do? Yang looked condescendingly at Bailey Bing, his voice icy cold, as if it was the north wind in the cold winter. You say you like Xiahou Qian, but who are you to guard her? With that weak and incompetent look you have now? Yang shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment, then continued in a cold tone. When you meet a really strong enemy, you can only watch her in danger and do nothing about it. Saying this, Yang paused, and then a sharp sword-like look flashed under his eyes, and then he roared in a stern voice. You're so fearful and forward-looking in everything you do. You don't even have the persistence to put everything on the line for your beloved. So who are you to talk about liking? Bailey Bing's face was pale, a smear of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to support himself with his trembling arms. His eyes were bloodshot. Like an enraged beast, he glared angrily at Yang and roared with all his might. What do you know? I was just afraid that my choices would put her in a more horrible, worse situation, and his voice was choked with a hint of sob, and the more he spoke the softer he became, full of pain and entanglement that overflowed into words. Yang quietly stood in front of him, gazing at this young man who was tortured by his feelings and in pain, and secretly sighed in his heart. Before Xiahou Qian embarked on her journey to immortality, she had a bittersweet love history. This matter, for the Bailey family, which valued the family's reputation and traditions, I'm afraid it was like a fish in the throat, hard to tolerate. And this, most likely, was also an obstacle that lay across the bottom of Bailey Bing's heart, like a towering mountain. It made him hesitate and hover in the face of this relationship, not daring to take that brave step. Bailey Bing, you think running away will solve the problem? Yang slowly crouched down, leveling his eyes with Bailey Bing, his gaze locked onto his eyes. If you keep being this cowering and timid, you are truly pushing her further and further away, and ultimately losing her. As he said that, he glanced at Xiahou Qian who was not far away. Then he slowly approached Bailey Bing. His voice was low but extremely compelling, just like a demon whispering in his ear. I know what you're worried about, but I want to tell you that some things can be compromised, but some things can't. If the family can't accommodate her, you can start your own family tree. With your talent and hard work, why worry about not being able to carve out a world of your own? At that point, who's going to tell you what to do with your feelings? Yang's words seemed like the murmur of a demon. Every word seemed to carry a sharp barb, deeply piercing into the bottom of Bailey Bing's heart. All he felt was a roar in his head. Those thoughts that are usually buried deep in his heart and afraid to face them head on. At the moment it was as if it had been pulled out by a powerful force and exposed to the light of day. Bailey Bing's eyes began to go into a trance. His eyes focused on the deep marks on the deck from his fall, and his thoughts drifted away. He remembered Xiahou Qian's smile that was like the warm spring sun, and recalled the little moments when the two of them spent time together. But immediately afterward, the faces of the strict elders in the family surfaced. They were slack-jawed, their eyes full of dissatisfaction and dislike for Xiahou Qian's humble origins, as well as that love history. His hands clenched involuntarily, his knuckles whitening with the effort. A voice in my mind kept questioning myself. Can I really go out of my way for her? Yang was right. Keeping on avoiding like this would indeed only make Xiahou Qian farther and farther away from himself. But how easy would it be to really fight against the family? The prestige of the Bailey family, the years of tradition, was like an invisible shackle that bound him. But the thought that Xiahou Qian might end up completely disappearing from his world because of his cowardice, his heart felt like it was being stabbed with a million needles. He raised his head and looked at Xiahou Qian who was not far away. Her figure looked a little hazy in the sunlight, yet it was so clearly imprinted in his heart. Am I really going to lose my favorite person because I'm afraid? Bailey Bing asked himself repeatedly in his mind. He recalled those promises he had once made to Xiahou Qian, which he had not said, but silently remembered in his heart. If you back out now, all those promises will be for naught. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his frantic heartbeat. Yang's words kept echoing in his ears. Some things can be compromised, but some things can't. The words were like a light in the darkness. The figure of Xiahou Qian was deeply branded in the depths of Bailey Bing's soul, gradually turning into an indestructible obsession. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed. The originally blue sky was steeply covered by ink-colored dark clouds, which rolled and roared in the sky like 10,000 horses, one after another. Purple thunder flashed in the clouds, emitting a deafening roar. The air around Bailey Bing seemed to have been boiled and distorted violently. His muscles rapidly expanded and then contracted like inflated airbags, and his veins rippled under his skin like a huge, sinuous dragon. The bones were even making crunching sounds like popping beans, each sound carrying the clang of clashing gold and stone. Under the impact of this majestic force, Bailey Bing's clothes were torn into countless fragments by the strong wind and scattered with the wind. His body began to slowly levitate in mid-air, surrounded by a layer of brilliant golden light. There were ancient runes looming in the light, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Sons of Chi's chaotic holy body, rewarded with 5,000 system points. Ai Chow! Yang couldn't help but burst out, his face filled with disbelief. How could he not expect that surprisingly, the system would prompt him to activate a Son of Chi once again? Moreover, the Son of Chi in front of him, Bailey Bing, was even a chaotic saint body. It seems that the stunning 12 changes were passed on to him, when it was really the will of God. In the future, if you can glean the blood of true spirits such as Kuan Pang, true dragons, and heavenly phoenixes, and drive them with a chaotic holy body. Strong, too strong. Guli came to Yang's side with hurried footsteps. She looked anxious, her gaze fixed on Bailey Bing in midair, and she opened her mouth to ask, "What's going on here?" Bailey Bing he. Yang took a deep breath and tried to calm his agitated mood as he transmitted his voice. He activated the chaotic saint body. Guli's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of shock that was hard to hide. Next breath, Guli's complexion was grave, and his aura around him climbed steeply as his powerful cultivation at the 7th level of the ferrying stage was unreservedly released. Clang! The sound of a sword chirping like a dragon and phoenix resounded as the 5 elements returning sword flew from the cabin to Guli's side. With her hands rapidly forming seals, she mouthed the words. A mysterious rune was carved into the void by the 5 elements returning sword, which in turn merged into the surrounding space. Immediately after that, the entire warboat was slowly enveloped by a layer of energy cover that shimmered with multicolored light. Guli's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, but he was still fully concentrated, and the sealing techniques in his hands kept changing, constantly reinforcing the forbidden system. Finally, with Guli's full strength, the prohibition was completely formed. After laying down the ban with all her might, she finally went black due to exhaustion. Her face was as pale as paper, her breath was weak, and she collapsed straight into Yang's arms. Yang rushed to catch her steadily, his eyes filled with concern and anxiety as he hurriedly called up the system panel. Name Guli. Power, Xian Tian Sect. Age, 3725. Cultivation level, 7th level of the transition. Charm value, 93. Intimacy, 100. Mystery number, 1. Others, 5 elements spiritual body. Status, aura depletion. Power loss. It's okay, it's just off the charts. Just as Yan was distracted from taking care of Guli, his spiritual sense felt as if it had been viciously stabbed by a sharp object, instantly alerting him. A strong and inexplicable hostility rolled in from the distance like a raging tide. This hostility was cold and piercing, full of killing intent and greed, as if it wanted to devour everything in front of it. Chapter 143. How many spirit stones does it take to change them to death? Yang frowned, carefully handing Guli over to Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingcheng. Then he slowly stood up and looked toward the source of the hostility, only to see that in the distant sky, a thick black mist was sweeping towards the warboat at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it went, the color of the sky grew darker and darker, as if it had been dyed into an inky abyss by this black fog. As the black mist gradually approached, the outlines of 3 warboats surrounded by demonic aura slowly emerged. They were surrounded by a bizarre black aura, and their hulls were carved with twisted runes, emitting a chilling aura in the gloom. Soul-devouring demon palace. Yang gritted his teeth and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, his eyes fixed on the 2 men standing at the bow of the ship. Lu Ningxuang, who had originally planned to return to the cabin, heard the words soul-devouring demon palace. Her figure stiffened, and her footsteps came to a hard stop. She slowly turned her head, her eyes intertwined with complex emotions as she looked in the direction of the rolling demonic aura. Ling Xie. Lu Ningxuang's voice trembled slightly, as if she had been strangled by a demon, filled with deep scorn. Standing at the bow of the boat, Ling Xie was dressed in a black brocade robe, embroidered with blood-colored clouds that seemed to swim between the clothes as if they were living creatures. His face was feminine, his skin as pale as paper, as if he had never seen the sun, and he had a morbid beauty about him, eyes as deep as a bottomless black hole, ghostly cold light from it, hanging in the corner of the mouth of that evil smile. One shuddered. Leaning over him was a sultry, beautiful woman, a long, nearly transparent scarlet tulle dress, the fabric tightly fitting her shapely figure, her perfect curves outlined to the fullest. Between the hands and feet, all kinds of flavor, soul-stirring. The vaguely visible skin, hidden under the cover of the tulle, was even more blood-curdling. A waterfall of purple hair flowed wildly, and a few strands of it fell mischievously on top of her flatty's snowy white. Sultry and sexy, the beautiful eyes that were flooded with weird purple light were like 2 pools of darkness, seducing the soul. Cherry mouth without pointing and jus, slightly rising corners of the mouth with a touch of lethargy and charm of the smile, as if everything in the world are in her control. The seductive aura emanating from it tickled the most primitive desires of one's heart. She stretched out a long, white finger and gently pointed at the several women on the Xiantian sex warboat. Her voice said delicately, "Cluck, I told you this side has the same flavor as you. Let me see which girl is your daughter." After saying that, She laughed daintily and twisted her waist, her entire body almost sticking to Ling Qi's body, her eyes full of ambiguity and teasing. The corner of Ling Xia's mouth hooked into an even more sinister smile, and his large hand wrapped around the woman's soft, boneless waist. Eyes followed the direction of her finger and landed on Lu Ningxuan. He narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of color flashed in his eyes, and his thin lips moved slightly. Why don't you even say hello when you see daddy? Immediately after that, he took a step forward, his hands behind his back, leaning in slightly, with a few flirtations and a few chastisements in his eyes. My good daughter, this is not like the old you. After saying that, he stuck out his tongue and gently licked his lips, the look as if he was surveying a prey that was about to arrive. Hearing Ling Xia's teasing words, Lu Ningxuan's face instantly turned pale and bloodless. It was as if the puppet had been drained of all its vitality. Her body trembled uncontrollably and slightly. Her legs weakened and she could barely stand. One could only subconsciously hold onto Yu Qingqing's arm beside him. Lu Ningxuan's lips trembled slightly, wanting to open her mouth to retort, only to find that his throat felt like it was choked with something and he couldn't make a sound. Her mind kept flashing back to all the torture and pain she had suffered in the soul-devouring demon palace in the past, and the unbearable memories made her heart and soul tremble. Yu Qingqing could not help but tighten her heart when she sensed Lu Ningxuan's abnormality. She turned her head and instantly understood something when she saw Lu Ningxuan's pale face and frightened eyes. She's from the soul-devouring demon palace. This thought exploded in Yu Qingqing's mind, shocking her. But soon, reason began to return, and she mentally retorted in a dark voice. Impossible. Frost Sister's body, completely unable to feel any demonic aura. Although her heart was filled with doubts and entanglements, Yu Qingqing still maintained her composure on her face. Without moving, Lu Ningxuan gently stroked down Lu Ningxuan's hand that was gripping her arm. Immediately afterward, she subconsciously helped Guli steadily from Lu Ningxuan's side to herself, dumping, me. When Lu Ningxuan saw that Yu Qingqing had made a detached move, her lips slightly opened and her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Her eyes were full of pleading and panic. Her hands subconsciously lifted up as if she wanted to grab the corner of Yu Qingqing's coat, but then dropped down powerlessly halfway. I'm not. Really, I'm not. Her words broke off and her eyes wandered, not daring to meet Yu Qingqing's gaze, as if she was running away from something. At that moment, Yang's firm voice rang out from behind the two women. Qingqing, Frost, she is not what you think. You guys first helped the Supreme Elder back to the cabin. After saying that, he looked around, his sharp eyes sweeping over Xiahou Qian. Sure, how and the others one by one. His tone carrying a touch of caution. You guys, protect this brat Bai Li. Don't let anyone disturb him. Yes. Several people responded in unison, protecting Bai Li Bing in the formation set up by Xiahou Qian. After doing all this, Yang carried his hands behind his back, his eyes looking in the direction of the soul-devouring demon palace with a touch of gravity in his eyes. Name, Ling Evil. Power, soul-devouring demon palace. Age, 4765. Cultivation level, 9th level of Earth Immortal Realm. Other, Heavenly Demon Evil Compulsion Body. Status Soul Fit 20%. 9th Heaven of the Earth Immortal Realm. Yang Huan's heart jolted and his pupils tightened abruptly. What kind of physique is the Heavenly Demon Evil Compulsion Body? What's 20% Soul Fit again? Master Unity, are the detailed instructions available? Heavenly Demon Evil Compulsion Body, the product of the combination of extraterrestrial heavenly demons and abyssal evil compulsions. Divine Soul Fit, after the extraterrestrial heavenly devil has taken over the flesh of a human being, his divine soul is unable to fit perfectly, and his strength is limited. Seeing the explanation given by the system, Yang's originally heavy heart slightly relaxed a touch. If the divine soul can't fit perfectly and his strength is limited, at the critical moment, perhaps using the fraudulent treasure pearl can him up. As Yang thought this inwardly, his heart instantly hung in the air again when he dropped his gaze to the demonic woman who was plastered on Ling Xia's body. Name Nanfeng. Power, Soul-Devouring Demon Palace. Age, 5324. Cultivation level, 1st level of Earth Immortal Realm. Charm value, 92. Intimacy, 0. Mystery number, 0. Others, Abyssal Evil Compulsive Clan. Compulsive Queen Hatchling. Divine Soul Captured Demon Abyss Valley Lord Nanfeng. Real name, Nightmare Charm. Real age, 866. Status, Soul Fit 99%. Ling Xia's attribute panel was already shocking enough, but Yang never thought that this demon girl's attributes would be so heaven-defying. Even though Yang had long known that the world was far more than just this corner of the Xian demon continent, and that there were other realms of the heavens and the earth and that endless void, but in those long 1,000 years, the fights he faced were all confined to the human race. Those who are in danger, the secret struggle. He has long been familiar with the heart. To cope with it is not easy to handle, but also can be calm and unhurried. but the extraterrestrial heavenly demon that suddenly appeared, as well as this mysterious and unpredictable abyssal evil compass race, were like two huge mysteries that descended from the sky, completely confusing him. He felt as if he had been thrown from the familiar world into a completely strange, unknown and exotic world all at once. Master Unity, how many spirit stones do you need to quickly change them to death? Modifying Ling Xie's status requires 1 billion Holy Spirit stones. Your balance of Holy Spirit stones is insufficient. Modifying Nightmare Mist status requires 20 billion Holy Spirit stones. Your balance of Holy Spirit stones is insufficient. Ilua Bean. Change the attribute is not always used Spirit Stone well. The Holy Spirit Stone is what ghost. Holy Spirit Stones are only found in the upper realm. Where do I have this? Master Unity, are you intentionally trying to kill the host so that you can go far away? Can you hear me do it? System? Yang's emotions gradually calmed down from his anger and agitation after venting internally. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his frantic thoughts. There was no use complaining. He had to find another way. His eyes once again looked at the several warboats that were emitting demonic aura, and his brows knitted into a Chuan character. Chapter 144, Capturing the Female Cultivator of the Soul-Devouring Demon Palace Alive. Since Lord Demon's daughter is of the Xianin body, why didn't you bring her back to the Demon Palace, instead of allowing her to be in the Xiantian sect? Manfeng slightly tilted her head. Her winks were like silk, and her voice was extremely soft and charming. As she spoke, her hands roamed around Ling Xie's body with abandon, sometimes pulling on the sash, sometimes touching the skin. Ling Xie narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of imperceptible complexity flashing through his gaze. He did not immediately answer Nanfeng's question, but violently reached out and cupped Nanfeng's chin, forcing her to raise her head and meet his eyes. The corners of Nanfeng's mouth hooked into a seductive smile, a hint of anticipation hidden in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a crunching sound, and Ling Xie raised her hand and fiercely slapped Nanfeng. The force of this slap was extremely heavy, and stark five-finger red marks instantly surfaced on Nanfeng's fair cheeks, and his entire body was knocked over his head. A cold aura appeared in Ling Xie's eyes, and his voice was low and icy, reprimanding with supreme majesty. My father's daughter, is it not for a lowly person like you to ask about? Recognize your own identity. Don't think that the slight indulgence this father has shown you on weekdays will allow you to wantonly overstep the rules. You're nothing but a plaything by my father's side, and you dare to speculate on my father's affairs? Nanfeng was hit with a bit of a daze. The hot pain on his face was like a blazing fire burning, and his heart was instantly filled with resentment. However, she was well aware of Ling Xie's fearsome nature, so how could she dare to show it half-heartedly? She hurriedly lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, her voice carrying a few hints of panic and aggravation. Demon Lord, rest in peace. Slave girl knows she's wrong. Slave girl shouldn't have talked too much. I beg for Lord's forgiveness. If time could be turned back, the moment Nanfeng saw Ling Xie in the cave, he would have turned around and fled without hesitation. She would give up all her ambitions, even if she lost her original body and cultivated with her human bloodline. It would be better than being by Ling Xie's side now, living this life with no dignity and possibly losing her life at any time. She hated her own stupidity in the beginning. For the sake of the so-called chance of survival and benefits, she sought the skin of the tiger and signed the damned master-servant contract. Now, she was like a prisoner tightly locked by an invisible chain, under the shadow of Ling Xie, never to be freed. The other side. My Chow, that little white boy hit me too hard. Lei Wanjun, his eyes glazed over with incredulity written all over his face, slammed Sherhao's shoulder beside him and continued to spit. Such a beautiful beauty. How can he bear to do it? It's just like the domestic violence that old Biden always recites. Domestic violence is real. Xiahou Qian clasped her hands to her chest, contempt written all over her face, and snatched. I thought that Fine Dog was a powerful character, but I didn't realize that he would only beat women. Sherhao frowned, full of doubt, and couldn't help but spit. What's going on here? Is that man's brain kicked by a donkey? Probably got caught in the door. Emojiogu didn't have the heart to pick up the conversation and rolled her eyes as she continued. To hit a woman like this, even a 3-year-old knows it's not decent, let alone hitting a beautiful woman. It is what it is. Lei Wanjun began to stagger again, his head shaking like a rattle. If I were in my place, and I ran into such a beautiful woman, I would marry her in a palanquin and offer her as an ancestor every day. As soon as these words came out, Sure how, Xiahou Qian, and Emojiogu brushed their heads and turned to look at him, saying in unison, lick the dog. But Lei Wanjun, who was scolded as a licking dog, was like nothing, with a pair of bull's eyes staring straight at Nanfeng, looking up and down. If it is not a little far away, and the other party is the soul-devouring demon palace, I am afraid that he would have gone up to ask to add the summoning jade. This discussion between the few of them was like igniting a powder keg. instantly exploding amongst the Xian sect disciples on the warboat. I think that beautiful woman may be a masochist. You guys see, she was beaten and looked like she was enjoying herself. Elder brother, you know a lot about it, aha, turn around, we can have a good chat. Humph, in my opinion, that man is a bully. If you have the ability to come at me, single combat. The crowd was full of disdain and ridicule for that scene in the distance. The way they looked at Ling Xia was so disgusted that they couldn't be more disgusted. As a strong person of the 9th level of the Earth Immortal Realm, Ling Xia's spiritual sense was sharp to the extreme, and those whispers from the Xian sect's warboat drilled into his ears without missing a word. His eyes narrowed instantly, like a fierce beast before hunting, and his aura around him steeply became cold and piercing. A bunch of undead ants. How dare they point at this father behind his back? Ling Xia's voice was so low that it seemed to be coming from the 9 hells, transmitting a chilling killing intent. With a wave of his hand, he pointed at the Xian sect's warboat and ordered angrily to the densely packed soul-devouring demon palace disciples behind him. Give this father the chance to step on the Xian sect's warboats. Don't leave a single one alive. The disciples of the soul-devouring demon palace were usually in awe of Ling Xia, and now that they saw the demon Venerable's anger, how could they dare to slack off in the slightest? In an instant, the devilish shadows on the 3 warboats saved up, and countless disciples dressed in black power suits sacrificed their spiritual weapons. For a while, the demonic aura rolled around, and the various colored demonic artifacts flashed with eerie light. At the front end of the warboat, several Devil Palace protectors rose up in the air. Their breath was majestic, and they were obviously all strong on one side. The guardian at the head was a big man with a stout figure and a face full of cross-cutting meat. He danced a pair of huge black meteor hammers with both hands, the hammers trailing long tails of magical flames. It was like 2 rounds of black suns, scorching the space around them and distorting it. Humph. Today, let these little brats of the Xian sect know that messing with us, the soul-devouring demon palace, will only lead to death. The big man growled viciously. Ling Xia stood at the bow of the ship, condescendingly watching all of this, his eyes revealing a strong disdain, as well as contempt for life. Xian sect? It's just dirt. His voice echoed between heaven and earth, as if a death sentence had been pronounced. At this moment, above the Xian sect's warboat, a heavy and depressing aura filled the air like a tidal wave. The crowd really felt the strong pressure that came from the mountains and seas, as well as the killing intent that seemed to materialize and intensely pungent. Even though the Xian sect and the soul-devouring demon palace had been fighting openly and secretly all these years, and the small frictions had never ceased, but this kind of frontal position, the sword is ready to start the war, indeed is the first time ever. Xiahou Qian and the others had a glint of eagerness in their eyes. All these years they had been practicing hard and holding their hearts. He had long been looking forward to seeing the soul-devouring demon palace's people at the 10,000 Clans conference and them over. As for the time being advanced now, they didn't care at all. As long as they could the soul-devouring demon palace's people, they were more motivated than anyone else. Damn it, follow me. The little white boy to death and capture the female cultivator of the soul-devouring demon palace alive. Charge Kill Kirikou. Lei Wanjun pulled his voice and let out a deafening roar. At the same time, there was a flash of light between his hands, and a cold and glittering 10-foot serpent spear appeared out of thin air, with an incomparably sharp tip. Sure Hao was silent, like a calm mountain. However, the broken sword in his hand was emitting a mysterious ebony light, and wisps of ethereal energy seemed to be like spiritual swimming snakes, snaking and winding around the sword. This broken sword seemed to be mutilated, but it was permeated with a powerful force that could not be underestimated. Xiahou Qian stared at the surging crowd of soul-devouring demon palace in front of her. Her face had no fear. Instead a flush of excitement surged up, only to see her hands rapidly forming seals and chanting under her breath. As the last syllable was spat out, her palm glowed. An exquisite chessboard-shaped spiritual treasure slowly emerged. The spiritual treasure exuded an ancient and mysterious aura around it, and the lines on the board flowed and flickered as if it were a living thing. It seemed to be interpreting the most subtle rules of heaven and earth. As Xiahou Qian's handprints changed, the chessboard slowly rose into the air, and the light on it became stronger and stronger. The light of a formation rippled out like water waves, instantly enveloping the entire Xian sect's warboat. It even formed a layer of protection outside Gu Li's ban. Clang! A sword chime permeated with biting killing intent resounded steeply as Mojoji's spirit sword was sheathed. The spirit sword's body was slender and crystal clear, with runes flashing on the sword, emitting a clear and cold chill. Mojo Ge held the spirit sword, and the sword body gently trembled as if it was resonating with its owner's battle intent. At this moment, the attack from the soul-devouring demon palace was already whistling. The burly protector at the head of the group danced his huge black meteor hammer and smashed into the warboat's shield with the force of 10,000 pounds. Boom, a loud sound. As if the sky collapsed. The powerful impact shocked the shield light flickered violently for a while. However, Xiahou Qian's formation shield was incredibly tough, and although it shook violently, it still steadily resisted. At the beginning of the war, the two sides seemed to have a tacit understanding. Both did not send out cultivators above the Mahayana stage. Yang stood at the head of the Xian Tian Sect's warboat, his expression cold, his gaze piercing straight through Ling Qi on the soul-devouring demon palace's warboat. Ling Xia was dressed in a black robe, like a dark night demon god, with a bizarre demonic aura surrounding him. Noticing Yang's gaze, Ling Xia slowly raised her head and their eyes met in the air. For a moment, it was as if sparks had erupted. Ling Xia snorted, then threw back his head and laughed, his laughter filled with mockery. Does the Xian Tian sect have no one left? How dare they let such a waste like you? Before he could finish his words, he only saw a mysterious and obscure light flickering steeply around Yang's body. Between the flashes of light, Yang slowly grinned, revealing an inscrutable smile to Ling Xia. Immediately after that, Yang raised his hand covered with age marks and pointed it remotely at the demon palace's meteor hammer protector. His thin lips opened lightly, and every word seemed to carry the power of the most primitive laws in heaven and earth. Thou shalt swing the hammer against thee and slaughter thy cohorts. Chapter 145. Words follow words. He's in the Emperor realm? As Yang's words containing mysterious power fell leisurely, a scene that made everyone in the room's jaws drop occurred without warning. Meteor hammer protector's originally ferocious eyes abruptly became hollow and lifeless the moment Yang's words fell. His body trembled slightly, as if he was in a final struggle against some invisible force. But soon the struggle was suppressed. Immediately afterward, he slowly turned around. The huge meteor hammer dragging a long tail of demonic flame in his hand also changed direction with it, aiming straight at the soul-devouring demon palace disciples behind him. Kill! The voice that came out of his mouth was no longer the intimidating roar from before, but instead carried a hint of machinery and coldness. He swung his meteor hammer and smashed into the demon palace disciple beside him with an unstoppable momentum. Protector Yun! What are you doing? My Chow! Protector Yun has gone crazy. Hammering him to death. Ha ha, crazy good. Kill him. I'm the new protector. The attacked demon palace disciples didn't have time to react. They were then smashed to the ground with blood and flesh by the immense power of the meteor hammer amidst a chorus of shouts. A demon palace disciple with a relatively thin figure was directly struck in the chest by the meteor hammer, and his chest was instantly sunken. The entire person flew out backwards like a rag doll, leaving a blood trail in midair. The other disciple, who was holding a magic sword, attempted to fend off the sudden attack, crossing his magic sword in front of him. However, the power of the meteor hammer was not something he could resist, and the demonic blade was smashed into pieces in an instant. He himself was engulfed by the demonic flames on the hammer, letting out miserable cries, and in just a few seconds, he was reduced to ashes. The other Devil Palace disciples were horrified at the sight and screamed. However, the meteor hammer protector turned a deaf ear and continued to wield the meteor hammer like no one else. In the midst of the chaos, a demon palace elder's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at the meteor hammer protector and shouted, "Sinner, stop it now." After he said that, he quickly made a seal with both hands, and a black light flew out from his hands, straight towards the meteor hammer protector. Ling Xia was like a demonic god, standing at the bow of the ship. His eyes were like cold pools, staring down at the chaotic and bloody battlefield below. The sneering smile that was originally hanging on his face disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by something as gloomy as the nine hells. How could he have never imagined that Yang, who was nothing more than an ant in his eyes, would be able to perform such a bizarre and unpredictable maneuver? Words follow the law. It's the word that comes out. Nanfang's voice trembled terribly, her beautiful eyes glaring round, overflowing with endless fear and trembling, even though Nanfeng looks like a young girl in her 28th year from the outside. However, as the only remaining Compass Queen of the Abyssal Evil Compass clan, she had experienced the nightmare of being exterminated by the Emperor realm. In a trance, her thoughts drifted uncontrollably back hundreds of years. At that time, she was merely a compass master with a still shallow cultivation and weak strength, struggling to survive in the clan. On that day, heaven and earth changed color, and the entire abyssal realm was enveloped in an aura of solemnity. The abyssal realm that Nanfeng inhabited had a great emperor descend without warning. A majestic aura that destroyed the heavens and the earth and was enough to overthrow the living beings lingered around that strong person. And when he raised his hands and threw his feet, the void trembled. Wherever its footsteps went, the clansmen of the Abyssal Evil Compulsion clan fell down. The thick blood of the parasites gurgled out, dyeing the earth into a shocking color. The surviving parasites, not 1 in 10. What impressed Nanfeng the most was his chilling follow the law. I remember that the strong man just lightly opened his thin lips. A death word exit. Dozens of not bad cultivation beside her compulsion guards will instantly burst dead, even the slightest chance of resistance or not. That scene was like an indelible nightmare, deeply imprinted in her soul. At this moment, looking at the means that Yang had performed, the horrible memories of the past came rushing in like a tidal wave, causing her body to tremble violently and uncontrollably, her heart filled with despair and fear. Ling Xie's gaze instantly turned from the chaotic battlefield to Nan Feng, whose voice was trembling. He keenly caught the trepidation in Nan Feng's words, as well as the look of fear that was hard to hide, and in his heart, he felt that there was something strange going on. In the past few years, Nan Feng had only acted groveling in front of himself, allowing himself to take whatever he wanted. However, to the other people of the Demon Palace, they were not false, and they did not even show any weakness in the face of the battle sect and the Gongsun family's ancestors. But now just because of this move performed by Yang, he was so scared that he lost his temper. Words to the wise? Ling Xie's hoarse voice was wrapped in a hint of coldness, and a pair of eyes as cold as vipers stared tightly at Nan Feng. Nan Feng was frightened by this sudden forced look from Ling Xie. She wanted to avoid Ling Xie's gaze but didn't dare to, so she could only say stiffly, Demon Lord, Slave Girl, this is a means that only Empire Realm powerhouses have. Her voice was still shaky, and the words felt like they were being squeezed through her teeth. The Emperor Realm? Ling Xie frowned slightly. This term was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. His Yuanshan original was from a small and insignificant race among the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. Since its birth, it had never seen a so-called Emperor Realm powerhouse, nor had it had any memory inheritance related to it. In the world he lived in, the 9th level of the Earth Immortal Realm was the peak realm he could reach. In a chance encounter, he was sucked in by a spatial rift and descended to the Xian demon continent. It wasn't until he had taken over this current body that he realized there was a stronger realm above the Earth Immortal Realm. Over the years, Ling Xie's divine soul had been fusing this body, and he had also looked through the many tomes within the soul-devouring demon palace. However, his memories had little impression of the Emperor Realm. Give my father the details. Ling Xie's tone was undeniable as he took a step forward, and a powerful sense of oppression came at Nan Feng like a mountain of mountains. Nan Feng didn't dare to hide anything and opened his mouth warily. Yes, it is. In the slave girl's abyssal realm, there was an Emperor Realm powerhouse who came. He is like a heavenly god descending to earth, and he can decide life and death by raising his hands and throwing his feet. A mere command can cause countless living beings to go up in smoke. That is the terrifying power of following the law with one's words. At that time, with only one person's strength, he killed 10 of my abyssal evil compass clan. Saying that, a deep fear surfaced in Nan Feng's eyes, as if he had returned to that bloody scene. Ling Xie's face seemed to be completely obscured by dark clouds, and it was terribly gloomy. His gaze was fixed on Yang, and a strong uneasiness welled up inside him, a premonition of a crisis he had never felt before. If Yang is in the Emperor Realm, no, it can't be. There's no way he's in Emperor Realm. Ling Xie hissed in denial at the bottom of her heart, her forehead even oozing fine beads of sweat from the violent fluctuations of her emotions. An Emperor Realm powerhouse was an existence that stood at the end of the Immortal Road. How could such a character appear in the tiny Xian Tian sect? Protector Yun must be a spy planted by the Xian Tian sect in the soul-devouring demon palace. It's understandable to be on the brink. Thinking of this, a hint of viciousness flashed through Ling Xie's eyes. It's just a waste that can't even break through the dance stage. Emperor Realm? Great Emperor? Ridiculous to the core. Read about it. Ling Xie violently turned her head, and with her backhand, she delivered several harsh and extreme slaps, heavily slapping Nan Feng's white cheeks. Snap. Pop. Pop. Crisp sounds rang out one after another. Nan Feng's body was shaken by the blow, and a strand of blood instantly spilled out from the corner of his mouth. You servant girl, how dare you alarm me here and disturb my demonic heart? Ling Xie's voice seemed to come from the 9 hells, cold, piercing and full of anger. An Emperor Realm powerhouse? What kind of existence is that? It's not something that this tiny Xian Tian sect can have. What is your intention to deliberately exaggerate? Endless oppression spewed onto Nan Feng's face. Nan Feng was hit to the point of dizziness, his body swaying, yet he did not dare to dodge in the slightest. Her heart was full of grievances, but she could only hold back her tears and said with a trembling voice, Demon Lord, what the slave girl said is true. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Ling Xie's angry growl. Enough! Chapter 146, can't wait so soon? Enough! Ling Xie violently bellowed, his voice like thunder, shaking the air around him. He waved his hand violently, and a layer of gut-wrenching viciousness instantly surged within those eyes that were already cold as frost. His gaze was like substance as it traced over the faces of the 2 generals behind him on the left and right, and then landed on the several soul-devouring Demon Palace Mahayana stage elders with majestic breaths, these mainstays of the Devil Palace. At this moment, under the sweep of Ling Xie's gaze, also could not help but bow slightly, waiting for the Devil Father to give orders. Gentlemen. A low, hoarse voice, squeezed out from between Ling Xie's teeth, carrying the resentment and hatred precipitated by endless years. However, the moment he was about to have the two left and right generals bring their Mahayana stage elders into the battle, something bizarre happened. A violent commotion violently erupted amongst the people of the Demon Palace who were in the middle of a fierce battle with the Xiantian sect. Ling Xie's pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see the eyes of several Demon Palace elders become empty and lifeless in an instant, as if their souls had been drained away. Immediately afterward, without warning, they launched a deadly attack on the fellow disciple beside them. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere in the ranks of the Demon Palace, and miserable screams rose and fell. A hint of caution immediately flickered within Ling Xie's eyes. The scene under his eyes was beyond his cognizance. So bizarre. I can't even feel a trace of the human technique aptitude. How on earth did he do it? How could these elders, who were usually loyal and powerful to him, suddenly kill each other? Ling Xie's heart was slightly shaken as he glanced at Manhwa beside him, his ears echoing what she had just said. Does Yang really possess that kind of terrifying power? But soon, Ling Xie forced himself to calm down as his mind raced with thoughts. If Yang really is the Emperor realm, with his strength, it was only a matter of lifting his hand to get himself killed. So why would he go through all the trouble of laying his hands on these Demon Palace disciples? There must be something fishy about this. Just then, the two generals on the left and right kneeled down on one knee and asked for battle in unison. Demon Lord, the last general invites you to fight. Ling Xie looked at them, a hint of imperceptible cunning flashing in his eyes. As their own demon servants, these two had reached the 5th level of the transitional stage, and their loyalty and strength was extraordinary. Now it's the right time to take advantage of their power and try to find out the true nature of Yang. Yes. Ling Xie nodded slightly and immediately clapped his hands. The two generals on the left and right received the order and pranced up, their demonic chi surging around them, resembling two black angry dragons. Kill with me. The left general let out a bellowing cry and swung the long sword in his hand, the biting demonic light chopping into the sky like a pike. Behind them, several Mahayana stage elders followed closely behind, surging towards the Xiantian sect's warboat. On the Xiantian sect's side, seeing that the soul-devouring Demon Palace was raging, the two transitional stage peak masters also quickly greeted them. Heaven blesses my Xiantian sacred sect, one of the peak masters shouted, his long sword in his hand flickering with a clear and cold light as he stood shoulder to shoulder with the other peak master. Behind them were the same Mahayana elders waiting in tight formation. However, the left and right generals were, after all, Ling Xie's carefully cultivated demonic servants, and their strength far exceeded that of ordinary transitional stage cultivators. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, the two peak masters of the Xiantian sect fell into a disadvantage. General's was long sword danced densely, destroying the heavens and the earth with a power that pushed right into one of the Xiantian sect's peak masters. Although that peak master fought to resist, his arm was still numbed by the aftermath of the demon blade, and he could only retreat. On the other hand, the right general's figure was like a ghost, and the soft whip in his hand weaved like a spirit snake, making the other peak master tired of dealing with it, and a few blood marks soon appeared on his body. On top of the Xiantian sect's warboat, Yang stood with his arms folded, looking at the battlefield where the battle was raging with a cold expression. Upon seeing the left and right generals like tigers entering a flock of sheep, they suppressed the two ferrying stage peak masters of the Xiantian sect into a retreat. Yang's eyes flashed steeply. Master Unity, how many spirit stones does it take to modify them into your own people? Modifying the left general's power will cost 50 billion spirit stones. OK/cancel. Modifying the right general's power will cost 50 billion spirit stones. OK/cancel. I've got a lot of beans. These two people together even cost $100 billion? How come you're always such a douche at key moments? System? Filled with helplessness, he skimmed his lips and did not stop there, but turned to ask again. What about changing them to death? Modifying the status of the left general will cost 50 billion spirit stones. OK/cancel. Hiss. Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of air when he learned of the cost of modifying their attributes. That's too big a price to pay, he screamed in his heart, and the expression on his face grew more and more grave. Despite having gleaned a large amount of spirit stones from Jianli a few years ago, in the past few years, he had gleaned quite a bit more from the three girls, Guli, Lu Ningxuang, and Yu Qingcheng, but over the years, the rate of consumption of spirit stones had been equally fast and alarming. For the Xiantian sect disciples brought to the 10,000 sect assembly this time, in order to allow them to emerge at the conference and win honor for the Xiantian sect, Yang had spent a large amount of spirit stones in secret and silently modified their cultivation levels, helping them to break through bottlenecks. Their overall strength has been significantly improved. And just now, in order to reverse the unfavorable situation on the battlefield, Yang hurriedly modified the power attributes of many more soul-devouring demon palace people. One way or another, the spirit stones left on his body nowadays were less than 50 billion. Faced with the high amount of consumption given by the system, he once again truly felt the embarrassment of being shy. This is trouble. What to do? Yang's brow was furrowed in contemplation. Instead, his eyes were always firmly fixed on the situation on the battlefield, not moving away for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he decisively gave up the idea of modifying the left and right generals, and turned his attention to the two peak masters of the Xiantian sect. Master Unity, how many spirit stones are needed to modify the cultivation of Sunset Peak Master Yu Hui? And what are the restrictions? There was a hint of anticipation in Yang's voice, hoping for a twist in the system's reply. Modifying Yu Hui's cultivation level will cost 40 billion spirit stones, up to the 6th level of transition. Okay/cancel. The system was looking at people like this, and although Yang was helpless in his heart, he had long gotten used to its inscrutable settings. Yang took a deep breath and forced down his inner dissatisfaction. His finger hung above the system confirmation button, and he was about to make a desperate attempt to modify Yu Hui's cultivation. At that exact moment, a majestic and mysterious force steeply surged up from heaven and earth. Yang subconsciously looked towards Bailey Bing, only to see a chaotic aura rising up to the sky like a pillar. The chaotic aura that was so dense that it was almost materialized, churned recklessly, as if it could stir up the surrounding space inch by inch. Wrapped in the power of chaos, Bailey Bing's body was undergoing a transformative remodeling. His skin glowed with a layer of crystal and luster, as if it was molded from the purest essence of chaos. At the same time, even grander visions appeared in heaven and earth accordingly. The sky was instantly dyed a chaotic color, with various colors of light intertwining and flickering like a dream. Just as the crowd was shocked, along with a low rumbling sound, a huge warboat slowly emerged from the clouds. It's the battle boats of the Gongsun family, the Battle Sect, and the Harmony Sect. Yang's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of pinpoints, and a strong sense of crisis surged through his heart. His gaze swept back and forth between the warboats of the three forces. From the eyes of those on the warboat, he saw calculation, wariness, ruthlessness and greed. Can't you guys wait that long? Yang secretly pondered, giving up on the idea of modifying Yu Hui's cultivation, and turned to the system. Master Unity, how many spirit stones are needed to change Ali's status to normal? Modifying Gu Li's status will cost 1,000,000 spirit stones. Okay/cancel. Make sure that the current situation is too complicated. Lao Fu needs a peak state Xin Gue Fairy. Chapter 147. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. With all the forces coming in like a tidal wave, the already blazing flames of war between the Xiantian sect and the soul-devouring demon palace were instantly doused with a bucket of fierce oil, and the intense battle became more and more white-hot. Anyone who was late understood the reasoning, and no one dared to have the slightest reservation, and they all offered up their skills from the bottom of their suitcases. In an instant, the collision between the technique and the spirit weapon became more and more intense, with light overflowing in all directions and deafening roars. Blazing aura storms swept across the entire sky, making it almost impossible to see each other's figures. Gentlemen! Suddenly, a bellowing cry, as if thunder had exploded, instantly tore through the clamor of the battlefield and echoed in the ears of the crowd. On top of the majestic warboat of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Waoxie stood with his head held high. He was dressed in an embroidered black and gold robe. His expression was not angry. His hands were behind his back, just like an emperor on earth. Face lines hard, sword eyebrow oblique fly into the temples, eyes deep as if the deep pool, dark and hidden through the cold aura. At this moment, he was overlooking the battlefield, and wherever his gaze reached, everyone felt an invisible and majestic pressure. On the occasion of the 10,000 Clans Congress, we should have been celebrating together. Why make a big fuss here? I also hope that our friends from the Xiantian sect and the soul-devouring demon palace will stop for now. As Gongsun Wuxie's extremely intimidating words boomed down, the clamor on the battlefield seemed to have been instantly strangled by a large, invisible hand. The movements of the people from the Xiantian sect and the soul-devouring demon palace all stalled, and the attacks in their hands gradually stopped. But can a blood feud accumulated over the years be put down just by saying so? They didn't completely lower their weapons in their hands. They just took a few steps backward unspokenly from each other, pulling some distance away. Both sides stared angrily at each other, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, creating a subtle and dangerous standoff. When Yang saw that they had no intention of joining the war, and Gongsun Wuxie was posturing as if he wanted to be a peacemaker, The heart that had been hanging in his throat finally slowly fell back. He closed his eyes slightly, his white eyebrows stretching as his tense body relaxed a bit. However, when his gaze landed on Gongsun Wuxie's ostentatiously majestic figure, a trace of disdain and contempt quickly flashed from his eyes. Name, Gongsun Wudi. Power, Gongsun family. Age, 4665. Cultivation level, 9th level of the transitional stage. Others, head of the Gongsun family. What's the point of pretending? Yang muttered in his mind. In the past few years, through cooperation with Gongsun Emotionless, Yang had sort of grasped half of the situation in the land of Zhengzhou. Although the Gongsun family was the #1 force in the Xian demon continent on the surface, it was already strong on the outside. With the covert support of the multi-precious pavilion, many forces had risen up as if they were springing up, launching a revolt against the rule of the Gongsun family. His own plan with Jiang Li was intended to weaken the Gongsun family's dominance and stir up the situation on the continent. And as the head of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Wufei had been in a state of anxiety for the past few years. The elders of the clan repeatedly launched impeachment against him at family meetings with heated words. They believed that Gongsun Wudi's poor control of the situation in the central state had caused the family's prestige and interests to be damaged. Even the clan's oldest ancestor had questioned his ability and moved to dismiss him. After all, today's central state was in chaos, with various forces in constant strife, and Gongsun Wudi couldn't seem to come up with a proven strategy to deal with it. Within the family, the highly vocal Gongsun Emotionless was viewed as the best candidate to replace Gongsun Wufei, with Yang and Jiang Li's secret plotting and support. Gongsun Emotionless demonstrated extraordinary wisdom and boldness in handling family affairs and responding to external crises. For more than 3 years, the entire Gongsun family had vaguely favored Gongsun Emotionless, also believing that he could lead the family back to the top. However, Gongsun Wuxie was not willing to be pulled down from the position of family head. He had fought for the right to host this 10,000 clans conference by all means. He is trying to show his strength and strategy at the conference to win back the trust and support of the clan and stabilize his precarious position as the head of the family in one fell swoop. Yang looked away from Gongsun Wudi, wanting to see what he would say and do next. However, on the Xian Tian sect's side, the hot-tempered Sunset Peak Master Yu Hui gave a heavy cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. Gongsun family master, today's matter has nothing to do with you. The soul-devouring demon palace has repeatedly violated my clan. This blood debt must be settled today. The left and right generals of the soul-devouring demon palace were also not willing to show weakness. The left general crossed his long sword and viciously returned. Humph, punk, I will definitely trample your Xian Heavenly Sex warboat to the ground today. Gongsun invincible face sank, did not expect to intercede, but no one paid attention. The heart cannot help but surge a wave of anger, but it is not good to attack on the spot. While the crowd was at a standstill, a hint of spiritual sound quietly rose from the sky. Unlike the sound of the world's silken bamboo, the sound of the zither seems to have originated from the ancient world, wrapped in the clarity and quietness of the beginning of heaven and earth. Drifting leisurely from a distant place, the sound of the zither curls up, seems to be able to brush away the dust of the soul, but also hides endless majestic greatness, touching the depths of the soul of the crowd. All those present could not help but feel a tremor in their hearts, and their chi and blood actually surged slightly with them. The sound of the zither was like gurgling water, yet it carried an invisible pressure that shook the hearts of everyone present. In a short while, only to see the misty clouds, a woman dressed in a moonlight white flowing veil long dress, lotus steps gently stepping in the air. Her feet were as glistening as sheep's fat jade, without an inch, seemingly stepping in the void to create layers of ripples. The ancient zither held in her arms. The material was ancient and simple, with a faint luster, as if it came from a long time ago from the realm of immortal illusion. Together with her, she was surrounded by a layer of faintly invisible halo, and as she drew nearer, the scent of flowers seemed to quietly permeate heaven and earth. It is like coming out of the ancient immortal scrolls, without a trace of fireworks. Every move carries the immortal charm of transcending the world. The mysterious woman did not say anything, but only gently plucked the strings of the zither, emitting a few crisp notes. In an instant, a powerful aura fluctuation spread out in all directions with her at the center. The two generals on the left and right only felt a huge force coming at them. The weapon in his hand was instantly shaken away, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably, landing heavily on the ground and spitting out blood. The same was true for the two peak masters of the Xian Tian sect. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and before they had the chance to react in any way, they were suppressed by this force and were unable to move. Kneeling on one knee with cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, there was an uproar, and the crowd turned their gazes to this mysterious woman. There is such a stunning beauty in the world. On top of the Battle Sex warboat, Battle Shocker gazed at the mysterious woman, a trace of imperceptible desire and greed flashing through the ox's eyes. Sister, do you think she could be someone from the Lioli Palace? On the Acacia Sex warboat, Ling Yu intimately held the arm of a mature woman, her pretty face with a smile as she asked in a small voice. The appearance of the mysterious woman was as if time had stood still, and everyone subconsciously held their breath. Whether it was the Xian Tian sect, the soul-devouring demon palace, or the crowds from the Gongsun family, the battle sect, and the harmony sect that had just arrived, they were all shocked by her powerful cultivation. The mysterious woman's cherry lips lightly opened. Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty that clearly resounded in everyone's ears. Anyone who dares to make another move today will not blame me for being merciless. As the words fell slightly, a ripple flashed through space. Immediately afterward, the crowd only felt a flash of white light in front of their eyes, and the mysterious woman had leisurely floated down on top of the Xian Tian sex warboat. She slowly walked towards Bailey Bing, who was at the critical moment of activation of the chaotic saint body. Just saw her raise her hand slightly, her plain white fingertips lightly pointing, as if to touch. Just at the moment her fingertips were about to touch Bailey Bing, Yang's eyes snapped open and he erupted into a deafening cry of rage. If you dare to touch a single cold hair on him, I'll let you go up in smoke. Chapter 148. Can you warm the bed? Ashes to ashes. The mysterious woman glanced at Yang, her vermilion lips lightly opened. Her voice was like sounding fairy music, but it was full of undisguised contempt. She raised her head slightly, her eyes sweeping over Yang from top to bottom. There was a lofty disdain in his expression, as if he was just an ant. With your cultivation level, but in this instant, her beautiful eyes abruptly shrunk, and the color of shock in her eyes suddenly rose, as if she had seen something unbelievable. The original careless look was instantly replaced by gravity, and she stared at Yang closely, her gaze revealing inquiry and disbelief. You can't be. The mysterious woman desperately wanted to stabilize her voice, trying to maintain that lofty stance. However, that slight tremor was still captured by Yang's sharp eyes. Anything is possible. As the words fell, Yang's aura around him changed abruptly. A trace of majestic pressure that seemed to come from the beginning of the Hongmeng enveloped the mysterious woman. Immediately after that, Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth curved upwards, and with a playful smile, he transmitted his voice. Lioli Palace, Hua Ruwashi, 10,000 Flowers Sacred Body, one of the 9 furnace physiques. Name, Hua Ruwashi. Power, Lioli Palace. Age, 816. Cultivation level, first level of Earth Immortal Realm. Charm value, 96. Intimacy, 0. Mystery number, 0. Others, the sacred body of the 10,000 flowers. Just a moment ago, Yang saw the right time to turn on the fraudulent treasure pearl, simulating the cultivation of the Yuaning stage into the Emperor realm. Even though the fraudulent treasure pearl maintained the cultivation of the Emperor realm for a very short period of time, but Yang Huan was certain in his heart that as long as this pussy was properly installed, this time should be enough. This Emperor is talking to you. Are you mute? Yang's expression was cold. His hands were behind his back, and a cold aura erupted from his eyes. Immediately afterward, his right foot slowly lifted up, and then wrapped in endless momentum. He heavily stepped down towards Hua Ruwashi. Hua Ruwashi only felt an irresistible and terrifying force come crashing down on her, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly and her breathing to become rapid. She stared at her beautiful eyes, trying her best to burn Yang's appearance into her heart, but she was never able to do so out of fear. How could Hua Ruwashi not expect that on the first day of the opening of the 100-year rotation, she would be able to discover that the legendary Chaos Sacred Body had appeared? But what was even more unexpected to her was that the Chaos Saint Body's protector was actually a legendary Great Emperor. This could make her, a small cultivator of the mere Earth Immortal Realm, completely panic, her mind going blank, completely at a loss. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor's father. Little fairy has eyes not. Can't recognize. Before Hua Ruwashi could finish her sentence, her legs began to soften, and her entire body uncontrollably gave birth to a kneeling gesture towards Yang. Yang was quick on his feet and instantly sacrificed an aura to steadily support her delicate body. Ha! Now you know you're scared? The corners of Yang's mouth rose slightly and he snorted. Then his expression was solemn and his words turned abruptly. But this emperor still likes the kind of untamed look you had at the beginning. Hua Ruwashi was held up by Yang's aura, her petite body trembling slightly, her face filled with panic and helplessness. If it wasn't for the white veil covering her face, I'm afraid that at this moment, everyone present would be shocked by her expression. She stood up straight shakily, the lingering fear still in her eyes. At this moment, her mind was like a river turning over, with all sorts of thoughts coming to her. Ruyan Lu, I swear, I'll send you to the Qixia Myriad Realm and let you taste what it's like to be ridden by 1,000 people and bullied by 10,000 people. Don't look at Hua Ruwashi when she showed up as immortal and lofty, but the truth was that she wasn't having a good time in the Liuli Palace. She had cultivated immortality for just over 800 years and had already ascended to the Earth immortal realm. This kind of talent can be considered rare in the upper realm, and can be called a rare heavenly pride. However, if celestial pride was rootless, those around her who were jealous of her would bully her. For example, she was not supposed to take her turn for this 100 years, but she was designed to be pitched by a group of senior sisters, especially that named Lu Ruyan, who, relying on her quasi-saintly cultivation, named Huaruwashi to come to the Xian demon continent for her shift. Originally, he thought that if he could bring the chaotic sacred body back to the Liuli Palace, he might be able to receive a commendation. One could even take a step up to the heavens with the chaotic saint body, and from then on, one could level the playing field in the upper realm. But who would have thought that this small lower Xian demon continent was hiding a great emperor? Her mind turned rapidly, and while she had just held a covetous desire for the chaotic sacred body, she decisively discarded the idea at this moment. After all, the great emperor was here, and if he was not careful, he could be ashes. She crossed her heart. The only plan for the moment was to please this young emperor, and perhaps even beg for a ray of hope. There might even be an unexpected benefit to be gained as a result. Thinking of this, Huaruwashi forced down the fear in her heart and barely managed to squeeze out a fawning smile on her face, her voice carrying a few points of curtness and delicacy. Emperor, little immortal really had no eyes just now and bumped into you. I hope that emperor will be generous and never take it out on little immortal. Little immortal is willing to saddle up for Emperor Zun and be at his disposal. As she spoke, she surreptitiously observed Yang's expression, fearing that her performance had failed to satisfy this great emperor. At the mercy of the drive? Yang raised her eyebrows slightly, a few moments of doubt in her tone, and looked at her with interest. Let it be driven. Huaruwashi nodded fiercely, her expression incomparably solemn, as if she were making some major promise. Seeing her say that, Yang's pale face slowly revealed a bright smile, and a trace of cunning even flashed under his eyes without trace. Is it okay to warm the bed? When Huaruwashi heard this, her heart thumped. How could she not expect that this high and mighty emperor would make such a request? For a moment, her heart was in an extreme struggle. Even though Huaruwashi is quite confident in her looks and has always kept her body like a jade, yearning for a good love. But the Liuli Palace rules are strict, like a high-hanging sharp edge. Chilling. Once a female disciple of the Liuli Palace lost her palace guard sand, she would be escorted to the Thunder Punishment platform. When the punishment of Thunder Punishment is over, he will be unceremoniously expelled from the palace, and from then on, he will be reduced to the laughingstock of the cultivation world, with no more room to live. It's not easy for me to enter the Liuli Palace. If I'm expelled from the palace just like this, Huaruwashi immediately felt that her life was so bitter, and the tears in her heart could not be stopped. But on the surface, you have to maintain that untamed attitude. It's too hard. If I don't agree, I'm afraid I won't even be able to live if I offend the great emperor. The matter of the chaotic sacred body has completely fizzled out. If we lose our lives again because of this, it's really not worth the loss. Huaruwashi bit her lip and inwardly kept puaing herself. In this world where the strong are honored, if you want to live and make a name for yourself one day, you can't stick to these petty things. Besides, being able to warm the bed for a great emperor might be my chance. Maybe this is the opportunity to change destiny. Some inners struggle with self-pua later. A blush spread across Huaruwashi's face, her head so low that it was almost buried in her chest, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Line. She decided that she would have to hug a thigh across the board, so she would hug a hard, thick and long thigh. When Yang heard Huaruwashi's words, his heart was simply overjoyed. He didn't think that the pussy he was pretending to be had such an unexpected blessing. Originally just holding a flirting and teasing mind, did not expect this little girl really agreed. He was so secretly pleased with himself that he almost laughed. Yang quickly collected his emotions and replaced them with an indifferent and slightly disdainful look. Frowning slightly, a hint of impatience showed in his eyes, as if he didn't care much for Huaruwashi's promise. Humph, just you. I still don't know if you can serve this emperor, he said in a deliberately critical tone, with a hint of dislike in his voice. But don't be clumsy and disturb this emperor's purity when the time comes, he then added, his eyes sweeping over Huaruwashi as if scrutinizing an item that didn't really satisfy him, despite being as excited as fireworks inside. But on the surface, he had to maintain the towering, hard-to-please posture of the great emperor. You and follow this emperor first. If you don't perform well, Yang trailed off, a hint of menace in his tone. With that, he gave Huaruwashi a look and transmitted a voice. This emperor's disciple's breakthrough is imminent, and this emperor doesn't want to waste his energy repelling these mole crickets. Halfway through her words, Huaruwashi immediately responded with an understanding look. Empress, concubine, slave. Huaruoshi didn't know how to address herself in front of Yang, and changed several titles without being satisfied. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he spat out "I'll go now" and then turned into a rainbow and flew towards the Gonsun family's warboat. Chapter 149. Do you still want to be obsessed? Huaruoshi was wrapped in a blinding rainbow aura, resembling a light of divine punishment that descended from the sky, and instantly landed heavily on top of the Gonsun family's warboat. The instant he landed, the deck of the warboat sank violently, making an unbearable creaking sound. In front of Yang, Huaruoshi was the humble and submissive, low-browed little fairy. Instead, before them was the towering earthy mortal realm. At this moment, Huaruoshi was raising her head slightly, her moth brows slightly knitted, and above her pretty face, the color of impatience was written all over it. The unique pressure of an earthy mortal realm powerhouse that was fully unleashed spread wildly in all directions with her at the center. The Gonsun family members standing on the warboat suddenly felt a titanic and majestic force come crashing down on them. Their legs were even trembling slightly uncontrollably, bean-sized beads of sweat continuously rolling down on their foreheads, and their eyes were filled with panic and fear. Gongsun Wuxia looked at Huaruoshi, who had descended on his own battle boat, and his heart clenched as he gritted his teeth to resist the pressure that was making him uncomfortable. When his eyes landed on the glazed waistplate at her wasp waist, his pupils abruptly shrunk, and a few drops of sweat slid down his forehead. Immediately came to his mind that terrifying force that even the Gonsun family didn't dare to offend. Luri Palace. On the bright side of the Xian demon continent, there were 6 top forces, 3 clans, 2 palaces, and 1 family. One of the palaces is like a mist, mysterious, and fearful Lioli Palace. Lioli Palace, as if wandering away from the world, and as if hidden in the world. No one knows where its palace door is located. When the world is shocked by the appearance of a supreme treasure, or when a cultivator of exceptional talent comes out of nowhere, or when the continent is in constant conquest, the population is drastically reduced, and there is a lot of mourning. It is the disciples of the Lioli Palace who will be revealed to the world, and in the long history of the continent, leaving traces known only to a very few. They don't care whether you are in the righteous path, or the devil's path, or in the transitional stage or the Mahayana stage. The things they are concerned about and obsessed with are as mysterious as the forbidden zone of life, which no one can touch. Years of being in charge of the Gongsun family, through countless storms and baptisms, allowed Gongsun Woody to develop a calmness of mind that surpassed ordinary people. Despite his inner turmoil, he quickly composed himself. Squeezing a seemingly humble smile on his face, he raised his hand in a respectful arch, keeping his voice as steady as possible. The Gongsun family greets the Lioli Palace fairy. However, before he could finish his sentence, Huaruoshi blinked him with a bored look on her face. The eyes were filled with endless contempt and disdain, as if Gongsun Wovue was just a buzzing, annoying fly. She contemptuously swept over the people on the warboat one by one, as if they were just a bunch of insignificant ants. When she saw that Gongsun Wuxia was smart enough to stop talking, her moth brows slightly raised and she coldly opened her mouth. It's good that you know about the Lioli Palace. When Huaruoshi saw Gongsun Wuxia nod, seemingly about to speak, she waved her hand in disgust and continued. You are the head of the Gongsun family, aren't you? Cut the crap with this fairy. Take the lead immediately and retreat now. Her voice was not loud, but it was wrapped in an innate, irreproachable, biting majesty. Gongsun Wuxia's face sank. His heart burst with anger and he cursed. Deceitful, truly deceitful. The Gongsun family had stood in the Xian demon continent for 10,000 years, sitting firmly at the position of top power, with an incomparably deep heritage. The clan's several closed-door cultivation of the old ancestors. The strength has long been infinitely close to the realm of the earth immortal. Anyone out of the mountain can be in this Xian demon continent stirring up the wind and clouds. What's more, at this moment, on top of this warboat in front of him, there were multiple super experts at the 5th level of the transitional stage or above assembled. If it was just because of the words of this one female cultivator of the Lioli Palace, she would obediently retreat like a tail wagging and begging for mercy like a lapdog. Where's the face of the family? Where's the family honor? What about the family reputation? Gongsun Wuxia encircled his hands, coldly grunted, and solemnly said, Fairy, my Gongsun family honors the Lioli Palace, but my Gongsun family is not a soft persimmon to be rubbed and pinched. Speaking of which, the majestic pressure of the 9th level of the ferrying stage was exerted at full force, and was actually on par with Huaruoshi's aura in an instant. When Huaruoshi heard this, a cold glint flashed through her eyes, and she thought darkly in her heart. Asterisk. How dare you disobey this fairy's will? You really don't know how to die. However, this immortal has only just stepped into the earth immortal realm not long ago, and they have 1, 2, 3, several transition stages. Here, When she thought of this, Huaruoshi's emanating divine sense perceived it in detail, and her heart sank. If at the drop of a hat, they rise up in a group and attack, this fairy is afraid that she won't be spared a lot of trouble. How about a preemptive strike? After Huaruoshi's thought settled, she glared at Gongsun Wuxie and let out a light hum. I don't know how to die. After saying that, she casually waved her jade hand, and a radiant light instantly shot towards Gongsun Wuyu. Gongsun Wudi's pupils suddenly shrunk. Sensing the terrifying aura contained in this power, he hastily mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy to resist. However, the power of that light was not something he could resist. Only heard a bang sound. Gongsun invincible like a broken kite flying backwards. Spitting blood from his mouth, he fell heavily on top of the battle boat, smashing it out of a large pit. On top of the war boat, the Gongsun family members were furious and in an uproar when they saw that the family head had been humiliated and was being bossed around by Huaruoshi. In an instant, roars and snarls were intertwined. Kill her! How dare you humiliate my Gongsun family like this? Tear up her clothes, the old man will make her suffer. Elder, you don't take off your pants first, let's subdue her first. As if a powder keg had been ignited, the crowd instantly erupted, offering up their respective spirit weapons. For a time, light flickered, spirit weapons buzzed, and all sorts of spirit weapons carried the sound of whistling winds, like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms as they frantically attacked toward Huaruoshi. Huaruoshi's expression remained unchanged, still as lofty as ever, as she quickly made seals with both hands and recited words under her breath. After resolving the strongest Gongsun Wudi, the remaining ones would be a bit more troublesome, but it would also be a good time to show their sainthood in front of people. Huaruoshi, who had been bullied for a long time, was suddenly able to bully others, and an unruly and slightly morbid smile suddenly appeared on her pretty face. As her pairs continued to form seals, the aura in heaven and earth seemed to be summoned in some way, surging and converging crazily. Immediately afterward, countless gigantic flowers appeared out of thin air, their petals crystal clear but emanating a chilling killing intent. The petals of the flower trembled slightly, and in the next breath, it flew towards the Gongsun family's crowd like an arrow off the string. Where the petals crossed, the space instantly distorted, emitting a ZZ sound. The bodies of the cultivators were like fragile pieces of paper in front of this terrifying power. Instantly, they were torn into countless pieces, and even their spirit weapons were reduced to nothing under this force. A mournful scream rang out in mid-air, only to be instantly drowned out by the whistling of petals. In just a few breaths, the dozens of Gongsun family cultivators who had rushed in front of them had already gone up in smoke, leaving behind only a mess. Huaruoshi's gaze coldly scanned the tragic situation in front of her, without the slightest hint of pity on her face. She once again looked at Gongsun Wuhu, who was lying dying on the warboat, and said in an icy voice, "This is what happens when you go against this fairy. Now, do you still want to be obsessed?" Gongsun Wuxie raised his head with difficulty and looked at Huaruoshi, who looked like a demon god. His heart filled with fear. He knew that if he didn't agree today, he was afraid that the Gongsun family would be destroyed here. He cried out weakly with his last ounce of strength. The Gongsun family retreats. As his order was given, the Gongsun family's warboat slowly backed up. Huaruoshi looked at the retreating Gongsun family, a hint of a satisfied smile on her face. He then transformed into a stream of light and stood in the void, his eyes sweeping over the people of the soul-devouring demon palace, the battle sect, and the harmony sect one by one. You, too, want to be like the Gongsun family? Chapter 150 Gambling Father's Sickness, Mom Studying and Broken She. Huaruoshi stood proudly in the void, her icy gaze seeming to materialize into a sharp blade, sweeping over the soul-devouring demon palace, the battle sect, and the acacia sect people one by one. He then coldly opened his mouth and asked, "You, too, want to be like the Gongsun family?" Ling Xie of the soul-devouring demon palace reacted extremely quickly. A smile that looked humble to the core instantly piled up on his feminine face, bowing slightly and respectfully. "Today's matter is all a misunderstanding. I hope that fairy will be generous and not blame her." However, a trace of imperceptible resentment and unwillingness flashed through his lowered eyes. Ling Xie was respectful and obedient on the surface, but in the bottom of his heart, he was secretly contemplating his own calculations. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at Huaruoshi, those eyes instantly filled with greed and desire. It was as if the Huaruoshi in front of him was a worldly treasure that he was determined to obtain and could possess at will. Nan Feng, who was standing beside Ling Xie, inadvertently stole a glance at him, and a flash of incomprehension flashed through her beautiful eyes. This fellow's cultivation is clearly above hers, so why is he making such a gesture? Such a thought crossed Nan Feng's mind like lightning, but it was quickly thrown out of her mind. Never mind, it's up to him what he wants to do anyway. The other side. Huaruoshi's divine sense was extremely sharp. instantly catching Ling Evil's gaze that was filled with malice, and a strong sense of crisis steeply rose in her heart. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she stared tightly at Ling Qi, her spiritual energy fluctuating slightly around her. However, seeing that Ling Xia had the sense to slowly retreat with the soul-devouring demon palace crowd, Hua Ruoshi didn't bother thinking about it much, and pressed down on her vigilance for the time being. When Battle Surprise saw Ling Xia like this, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes as he took a step forward with a big grin, clasped his hands and said aloud, "Battle Sect Battle Shocker. Neat fairy." However, as he spoke, his eyes roamed recklessly over Hua Ruoshi's body, his eyes filled with undisguised lust. In his opinion, even though Hua Ruoshi was powerful, she was ultimately nothing more than a woman he could conquer. Hua Ruoshi's heart immediately surged with an intense irritation, and it was this kind of look that she loathed the most in her life. A mere little trash at the 5th level of the ferrying stage. How dare you gaze at this fairy like this? In an instant, her entire body once again transformed into a splendid rainbow aura, as if she had instantly moved, and appeared in front of Battle Surprise. Battle Surprise was simply too late to make any reaction, only to feel a sudden blur before his eyes. Immediately after the slap, a loud sound, a clear and contains a strong force of the slap, heavy landing on his face. This slap condensed Hua Ruoshi's earth immortal realm's majestic spiritual power. Battle Surprise's entire body was like being struck by lightning, and his body staggered uncontrollably as he flew backwards several feet away. The corners of his mouth instantly overflowed with threads of blood, and a clear and incomparable palm print instantly surfaced on his face. Unbridled, Hua Ruoshi's moth eyebrows went up as she angrily rebuked, "If you dare to look at this fairy with your dirty eyes again, I will definitely tell your battle sect to get rid of your name in this Xian demon continent." War Shocker covered his cheeks that were red and swollen like a pig's head. His heart was shocked and angry. However, in the face of Hua Ruoshi's formidable strength, she didn't dare to say another word. He could only secretly swallow this bad breath and lead the battle sect's crowd to retreat in a grayish manner. On the Acacia sect's side, Ling Yu slightly owed her body and said in a soft voice, "The Acacia sect has no intention of offending the fairy, so they will retreat." After saying that, he led the people of the Acacia sect to retreat backward in an organized manner. Only when she left, her springy eyes seemingly caught a fierce glance at Yang. This scene instantly aroused Hua Ruoshi's alarm. Why does she use that look when she looks at Emperor Zun? Could it be that the Emperor is an existence that she loves? Acacia sect. A bunch of s. What kind of person is Emperor Zun? Would he look at a woman like you? The only woman who can be ordered to warm the bed by Emperor Zun himself is me, Hua Ruoshi, and only me, Hua Ruoshi. After the three forces had all retreated, Hua Ruoshi breathed a long sigh of relief in her heart before she transformed into a stream of light and returned to Yang's side. She frowned slightly and reported to Yang, "Emperor, Ruoshi is fortunate to be here." Yang nodded slightly, a flash of approval in his eyes. "Well done." Yang nodded slightly, his gaze looking over to where Bailey Bing was, and after a moment of contemplation, he said to Hua Ruoshi, "Ruoshi, my disciple has reached a critical moment. You should stay here and protect him, okay?" When Hua Ruoshi heard this, although there was some apprehension in her heart, she didn't dare to slack off in the face of Yang's orders, and immediately respectfully returned, "Don't worry, Emperor, Ruoshi will do her best to protect him." After saying that, Hua Ruoshi found a spot not far from Bailey Bing and sat cross-legged, always alert to the surrounding movements. Compared to warming the bed, escorting the chaos sacred body was obviously much easier. For the next few hours, Hua Ruoshi devoted herself to protecting the law, not daring to have the slightest distraction. Yang, on the other hand, took advantage of this time, but came to Hua Ruoshi's side. He looked relaxed, but in reality, he was secretly calculating inwardly, wanting to extract key information about the Liuli Palace from Hua Ruoshi. "Ruoshi, did you grow up and cultivate in the Liuli Palace?" Yang threw out the topic seemingly casually, his gaze idly falling on the distant mountains and rivers, but in reality, his afterglow was always on the lookout for Hua Ruoshi's reaction. Hearing this question, Hua Ruoshi raised her eyes slightly, her gaze briefly meeting Yang's as she pondered in her mind. Perhaps Emperor Zun has an idle mind after practicing, and wants to find something to talk about to pass the time? With this thought, she then responded respectfully, reporting back to the Emperor. Ruoshi wasn't raised in the Liuli Palace since she was a child. Ruoshi grew up following her mother and father in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers in the Immortal Realm. Hua Ruoshi paused slightly, her thoughts seeming to be pulled back to the distant past. A trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and then he narrated, "When I was 10 years old, my father was addicted to gambling and owed untold amounts of Holy Spirit stones. When I was 16 years old, my mother was bedridden with a heart demon. My younger brother wanted to go to the Royal Heavenly Academy to study again." Hua Ruoshi's story was long and twisted, and as she told it without detail, without realizing it, Nearly an hour passed quietly. She didn't mean to gush, but she saw that Yang was always listening intently, sometimes asking questions, sometimes falling into deep thought. Flowers Ruwashi feel. If the emperor did not call for a stop, he himself must not stop. Even when your throat is hoarse and your voice is smoking, you still have to fight for your life. The glazed tower of the Lioli Palace is a major treasure of the palace. It is said that the tower hides endless cultivation secrets and magic treasures, and each floor is equipped with powerful prohibitions. Hua Ruwashi spoke while secretly observing Yang's expression. Whenever she mentioned the matter of the Lioli Palace, she could see some light in Yang's eyes, and even more so, she could see a hint of interest in his expression. Considering herself to be smart, she naturally gradually led the topic to the Lioli Palace above. However, regarding the first half of Hua Ruwashi's life, Yang only felt an inexplicable familiarity. A gambling father, a sick mother, a brother who has to go to school, and a broken her. However, when Hua Ruwashi mentioned the Lioli Tower of the Lioli Palace, he came to be immensely interested. Will you have the opportunity to enter it and cultivate? Hua Ruwashi shook her head slightly, a hint of regret showing in her expression. The glazed tower is extremely strict in scrutinizing the qualifications for disciples to enter, and with Ruwashi's cultivation and status, she has never had the opportunity to step in so far. Only those who have made merit for the Lioli Palace, or core disciples, are qualified to enter the tower at specific times for closed-door cultivation. Yang nodded slightly, and asked again, seemingly casually, what is the cultivation level of that Lioli Palace's palace master? Hua Ruwashi said with a look of reverence on her face, the palace master's cultivation is heavenly, and he had already attained paramount sainthood 200 years ago. With that said, she turned her words to a look of adoration and continued, but she's not the most powerful person in the Lioli Palace. Yang nodded his head in a pretense of contemplation, but his face maintained the arrogance that belongs solely to a great emperor, and continued to ask, the Xian demon continent is merely a lower realm land, with thin auras and a lack of resources. With your cultivation, you should not have gotten involved in this. Why, exactly, did you come here? When Hua Ruwashi heard this question, her face instantly changed slightly, and a faint greenish color flared on her originally fair cheeks. At the bottom of her eyes, the color of pain crossed like lightning, fleeting, but it did not escape Yang's keen gaze. She subconsciously bit her lower lip, and after a moment of hesitation, she said softly, back to Emperor. Ruwashi was once maliciously framed and designed by someone with an ulterior motive to carry the charge of violating palace rules. The palace was furious and punished me to come to the Xian demon continent and rotate for 100 years as a punishment. As she spoke, a layer of crystalline tears gradually rose in Hua Ruwashi's beautiful eyes, slightly trembling shoulders, shaking from sobbing, a flat E. Yang looked at Hua Ruwashi's expression and laughed coldly in her heart. Acting out? You're too young. Chapter 151, Apologize? How about warming the bed for this emperor? Hua Ruwashi's voice burst into tears, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Her little look. Well, Yang stared for a long time. The emotional component is quite complex. Pearly, pathetic, icy pity, enchanting, charming, dainty, flavorful. At this moment, Hua Ruwashi wanted to do her best to show her past hardships and difficulties, so that young Huan would feel compassion. In front of the great emperor, I must not pretend to be a lonely and cool pussy. I have to try to act as soft as possible. If we can win the mercy of the great emperor, wow! Warm the bed first, fall in love later, and then form a Dao couple with a great emperor. And from then on, walk on the peak of the immortal path. Hua Ruwashi was excited just thinking about it. She secretly shouted cheer up for herself, and her trembling lips continued to talk about the past. Emperor, Ruwashi's suffering is more than just this. Every word and phrase she spoke seemed to be squeezed from the depths of her soul and filled with deep emotion. At first glance, through the full sincerity, uninformed people are afraid that has long been deeply impressed. However, in Yang's eyes, Hua Ruwashi's performance was full of holes. Compared to the mechanic whose love rises with the clock and stops with the clock, her acting skills are completely worthless. You cry miserably, just cry miserably. What winks? What boobs? What cute act? Yang had absolutely no urge to pay for her. However, with a change of heart, he didn't completely lose interest in Hua Ruwashi just because of her lame acting skills. Yang stroked his black and white beard, pretending to listen to her story attentively on the surface, but in fact, he was frantically calculating on the inside. Over the past few years, through cultivating the Qiankuan 9 revolutions yin yang technique, as well as studying more parts of the spiritual technique that were unlocked as the realm was raised, Yang had a much deeper knowledge of this cultivation world he lived in. According to the spiritual records, the world was divided into 3 great realms, heaven and earth and man. Among them, the immortal realm, the demon realm, the burial god realm. and the other 9 heavens and 10 realms, together built up that mesmerizing heavenly realm. It was also the upper world that countless cultivators in the lower world dreamed of, after they had crossed the threshold and ascended. In contrast, the human realm, the lower realm, is like a remote corner forgotten by prosperity. Countless worlds like the Xian Devil continent, where aura was thin and resources were scarce, all belonged to this. As far as the ground is concerned, even though it was slightly mentioned in the spiritual recipe, the detailed information might need Yang to keep breaking through in order to unlock it. Before today, Yang only knew that the Liuli Palace was a mysterious force, and had never come into contact with the cultivators of the Liuli Palace. He had originally thought that the people of the Liuli Palace were just a group of idle, unquestioning experts and bigwigs. However, Hua Ruoshi's appearance solved all the mysteries for him. It turned out that the Liuli Palace was a force in the immortal realm of the upper realm. The Xian Demon continent, on the other hand, was one of the countless lower realms under the jurisdiction of the Liuli Palace. And she, Hua Ruoshi, from today and for the next 100 years, will be the rotator of the Xian Demon continent. She was mainly responsible for digging out immensely talented cultivators for the Liuli Palace, as well as controlling the balance of the continent to avoid the destruction of living beings and the formation of a dead zone. After clearing his pulse, Yang's eyes changed as he stared at Hua Ruoshi. As the abacus in his heart flicked rapidly, the color of dislike in his eyes gradually faded away and was replaced by a full of essence. Taking advantage of the gap between Hua Ruoshi's words, Yang sighed heavily, as if empathizing with her life. Immediately afterward, he pretended to put on a sighing expression and took a small porcelain bottle from his arms and shoved it into Hua Ruoshi's hands. Ruoshi, these years, really, not easy. His voice was slightly halting and dripping with concern, but in his heart, he said darkly, receive the old man's gift. Naturally you have to be the old man's person. You have to know something, otherwise. Yang gently patted Hua Ruoshi's soft and boneless soft razor. The corners of her mouth hooked upwards, her tone filled with soothing words. This bottle of 9 heavens rejuvenation and creation pill is yours, as a way for this emperor to thank you for chasing away those pesky ants today. The moment the words fell, there was a boing sound, and Hua Ruoshi uncorked the porcelain bottle. Her fingers trembled lightly as she slowly tilted the porcelain bottle, and a rounded pill rolled down into her palm. The elixir was surrounded by a dense layer of colorful halo, emitting a burst of fragrance between the flow. Smelling the fragrance of the Dan that seemed to penetrate the soul, Hua Ruoshi's mind was revitalized, and her beautiful eyes even flashed with a flash of light. Her mouth was slightly open, half speechless, and it was a while before she stammered. This is the 9 heavenly rejuvenation and creation pill? Also, or the very best. Emperor Zun. You treat Ruoshi too well. Oh, her voice drew up involuntarily, with a strong sense of ecstasy and excitement. Hua Ruoshi gazed at the porcelain vase carrying supreme value in her hands and gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. Hua Ruoshi, you're hitting the big time, she thought as she stole a glance at Yang. This emperor called Yang is a foolish and precious person, and he's old man-like, so I guess he can't really do much to warm his bed. Think about it. Yang Ruoshi's image in Hua Ruoshi's mind had transformed from a towering but elusive great emperor to a radiant daddy's baby. The 9 heavens rejuvenation and creation Dan. Such a divine object. Hua Ruoshi had never even had the chance to see it with her own eyes before, and had only seen it in the Liuli Palace's canonical books. It's worth it. Ding. Hua Ruoshi's intimacy +5. After the system alert tone in Yang's mind, he couldn't help but skim his lips and wonder in his heart. The 9 heavens rejuvenation and creation pill is an elixir that is rarely mentioned in the spiritual recipes, and it's a treasure worth 5 points in the system mall. Such a divine object is given away and the intimacy only increases by 5? Master Unity, did you have another bug? System. Yang shrugged it off, slightly disgruntled. The 9 heavens rejuvenation and creation pill was something he had gleaned from Guli and the others, without spending any spirit stones or points, though just giving it away didn't burden him at all. However, the intimacy only added 5 points, which made Yang begin to suspect that Hua Ruoshi was a gold-digging woman. However, the delivery was made and the intimacy was added, so Yang naturally wouldn't dwell on it too much. However, after a short period of silence, Hua Ruoshi raised her head sharply and stared at Yang tightly. A pair of jade hands cupped the elixir in front of her chest, as if she was holding the most precious treasure in the world. Emperor, this is too precious. Her cheeks seemed to be flushed with 2 blushes from excitement, and in her eyes, apart from shock, there was more deep gratitude and admiration. Ruoshi, what virtue and ability can you have to receive such a generous gift from the emperor? As she said that, her eyes moistened again, but this time, it was from surprise and emotion. She carefully placed the elixir back into the porcelain bottle. holding it tightly in both hands as if she was afraid it would suddenly disappear. On impulse, she leaned forward, tapping her toes, and her entire body lunged towards Yang uncontrollably. However, just at the moment when she was about to touch Yang, she suddenly came back to her senses, and her mind thumped, as if time had stopped. What am I doing? It's like overacting. In case it backfires and he thinks I'm a Thai fairy. Hua Ruoshi's face instantly turned pale, the fervor and excitement in her eyes instantly replaced by trepidation. She subconsciously tried to retract her body, but her feet stumbled due to her hasty movements. In a panic, she instinctively reached out her hand, trying to grab something to stabilize her body, and this reach climbed onto Yang's lapel. Hua Ruoshi's lips trembled slightly as she tried to open her mouth to explain. However, due to excessive tension, his throat felt like it was blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. Her breathing became rapid and disorganized, and fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead and slowly slid down her cheeks. The hand that gripped Yang's lapel was also trembling slightly at the moment, her fingertips lightly trembling, as if telling of her inner panic. It was a long time before she managed to squeeze out a few words with difficulty. Emperor Zun. Yes, I'm sorry. Before Hua Ruoshi could finish her words, she saw Yang reveal an unruly smile. Afterward, he violently stretched out his hand, and with an irresistible force, he dominantly wrapped Hua Ruoshi into his arms. Apologize? How about warming the bed for this emperor? Chapter 152. Need a slave to call them here? Just as Hua Ruoshi was half pushed and half accommodated, she was led into the warboat's cabin by Yang. Far away at the top of a mountain outside the Meteor Spirit Valley, the biting mountain wind whistled past, blowing Ling Xie and Nanfang's shirts hunting. Nanfeng stood at Ling Xie's side in a dignified manner, her brows knitted lightly, her eyes full of confusion and disbelief. Every now and then, she inclined her head to look at Ling Xie beside her, wanting to speak. Ryoko. She finally couldn't help but speak, her voice somewhat fragmented by the mountain wind. Demon Lord. The slave girl has one thing she doesn't understand. I don't know if it's the right thing to ask or not. Ling Xie sniffed and turned his head slightly, his eyes carrying a chillingly evil aura as they coldly swept past Nanfeng's chest. It was a glance that seemed to see through her mind, and seemed to warn her not to say more. The oppressive feeling in it made Nanfeng involuntarily lower his head, not daring to meet his eyes again. However, Ling Xie still spoke quietly. Ask. Nanfeng bit her lower lip, her body trembled slightly, and she secretly slandered in her heart. You just had that look in your eye that made it clear you wouldn't let me ask, and now you're suddenly relenting. What the hell are you up to? What the hell have you got in your gourd? A series of questions swirled in Nanfeng's mind. However, she sensed a strong hint of warning from Ling Xie's eyes that were like icy knives just now. Those words that reached her mouth were swallowed back. Ling Xie couldn't help but feel a surge of boredom in her heart as she looked at Nanfeng's lustful appearance. Asterisk. How dare you disobey my father 3 times? Have you forgotten your identity? The anger in Ling Xie's heart shot up. Pa! A loud slap was thrown heavily on Nanfeng's pretty face. A bright red palm print instantly surfaced on Nanfeng's white cheek, and her entire body was knocked askew to one side. Immediately after that, there was Ling Qi's cold and emotionless voice, as if it came from the 9 hells. My father told you to ask. Are you deaf? Nanfeng's head buzzed from the slap, and his body staggered and nearly fell. She looked up in horror, her eyes full of fear and trepidation. The originally pink lips were now bloodless and slightly trembling from overstimulation. She subconsciously stretched out her hands to cover her punched cheeks, her body unable to stop trembling. It took a while for Nanfeng to gather his courage, his voice trembling like a whimpering cocktail. Demon Lord. Slave girl wants to ask. You obviously have a profound cultivation. Speaking of this, Nanfeng raised his eyes and glanced at Ling Xie. Seeing that he was not displeased, he continued to ask, but why you are in front of that of the glazed palace? But wimped out? Ling Xie asked rhetorically while cupping Nanfeng's chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. Nanfeng's eyes were filled with fear, his body shaking like a sieve, and under Ling Xie's compulsion, he reluctantly nodded his head as an acknowledgement. Seeing this, a hint of a playful smile slowly appeared on Ling Xie's pale and feminine face. If this father makes a move, then there must be no way to live. However, her back is the Lioli Palace in the upper world. If we kill her, then come a few golden immortal realm investigation to seek revenge. Before the words left his mouth, the bottom of his eyes steeply lit up with a fierce light and glanced towards the other side of the mountaintop. Demon Father is right. The Lioli Palace is not easy to deal with. With that voice, a figure slowly emerged. One could only see a man in a green shirt, holding a folding fan, striding with an elegant pace as he paced from the void. His face wore an exquisite mask, revealing only a pair of eyes as deep as the abyss, permeated with a mysterious and unpredictable aura. The mask was carved with strange patterns, and under the mountain wind, It was even faintly flickering with shimmering light. The folding fan in the man's hand gently closed with a crisp sound, breaking the brief silence. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze carrying a few moments of scrutiny as he looked towards Ling Xie and Nanfeng. Brother Ling. Ling Xie glanced at him and the smile on his face gradually widened. Then he laughed dryly a few times and said, TSK, 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 haven't seen you in a few years. Your cultivation has refined quite a bit. Immediately afterward, he turned his words around and asked, not going to play dead? Hearing this, the green-shirted man's eyes slightly flinched, and then he resumed that cloudy look and lightly laughed. There are some things, some people, that I can't let go of. Besides, this 10,000 clans assembly, Big Brother Ling has come out of the soul-devouring demon palace, so it wouldn't be appropriate for little brother to pretend to be dead again. Ling Xie smiled as he responded. Sage Brother Wuji seems to be concerned about my whereabouts now. Where? Big Brother Ling is like a bright light in the dark night, making it impossible for people not to pay attention. Ha ha. Gongsun Wuji waved his hand repeatedly, and the folding fan shook with a rustling sound. Just as the two of them were going back and forth, their words hiding their wit, a majestic footsteps came from far and near. Only one person was seen like a lofty hill, striding up to the top of the mountain. Yo, what's so funny, Brother Ling? Or Sage Wuji say something? War Shocker said in a jar, his voice echoing like a flood bell at the top of the mountain. When he saw Nanfeng beside Ling Xie, his bull's eyes instantly lit up. Those eyes were as if a hungry wolf had seen a fat lamb, full of greed and lust. His gaze roamed over Nanfeng recklessly, and he pondered in his heart, this girl is so beautifully born. If we can get our hands on her, there must be something else. This guy, Ling Xie, is always surrounded by these special things, and the last time I was given a dancing girl, it tasted good. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his breathing became so rapid that he couldn't even help licking his lips. Nanfeng sensed the disgusting gaze of battle surprise and a wave of loathing ran through his heart. She subconsciously glared back, her eyes full of disdain as she secretly spat. Waste. Ling Xie frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes as he coldly glanced at battle surprise, pondering in his heart. What a dog. He can't walk when he sees a woman. The corners of Gongsun Wuji's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mocking smile, his folding fan tapping lightly in his hand as he thought to himself, as long as you still like beautiful women, that's fine. He gently shook his head, collecting the disdain in his eyes for battle surprise and said casually, just now, little brother was chatting with Big Brother Ling about the woman from that Lioli Palace. As soon as he heard the words woman of Lioli Palace, he immediately jumped out of his skin. A pair of bull's eyes were like copper bells, and the muscles on his face were bulging due to his anger. The whole person seemed like an enraged brute bull. Humph. He stomped his foot so hard that all the rubble on the top of the mountain rolled down with him. That's stinking. Relying on her status as a member of the Lioli Palace, she flaunts herself in front of my old man. If I wasn't afraid of the power behind her, I would have pressed her to the ground long ago and let her know why the flowers are so red. His chest rose and fell violently as he gasped for air and broke into a fit of rage. I'll her a leg. I'll asterisk her whole family. 2 slaps of vengeance are not shared. I'll tear her romper in into. Cursing to the excitement, he spat viciously, spittle flying, completely disregarding the image. Enough. Ling Xie steeply let out a stern cry. His voice was like a thunderbolt that exploded above the mountaintop, shocking several people's eardrums and causing them to ache. The cold aura at the bottom of his eyes was revealed, like 2 sharp blades shooting straight towards the battle surprise, and a powerful pressure surged out with it, causing the surrounding air to instantly seem to freeze. If you want to keep cursing, you go and curse in front of the woman. Let's see if the bull Lioli Palace you're talking about will slap you into mush. War Surprise's figure shook, as if he had been poured a pot of cold water over his head. Instantly coming to his senses, he subconsciously shrunk his neck, a hint of awe flashing in his eyes. Despite being filled with resentment, under such a powerful deterrent as Ling Xie's, he could only swallow the remaining expletives back into his stomach. Ling Xie slowly retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at Gongsun Wuji, a few more points of unquestionable coldness in his eyes. Sage Wuji, the original plan remains unchanged. This 10,000 clans assembly, all forces are gathering, so it's our chance. You're wise and resourceful. Go and maneuver between the sects as planned, inciting their dissatisfaction with the Xian Heavenly Sect and making them fight for us. Gongsun Wuji nodded slightly, a glint of essence flashed in his eyes, and said respectfully, don't worry Big Brother Ling, I've already arranged it. Afterwards, Ling Xie turned his gaze back to Battle Surprise, his eyes filled with contempt and command. Battle Elder, if you dare to drop the chain for me, Ling Xie snorted coldly and didn't say any more, but that icy threatening intent caused Battle Surprise to involuntarily shiver. With that, Ling Xie dropped her gaze on Nanfeng beside her and said in a voice only she could hear, "Do you now know why my father didn't make a move against the people of the Liuli Palace?" Nanfeng's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and various possibilities instantly surfaced in her mind. Demon Lord, is it necessary for the slave girl to summon them here? No. You summon them to the Valley of the Devil's Abyss and wait for orders to transfer them. Chapter 153, we'll have to adjust our plans appropriately. The Valley of the Devil's Abyss? Nanfeng froze slightly and subconsciously bit her lower lip. Her heart instantly filled with doubts. The Devil's Abyss Valley has now been appropriated by the Xiantian sect, and if they are sent there so hastily, undoubtedly, it is never wise to beat the bushes. And so on. In a flash of lightning, Nanfeng's mind flashed as if he had captured some key. The Devil Abyss Valley was only 2 or 3 days away from the Xiantian sect, and if one were to take a warboat, they could arrive at the Xiantian sect's boundaries in a day. Ling Xie's goal was never the Meteor Spirit Valley that hosted the 10,000 Clans Congress. His ambition was to overthrow the entire Xiantian sect. After more than 3 years, Nanfeng finally waited for this day, and all of a sudden, a sickly smile surfaced on her pretty face. She couldn't stop a stirring in her heart, and the intense arousal caused her pale skin to glow a light pink color. She slowly tilted her head back and opened her cherry mouth as wide as it would go. The strange behavior drew sideways glances from Gongsun Wuji and Battle Surprise at the same time. Immediately afterward, in their eyes full of shock, several horrible-looking evil parasites slowly crawled out of her deep mouth. The mottled colors were interspersed with eerie ethereal light, and the dense spikes on the evil parasites glittered with a highly poisonous hue. The evil parasites crawled down Nanfeng's cheeks towards the top of her head, goose neck, and fragrant shoulders. The dark red compound eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and the 6-jointed limbs kept wriggling, emitting a creepy rustling sound. As they slowly crawled out, a few eerie sounds emanated from Nanfeng's throat. Immediately afterward, transparent wings unfolded from their bodies and flew towards the mountain, so fast that they disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Battle Surprise stared at those bull's eyes, disbelief and extreme disgust written all over his face. The 7-foot man could not help but take several steps backward at this moment. Both hands subconsciously covered his mouth, as if the parasites crawling out of Nanfeng's mouth would instantly fly into his mouth. There was a gurgling sound in his throat, as if he was holding back the gastric juices that might gush out at any moment. What the is this? Battle Surprise finally couldn't help but burst out, and the desire for Nanfeng in his heart suddenly dissipated without a trace. Gongsun Wuji was similarly shocked, and the originally calm and relaxed him. The folding fan in his hand couldn't help but tremble slightly at this moment. Unlike Battle Surprise, Gongsun Wuji seemed to look excited, and his ancient well-less eyes were filled with adoration at the moment. Girl, you. Gongsun Wuji opened his mouth, and although his voice tried to remain smooth, it was still hard to hide the excitement in it. Nanfeng, however, remained calm and gently wiped the corners of his mouth as he swept his gaze over the two men, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. After she had done so, she turned slightly and gave a blessing to Ling Xie, saying softly, "Demon Lord, everything has been arranged." With that, Nanfeng nodded towards Gongsun Wuji and the others, lightly opening her vermilion lips, her voice still soft and charming. "A little excited to make you two laugh." These words sounded more than a little indescribably bizarre to Battle Surprise. In Gongsun Wuji's case, it was like pouring a barrel of wine on a burning fire, making him more and more excited. With a swish sound, the folding fan in Gongsun Wuji's hand was flicked open by him in a dashing manner, and the exquisite ink painting of mountains and waters on the fan surface was then revealed. His gaze seemed like a nimble swimming fish, sweeping from the faces of several people one by one, and finally, as if attracted by a magnet, it steadily landed on Nanfeng. The eyes were filled with fiery emotion, seemingly wanting to devour everything in Nanfeng. "In the past few years, after I faked my death, I lurked in a small sect in the central state." Gongsun Wuji slowly opened his mouth. His voice changed from the cynicism of a moment ago and became calm and deep. "There, I realized that those forces that rebelled against the Gongsun family actually had the same gold master behind them, and that gold master was the multi-treasure pavilion." War Shocker's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. "The doppelganger? Why would they do that?" Gongsun Wuji shook his head slightly, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. At the same time, he waved his hand to War Shocker, signaling him to be at ease and patiently listen to himself as he continued on. "At first, like you, my mind was filled with doubts, completely unable to figure out the purpose of the multi-treasure pavilion. It was later discovered that it all seemed to be connected to a mysterious figure." Speaking of this, a trace of intense resentment flashed steeply in Gongsun Wuji's eyes. He seemed reluctant to mention the name, as if the mention of him evoked painful memories deep within him. although I have not been able to determine exactly what kind of specific connections and plans he has with the multi-treasure pavilion, but judging from his several appearances. Speaking of this, Gongsun Wuji intentionally sold a lie, and then asked towards Battle Surprise, "You did meet him, tell me?" Ling Xie frowned slightly, his gaze sharply fixed on Gongsun Wuji, and then he dropped his gaze to Battle Surprise. Being stared at by several pairs of eyes, Battle Surprise naturally realized exactly who Gongsun Wuji was talking about. He hastily closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a few breaths, he spoke slowly. "This person gives me the feeling of being mysterious and powerful beyond imagination. On that day, my battle sect was killed by him with a transitional stage and a Mahayana stage cultivator. My battle sect unanimously believes that this person may be the legendary Emperor Realm cultivator." Before the words were finished, Ling Xie raised an eyebrow and gave a light hum as he thought in his heart. How is the Emperor Realm? Again? How could two great emperors appear in the tiny Xian demon continent? At this moment, Gongsun Wuji fanned his fan, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and picked up on Battle Surprise's unfinished words. Second brother battle. With regards to Immortal Mu, don't you have any other discoveries? Seeing that Battle Surprise revealed a thoughtful expression and didn't respond for half a day, Gongsun Wuji prompted. The word is out. Yang. What? Battle Shocker and Nanfeng exclaimed in shock at the same time, while Ling Xie's eyes shifted. Battle Surprise's eyes widened in a bullseye. His mouth opened wide, and only after a long time did he stutter. How is this possible? Immortal Emperor Mu does look extremely similar to Yan when he was young, but their auras are completely different. At that time, Timothy was still biting off more than he could chew that Mu Xianzuan was young, and I was laughing at her whims. Wuji, what you said is true? Ling Xie and Nanfeng subconsciously glanced at each other, and each of them had a movement in their eyes. From Gongsun Wuji's words and Battle Surprise's reaction, Ling Xie felt a hint of subtlety. In the information obtained by the soul-devouring demon palace, Immortal Mu was a young and handsome-looking cultivator. Judging from the portrait, it does look quite similar to Yang. If Mu Xianzuan is Yang and Yang is Mu Xianzuan, so which identity is the real him? Demon Lord. Is there a possibility that Immortal Mu is the original and Yang of the Xiantian sect is his doppelganger? Nanfeng thought of a possibility and prompted in a voice that only Ling Xie could hear. It's possible, but intuition tells this honored one that the Immortal Mu they're talking about is Yang. After Ling Xie responded, his brows were locked in thought. After a few breaths, he said in the same very low voice, perhaps we need to adjust our plans appropriately. Chapter 154 Big Brother wishes you wouldn't mess up. The wind on an autumn night carries a bit of depression as it whistles shrilly through the jagged, strange rocks. Ling Xie's few people talked on top of the mountain for another small half hour before they split up and left. Gongsun Wuji, however, did not move his feet in a hurry. His gaze locked onto Nanfeng's fading back. His eyes were filled with infatuation and love, and his mind was filled with her every smile and every move. It was only until Nanfeng's figure was completely hidden in the night that Gongsun Wuji turned around and disappeared into the void. Meteor Spirit Valley. Gongsun family residence. Gongsun Wuji was fully concentrating on evolving the sand table in front of his body. As the small flag in his hand waved from time to time, the starry-eyed villains on the sand table changed. Suddenly, Gongsun Wuxie's movements lurched. His gaze lifted from the sand table and looked towards the entrance of the room as he muttered under his breath. Third brother, you've come back just in time. Come and see. Gongsun Wuji slightly collected the yet-to-be dispersed fondness in his eyes, and in a few steps, he came to Gongsun Wuji's side, and his gaze was obediently cast to the sand table. Gongsun Wuxie's expression was grave as he pointed his finger towards the area on the sand disk representing the central state and said slowly, now that the turmoil in the central state is just as we expected. Emotionless, he has become more and more inflated with the support of the multi-treasure pavilion and is acting more and more wildly. At this moment, above the sand table, the current winds and clouds in central state were being vividly interpreted. Countless red dots representing various minor powers surrounded the blue light cluster representing the Gongsun family like a tidal wave. There was a raging momentum to swallow it up. However, as Gongsun Wuji fiddled with his fingers, the situation changed abruptly, only to see many red dots as if pulled by an invisible force, have transformed into blue. However, in just a few breaths, those blue colors continued to converge and fuse, and one after another blue light cluster emerged one after another. Not long after, the entire central state map was actually like a blue ocean. Spectacular. Gongsun Wuji nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping slowly over the sand table before opening his mouth to ask, what does Big Brother plan to do with second brother after this? The corners of Gongsun Wuji's mouth rose slightly, a cold smile surfaced on his face, and there were a few moments of teasing in his tone. What? You want to plead for him? Gongsun Wuji's heart violently flinched, and subconsciously, The hand holding the folding fan unconsciously increased its force by a few points. If he really has a family in his heart, how would he be willing to be at the mercy of the multi-treasure pavilion? Or, rather, at the mercy of that Yang? Hearing this, Gongsun Wuxie's eyes steeply flashed with a fierce color, and with a wave of his arm, the sand tray in front of him was instantly dispersed. Can you be sure that that immortal Mu is Yang? Gongsun Wuji's eyes flickered as he thought for a moment before saying, before Immortal Emperor Mu appeared out of thin air in Immortal-less City, had Big Brother ever heard of a figure of his caliber on the continent? Seeing Gongsun Wuxie shaking his head, Gongsun Wuji hung a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth and continued. After Moon Wufei of Moon Bay disappeared, his family's little princess went to the Xiantian sect and became Yang's disciple. As far as I know, Yu Qingcheng had been secretly poisoned with the bone-eroding soul-breaking incense by second brother, and the person who detoxified her was none other than Immortal Emperor Mu. If Immortal Emperor Mu is really an Emperor Realm cultivator, why doesn't Yu Qingcheng follow him, instead of worshipping this waste of a man? Yang? Speaking of this, Gongsun Wuji took advantage of the break in his speech to raise the doubts in his mind. Third brother, that alone isn't enough to say anything, is it? Gongsun Wuji took off his mask, revealing his feminine and handsome face, and continued, don't worry big brother, listen to me slowly. As he recounted, Gongsun Wuji's heart became more and more convinced that Yang was the mysterious Immortal Emperor Mu, because the arguments thrown out by Gongsun Wuji were like a precise chess piece that fell on the chessboard with tight and sufficient logic. For example, after the turmoil in the Immortal City, it was as if those large and small forces on the continent had reached some kind of hidden consensus in advance. In a single night, they have put aside their old grudges and closely united against the 5 major powers. However, while the Battle Sect, the Soul-Devouring Demon Palace, the Acacia Sect, and the Gongsun family were fighting to suppress the unrest, the Kanglan Prefecture, where the Xiantian sect was located, however, did not move much. It could even be said that those forces that jumped out to rebel were like an act, and didn't have any impact on Xiantian sect at all. It was as if all of this was under the control of the Xiantian sect, or there was some kind of unspeakable scheme behind it. The other thing was that when Immortal Mu and Jianli of the Multi-Treasure Pavilion traveled together in the Sunset Cloud State, they were intercepted by the Battle Sect. It was also at that time that War Timothy had come into close contact with Immortal Mu. She sensed in him the love spell she had planted on Yang Huan back then. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji frowned, a look of incomprehension appearing on his face. Third brother, if Yang is really Immortal Emperor Mu, then what about his words follow the law? Gongsun Wuji's expression became extraordinarily cautious. He lowered his head slightly and said slowly after a moment of contemplation, Big brother, this matter is indeed extremely strange. With the strength that Yang showed before, he shouldn't have possessed such a terrifying ability. Perhaps it's some kind of extremely secret technique he's performing, or perhaps that item from the Xiantian sect has fallen into his hands. When Gongsun Wuxie heard this, his eyes immediately revealed a look of horror. No way! That thing was suppressed by 5 dragon veins. Before the words were finished, he saw Gongsun Wuji raise his head, his gaze revealing a hint of cunning. Big brother, you finally managed to spill the beans. It seems that the heaven and earth mutation at Daoxian Peak a few years ago was because of that item. Yang's ability to be so weird nowadays must also be because of that item. No wonder that guy Ling Xie is determined to destroy the Xiantian sect. Originally he wants to get it. What the hell is it? Why did you use 5 dragon veins to suppress it again? After Gongsun Wuji confirmed the answer he wanted to know, although there was still some doubt in his heart, but he also understood that some questions could not be answered right away. So he did not dwell too much on this topic and spoke instead. Big brother, what do you think should happen to the cooperation between the Soul-Devouring Demon Palace and the Battle Sect? Hearing this, Gongsun Wuji's expression was austere, and with a wave of his hand, the sand table that had just been broken up was once again regularized in front of his eyes. He stretched out his finger and pointed it precisely at the area representing the Xiantian sect, his gaze revealing an unquestionable firmness as he slowly said, if we can succeed in overthrowing them, my Gongsun family will have the opportunity to expand further. Gongsun Wuxie gave a slight beat. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Then he pointed in the direction of the soul-devouring demon palace and continued, the Xian Heavenly Sect definitely can't resist the combined efforts of the 3 families, but they will also definitely desperately pull the soul-devouring demon palace's people down to hell before they die. At that time, our chance will come. While they are both defeated, that emotionless fellow will never refuse my order to send him to the desolate state. Hearing this, Gongsun Wuji's face immediately surfaced with a look of approval and hurriedly interjected. Big brother's plan is wonderful. The soul-devouring demon palace has always been arrogant, and this time, on the occasion of the annihilation of the Xian Heavenly Sect, it's really a heavenly opportunity for them to be greatly injured. When it comes to the interests of the family, Second brother must not dare to disobey big brother's orders. When he leads the army to the desolate state and fights with the soul-devouring demon palace, we'll sit at the back and see what happens, and we'll definitely be able to control the whole situation. Gongsun Wuji bowed his head slightly. A hint of imperceptible calculation flashed in his eyes as he continued. As for the battle sect, I'll find a way to hold it back. When the Xian Tian sect and soul-devouring demon palace are resolved, the battle sect will not be able to support them alone. The time for the family to dominate the continent is not far off. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Gongsun Wuxia nodded in satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile if anything. Well, third brother, you have a good mind. With your help, great things can be accomplished. After the two of them discussed some more details, Gongsun Wuji arched his hand and left. Big brother, if there are no other orders, little brother will leave first and go prepare the relevant matters. Gongsun Wuji slightly raised his hand in a gesture. Go on, be careful with everything. Gongsun Wuxia looked at his third brother's back, and his eyes gradually became complicated. On the surface, they are brothers who work together for the greater good of the family. However, Gongsun Wuji knew in his heart that Gongsun Wuji was by no means a person who was willing to be subordinate. He was far more ambitious than anyone could have imagined. Compared to his second brother, Gongsun Wuji is the one who is truly heartless. Third brother nah. Third brother. Big brother hope you don't mess up. Chapter 155 Red lips as colorful as a flower. The Xian Tian sect's warboat didn't choose to enter the Fallen Spirit Valley, but instead chose to station itself in a deep forest. The crowd of elders, disciples, and even a few peak masters silently stood guard around Bailey Bing, waiting for him to complete his metamorphosis. And the outside of Jan's cabin, Luning Shuang and Yu Qingcheng were like two little rats who were thieves, catatonic, with their ears pressed tightly against the cabin wall, and were furtively eavesdropping. Luning Shuang covered her mouth with one hand, lowered her voice, and said quietly without a head, Qingcheng, what do you think the two of them are doing in there? It's been several hours. Why don't you come out? Yu Qingcheng also had a gossipy face. Only that unhappiness was written on her small face as she shook her head and said with the same suppressed voice, a man and a woman in a room together. What do you think they're doing? As soon as the words fell, the two women only felt a sinking in their shoulders, and when they turned around to look, it was actually Gu Li's hand on their shoulders at some point. What are you doing here so late at night if you don't go to practice? The two women were like cats that had their tails stepped on. Their pretty faces turned slightly red, and then they simultaneously let out a hush. One reached out to pull Gu Li's arm, while the other signaled with his eyes to keep quiet. Then without any further ado, he pulled Gu Li along to join the eavesdropping army. Sister Ali, your cultivation is high. Can you hear the movement inside? Luning Shuang pinned one of Gu Li's arms between her G of dust and asked quietly. Gu Li was a little bit embarrassed by Luning Shuang's sudden action. Still, driven by curiosity, she pressed her ear to the bulkhead. She worked her aura and tried to penetrate the bulkhead, trying to see what the hell they were doing. But it was as if the cabin was wrapped in an invisible barrier, and nothing could be heard except the subtle sound of the wind coming from his ears. After a moment had passed, Gu Li frowned, detecting a hint of forbidden power. Even though the barrier wasn't very strong, it was just enough to shut out the sound. She straightened up helplessly and turned back to the two women, spreading her hands and shaking her head with a muzzle. Can't hear a thing. When Luning Shuang and Yu Qingcheng saw this, a look of disappointment appeared on their faces. Yu Qingcheng pouted and muttered in a small voice, elder brother is too much of a thief. He actually set up a prohibition. For her part, Luning Shuang reluctantly pressed her ear up again, trying to take another chance, muttering under her breath, maybe something will move later. Inside the cabin, the candle flame gently flickered, seemingly without a halo of light, casting a hazy light and shadow on the four walls. At this moment, Hua Ruwashi lazily ambled over the zither, her expression full of helplessness and secret bellyaching. She rolled her eyes slightly and surreptitiously raised them, glancing toward Yang, who was sitting at the table, only to see that Yang was engrossed in flipping through the ancient books, oblivious to the change of mood on her side. Hua Ruwashi couldn't help but feel a pang of muttering in her heart. It was a good point before. Warming the bed. Warming the bed. In the end, but let me be a maid. Cook tea for a while. Sharpen ink for a while. And let me stroke the zither. What kind of medicine is in the emperor's gourd? Yang's maneuver made Hua Ruwashi question her posture for the first time. Hua Ruwashi's shell teeth lightly bit her lower lip, a hint of aggravation and confusion flashing through her eyes. Was I not born beautiful enough for his eyes? As soon as the thought popped up, the more she thought about it, the more likely it was, and the loss grew in her heart. The image of rubbing shoulders with that G-Jedi before entering the hatch came back unbidden to his mind. Suddenly, Hua Ruwashi's complexion darkened, and she couldn't help but look down at herself, sighing softly in her heart. Cood, It be that I'm not big enough, and that the Emperor likes fairies he can't get a hold of? Thinking of this, Huaruwashi's pair of jade hands against her chin unconsciously squeezed into small fists, with a look of anger and annoyance. But since he had already come in, and was too embarrassed to just throw up his hands and leave, he could only continue to hold back, silently spitting a few words in his heart from time to time. The silence in the cabin was somewhat oppressive, with only the occasional crackle of charcoal in the tea stove. Another short while passed. Huaruwashi's heart grew more and more apprehensive, but Yang was still immersed in the ancient books. With no intention of letting her warm the bed, she clenched her teeth, and with a cross heart, she slowly got up, and with light lotus steps, she walked towards the bed. The light from the candle flames streamed over her, outlining her amazingly delicate figure. She had a slender waist, not too much to hold, like a weak willow swaying with the wind in spring. A pair of slender jade legs with just the right proportions, as if with a rhythm, light and elegant. Those round, firm buttocks were beautifully defined, adding a bit of seductive flavor to her figure, only to see her slowly raise her jade hand and first undo the sash of her outer shirt, which slipped from her fingertips like flowing water. She turned slightly to the side, and her outer shirt slowly slid down her sheep-like jade skin, revealing her snow-like shoulders. She gently shook her shoulders, and her outer shirt fell to the ground quietly, like a light petal. Then, she reached out to undo the neckline of her undershirt, and under her white neck, her delicate collarbone was hidden, just like a charming gully. As the buttons of her inner shirt were unbuttoned one by one, her delicate skin shimmered with a soft luster in the candlelight, and her flat E called out to her. She turned her back to Yang, her voice slightly dainty as she whispered, "Emperor, the night is late. If Ruwashi would like to warm the bed for you first." Inside the cabin, the crackling sound of the charcoal fire seemed to have become particularly clear at this moment, as if it was also adding to the ambiguous atmosphere. On the other side, Yang appeared to be studying an ancient book, but the remaining light from the corner of his eye was always hovering over Huaruwashi. Intentionally or unintentionally, the familiar stirring had been growing quietly within him ever since the two had stepped into the cabin. His Taishang Wuji mixed sacred body then faintly emanated an uncontrollable longing. This feeling is all too familiar to Yang, though the urge of his body was urging him to find an outlet for the power surging through his body. But reason was like an impregnable dam, stopping the torrent of desire dead in its tracks. Huaruwashi was different from the other girls. Her intimacy was extremely low and she had only known them for less than a few hours. Once he dual cultivated with him, the mingling of his divine soul and flesh would expose his true cultivation. If Huaruwashi realized that she had been deceived, and became enraged, she might instantly turn the tables and directly take his life without hesitation. After all, with her cultivation at the first level of the earth immortal realm, no one would be able to stop her for the time being. Yang felt that if he could glean tens of billions of holy ghost stones, maybe all the difficulties would be solved. Read about it. Yang Huan secretly sighed in his heart, and the movement of his hand flipping through the ancient books was slightly lurched. Spinning around, he slowly raised his head and cast it straight in the direction of Huaruwashi, without the slightest hint of evasion or avoidance in his eyes. The plump jade body reveals the light of spring. The beautiful red lips are as colorful as flowers. Beautiful, very beautiful, but now is not the time. Yang sighed inwardly for a few moments, then shook off his head, casting off his reverie, and continued the role of the emperor's realm. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling wantonly on top of Huaruwashi's graceful back. The corners of his mouth slowly hooked up a touch of arc, seemingly smiling and not smiling, the expression of a few points of banter and playfulness. As one piece of clothing fluttered down like butterfly wings, Huaruwashi's exquisite and peerless body gradually unfolded before her eyes without reservation. This kind of scenery, like a fire, instantly ignited the long-suppressed dry heat in Yang Huan's heart. The Qianquan 9 revolutions in Yang's skill in his body, as if sensing some kind of stimulation from the outside world, was actually running wildly and uncontrollably. The majestic aura, like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, was rampaging through his meridians, flowing at a rapid pace. In the small island in the Qi Sea, the Yuaning, who had been sitting quietly at the mouth of the spiritual spring, slowly opened its tightly closed eyes, and a strange light flickered in its eyes. With that, he spat lightly from his mouth. Go with your heart, do your best, and the Tao law is natural. In a flash, Yang seemed to have a realization, and those cautious thoughts from before were instantly thrown to the winds. The only thing left in his mind was this voice echoing over and over. However, just as Yang was about to respond to Huaruwashi, the summoning jade disc placed in a corner of the table shook violently without warning. A burst of harsh, ghostly light, casting eerie shadows on the walls of the chamber, interrupted the ambiguous to the core. Huaruwashi, MMP. Yang, MMP. Chapter 156, You should get dressed first. At this very moment, Huarawashi was so angry that she practically wanted to smash that piece of summoning jade into pieces. However, the vibration of the transmission jade jewel caused Yang's eyes to regain their clear color. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the irritation and throbbing in his heart, and reached out to grab the summoning jade with one hand. 13. Junior Master. It's not good. 13. The Grand Elder has been missing for 3 days. Seeing these 2 lines, Yang's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the hand holding the transmission jade jewel unconsciously squeezed hard. A strong feeling of uneasiness began to spread in his heart. Grand Elder Chen Qingfeng, who had always acted cautiously, had now disappeared for no apparent reason, and there must be a huge crisis hidden behind this. Countless thoughts instantly flashed through Yang's mind. Is Chen Qingfeng being counted? Or have they encountered some irresistible and mysterious force? Or maybe it's involved in some amazing conspiracy? Nowadays, Yue was in seclusion within the secret territory of the sect and had not come out, and Gu Li was with himself, so there had been no one to fill the empty seat of the second elder. If at this present time, Chen Qingfeng can't preside over the big picture in the sect, Yang secretly said not good. His breathing became slightly more rapid, and then he put his spiritual sense on top of the transmission jade. Jan, did he meet with anyone last or talk to you about what he was going to do? Between waiting for 13 to reply, he turned his head to look at Huarawashi. At this moment, Huarawashi was half naked. The snow-like skin was glowing tantalizingly in the candlelight, and her expression was slightly shy, but more annoyed. Yang cleared her throat, trying to sound as gentle as possible. Ruwashi, put your clothes on first. After he said that, he stopped looking at her, pinched the summoning jade, and walked towards the hatch with large strides. He was full of Chen Qingfeng's disappearance at the moment, and only wanted to quickly communicate from with Gu Li so that he could plan a response. When he reached for the handle of the hatch and pulled hard, the door burst open. Lu Ningxuang, Yu Qingcheng, and Gu Li, who were originally eavesdropping with their cats and ears pressed tightly against the bulkhead, completely did not expect the door to suddenly open. The 3 of them instantly lost their balance and fell towards Yan like a stack man. Ah! With a cry of surprise, Lu Ningxuang was the first to jump into Yang's arms. Immediately after that, Yu Qingcheng and Gu Li also crashed into each other. The 3 of them were scrambling around trying to stabilize themselves. The scene was chaotic for a while. Yang subconsciously reached out his hand to hold them, but all he accidentally touched was a G overwhelming, shocking D, silent C rule of the delicate body. Ah, what are you doing? Where do I put my hands? Cheerful. Just the moment they managed to stabilize themselves and look up, they saw the disheveled Huarawashi. Her outer shirt slipped down and her inner shirt was not fully buttoned. Her pale skin was hidden. Anyone who looked at that look knew that something unusual had just happened. Lu Ningxuang's eyes instantly widened as a layer of coldness floated across her pretty face. Master, what were you guys doing just now? Yu Qingqing's small face bulged, revealing 2 tiger teeth. Her hands clenched into fists as she questioned. Senior brother, how could you? Gu Li looked complicated, with both surprise and a hint of unspeakable loss in her eyes. She sighed softly and looked away, not wanting to look at the heartbreaking scene one more time. Huarawashi was also ashamed and annoyed when she saw the 3 people who suddenly appeared at the door. Between the waves of his jade hands, the spiritual light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he wrapped himself up tightly. Immediately afterward, a flash of cold light shot out from Huarawashi's beautiful eyes as she raised her hand and pointed at the 3 women. You guys have a lot of nerve. However, just as the words were halfway out of her mouth, Huarawashi abruptly closed her small cherry mouth. The anger that was originally churning in the bottom of her heart and wanted to flare up, after she saw the look and attitude of those 3 women when they looked at Yang. It was as if a pot of cold water had been poured over his head, and he was instantly extinguished. Huarawashi pondered in her mind. Master's brother? These 2 are the disciples of Emperor Zun? But why is it that the anger in their eyes seems to harbor a different kind of affection? Could not be? Her gaze carried a few moments of suspicion as it passed over Yu Qingcheng and Lu Ningxuang, the girl who was showing her teeth, with a petite figure and a double ponytail with a star imprint on her forehead, looked adorable. A face of frost, like an iceberg snow lotus, but the bones are permeated with a charm. The body is even more curvaceous, hot and unusual. These 2 bony-looking early 20s little sisters are his. Thinking of this, Huarawashi's eyes fell back to Gu Li. At the moment, Yang was intimately pulling Gu Li and whispering. The demeanor and mannerisms between the 2 were natural and intimate, and that look was clearly like a Dao couple who had been in love for many years. Huarawashi couldn't help but explode in her heart, her beautiful eyes instantly widening in shock. How could she not expect that the 3 women eavesdropping outside this door were all Emperor Zun's confidants? Even though Huarawashi felt that she was above them, she didn't think that Yang was the type of person who would be easily swayed by beauty. If you do not care about it at the moment, rashly angry, completely annoyed these aunts and grandmothers. In the future, they are afraid of getting cold themselves after a little talk on Jan's pillow. Such thoughts flashed through his mind. The original sulky look on Huaruwashi's face instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a warm and moving smile. A few sisters should not misunderstand. Just now my little sister and emperor. Only when the words came to her lips did Huaruwashi realize with a jolt that she didn't know how to address Yang in front of these three, only to panic and throw him a look of help. Just call me old man Yang. When Huaruwashi heard this, a trace of undetectable gratitude flashed through her beautiful eyes, and then she calmed down and continued softly. Just now, my little sister was asking Yang for advice on cultivation, and she was too involved for a moment, so she lost her temper a bit. Lu Ningxuang frowned slightly. The coldness in her eyes did not completely dissipate as she said with a light hum, "That's a far-fetched reason you have." Yu Qingcheng also hurriedly chimed in, clasping her hands in front of her chest and pouting her little mouth, muttering with a face full of dissatisfaction. Yes, 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 ask for advice on what? And you can ask for advice on taking off your clothes? As the oldest of the three, Guli naturally knew more and saw more thoroughly than they did in matters of men and women and human affairs. Without moving, she gave Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingcheng a wink respectively, secretly signaling them not to say anything more. Sister Ali, Sherfu. However, Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingcheng didn't seem too willing to give up on this, both of them pouting at the same time, their tones filled with aggression and unwillingness. Huaruwashi's heart tightened when she saw them like this, but she still kept a smile on her face. She cast a look full of gratitude towards Guli, and then hurriedly found herself a way to explain. To tell the truth, when I suppressed the Gongsun family today, my little sister had some qi and blood retrogression. Fortunately, Yang came out to help, and only then was he able to stabilize his injuries. When she said that, her eyes were also flooded with a little bit of tears, in a pitiful manner. Seeing this, Yang secretly gave Huaruwashi a thumbs up, showing his approval of her acting skills. He then rushed to open his mouth to round off the conversation. Alright, you two go back and cultivate first. After saying that, he took Guli's jade hand in front of the two women and yanked it toward the cabin. I have something to talk about with your master ancestor, and Miss Ruwashi. Hearing Yang speak for Huaruwashi, Lu Ningxuang and Yu Qingcheng's hearts were both sour with jealousy. However, seeing that Yang's brows were tightly locked and his expression was grave, as if he really had something important to deal with, the annoyance in their hearts subsided for a few minutes. Lu Ningfang sighed softly, her expression easing a bit. That's just it. In that case, I'll go back to practicing. As she turned to leave, she glanced back at Huaruwashi deeply. Yu Qingcheng blinked her big, soulful eyes and looked at Huaruwashi, half joking and half serious. Alright then, for the sake of senior brother, I'll trust you for now this time, but don't you dare do it again. Yu Qingcheng's character had always been fearless, and in her eyes, as long as it was about her senior brother, she could never be ambiguous, even if the woman in front of her had a higher cultivation than herself. So what? Anyway, could she be higher than Yang? I have a master brother. You see that I am not happy, then you come to beat me Slightly. Huaruwashi looked at the two women who had walked away and secretly sighed in relief. However, just as she was about to close the door, Yang's voice rang in her ears. It's none of your business anymore. You go outside and keep watch. Don't let anyone disturb me and Ali. Chapter 157, Miss Jiang. Do you want to meet? Huaruwashi's smile instantly froze on her face. She had thought that her performance just now would have earned her a hint of approval from Yang, even if it was just a look of affirmation, but he was so quick to kick himself out, which made Huaruwashi's heart rise with a bit of aggravation. The taste was like overturning a condiment bottle. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, all kinds of flavors mixed in the tip of the heart. Okay, Emperor, Ruwashi is waiting at the door. She was full of resentment, but she didn't dare to show it in the slightest. The one in front of him was a towering great emperor. His strength was unfathomable, and when he stomped his foot, the entire immortal realm would tremble 3 times. A small earth immortal realm himself. If he really annoyed him, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even know how to die. Thinking of this, Huaruwashi's original slightly angry eyes instantly dimmed, replaced by deep fear. To gain the trust of a great emperor is never a quick fix. Huaruwashi forced herself to hold back her inner stifling, a submissive smile reappearing on her face as she slowly turned around and gently closed the door. She straightened her spine and clasped her hands to her chest, dutifully guarding the doorway. Eyes swept around every now and then, wary of anyone who might be near. Occasionally, she couldn't help but put her ear to the door, trying to hear what was going on inside, but she was afraid of being caught. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was quite different. Yang took Guli's jade hand and brought her to the edge of the bed, then patted his thigh, signaling Guli to sit up. Guli's heartbeat steeply accelerated, and a touch of scarlet crept onto her cheeks, just like the first blooming begonias in autumn, delicate and touching. Since leaving the clan, the two hadn't been this close for a long time. Those past memories of being in love in the peach forest came to mind, causing Guli to have the slightest bit of anticipation for what might happen next. However, when her gaze inadvertently swept toward the closed hatch, and she thought of Huaruwashi standing guard outside the door, that hint of anticipation was instantly replaced by worry. "Ah, what are you doing? Take it easy." Guli let out a cry of surprise as her jade hand was pulled vigorously by Yang, and her plump body sat on his lap. In order to sit comfortably, she subconsciously wrapped her arms around Yang's neck. Well, Shasta." Yang lowered his head and printed his thin lips between Guli's lips. Guli only felt a heavenly rotation, as if he was in the clouds, and soon sank into it. Her mind went blank. All her worries and thoughts were dispelled by the passionate kiss, leaving only a heart full of intoxication and fondness. That's just it. Just like that. It must have spoiled him. He can do what he wants. Anyway, as Guli thought this, her cheeks rolled hotter and hotter, as if she had been burned by fire. The plump, delicate body involuntarily wriggled in response. Looking at her scarlet cheeks and mesmerized eyes, Yang's heart surged with an indescribable satisfaction. At this time, the summoning jade disc in his arms once again vibrated a few times without warning, and the sudden movement instantly broke the charm of this room. 13. The Grand Elder said 3 days ago that he had found definitive proof that Kong Lingwu was collaborating with the enemy and selling out the clan. 13. Our men have checked in the direction of the Grand Elder, but so far there's no sign of him. Yang's face sank slightly as he slowly took out his summoning jade, and together with Guli, he used his spiritual sense to check the contents. When he finished reading it, Yang frowned, and Guli also looked worried. With Chen Qingfeng's cultivation at the ferrying stage and the spiritual treasure measuring ruler, the probability of something going wrong was extremely small. But when 13 mentions Kong Lingwu, there's no way for Yang and Guli not to worry about it. From the chain of evidence collected by the Dark Hall and the information Kong Lingwu displayed in the system attribute panel, he was a spy planted by the battle sect in the Xiantian sect. Even though his own cultivation level was merely at the Mahayana stage, behind him stood the powerful battle sect. If Kong Lingwu found out that Chen Qingfeng was investigating him, it was highly likely that he would team up with the experts of the battle sect and start a roundup against Chen Qingfeng. With the battle sect's style of behavior, they would definitely do whatever they could. Despite Chen Qingfeng's high level of cultivation and the help of his spiritual treasures, the battle sect was full of experts and there were many sinister and cunning people. They would most likely set up heavy traps to take advantage of Chen Qingfeng's unpreparedness and bully the few with the many. In the end, it was highly likely that they would succeed in tying them up and become a bargaining chip to blackmail the Xiantian sect, or perhaps, the battle sect, in order to leave no loose ends, would directly kill Chen Qingfeng and behead him on the spot. When they thought of this, they looked at each other at the same time and said in unison, "Warlord, you first." Yang gently stroked Guli's hair and softly said, "Ali, this matter reeks of weirdness. I'm sure the battle sect already knows that we're aware of something, and it's highly likely that they're planning a big move against the Xian Heavenly Sect." Yang's expression was grave, and his gaze was filled with worry and contemplation. Guli nodded her head slightly, her eyebrows knitted tightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep worry as they flowed. What Huan Lang said is very true. The battle sect has always acted ruthlessly and decisively, leaving no room for error. If they really go after senior brother, I'm afraid he'll be in deep trouble. Senior brother has a high prestige within the clan. If something bad happens to him, it will definitely make the clan panic. Yang gently held Guli's hand, rubbing her fingertips, and after a few moments of contemplation, she said soothingly, "The 10,000 clans conference is approaching. The battle sect shouldn't be so extreme. My guess is that they kidnapped the Grand Elder as a bargaining chip to blackmail us, and take advantage of the opportunity to suppress us at the conference, and possibly even unite with other forces to target Xiahou and the others and make them throw in the towel." Guli bit her lip, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. They must not be allowed to succeed. The 10,000 clans conference is about the rise and fall of clans. It's a battle of qi, and it should never be lost. Why don't I go back first? Yang gently swept Guli into his arms tightening slightly, as if he wanted to protect her from all the storms. He patted her back gently, his voice steady. "There's no rush. Let 13 continue to track it down in secret first. If the Grand Elder is really in the hands of the people of the battle sect, then the time has come for the people we have planted in the battle sect to move." As the two talked, Yang knew that the situation was urgent and could not be delayed. He immediately injected a strand of pure spiritual sense into the transmission jade jewel and sent a message back to 13. "Yang, be sure to continue to secretly track down the whereabouts of the Grand Elder, and act with caution. Do not alert the snakes. Yang, if there's any news, summon me immediately. Yang, at the same time, keep a close eye on the war sex movements, especially their dealings with other forces. It's a matter of confidentiality, so don't slack off. Yang turned his head back to Guli after sending the message. 13 has always been steady. We'll wait a few days and see. Guli nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of worry. I hope that senior brother's good fortune will be in his favor and he will be fine. Yang gently embraced Guli into his arms, his chin lightly resting against her forehead as he slowly said, Don't worry, the Grand Elder will be fine. After saying that, Yang suddenly seemed to have thought of something crucial, and with a stern expression, he took another transmission jade out. Mu Huan, Miss Jiang. Meet me? Chapter 158, Call Me Baby. Meteor Spirit Valley. Multi-Treasure Pavilion. Jiang Family Residence. September. Are things all set? Zhongli slightly sidestepped and looked at the maid beside him in September. His voice gentle but not imposing. September hurriedly bowed respectfully and returned. Miss, it's all been arranged. When she said that, she raised her eyes to her own young lady, and a tangle flashed in the bottom of her eyes. Zhongli was dressed in an open-work purple cloud brocade palace dress embroidered with delicate and intricate silver thread patterns. With her every move, the pattern shimmered like a flowing river of stars. The corseted waistline outlined her slim waist just right. The hem of the skirt spread out like a cloud, and between the lotus steps, it was like stepping on top of the misty immortal clouds. The white veil covered her face, only revealing a pair of autumn water-like eyes. Eyes flowing, seems to hide endless thoughts and flavor. Let a person cannot help but think about how the veil is actually under the face of the world. Gazing at the young lady who had been with her for many years, September couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she thought of those people and events. Miss, if there are no other orders, September will retire now. Zhongli nodded slightly and was just about to speak again. Suddenly, the transmission jade jewel in his bosom vibrated slightly. Her eyebrows frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then she didn't move as she offered her spiritual sense to probe into it. When she realized that the person who had sent the message was Mu Huan, her heart moved slightly and her eyes subconsciously swept around, and then looked to September and said softly, Go on down and don't bother without my orders. September responded obediently and quietly retreated. When September's figure disappeared outside the door, Zhongli gently paced to the window, the breeze blowing her palace dress skirt. Zhongli stood in front of the window, her jade hand gently raised, her fingertips unconsciously caressing over the window pane. The expression seemed calm, but the slightly fluttering eyelashes gave away her inner unrest. Deadbeat, you finally bothered to send me a message. Zhongli thought this in his heart, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved upwards in a nice-looking arc. Immediately afterward, a pair of jade hands flickered with shimmering light and swung gently in front of his body, only to see the light flickering. An exquisite and stunning dresser appeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. Removing the white veil, Zhongli picked up the comb on the stage, which was also made of jade, and gently combed the waterfall like green silk. She then opened the trousseau at the side, selected an eyebrow pencil and, looking into the mirror, carefully traced the shape of her eyebrows. After a small half hour, a cry of alarm came out of Zhongli's mouth. Yikes! Forgot to message him back. Zhongli, are you there? I was in the shower just now and didn't pay attention. Zhongli originally thought that he had not returned the message for so long. Mu Huan must have been angry, but who knows that the reincarnation brother this time has become a second back to the man. Yang, pick a more private place. I'll be right behind you. Zhongli pinched the transmission jade and gazed at the cloudy valley outside the window. Instead, her eyes seemed to pierce through the fog and look at the man she had longed for. Zhongli, hidden streams and streams outside the Meteor Spirit Valley. Yang, good. Hidden in a secluded forest. Hidden stream is surrounded by a light mist, adding a bit of mysterious color to this piece of heaven and earth. A dark shadow quietly descended on the banks of the hidden stream. The black clothes blend in with this night. When his gaze touched the graceful figure by the stream, a flash of amazement could not help but flash through his eyes. Zhongli looked even more bright and colorful after her careful grooming. Purple cloud brocade palace dress comes with a mysterious and seductive atmosphere. Seems to be fused with the fog in this night. Her ebony hair was like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair falling down next to her fair cheeks, adding a bit more charm. Even though Zhongli's charisma value was still 93 on the system panel, but in Yang's eyes, the skeletonized purple palace dress gave her a flat 6 points of charisma. Zhongli sensed the approaching aura and slowly turned around. She tilted her head slightly, an innate haughtiness and confidence in her eyes. The corners of his lips rose slightly, revealing a seemingly shallow smile, and he said in that slightly lazy but incomparably domineering voice, Man, haven't seen you in a couple years, have you missed me? After saying that, Zhongli walked towards Yang. Walking up to Yang, She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked the man in front of her up and down, as if scrutinizing a piece of her desired prey. I gave you a card. You don't even use it. I don't even know where you are, Zhang said as he raised his hand to gently stroke Yang's lapel, his fingers seemingly tracing over it, his eyes mesmerized. Yang sniffed, and the corner of his mouth curled into a seeming smile. He domineeringly squeezed Zhang Li's jade hand, and with a strong belt of his arm, he pulled her tightly into his embrace. The two bodies were close together, each other's violent heartbeats clearly palpable. Immediately afterward, his large hand landed on Zhang Li's arse without hesitation and slapped it heavily a few times. His nostrils flared slightly and he lowered his head, the tip of his nose almost touching the tip of Zhang Li's nose. His eyes locked onto Zhang Li's eyes, his gaze full of heat and aggression. Woman, watch what you say. After saying that, Yang cupped Zhang Li's chin with 3 fingers and forcefully raised her head up to meet her eyes. Are you planning to teach this emperor how to do things? Zhang Li's jaw was a little sore from his pinching, but his heart was trembling from this strong move. She feigned anger on the surface, but her heart was as sweet as honey. Humph, just love that he's so bossy. I haven't seen him in a few years, and he hasn't changed a bit, Zhang Li secretly thought in his heart, and his eyes, which were already mesmerized, were even more covered with a light mist at this moment, revealing a few points of flirtation and indulgence. I haven't seen you in so long, and you're this mean to me the moment we meet, but why am I so enamored? She silently ranted in her mind, but her mouth responded defiantly. Why? That's what this girl said. What can you do to me? But her honest body, her slightly reddened ears, gave away her true inner emotions. She enjoyed Yang's domineering treatment and her exclusive intimacy. Yang had originally planned to ask Zhang Li to mobilize the power of the Duo Treasure Pavilion to help in the search because of Chen Xingfeng's disappearance. However, somehow, by mistake, the card that Zhang Li had given him a few years ago was mentioned. Yang thought that since he had already talked about it here, he might as well try and see if he could glean a little bit of Holy Spirit Stone from Zhang Li. Thus, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on Zhang Li seemingly casually as he slowly spoke. Spirit stones are useless to me. If there is a Holy Spirit Stone. He deliberately paused, observing Zhang Li's reaction. When Zhang Li heard Yang's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile with a hint of cunning and dominance. She tilted her own chin up, her eyes full of provocation and seduction, staring straight at Yang, said in a domineering and unquestionable tone. Want the Holy Ghost Stone? Yes, kiss me and this girl will give it to you. Yang's heart fluttered when he heard this. She really does have the Holy Spirit Stone. However, Yang had sworn that he would never be a licking dog again in this life, so naturally he would not agree to Zhang Li's request. His expression was solemn as he looked coldly at Zhang Li, his voice low and with a warning. Woman, you're playing with fire. With those words, a trace of dislike flashed across Yang's face, and without hesitation, she loosened the fingers that were originally cupping Zhang Li's chin. However, things went much further than Yang expected. Not only did Zhang Li not back down because of her refusal, but instead, he leaned forward and took the initiative to fall back against her. Yang keenly caught a hint of fleeting panic, a touch of imperceptible embarrassment, and a trace, if any, of fear in her eyes. Before Yang could react, Zhang Li had already stretched out his hands, and with a bit of caution, gently encircled Yang's neck, and then slowly came closer and gently printed her red lips on Yang's lips, offering a kiss full of pleasing intentions. For a long time, the lips parted. Zhang Li gasped slightly, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at Yang with a smile and a few hints of expectation. Then he busied himself with a heavy storage bag, gently stuffing it into Yang's arms, his voice soft and with a pleasing tone. Man, I won't allow you to look at me like that. Ding! Detected Zhang Li gifted the host with 1 million Holy Spirit Stones, triggering a 10,000 times cashback, rewarding 10 billion Holy Spirit Stones. The system's beep almost made Yang shout out in excitement. Despite the excitement in his heart, he restrained himself well. Woman, are you trying to smash out my feelings for you with the Holy Ghost Stone? Pa! Another storage bag. Ding! Detected Zhang Li gifted the host with 1 million Holy Spirit Stones, triggering a 10,000 times cashback, rewarding 10 billion Holy Spirit Stones. Women! Pop! Pop! 2 more storage bags. Ding! Detected Zhang Li gifted the host with 2 million Holy Spirit Stones, triggering a 10,000 times cashback, rewarding 20 billion Holy Spirit Stones. Miss Ginger, call me baby. Chapter 159, you can only be mine for the rest of your life. How could Yang not expect that Zhang Li, a rich woman, could be rich to such an extent? Moreover, she had gone so far as to use the Holy Ghost Stone directly in order to get a kiss from herself, and her feelings for her, the domineering female president, has the Holy Ghost Stone, capricious, in the depths of Yang's eyes. A flash of imperceptible surprise flashed steeply, just like a bright shooting star crossing in the dark night. Fleeting. Almost at the same moment the surprise surfaced. He then collected his emotions extremely quickly, and his complexion once again reverted to that unperturbed and bland look. A mere 4 million Holy Spirit stones. Speaking of which, Yang put the storage bag into the system space without a trace. Afterwards, one hand wrapped around Zhang Li's slender waist and pressed her tightly in front of him. The other hand hooked her chin and pressed her vermilion lips to his own. Woman, what do you take this emperor for? Yang condescendingly looked down at her, his sword brows lightly furrowed, a touch of displeasure surfacing on his handsome face. At this moment, it was as if Yang's acting skills had been sublimated, and the actor's self-cultivation was reflected. Under the effect of the fraudulent treasure pearl, at this moment, Yang was a Mu Xianzuan, an emperor realm cultivator. Even in the upper immortal realm, they were all superb men who could shake the 10,000 realms by stomping their feet. 4 million Holy Spirit stones, forcibly kissing an imperial realm, and to be alive after a strong kiss. Zhang Li seemed to be the first person ever, gazing at Yang, who was almost pressed against himself. Zhang Li's heartbeat abruptly slowed down for a beat, and then began to beat faster uncontrollably, as if it was going to break through Pingyi's chest. She tried to lower her head, yet her chin was pinched by Yang's fingers unable to move. She tried to turn away, yet her waist was fastened by Yang's strong arms and wrists. A thrill and shyness that had never been felt before instantly surged through her. Zhang Li took a deep breath, gathered all his courage, and slowly raised his eyes, locking them with Yang's eyes that were as deep as an abyss. The bottom of his dark, shining eyes seemed like an endless abyss, making her unable to see his emotions, yet she couldn't help but sink. Zhang Li's body, which was stiff one breath, was like cotton in the next breath, and went limp. No, it's not what you think. I'm just, well. Zhang Li's lips trembled slightly as he eagerly tried to explain, his voice filled with panic and helplessness. But before she could finish her sentence, her words were mercilessly cut off by Yang's sudden kiss. In an instant, Zhang Li's mind went blank, and it was as if the entire world had stopped spinning at that moment. Those beautiful eyes with autumn waves like water instantly opened up round, shock and disbelief written all over them. The warm touch came from between her lips, causing her heartbeat to soar steeply. Her hands subconsciously lifted up and stroked on top of Yang's firm pectoral muscles. Why is he kissing me all of a sudden? Zhang Li's mind was a mess. I thought he was angry. But, the more he does, the more he seems to make me obsessed with him. Ding! Zhang Li's intimacy +5. Yang looked at Zhang Li's eyes that instantly widened and listened to the system's beep, secretly pleased in his heart. With a return reward of tens of billions of Holy Spirit stones, not only could they modify Ling Xie and Nanfeng, they could even do whatever they wanted with Huaruoshi. The few big problems in front of him were solved, and Yang's heart was crispy to the extreme. Moreover, with his peak acting skills, he had increased Zhang Li's intimacy to 80 points. Everything is going in the right direction. Yang became more and more certain that asking Zhang Li to meet him at the hidden stream was the wisest decision he had made in recent days. His lips imprinted on Zhang Li's, domineering and gentle, but his thoughts had long drifted away. Having traveled to the Xian demon continent for more than 1,000 years, Yang had never seen even a single Holy Spirit stone. Since Zhang Li was able to take out so many Holy Spirit stones, she, or the multi-treasure pavilion, was bound to have a connection with the upper realm. Perhaps, the multi-treasure pavilion was also like the glazed palace, and could extend its tentacles from the upper realm to the lower realm. The Zhang clan that she, Zhang Li, was a member of might as well be an upper realm clan. Right now, Zhang Li has been firmly held in the palm of his hand, and when he goes back to change Huaruoshi's closeness directly to 100 points, final particle which transforms statements in questions that indicate doubt or surprise, Cantonese. One with spirit stones, one with strength. As long as those two forbidden mysterious figures don't show up, Yang was certain that he had no more enemies in this Xian demon continent. A few more moments passed until Zhang Li was kissed to the point where her pretty face rose in the clouds and she was breathing heavily. It was only then that Yang slowly parted his lips from hers. The fingers cupping her chin were then loosened, followed by tenderly pulling up the green silk scattered on her pretty face. Baby, Yang softly called out, a hint of tenderness in his voice that he himself hadn't even noticed. This cry of baby exited, almost causing Zhang Li's heart to pop out of her chest in excitement. Sure. Zhang Li's beautiful eyes seemed to contain a pool of spring water, gazing straight at Yang, her mouth responding softly. Then, she dropped the pair of coupled arms that were against Yang's chest and turned to wrap them around his waist, her whole body flung into his arms. It was as if he wanted to melt himself into him. Ding! Zhang Li's intimacy +5. The two of them have been warming up like this for a while, and the banks of the hidden stream are surrounded by mist, as if they have created an isolated and gentle place for them. Zhang Li snuggled in Yang's arms, feeling his powerful heartbeat. The whole person was immersed in this sweet atmosphere. After a long time, Jiangli slightly tilted her head, her beautiful eyes full of longing and reluctance, but still softly asked, "Cheer, you must have asked me out this time, not just to see me. Is there something serious going on?" Yang gently stroked her hair, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes before she slowly spoke. "My true identity, I think you already know, and I don't want to hide it from you. Chen Qingfeng, the grand elder of the Xian Tian sect, disappeared a few days ago." He frowned slightly, a few worried looks spreading across his face. "I suspect that this matter is related to the war clan. Can you?" Without waiting for him to finish, Jiangli blinked at him, the corner of his mouth hooking into a thrilling smile. "Leave it to me. The people of the multi-treasure pavilion aren't necessarily strong, but when it comes to finding people, no one on the continent can compare." As she spoke, the air of a female bully came out. However, in the next breath, Jiangli smiled sweetly and interpreted herself into a bird-like posture again. She felt that it was better to be a little woman in front of Yang in order to please him. Yang hurriedly nodded his head and informed Jiangli in as much detail as possible about some of the circumstances before Chen Qingfeng's disappearance. At the end, he tightened his grip on Jiangli's hand and wrapped his arms around her a little more tightly. Just as the two of them were immersed in this warm and fuzzy atmosphere, they completely failed to notice that in an extremely hidden place in the distance, the dense branches and leaves cascaded like a natural curtain, hiding the figure hidden behind it. The woman was dressed in black and blended in with the night, making it almost difficult to notice her presence if she didn't look closely. At the moment, her hands were carefully holding a piece of retained shadow jade that was emitting a shimmering light. His eyes were fixed firmly on Yang and Jiangli, his fingers trembling slightly, as if he was trying his best to suppress some kind of emotion within. As the light of the staying shadow bit flickered, the image of Yang and Jiangli being intimate was framed in a single frame. The woman's eyes flashed with a hint of jealous rage at times, while a cold smile surfaced at others. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, but there was something chilling in that smile. The woman murmured, her voice full of resentment, "Yang, you're mine, and you'll be mine alone for the rest of your life." After she said that, she brought the staying shadow bit towards her body again, adjusting the angle so as not to miss a single moment of Yang and Jiangli. Chapter 160, Are you worthy to negotiate with this emperor? 3 days later, Meteor Spirit Valley. The early morning sunlight had just poured down on this mysterious valley, and it was surrounded by a diffuse haze. The valley had long been bustling with people. Disciples from all the major sects were dressed in gorgeous and unique costumes, coming from all directions like a tidal wave. Their costumes were embroidered with the symbols of their respective clans, colorful and intertwined, like a gorgeous tapestry. In the center of the Meteorite Spirit Valley, a huge circular high platform rose up from the ground. The high platform was made of precious Xian iron and spirit crystals, and its surface shone with a strange light. Around the high platform, there were tiers of bleachers, which were filled with exquisite seats, and at this moment had already been filled to capacity. Directly in front of the high platform was a tall observation deck. On the viewing platform sat the representatives of the strongest group of forces on the Xian demon continent. They were all imposing, with a powerful aura emanating from their surroundings. Among them, Jiangli of the multi-precious pavilion was still covered in a white veil as she talked softly with Guli beside her. Occasionally, her gaze fell on Yang behind Guli, and the corners of her mouth, under the white veil, were slightly flushed with a moving smile. Hua Ruoshi, who had also set her gaze on Yang, was the one who had been arranged by Gongsun Wu enemy to sit in the very center of the viewing platform. The beautiful name was the respect of the major powers of the continent for the Liuli Palace. As a mellifluous and grandiose bell rang out, the entire venue instantly fell silent. An old man dressed in white robes slowly walked up to the high platform. His figure looked thin but gave off an unfathomable feeling. The old man cleared his throat, and his voice spread across the room like a bell. "Everyone, today, the 10,000 Clans Assembly officially opens. This conference is not only a stage for the disciples of the various sects to practice their skills, but it is also an opportunity for us to communicate and progress." As soon as the words left his mouth, the stage erupted in applause and cheers. Immediately afterward, the disciples of the various sects were eager to try their hands, rubbing their fists and preparing to show off their skills at this event. Some of the disciples had an excited gleam in their eyes, exchanging tactics with each other in low voices. Some closed their eyes, quietly adjusting themselves and building up their strength. At the same time, a brilliant light suddenly appeared in the sky. Some female cultivators who were good at flying with swords harnessed their flying swords and hovered in the sky. They displayed their own unique sword dances while their graceful bodies drove the male cultivators underneath crazy. "Look, nah, the white fairy of the heavenly sword sect is smiling at me. Ah, CHG, I really haven't seen the world, but back in the day, I've seen immortal Xian Gui dance with a sword. Don't mention fairy Xian Gui, She's now the supreme elder of the Xian sect, and you still want her to dance the sword for you again? It's strange how the opening sword dance of the female sword cultivators doesn't include the ice fairy Luning Shuang of the Xian sect. At this time, an icy cold aura seemed to rise abruptly from the land of the Nine Sepulchres, causing the crowd to involuntarily shiver, only to see a snow-white silhouette in the sky wrapped in dazzling ice blue light, like a meteor catching up with the moon, shooting towards the martial arts platform. It was so fast that you could barely blink. In the blink of an eye, the light landed steadily on the high platform. When the light dissipated, the crowd could see that she was none other than the Xian sect's ice spirit fairy Luning Shuang. She was dressed in a white plain dress. The hem of her skirt and cuffs were embroidered with a few strands of light blue ice patterns, which shimmered if not glimmering as she breathed, like a flowing glacier. The cut of the plain dress was just right, perfectly outlining the curves of her figure that could be described as a 1G. Her slender waist was not too thin to hold, and her long, straight legs were hidden under the slight swaying of her skirt. Luning Shuang exuded a cold and seductive charm. It made the gazes of countless male cultivators under the stage instantly locked firmly, no longer able to move away for a single second. The Xian sect is worthy of being a heavenly paradise. In the past there was Fairy Xian Gui and Fairy Cold Moon. I didn't expect that now there's another Ice Spirit Fairy. More than just the Ice Spirit Fairy. It is said that the Daoxian peak of the Xian sect, a peak of 4 fairies. So, who's the other one? Starland Fairy. Moon pouring. Just as the crowd was talking and marveling, a strange fluctuation suddenly arose in the sky, and a bright starlight seemed to pour down from a distant star river, falling straight down towards the martial arts platform. When that light gradually softened, a delicate figure slowly appeared. Yu Qingqing wore a moon-colored gauze dress with fine silver star patterns embroidered on the hem and cuffs. As she moved, the stars seemed to come to life, flickering and jumping like a dream. The texture of the sari was light and thin, fitting her shapely figure just right and outlining her silent sea-gauge curves. Just as the crowd's gazes were firmly attracted by Yu Qingqing, the sects that each had a beautiful woman sitting in their midst seemed to be unwilling to show any weakness, sending out their own fairies to make their appearances. For a while, the group of beauties on the high stage competed with each other, and the audience below the stage feasted their eyes on the cheers and applause, which pushed the atmosphere of the 10,000 Zones conference to a climax. However, in the midst of this lively and peaceful atmosphere, Yang's gaze inadvertently met with Nan Feng from the soul-devouring demon palace's side. Nan Feng realized that Yang's eyes looked distantly from her pretty face, and then turned downward, staring at the vaguely exposed magic tattoos at her belly. In a few short breaths, she saw Yang sigh softly, and saw another hint of regret and sympathy in his eyes. This sent a wave of inexplicable emotions surging through her. Why is he looking at me like that? What is he lamenting? And what is he sympathizing with? As Nan Feng thought this, suddenly a light flashed in his mind, and a hint of essence flickered in the bottom of his eyes. Could he read the chimera tattoo on the small of my back? Yeah, he's in the Emperor realm, a legendary great emperor. He must be able to see through my and Ling Xie's Yuanshan true bodies. The human emperor even saw us not kill. Is this appearance of his also a disguise? He's not actually human? The thoughts in Nan Feng's mind turned rapidly, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yang's identity was mysterious and unpredictable, and perhaps he was really hiding secrets that were unknown to him. In that case, there might be a way for him to unbind himself. With this thought, Nan Feng slightly straightened his waist, displaying his proud figure to the fullest. She lightly opened her vermilion lips, revealing a smile that was flirtatious to the extreme, and then she took her green onion-like finger into her mouth. The endless temptation instantly attracted the gazes of many people around. Taking advantage of Ling Xie's absence today, Nan Feng's mind seemed to be much more alive. Her eyes were always locked on Yang, and she was even braver enough to send a voice to Yang with the power of her divine sense. Your Imperial Highness, Nan Feng greets you. As she said that, she tilted her head slightly, her hair sliding down from her shoulders, adding a bit more charm. While speaking, Nan Feng gently tugged at his lapel, revealing more of the phantom demon tattoo at the small of his back. The mysterious line stood out against her pale skin. Her eyes revealed a hint of pity, as if she was asking Yang for help. Empyrean Lord, Ling Xie is controlling me with this magic pattern and master-servant contract. If you can help me lift it, Nan Feng will do anything for you. While Nan Feng transmitted her voice, she also quietly released a trace of seductive power in an attempt to disturb Yang's mind, making it easier for him to agree to her request. However, Yang's response made her instantly tighten her petite body, and infinite terror rose in her heart. A mere abyssal evil Compass Clan's Compass Queen hatchling is worthy of negotiating with this emperor? Nightmare mistress, you want to fart eat. Chapter 161, why can't you just look at me one more time? Hearing Yang's response, Nan Feng's entire body was struck by lightning. For a split second, her petite body trembled uncontrollably, but it was soon under her control. The originally charming and attractive eyes instantly widened in horror. It was as if Yang's figure overlapped with the great emperor who had exterminated the abyssal evil compass race hundreds of years ago. Her slightly opened lips could no longer make half a sound. Her throat seemed to be tightly choked by a big invisible hand. How could he know so well? Nanfang's mind was in a state of confusion. All of his thoughts were shattered by this sudden shock. Emperor realm cultivators were as terrifying as they were. With just one sentence, Yang exposed all of her secrets. It felt like being stripped of all your clothes in broad daylight, with no privacy whatsoever. She subconsciously tried to cover the chimera tattoo at the small of her back, hands tugging at the lapels in a panic. There was no more of the previous flirtatiousness and confidence in her movements. Only endless panic and fear remained. Even her breathing became rapid, and fine beads of sweat even oozed from her forehead, slowly sliding down her pale cheeks. Temple Master Nanfeng, are you uncomfortable somewhere? The right general on Nanfang's side saw that she had a difference and slightly sidestepped, lowering his voice to inquire. Although the right general's voice was light, it almost made Nanfeng, who was originally abnormally fearful inwardly, startle out of his Yuan Shen true body. A nameless fire sprang up in Nanfang's heart, and she turned her head fiercely, glaring fiercely at the right general. The dark pupils were instantly replaced by the compound eyes of the evil compulsive clan, and the eerie sense of coldness was as if right general was in an abyssal hell. Her lips trembled slightly as she forced down her anger and drank in a very low but very intimidating voice. Mind your own business. Don't set your mind on this temple. Have you forgotten all of Lord Demon Lord's explanation when he left? The right general was reprimanded by this. His face was white and red for a while. He opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything. He could only silently lower his head, his heart full of indignation. The other side. Yang caught Nanfang's demeanor in her eyes, and seeing her panicked appearance, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly upwards, revealing a disdainful smile. Master Unity, is it still 20 billion Holy Spirit stones to modify Nanfang's status attributes? What about changing the power, intimacy, and so on? Modifying Nightmare Mist's status will cost 20 billion Holy Spirit stones. OK/cancel. Modifying Nightmare's power will cost 20 billion Holy Spirit stones. OK/cancel. Modify Nightmare Charm's intimacy. 10 million Holy Spirit stones for every 5 points of intimacy. OK/cancel. Ha! It's surprisingly cheap to change your intimacy? Why does it cost so much to change the others? Master Unity, you're a pitiful man as always. System? Originally, Yang was planning to spend Holy Spirit stones to modify potential threats like Ling Xie and Nanfeng into his subordinates. After all, 50 billion Holy Spirit stones were in hand, and with Holy Spirit stones, one was capricious. However, today, Ling Xie unexpectedly did not attend the opening of the 10,000 Clans Congress, which made Yang a bit difficult. After all, if one wanted to use the system to modify the other party's attributes, the most basic condition was that the other party needed to be in one's line of sight. The thought of Nanfeng signing a master-servant contract with Ling Xie, and being imprinted with the phantom demon slave tattoo by him, if he rashly changed her attributes, Ling Xie might be alerted, causing him to hide in the shadows and never show his face again. Yang turned around and chose the most cost-effective option. Master Unity, modify Nightmare Mist's intimacy to 100. 200 million Holy Ghost stones are needed to change Nightmare Charm's intimacy to 100. OK/cancel. OK. Before Yang could finish his words, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding. Friendly reminder. Directly modify the proximity of the object that can be returned to 100. This system will not reward the host extra. Bridge bean sacks. Bridge bean sacks. Cancel it. Cancel it. Just change it to 95. Modifying Nightmare Charm's density to 95 requires 190 million Holy Spirit stones. OK. After doing so, Yang wore a rakish smile and once again absently dropped his eyes on the Nanfeng. Tonight at the stroke of dawn, outside the Meteor Spirit Valley, hidden stream, a reminder. When Nanfeng heard Yang's voice transmission, her petite body trembled violently again. She bit her lower lip, a gleam of hope in her beautiful eyes. When her eyes were once again filled with Yang's immortal figure, Nanfeng's heart fluttered. Strange. What's happening to me? What's with this body's desire for the opposite sex? Could it be that taking over the body of a human will cause my Yuanshan to humanize and in turn, like the human race? Nanfeng thought this in his mind, but didn't overly care. After all, she had already given up her abyssal evil compound's physical body and had chosen to be a human being instead. It's normal to have humanity. Nanfeng slightly tilted her head and lightly tossed her cloud-like hair, a few strands of broken hair sliding down. She stretched out her white fingers and gently clamped the broken hair behind her ear, showing her soft and charming flavor between her movements. A smirk quietly surfaced on the charming, moving and vaguely evil pretty face. Despite being by Ling Xie's side for the past few years and being subjected to 100 humiliations as well as countless slaps from him. However, according to the words of the human race, this human body of his own was still clean and virginal. Perhaps this body could be a card to approach Yang. If Yang looks at this body and dedicates himself to him, he will be able to double cultivate with it. With that unique dual cultivation method of the abyssal evil compass race, he might be able to win his favor and thus gain his shelter and help. In this way, not only would he be able to break free from Ling Xie's control, but he would also be able to find a free world on this Xian demon continent. Thinking about this, Nanfeng nodded slightly and softly transmitted his voice. Your Imperial Highness, Nanfeng will definitely be on time for the appointment. At this moment, the 10,000 sect assembly was still going on enthusiastically, with cheers and applause coming from the stage. But both Nanfeng and Yang were not interested in paying attention to this, each with their own thoughts, waiting for the night to fall. Hua Ruoshi, who was sitting in the main seat of the viewing platform, inadvertently swept her gaze in the direction where Yang and Nanfeng were. This sweeping, but she was shocked, only to see the vague interaction between Yang and Nanfeng, the meeting of eyes, the subtle changes in expression, all of which she had caught in her eyes. Hua Ruoshi couldn't help but slightly knit her moth brows, her heart filled with suspicion. Xian Tian sect and soul-devouring demon palace are not hostile relations. Well, they are? There's something fishy. There must be something untold between them. Thinking of this, she motionlessly operated her aura and offered a trace of extremely hidden divine sense to quietly probe towards Nanfeng. However, as soon as her divine sense touched Nanfeng, Hua Ruoshi frowned furiously. A strong and bizarrely evil aura came over her, and in this aura, there was also a flavor that flooded her with loathing from the bottom of her heart. Hua Ruoshi's heart fluttered. She had never felt such a strange and sickening aura before. What in the world is Emperor Zun up to? He wouldn't have failed to notice the strangeness of this demoness. Would he? Or is Emperor Zun not satisfied with the delicacies around him and wants to try an alternative flavor? Hua Ruoshi secretly pondered, and between her beautiful eyes, she seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. On the viewing platform, among the positions of the battle sex crowd, War Timothy's eyes were always fixed on Yang, and she likewise noticed the eye contact between Yang and Nanfeng. She instantly changed her face, her small mouth flickering slightly as a hint of sulkiness rose on her pretty face. Humph. Scum. Last night, he had a private meeting with Zhongli that and today, he has taken aim at the demoness of the soul-devouring demon palace. She clenched her fists tightly, the veins on the backs of her hands bulging slightly, her eyes glittering with resentment and jealousy. What, am I not better than them? Why can't you look at me more? Am I not beautiful enough? Or not fit enough? Or not big enough boobs? Thinking of this, War Timothy's heart was like a bottle of 5 flavors had been overturned, with all kinds of flavors intertwined. The more she thought about it, the more angry War Timothy became. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she glared fiercely at Yang, as if she wanted to poke several holes in him with her eyes. But then she had to admit that she still had a trace of unbreakable affection for Yang in her heart. At this moment, the big warm hand that had been there suddenly gripped onto War Timothy's small white hand, and then pinched it slightly harder. Timothy, don't disgrace the battle sect. After saying that, Battle Surprise gave Battle Timothy a gentle look and then transmitted his voice. Bear with me a little longer. Brother, in a few days, I will definitely catch Yang here for you. Chapter 162. The mountains are not aligned with the sky and the earth, but dare to dissolve with the monarch. The red tape of the 10,000 Clans Congress is quite extensive. A lengthy and complicated ceremony slowly progressed amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. Until near midday, the high sun had quietly climbed to mid-air. It was only in a solemn atmosphere that Gongsun Wudi officially announced the opening of the curtain of the conference with his majestic and high-pitched voice. Everyone's gazes, in unison, focused on the 5 light doors at the edge of the high platform, as well as the 5 stone pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes. Each light door corresponded to 5 realms starting from the foundation establishment stage, and connected behind the light doors was the mysterious secret realm of the great competition trials, and those 5 stone pillars, on which the names and points of the top 50 disciples would be displayed, carried their dreams and honor. With a resounding bell, the trial officially kicked off the battle. On the Xian Tian sect side, there was a scene of fighting spirit. Lei Wanjun and Shi Hao, as the best amongst the foundation establishment stage disciples, stood at the front of the group unreservedly. Clustered behind them was a group of equally outstanding foundation establishment stage disciples, who stood in a tight formation, their gazes fixed on the light door in front of them like torches. The disciples brought here by the Xian Tian sect to participate in the Jiedan stage competition were the largest in number, numbering in the thousands. However, from the Yuaning stage onwards, the number of people gradually decreased. Ice Spirit Immortal Luningshuan led a group of about 100 people at the Yuaning stage. and Emojogu led a group of nearly 100 people at the spirit transformation stage. There were even fewer void refining stages like Bailey Bing and Xiaoho Chen, with less than 30 people. At this moment, they were fully loaded and ready to go, and everyone's eyes fell on Xian Gue Immortal Guli, waiting for her orders. Guli looked resolute as he swept his gaze over each and every disciple of the sect, then raised his arms in the air. The 10,000 Clans Assembly is a stage for the Xian Heavenly Clan to display its strength, and it's an opportunity for you to prove yourselves. You are the pride of the clan, and even more so, the future of the clan. Heaven blesses my Xian Tian sacred sect. As soon as Gu Li's words fell, Lei Wanjun pulled his voice out and shouted with fervor, Heaven blesses my Xian Tian sacred sect. The rest of the group clenched their fists under their infection, revealing a look of determination. Heaven blesses my Xian Tian sacred sect. Seeing that they all seemed to be ready, Gu Li lightly spat out of her sandalwood mouth as she waved her jade hand. Depart! At the same time, the patriarchs and family heads of the remaining forces were mobilizing their own disciples. Seeing the great momentum on the Xian Tian sect's side, the crowd cast their gazes. When Ice Spirit Fairy Lu Ningxuan, Starlan Fairy Yu Qingchen, and Bailey Bing, who had caused the heaven and earth anomaly a few days ago, appeared in the Xian Tian sect's team, there was a lot of talk around. What does Xian Tian sect think? How dangerous is the trial of the 10,000 sect assembly? Aren't they afraid that these heavenly prides will die here? Yes, Fairy Ice Spirit and Fairy Starland. Those are both reputable geniuses. Humph. Maybe the Xian heavenly sect is too conceited, thinking that with these heavenly prides they can dominate at the 10,000 sect conference. Just as the crowd was hotly debating, the direction of the soul-devouring demon palace was surrounded by demonic aura. One could only see a group of devil cultivators dressed in black robes with a bizarre aura around them rise up into the air. At the head of the group was the demon palace's young palace master, Blood Fiend, who was tall and cold-faced, with a pair of blood-red eyes that were filled with unbridled bravado. The corners of Bloodshed's mouth hooked up into an evil smile as he scanned the surrounding crowd, as if all the people present were ants. The Devil Palace cultivators behind him also all looked arrogant and unimpressed, letting out loud laughter recklessly. The laughter was sharp and ear-piercing, like the cry of a night lord, and it was creepy. They intentionally or unintentionally glanced in the direction of the Xian Tian sect, their eyes full of provocation and disdain, and the evil smiles at the corners of their mouths increased. This action, once again, caused a murmur of comments from those around them. I didn't expect the soul-devouring demon palace to have the young palace master Blood Fiend personally land on the field. This time there's something to see. The soul-devouring demon palace's people are still so overbearing and arrogant. It seems like the Xian Tian sect is going to suffer. Righteousness and devilry are not mutually exclusive. I support the Xian Tian sect with my real name. Brother. Then what is your name? And which clan or family are you from? Are you deaf? I did not say that my name is real name. Ouch. Who stepped on the horse to stone me? In the face of the crowd's comments, the soul-devouring demon palace's demonic cultivators turned a deaf ear, and their wild demeanor was on display. Bloodshed fiercely waved his big hand and shouted arrogantly with a face full of disdain. Good and evil are not two sides of the same coin? It's just a pile of garbage. Let's go. Enter the secret realm first. Turn around and show this group of so-called righteous people who was the master of this 10,000 clans assembly. After he said that, he was like a leading vicious wolf, leading a group of devil cultivators with demonic aura around them, surging towards the light door like a black torrent. The moment he was about to step into the door of light, Bloodshed looked like he remembered something. He jerked his head back, his gaze landing on Lu Ningxuan, and he flashed a smile full of deep meaning in her direction. There was both a threat and a seeming reminder in that smile. When Lu Ningxuan saw Bloodshed smile, her heart suddenly turned over like a river. Her icy face instantly turned white, her hands unconsciously trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with entanglement and fear. In the past few days, Ling Xia had contacted Lu Ningxuan once in secret. He used Lu Ningxuan's mother's life as a threat to force her to betray the Xian Heavenly Sect after the start of the 10,000 Sect Congress. If she didn't follow Ling Xia's request, her mother's life would surely be in jeopardy. But how could she bear to betray the Xian Tian sect, which treated her like a relative? She was biting her lower lip so tightly that she had a trace of blood on her lip, and her eyes were filled with pain and confusion, as if she didn't know where to go from here. At that moment, a large, warm, strong hand rested tenderly on her shoulder. Lu Ningxuan was slightly stunned, and when she turned her head, she saw Yang's face with concern. Yang with a smile came to her ears. Low voice, gentle as a breeze in spring, slowly brushed her heart. It's almost ready. Any more acting will be overdone. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Ningxuan faintly and imperceptibly rewarded Yang with a blank stare. She pressed her voice and pouted in a small voice. Aren't you afraid that I'll fake it and go to the soul-devouring demon palace and not come back? The corners of Yang's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he similarly lowered his voice in response. Do not come back good wow. Do not come back good. For the master to have time to collect a few more beautiful as a flower disciple. Ouch. Pain. What are you doing? Lu Ningxuan let out a light grunt, twisting on the soft flesh of Yang's waist at an angle unseen by outsiders. Feigning anger. Don't you dare. Are you busy? Yang was confident, revealing a smile that only Lu Ningxuan understood, and continued. Master is blessed with the harmonious ultimate bliss plus. Lu Ningxuan secretly spat, and when she remembered that time when the four of them were together, her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red, and her hands added strength. Hiss okay, stop wringing your hands. If you do it again you're going to get caught. After Yang saw a few times, he suddenly put on a solemn expression and said solemnly, Frost, if it's not possible, don't force yourself. Lu Ningxuan's eyes flinched as she interrupted him, then said with a firm tone, No. For your sake. For mother's sake. All these things need to be done by me. Immediately, she turned to smile, and in the eyes of the crowd of Xian Tian sect disciples who were astonished, she gently imprinted on the side of Yang's face. I want to know the king for a long time. The mountains have no mountains. The rivers are exhausted. Winter thunder vibrates. Summer rain snows. Heaven and earth are united. And I dare to break with you. Chapter 163, A surprising change in the assembly. Half past midnight. The hidden stream was shrouded in thick night color, and all was silent, except for the sound of the babbling brook that echoed lazily in the stillness. Nan Feng came here early. A scarlet-colored gauze dress fit tightly around her body, the thin, cicada-like material barely covering the hidden skin. Between every move, there was endless charm. Her neckline was open extremely low, showing off just the right amount of her proud curves. Slender legs were hidden under the high-split hemline, like they were performing a deadly seduction. A black sash with exotic gems was tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist even more. On the carefully combed hair bun, several chicly shaped gold hairpins were inserted, and the hanging tassels swayed gently with her movements, adding a bit more charm. A pair of eyes looked like they had been enchanted, glittering seductively under the moonlight. The ends of the eyes were slightly raised, and between sweeps, they could make one's heart beat steeply faster. The lips were painted a bright vermilion, as delicate and dangerous as a rose blooming in the dark night. But underneath this extreme sexy sultriness, Nan Feng's heart was filled with apprehension. Why hasn't Emperor Zun come yet? He wouldn't have missed his appointment, would he? Nan Feng paced back and forth by the stream, looking at the entrance to the hidden stream every now and then. The mind is both looking forward to Jan's arrival and fearing that it's all just an illusion. He himself was merely a humble earthy mortal realm compassionate empress, and one whose clan had been exterminated. Would an Emperor realm cultivator really unlock the charm pattern and master-servant contract for himself? Moreover, he is now no longer the body of the abyssal evil compass. Theoretically speaking, he is already a human race. In today's 10,000 realms, there are no more great emperors in the human race. If it wasn't for some of the veteran paragon emperors struggling to hold on, I'm afraid that the human race would have ended up being exterminated just like themselves. Nan Feng took a deep breath and then sighed out helplessly. Let's hope that this mysterious emperor will like this body of mine right now. She murmured this in a low voice, looking forlorn. After all, Nan Feng felt that the original body of her abyssal compass queen was far more beautiful than this human body by 1,000 times. Only the original body with infinite possibilities could attract the emperor's favor. When he thought of this, a strong look of resentment appeared on Nan Feng's pretty face. On the viewing platform today, she instantly recognized the immortal sword that had injured her. If it wasn't for the fact that that woman seemed to have an unusual relationship with Emperor Zun, Nan Feng couldn't wait to immediately rush forward and kill her on the spot. If it wasn't for that immortal sword, one wouldn't have needed the Yuanshan to take over Nan Feng's body at all. However, there are not so many ifs in the world. The reality is cruel. Nan Feng's heart died the moment he offered his Yuanshan brand. At the thought of being compelled by the desire to survive and signing a master-servant contract with Ling Xie, Nan Feng's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The humiliation and beating she had suffered at his side over the years haunted her like a nightmare. She desperately longed to get rid of Ling Xie's control and be free, but there was nothing she could do about it. Until today, when he locked eyes with Emperor Zun, Nan Feng's heart, which had long been dead, seemed to come alive again. Even though Nan Feng knew that the claim she made was abrupt, she still pinned all her hopes on Yang. But this feeling of putting her fate in the hands of another person filled her heart with unease. It's half an hour past midnight. Is he playing with my feelings? Or is he already here, just watching me from the sidelines, testing my patience? All sorts of thoughts continued to intertwine in Nan Feng's mind, causing her heart to become more and more flustered. However, despite her apprehension, she chose to stay, because at this moment, Nan Feng had no other way to retreat, and could only make a lone bet, betting his fate on Yang. In the meantime, inside the Xian sex compound in Meteor Spirit Valley, the atmosphere was horribly oppressive. The air seemed to freeze, and anxiety and anger were written all over the faces of the Xian sect members present. This is simply bullying. Yu Hui, the peak master of Sunset Peak, slammed the table so violently that the teacups on the table jumped from the shock. The Battle Sect, the Gongsun family, and the soul-devouring Demon Palace are truly wolves. I'll go to the Gongsun family residence and find them to make a claim. With that, he turned around and was about to head out the door. Unbridled, Guli gave a heavy cold snort and with a clang, the 5 elements returning sword came out of its sheath. The blade of the sword exuded a compelling chill as it hung in front of the gate, stopping a crowd of angry people in their tracks. Yang rushed forward to block, pulling Yu Hui's arm in one hand. Aren't you going to throw yourself into a trap? Since they dared to make a move, they must have prepared for it, perhaps waiting for us to act on impulse. Yu Hui was so anxious that his face turned red, and his eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire as he shook off Yang's hand with all his might and pointed at his nose angrily. So we're just going to wait? Watching our disciples die in the secret realm? Seeing that Yu Hui and the others were stopped, Guli knitted her eyebrows, and the supreme pressure of the 7th level of the ferrying stage instantly filled the area. Peak Master Yu, Elder Yang is right. Impulsiveness won't solve the problem. From ancient times, the rules of the 10,000 clans assembly are such that no one has ever said that the 3 of them can't join forces. The other Peak Master said with a frown of worry. This time, the 3 forces have joined forces and are clearly prepared. Their purpose is definitely not just to suppress us in the trial mysteries. There might be a bigger plot behind it. When Yu Hui heard this, he was still unwilling in his heart. No matter what plot they have, we can't just sit back and wait for them to die. I don't believe that we, with so many people from the Xian sect, are still afraid of them? Yang pondered for a moment, then whirled around and exchanged a look with Guli before saying in a calm voice, Peak Master Yu, of course we won't be afraid, but we can't act blindly either. Since it's a blood debt, they must pay it back in blood. How do I pay it back? Yu Hui glared angrily as he pointed at Yang, and then pointed at the light screen in the room, and said with righteous indignation, more than half of the Foundation establishment stage are dead or injured. Less than 100 people are left at the Jiedan stage, and even the Transformation God and Refined Void stages. The latter words, Yu Hui didn't say down because it was just too tragic. The disciples of the Xian sect who participated in the 10,000 sect assembly this time had already died and injured more than half of them in just less than a day's time. However, at this time, the scene in the light curtain of the Yuaning stage secret realm was so tragic that it was heartbreaking. Lu Ningxuan was holding the split ice sword, the cold light of the sword flashing and the ghostly light around her body, just like a killing god crawling out from hell. At her feet were the corpses of the battle sect's disciples, as well as the bodies of the Gongsun family's children. However, more than that, it was the corpses of the Xian sect's Yuaning stage disciples. The blood gathered into a small stream that snaked around her feet. Steeply, Lu Ningxuan's pretty face that was splattered with blood suddenly smiled. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, die. You all deserve to die. The last Xian sect Yuaning stage disciple collapsed to the ground, his face filled with fear and despair. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his hands lifted up feebly as he begged for mercy from Lu Ningxuan. Senior Sister Lu, please, let me go. I still have elderly parents at home. They are still waiting for me to return. Lu Ningxuan's willow eyebrows rose up, and her beautiful eyes were filled with cold killing intent as she snorted disdainfully. Humph, Senior Sister Lu? You are also worthy to call this demoness your senior sister? After she said that, she flipped her wrist, and the split ice sword carried a biting cold aura as it stabbed straight at that disciple's chest. That disciple's pupils suddenly shrunk, wanting to dodge but no longer able to do so. He could only let out a desperate scream. As the split ice sword didn't enter his body, his voice came to an abrupt end and his body slowly collapsed, blood gurgling out from the wound and spreading on the ground. The moment Lu Ningxuan drew her sword, a black shadow flashed like a ghost, and it was none other than the soul-devouring Demon Palace's blood fiend and the rest of the disciples. He let out a jagged, strange laugh, the sound echoing in the bloody space. Senior Sister is really good at this, worthy of being the daughter of the Demon Lord. Lu Ningxuan gently shook off the drops of blood on her sword with a cold expression. When she saw that bloodshed was looking at her with a hint of lust and greed in his eyes, a hint of contempt flashed across her pretty face, and she said in an icy tone, "Put away your eyes. If it happens again, I don't mind killing you." Bloodshed's eyes flinched as he subconsciously averted his gaze from Lu Ningxuan. The hand hidden in his wide-sleeve robe couldn't help but clench into a fist as he took a deep breath to calm the indignation in his heart. Immediately after that, Bloodthirsty licked his lips, scanned around the corpses on the ground, and said with a face full of scorn, "What Lord Demon means?" Lu Ningxuan frowned slightly, a trace of impatience flashed in her eyes, and she said in a cold tone, Cut the crap. It's just killing people. Bloodshed spared her a glance, the corner of his mouth curving up in disdain. Demon Lord Ling Xie is also nothing more than a dog of the Demon Palace. After this matter is over, when we return to the Demon Palace, this young palace master will definitely strip you naked and let you take pleasure in my crotch. Chapter 164, Xiantian Order. This scene in the Yuaning stage secret realm shocked everyone in the Xiantian sect and caused the other forces to suck in a breath of cold air. Inside the Xiantian sect's compound, the air seemed to have been drained in an instant, and everyone stood frozen on the spot, disbelief written all over their faces. Their eyes were wide open at the moment, their eyes filled with confusion and anger. How is this possible? How could Ningxuang her be the daughter of a demon honor? An elder's voice trembled and his eyes reddened. How could he not connect Lu Ningxuang with this cold and ruthless demoness who killed her fellow disciples in front of him? It's amazing how we've all been fooled by her all these years. The other elder clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with rage in his eyes. Not only the disciples of the Xiantian sect, there was also an uproar within the other forces' quarters. I didn't expect that. The titular ice spirit fairy is actually a devil seed hiding in the shadows. The Xian heavenly sect has really lost face this time. The genius that has been cultivated for many years is actually the enemy's mole. This Lu Ningxuang's heart is so deep. All these years of icy clean appearance. I'm afraid that all of them are feigned. The crowd exchanged words, their gazes filled with shock and sighs, and there was a hint of gloating in their eyes as they looked toward the Xiantian sect's compound. And at this moment in the Xiantian sect's compound, Guli's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, but her eyes were as calm as water. Even though what Lu Ningxuang had just done was all a scene that several of them had planned in advance, but these peak masters and elders of the Xiantian sect who were present did not know about it. In order to make the play realistic, Guli's 7th level of the ferrying stage's pressure unconsciously overflowed in all directions, and it was as if the air around him was distorted by this powerful force. Clang! The 5 elements returning sword steeply emitted a sharp sword sound. With a flash of cold light, the sharp sword was instantly on Yang's neck, and the cold touch caused him to tremble slightly. Yang! Guli gritted his teeth and said word by word, his voice dripping with bone-chilling coldness. If you don't give my father an explanation today, then don't blame my father for disregarding the 1,000 years of master-disciple love between you and me. At this moment, her eyes were full of questioning and anger, as if she wanted to see through Yang. Yu Hui was even more furious that he couldn't stop trembling. He was like an enraged beast, violently kicking over the table beside him. Yang, you deserve to die. As Lu Ningxuang's master, Yang had failed to notice that she was a spy of the soul-devouring demon palace, and in the eyes of the crowd, he naturally could not absolve himself of the blame. In the face of the crowd like a surging tide of accusations, even if Yang has the best eloquence, in front of this established cruel fact, any explanation seems so pale and powerless. It was as if trying to hold back a raging flood with a thin sheet of paper would only result in being mercilessly swept away. Yang hung his head low, letting the blade of the sword at his neck emit a cold chill, and letting the accusations around him drown him out like a raging wave. He pursed his lips, the corners of his mouth drooping slightly, and the look on his face was one of deep helplessness and despondency. Since it's an act, of course it's going to be an acting extravaganza. His hands hung feebly at his sides, his fingers curling slightly as if he were trying to grasp something, only to let go in vain. He stood quietly, his eyes lowered in a painful struggle and deep remorse. Say something. Are you dumb? Gu Li's voice drew up, his eyes full of feigned anger. The jade hand trembled violently, and the arm that held the 5 elements returning sword was slightly inflamed, making a furious appearance. Out of the corner of her eye, Yang glimpsed Gu Li's subtle hints and understood, appropriately tilting her head slightly sideways to match Gu Li's movements. Seeing only a flash of cold light, the blade of the 5 elements returning sword appeared to be ferociously rubbing over his neck, but in fact, the strength was precisely pinpointed, only gently cutting through the epidermis. Crimson beads of blood seeped out instantly, like a string of fine rubies, slowly sliding down his neck, haloing a small patch of striking red at the collar of his shirt. Shocking to look at. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone around was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. The peak masters and elders of the Xiantian sect had their gazes locked onto Yang and Gu Li, completely unaware that this was just a well-choreographed drama. Several female elders rushed forward to tug Gu Li aside. Taishan elder, you should calm down first. You can't blame Elder Yang for all of this. You can only blame that Lu Ningxuan for acting too well. However, Yu Hui was unforgiving and took a few steps forward, reaching out and pointing at Yang, the anger on his face not diminished in the slightest. Humph, even if Lu Ningxuan's acting skills are good, Yang, as her master, lived with her night and day and didn't even realize it. How can she be exempted from this crime of dereliction of duty? If we don't punish them today, how can we convince them in the future? Another skinny elder stood out, his eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character, and his eyes were filled with disappointment as he looked at Yang. The matter is important. Many disciples' lives were lost at the hands of Lu Ningxuang. You have to give everyone an explanation. Another elder chimed in. That's right, the 10,000 clans assembly is still going on. If this matter is not handled properly, where is the majesty of my Xian heavenly clan? For a while, the crowd had a word for each other. There were those who accused Yang and those who spoke out in defense. The scene was noisy and the atmosphere was tense with swords. Enough! Guli let out a cold whistle that shook the air around him slightly, instantly interrupting the crowd's intense arm wrestling. In an instant, there was a dead silence in the compound. Everyone was shocked by the sudden cold whistle, and their eyes focused on Guli in unison. The shocking D-Land rose and fell violently, and her eyebrows went up, as she coldly scanned the crowd, then slowly opened her mouth. One word at a time. Yang, as Lu Ningxuang's master, was oblivious to his identity, causing my Xian heavenly sect to suffer heavy losses, an unforgivable offense. After saying that, she turned around violently and looked at Yang. The complexity in her eyes flickered and was immediately replaced by determination. Yang, from today onwards, you are no longer a member of my Xian Tian sect, and I, Guli, am no longer your master. As the words came out of his mouth, Yang froze in his tracks. Drama. There is no such play in the script. Why do you add to your own drama? It's good to be able to fool this group of peak masters and elders. There's no need to break the relationship between master and disciple. However, it's all played out to this point, so Yang just has to be clinical. Yang's figure trembled slightly as he slowly raised his head, a trace of pain and reluctance flashing in his eyes. Mastermind. Yang's voice was hoarse, with a hint of choking. My disciple has failed your teachings and the trust of the sect, and is willing to accept this punishment. Guli turned her head away from him, no longer looking at him, her hands clenched into fists, obviously trying her best to enact the drama of suppressing her inner emotions. This room was quiet for a long time until Guli opened his mouth, breaking the calm. From now on, you will have nothing more to do with my Xian Tian sect. If you set foot in the Xian Tian sect again, don't blame me for disregarding past love. Yang slowly got up, his figure falling as he took a deep look at everything familiar around him, and then he turned around and walked towards the outside of the compound with heavy feet. Guli looked at Yang's departing back, a trace of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Immediately, he took a deep breath and turned around, his gaze coldly scanning all the peak masters and elders present. Gentlemen, in my capacity as acting patriarch, I issue the Xian Tian order. She stuttered, each word like a heavy hammer, hitting the crowd hard in the heart. Lu Ningxuang's brutal murder of my Xian heavenly sacred sect's disciples is a heinous and unforgivable crime, effective immediately, no matter who. If you can kill Lu Ningxuang, this seat will reward you with a spiritual treasure. The entire room was shocked at this statement. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, their faces filled with surprise and shock. The last time the Xian heaven order was offered, it was still before true man diffractive heaven had yet to ascend, offering a bounty to Ling Xia. I didn't expect that after so many years, the Xian Tian order reappeared on the continent. Using a spiritual treasure as a reward was undoubtedly the highest forced reward in the Xian demon continent. Possessing a spiritual treasure, a cultivator's strength will be greatly enhanced, and he or she will be able to have a few more points of protection on the path of cultivation. Supreme Elder, is this true? A peak master couldn't help but ask out loud, a blazing light flashing in his eyes. Naturally true. Guli's expression was grave and his gaze was firm. Once this order is given, it will never be taken back. My Xian heavenly sect will definitely make this traitor pay a painful price to console the spirits of the dead disciples in heaven. After saying that, Guli tightened his grip on the five elements returning sword and pointed the sword at Ask the Heavens. A multicolored sword aura illuminated the entire Meteor Spirit Valley. Chapter 165, This Emperor wants to see your sincerity. The Xian heavenly order appeared at first sight over the Meteor Spirit Valley, sensationalizing all the forces participating in the 10,000 Clans Congress. This is the Xian Tian sect's Xian Tian order. The soul-devouring demon palace seems to have gotten a bargain this time, but in reality, they have lost even more. Jia. I can't imagine that the Xian heavenly sect would even promise a spiritual treasure as a reward for killing a Yuaning stage cultivator. The cultivators chimed in, their faces all showing a look of eagerness and determination to win. That one gaze was like a hungry wolf staring at its prey, deadlocked on Lu Ningxuang's body in the light curtain. It was as if she was already a piece of lamb to the slaughter. On the contrary, the atmosphere of the soul-devouring demon palace's compound was very different, so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. The two generals on the left and right were sitting opposite each other at the moment, their faces as heavy as frost. The left general was frowning tightly at the moment, the wrinkles on his forehead twisted into a Chuan character, only to see him stand up violently and slam his hands on the table with force. With a loud bang, The tea set on the table was shaken to pieces, and pieces of broken porcelain flew everywhere. This Xian heavenly sect, it's simply too deceitful. It dares to sacrifice the Xian heavenly order against our witch. The low voice was tinged with anger, like dull thunder echoing through the room. The right general was also full of anxiety at the moment. He paced rapidly back and forth in the room, the soles of his shoes making a rustling sound as they rubbed against the ground, his mouth chattering. This is big trouble. Those people are greedy for spiritual treasures and will definitely do whatever they can. Once our witch comes out of the secret realm, we will definitely be surrounded by them. How can this be? The left general no longer hesitated and quickly pulled out the summoning jade disc from his bosom. Left General, Lord Demon. The Xian Tian sect has issued the Xian Tian order in a vain attempt to kill the demoness. Outside of Meteor Spirit Valley. Hidden Stream. ZZ time has long passed a long time. Hidden Stream is still thick as ink night color tightly wrapped. The sound of the babbling brook echoed lazily in the silence, and each sound felt like it was knocking on the tip of Nan Feng's heart. Nan Feng had been pacing back and forth by the stream for who knows how long, not even noticing Guli offering the Xian Tian order. The scarlet gauze gently fluttered in the night breeze, and her body trembled slightly under the thin, cicada-like material. I don't know if it's because of the coolness of the night or the inner torment. The gold pin on her hair bun swayed gently with her movements, and her tassel hung listlessly, no longer as charming as when she first saw it. Her eyes, which had originally sparkled with a seductive light, were now filled with gloom and despair. He's not coming. I'm such a fool. How can I put my hopes on a strange emperor? Nan Feng muttered, a sob in his voice. She remembered what had happened to her over the years, the pain of being exterminated, the days when she was humiliated and beaten by Ling Xie, and the glimmer of hope that she had managed to ignite was now about to be dashed. I should not have had the luxury of hope, from the abyssal compulsion after being reduced to this appearance now. And how could there be an emperor willing to help me? Her eyes were red, tears welling up in her eyes but stubbornly refusing to fall. Just as she was filled with despair and was about to turn and leave with a false step, a breeze gently brushed by, bringing up a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation if any. Nan Feng's figure froze violently as she slowly turned her head, her gaze looking towards the entrance of the hidden stream. Only a figure slowly emerged. Nan Feng's breath caught in an instant. Her eyes widened. A trace of disbelief first flashed in her eyes, and immediately afterward, the fire of hope was rekindled in those dull eyes. He really came? Her lips quivered slightly, her voice so small it was barely audible. The despair in his heart receded like a tidal wave and was replaced by an unspeakable surprise and excitement. He's not lying to me, he's really here. At this moment, she felt as if she had grabbed a lifeline. All the aggression, fear, and uneasiness were turned into the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery the moment she saw Yang stepped into the hidden creek stream and caught a glimpse of the south wind at the edge of the stream. Seeing her look of despair to the extreme and then instantly filled with ecstasy, her heart was puzzled. He subconsciously raised his eyes to look at the sky. Well, almost an hour late. It's no wonder she's so. From Nan Feng's previous bold gesture of goodwill on the viewing platform, to this undisguised emotional ups and downs at this moment in Hidden Stream, Yang felt more and more that the simplicity of this former abyssal compass queen was a bit beyond imagination. She was very different from humans. Humans act, always accustomed to bending, first take great pains to befriend you, and I, false and subtle, cultivate the so-called friendship, and only then do they carefully throw out the olive branch of cooperation, beating around the bush to articulate their needs, and whispering for help. But she was different. She acted in a straightforward manner, so direct that it bordered on recklessness, like an untouched blade. It was sharp and had nothing to hide. Yang looked up and down at Nan Feng. The extremely seductive dress and delicate and charming makeup, but it was very attractive. With a hint of pity at the corner of his mouth, he shook his head slightly. If only she wasn't the abyssal compulsion queen, a human. With this in mind, Yang discarded the distractions in his mind and turned to her with a smile, slowly walking towards her. Nan Feng saw Yang walking towards her. Her heart was both shocked and delighted. She no longer dared to stay quiet and wait in place. A pair of bare feet tapped on the cobblestones at the edge of the stream and trotted in Yang's direction. The night wind blew, and the scarlet-red veil on her body that was as thin as a cicada's wing fluttered recklessly. The sarong clung to her petite body in full view. Flatty nearby bounced up and down with her steps, unusually eye-catching, each step carrying an unspeakable allure. Even though Yang Huan knew in his heart that she was the abyssal compulsion queen, she was essentially nothing more than a worm. But the sight before her at the moment was a solidly attractive human woman. He narrowed his eyes slightly, an imperceptible glint in his eyes. If only she were a person. Emperor, you're finally here. Nan Feng ran to Yang, a pair of jade hands behind her back, the upper half of her body leaning forward, a hint of trembling in her voice. There was both the aggravation of having waited and the elation of seeing him. She tilted her head up and looked at Yang, the moonlight spilling over her face. The delicate and colorful vermilion lips were slightly open, as if they had 1,000 words to say, but they were so nervous that they didn't know where to start. Yang's eyes avoided Nanfang's gully that looked like an abyss and locked eyes with her. With a calm expression but with the pressure of a superior, he asked in a condescending manner, "What do I get if I help you with the bindings of Ling Xie?" When Nanfeng heard this, he first froze, and his mind instantly went blank. She knew in her heart that she didn't have anything to offer that could repay this emperor in front of her. Precious mantras? She doesn't have any. A rare elixir? Even more extravagant. But when she thought of the miserable life of continuing to be controlled by Ling Xie, the desire for freedom overwhelmed her like a raging tide. Right at this moment of panic and helplessness, she suddenly remembered those singing and dancing girls in the soul-devouring demon palace. They always used flirtatious gestures to curry favor with Ling Xie, and they also always managed to get Ling Xie to reward them in return. Thus, Nanfang's heart crossed, her jade hand gently raised, her fingertips trembling slightly, with a hint of tentativeness, gently resting on Yang's arm. Her body slowly approached, the scarlet tool gently rubbing against Yang's shirt, and if anything, the aroma lingered between them. She tilted her head, her eyes flowing, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and her voice was soft, with a few pouts. "Emperor, although Nanfeng doesn't have any exotic treasures, he will definitely serve you wholeheartedly in the future." As she said that, her hand slowly traveled up Yang's arm, while her other hand gently tugged at the corner of Yang's shirt. The whole person looked like she wanted to be embedded in his arms, her soft body twisting slightly, trying to use this seductive movement to make Yang Huan's heart move. Yang frowned imperceptibly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Just as Nanfang's hand was about to climb onto his shoulder, Yang mercilessly pushed her away. Nanfeng was pushed by this force and stumbled backward 2 steps, almost falling. She steadied herself and looked at Yang with disbelief written all over her eyes. "Emperor." The slightly upturned tails of her eyes were full of sorrow at the moment. "Why?" Yang's expression was cold and his voice was low. "You think this emperor lacks women?" He stared tightly at Nanfeng, took a big step forward, and his 3 fingers instantly cupped her chin, lifting her pretty face with force. "If you really want this emperor to help you, show some sincerity." Chapter 166, You Dare to Lie to Me. Suffer death. "Emperor, Emperor, since you don't like this body of Nanfeng." Nanfeng's beautiful eyes surged with a layer of fog, and her voice unconsciously took on a sobbing tone. Aggrieved and helpless at this moment, her hands subconsciously gripped her scarlet-colored sari, as if searching for a hint of security. Her mind was in turmoil, desperately trying to think of what else she could really come up with. Precious treasures that she had long ago scavenged in the days when she was under the control of Ling Xie. Rare feats, and the feats she cultivated as an abyssal compass queen wouldn't even make it into this emperor's eyes. There really isn't anything else in Southwind. Her voice trembled, almost a wail of despair. "Please, please save me. As long as I can get rid of Ling Xie, I'll do anything I want." Her legs went limp, and she directly knelt down in front of Yang, her hands tightly hugging his legs, her body unable to stop trembling. Yang looked down at Nanfeng, who was kneeling at his feet, his expression still cold. He didn't say anything right away, just looked at her quietly, as if waiting for something. "Emperor." Nanfeng raised her head and looked at Yang with teary eyes. "I know that my identity gives you pause, but I really mean no harm. I just want to live and be free." Her voice got lower and lower, and finally she almost mumbled. Yang was silent for a long time before he finally spoke slowly. "As the infamous Abyssal Evil Compulsion Clan, you are also the Abyssal Compulsion Queen, and it seems that you are still underage. After agreeing to meet with Nanfeng tonight?" Yang immediately bought a copy of the Record of the Clans of the Heavens in the System Mall to refresh himself. The Record of the Clans of the Heavens is a booklet that records the history of all the clans of the heavens. The book showed that the Abyssal Evil Compulsion race was originally a relatively large race in the Abyssal realm. Among the Abyssal Evil Compulsion clan, the Compulsion Queen was undoubtedly the most honorable and the most evil in bizarre existence. The Abyssal Compulsion Queen was not only capable of breeding the clansmen of the Evil Compulsion clan, but also all sorts of bizarre parasitic parasites. Once parasitized by the parasitic parasites nurtured by the compassionate empress, the host's life is in the hands of the compassionate empress's whim. It was a pity that when the Abyssal Evil Compass clan was expanding its territory, it accidentally offended the strongest soul clan in the Abyss, and was tragically massacred by the other party's great emperor. According to the booklet, Nightmare Phantom was the last Abyssal Evil Compass and the last Compass Queen, and it had not yet reached adulthood and had great potential. Therefore, Yang was eager to take her in. However, when he thought that the other party's enemy was a true emperor realm, Yang's heart was shaken a little more. He needs a reason for Nanfeng to convince him. Otherwise, The risk is too great. I swear. Nanfeng raised his head violently, his eyes full of determination. As long as you help me get rid of Ling Xie, I will swear by my own divine soul, a lifetime of allegiance to His Imperial Highness. If there is any violation, the gods and souls will be destroyed. Yang's eyes moved slightly, as if touched by Nanfeng's oath. He let go of the hand cupping Nanfeng's chin and took a step back, his expression still grave. Do you know the consequences of swearing by your own soul once you break it? There was more than a hint of inquiry in his voice. And do you realize the difference between what you're doing and jumping from one pit to a bigger one? I know. Nanfeng bit her lower lip, a determined light flashing in her eyes. I have no other choice. Emperor, I would give anything to be free. Nanfeng stood up, his face not yet dry of tears, but with a look of desperation. Her hands slowly lifted up, grasping the scarlet gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wings on her body. With a crisp tearing sound, the tool was viciously torn by her, and a piece of it fluttered to the ground. The moonlight poured over her body, reflecting the vaguely glowing chimera patterns on her skin. The lines looked like they were alive, writhing treacherously and exuding an eerie aura. Nanfeng's eyes were filled with pain and unwillingness. She stretched out her fingers and gently touched that phantom demon pattern. Her voice trembled with endless resentment. Emperor, look at this slave tattoo. Ling Evil is drawing a steady stream of my life and abilities through it. Her voice grew agitated and her eyes reddened again. Once he's taken away my full power. As Nanfeng said this, the phantom demon slave patterns on her petite body flickered with a demonic light, like an evil fire that had been ignited, searing her skin. Nanfeng's face instantly turned white, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. She held her hands tightly over the flickering lines, her nails deeply embedded in her flesh, and her body trembled uncontrollably and violently, as if millions of ants were gnawing at her soul. Ah! Nanfeng hissed out in agony, his voice echoing mournfully in the hidden stream, a wail from the depths of his soul. Her legs weakened and she directly collapsed to the ground, her hands still clutching the phantom slave pattern with a death grip, as if this could stop the terrifying power from eroding. Just then, Ling Qi's cold and hoarse voice came out from the phantom demon slave tattoo. Nanfeng, do you think you can escape from the palm of my father's hand? Everything you do is under my watch and cannot escape the eyes of my father. There was a chilling gloom in the voice that echoed through the air. Even though I haven't gotten all of your powers yet, I don't mind destroying you ahead of time if you're so betrayed. Ling Xie's voice grew colder and colder, each word like a sharp ice blade. As for Yang, Emperor? Only a silly woman like you would believe he's an emperor. His tone was filled with mockery and disdain, as if everything was under his control. You think just anyone can save you? That's naive. Ling Xie's voice carried a wry, light laugh. The chess game I have laid out in this world is not something you can easily see through. As the voice echoed, the light of the phantom slave pattern on Nanfeng's body grew stronger, and Nanfeng's pain intensified. Her eyes filled with fear and despair. Yang's brows furrowed tightly as he stared at the slave lines on Nanfeng's body, his heart secretly on guard. Ling Xie's methods were truly evil, and he was able to do so through just a single slave pattern. The tactics of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil were indeed a bit unbelievable. However, hearing these words from Ling Xie, Nanfeng's face, which was originally distorted by pain, now added a few more points of hideousness and resentment. She slowly raised her head and looked at Yang, her eyes filled with burning anger. How dare you lie to me? Nanfeng hissed through clenched teeth, and his voice became shrill with anger. In her heart, Yang had been her last hope, the straw that saved her from breaking free from Ling Xie's grasp. Even though Ling Xie was a devil, her life was in his hands, and Ling Xie had absolutely no need to deceive Nanfeng. Yang is not in the emperor's realm. Ignoring the severe pain coming from the phantom slave tattoo on his body, Nanfeng fiercely rose from the ground. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a strange black mist surged around him. There was a vague figure of evil parasites writhing in that mist, carrying a pungent, fishy odor. At the expense of me wanting to swear by my own divine soul to serve you for the rest of my life. Nanfeng's eyes were almost cracked, blood covered the eyeballs. You're not an emperor at all, yet you cajoled me into thinking that I could finally get out of this hellish life. At this moment, Nanfeng was completely overwhelmed by anger and despair. She decides that Yang and Ling Xie are one and the same, or that Yang was originally approaching her on purpose, in order to play her for a fool. She recklessly lunged towards Yang, and the writhing evil parasites loomed in the black mist, launching attacks towards Yang, each one carrying a deadly poison. Die! Nanfeng growled frantically, oblivious to the possible consequences of his doing so. In her mind, there was only one thought, and that was to make this person who had deceived her pay. Her long hair flew wildly, and the tear tracks on her face had not yet dried, but were twisted with rage. Chapter 167. A cold wind blows in the valley of the falling spirit. Yang looked at Nanfeng, who had suddenly stormed out to attack. and his complexion flinched as he quickly sidestepped to avoid it. He didn't expect that a few words from Ling Xie could make Nan Feng so easily turn on him. Master Unity, did you change my affinity to a fake one? 95 points of intimacy. She's actually trying to kill me? I really believe your ghost. System? While Yam Huan mentally cursed the system, the fraud treasure pearl on his body flickered with a shimmering light. The Emperor Realm cultivation was suddenly upon him. At the same time, an ethereal zither sound rang out abruptly. Hidden in the distance, Huaruwashi was now like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Her body surrounded by fairy chi emitting a soft halo, a white dress that won the snow, 3,000 green silk fluttering with the wind. The beauty was extraordinary. The ancient zither was gently plucked under her slender fingertips, and the harsh sound of the zither was like an invisible force that vibrated in the air. Wherever the sound of the zither passed, the countless evil parasites summoned by Nanfeng burst into pieces. The evil parasites that were originally flailing with deadly toxicity were like fragile bubbles that instantly dissipated in this wonderful yet powerful zither sound. The sound of the zither was like 10,000 horses galloping, and in just 2 breaths, the evil parasites were exterminated. Buzz! Huaruwashi pressed her palms on top of the strings of the zither. The corners of her mouth hooked into a smug smile. No wonder this fairy finds you disgusting. It turns out that you cultivate the compulsion Dao. When Nanfeng saw this scene, he was first stunned. Then the madness in his eyes increased instead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So it's you. She was completely blinded by anger and despair, and decided that it was all a conspiracy by Yang and this woman who appeared out of nowhere. You all deserve to die. She roared hysterically, ignoring the fact that the evil parasites were constantly being exterminated by the zither, and her hands rapidly changed. The black mist around his body became denser and denser. In the mist, more evil parasites in bizarre forms swarmed out, pouncing madly toward Huaruwashi and Yang. These evil parasites twisted their bodies and let out sharp hissing sounds. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be corroded with a black crack. Huaruwashi's moth brows furrowed lightly, a few hints of dislike flashing through her eyes, but once she thought that she would be able to perform in front of Yang again, then the look in her beautiful eyes was replaced by determination. With a heavy pluck of her veiled hand on the ancient zither, a powerful sound wave was like a sharp blade, rushing straight towards the evil parasites that were spreading across the sky. The sound wave collided with the evil parasites, sending out a series of explosions and stirring up a black smoke. Huaruwashi's figure flickered like a white phantom, instantly shuttling between the evil parasites. She dodged the attacks of the evil parasites while continuously playing the guqin. The body is swift and flying like a mallard, floating like a god, with a slight step, and the stockings are full of dust. Nanfeng was enraged at the sight. She violently opened her arms and recited words under her breath, only to see that those evil parasites unexpectedly fused with each other and formed a huge parasite. The parasitic beast was covered in sharp thorns and spewed black poisonous mist from its mouth as it lunged toward Huaruwashi. Huaruwashi looked grave as she took a deep breath, her hands dancing rapidly on the ancient zither. The sound of the zither became urgent and impassioned, and a blade of sound shot out from the strings, stabbing at the compelling beast. The companion beast let out a pained roar as it was struck by the sound blade, the thorns on its body falling off in droves, but it continued to charge towards Huaruwashi regardless. Just as the compulsion beast was about to pounce on Huaruwashi, Yang suddenly struck out. With a flash of his figure, he instantly appeared behind the compulsive beast, and a bright light flickered on his palm. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a large hand made up of spiritual energy, carrying the unique pressure of an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and strangled the parasite with a thunderous force. Yang's face was cold, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward a low, angry cry burst out from his mouth, like a deep thunder exploding in the hidden stream. Along with this angry shout, the light above the large hand that was formed by the convergence of spiritual energy was steeply stronger by several points, so blinding that it was difficult for people to look directly at it. A mysterious and ancient rune flickered and flowed on the surface of the spiritual power hand. They emitted a profound light, as if they contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth. The parasites seemed to sense a deadly threat and frantically twisted their huge and twisted bodies. However, under the erosion of the rune power, in an instant, the parasites turned into black powder and dissipated into the air. It was as if it had never existed. As Nanfeng witnessed this scene, the original intense madness in his eyes was instantly replaced by shock like a tidal wave. Big love, immortal dignity? Nanfeng's lips trembled slightly without control. She stared at Yang with a deadly stare, her heart surging with great suspicion towards those words Ling Xie had said just now. Deeply imprinted in Nanfeng's memory legacy were a mysterious image, a poem full of hidden meanings, and a phrase, grab a handful and refine it in a moment. The evil parasites raised by the abyssal evil compulsion clan's compulsion queen with her essence blood could not be refined. Even the Emperor Realm couldn't refine it. Unless, of course, This emperor is the legendary Great Love Immortal. The cold wind blows in the Valley of the Fallen, and the cicadas return in spring and fall to the teenagers. Nanfeng couldn't help but stop all his movements, as if he had been under a spell of immobilization, staring blankly at Yang, who was not far away in a daze. Her eyes were hollow, yet it was as if she was seeing an image from a distant memory through Yang. Yang heard the words and was no less surprised than Nanfeng, but his pale face remained ancient and unperturbed. When he saw that Nanfeng was no longer mad, he slowly put his hands behind his back and let out a soft sigh. Tears of the Stone Man at the Soul-Swinging Mountain. Tingxian wanders away from the devil to the north. Today the sword points to the place where the clouds are stacked, practicing compulsion and practicing people and also practicing the sky. The words fell silent. Nanfeng's mind was like a river turning over, with all sorts of clues frantically intertwining at this moment. She looked at the calm and relaxed Yang in front of her, and the shock inside her had reached its peak. He's actually the Great Love Immortal. The thought exploded in her mind, making her legs go weak and she could barely stand. She was completely oblivious to the fact that she was still naked at the moment, and was filled with nothing but the legendary being in front of her. Both knees were weak. Flopping heavily kneeled down in front of Yang, splashing the dust on the ground. Her eyes were red, and tears ran uncontrollably, flowing freely down her cheeks as her mouth cried out, "Immortal Father, forgive me! Immortal Father, forgive me!" Her hands clutched the dirt of the ground so tightly that her nails were embedded in the mud and sand, but she was oblivious to the pain. When she thought that she had just been provoked by Ling Xie to fight against Yang, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground immediately. Immortal Elder. Nanfeng had eyes without a pearl. He even listened to the provocation of that evil thief Ling Xie and struck out at you. He deserves to die for his crime. She wailed and howled as she kowtowed, her forehead hitting the hard ground with a heavy, dull thud. Within moments, the forehead was red and swollen, even oozing the slightest trace of blood. In Nanfeng's memory inheritance, the Great Love Immortal was a supreme godlike existence. The awe-inspiring eyes and pious tone of the ancestors of the clan when they mentioned immortal elders was like a brand engraved in the bottom of Nanfeng's heart. Now, this legendary immortal honors really stood in front of him, and he just had a sword against him. Nanfeng was filled with fear and remorse. Even though Yang didn't know if there was a Great Love Immortal in this world or not, that poem was as familiar as if it was engraved in the depths of his soul. When the south wind picked up, those verses flowed out of Yang's mouth as naturally as if they were awakened memories. He had only subconsciously picked up the verse, but he hadn't expected that this pickup would cause Nanfeng to instantly kneel down and cry for mercy. It's almost too dramatic. Just as Yang wanted to open his mouth and say something to pacify Nanfeng, who was in an extreme state of panic, he saw a steep black aura scattering all over Nanfeng's body. That black gas was like a raging tide, spreading out with a putrid odor, which looked particularly eerie in the quiet hidden stream. Hua Ruoshi, who was standing on the sidelines, looked flabbergasted, subconsciously raising her moth brows, and was about to kick Nanfeng out of the way. The moment her foot was about to touch Nanfeng, Yang quickly extended his arm and steadily stopped Hua Ruoshi. Wait! Hua Ruoshi looked at Yang with a puzzled look in her eyes, and at this moment, in Yang's mind, the system beeps were ringing continuously. Ding! Friendly reminder. The cashback target is fusing divine souls. Ding! Friendly reminder. The subject of the cashback is tearing up the master-servant contract. Ding! Chapter 168, Ruoshi. Dress her. About half an hour had passed before the surging black gas around Nanfeng's body like a tide gradually began to dissipate. During this time, the black gas kept tumbling and surging, struggling as if it was alive, trying to resist the fate of dissipation, accompanied by a painful groan. Nanfeng's body trembled violently, followed by his eyes rolling over, and he slowly fainted with a pained look on his face. Her body was like a piece of dead wood that had lost its support, falling straight toward the ground. However, the dissipating black gas at the last moment even treacherously condensed into the appearance of Ling Xie, hovering in front of Yang. The face composed of black gas was twisted and hideous, and Ling Xie's eyes stared at Yang with a sinister look in his eyes. I didn't expect you. A waste of space. To make my father's favored servant betray. Ling Evil's voice came out from the mass of black gas, like the hissing of a severe ghost coming from the nine hells. Sharp and ear-piercing. Unfortunately, tearing up the master-servant contract is going to consume a great deal of her lifespan. She won't live long. After saying that, Ling Xie tilted his head and let out a burst of jia strange laughter. Yang's face sank, his aura surging slightly around him, and he said in a chilling voice, "Humph, a mere heavenly demon. How dare you take liberties with this emperor?" As he spoke, Yang hastily urged the system's ability to change Ling Xie's death. Ding! Friendly reminder. The target is beyond the scope of modification, cannot be modified. When Black Mist Ling Evil heard this, the pupils in his eyes abruptly shrunk, and a trace of fear appeared in his expression. However, Yang raised his hand and only dispersed this black mist in front of him, not killing Ling Xia's original body. Jia. Emperor? Joke. Ling Xia once again smiled wryly. Then like a black lightning bolt, he drilled straight towards the phantom demon slave tattoo on Nanfang's belly. He intended to take advantage of Nanfang's greatest weakness to draw on the last of her life and abilities as a way to gain greater power. As soon as that black mist came into contact with the phantom demon slave tattoo, a flash of abnormal redness instantly surged up on Nanfang's originally pale face. Immediately afterward, her body trembled uncontrollably and violently, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she moaned in pain. The breath that had been gradually stabilizing had now become sharp and weak again, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Waste. You think you can stop my father? Ling Xia's voice paused. Then his voice went a few points colder as he continued. In this continent, no one can stop this father. No one. Before the words left her mouth, Hua Ruoshi beside Yang returned to her senses. It was only at this point that she realized that Yang was not craving Nanfang's body, but wanted to exterminate the heavenly devil through her. However, it's clear that things aren't that simple. Hua Ruoshi looked at the black mist that had burrowed into the phantom slave pattern in Nanfang's belly, and an ominous foreboding welled up in her heart. As a cultivator of the immortal domain's Liuli Palace, she had grown up in the immortal domain since she was a child, and she was more than familiar with the heavenly demons of the demon domain. A long time ago, the extraterrestrial heavenly devil had invaded the immortal realm. The people are in a terrible state of suffering and starvation. Innocent people are massacred, and the prosperous immortal city is in ruins. That tragic scene was still engraved in her heart, and as a person of the immortal domain, she could be said to hate the heavenly devil to the bone. Hua Ruoshi's complexion was austere as she sat cross-legged in front of Nanfeng, her 10 fingers immediately clasping on top of the strings of the ancient zither. At the same time as the sound of the zither rang out, only the phantom demon slave patterns on Nanfeng's body suddenly erupted with a blinding light. At first, the light became an ethereal black color. Then, it turned into a piercing blood red. Countless twisted and hideous ghost faces loomed, emitting mournful cries. However, just at the moment when the zither sound was about to touch Nanfeng, the mass of red light swelled violently, forming an impenetrable red barrier that blocked all of Hua Ruoshi's attacks. Above the barrier, Ling Xia's distorted voice came out once again. A mere earth immortal realm, first realm. Just with you want to stop me? Today, this honored one will devour everything she has in front of you. Yang's brow furrowed and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. How could he not have expected Ling Xia, a heavenly demon race, to have such a bizarre ability? Surprisingly, he was able to withstand Hua Ruoshi's attacks without showing himself, relying solely on a cloud of black mist. Just as he was about to use his system ability again, Hua Ruoshi's moth brows knit tightly. Pressing on the Guqin's 10 fingers suddenly changed. The sound of the zither is no longer harsh and turned into a gentle jingle. The heavenly demon is best at compelling people and devouring living beings. Right now he drilled into Nanfeng. If you want to force him out, I'm afraid you'll have to start with Nanfeng's origin power. It's just that. Nanfeng is now comatose and the power of the origin is disorganized, so the slightest carelessness will cause her soul to be scattered. Yang turned his head to look at Hua Ruoshi. After all, you can't save her even if you're pretending here. What a waste of time. It seems that in the future, if you can spend spirit stones and holy spirit stones to solve problems, don't count on others, lest you miss out on them. Afterward, he murmured in his mind and summoned the system's attribute panel, wanting to check Nanfeng's condition at the moment. Only on the attribute panel, Nanfeng's various attribute data slowly surfaced. Name Nanfeng. Power, soul-devouring demon palace. Age, 5324, remaining life expectancy 6 months. Cultivation level, first level of Earth Immortal Realm. Charm value, 92. Intimacy, 95. Mystery number, 0. Others, Abyssal Evil Compulsive Clan. Compulsive Queen Hatchling. Divine Soul Captured Demon Abyss Valley Lord Nanfeng. Real name, Nightmare Charm. Real age, 866. Status, Soul Fit 100%. Charmed Demon Slave Tattoo activated. Master Unity. How many Holy Spirit Stones are needed to change Nanfeng's charming demon pattern? Modifying Nightmare Mist status will cost 20 billion Holy Spirit Stones. OK/cancel. OK. Although the huge deposit of 20 billion Holy Spirit Stones had been sharply reduced at once, Yang Huan had no sense of loss in his heart. On the contrary, saving Nanfeng might bring him a lot of convenience in the future. As the Compass Queen of the Abyssal Evil Compass Clan, she was still only an underage Compass Queen with unlimited potential. In time, under careful cultivation, Nanfeng might really be able to create an entire Abyssal Evil Compass Clan for him as he expected. As for the threat of that Soul Race Emperor, let's wait until it really comes to that time. Anyway, this is the jurisdiction of the Immortal Domain. and it's still far from the abyssal realm. And Ling Xie didn't dare to show himself, fearing that it was because his divine soul fit was only 20%, and he couldn't fully utilize his strength yet. Yang estimated that although Ling Xie had the strength of the 9th level of the Earth Immortal Realm, at most, he could utilize about the same strength as the 1st level of the Earth Immortal Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have conceded in front of Huaruoshi, not to mention hiding again now. However, changing him to death was only 1 billion Holy Spirit Stones, and Yang's remaining Holy Spirit Stones were more than enough for changing Ling Xie. As long as he dares to show up, it's his time to die. At this point, on Nanfang's body, the phantom demon slave patterns that originally emitted a strange black light were like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, disappearing without a trace in a blink of an eye. Only a patch of bare skin remained. The mark that represented Ling Evil's control and Evil's bondage disappeared so abruptly, as if it had never existed. At the same time, Ling Xie's mournful hiss filled with unwillingness and disbelief echoed from the hidden stream. How is this possible? My chimera slave pattern. My power of control. Impossible. The frantic voice echoed continuously across the valley, but it was pale and feeble. With the disappearance of the phantom demon slave tattoo, Nanfang's body trembled slightly, her eyelashes fluttering lightly as she slowly opened her eyes, though her face was still as pale as paper and bloodless, like she was weak from a serious illness. However, her eyes were bright and godly, and the essence around her body was brand new, no longer seeing the atrophy and despair that she had felt before when she was manipulated by Ling Xie. Nanfeng slowly sat up and scanned the surroundings with a somewhat confused gaze. When her eyes landed on the concerned Yang, her eyes instantly became complicated, with guilt, gratitude, and awe intertwined. She opened her mouth to say something, but found her throat too dry to make a sound. A good long time. Immortal dignity, South Wind. Nanfeng finally found his voice, but just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Yang raising his hand. Don't talk for now. You've just awakened. Your body is still weak. Rest well. Yang turned his head to Huaruoshi beside him and commanded, Ruoshi, dress her. Chapter 169. You have no choice. Inside the Devil's Abyss Valley, there was a dead silence. The only thing was the howling wind, which swept up the broken limbs and dust on the ground, as if it were singing a lament for the dead lives. The Xin Tian sect disciples that were originally stationed here had now been slaughtered by the soul-devouring demon palace's people. The valley was filled with a strong and pungent odor of blood and death, so thick that it nearly suffocated people. Ling Xie's demonic aura surged around his body, and his feminine face was hideous. Wherever the demonic chi passed, the blood and water on the ground was wrapped by the demonic chi, and even formed a blood-colored vortex, like a curse from hell. Asterisk. Ling Xie's roar echoed in the valley, shaking the surrounding rocks and rolling them down. Losing control of South Wind made him like an enraged trapped beast, full of anger and unwillingness with nowhere to vent it. Young, and that Liuli Palaces. This honored one will definitely break you into pieces. Ling Xie's eyes were crimson, flashing with insane killing intent and nightmare charm. How dare you betray my father? My father will make her life worse than death. With a violent wave of his sleeve robe, a black demonic flame roared out, instantly turning an already dilapidated tent in the valley into ashes. At this moment, an elder of the soul-devouring demon palace stepped forward warily. Demon Father, Great Lord, rest your anger. His voice trembled, clearly frightened by Ling Xie's crazy appearance at the moment. Ling Xie turned her head violently and glared at him viciously, as if her eyes could cut a person into 1,000 pieces. The elder was so scared that he knelt down with a thud, not even daring to raise his head. Waste! Ling Xie kicked him off. All of you, take them on the warboat and set off for the Xin Tian sect. In the Devil Abyss Valley, the other Devil Palace elders and disciples were all terrified, scattering in all directions to carry out Ling Xie's orders. Ling Xie, on the other hand, stood alone in the middle of the valley, looking at the scene of corpses and broken limbs in front of him, and smelling the smell of blood that filled the air. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A creepy crawling sound came out leisurely from the cave behind Ling Xie. An abyssal compass queen with a huge body size crawled out of the cave with great difficulty. It was more than a size larger than it had been a few years ago, as if it were a small hill. The patterns on the armor were mysterious and eerie, emitting a faint dark light as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. However, at the moment, its body was still covered in shocking scars. The skin and flesh of the wound turned out. Thick green blood gurgled out. Each drop fell on the ground, issued a ZZ corrosive sound. What was even more amazing was that the wound had the power of the 5 elements fiercely fighting with the demonic energy. The power of the 5 elements shone with colorful light and swam around the wound. Devil Chi, on the other hand, was like a black demon, eroding the power of the 5 elements with its teeth and claws. The two forces constantly collided and entangled, causing light and black gas to flash alternately at the wound. causing the Abyssal Compass Queen to hiss lowly from time to time in pain. After Ling Xia looked at the Abyssal Compass in front of her, she collected her party's angry emotions and replaced them with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Nan Feng, you still look like this. It seems like the recovery from your injuries didn't go well. Ling Xia's voice broke the dead silence with a few false emotions. The Abyssal Compass Queen slowly raised her head, her huge compound eyes flickering with resilience and indomitability as she stared dead on at Ling Xia. Ling Xia, you and I were supposed to be working together, but you've used me repeatedly. I'll settle this account with you sooner or later. Its voice was low and raspy with years of pent-up resentment. Ling Xia frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Humph, settling scores with my father? Nan Feng, don't forget that Leng Dai's life is still in my father's hands. Speaking of this, he even steeply outwardly released his powerful pressure, pressuring the abyssal compulsive empress to breathe in a stifled manner. Old thing, if it wasn't for my father eroding the sword chi of the 5 elements returning sword with his demonic chi, do you think you would still be alive now? A few years ago, the Demon Abyss Valley Lord Nanfeng struck a deal with the Abyssal Compulsion Queen Nightmare Charm. They swapped metaphors. The Nightmare Phantom restored the youth and vigor of Nanfeng's body with the help of the powerful power of the Abyssal Compassion Queen. Nanfeng, on the other hand, endured the pain of the trauma of the Compulsion Queen's body and the torture of recovering from the injury for Nightmare Charm. Both of them had swapped identities in order to survive, but they hadn't expected that their plans would be disrupted by Ling Xia. In the end, the Nightmare Charmer became Ling Xia's favored servant, while Nanfeng struggled to produce evil parasites for Ling Xia in a dark cave. All these years, Nanfeng only endured in silence for the sake of one day reclaiming everything that belonged to him. In the past few days, she was taken out of the cave in purgatory by Ling Xia. It was because Ling Xia told her that the time had come to overthrow the Xian Tian sect, but even though the two of them shared a common goal for the time being, she was still unwilling to be used by Ling Xia. She knew that after the destruction of the Xian Tian sect, she would not be far from death. After all, after being squeezed of his remaining value, Ling Xia would definitely withdraw his demonic aura immediately. This evil compulsion body of the Abyssal Compassion Queen Nanfeng was never able to fully control it, and with less of his demonic chi overlaying her body, she would definitely die under the sword chi of the 5 elements returning sword. Humph, you're just using me to obtain the power of the Abyssal Evil Compass Clan. Nanfeng said coldly, his voice full of distrust. Ling Xia sneered, even if it's an exploit. So what? At least we have the same goal. This honored one promises you that after resolving the Xian Tian sect first, this honored one will help you reclaim your body. Your current body. TSK. Even this honored one is very moved na. Jia. Speaking of this, a trace of desire surfaced in Ling Xia's expression, but it was quickly hidden from him. Don't worry, my father hasn't touched your body in the past few years. She's clean as a whistle. Nanfeng was silent for a moment, a hint of struggle flashing in his eyes. Eventually, it nodded slowly. Okay, then I'll trust you this one more time. Ling Xia nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to destroy myself. Now, hurry up and get on the warboat. Let's go to the Xian Tian sect. After saying that, Ling Xia turned around and walked in the direction of the warboat, while Nanfeng dragged his heavy body and slowly followed behind, the flame of revenge flickering in his eyes. Inside the Devil's Abyss Valley, the wind was howling, and Ling Xia stood on the deck of the huge warboat, his sleeves hunting, his gaze like a falcon looking into the distance. Behind him, the huge Abyssal Compass Queen Nanfeng was struggling to move her body. Ling Xia turned around and looked at her, greed and fervor shining in his eyes. The time is ripe to overthrow the Xian Heavenly Sect, and your years of patience will be rewarded today. Nanfeng's huge compound eyes flashed with a complex light. There was hatred, there was unwillingness, and more than anything else, it was madness like Ling Xia. Over the years, she had been imprisoned in a dark cave, producing evil parasites for Ling Xia, and had suffered inhuman torture both physically and mentally, in order to overthrow the Xian Tian sect and kill everyone in the Xian Tian sect. Now, hearing these words from Ling Xia, she had mixed feelings in her heart. Are you really so sure that I will help you? Nanfeng's voice was low and hoarse, and his tone seemed to carry a sense of resentment towards Ling Xia. Ling Xia sneered. Help me? No. It should be to help yourself. If it wasn't for this father, could you overthrow the Xian Heavenly Sect? You have no choice. The south wind is silent. What Ling Xia said was true. Even after giving her an abyssal compass in its peak state, she hadn't been able to overthrow the Xian Heavenly Sect, not to mention that she was now in a body with injuries. Only by relying on the soul-devouring demon palace and relying on Ling Xia could there be a great possibility of overthrowing the Xian Tian sect. Okay, I'll help you, but you'd better remember your promise, or else I won't let you get away with it even if I have to fight to the death. Nanfeng said through clenched teeth. Ling Xia nodded in satisfaction. Now, you just need to go and manipulate those female cultivators who have been parasitized by the evil parasites. When my father's men break through the Xian Heavenly Sex Mountain gates, I'll leave everything else to you. Chapter 170, The Devil's Father has ordered that no one be left alive. In the latter part of the autumn night, the Xian Tian Sex Mountain gate was wrapped in a night as thick as ink, and all was silent. Only the occasional sound of a few insects, more set off the silence of this world. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling the ancient and lofty mountain gate with a cool light. However, the Imperial Guard Peak disciples guarding the mountain gate had their eyes fixed on the winding mountain path without blinking, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Eldest senior brother, what's the difference between us doing this and rebelling against the clan? A young disciple couldn't help but open his mouth, his voice filled with apprehension and struggle, and before he could finish his words, he was instantly interrupted by a cold light. The senior brother of the Imperial Guard Peak's face was as heavy as water, and the sharp sword in his hand wrapped in cold killing intent, stabbing into the disciple's heart without warning. The sword entered the flesh with a dull sound, and blood gurgled down the blade, which stung under the cool moonlight. Put! That disciple's eyes were wide open, unbelief written all over his face as his body fell limply. Eldest brother fiercely drew out his sword and shook off the drops of blood on it, moving cleanly and without a hint of hesitation. Peak Master's order. Even though eldest brother lowered his voice, in this silent night, his voice was like a heavy hammer that struck the tip of everyone's heart. We'll just do as we're told, and those who disobey Peak Master Khan's orders will be killed without pardon. The knife-like gaze slowly swept over everyone, and under the moonlight, his face was cold and cruel, as if it were an emotionless machine. The disciples were silenced, and no one dared to voice a hint of dissent again, but they all knew clearly that from this moment on, they had stepped onto a path from which there was no turning back. These years, the days of the Imperial Shofeng, are really difficult, and do not know exactly why. The sect's attitude towards the Imperial Shofeng has taken a sharp turn for the worse, and the trend of suppression has become more and more obvious. The cultivation resources distributed each month had plummeted, and the originally abundant spirit crystals and elixirs had become few and far between, greatly affecting the disciples' cultivation progress. Not only that, the duty of guarding the mountain gate, which had been the responsibility of the Imperial Guardian Peak for many years, was also gradually divided up among the other peaks, and was changed to a rotating responsibility. As a result, the status of the Royal Guardian Peak was in tatters, and its presence in the sect was getting lower and lower. In this difficult situation, the Royal Guardian Peak was in a state of panic, and many disciples had switched to other peaks for the sake of their own future in cultivation. There were also some disciples who mysteriously disappeared as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth and were never heard from again. Only they, the disciples who had followed Kong Lingwu for many years, remained steadfast at the Imperial Guard Peak. It was naturally clear in eldest brother's mind that the Imperial Guard Peak Master Kong Lingwu was a spy of the battle sect. As for himself, as Kong Lingwu's beloved, he was loyal to him, and would spare no effort in accomplishing whatever task he was assigned. Just like this night, among these people guarding the mountain gate, except for that rash man who was killed by his own hand and was uneducated, the rest of them were all his beloved and close friends. Most of them, perhaps, are not fully aware of the consequences of what they are about to do, but the years of suppression and aggression have built up into a volcano of hatred in the heart. Now, they only wanted to take this opportunity to ruthlessly retaliate against the clan and vent the grievances in their hearts. Even if there is an abyss of doom ahead, eldest senior brother, is it true that someone is going to attack the sect in a while? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Have long been looking at the people of Spirit Rhythm Peak. A moment to rob a few senior sister. Joyful. No interest. What fun is there in a senior sister? The flavor is only good for those few windy elders of Spirit Rhythm Peak. Enough. Be silent. At this moment, the eldest senior brother waved his hand, stopping the discussion here and there, his eyes looking down the mountain. Suddenly, a slight sound of footsteps broke this tranquility, and a group of people surrounded by demonic aura quietly arrived at the Xian Tian Sex Mountain entrance. Their figures loomed in the darkness like evil spirits crawling out of hell, and everyone carried an eerie aura. The Imperial Guard Peak disciples guarding the gate heard the commotion and were startled, rushing to grip the weapons in their hands and look out vigilantly. After seeing the visitor clearly, the disciple in the lead was slightly stunned, then hurriedly ran back and said with a suppressed voice, "Eldest senior brother, it seems to be someone from the soul-devouring demon palace." When eldest senior brother heard this, his eyes instantly narrowed into slits, his gaze like a falcon as he secretly pondered in his heart. How could it be someone from the soul-devouring demon palace? According to the agreement with the Peak Master, shouldn't it be the battle sect? Could there be some change in this? But soon, he put these doubts behind him, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Whatever. Anyway, the Peak Master's order is for me to remove the mountain protection formation this night. regardless of whether it's the soul-devouring demon palace or the battle sect. As long as we can accomplish the task that the Peak Master has given us and stir up the Xiantian sect, it's all the same. Thinking of this, eldest senior brother took a deep breath, forced down his inner uneasiness, and transmitted his voice towards the several people guarding the foot of the formation. Do it! Those few disciples received the order without the slightest hesitation. Their hands quickly formed seals, and a wave of aura surged out from their fingertips, rushing towards the runic nodes of the mountain protecting formation. As the disciples of the Imperial Guard Peak continued to destroy them, the runes that contained great power dimmed one by one. In the end, with a dull thud, the mountain protector formation was destroyed with a bang. As it turned out, this group of people was precisely the advance force of the soul-devouring demon palace, and these Imperial Guard Peak disciples had long been secretly bribed by the soul-devouring demon palace to become traitors. For a time, the entire Xiantian sect's mountain gate was exposed to the soul-devouring demon palace crowd. In the darkness, the creepy and sorrowful laughter of the people of the soul-devouring demon palace was heard, as if it was a death knell from hell. Nightmares descended. The crowd from the soul-devouring demon palace fishtailed into the room, their footsteps becoming more and more hurried. The moment they all stepped into the mountain gate, the smiles of the Imperial Guard Peak disciples, who were still fawning, instantly froze on their faces. Only the leader of the soul-devouring demon palace turned around violently, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent. The demonic chi in his hand condensed into a sharp blade, and without hesitation, he stabbed at the closest disciple of the Imperial Guard Peak. The demon lord has ordered that no one be left alive. Yes, yes, by order of the Right Honorable General. The disciple who was stabbed in the heart by the Right General stared with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. You guys. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed in a pool of blood. Seeing this, the other Imperial Guard Peak disciples tried to cry out in terror, but they were instantly drowned out by the ensuing demonic shadows. The soul-devouring demon palace's people moved crisply and with deadly moves. Before the group of traitors from the Imperial Guard Peak could react more, they fell to the ground. The blood spread out in the moonlight, gathering into a shocking pool. Humph! A bunch of fools who really think that they can save their lives by cooperating with us. The Right General grunted disdainfully and shook the blood from his hand. The only thing worthy of our next move is a blood sacrifice. After saying that, he waved his big hand and sneered. Keep moving forward. According to the plan, go ahead and take control of the main roads, and when the Gongsun family and the battle sex people arrive, then we'll officially launch a general attack. The crowd from the soul-devouring demon palace quickly dispersed, surging towards the interior of the Xiantian sect like a black tide. Wherever it passed, there was a dead silence, with only a few suppressed screams coming from time to time, cutting through this bloody night of autumn.